My mentor who sacrificed himself for the country was involved in a car accident on the way to the funeral with a top celebrity. Upon seeing this, a group of brainless fans directly lifted the lid of the mentor's coffin. And even to completely vent their anger, the top celebrity took the lead in scattering the mentor's ashes. Watching the white powder scattered in the air, my belief that I have held for 10 years was shaken for the first time. Over the past 10 years, with the tireless efforts of me and my mentor, we finally successfully developed the electromagnetic anti-missile system not long ago, which means that missiles from other countries will no longer pose a threat to the Great Xia country. Once this news is released, the Great Xia country will completely dominate the world's peak, and I will have dedicated my entire youth to the country, while Professor Wang has even sacrificed his life. Even if we have to live in obscurity for the rest of our lives, we have no regrets. The people live in peace and prosperity, and the country is prosperous and strong. This is Professor Wang's teaching, and it is also the goal I strive for in my heart. But what I never expected was that such an unparalleled national hero who had the interests of Great Xia at heart would be humiliated in this way by an actor, and end up with no remains left. At this moment, I couldn't hold back anymore. I screamed with all my might, "Are you still human?" But no one paid attention to my roar. The crowd still pushed forward, just wanting to get closer to their beloved Li Feier. My anger seemed so ridiculous. As more and more people pushed forward, the ashes were trampled on the ground. I went crazy and pulled the people around me frantically, trying to put the remaining ashes into the box. "What are you doing? Don't touch me, pervert, stinky hooligan. How dare you molest me?" For a moment, the people I pulled apart suddenly became restless. Cameras and various live broadcasts were all around, seizing the moment to capture the heat. It was a big speechless event. During Li Feier's hospitalization, a lunatic causing trouble appeared. Too terrifying. Another day of male terror. Suddenly, I was portrayed by the media as a pervert blocking Li Feier, a lunatic who went crazy and attacked people to attract attention. For a moment, the entire internet and major live broadcast bullet screens were attacking me like crazy. Who is this person after all? How can he be so perverted? It seems like I found out. He is a researcher from the Capital Research Institute. What? Can someone like this also get into a research institute? Must have used connections. At this point, Li Feier instead portrayed herself as the victim, comforting her fans, saying, "Be careful, stay away from him, don't let him hurt you," and then arranging for bodyguards to drive me away. This move brought tears to the eyes of the fans present. Unexpectedly, Li Feier, despite being injured, still cared for them. With the continued coverage in major media outlets, Li Feier has been portrayed as a modern female knight-errant. Oh my, who wouldn't be a fan of such a celebrity? Tears streaming down on the public screen. Look at this. Both are from the same Great Xia. Why is the difference so huge? Is this what they call a despicable man? Is Great Xia left with only such men? Even though I was taken out of the hospital, filled with extreme anger, I am very clear that I cannot reveal my identity. Otherwise it will bring a major crisis to the research project. But Professor Wang's ashes are still upstairs. I don't care how others see me. I just want my teacher to rest in peace. Through negotiations, the hospital also felt that the deceased was important, so they had a few doctors retrieve the remaining ashes of Professor Wang from the fervent fans. Upstairs, the entertainment star's minor injury was wildly sought after and cared for, while downstairs, the professor who dedicated his life to Great Xia passed away in such a miserable state without anyone knowing. After personally escorting Professor Wang into the morgue, I left the hospital directly. I still have research to do on the electromagnetic anti-missile system. Although the development was successful, it still needs multiple tests to be truly completed. It would be a waste of time to be entangled with those celebrity fans, which would be more disrespectful to my teacher. On the internet and in major media outlets, the buzz did not stop just because I left. What they want is attention. As long as the audience loves to watch, they will tirelessly publish all kinds of related news, even if it's fabricated. Li Feier's fervent fans are also contributing various buzz. Perhaps they have never been so devoted even to their own parents in their lifetime. Their idols are their heaven, their everything. The hospital incident quickly escalated. In no time, the entire internet, whether on a phone or computer, was flooded with news about me blocking Li Feier and hitting someone. Even bystanders who are not part of the entertainment industry know about this incident. Misinformed bystanders are led astray by various out-of-context videos and articles, and then join in criticizing me. And this is just the beginning. Next, Li Feier's fans started doxing me for all kinds of information. They want to completely expose me on the internet, make everyone know my true face, and make me unable to survive in society. Only then can they relieve their hatred. Not a moment too soon. All of Lu Chuan's information was then published on the internet. Name, Lu Chuan. Age, 25 years. Place of residence, apartments of the Capital Research Institute. Position, technician at the Capital Research Institute. Education, Tennant University. Department of Physics. Marriage, unmarried. No girlfriend. All of Lu Chuan's information was fleshed out. Of course, this information, in order to spread out on the internet, is not without the covert push of media companies who are in it for the heat of the moment. After Lu Chuan's information was completely publicized on the internet, those netizens who had long felt that it was meaningless to scold so dryly were overjoyed. With these things, there are new aspects to the attack. Even those who lived near Lu Chuan were able to go to where he lived and retaliate. Give him a place to live. Throw some feces on it. Stick gum in the lock, etc. Anyway, it's just everything you can do to retaliate. Even his research bureau and school had their phones ringing off the hook within a day. All of them are telling them to hurry up and remove Lu Chuan. Neither the Scientific Research Bureau nor the University of Tennessee had thought that their own fire at one time was not due to the number of top technologies developed and the number of outstanding university students trained. Rather, it's because they're people who have messed with a popular star. That's ironic. The forum used by the Physics Department and the Research Bureau of Tiannan University to discuss various academic issues was also instantly besieged by Lin Fei's fans. The above post no longer sees anything about an academic discussion. The sky is full of abusive posts about Lu Chuan. Where is the future of the great summer country? Vocalizing why even a lunatic like Lu Chuan can enter the Capital Research Bureau. 3,000 college students jointly demand that Tiannan University remove Lu Chuan's academic file. Jimei people, avoid the pit. Tiannan University can teach such a person with a corrupt character. And the school is by no means a good school. Don't apply. This post is proof that I'm a freshman at Tennant University. If Tennant University doesn't give us students a statement, I'll drop out on the spot. For the sake of heat, all kinds of upmasters and big verses also began to miso heat, posting all kinds of articles and videos, to aggravate the conflict and get traffic. From Lu Chuan, a small look at the contemporary stinking underbelly men of Daxia. Shocked. Today's researchers in the country of Daxia are fighting over star chasing, even some big verses in other fields, in order not to let go of such a large amount of traffic. Hard rubbing the heat. The economic effect behind the public beating of researcher Lu Chuan. Did you learn the philosophy of chasing stars and hitting people in the new era led by Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan, Lion Man, astrological analysis. Is the beating actually a water reversal at work? It can be strange and all over the place. For the sake of traffic, it's absurd. And the women's fists on a certain blog are even more hotly contested. The heroic relief of the actress and the public violence of the malodorous man. Getting the wholesome boogie woman boxing organization completely high. On who is the driving force of the times? The good women of our time or the stinking, violent men? An article that takes the male/female dichotomy completely over the top. Countless female fighters and new age independent women have reprinted the article to express their approval. It was even suggested that the great summer state return to a matriarchal society. The males of Daxia are already a collapsed generation. The future era belongs to women. Jimmies, be sure not to get married. Be sure not to get married. Don't ruin your whole life. I've long said that men are just the same. We women of the new era must be self-reliant, take men's money, make ourselves exquisite and become independent and excellent women. As time continued to fester, the entire incident had risen completely from the fan group to everyone in the great summer country. Some people even saw some clues from the video and felt that Lu Chuan didn't make a move and expressed some opinions. Instantly, amidst a flood of insults, he dared not speak again. The whole thing, up to this moment, everyone just wanted to see Lu Chuan die. No one cares how many bowls of flour he actually ate. Chapter 4 Conspiracy. Eagle Jam Country. Special Intelligence Command Center. Reporting, sir. We've found out about the top electromagnetic experts of the Great Summer Kingdom. A black officer reported in a deep voice. What? The Great Xia state secrecy mechanism is airtight. How did it find out? A hawk-nosed man with deep eyes wondered. It's very interesting to say that there was a young man named Lu Chuan who accidentally messed with a female star in the hospital, and then was exposed by the female star's fans. Lu Chuan is the genius of the great summer country that we've been investigating. 10 years ago, when he came out of nowhere, our intelligence department had their eyes on him, but then there hasn't been much progress, as if he was unknown. But this time, we caught some clues. In our rigorous investigation, we found that Lu Chuan was most likely involved in the Great Summer Kingdom Yes-I action. Funny, we've been searching for so many years and couldn't find it. Their own people did us a big favor instead. What a God blessing. Give me a detailed investigation. The hawk-nosed man gave a mocking smile. Sure enough, the bottle music program back then was implemented very successfully. The people of the great summer country have now become intoxicated with the illusory pleasure brought about by entertainment, and have long since lost that faith and cohesion in their hearts. This is our best chance. the entertainment first Dacia will all be nothing more than paper tigers, and we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, will continue to be firmly established as the world's dominant power. Luchuan's identity has not yet been declassified by the Science and Technology Bureau, which means that the electromagnetic anti-missile system has not yet been successfully developed. This time, send the 13th District agents to the Great Summer Country. If the situation is true, make sure to invite Luchuan to our Eagle Sauce Country at all costs. And if he's not willing to, then, you get the picture. Hawk Hook Nose said fiercely, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The black officer nodded and retreated. Magic City. Inside a luxurious villa, Fei Li soaked comfortably in a hot bath and examined her arm, the tiny scratches that had scabbed over, to see if they would leave a mark. On this side, the agent was very excited and reported to Li Feier, that lunatic who got in your way at the hospital today has been cyber-violated to the bone. Humph, that's the best. That's what happens when you offend me. If I had known this, I would have gotten out of the way earlier in the first place. He's a scruffy person. Just think about it. It's dirty. Too bad luck, Li Feier said with an indifferent face. This matter is a bit out of control. Will that Luchuan not be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion to commit suicide? Will that have an impact on your star? The agent rationally helped analyze. What do I care if he killed himself? I didn't force him to do it. I didn't say anything to the public. My fans did all this. I just guided them a bit, Li Feier said with great enjoyment. Today her hundreds of millions of followers give her a sense of pointing the finger. Those who offended her. She could make the other person beg for life or death with just a few words. This feeling of having the power of life and death is great. But, the agent said, still worried that things were getting out of hand. Li Feier immediately swept her cold eyes. Do you know? I just one afternoon enrose a few million fans. How many big brands grabbed and signed endorsement contracts? You let me stop. These heat and money you give me? Li Feier couldn't listen to any words of disobedience to herself now. The broker did not dare to say more. Otherwise in the next second, not only would he not be able to be Li Feier's agent, but even the broker circle would not dare to use him. He has to survive too. Knock, knock. There was a rude knock on the door. The agent rushed to open the door and was greeted by a drunken, middle-aged fat man barging in. That stench of sweat mixed with the smell of booze on his body turned his stomach a little, but he didn't dare, because standing next to this fat man was the famous producer of the Great Summer Country. In the entertainment industry, he has absolute power of speech. And he can make whoever he wants to be hot. And likewise he can make a person lose his name instantly. Even Fei Li couldn't do anything about it. Feier, where are you? I've missed you. As soon as Fatty entered the door, he looked around for Li Feier. The producer sent the fat man in and murmured to the agent, there are 3 today. And 2 more you can pick up down there. The agent was used to it and nodded. Over here, Li Feier's face, which was cold just now, was instantly filled with smiles at this moment. Throwing on a bathrobe, he stepped out. Mr. Li, you haven't come for a long time. Oops. You stink. Take a bath first, Li Feier said coquettishly. No washing. Hurry up. I can't wait. With that, he picked up Li Feier with his smelly body. She, however, did not half resent it, but only gave a petulant cry. You're too monkeyish. The agent sneered and muttered. Now that's not too dirty, said he exited the room, and a cheerful voice came from within. The agent was used to it. Although she knew that Li Feier had always created the idolized persona of an independent woman and a high-flying goddess on the outside. But that's just the persona. In the entertainment industry, which one isn't dirty, let alone one as hot as Fei Li? Those naive fans are quite good at brainwashing themselves into thinking that their loved ones are just that icy clean. Just like the persona. It's a new age independent woman who doesn't rely on men. The spiritual leader of female boxing. Unbeknownst to her, she sleeps with more men in a day than she curses. The agent took the other 2 drunken men and helped them into Fei Li's room. Then he retreated to the door of the room. Waiting quietly, the new age icon of the independent woman who works hard night and day for her career. Bureau of Scientific Research. Luchuan was staring at the test data dead in the lab. As of today, he hadn't closed his eyes for 4 days. Nothing from the outside world would reach his ears, because he only had the test data in his head. If I had to say anything else, it would be the grief over the loss of my most respected teacher. Electromagnetic anti-missile systems, a technology that is currently unparalleled. Countless years of his and his own teachers' lives were consumed in the study of electromagnetic anti-missile. Finally, it was Kung Fu, and in Wang's last moments, the two proved the theoretical data of electromagnetic anti-missile successfully. That alone is not a complete victory. Applying a theoretical electromagnetic anti-missile system to practice is the only way to really measure if it really works. He had waited 10 years for this test, and Wang Lao had waited his whole life. Finally, the last step is left. Once the test is successful, the electromagnetic anti-missile system can be put on strategic status. It will be a cross-century victory for the whole country of Daxia, and from now on, foreign artillery shells will never bombard the territory of Daxia. All current military missiles will be a nullity in the territory of the state of Daxia, and there will be no missile deterrent in the state of Daxia. However, the experiment will not be completed overnight. The test also has to go through a lot of calculations before it can begin. Lu Chuan had, for 4 days, not slept, plus he had just experienced the pain of losing his teacher. The other researchers in the Bureau of Scientific Research could already clearly sense that he was in a bit of a trance. The face was frighteningly pale. If we continue any further, the person will not be able to hold out before the trial even begins. Chapter 5, Escalation. Professor Lu, go get some sleep. You really can't stay up any longer. Your body won't be able to carry you if you stay up any longer. Lu Chuan forced out a smile with his bloodless face. It's fine. Everyone continue the test. I know my own body well. The researchers, knowing Lu Chuan's stubbornness, could not be persuaded any further. Might as well get the trial done early. Maybe then he'll go to sleep properly. Just then, Lu Chuan, who had just finished speaking, stumbled and directly fell down. Luckily it was held up by the researchers. Everyone is well aware of the importance of Prof. Lu Chuan. If something happens to him, no one can continue with the entire electromagnetic anti-missile system. There is no one who can reach the kind of level that Prof. Lu Chuan has on electromagnetic physics. If I have to say, it's only Wang Zhongmin, who just passed away. An electromagnetic anti-missile system that took 2 geniuses decades to work on. Without the scientific genius Lu Chuan, no one in the Great Summer Kingdom will be able to manufacture it. Even if we don't mention the beyond-era electromagnetic anti-missile system. Lu Chuan, the scientific research genius, from the age of 15 since he entered the Bureau of Scientific Research, all these years are enough to make him stand firmly in the scientific community of the Great Summer Country first-person scientific research projects, but also determines his scientific research status in the middle of the heavy. And the reason for his status is that he is a technician in the Bureau of Scientific Research. It was because the development of the electromagnetic anti-missile system had to make Lu Chuan's identity top secret. Over the years, agents and spies from various countries had been inquiring about Lu Chuan's identity, trying to murder several times. With the top-secret protection of the Great Xia State, he could concentrate on his scientific research with peace of mind. Don't worry about your safety. He was as important to the Great Summer Kingdom as the pillar of the nation. Nothing must happen. So no matter what, nothing can happen to Lu Chuan. But what all the executives of the Research Institute didn't expect was this. Lu Chuan's identity, surprisingly, would be netstormed and publicized at once. It's really ironic. On the network, at this time, the netstorm on Lu Chuan is not weak but increasing. Lu Chuan's information has also been layer upon layer of what can and can't be raked up, and all of it has been made public. Spies lurking in various countries are laughing their asses off. They can't stand up to, even if they're good, the power of the crowd. And much of this information came from his classmates and people in the neighborhood, much more truthful than the information they searched for themselves. Unfortunately, the address that came up in person was not the right one. Lu Chuan doesn't live in the Research Bureau's apartment. Otherwise they would have done it already. As more and more of Lu Chuan's confidential information was picked up by the netizens of the Great Summer Country, the Science and Research Council have all had to come out publicly and speak out in warning. However, the reason why netizens are so rampant is that they know very well that the law is not against them. Even the officials can't do anything about them. So, in the few moments it took for the Science and Research Directorate to make the announcement, the comments below have been overwhelmingly offensive. The most that can be done is to severely investigate harboring Lu Chuan and firing Lu Chuan. Even at the back it all rises to the point of investigating the entire Scientific Research Bureau and shutting it down. Thinking that the Research Bureau can speak for Lu Chuan must be the same stuff. In the end, the Scientific Research Bureaus were all helpless under public pressure. With Lu Chuan's information exposed, what made the top brass of the Research Bureau more worried was Lu Chuan himself. Today, he has been secretly admitted to a hospital to recuperate. The secret is the fear of those rabid fans, finding their way inside the hospital and causing trouble. I didn't realize that a scientist for his country and his people was attacked to such a sorry state by the very people he was protecting. Even working into a coma to resuscitate, you can only sneak in, like a thief. It's so heartbreaking and chilling. The pay is not as good as the stars. The environment is not as good as the stars. Even the popular beliefs are not as high as a celebrity. But do you really have to ask them if they regret it? There will never be a single person who says they regret it, because they know that what they do is for the faith in their hearts, for the well-being of the people, and for the wealth of the country. But the people to whom they have dedicated their lives to benefit will turn around and launch the fiercest attacks and insults against them for the sake of a star. How does one not get chills? Looking at the unconscious Lu Chuan, the researchers present all reddened their eyes and felt unworthy of him. He was only 25 years old, in the prime of his life, but his body was as emaciated as a windbag. Mr. Lu was overworked. He's fine for now. Recuperate well. You can't stay up so late in the future, the doctor said in a deep voice. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Outsiders misunderstood him, abused him, and cyber-violated him, but they knew how important Lu Chuan, the top pillar of the Great Summer Kingdom, was to the Great Summer Kingdom. News has come from above. The Eagle Jam country and the Sakura country have begun to move, a man said with a grave expression. Li Dongshang, the director of the Scientific Research Bureau, had just returned from watching Lu Chuan and frowned when he heard the news. Sure enough, what's coming is coming. The identity of Lu Chuan, which they had taken great pains to keep secret, was then exposed layer by layer when it came out. He knew this day would come. For this reason, he was so furious that he had issued a warning in the name of the Scientific Research Council. Not only is it useless, but even the phone number of the Research Bureau and all the forums and public numbers, all of them have fallen. What's more, the lands used for scientific research and the Research Directorate have been hacked several times. Despite several waves of arrests, there are still people who are happy to attack the network. At one point, the Bureau of Scientific Research was unable to make progress on its various research projects. No one expected that things would come to this, to the point of no return. Damn. What a bunch of people who can't tell who is a good person. The always calm Li Dongxing couldn't help but swear. He had never been so angry as he was today. The top scientific research talent that his own country had focused on protecting was exposed by his own people. What a laugh. What a shame. Other countries, long ago, laughed their asses off. Those fans, still smug that they helped their idol get revenge. It hadn't occurred to him that once Lu Chuan was exposed because of his identity, he would really be found and framed by the agents of another country. What a dangerous situation the Great Summer Kingdom will be in. At that point, it's still chasing stars and those stars will use the money their fans spend on her to hide abroad. The fans, on the other hand, stayed behind to live and die in the war that they caused to fall on their home and country. So stupid. Li Xingdong hated his anger and vented his emotions by slamming his fist on the table so hard that blood flowed out. And this side of the internet, the fanboy netizens, never gave any of this a second thought. If they make a bigger deal out of it, they'll get traffic, they'll get heat, they'll get money, even, from the beginning to attack Lu Chuan online, gradually escalating to, clamoring for Lu Chuan to personally step in, to Fei Li and the frightened fans, a public apology. Only then can we stop. Chapter 6. Something's wrong with the experiment. For a while, everyone began to make a move in the direction of Lu Chuan's apology. As the situation became more and more serious, many of the major public figures who had been on the sidelines, they also came down to speak for Li Fei and denounce Lu Chuan. It even organized a self-organized campaign dedicated to voicing out for Lu Chuan to come out and apologize. After each public figure vocalizes, name one person and proceed to vocalize. After this event, it even brought the matter to the point where no one in the entire Daxia country knew about it. Even the 80-year-old woman knew that there was a Lu Chuan who went crazy and stopped the road to beat people. The phone number of the research bureau is even more afraid to answer. All kinds of malicious insults. What was even more unexpected was the countless media anchors that blocked the researchers outside the research bureau to get a statement. Many researchers, who come to work at the research bureau in the morning, are besieged by the media outside to press Lu Chuan on his whereabouts and to make him hurry out and apologize. The delay prevents many researchers from going to work and prevents all the research projects of the Research Bureau from running smoothly. Li Shengdong was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. It's just sickening to watch the crazy behavior done by those rabid fans. Even when Li Shengdong sneaked home in the middle of the night, he was stopped by a group of brainwashed fans. Director Li, are you really willing to harbor a violent man? When will you fire Lu Chuan? You must give us a statement. It's because of you scums that the Great Summer Country is developing so slowly. I watched Fair play a science doctor last time. So valiant and handsome. I suggest that in the future, all girls should be allowed to do research. You stinky men will only misuse the country. Li Xingdong's face went white with anger. Misleading your mother's country. It's really misleading with you brainwashed people. Is this the quality of the director of the Research Bureau? No wonder he's harboring Lu Chuan. So it's the same goods. What a downer. Yes. Gee guys. It's really the end of Daxia's technology completely when it's given into the hands of these people. Get out. Li Shengdong couldn't stand it anymore. He really couldn't help but hit people if he listened to them anymore. Misguided? While others don't know about Lu Chuan's great achievements, Li Shengdong is more than aware of them. The talented young man who came out of nowhere at 15, from entering the Bureau of Scientific Research to come, just 3 years to take more than a dozen scientific research projects in today's great summer country. More so, with his mentor, Wang Zhongmin, he developed the electromagnetic anti-missile system that is today beyond its time. Lu Chuan's achievements in just 10 years were enough to go down in the annals of the Great Summer Kingdom, the leading pillar of the scientific and technological community in Daxia. Now, it was ironic to be forced by a group of people to apologize to a star. There isn't a single colleague in the research bureau who doesn't feel bad for Lu Chuan, even if they didn't know Lu Chuan's true identity yet, but only from the point of view of serving the country and the people. Without a little return, Lu Chuan will end up so. It would be enough to chill the entire scientific research bureau. Even that faith in their hearts was a little shaken. To give everything, including one's life, to devote oneself to science, only to find out that one is not as popular and loved by the masses as a well-dressed, play-acting star. Alas, Lu Chuan is really pitiful. Just because he accidentally messed with a star, he was miserably treated like this. I think this matter will be difficult to resolve for a while. Not so, the entire institute. Lu Chuan is the most hard. For scientific research projects, a few days and nights do not sleep, and even fell directly in the laboratory. Such a good person, but also by the internet scolded. Really miserable. The people in the research bureau were talking a lot, and their words were not only pitying Lu Chuan, but also lamenting their own share of suffocation as researchers. They get up early and dedicate themselves to science. And there are times, not to say that the outside world doesn't understand, even the family doesn't understand, and many of the older researchers, even divorced, the family couldn't care less, and the name was never there, gave up everything, endured the pain, and buried his head in research, and in the end, it backfired by inviting the drama. It is still the people they are so passionate about protecting that are berating them. How can you not be suffocated, uncomfortable and chilled? Even so, what can be done? They are clear about their mission to serve the country and the people without crying out or complaining. They chose their own path. They chose their own beliefs. More holding back, chilling. They still don't forget who they are. Once the research projects start, they all bury their heads in the sand again and start concentrating on research. It was as if some of the hard feelings from earlier did not exist in this moment. All of this, Li Shengdong silently watched. He knew that Lu Chuan was no longer the only one who felt bad in his heart when this happened. Watching them still manage to focus on their work at the beginning of a research project, with tears in his eyes, Li Shengdong secretly bowed towards them to show his sincerest respect for them. They were the true heroes of the Great Summer Kingdom, and Lu Chuan was likewise, even with how much pressure. Lu Chuan was one of them, even if he stood across the back of the whole people, the entire Scientific Research Bureau, and he, Li Shengdong, would also stand firmly behind him. Give him one last harbor, laboratory of the Directorate of Scientific Research. Electromagnetic anti-missile system put into the test phase. In operation. Suddenly, an alarm went off and the entire lab lit up in red. The two researchers in charge in the test room turned pale. What's going on? How did it trigger the highest level of alert? It seems that the test has been deviated and the system is unable to lead back. Then guide it back manually. One of the researchers spoke anxiously. Manual guide back. Only Prof. Lu Chuan can do that. Just then, an image appeared on the lab screen. Fluorescent colored lettering with a marked countdown. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 6 hours. It's over. The automatic recovery system has been activated now. If it can't be manually guided back within 6 hours, the data of the entire electromagnetic anti-missile system will be completely destroyed. All those years of research, and it all goes up in smoke. Get Chief Li on the phone. In the hospital, Lu Chuan, who was strapped with an oxygen tube, suddenly shuddered, then took a deep breath. He moved his fingers slightly. Lu Chuan tried to sit up, and the sharp pain coming from the back of his head made him give up for the moment. His memory was still stuck in the last pilot program. He had wanted to wait until the experiment was completely finished and sleep in peace. I didn't expect to pass out. It still seems like too much trust in your body. Unconsciously Lu Chuan has already 25. And these years is even more serious overdraft body. He was long gone from the teenager who was 16 or 17 years old and was fine with staying up for 10 days and half a month. After lamenting a bit, Lu Chuan's head was most concerned with his trial. He attempted another activity. Lucian thinks he should be able to get out of bed today. When the time comes, it's time to rush out of the hospital and continue back to the lab for the experiment. There was no way he could rest easy until the experiment was complete. It was one of the last wishes of his own teacher. It was also the day he had been waiting for 10 years, eagerly awaiting. That would allow the Great Summer Kingdom to be able to completely stand up for itself. Knock, knock. A rush of footsteps came. Lu Chuan inclined his head and saw Li Shengdong, whose face was embarrassed to the core. Walked into the ward. Seeing the awakened Lu Chuan, it was obvious to see that he was relieved. Great. Lu Chuan, it's good that you're alright. These past few days have scared me to death. Li Shangdong went up to Lu Chuan and gave him a hug. His eyes instantly red. Li Shangdong has always taken great care of Lu Chuan, plus the age difference. He was even close to being half of Lu Chuan's father, so it was inevitable that he was so agitated. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, I'm a bit of a show-off. I've made everyone worry these days. By the way, is there something urgent that you're rushing to get here in a hurry? Li Shangdong's face instantly turned grave again. Something happened to the test. You may have to go back with me. Chapter 7 can't even say something like that. What? As soon as he heard this, Lu Chuan was busy sitting up, and the sharp pain in the back of his head made him suck in a breath of cool air. Don't get too excited. Just now we received the situation from the lab side. It was a deviation in the system. We need to guide it back manually, Li Shangdong explained. If you hadn't been awake, it would have been a real problem. But you'll be fine if you're awake. 6 hours total. Just a half hour past now. Another half hour back. You've got 5 hours to operate the manual guide back. Lu Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankful that he woke up in time. Manual guide back. 1 hour is enough. Plenty of time. But let's get going as soon as possible. I was planning on getting out of the hospital today too. With that, the preparations for discharge began. Seeing this scene, Li Shangdong had a bad taste in his heart. A man who was so dedicated to scientific research that he almost died suddenly and just woke up, all to rush out of the hospital to continue his research. I can't believe I was falsely accused by a playwright who screamed at a hand cut and went to the hospital for a few days. It was lambasted by all and sundry. What a monstrous society. Professor Lu, we can accept it if you go out to do your business now, but you must come back to continue your hospitalization after you have settled the matter, the attending doctor on the side reminded. Lu Chuan was busy moving his muscles and said, I'm already well. No need to come back. You can't say that. You're only superficially fine now. But your body has just recovered and you still need to stay in the hospital for observation. And if it weren't for an emergency at the research bureau, you wouldn't even be let go now. Well, wait until you're busy haha. Lu Chuan wore his jacket while playing a sloppy game. The attending doctor shook his head for a while, knowing that Lu Chuan was being perfunctory, and wanted to continue persuading. As soon as Li Shangdong pulled the doctor aside, he smiled and said, Don't worry, as soon as things are taken care of, I'll tie him up for you. It really wasn't that Li Shangdong was rude. Lu Chuan's life, not only his half-father cared, it was more of a concern for the whole of the great summer. He absolutely cannot afford to have any more problems. If it wasn't an emergency, he wouldn't have let Lu Chuan go in any way. The doctor said nothing more at this point. There was still plenty of time, but after all, it was about the electromagnetic anti-missile system, so I didn't dare delay. Lu Chuan simply cleaned up. Li Shangdong and a few colleagues from the research bureau helped to get into the car, toward the Bureau of Scientific Research. After half an hour or so, the vehicle slowly pulled into the gates of the research bureau. The car stopped before he reached the door. What's going on? Li Shangdong questioned. Why are there so many people at the gate? Just finished. Li Shangdong instantly remembered, and couldn't help but curse. Damn, that bunch of brainwashed fans. Fed up with nothing to do. How to directly run to the entrance of the research bureau to block the road. Drive straight through. They won't get in the way. The car drove forward under the command of Li Shangdong. The further you go, the more people there are. Luckily, though, they didn't recognize it as a Science and Research Bureau car and gave way. The car passed through the crowd, and all sorts of tumultuous sounds reached their ears. Lu Chuan, get out of the Great Xia country. He doesn't deserve to be a member of the Great Xia country. Lu Chuan, what kind of man are you? You don't even dare to say an apology. If you're a man, show up and apologize. What a disgrace. Lu Chuan doesn't deserve to be in the research bureau. Hurry up and fire him. What's more, some of them were holding, in their hands, signs that scandalized Lu Chuan's image. Li Shangdong's face looked green. Even if it's just cursing online, it's getting worse these days. It's okay for him and the research bureau to be blocked. Now it's even made it to the gates of the Science and Research Council, which is downright bullying. Li Shangdong glanced at Lu Chuan through the rearview mirror. In fact, he was most worried about him. 10 years of Lu Chuan's dedication to his country for the benefit of the people. How hard it should be on the heart to see this scene. Lu Chuan didn't look like he was having much of a mood swing. It's not that he doesn't have a heart. He's also human, and it's inevitably hard. However, he was now more concerned about the trial. The scene in front of him, he didn't want to put in his mind and disturb his mind that he would be operating in a while. The car slowly made its way through the crowd until it reached the main entrance of the research bureau. Just about to drive toward it, the crowd in front of him realized they were from the Bureau of Scientific Research. The car was stopped and they were not allowed to continue driving. If it's abusive, it's tolerated for the sake of research. What are they doing with their behavior now? Totally just hindering their scientific research. Li Shangdong opened the window and yelled, "What are you doing? This is not a place for you to fool around. This is the research bureau." But his annoyance had not risen a bit in front of the frantic crowd. In their eyes, as long as the person who bullied their favorite beans, no matter where you are, they have to be for their sister. A good revenge. If you call Lu Chuan out, I'll let you in. A crowd of fans cajoled. Pressing on, "What's your emergency?" "Yeah, tell Lu Chuan to get out and apologize and we'll let the road go. Or else forget it. You harbor Lu Chuan, and you're no good. We won't let go anyhow unless we see Lu Chuan today. Our sister can't be bullied for nothing. We want to get a statement for her." A few teenage girls were even more brain-dead, holding Li Fei's humanoid standing sign and vociferating with clip sounds. "It gives you goosebumps. Damn. I'm really convinced." Li Shangdong gritted his teeth. Now the test room. Still waiting for Lu Chuan to go in and manually guide back. Otherwise, a decade's worth of gains will go up in smoke as soon as the data is cleared. Even if there are 5 hours left, it's not a good idea to just get stuck in traffic. In this case, let's discuss this. I'm Li Shangdong, the director of the Scientific Research Bureau. We have a major emergency inside the bureau. We have to go in and deal with it, or else we'll lose a lot of money. Li Shangdong forcefully suppressed his anger and disgust with them. When I'm done with the matter, I'll come out. If there's any problem, we'll talk about it, sentiently and reasonably. The word is out. Absolutely impossible. You guys are in a hurry and we're still in a hurry. Our sister has been aggrieved for so many days. Do you know how hard it is for her heart? We must Lu Chuan apologize immediately now. Right. No matter how important the Scientific Research Bureau is, can it be as important as our sister's affairs? Our sister is an internationally renowned big star, and most of the fame and power that the country of Daxia has today is brought about by our sister's fame. And what has your Scientific Research Bureau done? Only some crazy stinky men. Sis, you're ed up. Hearing these words, Li Shangdong, completely angry, rushed off the car, want to slap them a few slaps in the mouth. Having just eaten a few full bowls of rice, he dared to say that the power of the Great Summer Kingdom was dependent on a playwright. Is it by her sleeping around the world? It so can't even say something like that. Chapter 8, Rushing to the Laboratory. Li Shangdong got back into the car and angrily slammed the door heavily, and Lu Chuan at this time looked out the car window with his one crazy face. His own face only left helpless. Li Shangdong couldn't even bear to look at the expression on Lu Chuan's face one more time. Viciously, he yelled at the driver, "Push the gas to the floor. I can't believe these brainless guys aren't afraid to die." The driver froze for a moment, knowing that Li Shangdong was angry. But for the driver to see such a scene, how could his heart not be angry? So put it in neutral and hit the gas hard a few times. The ear-piercing roar of the engine, accompanied by a violent shaking of the body, took the brainiacs in the audience by surprise. But soon, these brainwashed fans, relying on the large number of people, were not afraid of the vehicle in front of them, but on the contrary, they were a little more arrogant. Numerous pairs of fists slammed hard into the body and windows of the car and were accompanied by unpleasant insults. "Is your stupid research bureau still trying to crush us? Drive over them if you can. Whoever doesn't is a grandson. See if we hide. Scientific research is no good for just bullying us commoners." Lu Chuan frowned and looked at the time and said, "It doesn't seem like a good idea to go on like this." With that, he was about to open the car window. Li Shangdong looked at it, then rushed to reach out to block. Thinking originally this group of brainwashed fans do not know that you are in the car. If you give them to know, it would be better. But Li Shangdong's outstretched hand was still a step too late, and by this time the car window next to Lu Chuan had been lowered by him by a few centimeters. It is also this few centimeters of gap, or a few brainwashed fans outside the car window saw Lu Chuan's appearance. First, they froze, so a few of them immediately called out, Lu Chuan is in the car. Get out here and get down on your knees and apologize for what you have to sit in the car. If you don't come out, don't blame us for being impolite. Today is to smash the car, but also to pull you out." Li Shangdong, who was in the car, immediately had a few more points of gravity on his face, knowing that if he let these idiots outside see Lu Chuan, things would only go in a more difficult direction. At this point, the crowd outside the car began to shake the body with force, and several people in the car swayed from side to side, looking in danger of being overturned. In the heat of the moment, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, opened the car door and walked out. Just to explain what not yet opened his mouth, the crowd began to push and shove, and there were even brainwashed fans who grabbed Lu Chuan's collar. Quite a few cameras had also captured this wretched scene of Lu Chuan. "Punch him and bring him to his knees. Tell him to immediately kneel down and apologize to Li Fei. To everyone. Disgusting looking down-headed man. I'd stay away from him if I was around. Inside the car, Li Shengdong's heart thumped, knowing that something was going to happen. So picking up the walkie-talkie, he said to the security personnel of the research bureau, Lu Chuan is in danger. No matter what method you use, come to the rescue immediately. After saying that, he threw down his walkie-talkie and followed him out of the car as well. And Lu Chuan, who was already weak, was tightly surrounded by a group of people in the center, pushing and shoving and hurling insults. The weakness of his body combined with his inner excitement instantly darkened his eyes and he fainted again. Originally, countless hands were still grasping and tugging at Lu Chuan's body, but as soon as they saw that Lu Chuan's head had already tilted down, they let go of their hands. With this release, Lu Chuan's entire body fell to the ground. But instead of giving themselves credit for that, the idiots around them were even more outspoken. Everyone looked carefully. We didn't do anything to him. He fainted on his own. Disgusting. Looks like a bumper sticker. Kick him in the body and see if he wakes up. Fake. At first glance, it's fake. It's really disgusting. As a scientific researcher, there's no result whatsoever. Pretending to be fainted is a handful. Our international superstar Fei Li is not as good at acting as you are. Awesome. It seems that the research bureau trains actors. Li Shengdong this time to see Lu Chuan has fainted to the ground. His heart is anxious. His hands naturally have no light weight. Looking at the crowd of onlookers in front of him was even more evil, coupled with the fact that he himself was an armed police officer. This time he reached out and directly pushed down a few people as he pushed through the crowd. And body around these fools are not completely stupid. Can see that Li Shengdong this time moved the reel, then no one dares to continue to lean forward. Li Shengdong crouched down to help himself up Lu Chuan, desperately shook his body, and shouted a few words in his ear, but Lu Chuan was still unresponsive. Li Shengdong raised his head and glared viciously at the surrounding crowd, shouting angrily, "All give me a roll." A roar directly scared the few people surrounding the side silly, subconsciously backed up a few steps, not daring to say too much, and the brainwashed fans who were a little farther away were hiding behind others at this time, not forgetting to make a few snide remarks. Oh, the people from the research bureau are really good at acting in groups, and no one touched him. Yell at us, what yell? Not a single injury on the body, really fair hand wounds, that is real. What kind of garbage does the research council recruit? No quality at all. At that moment, the sound of a car honking sounded behind the crowd. Then, Li Shengdong called the security personnel. Each face expression is not angry, as if carrying small chickens. The disturbing people one by one pushed over once. Then a couple of cars stopped in front of them. Several paramedics quickly jumped out of the car with a stretcher. The surrounding people saw the situation. The expression on the faces of the security personnel one by one scared some of them who were still watching the incident. At this time they did not even dare to breathe too hard. After lifting Lu Chuan into the car, before Li Shengdong got into the car, he didn't forget to viciously look around at the idiots. For Li Shengdong, he really wished inwardly at this moment that this time was wartime, so that he could have a reason to teach these brainless fools a good lesson. The brainiacs were so intimidated that none of them dared to utter a word of nonsense. But then he saw the doors close and a couple of cars slowly leave. So this time he got grumpy again. What a drag. What a quality. Trying to run away before even apologizing. Let's let you off the hook for today. Next time we run into you, you won't be so lucky. This matter will never be over until you apologize to our Li Feier. Because time was running out, Lu Chuan was not resent back to the hospital. Instead, they were sent to the infirmary of the research directorate. The doctor in the infirmary gave a flick of his hand to the 4-tube hanging on Lu Chuan's body while saying to Li Shengdong, "The director doesn't need to be anxious. This situation is just because Lu Chuan is just too weak. There is no major problem." As hundreds of milliliters of glucose entered his body, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Li Shengdong, who was standing by his side, anxious. When Li Shengdong saw Lu Chuan waking up, he rushed up to him. Before he could speak, Lu Chuan directly asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "An hour and a half. It's almost too late. We have to go to the lab now and import the data back." Li Shengdong looked at the doctor next to him, who also nodded. Thus, under the support of Li Shengdong, Lu Chuan dragged his weak body to the laboratory. Chapter 9, Successful Data Rewind. On the way, Li Shengdong helped Lu Chuan to the laboratory. Seeing the weak look on Lu Chuan's face and thinking about what had just happened outside, the staff of the research bureau all felt helpless and distressed. Even in the hearts of some staff members, a sense of inferiority also arose, and could not help but think, if my country of Disya can produce a few more talents like Lu Chuan, why need he alone to bear so much? Lu Chuan looked at the time on his watch. He knew in his heart that he was already in the laboratory at this time, and the time should be enough. But for him, he couldn't afford to take this risk, and the Great Summer Kingdom couldn't afford to take this risk even more. and the second hand moving one by one was like a fine needle sticking into his heart, making him subconsciously speed up his steps. When we came to the lab's operating table, the staff was already geared up and ready to go. It was waiting for Lu Chuan to stand in front of the operating table and give an order. However, the moment Lu Chuan's hand touched the workbench, the weak body seemed to return to normal in an instant, and even the expression on his face became focused and resolute. Li Shengdong looked in his eyes and heard in his heart. At Lu Chuan's command, the tedious work of data rewinding began to take place. All the staff immediately focused on the work they were responsible for, not daring to make the slightest mistake, because there was only enough time left for one such operation, and if there was the slightest mistake on the part of anyone during that time, then the 10 years of hard work would go up in flames. However, the more these times of high tension, the more likely it is for someone to drop the ball. Inside the lab, a graduate student, Zhang Xiaoli, who has just been brought in to work for a short time, because she is not fully familiar with the work. After Lu Chuan issued the command, the 108 keys on the keyboard in front of her had never been so hot as at this moment. The dense code on the screen also made her feel even more dazzled than usual. Finally, after a tiny character was wrong because of thousands of codes between them, a red light came on in the lab as a shrill warning sounded. This red light is an alarm that only comes on in the most critical moments. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly fell on Li Shengdong's brain, gazing at the staff with a face of anger, roaring, "Which idiot is it?" However, there are dozens of staff members in this laboratory, and each of them has different tasks at hand, so it is impossible for them to immediately realize which one of the details is wrong even at one time. On the contrary, Lu Chuan's face was expressionless at the moment, revealing an unruffled, even intimidating fortitude. He glanced at his watch, and where the hands were at this time made him realize that he had to solve the trouble that had arisen before him within 10 minutes, or the consequences would be unthinkable. Lu Chuan said gently, "Don't have any distractions. Everyone immediately start checking the code in front of you." After saying that, Lu Chuan walked down his own workbench again, starting from left to right, and stayed behind every staff member for a minute while also checking the code on this screen. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes at the moment, and his brain was going into overdrive to match his eyes and scanning each and every ant-like character on this screen. This time luck was on Lu Chuan's side. It's a good thing that Zhang Xiaoli is in the 6th position. Lu Chuan had just stood behind her for 30 seconds when he reached out and pointed to a spot on the screen. Zhang Xiaoli instantly panicked, her eyes widening in disbelief that this mistake had happened to her. However, Lu Chuan didn't mean to blame. Instead he gently patted her twice on the shoulder with his hand and said, "Don't panic, be careful." With that, the red lights and alarms in the lab stopped at the same time, and with one turn Lu Chuan returned to his workbench. An hour passed, and after Lu Chuan led dozens of staff in a fierce battle, the countdown on the large screen in the middle of the experiment finally stopped when it went to 6 minutes to go, and then instantly went to 0. The staff in the lab cheered instantly. Lu Chuan tiredly rubbed the position of the bridge of his nose with his hand. The continuous high intensity of concentration had made him exhausted at this moment, and Zhang Xiaoli, who had just made a mistake, walked to Lu Chuan at this time, her apologetic face already filled with tears. "It was stupid of me to make such a cheap mistake at such a critical juncture, and I almost caused you." Before she could finish, Lu Chuan interrupted her, smiled and said, "Mistakes aren't scary, as long as they are corrected instantly. I hope you can remember today's lesson. It's definitely a great asset for your future work. It's an experience that no one else has ever had." And Li Shengdong just wanted to be angry at Zhang Xiaoli at this time, but when he heard Lu Chuan say so, he was too embarrassed to send out the fire in his heart to this graduate student again. Just seriously said to her, "Young people, grow some brains and learn from your Professor Lu." But at the same time, in Li Feier's luxurious villa in the suburb, panting was emanating from the bedroom. As for Li Feier's manager, he was sitting on the living room sofa of the villa at this time, flipping through the magazine in his hand with a sense of calm. It seemed that the villa echoing with such panting sounds of Li Feier was already a thing of habit for him. As today's blockade by the brainwashed fans at the entrance of the research bureau failed to achieve the desired effect within them, they were shaken on the spot by the arriving security personnel. So the hearts of these fools are naturally holding an evil fire looking for a place to vent it when they get back. Yet the keyboard is always the best window for them to vent. Thinking that you won't get any chastisement for hitting the keyboard on the internet and venting your inner frustrations. So a new round of abuse and sound bites spread across the internet. A number of forums have seen posts and photos of today's blockade. Ladies and gentlemen, Jime, today our door blocking was quite successful. Although Lu Chuan didn't apologize, he was sort of stunned by us. "Ha, I really didn't expect I dang the scientific research unit of Dasha country. Actually the staff has the same guts as ants. We didn't touch him. He was scared and fainted to death. Lu Chuan is simply not a man. And even if he didn't come forward to apologize himself, He actually let the security personnel of the research bureau drive us away. Is there no one left in our great summer country? Even a villain like Lu Chuan can enter the research bureau? What future do we have to speak of? In Li Feier's villa, Li Feier, who had already finished serving an old boss, at the moment, wearing a muslin nightgown, she crossed her legs and took a sip of red wine. After scrolling through the various vociferous criticisms of Lu Chuan from his own fans on his cell phone, he couldn't help but let out a nauseatingly sinister laugh. Chapter 10, The Fruits of Victory. It was nearly evening. One day down. Although Li Shengdong did not consume a lot of brainpower to work like Lu Chuan did in the lab, he was anxious himself in the face of these bad things made by the brainwashed fans. Back home, his wife Wang Lingyu saw her husband's face was not good. Just ask him, "What's the matter? Did something go wrong at work?" Li Shengdong laid down on the sofa and sighed. "Hey, there are more difficulties at work. We can solve them internally. We can overcome them. But you say what's wrong with the world, damn it now." The younger generation of brats, after eating a few days of full meals, are they forgetting the humiliation their ancestors have suffered? They would rather go after a worthless so-called star than to sympathize with a scientist who has made great contributions to the great summer country. Wang Lingyu knew what was going on as soon as she heard it, because the internet had gone crazy about Lu Chuan recently. So he consoled, "Hey, the children nowadays, they are all spoiled by the good times. Everyone holds the mentality of entertainment above all else to look at this society. How many people can know how many silent and unknown people behind this are suffering from grievances and making great contributions that they can't imagine?" When he thought of the grievances Lu Chuan had suffered in recent days, Li Shengdong's heart was seething with anger. Sitting up, he slapped his hand on the coffee table in front of him and said, "If this damn thing were to be before these little brats, I would break their legs one by one. I will never be able to look at Lu Chuan suffering from this kind of aggravation in the future." Wang Lingyu was startled by Li Shengdong's action, and was busy persuading, "Alas, calm down. Your job is only in charge of the Scientific Research Bureau after all, and if I look at it, if this matter becomes a big deal, the top will definitely not let it go." Pouring a glass of water for Li Shengdong, he continued, "The reason why no one has spoken out yet is not because all of your work is top secret. In order to protect the safety of your Scientific Research Bureau staff." A prophecy. I didn't expect Wang Lingyu as a housewife. This matter was really guessed by her. At the same time, somewhere in Mordor, a black sedan pulled into a courtyard with guards standing watch. At the entrance of this courtyard, in a very inconspicuous position, there is only a sign that will not attract anyone's attention at all. 103. 103, also known as 103 Institute by insiders, is similar to Lu Chuan's Bureau of Scientific Research, and also belongs to the top secret department of Daxia. The difference is that the job of the 103rd is to monitor and maintain the cyber information security of the country of Daxia, and the 103rd Institute is under the highest level of management of the Great Summer State. That is to say, serious crises that do not generally jeopardize the Great Summer State 103, all rights are left to their own devices. The man in the sedan, leather briefcase in hand, got out of the car and went up to the office building with a frown on his face. He stopped in his tracks as he reached the door to the director's office, unconsciously straightened his collar, and then snapped the door to the room. "Come in." The man opened the door, nodded respectfully, and turned to close it again. The director, Ma Guangyang, is already in his 60s this year. He should have reached the age of retirement, but he applied for a delayed retirement on his own because of the constant cyber threats posed by multiple countries to the Great Summer State in recent years. At this time is already 8 o'clock in the evening. Still ambling on the table overtime, Ma Guangyang raised his head, stroked the glasses set on the bridge of the nose and said, "Wang, so late to find me. What is the matter?" The visitor, who was called Little Wang, was named Wang Feng, and was Ma Guangyang's most capable henchman. Wang Shou, "Something rather tricky has happened," said, took out the laptop in his briefcase and placed it in front of Ma Guangyang to open it. Ma Guangyang looked at the content on the screen while Wang Feng explained. "Recently, because some fans of certain celebrities have been surfing the internet to explode a professor of our Scientific Research Bureau, resulting in a large amount of personal information of this Prof. Lu being publicized on the internet, and according to reliable sources, some of this information has been unsuccessfully searched for many years by the espionage departments of multiple countries." Looking at Ma Guangyang's expression again, he immediately became grave. "What's this professor's name?" called Lu Chuan. When Ma Guangyang heard this, he was instantly enraged. Because for him, the top secret key talents of the Great Summer State, he is as good as his own. And Lu Chuan, the name of this person, as early as when he developed the electromagnetic anti-missile system, it has been engraved in the heart of Ma Guangyang. It's simply bastard behavior. This is a super key talent of our great Xia country, belonging to the national scholar. How can we allow these nonsense netizens to denigrate it? And, seeing that Wang Feng only said half a sentence, Ma Guangyang frowned and said, and what? Say, and as far as I know, this Professor Lu's teacher has just died. It is also their teacher and disciple duo in full charge of the top-secret electromagnetic anti-missile system of our great summer country, has nearly completed the stage, and it is also because of the body of Professor Lu's teacher in the hospital affects a star's access to medical treatment, so it attracted some brainless people to follow the wind net explosion. For Ma Guangyang, who had experienced the poorest and weakest, bitter period of the Great Xia Kingdom, it was really a bit intolerable to hear that such a thing had happened. And the fact that it can still happen in today's world is an insult to his job. So Ma Guangyang immediately picked up the phone beside him and prepared to dial. But Wang Feng blocked it at this time. You, who is this to call? Nonsense. Immediately notify the relevant departments and clean up these unintelligent little brats. Wang Feng immediately advised. If it was at the beginning when we learned about it as early as possible, this might still be useful. But the current situation is that a lot of Prof. Lu's information has already been leaked out. So if we do this, I'm afraid that it will only make Prof. Lu personally more dangerous. Ma Guangyang realized that he had indeed been impulsive within himself when he heard the news just now. So after putting the phone down, he put his hands behind his back and paced in front of the window. A moment later, Ma Guangyang turned to Wang Feng and said, carry out my order. You now go and notify the local armed police department, and ask them to send their best personnel to secretly protect the safety of Prof. Lu, as well as the staff of the research bureau. With that, Wang Feng stood up straight, saluted and turned around to go out. Without waiting until the next day, just an hour or so later, there were a few more mysterious sedans at the research bureau as well as Lu Chuan's residence. All the cars were black glass, so only the inside could clearly see the outside, while the outside wouldn't see anyone inside even if they looked close enough. Meanwhile, within the 103rd, another endeavor was underway at the same time. That's the keyboard warrior who documented this online mess. The netizens who know nothing about this, as well as Li Feier, at this moment is still leisurely enjoying their own fruits of victory. Chapter 11, Men and Women Against Each Other. After the heat of this incident has festered on the internet, all kinds of endorsements and offers from Fei Li were constantly being thrown at her like pieces of shredded paper. There is still a trace of conscience left in the agent Zhang Yang. This time kindly persuade Li Feier. In my opinion, this matter is still a good thing. After all, the protagonist in this matter, that's the people in the Scientific Research Bureau. Then again, that's a big summer state unit. Li Feier disdainfully rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang. Oh, the Scientific Research Bureau? What the hell is the Bureau of Scientific Research? Do they make movies? Do they take commercials? How much money do they make in a whole bureau? How many people know these stinking beggars? You don't look at who I am. I move my finger, post a few words on the internet, and I can get my fans to tear down the Bureau of Scientific Research. Do you believe me? As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a ghost who seeks death with good words. Zhang Yang's kind persuasion. Li Feier not only do not take it seriously, hard at this time also want to make this matter a little bigger, so that their own interests are maximized. So Li Feier immediately picked up her cell phone, took a picture of the wound on her hand and sent it online, also deliberately disguising herself as extremely aggrieved to her fans online. The mood is so bad, depressed to the extreme. I seem to have been seriously traumatized these days. The injuries on my hands are not even healed yet, and the trauma is even worse. How can there be such a hateful man in this world? So many people are kind enough to persuade you to come out and apologize only. Is it that hard? The internet immediately exploded when this tweet was sent out. Countless brainwashed fans expressed their heartfelt pain under the microblogging, while also targeting Lu Chuan once again. It's really pitiful. This incident must have caused you great harm. We must make him come out to kowtow and admit his fault in order to release the resentment in his heart. Don't know the sky is thick stinking beggar. Also don't take a look in the mirror to see their own year only earn a few money. Our Li Feier in a bad mood, affecting a day's work. His 10 years of income may not be able to make up for it. Poor Feier. Don't worry, we now not only know where he works, but also where he lives. When we block him next time, we will definitely force him to apologize to you on his knees. Not only that, but when Li Feier saw that her fans were so fervent towards her, her temper became even more arrogant, and she even always thought that things weren't big enough, wanting to make it even more lively. Thus, it began not only to encourage its own brainless fans to continue to harass Lu Chuan, but also deliberately portrayed itself as a new era of feminist fighters, using the excuse of letting everyone be a new era of independent women to encourage people to believe in non-marriage. For a while, the online cursing between men and women surprisingly intensified as well. Underneath Li Feier's microblog, it just became a battleground for men and women to confront each other. There's not a single good thing about men. They're all just brainless lower body animals. Only women who are incapable of doing anything on their own think about relying on men. Men are nothing but a pose. Just like Lu Chuan, who is unqualified, hard-mouthed and can't even apologize. What's the use of having a man? We should all be like Fair. Improving ourselves is enough. We don't need to think about relying on men every day. And those male fans of Li Fair, looking at these contents, are naturally furious, began to tear their faces with the female fans who are already on the same front. Oh, you women are great. How many gifts do you need from men a year just for the holidays? It's good to be a woman. Just be a little bit graceful. Just show off a little bit of flirtation. So you don't need to be tired like a dog like a man. Speak as if you women can do anything without men. If you can have a child of your own to show us men. Wake up. How many people in this world dare to say that they are strong women who don't rely on men? The world is not as simple as you women think. For a while the male-female scolding intensified and even other artists started tweeting about some of these topics. But take it for granted. It's all just men talking about men's suffering and women talking about women's strength. Li Fair looked at the network because of their own slapdash. A paragraph of text can set off such a big storm too. Complacent mood is difficult to hide. In their own villa, fast laugh pumping past. It's like being a sober person watching a bunch of stupid people arguing over themselves from a high place. And there's no shortage of people who are actually gunmen that Fei Li has found to use the topic she's brought up to start wars on the internet. Watching Fei Li's heat go up another notch on the internet. And at this time, Agent Zhang Yang's phone began to ring continuously. All of them were invitations sent to Fei Li by some directors, businessmen who needed endorsements. Zhang Yang was still an onlooker at this time and knew that Li Fair was playing with fire. However, for Zhang Yang, the more Fei Li's hotness grew, the more various endorsements and commercial shows she received, the more money she would make for herself. Therefore, Zhang Yang also stopped saying persuasive words to Li Fair. Let her be a demon. Let her be crazy. Just make money by yourself. Anyway, his words are just a whisper to such arrogant people like her. And at 103, the staff just looked coldly at all this information on the internet, and then put the 3 words Li Fair on record. For these staff members, the various hot incidents caused by directing incorrect public opinion on the internet were something they had to pay attention to, not to mention the fact that Li Fair had been targeting Lu Chuan frequently recently, because in recent days, those brainwashed fans of Li Fair were busy cursing each other between men and women, which in turn made Lu Chuan's heat drop a bit. Coupled with the protection that Ma Guanyang had sent to secretly protect the research bureau, Lu Chuan was able to get a moment of peace and respite. After Lu Chuan's body had recovered a little, he came directly to the research bureau wanting to continue the next work. Li Shengdong bumped into Lu Chuan and saw that although the blood color on his face had recovered a bit, he was still less breathless, so he advised him to go back. Lu Chuan, you don't want to die. Fainted twice in a short period of time. You don't go back to rest properly. What are you doing here? Besides, the problem has already been solved. We can still put it off a little bit. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, Hey, it's not a good idea to stay at home and rest yourself. Your mind is all over the place, so you might as well let me come to the bureau and continue working. Li Shengdong knows Lu Chuan. Unless he is tied up at home now, even if he arranges a car to send him back, he will definitely sneak back again. So all that could be done was to shake his head helplessly. Lu Chuan and his own teacher, Wang Zongming, have been in this position for arguably 10 years of blood and sweat. Only Lu Chuan knows best in his heart. The immediate success of the experiment of the electromagnetic anti-missile system is already close at hand, and the teacher's passing away will definitely affect the progress of the experiment more or less. So only by putting in more efforts himself can he get back the lost time. Chapter 12, Li Fair's photos. Lu Chuan entered the lab, and the staff in the lab were also surprised, because they all knew that Lu Chuan was indeed too tired recently, and they also knew that he had fainted twice in a short period of time just because of weakness. I had thought it might be a while before he came here to continue his work, but I didn't expect to see him in the lab starting to get busy after only a few days. Zhang Xiaoli looked at Lu Chuan and said to Li Shengdong beside her, Director, Professor Lu is in this situation. Can he physically handle it? Li Shengdong sighed and said back, Hey, it's not that you guys are not assured. You guys have to work harder in the future. The more you put in a point of effort, the more your Prof. Lu will have a point of respite. In fact, Li Shengdong knew in his heart that the troubles that the network had recently brought to Lu Chuan were actually nothing to him. Lu Chuan, this is in the heart, is holding a force to make the great summer country to raise eyebrows. With such a goal in his heart, Lu Chuan can swallow it even if he has suffered a great deal of aggravation. And Li Shengdong's heart knows best that the day the electromagnetic anti-missile system test is successful is the day Lu Chuan's identity will see the light of day. At that time, despite how stupid the fool, give him the guts, forgive him not dare to insult Lu Chuan half a sentence. and at this moment can only temporarily let Lu Chuan alone silently bear this heavenly aggression. For Lu Chuan, after this one incident, it seemed to have made him realize the horrors of the internet as well. So in recent days, Lu Chuan has been too lazy to even look at his cell phone more than once, and has instead focused on his work. The other staff members within the Science and Research Directorate, too, were unspoken, and not a single one of them talked about the internet buzz within the Science and Research Directorate. Since the 103rd is a top-secret work unit, it is natural that it will inevitably absorb some of the capable people from the private sector. Inside 103, a teenager under 20 with a messy head of hair that looked like a chicken's nest was hugging a computer and doing something. This teenager was a hacker that 103 had once captured, and was absorbed into 103's inner workings because of his skill. By this time, the computer in the teenager's hand had crept down the network and sneaked onto the cell phone of Fei Li's agent. While checking the profile on my phone, I found something explicit and powerful. As it turns out, Fei Li's manager secretly snapped a few photos on his cell phone one time when she was having a rendezvous with her golden master. The photos show a fat, middle-aged, greasy man sitting opposite Fei Li at the dinner table. Fei Li is wearing an open-front super short dress, and underneath the table, Fei Li's legs aren't hanging around. Instead, she took off one of her shoes and was rubbing her tender feet, covered in bright red nail polish, on the middle-aged man's thighs. Li Fei held her cheek with one hand, her teeth biting the corner of her lip, and looked at the middle-aged man with a flattering expression. The teenager wanted to inform the leader about this, but then he thought about it and decided that it was nothing serious, and that he was doing a good deed. So with a heartfelt smile, he turned his hand to posting the photo online, and by the way gave the post an eye-catching title. Come and watch quickly. This is the real face of Li Fei, who is crazily loved by thousands of people. In front of the landlord in Gold Master, Li Fei's fans were instantly dumbfounded when they saw these photos. The rivals who have been humiliated by Li Fei before, this time is to push the boat, help her a big fire. Since it was the middle of the night this photo just appeared on the internet, so by the time the manager and Fei Li learned about it was already morning and the photos had been going viral on the internet all night. At this point in time, it would probably have taken an astronomical amount of money for Fei Li to try to utilize her old usual tactic of paying for her own publicist to fix it. Seeing this photo, Li Fei was so directly angry that she threw her phone at her manager. Zhang Yang, explain to me what's going on. The broker took a look at the photo. Naturally can think that this is their own once secretly photographed, but in the face of the situation in front of him, killed cannot be admitted. So he lied. Don't worry, I'll find out who's behind this. In order to get to the top, Li Fei usually already didn't know how many tycoons she had served with such tactics, and whether her own agent was there that day or not, she had already forgotten about it to the ninth cloud. The agent is aware of the seriousness of this matter. For him, it may be Li Fei was spat on by 10,000 people is a small matter. He lost his job is a big matter, but as he turned to go out, he still couldn't control a dark pang inside. Let you Li Fei are usually arrogant and domineering. Finally is also have you planted heel this day. This matter is not resolved well. I see how you face your fans, and the male fans who have been engaging in male-female scolding on Weibo over the past few days can see these photos and feel relieved in their hearts. Those who claim to be strong women who don't rely on men, please come out and explain what's up with Fei Li's fawning expression. Oh, finally you're kind of showing your true colors. You usually keep chanting about women's rights and this is the example you're setting for your female fans? Never seen the high and mighty Li Fei before. When has she ever had such a humble expression? It seems that the same has to submit to the capital A. In front of the people a picture of the only way. It turns out that in the face of the tycoon, it is not as ambitious as our group of male beggars. Look at your cheap look. Li Fei looked at such comments on Weibo and held her face red, not knowing where to take her anger. And she kept scrolling down the comments, wondering where all the hardcore fans who usually so fan themselves and spoil themselves had died at this time. And how come all of them were hidden away? So Li Fei immediately called Zhang Yang and asked him to contact the water armies that he had paid before, trying to forcefully break the public opinion. However, this time, as before, Zhang Yang failed to see any effect on the internet after paying large sums of money to the water armies. The reason is simple, the entertainment industry is full of bloodthirsty capital that sniffs around. But once the slightest flaw appeared on a flow vase like Li Fei, they would immediately be alerted and even begin to keep their distance. This one is even if the waterbenders are explaining for Fei Li all over the internet, taking the few good things she's done before and bringing back the hype. It's still like throwing a small stone into the ocean, and it doesn't make a single ripple, because any post about Fei Li's content, Twitter, the comments are a sight to behold as far as the eye can see with walls falling down and drums breaking. Every once in a while one jumps out to put in a good word for them and is immediately swarmed. Chapter 13, Redirection of Fire. Flow stars in the entertainment industry. more or less will encounter some image crisis problems. Li Feier in the first time, also not less experienced such things, but in the way of their own back of the gold master of the powerful. Every time can be good luck, but this time it was very different, because this time it's an actual photo that's been published. Li Feier was also really frightened, and had even begun to consider her own future. On this day, Li Feier was curled up on the sofa in the living room wiping her tears, and her manager Zhang Yang was in front of her at this time with her heart in her mouth. And this time Zhang Yang's cell phone rang. Zhang Yang took a look and sent a message with just a few words. Does Feier have time today? Then followed by a couple drooling emojis. Zhang Yang knew that sending this kind of message was nothing more than someone that Li Feier had served before, and probably wanted to come and have some fun at this time. Handing her cell phone to Li Feier, who took one look at it and threw it over the side. Tell these porkers to get lost. I'm not in the mood for customers right now. But Zhang Yang said, this is the producer, Mr. Li, or not. When Li Feier heard this, her eyes followed suit, because this producer, Mr. Li, can be said to have the ability to call the shots in the entertainment industry. In addition, Mr. Li has helped many top celebrities in the circle to deal with the image crisis perfectly, and every time, he has been able to solve the crisis. Thinking of this, Li Feier stood up and Zhang Yang said, you tell Mr. Li now. Just say that I'm waiting for him here. After that, she went to the makeup mirror and started to put on her own makeup to prepare for the reception. Half an hour later, after a roar of a sports car, the villa's doorbell rang. Zhang Yang was just about to stand up to open the door. Fei Li shouted, wait a minute. Then purposely she had to lift her skirt up and tug the collar of her bodice down again, only to find that not enough of it was showing. Only then did he wave his hand at Zhang Yang, signaling him to open the door. This kind of scene had long since become commonplace for Zhang Yang. Only after turning around did his face dare to show an expression of disgust. After Zhang Yang opened the door and invited in the producer, he turned around and went out himself with a sense of humor because he knew that today, Li Feier would surely try her best to serve this master. The producer, smelling of booze, sat down on the couch and wrapped Philip Li in his arms as soon as he could. Ha, little beauty, what's with the unhappy face? Aren't you glad to accompany me? Li Feier even pretended to be aggrieved and used a tissue to wipe the tears she had hard squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Mr. Li, it's not like you don't know. I'm dying of worry these days. I don't know which one of those bastards published my photos online. None of them dared to speak up for me. I think I'd better change my profession. The producer was immediately dismissive. Che, it's nothing to your brother and me. When Li Feier heard this, it was as if she had grabbed the last straw, and asked with eyes full of light, really? Will you help me? Mr. Li, that depends on what you do today. The producer had a lecherous smile on his face, and said that he even took his finger and hooked it on Li Feier's chin knock. Then a fat body pressed against her. The next day, some new photos appeared on the internet. Some photos that had nothing to do with Fei Li, but were related to this incident. On the photo, what had been Fei Li's position was replaced with another woman. Of course, these are fake photos that the producers had created to try to whitewash Fei Li by counterfeiting. And there was also a post saying that there were ill-intentioned people who used processed photos to deliberately discredit Fei Li, and that the woman in the photos was not actually Fei Li herself. It's only now that the brainiacs have finally dared to stand up and speak out. I knew it. Li Feier is so pure. How could she do such a thing? The goddess is really too aggrieved to bear such a great injustice. And it's fortunate that some good people have come forward to speak up for her. We were indeed not wrong about our goddess. I knew there had to be a villain in the mix. For a while, the direction of public opinion on the internet began to reverse up. Various whitewashing tactics by the producers have brought the pure side of Fei Li back into the public eye. The people who had previously stood against Li Feier could only choose to remain silent at this time, because at this point in time, if someone even just expresses some of their suspicions, they will immediately incur a swarm of Li Feier's brainwashed fans. After days of silence, Fei Li even shamelessly posted a tweet at this time. From the very beginning, I didn't want to give any explanation about this matter, because I thought that the clearer the better, and I thought that one day, this villain who operated to discredit me would be uncovered by everyone. I have to say, this producer is really good at what he does. In a matter of days, it completely cleansed Fei Li's name, plus the embrace of Fei Li's brainwashed fans, and the assists. For a while it actually gave Fei Li even more heat than before. However, with another statement from Fei Li, once again Lu Chuan has been pushed back into the limelight. G-Maze, from the midst of this incident, I hope you've learned your lesson as much as I have, and I'm not going to ask for an apology from someone anymore. The world is too scary. I'll just suck it up and forget about it, and just take it as a mute mistake. The brainwashed fans who saw this tweet naturally immediately associated it with Lu Chuan, and there are good people who reason the whole thing out with great fervor. Our idol has never offended anyone. Only some time ago was hurt by that person called Lu Chuan. And Fair didn't ask for anything else, just asked him to apologize. I didn't expect that such a reasonable claim would incur the villain's retaliation. What kind of person would do such a thing? Except Lu Chuan. There are also brainwashed fans who suggest, Lu Chuan, the kind of player who would be scared to faint even if we didn't make a move. How could he be so capable? In my opinion, it must be the research bureau behind him that is behind this. All such views and opinions are beginning to be heard on the internet. A large number of netizens who were fed up and wanted to see what was going on began to redirect their spearheads back at Lu Chuan and the research bureau. Even the bad words towards Lu Chuan were even more vicious. The brainwashed fans were like they couldn't wait to tear Lu Chuan apart. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, simply knew nothing about the matter and just buried himself in his own research. Seeing this situation, Li Fair naturally laughed again and was able to split the corners of her mouth behind her ears. In her heart, she actually couldn't be considered to have any deep hatred with Lu Chuan. It was just that Li Fair was just enjoying this feeling of hers that she thought she was above it all and could easily provoke to make a group of people to surround one person. Unbeknownst to her, the 103rd office has a clear record of all the things she has done. Chapter 14, The Price of Stupidity. The other day, because a large group of brainwashed fans failed to surround Lu Chuan in front of the research bureau, these people had been holding an evil fire in their hearts. And now that these people had used their prejudices to imagine that Lu Chuan might be the murderer behind the smearing of Li Fair, it was as if they had immediately found a new goal in life again, and they began to plot their next move to relieve their idol's anger. Due to the large number of brainwashed fans of Fei Li, so naturally there are some human masters in this. I don't know what tactics these people utilized, but they actually found Lu Chuan's place. Underneath Li Fair's microblog, a reply was topped up this day. Gee guys, Fair must have been victimized by Lu Chuan. Even if she wasn't, Fair has been so unlucky for a while now. It must have been the bad luck she had that day when she bumped into that old man's corpse in the hospital. I've already found Lu Chuan's place now. Should we avenge her? The brainiacs were immediately excited as if they had been pumped up. Since we can't catch him by going to the research bureau, we'll go to his house and make him apologize to Faye on his knees. Launch an action in defense of the idol. We have to unite. Faye has suffered so much. It's time for us to take this out on her. When Fei Li saw such a message, instead of discouraging it, she idly posted a text. I appreciate everyone's kindness. I'll just bear these grievances alone and in silence. You don't have to do this for me. I love you all too much. How can brainwashed fans stand it when they can portray themselves as a character like an aggravated little daughter-in-law? So these idiots immediately started discussing a plan to go to Lu Chuan's house to besiege him. However, Lu Chuan and the staff inside the research bureau knew nothing about it, so they took no precautions. Early in the morning of the next day, when Lu Chuan was still at his residence, a number of these brainwashed fans had already gathered at the gate of this residential area. The armed police who were secretly protecting Lu Chuan had long realized that something was wrong, but still remained on the sidelines in order not to make a big deal out of it. At this time the director Ma Guangyang, who was in 103, learned of the news. Just a simple order. Don't allow the thugs to harm a single hair on Lu Chuan's head. Enforce the highest level of alert. Thus, the armed police officers lurking in Lu Chuan's residence began to arm themselves with loaded guns directly in the car after receiving the mission order. Lu Chuan walked out of his residence at this time, and he wouldn't even pay attention to what was going on around him, because even when he was walking, his mind was always thinking about the lab. Just as they reached the front door, a group of people shouted. Lu Chuan kneeled down and apologized to our Fair. I'm going to make you look good today. Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan froze and thumped in his heart, thinking that it seemed to be the same group of people who had surrounded him before. But as he watched, these people were about to approach him. Just a few meters away from him, several cars at the main entrance opened their doors at the same time. Some armed police in suits with sunglasses and more with loaded guns got out of their cars and surrounded them neatly. They had no idea what was going on behind their backs because of the noise of these idiots. Still, one of them was clamoring to get closer to Lu Chuan. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Immediately, everyone present was instantly and involuntarily bent over at the sound of the gunshot. Turning around, when did so many armed police come? And these idiots still don't realize that the law is not going to favor them at all today. They also had no idea that these armed police were coming for them. And there were even idiots who thought that these people were here to arrest Lu Chuan. But just as they pounced on Lu Chuan, the sound of chiding came from behind them immediately. All down. Hands on your head. Don't move. Turning around, the group of idiots realized that the armed police were already aiming at them with one blackened gun in their hands. Most of these dumbasses are little untutored kids. How has anyone ever seen a battle like this? At one point quite a few of the men were wetting their pants as they slumped to the ground. Lu Chuan was also surprised when he saw the scene in front of him and stood frozen in place. But just at this time, A man in a well-tailored suit and sunglasses walked out from behind a group of armed police. This person was none other than Wang Feng, who was sent by Ma Guanyang. Wang Feng walked forward, pointed at the brainwashed fans lying on the ground, and said to an armed police officer beside him, "There's one to count. Take them all back for interrogation." After saying that, he even walked to Lu Chuan's front and respectfully said something that surprised the idiots. "Professor Lu, you're in shock. It's because we didn't protect you well." Then Wang Feng waved his hand and immediately someone drove over a car. "We'll take you to the research bureau ourselves." "You are?" Lu Chuan asked. Wang Feng didn't say anything because he was afraid of exposing his identity here, but smiled and showed his credentials to Lu Chuan. Then he opened the car door for Lu Chuan and invited him to get into the car. The hype made the brainwashed fans present all completely dumbfounded, and countless question marks popped up in everyone's heart while they were surprised. Isn't he just a small employee of the research bureau? On what grounds? Who exactly is Lu Chuan? Surprisingly, he deserves the protection of so many armed police with loaded guns? There's no need to make such a big deal out of catching a humongous bandit, right? Is it just because you're afraid we'll hurt Lu Chuan? And just now, this group of brainwashed fans among the people are holding a cell phone to open the live broadcast. Would like to live broadcast their heroic action, and Fei Li was watching the live feed. But I never expected this to happen all of a sudden. Li Fei was holding her cell phone in her hand at the moment, her eyes still staring at the already black screen. What is this? What exactly is the identity of this Lu Chuan? Zhang Yang, who was beside her, just spread his hands at her, indicating that he knew nothing about it either. Zhang Yang was thinking internally at the moment. "You, Li Fei, are usually arrogant and bossy. It seems that you may have really messed with a character you can't afford to mess with this time." That night, the most authoritative television station in the Great Summer Country opened a press conference in the form of a live broadcast. On the scene, the spokesman sitting in the center seat, with a serious face, made a bombshell announcement to all the journalists present. "Recently, the Magic City occurred. A number of STARS fans endangered our important scientific researchers. From now on, the whole country began a thorough investigation. Serious rectification of the entertainment industry. The relevant so-called stars, as well as fans, began to seriously deal with." Once this message was sent, the entire entertainment industry looked like an earthquake. Fei Li, in particular, is left hiding and shivering at home. Chapter 15, Crowd Scorn. Before this, the Great Summer State had actually rectified the entertainment industry more than once, but every time, it's all thunder and no rain, no real tactics, just a little scare. This time around, there were also a number of people who still had the same idea. Even Li Fei was holding a hint of such a fluke inside, but these people are thinking wrong. The next day, when everyone turned on the TV, or opened the web page to browse the news, they were dumbfounded. Normally, above the daily hot searches, at least 3 or 4 keywords are news in the entertainment industry. But today, the keywords appearing on the hot search are all clear information related to current events and dignitaries. And on the TV, apart from the news, and some dramas that are normally on, all the entertainment programs are nowhere to be found. When it was supposed to be time for some entertainment programs, some stations switched to dramas and some simply switched to rotating commercials. Li Fei was sitting in the villa. The remote control in her hand hadn't been spread out for a few hours, constantly changing the channels on the TV, but she couldn't find a single bit of entertainment content. Manager Zhang Yang sat next to him and watched with cold eyes, thinking to himself, "There's a time when you're scared too?" For a while, artists' jaws dropped and they started tweeting about their opinions. The vast majority of people don't dare to make a move and only dare to say something positive out of it. The entertainment industry is so mixed up and dirty that it's long overdue for a good overhaul. There's no telling how many young minds have been corrupted by this filthy circle, and it's time to get real. In the age of entertainment to the death, my great summer nation has finally woken up to the fact that it's time to get some things back on track. Unconditionally support all the decisions of the Great Summer State. It's absolutely right to follow in the footsteps of the Great Summer. Many others, on the other hand, are blaming this incident on Fei Li, believing that it was her behavior alone that caused this big earthquake in the entertainment industry. One rat turd spoils a pot of porridge. It's time for someone to wake up. Unconscionable thing, don't look at what status you have. Just a flow artist who relies on her posture to throw her winks. Having to go against the Dasha research unit, looking for death. Li Fei is definitely the cause of all this. Too much of yourself as a scallion. Without the talents of those scientific research units in the Great Summer Country, which has the opportunity for you to openly show your vulgarity and throw flatteries today, Li Fei should be left alone to bear the bad consequences of this matter, and let her publicly apologize to everyone in Dasha. There are stupid people all the time, and there's especially no shortage of them among the brainwashed fans of Fei Li. Although the matter has come to this, but Li Fei's brainwashed fans, or by a part of the fanatical loyal fans. But this matter is not because Lu Chuan is how powerful. Instead, he felt that this was nothing more than the Great Xia state protecting the scientific research unit rather than protecting him alone, and that Lu Chuan had just coincidentally bumped into this matter. This matter has not only stirred up the entire entertainment circle, even many people who usually don't pay attention to entertainment news are also clapping their hands at this time. And naturally, a number of people within the Bureau of Scientific Research have learned about it. For Li Shengdong, it was a relief to see someone stepping in to teach these uneducated brats a lesson. I ran into Lu Chuan inside the research bureau. Li Shengdong asked him, "Kid, can all have armed police protection? This time I can finally save a little heart. You give me an honest explanation. What kind of person is behind the protection of you?" Lu Chuan was confused, scratched his head and said, I'm not sure." At that time I was also surprised. I didn't know which unit that person was from. I only know that he showed me his ID and it said 103. 103? Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, that person seems to be called Wang Feng, because 103 was not established for too long, and the level of secrecy in 103 was no less than the R&D programs in the Research and Development Bureau. So even if Li Shengdong didn't know about this unit, there was nothing strange about it. However, the name of this person, Wang Feng, still made Li Shengdong's heart thump. Years ago, when Li Shengdong was not yet the director of the Research Bureau, he had now accepted a top-secret mission, and among these team members, there was a person whose name was Wang Feng. Could it be that Wang Feng from back then, now gone to another top-secret department? Li Shengdong thought in his heart, then nodded thoughtfully, and patted Lu Chuan's shoulder again. "Well, got it. Not bad. You guys be careful in the future too. Don't put your life on the line every day for your job." At Li Feier's villa, she also finally died and threw down the remote control in her hand. Picking up his cell phone, he shakily dialed the producer. "Mr. Li." Just after the phone was connected, Li Feier pouted in a clipped tone. "Mr. Li, what's wrong with these days?" And the other side of the phone, General Li, directly did not have a good temper. "Li Feier, you do not look at what the situation is now. I can save you once. I can save you twice. But you are completely a stupid person who dances in a powder magazine with a torch. There is no way that I can thrice let myself risk my own life to save you. A stupid person. You make a death of your own. Do not pull me on the back." After saying that, he snapped and hung up the phone, leaving Li Feier with a bewildered look on her face. After freezing for a moment, Li Feier immediately started cursing angrily at the phone that had already hung up. "You fat-headed, dirty pig head. If my old lady didn't see you as being of use, would she have held back the nausea of wanting to vomit to serve you? Now you flip out when you're done being cool." However, angry as she was, cursing as she was, thinking of her current situation, Li Feier still had to continue to call those previous bedfellows who were of use. However, after dozens of calls had been made, the responses given by those who had picked up the phone were almost all astonishingly consistent, with the exception of some people who simply didn't dare to pick up her call right now. All of them called her stupid and wanted to distance themselves from her. Li Feier was like a disposable hygiene product at the moment. After it had been used, it had no more use, and everyone was thinking of how to get rid of it far away. When she was disheartened, Fei Li could only find some presents from her brainwashed fans. So then she took to her fanbase to complain about the world and tell everyone that the world is a bad place, and now every single person has come out to speak for her. It worked, and immediately elicited a response from some loyal fans. There were even people who told Li Feier that they weren't afraid in their hearts, and they weren't going to let Lu Chuan off the hook and continue to look for trouble with him. It was as if Li Feier had seen a small flame on a cold winter night, because at this time only these brainwashed fans of hers were still willing to talk nonsense with her. So Fei Li cried even harder for misery, wanting her brainiac to do something to get attention. Chapter 16, Dirty Tricks. According to local custom, the third week after a person's death, family and friends are expected to pay their respects. And tomorrow is the 21st day since Lu Chuan's teacher, Wang Zongmin, died. That morning, Lu Chuan was busy in the lab as usual. Zhang Xiaoli came in front of him and said, "Professor Lu, I just ran into Director Li. He asked me to tell you that he has something to find you and asked you to come to his office." Lu Chuan nodded, but since it was easy to lose track of time once he concentrated on his work, it wasn't until Zhang Xiaoli's renewed reminder more than an hour later that Lu Chuan hurriedly pressed the pause button on his own workstation and jogged all the way to Li Xingdong's office. As soon as he entered, Lu Chuan panicked and apologized. I'm sorry, Director. Just now Zhang Xiaoli has already told me twice. I forgot when I was busy. Is there anything you want to find me? Hey, see how busy you are. Sit down and catch your breath first." Li Shengdong poured a glass of water for Lu Chuan and said, "I know that once you are busy with the work at hand, Everything will be thrown out of your mind. Did you forget what day tomorrow is? Lu Chuan furrowed his brows and racked his brain. Tomorrow. The 121st simulation test of the electromagnetic anti-missile system? Fixing holes in the system? Or having the 6th collective meeting about the pre-test? Lu Chuan lowered his head and muttered to himself, but he could never think of anything else important that he had missed on the trial. Li Shengdong listened to him muttering to himself with a black line on his face, almost being exasperated, thinking that this guy's brain, except for the little thing in the laboratory, it seems that he can't fit anything else into it anymore. Tomorrow, the 3rd week of your teacher Wang Zongmin's death. According to the custom here, you have to go to the mausoleum to pay homage to his old man. When Lu Chuan heard this, he couldn't wait to give himself a big slap in the face. He actually didn't even remember the day his teacher died. Looking at Lu Chuan's apologetic face, Li Shengdong busily consoled. Come on. It's not like your teacher doesn't know about your virtues. It's estimated that your teacher would be comforted in the 9 springs when he knows that you forgot about such things for the sake of the experiment. Early the next morning, Li Shengdong brought Lu Chuan, and the staff of the research bureau were ready to go to the mausoleum together to pay their respects. The group, dressed in black gowns and neatly organized, waited in the research bureau for the people to arrive and then set off together. But after waiting for half a day, I didn't see Zhang Xiaoli in the lab. Li Shengdong frowned and looked at the time on his watch and complained. This little girl, she loses her way and is careless every day. Forget about waiting for her. So the group got in the car and headed straight for the Magic City Mausoleum. Standing in front of his mentor's tombstone, Lu Chuan shed unwilling tears at the thought that his mentor had not been able to witness the successful experiment of the electromagnetic anti-missile system. Because it was a collective trip of the Scientific Research Bureau, this group of researchers could be much more rare than pandas for the Great Summer State. So at this time at the entrance of the mausoleum, a group of secretly protected armed police are also always ready to deal with unexpected situations. The good thing is that this visit to the mausoleum did not involve any unexpected events. After the eulogy was read by Li Shengdong, the group got into the car and left. But just on the way back, through the car window, I saw Zhang Xiaoli, this silly girl, sweating profusely, holding a bouquet of flowers is in a hurry to the direction of the mausoleum wildly, while still nodding and apologizing to his colleagues in the car. The image made the people in the car chuckle. Li Shengdong laughed. This silly girl, I guess she got up late again because she was sleeping. However, Wan did not expect, just because Zhang Xiaoli finally went to pay tribute to Wang Zongmin, only to discover a heinous evil. Just as Zhang Xiaoli arrived at the mausoleum and rushed toward Wang Zongmin's tombstone, before he could get to the front, he saw a group of sneaky people, coming from the direction of the tombstone. When he passed by Zhang Xiaoli, he also deliberately pressed the duckdun cap on top of his head, fearing that his appearance would be seen. Zhang Xiaoli already had suspicions in her heart at this moment, so she quickened her pace. And when she reached Wang Zongmin's tombstone, the sight in front of her still made her dumbfounded. Only Wang Zongmin's tombstone, as well as the aisle next to it, was covered with all kinds of graffiti, as well as unpleasant, abusive words about the deceased. To Zhang Xiaoli, Wang Zongmin, as a scientific research leader of the Great Xia State, was a role model and exemplar in the hearts of countless people, and was even idolized by Zhang Xiaoli, and the sight before her didn't just chill her, it angered her. So Zhang Xiaoli put down the flowers in her hands and went after those people just now. But after chasing them out of the mausoleum, they failed to see these people again. Zhang Xiaoli immediately returned to the research bureau and told Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan what she had seen. When Lu Chuan heard it, he hated it so much that his eyes glared out blood, and he couldn't wait to kill these bastards who had no respect for the deceased. Li Shengdong immediately called the police and brought Lu Chuan and Zhang Xiaoli to the mausoleum. In checking the mausoleum inside the surveillance only to find that the original these people are disguised as also come to pay homage to the deceased look, tailing them into the mausoleum. Before they even left, they were already lurking in a hidden spot in the mausoleum. As soon as Lu Chuan and the others left, the group began to vent on Wang Zongmin's tombstone with all kinds of graffiti. At this time more than just the old heavens opened their eyes, or could not look past this tragic image in front of them. Surprisingly, it began to rain heavily, and the rain washed over Wang Zongmin's tombstone a little bit, as if it wanted to wash away the stains on the tombstone for this deceased person. Lu Chuan and Zhang Xiaoli both drenched in the rain, using a brush to scrub the tombstone for their mentor a little bit. Soon after, when the police learned that it was someone who had scribbled graffiti on the researchers' tombstones, all the way through the surveillance, the perpetrators were caught in a few hours. Upon interrogation, it was learned that all of these people were big fans of Fei Li. However, none of them admitted what person was behind it, but only gritted their teeth and said that it was a spontaneous organization that they had organized in order to take revenge on Lu Chuan. This reasoning made the interrogating police laugh and cry. Ask them, Even if you idiots are trying to get back at Lu Chuan. But what business is it of the deceased? Why did you scribble graffiti on his tombstone? This brainwashed fan is speechless. It's this old undead geezer who won't let the living rest when he's dead. It's his body that was touched by our idol while he was in the hospital. And then our idol has been having bad luck lately. The police were so angry that their hands were shaking, pointing at these fools and saying, "Do you know what you should be thankful for? You should be thankful that you were born in a society where the rule of law prevails. It is the law that has saved you, shameless fools. If it were not for the protection of the law, I could tear you apart." Lu Chuan learned of the capture of these people at this time. Ignoring Li Shengdong's obstruction, he rushed in and pointed at these idiots and said, "If there's anything later, you guys charge me." Chapter 17, Close Protection. Ma Guanyang of the 103rd Institute also gritted his teeth with hatred after learning about this matter. And he also ordered Wang Feng to immediately send additional armed police officers to protect the research bureau. Wang Feng even made a personal trip to the research bureau today to inspect the situation here due to his uneasiness. And this time happened to meet Li Shengdong coming out of the research bureau. Li Shengdong froze for a moment as he looked at Wang Feng from afar, then took 3 steps forward. "Wang Feng? Li Shengdong?" The two nodded their heads and immediately went back to hugging and shaking hands. Years ago, the two had worked together in a confidential unit, but also together to carry out the mission. Count had only experienced the rain of bullets comrades, but due to the special nature of each other's work, there was no news from each other after the separation. "As soon as I heard Lu Chuan say it the other day, I guessed that it might be you, and I didn't expect to really run into you here," Li Shengdong said excitedly. Wang Feng pointed his finger to the sky and said snidely, "The request from the top said that no matter what, they must ensure Lu Chuan's safety and not allow anyone to harm a single hair on his head." For Wang Feng, although it is not entirely clear what kind of secret experiments Lu Chuan is carrying out, but he has followed Ma Guanyang for many years, and from Ma Guanyang's attitude, he can see that this Lu Chuan is definitely the top secret talent of the great summer country. These words were said, and it also made Li Shengdong's face have a few moments of pride, because to him, he had long since treated Lu Chuan as his own son in general. Wang Feng looked around his body and after realizing that there was no one, he called Li Shengdong to the side again, speaking softly to him, as an old comrade in arms. "I will also instruct you a few words. Besides relying on our protection of Lu Chuan, your scientific research bureau should also keep a close eye on him, because," realizing that his next words might not be appropriate, Wang Feng stopped halfway through. Li Shengdong's face is not happy, said, "What do you call this words? Say half of the urgent death of a person. Besides, that Lu Chuan, but I have been treated as my own son." Wang Feng thought about it or continued, "Naturally, I won't pry into what's going on in your research bureau with you, but according to some of the information we've grasped, those who are harassing Lu Chuan, the brain-damaged fans of certain celebrities, are nothing more than minor characters, and the ones who can really pose a threat to him are probably from overseas." Li Shengdong had always had this worry a long time ago, and now it was still confirmed from Wang Feng's mouth. Both people are people of understanding, and in a few words, Li Shengdong knew the stakes. So, the two of them set up a plan out of the same concern for Lu Chuan's safety. Later that evening, Lu Chuan finished his day's work and was ready to leave the research bureau to go home, and just as he walked to the door, he was stopped by Li Shengdong who was already waiting at the door. "Chief, is something wrong?" Li Shengdong nodded. "Well, something has happened. You can't go back later." "Not later. You may not be able to go back recently. It may just require you to live in the research bureau for this period of time," he said and pointed to the car next to him and said, "I've got all the necessities for you, and also, I've been here with you lately." Lu Chuan's face seemed to show some expression of disgust, thinking to himself, "I'm a big man and I still need you to accompany me? But, what the hell is going on? I have to know, right?" As he was talking, Wang Feng walked over from the side. With a serious face, he said, "We received news today that the residential area where you live, a very serious infectious disease has occurred, and it is possible that that whole area will have to be closed for a period of time, so you won't be able to go back recently." The reason why Lu Chuan had been reluctant to live in the research bureau was actually very simple, because after he worked here during the day, he didn't go back at night and was not idle. His own home is still a large number of books and all kinds of information. Every day he went back to his own non-stop recharging and learning. While the dormitory building of the Scientific Research Bureau, there are too many co-workers. He is too noisy. Just at this time, A and Lu Chuan live very close to the colleague. This time off work is also ready to go out. And in the doorway Lu Chuan also gave him a greeting. "Still not leaving yet, Lu Chuan? Well, then I'll go back first. See you tomorrow." Lu Chuan pointed at the man and asked Li Shengdong, "Then he is not also with me? Just mind your own business. Don't worry about others." Li Shengdong interrupted and said, Lu Chuan is not a little cute. Looking at these two people in front of him singing together, he guessed that it was acting for himself. Ugh, you guys are overthinking it. I'm not really in any danger, and I'm used to going back to rest. It's just not convenient to be here. With that, Lu Chuan was about to head out. He was given a hand by Li Shengdong. Haven't you gotten enough lessons from some of the things that have happened recently? When I say the place where you live is closed, it's closed. You must stay here today. But I still have a lot of information at home. Wang Feng took out a walkie-talkie at this time and waved it in front of Lu Chuan, and said in a tone that had some threats, anything in your house? We can help you go and get it over here. No matter if the place you live in is really closed or not, believe it or not. I'll go over there with a single command, and any place can really be closed. Helplessly, Lu Chuan could also see that these two were determined to keep themselves here today, so he could only nod his head in agreement. At the very least, with Lu Chuan's character, he was not willing to cause trouble in the lives of too many people because he was alone, and from now on, Li Shengdong's heart did feel a lot more solid, because Lu Chuan, the precious lump of daxia, is considered to be under protection 24 hours a day, and is still within his line of sight, so he can do close protection. Fei Li was also in a state of euphoria when she learned that her fans had actually gone to the mausoleum and painted graffiti on the grounds for her. With a proud face, he said to Zhang Yang beside him, see how loyal my fans are. They actually went and scribbled on that old thing's tombstone for me. Zhang Yang nodded and gave Li Fei a thumbs up. That's for sure. With your charisma, whoever is your fan doesn't have to be as loyal to you as a faithful heavenly king. However, to Zhang Yang's heart, he was very disgusted with Li Fei's fans for doing such behavior, and it was even more disgusting that Fei Li condoned, or encouraged others to commit such evil acts. Forced to do so, in order to be able to survive in this dirty entertainment industry, one could only make a submissive appearance in front of her. But in fact, Zhang Yang's heart had already greeted all her ancestors. Chapter 18, Burglary at Home. Experiments with electromagnetic anti-missile systems are now sort of in the final sprint. Hundreds of people in the Science and Research Bureau were working towards the same goal with Lu Chuan at the center. For one thing, Li Shengdong knows the importance of Lu Chuan, but rather the deep bond between the two over the years. So it's no exaggeration to say that Li Shengdong is now afraid that Lu Chuan will have another accident. For this reason, after Lu Chuan moved in to live within the research bureau, Li Shengdong even squeezed into the same room with him. The pretense is to keep an eye on his work, but in reality it is to always urge him to rest. But never thought that it was okay when Lu Chuan was not living here before. After living here, he was closer to the lab and spent more time soaking in it. At 2 o'clock in the morning of this day, Li Shengdong woke up in a daze and wanted to go to the bathroom, subconsciously looking toward Lu Chuan's bed beside him when he opened his eyes. Finding Lu Chuan's bed empty, even the quilt was still neatly folded, Li Shengdong immediately panicked in his heart. Being in the research bureau, with armed police protection outside, and not seeing anyone in the middle of the night, how can this guy be lost? So Li Shengdong immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the security personnel of the research bureau if they had seen Lu Chuan leave the research bureau. The intercom and replied, Director Li, didn't find anyone leaving the research bureau, though. I see that the lights in the lab are still on. Is it possible that Professor Lu is still working overtime in the lab at this time? As soon as Li Shengdong heard it, he immediately had a bellyful of fire, put on a jacket, stomped on a pair of slippers and went straight to the laboratory. Before he reached the door of the lab, he saw that it was indeed lit up inside, but he couldn't hear any movement, tiptoeing through the door to go in, only to find that the laboratory at the moment is not only Lu Chuan alone. There are also Zhang Xiuli, including several experimental staff. But everyone else was already tired and sleeping on the table. Only Lu Chuan was still sitting at his workbench and working seriously. Li Shengdong closed the door of the laboratory with a forceful snap. This woke up all the experimenters who were sleeping on their desks. Lu Chuan was also startled by the sudden sound and twisted his head to see what had happened, only to see Li Shengdong frowning, pointing his finger at Lu Chuan fiercely. Kid, you're going crazy. Don't you see what time it is now? Lu Chuan heard, just reacted, but did not look at the time on the table, but saw behind the body lying on the table sleeping colleagues surprised. You guys, why haven't you guys left yet? Seeing the sleepy, pitiful-looking experimenters, Li Shengdong scolded again. Even if you don't want to live, you still let so many people stay up all night with you. Look at the big guys. Lu Chuan looked apologetic. Zhang Xiuli was busy waving her hands at this time and said, No, it wasn't Professor Lu who asked us to work here. We stayed voluntarily, and just now we were probably too tired and fell asleep for a while. All of you go back and rest. Li Shengdong yelled into the lab. Only then did the staff leave the lab one by one with resentment. But look at Lu Chuan still has no intention of leaving. Li Shengdong was so angry that he was about to jump up and asked, Kid, Is the sun not going to rise tomorrow? Why do you just have to stay up all night working here? Lu Chuan lying on the workbench. Head did not return to say, hey, you do not understand. A lot of things cannot be put. A little put. The next day and then continue. There is less of a passion. And it is also easy to forget a lot of details at the time. Li Shengdong knew that reasoning with him could sometimes piss him off. So not bothering to bother with him, he went up to him and tugged on his arm to pull him back to rest. And, on the next day, when the experimenters came to work in the lab again, they found that there was already an extra lock on the lab door and an extra security officer at the entrance. Lu Chuan looked puzzled and asked the security officer what was going on. The security officer said, Director Li specially explained that from today onwards, this lab will only be open punctually during the day, and no one will be allowed to re-enter after 9 o'clock at night. A few of the experimenters around him who had stayed up with Lu Chuan here last night knew what was going on as soon as they heard it. Lu Chuan turned around and went to reason with Li Shengdong. Li Shengdong saw Lu Chuan from afar in a hurry to find himself a turn to avoid. He knew in his heart that this guy is to come to find his own judgment. Simply lazy to see him. All day long, Lu Chuan was unable to see Li Shengdong. Lu Chuan, look at this situation. I guess Li Shengdong, this is playing really. This matter is not negotiable. But for him, it was a great waste of time. An insult even to his youth, to spend his evenings just sleeping. So, unable to catch Li Shengdong, Lu Chuan could only go to Wang Feng. At the entrance of the research bureau, Wang Feng was seen staying in a car. Lu Chuan said, I need to go home today. I have a lot of information at home. Wang Feng spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, your director Li explained that this gate is your boundary. You can't leave this place without authorization. If you do need it, I can personally help you to get it. When Lu Chuan heard this, he thought, come on, it looks like my freedom is now fully restricted. So he can only give Wang Feng the keys to his home and handed him a note with what he needed to fetch over. Wang Feng opened the note and looked at it. None of the things written on it were the necessities needed by a normal person. All of them were the names of various books. However, after Wang Feng brought people to Lu Chuan's house, he found the house in a mess. Originally, Wang Feng thought that maybe these scientific research maniacs were all this unpretentious in their lives. But his professional habits told him it might not be that simple. Wang Feng immediately checked the door lock of Lu Chuan's home, and found that traces of being pried appeared right on it. So he immediately ordered the men to secure the scene, and turned around and went back to the research bureau himself. Inside Li Shengdong's office, the two of them, Wang Feng and Li Shengdong, brought Lu Chuan here. As soon as we met, we anxiously asked him, do you have any important data about the experiment at home? Lu Chuan immediately shook his head and said, impossible. I have always been very cautious about this matter, and any data regarding the experiments will never be taken away from the research bureau. Li Shengdong was then relieved, and he also absolutely believed in Lu Chuan's attitude towards this matter. Wang Feng said, when I went to get your books today, I found that your home had been burglarized, and Lu Chuan's face didn't have any surprised expression at this time, because for him, there were no valuable items at home at all, nothing more than some books and materials, which, at any time, could be bought at the bookstore. However, at this time, Wang Feng received a call from the case officer who stayed at Lu Chuan's home, and his face immediately became grave. Chapter 19, Craig's Conspiracy. It turns out that the case officer on the scene told Wang Feng something disturbing in his heart over the phone. By pulling surveillance from the past few days in this building, we found that of all the people who have entered and exited this building, the most suspicious is an expatriate wearing a ducktail cap. Lu Chuan left Li Shengdong's office and continued to go back to work like it was nothing. Li Shengdong busily asked Wang Feng what he had found out. Wang Feng said coldly, I didn't expect that this group of scumbags are getting more and more bold now. They have already started to make their moves on the homes of the experimenters. It seems that they are desperate to jump over the wall. Wang Feng guessed correctly. The person who entered Lu Chuan's home to burglarize was indeed a foreigner and was also a spy agent lurking within Daxia, because in recent times, the Eagle Sauce Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, and several other hostile countries of the Great Xia Country have learned of the news that the electromagnetic anti-missile system of the Great Xia Country will soon be successfully tested, and each one of them has been like ants on a hot pan, impatiently wanting to learn more news from it. When Li Shengdong learned that it was a foreign spy agent who had infiltrated Lu Chuan's home, he inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. It's fortunate that we've recently left Lu Chuan in the research bureau. This is if we let him be at home and run into spies. Hell knows what kind of danger Lu Chuan would be in. And actually things are not as simple as they seem. For Eagle Jam Nation was already working on a sinister double plan by this time. First of all, they sent a large number of spies who were already lurking within the Magic City at this time, looking for any means by which they might get their hands on the electromagnetic anti-missile system. The backup plan beyond that was that once they failed to get this top-secret system from the Great Xia, Then they were about to begin a sabotage program and would try to do everything they could to hinder, or even destroy, the electromagnetic anti-missile system. This has always been the tactic of Hawksauce countries to deal with other countries. If you can't get it, destroy it. At this time, Lee Fair, who had been spurned by the entertainment industry, and even the entire internet, entered within the Eagle Sauce Nation's vision, because to them, the enemy of their enemy is their friend. And maybe this punk has one last shred of use left in him. Lee Fair, who was already at a loss about her future, received a strange message at this time. Dear MS. Lee Fair, may I ask if you still want to return to the entertainment industry? We can make a practical plan for you to help your life return to what it used to be. In her glory days, Fei Lee had gotten a lot of scam messages and scoffed at them. And now, for Fei Lee, even if it was a scam message, she wanted to try it, because she was in a situation where she couldn't grab a straw to save her life even if she reached out and clawed at it. So immediately, he replied to the message, stating that he would like to. Soon, a blonde man in a suit, with a group of staff, and some strange electronic equipment, arrived at Lee Fair's villa. Lee Fair asked him, "Which country are you from? And what do you want from me if you help me?" This man in the suit looked Lee Fair up and down and let out a disdainful light laugh. Then in broken Mandarin, he said, No, MS. Lee Fair, please don't misunderstand. We don't intend to get anything out of you, much less ask for money from you. Then, the man in the suit pointed to a pile of equipment around him and said, "We are a technology company in the Eagle Jam country. These are our newly developed equipment. You can think of it as us doing tests for these devices." As he was saying this, the man brought in people who began to assemble the equipment into what looked like a scanner. Lee Fair stood in the middle of this device, and once the device was activated, it began to emit several green lasers that scanned over her body. A few minutes later, the scan was complete and the crew immediately began to dismantle the devices in preparation for their departure. With a confused look on her face, Lee Fair asked, "What are you going to do with all this data from the scans?" The man in the suit stood in the doorway and shook Philip Lee's hand and said, "Please don't worry. Soon you'll see some videos on the internet in your favor." Sure enough, at about 10 o'clock in the evening, a video of Fei Lee began to be reposted heavily on various short video sites. The video shows a hospital where Fei Lee walks into the hospital with a kind expression on her face, taking pictures with terminally ill children in the hospital one by one and giving them some gifts. The children were even given verbal encouragement to overcome their illnesses and recover soon. As fans of Fei Lee, they were all completely dumbfounded to see this video as well, because they had never seen Lee Fair act like this, and say such positive words, and even more so, they had never seen such a kind expression on her face. Many people inwardly chose not to believe it, but this person in the video did indeed look like Fei Lee herself. So some people started looking for which hospital this was, based on the footage taken in this hospital, and wanted to confirm it for themselves, but not a single person on the entire network could say which hospital it was. When Lee Fair saw this video, she was also completely stunned. And at once she also understood the intention of those people who scanned themselves with that equipment today. For a while, on Lee Fair's Weibo, people kept asking when this was a charity she did and which hospital it was at. And Lee Fair's eyes rolled back and she even shamelessly replied on Weibo, "The purpose of my charity is not to let anyone know about it, but to really help those who are in need." I don't know what kind of good person put this video on the internet about the location of this hospital. Please forgive me for not having any comment because I don't want other people to disturb these children who need to be quiet and recuperating them. The short sentence immediately set up an image of tall and upright in the minds of brainwashed fans. A lot of people who still had some brains and had already gotten off the fence actually became stupid again after seeing this video. Even a trace of guilt arose within these people, thinking that they had all wronged Lee Fair before. In the meantime, the man in the suit who came to Lee Fair's villa today was answering a call from his superiors in a hotel. He said to his superior on the other end of the line, "Judging by the reactions of this star's fans on the internet, our plan is going very well so far. I didn't expect that these stupid fans would believe in our ploy so easily. Very well, Staff Sergeant Craig. It looks like we can keep pouring some more oil on this little fire." Chapter 20, The Conspiracy Succeeds. This Staff Sergeant Craig was the leader of the spy program that the Eagle Sauce Nation had sent to the Great Summer Nation this time. This man has run espionage programs in multiple countries on more than one occasion and has completed the mission flawlessly every time. After seeing the response to the video from the netizens of Dacia on the internet, Craig was already preparing another heavy bomb by this time. In the early hours of that day, another video appeared on the internet. The place shown in the video content is the same hospital where Mr. Lu Chuan was on the day of his death. The footage of the video looks exactly like what happened that day, like someone recorded it on a cell phone in a panic. And the video only showed Lu Chuan's voice, but not Lu Chuan's silhouette. The content is that after Li Feier was ready to leave the hospital after medical treatment, when she passed by Lu Chuan, Li Feier was kind enough to comfort Lu Chuan, and the next thing that came out of the video was the sound of Lu Chuan ranting and abusing Li Feier. "Are you okay? I'm sorry for your loss. Get out of here. You stinking. Let me see you again and I'll kill you." From the sound of his voice, everyone would think that Lu Chuan was simply a madman with no quality to speak of. The video appeared in the wee hours of the morning, and at first light, it was already being spread to countless corners of the internet. It was even on the Hot 100 for the day. Lu Chuan naturally didn't have the heart to pay attention to what had happened on the internet recently, but at this moment sitting in the office Li Shengdong was watching the news on his cell phone when he found this video. Li Shengdong took his cell phone and watched this video countless times. He couldn't believe what he was hearing from this video, because the Lu Chuan he knew from his impression had never shown such rude behavior. However, judging from the sound, it was completely a growl and roar coming from Lu Chuan himself. Therefore, Li Shengdong, who had always treated Lu Chuan as his own son, fell into contemplation and even self-doubt after hearing this voice. At this very moment, inside the 103rd, staff members have also noticed the appearance of these videos. Ma Guangyang immediately ordered his staff to use the highest level of analysis to go and scan this video frame by frame. Rightfully so, the scan showed that not only were the videos fake, but even most of the people and voices that appeared in them were synthesized by AI. However, according to the technology that 103 possesses, it can be concluded that this technology is currently a counterfeiting technology that no one in Daxia can master. From this, it was also surmised that it was a foreign power that was messing with it. But by this time the internet was in a frenzy. Almost all of them were vocalizing Lu Chuan, asking him to come forward and apologize to Li Feier. Seeing this situation, Li Feier was simply happy, as if she could see herself standing on top of the entertainment again. Disguising herself as a churlish green tea whore has always been a tactic used by Li Feier, so she immediately tweeted a text that made her look harmless and compassionate. "Recently I fought for a long time. In this matter feel that I am also at fault, so please do not pursue the responsibility of that named Lu Chuan. I in the heart of the damage I have borne enough. I think these can only be by myself alone slowly detoxification. Rather than letting him stand up and apologize after I will be restored to the beginning of the day, because I have been hurt is really too deep." Li Feier's brainwashed fans, as well as some other netizens, immediately became nonplussed after seeing this. Those with a sense of justice want to stand up for her at this time, while those who like to watch the fun are eager for the matter to become a little bigger, and are always ready to fan the flames of the matter. I can tell that Li Feier must have suffered a very serious heart trauma this time. It's just too pitiful. It's so heartbreaking and infuriating that such a youthful, kind-hearted girl could be maligned by such hateful people. Having him just apologize is simply too cheap. He should be held accountable for the harm he caused to Fei Li. It has been the people from the Research Bureau who have been harboring this shameless villain, and we are going to hold the Research Bureau responsible along with it. The netizens, who had already been scattered before this, stood in the same camp again because of the appearance of these two videos. Li Shengdong approached Wang Feng and asked him for his opinion on the matter. Wang Feng taunted Li Shengdong because he had already gotten the news from 103 that the video was faked. "Ha, you're good. Don't you know enough about your own people yourself? This video is fake." But, Lu Chuan's voice in this sounds to me. Wang Feng laughed. "Your group of people engaged in scientific research the network is now a little bit of no understanding. As far as I know, there now exists certain high-tech companies, has been able to make this kind of false to true video and sound to the ordinary people simply cannot distinguish." Seeing that Li Shengdong was still frowning, Wang Feng continued, "Don't worry, we have long understood this information and have also analyzed these two videos with the most professional technical means, confirming that there is no mistake that this video is fake." Only then did Li Shengdong catch his breath, because he had been thinking that if the voice in this video was really Lu Chuan's, he was considering how to go about teaching this kid a lesson. A number of people in the lab have also seen both videos online over the past 2 days. That's why Lu Chuan had been having a very strange feeling for the past 2 days. And that was the way the people in the lab were looking at him. It was all still fine. These experimenters had been averting their eyes with Lu Chuan or whispering behind his back for the past 2 days. Zhang Xiaoli took all this in her eyes and felt bad in her heart, so she came to ask Li Shengdong for confirmation. When Li Shengdong heard this, his heart was immediately on fire. Finding an opportunity to sidetrack Lu Chuan from the lab, he came to the lab himself. As soon as he came in, he pointed at these experimenters and scolded, "You fools! Every day you get along with Lu Chuan, you still don't know what kind of person he is. Casually watching 2 videos on the internet. Let you all grasses talk about it behind your back. I'm very responsible to tell you. There are already relevant departments that have analyzed these videos with the most professional means, and all of them are fake." After saying that, Li Shengdong turned around and left the lab. and flung the door fiercely as he went out. And when Lu Chuan came in again, he found that his colleagues each had an apologetic-like face, asked them what was going on, and none of them had the heart to say. Zhang Xiaoli said to Lu Chuan at this time, "Alas, it's fine. Director Li disliked us for not competing, and just now came in and scolded us, saying that we should share your worries properly." Lu Chuan, on the other hand, laughed and said, "It's just this small matter. Don't bother with him, all of you have worked hard." Chapter 21, Stupid Conversations. In a luxury hotel suite, Craig was admiring his work on the internet with his men, when they saw Li Feier's brainwashed fans, and other netizens' responses completely exceeded their expectations. The relentless taunts began to echo through the room over and over again. "Ha ha, I really can't understand this Li Feier's fans. What the hell is in their heads? How can they be so stupid as this?" It seems that our Eagle Sauce Nation's previous plan of entertainment obsession on the internet against the Great Summer Nation was an unprecedented success. And now they're a bunch of fools who have completely lost their minds and can't pull themselves out of the trap we've already planned. It seems that it may not even be necessary for us to make any moves. These stupid fans alone are enough of a headache for the Research Bureau. At this moment, Li Feier, watching the brainwashed fans embrace themselves again, simply had a kind of newborn pleasure, and it was accompanied by complacency. Her manager, Zhang Yang, only knew about the 2 videos appearing on the internet, but didn't realize that there was someone helping her behind the scenes. So curiosity got the better of him and Zhang Yang found an opportunity to ask Li Feier about it on the side. Seeing that she was in a good mood, "The comments about you from all sides on the internet in the past 2 days have been quite favorable. I think there must be some noble person behind you. There are so many people who want to offer to help me. It seems I've underestimated myself, and it turns out I have such a loyal fan base in the land of Eagle Jam. 10,000 miles away." Saying that, Li Feier blankly glanced at Zhang Yang, then turned her head again, drawing her eyelashes in front of the makeup mirror while saying, "It's not like you, a loser, who can't do anything to help, and those pigheads, who have had enough of having a quickie on my old lady, and are always far away from me when something happens." Zhang Yang unconsciously clenched his fists for a moment, and in his heart, he wished that her hand would shake at this time, so that the eyelash pen in her hand would poke into her eyes. But as people were under the roof, Zhang Yang could only force himself to squeeze out an awkward smile. From Li Feier's words, Zhang Yang could hear that the pushers behind these 2 videos must be people from the Eagle Sauce country. Otherwise, with her, Li Feier herself, who was usually so dumb that she even struggled to turn on the beauty function of a photo, it would be impossible for her to make such a difficult fake video. But as her manager, Zhang Yang couldn't be clearer in his mind that there couldn't possibly be any fans of hers in the Eagle Jam country, which was thousands of miles away. So he added to her, "That's still quite a surprise. It seems that I'm not doing a competent enough job as an agent. I didn't realize that there are still fans in the Eagle Jam country who are so fanatical about you." Coincidentally, not a moment later, Craig just happened to bring people to Li Feier's villa again. Seeing Zhang Yang standing beside Li Feier, Craig asked alertly, "Ms. Liffey, may I ask who this is beside you?" Li Feier crossed her legs on the sofa and said disdainfully, "Oh, him, he's my agent. It's okay, you can say anything, just think of him as a waste of wood pile." Zhang Yang observed these people brought by Craig and thought to himself that this Fei Li is stupid out of her league. How can these people be your fans? For while Craig sat, the men stood beside him with their hands behind their backs, their heads held slightly high and motionless, obviously military-trained men. This made Zhang Yang's heart feel vaguely uneasy. After all, people with a bit of common sense know that the Great Summer and the Eagle Sauce country have always been rivals, and usually there is no shortage of trips by the Eagle Sauce country. And recently, when Li Feier and the Research Bureau of the Great Summer country were having problems, the people from the Eagle Jam country took the initiative to approach. So it must not be that simple. At this time Craig said to Li Feier, "Ms. Li Feier, I think you must understand one thing. Anyone who is successful and in the limelight must have an excellent opponent. And this opponent will set you off even more charismatically. Do you think I'm right?" With Li Feier's brainpower, she simply couldn't understand the meaning of the words, but she still coped and nodded. Craig continued, "It seems to me that Lu Chuan, who you have a history with, is exactly the kind of opponent you need." Before Craig could finish, Li Feier couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Put, ha ha, what do you guys think? That beggar is some kind of bull ***** rival for me. Looks like a roady face and hasn't sung or made a movie." Craig's face flushed red as he hadn't realized that Liffey was such a rude person. Even Zhang Yang felt very embarrassed at this time. Craig explained again, No, you've misunderstood me. It's not the people who can sing and film that are the excellent ones. Lu Chuan, and the Research Bureau behind him, are perfectly capable of being your excellent rivals. and they'll help you to bring in even more heat, but only if you continue to maintain a hostile relationship with them. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yang's heart thumped and quickly realized how evil the intentions of this Eagle Sauce country were, which was obviously using Li Feier to wreak havoc on the Daxia country. But Li Feier, a simple-minded fool, didn't realize this in the slightest, just coped and said, I'll do whatever you guys tell me to do, as long as you keep me on fire. I don't care about anything else. Presumably Craig was also shocked by Liffy's stupidity. Craig wiped his sweat as he said, okay, then you have to remember that you must continue to maintain a hostile relationship with Lu Chuan, and we will try to give you the help you need. After Craig left with the men, Zhang Yang asked with a serious look on his face, are these the fans of the Eagle Sauce Nation you were talking about? Li Feier also frowned and said, you're going crazy. Pay attention to the way you talk to me. Right now there are people who are doing all they can to help me. Be careful, I'll fire you. A loser. Zhang Yang was instantly speechless. Speechless not because of Li Feier's attitude towards herself, but because he was speechless at how hopelessly stupid she was. Even though Zhang Yang is also in the messy and chaotic showbiz industry and sometimes does some not so clean, similar hype-heat stuff, but in his heart, there was always a bottom line. That is, as a person of the Great Xia country, he could never do anything that would jeopardize the interests of the Great Xia country, because he knew that this bottom line, if crossed, would be a minefield. If it were before, Zhang Yang would most likely turn around and leave, as he had long had enough of her arrogance and rudeness around Li Feier, but at this point, his heart told him he couldn't leave, because he may be the only one who can understand this conspiracy. Chapter 22. Anyone can hear Craig's words and sinister intentions, but Li Feier was the only one who didn't know if she really didn't understand the implication or if she was just playing dumb herself. After waiting for a few days, Craig didn't even see any movement from Liffy's side, so the only thing that could be done was to go to the door again and ask, Ms. Philip Lee, may I ask why I failed to see any movement from you these days? Li Feier had a baffled look on her face. Action? To what action? I am listening to you. Has been in the heart of Lu Chuan as their opponent. What more do you want me to do? Besides, I curse him many times a day in my heart. When Craig heard that, he barely spat a mouthful of old blood at her, holding it in for half a second. Craig returned to the hotel and immediately reported the incident to his superiors. It seems that the helper we found is a complete idiot. After half a day of messing around, she actually doesn't know what effect we want. So far she hasn't made any moves, much less understood what she's supposed to be doing. The person on the other end of the phone murmured for a long time and said, time is running out. According to the information we have, the Great Xia's Research Bureau's experiments on the electromagnetic anti-missile system are already close at hand. We have to make a move. In that case, it looks like it's time for us to implement Plan B. The Eagle Sauce country's Plan A is to turn on the main scientific researchers responsible for the electromagnetic anti-missile system in Daxia, or to use cyber-psychological warfare to implement disruptions to this program. And the so-called Plan B is that the Eagle Jam Nation intends to essentially just start stealing, or destroying, the experimental programs of the Research Directorate. Craig's brow furrowed as he heard his superior's decision, because he knew that it was going to get real for him. On that day, Lu Chuan was leading the experimental staff in the laboratory busy as usual, but the lab suddenly went dark, and all the lights and electronic equipment turned off for a split second. Everyone tensed up then. For the average person, power outages are perfectly normal and it's not a surprise to stumble upon one, but Lu Chuan and the others knew that unless there was a war, or an extremely serious accident, there would never be a power outage within the Research Bureau for no reason, because their power comes from two sources. One is an electrical system that specializes in supplying power to the Research Bureau, a system that won't lose power even if it experiences an 8-magnitude earthquake. Another is that within the Research Bureau, there is its own extremely stable backup generator. Even if the first system goes out, then the Research Bureau's own power generation system will seamlessly connect to it and there will never be a power outage. In other words, even if the entire Magic City, or the entire country of Daxia, had a blackout, the Research Bureau would not stop. Inside the darkened lab, everyone gradually began to panic, as the lab was underground and they didn't know what was happening in the outside world at the moment. Lu Chuan forcefully and clapping his hands a few times, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone stay quiet, don't panic, and evacuate the lab in an orderly fashion first. Lu Chuan walked up from the lab with his group, and just as he walked down the hall, he saw that Li Shengdong was also in a state of anxiety at this time, and was discussing with the security personnel. The security personnel within the Research Bureau, in addition to some people who were responsible for the security of the entire surroundings of the Bureau, there were also a few IT experts who were specialized in the proper functioning of all the electronic equipment and systems within the Bureau. Lu Chuan walked to Li Shengdong's heel and opened his mouth before speaking. Li Shengdong asked anxiously first, how is it? Is there any loss in the laboratory? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, no, our lab system automatically saves the data every 3 seconds. Even if there is a loss, it's negligible. Li Shengdong then breathed a sigh of relief. Because the laboratory was the heart of the research bureau, even if the building collapsed, nothing could happen there. Lu Chuan asked him again, what exactly happened? Why would all the power go out all of a sudden? Li Shengdong shook his head helplessly, pointing to the security personnel next to him who were each holding a laptop and were busy. It's unclear at the moment. They're checking. After a while, suddenly heard a security personnel, threw away the hands of the computer. No life to run out. While running also shouted, quickly cut off the power. Quickly cut off. Li Shengdong did not have time to ask in detail what exactly happened. He knew that he could scare a security officer like this. It must be a big deal. And without even thinking about it, they rushed together to the Science and Research Bureau electrical room. Only some of the experimenters remained in place in the hall. They were all wondering in their minds, hadn't the power gone out? Why was there a cry to cut the power quickly? Li Shengdong ran to the electric room with his men. But the electric room is a heavy place and is usually locked. At this time, the security officer in charge of the electric room key remained in the hall to maintain order, and it was too late to call him to come. Several of the men standing in the doorway of the electrical room were sweating their heads off. Hit me! At Li Shengdong's command, some of the security personnel used their shoulders and some used their feet, crashing down on the guys one at a time. But after a dozen or so bangs, the door didn't budge at all. Get out of the way. That's when a shout was heard, and several people immediately moved away. Turning around, it turned out to be Wang Feng who had a gun in his hand at this time, aiming it at the location of the door lock. Pop, 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 pop. 3 shots rang out. The door to the electric room opened at the sound. It turned out that when Wang Feng was at the door just now, he heard the panic inside and came in to check the situation. Security rushed in and pulled the main gate off the entire research bureau as soon as they could. It was only at this time that Li Shengdong gasped and asked the security officer, what did you find? The security officer said, this is not a mechanical blackout. Someone has hacked into our power firewall system and just now I have detected a virus that is rebooting this system. Once the system is rebooted, at the moment of incoming call, all of our computer systems within the Bureau of Scientific Research may be in danger. The Research Directorate has never experienced anything like this. As soon as Li Shengdong heard this, he angrily said to the security personnel, immediately find out for me what kind of person carried out the attack. However, Craig and his party, who had carried out the attack in the hotel, were in no hurry at all after seeing that this plan had failed, because they knew that they had brought in the top hackers in the Eagle Sauce country for this active cyber attack. So it was concluded that it was unlikely that anyone in the whole of the Great Summer country would be able to find out that this matter was done by them. On top of that, this operation was just a small chapter in their overall plan B. The real actors involved in the main event are just getting ready to come out at this point. Chapter 23, Infiltration. To be on the safe side, the Research Directorate replaced the motherboards used in the power system directly before restoring power. But as far as tracking down the perpetrators of this attack is concerned, it has been stalled. The security personnel within the Science and Research Directorate were not even able to detect any traces of the other party's attack. Li Shengdong only had to be to turn to Wang Feng, because he knew that the capable people within 103 were by no means comparable to these security hacks in the Research Bureau. Wang Feng agreed painfully, and then called for a person. This person was no other than the one who happened to be the one who had posted pictures of Fei Li on the internet some time ago. This person's name was Zhang Kong. In his mid-20s, he was the premier hacker genius of the Great Summer country. 2 years ago, when Zhang Kong was only 18 years old, he was alone and utilized his self-taught hacking skills to break into the banking system of the Great Summer country. However, it wasn't doing anything excessive, just changing the balance of his bank card and adding a few zeros on it. In his case, it's reasonable to say that it's okay to send him in and lock him up until the sea runs dry. But when 103 captured him, they realized that he was gifted and recruited him. Zhang Kong was an extremely casual, or debauched, person, both at work and in life. Plus, he wore his self-curling, exploding hair every day. So at only his mid-20s, he was given the nickname Master Kong by the people in the 103rd. Zhang Kong was invited to the Research Bureau, and Wang Feng introduced Li Shengdong. This is our Master Kong. Khan, Master? Li Shengdong had a puzzled look on his face, but he didn't have the heart to ask any more questions. Got the laptop of the security officer who found out he was being attacked at the time. Zhang Kong didn't even use the table, took over the computer and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Li Shengdong and the few security personnel present looked stunned, but I didn't realize that what surprised them was yet to come. Only Zhang Kong opened his computer, scratched his head, and then crackled on the computer keyboard. It was only a few minutes before I closed the computer with a snap. Shaking his head, he said, "I can't find it. The only thing I can say for sure is that the people who carried out the attack used servers in the Northern Hemisphere, including home computers. There are probably billions of servers in the Northern Hemisphere, changing countless times every second. How about, Master Kong, you try again?" Li Shengdong said, but Zhang Kong stood up and said, "No need. If I say I can't find it, I mean I can't find it. No one can find it." Li Shengdong awkwardly looked at Wang Feng, who nodded and said, "He's right. If he can't find it, then there's nothing that can be done." At this time, Lu Chuan just happened to come into Li Shengdong's office. "Lu Chuan, do you have something to do?" Li Shengdong asked, and as soon as Zhang Kong heard that, his face immediately revealed a look of adoration staring at Lu Chuan. "You're Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan nodded as he looked at this scruffy, never-seen-before Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong is a man who is naturally arrogant and is not convinced by anything, but since listening to 103 director Ma Guangyang said some of Lu Chuan's deeds, and his work, he has become an admirer of Lu Chuan, and has become an iron fan. Zhang Kong stretched out his hand and shook Lu Chuan's hand while saying, "Hello, my name is Zhang Kong. I super like you. I'm your fan." Lu Chuan was dumbfounded, thinking when did he even have fans? Zhang Kong tapped on his chest again, like he was packing his bags. "I'll definitely help you out online from now on. And by the way, that picture of the actress from last time was me." Before he finished speaking, Wang Feng pushed him out like a sheep, and also said, "This bit of is not enough for you to fool around with. Roll roll roll." The reason why Wang Feng did this was because he didn't want Lu Chuan to be bothered by this matter, because he knew that Lu Chuan didn't even know what had happened on the internet recently. Lu Chuan came to see Li Shengdong, and it was no big deal, knowing that he had been worried about losing the lab's data in the event of a power outage. Lu Chuan had only come to report that everything was fine. Unbeknownst to them, a raging wave will soon rise beneath the calm surface of the sea. For at that moment, a few streets away from the research bureau, several men in plumbing repair coveralls were busy doing something in a van. The men all looked like Dasha faces, but in reality they were all of Eagle Jam origin. Underneath this van is one of the lines of the Magic City water main, and in this pipe that transports tap water, a small submarine has been put in at the moment. One of the men in the car, by this time, was using a computer to remotely override the course of this submarine, destined for none other than the Bureau of Scientific Research. When the computer screen showed that the submarine had arrived directly below the research directorate, the man mouthed the word bong and hit the enter key. He's not letting this sub explode, though. Rather, when he pressed the enter key, this submarine began to release a large amount of liquid nitrogen in a hurry. In a matter of seconds, the water main, located below the research directorate, had been completely blocked by an ice cube that had frozen several meters long. This is the very second chapter of Craig's Plan B. Through his understanding, Craig knew that within the research directorate there were a number of lab workers, security personnel, but not likely plumbers. A unit of this many people can be put together in a day without food or drink, but if the tap water is cut off, then it is definitely a headache. At the very least, the 100 or so people in the research bureau won't even be able to use the restroom anymore. When there is a power outage, everyone in the research directorate gets nervous, but when they encountered a water outage, no one cared when they first started. After all, we all know that the magic city of tens of millions of people, water has always been relatively tense. From time to time the water has been stopped as a common occurrence, but 2 hours later, the effects Craig was expecting immediately began to show. At first, I was able to get by with pure water from the water fountain from the toilet, but soon even that water ran out. The number of people needing to use the restroom within the research directorate is increasing, to the point where people are starting to take time off from work to go home for this reason. So the person in charge of security called the water company, but no one knew that the phone line had long since been diverted to their side by Craig's group. After receiving a call from the research bureau, the man in the van inquired about the other party in fluent Mandarin and was soon on his way to the door for repairs. 20 minutes later, the two vans, labeled with the water company's logo, pulled up in front of the research bureau. 3 people got out of the car and after being frisked by the security personnel at the gate, they were let inside the research bureau. It's also true that these 3 men didn't have any dangerous goods on them, but hidden in a pendant worn around the neck of one of them is an ultra-thin flash drive. Chapter 24 Keyboard Cables. Once the 3 men entered the research bureau, they were led by a security officer to the place where the water mains were inspected. Long before that, these spies had explored the structure within the research bureau, so while checking the mains, he lied to the security staff around him that there was nothing wrong with the mains and that the problem might be elsewhere and that he would have to check them separately. Normally, security personnel would never allow strangers to walk around freely in a research bureau, But today was really a special situation, and Li Shengdong was already complaining just now, asking the security staff to solve the problem of running water as soon as possible. So the security officer hesitated, looked at the dirty coveralls the three men were wearing, and agreed. The three men pretended to walk along the main duct while tapping and checking, but as it came to the point where the pipe split, it then followed suit and parted. The man with the miniature flash drive on him, seeing that no one was paying attention to him anymore behind him, walked straight towards the building where the lab was located. This person is also the same top hacker who caused the power outage at the research bureau earlier. For him, there was no need to travel to the lab at all. As long as he found a random computer mainframe inside this building that was networked with the internal system of the research bureau, he could get what he wanted. In the corridors of the lab building, the man walked, looking left and right at what was going on in the offices on either side of him. As it happened, Li Shengdong was not in the office because he happened to go out to check the situation due to the water outage. So this spy, when he passed by Li Shengdong's office and saw that no one was there, dashed in and closed the door. The spies of the Eagle Jam Nation have an ironclad rule of discipline when it comes to indoor data stealing missions. That is, in a normal, people-oriented work environment, never allowed to stay indoors for more than 5 minutes, and once the 5-minute time limit is reached, must retreat, regardless of whether or not the information sought has been obtained, because this can greatly enhance the probability of a spy not being detected. However, this spy was not having much luck today, because Li Shengdong, as the director of the research bureau, knew the importance of the computers in his office. He had always had an unknown habit. That is, every time Li Shengdong leaves his office, even if it's just a trip to the bathroom to take a leak, he unplugs his keyboard connection cable. The spies hadn't made a single move that was superfluous since they entered. As he closed the door with his left hand, his right hand responded by removing the ultra-thin flash drive from around his neck. Walking straight to the computer, he searched for the flash drive port and inserted it. The operation took less than 10 seconds. But as his fingers flew over the keyboard, he was immediately dumbfounded. A few crackles and no reaction on the monitor. The spy's mind frantically pondered why. Computers with fingerprint recognition, iris recognition, the keyboard has separate fingerprint recognition, or does the keyboard have a hidden lock? 2 minutes had passed as the spy, one by one, began to eliminate the questions that came to his mind. The simpler the method, the more effective it is sometimes. And it killed him to think that the problem he was experiencing simply required connecting the keyboard connecting cable on the back of the mainframe. But when more than 3 minutes had passed, the spy subconsciously tugged on the keyboard cable and realized it was loose, and craned his neck to look at the connector on the back of the mainframe before realizing what the problem was. At this point in time, the spy just wanted to give himself 2 big, hard slaps in the face. A hacker who could easily infiltrate the highest security system in the Eagle Jam Nation was actually defeated by a keyboard line at this point. The spy had casually plugged in the keyboard cable and had just sat down to try to continue operating the computer. But by this time I looked at the time on my watch and it was already the 4th minute, with 1 minute left for a hacker to look for information in the computer and copy it. That's something that even a different king of heaven wouldn't be able to do. As skilled as he is, it takes time, so he could only bite his tongue, unplug the flash drive, and turn to leave the office. Then he informed the 2 companions who had come in together. Operation failed. Evacuate quickly. The 3 men quickly assembled and returned the way they came. Well, is it fixed? That's when the security officer behind them suddenly asked them. Not yet. We need to go back and get some tools now. After saying that, he accelerated his pace to leave the place. But these 3 people had just stepped out of the doorway and were about to get into the car when the hacker just now froze in place with 1 foot just stepping into the car. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immediately, his companion asked him what had happened. He had a sad and helpless look on his face immediately after he got in the car, because, when he left Li Shengdong's office, he forgot to unplug the keyboard cable that wasn't supposed to be plugged in. In the meantime, Li Shengdong returned to his office. I was just about to go and replug in the keyboard cable when I saw that it was actually properly connected. The heart was on edge. Instantly, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Security! Security! Quickly pull up the surveillance video from my place and check to see who has entered my office in the last 10 minutes. Soon, the security personnel discovered that it was one of the maintenance workers who had just left, and immediately went after him. But in just a few minutes of work, these people had already fled a few blocks away. Li Shengdong slapped the face of the security officer from earlier. Idiot, what is this place? This is the Bureau of Scientific Research, and I can't believe I let someone into my director's office on your watch. After saying that, Li Shengdong pointed in the direction of the research bureau's gate and said angrily, "Pack up your things immediately and get the hell out of here." After careful examination, Li Shengdong also learned that his computer has not been deleted, or traces of copying information, but only the interface of the flash drive has a history of plugging and unplugging. But even so, to Li Shangdong, he still wouldn't allow security personnel who made such low-level mistakes to remain in the research bureau, because he, and all the staff of the research directorate, can't afford anything to go wrong right now. Half an hour later, security discovered the problem with the water main. The two of them, Li Shangdong and Wang Feng, stared at the section of pipe that was frozen into ice in front of them, and immediately felt uneasy in their hearts. The uneasiness is not so much about the water, but it is evident from the tactics of those of them who have begun to dog their way through everything. With that, Li Shangdong gave orders to the security personnel on the spot. Special times, from now on, even if the sky falls, no stranger outside the research bureau will be allowed in. Chapter 25 Astronomical Numerals. Craig in the hotel learns that the operation has failed and also curses his men for being stupid. Immediately, he also reported the matter to his superiors. Of course, the higher-ups didn't give him much credit. Staff Sergeant Craig, it appears that you are not as good as I thought you were. If your actions do not put a damper on Dashia's experimental program, then the next time the two of us speak, I may be addressing you as Corporal Craig. So please think for yourself about the seriousness of this issue. Without waiting for Craig to continue apologizing, he was snapped off the phone. Craig glared at the hacker who had failed in his actions, and wanted to take his anger out on him, but he held back his anger. Because the operation isn't over yet, there's no telling when he'll be needed again. At the same time, Craig knew in his heart that it was no longer possible to get someone in disguise into the research bureau. Thus, Craig, who had no choice but to put his mind on Li Fei again, even though he had had enough of Li Fei's stupidity. But after all, from beginning to end, this Li Fei was the one who had really caused Lu Chuan trouble. Craig came back to Fei Li's villa and it happened that Zhang Yang was also there today. This time Craig didn't bring his own men with him, but instead carried in his arms a sheet of people's favorite things. Sitting eye to eye with Liffey, Craig pulled a check out of his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it back into her eyes. Fei Li picked up the check and counted the zeros that followed the beginning of a line on it. 1,234, 567, 8. Seeing that this was actually a whole $100 million check, Li Fei immediately became ecstatic. Although Li Fei belongs to the top flow of stars in Daxia, but for a long time, Li Fei, no matter whether it is a movie or advertisement to make money, most of the money earned by their own behind the gold masters, they did not get a lot of hands. And at the moment this number was placed in front of Li Fei, it was almost as if a new life had been instantly gifted to her with excitement. $100 million, a whole $100 million. Is this check real? Is this really for me? Can I spend it any way I want? Li Fei was already somewhat incoherent. As soon as Zhang Yang heard this figure, he was also shocked and thought to himself that this Eagle Sauce country was really generous and was willing to spend so much money in order to buy a stupid person. Li Fei at this time the brain has begun to fantasize where to go to spend. To buy what kind of villa and sports car, luxury brands of bags in the future, to buy their own, to buy two of the same. A use, a collection. However, Craig's next sentence was like throwing a pot of cold water with ice slush on the head of the excited Li Fei. No, MS. Li Fei, you've misunderstood. This money is not for you. It's to help you. Li Fei froze and asked, help me? Not giving it to me? Isn't giving me this money considered helping me? It's to help you. To help you redeem your own image with, not for yourself. Li Fei is even more confused, thinking that this Craig is afraid of not being a cutie. The old lady has $100 million, but also care about the image of the fart. It turned out that Craig wanted Fei Li to use the money for charity and to tell her fans that she was no longer in the mood or state to remain in the entertainment industry after being hurt by Lu Chuan, and to give an extremely pitiful feeling when donating the money so that people would increase their hatred for Lu Chuan. Upon hearing this, Philip Lee casually tossed the check back to Craig. You blonde Eagle Sauce ghost. Are you making fun of me? The money is not given to me, and I have to announce that I am quitting showbiz, so you can play with your balls. Craig was flushed with anger, but still forced himself to calm down because the stupid woman in front of him just wasn't worth his anger. No, please don't misunderstand. First of all, we're helping you to save your image. We're not really trying to make you quit the entertainment industry, and we'll give you some remuneration after it's done. Li Fei at this time is already completely into the money eyes. Not even ask why to pay themselves, is to do what they do. As soon as she heard the word reward, Li Fei immediately changed her face again. She was fierce just a moment ago, but this time, with one hand on her cheek, she blinked her two big eyes at Craig a few times, and asked him as if she were teasing, how much will the reward be for me? Craig pushed the check in front of her again and said, when it's done, we'll give you another check for the same amount, but you have to promise me that the numbers on the check in front of you have to go all the way. Liffey was instantly happy again in her heart and stood up and ran over to Craig. Craig was in shock, wondering what this crazy woman was up to. It was then that she saw Fei Li sit on Craig's lap, her own long-sleeved black silk thighs knocking a leg over, before wrapping her arms around Craig's neck and kissing him on the forehead. "Dear Craig, you are a real asset to me." Zhang Yang looked at this scene, the inside of the stomach turned inside out, thinking that this green tea's face changed really fast. Sichuan opera face changing probably can recognize you as a teacher. Craig hurriedly got up, wiped the lipstick mark on his forehead and said, "There's no need to be so enthusiastic. As long as you do your job, we'll keep you happy." With that, Craig turned to leave. Li Fei immediately changed her face again and turned her head and said to Zhang Yang in a commanding tone, "You immediately think of a plan for me where to donate this money." Zhang Yang thought to himself at this time, "I don't care what kind of sabotage you blonde hairs want to do first. Anyway, this real money of yours is going to be donated through the hands of Li Fei. That's kind of going to help a lot of people in Daxia, so I'll just let you donate all this money before I say anything else." So, Zhang Yang immediately drafted a list of all the schools and homes for the elderly in the impoverished areas of Daxia. It's not easy to make money, and it may not be so easy to spend it sometimes, but donating money is a reach for anyone. On the table Zhang Yang listed, each unit was followed by 350, 5 million, and 8 million. So without even writing a few lines on an A4 sheet of paper, $100 million of planning was all used up. Li Fei didn't even bother to look at the names of these schools and homes for the elderly. As far as she was concerned, the mission was accomplished. So seeing that the numbers added up to exactly 100 million, he nodded casually and handed the check to Zhang Yang. "Donate all of this money in my name, and remember to flaunt it a bit when you do this, if you want to live up to your name." Zhang Yang immediately set about doing this, and instead of being idle on her side, Fei Li recorded a video that breaks hearts when you watch it. Chapter 26, Unknowns. Later that night, Fei Li uploaded a video on the video platform. In order to prepare for this video, Li Fei was the one who purposely got a makeup artist to prepare an extremely haggard-looking makeup for herself. The video shows Fei Li, pale and with disheveled hair, curled up in a chair on the balcony. Speaking to the camera, he said, "Because the heart shadow that Lu Chuan has created for himself in recent times has made it impossible for me to continue to work and live a normal life. I intend to say goodbye to the entertainment industry and, before that, I want to donate all of my personal possessions for the purpose of subsidizing the children and the elderly in some impoverished areas." After all, Fei Li had done a lot of theater, and her acting skills were more or less the same. So in front of the camera, talking and squeezing out 2 tears, and because the video was shot on a balcony, the camera was deliberately aimed at the view outside the balcony, combined with Fei Li's acting skills, so it would be easy to give the impression that she wants to end her life. On seeing the video, apart from the brainwashed fans who cried their eyes out along with it, there was actually a large percentage of people who didn't really believe that this could be true. However, only on the second day, because various places did receive funds donated in the name of Li Fei, the major media websites also began to scramble to report on this matter. For a while, Lu Chuan's image became the villain in everyone's mind. On an extremely high-traffic website, an article with the title "How a Scientific Research Bureau Officer Ruined a Big Summer Superstar" was posted. The content of the article took this matter from beginning to end, and added some processing, described Lu Chuan as an unforgivable villain. But instead, Li Fei set off the goodness, but also pathetic. Li Fei's brainwashed fans, as well as unknown netizens, saw such an article, and all of them stood on Li Fei's side and began to condemn Lu Chuan at once. And the comments underneath this article, appearing all kinds of vicious language, simply hate to tear Lu Chuan to pieces like, "Li Fei is just too kind, so kind that it makes people's hearts ache. But it's a pity that she was ruined by a villain like Lu Chuan. Such an excellent star, easily ruined in the hands of a hateful Lu Chuan, is too unworthy. If Li Fei has any accidents, I hope I can make Lu Chuan pay for his life. Why bother with Lu Chuan, this kind of trash in general? It's too unproductive. I hope Li Fei can come out of the shadows as soon as possible." It's not only Lu Chuan who should be held responsible for Li Fei, but also the research bureau that is harboring him behind the scenes. Even though Fei Li knew that the 100 million Craig had given her was for donations, she was still bent out of shape after donating it. Complaining to Zhang Yang, she said, $100 million, just given away to those poor people for nothing. My old lady is really heartbroken. Even Fei Li showed her disdain when confronted with some of the videos sent to her from all over the world of little kids and old people showing their appreciation for her. She would rather find a shred of comfort in the vicious messages of these brainwashed fans attacking Lu Chuan on the internet than to feel a shred of warmth from these thank you videos with sincere faces. Zhang Yang just couldn't see past it, so he had a couple more words to persuade Li Fei. "I suggest you think on the bright side. Look at all the people showing you gratitude at one time. Besides, isn't that what the money Craig gave was supposed to be used for? Look at the smiles on the faces of those kids in the video. Before Zhang Yang could finish, Li Feier interrupted him impatiently. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with these smiles? They're just giving my mom joy. Can they top a penny? You're such an idiot. What kind of society is it now? What I want is real money. What's the use of having these silly joys? Get out. Get out. My mother was in a bad mood. Don't affect me playing with my cell phone. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. And by this time the people inside 103 were concerned about it. Everyone was also dumbfounded for a moment, unable to understand what this Li Feier was operating, how suddenly it was like she had changed as if she was a different person. Several people were discussing this matter in Ma Guanyan's office. Someone thought for half a day and said to everyone, "It's hard to believe. This Li Feier, she really has a kind side?" Didn't wait for Ma Guanyan to deny him. Zhang Kong immediately stood up and said, "Are you stupid? Haven't you seen those photos of Li Feier seducing men? Where can you see that she has a hint of goodness? To say that she's a vixen, I think it's an exaggeration of her. I feel that she's just a meat seller. Besides, have you ever seen which one of the good-hearted people would wrongly accuse one of the scientific researchers of my country of Daxia? Still dead set on it. I look at it as a conspiracy on her part." Wang Feng also immediately waved his hand and said, "In the past, all the signs showed that Li Feier is by no means a kind person, and according to what we have learned, there are already foreign spies who have begun to play the attention of the Scientific Research Bureau, and at this time when Li Feier comes to such a hand, I'm afraid there is going to be a big conspiracy behind this." It was only after hearing what these two said that Ma Guanyan nodded in agreement. A traffic star, because of a little thing, dead biting our researchers. At first it may still be a bit of hype for their own reasons, but now it seems that in the recent sensitive period to make such a move, I see this matter is not simple. After saying that, he gave orders to both Zhang Kong and Wang Feng. "Wang Feng, you have to give me 12 points of spirit lately, implement close protection for the Research Bureau, and never drop the ball at critical moments. Zhang Kong, you don't need me to say more. Utilize your specialty. I don't care whose computer you hacked into. Make sure to get to the bottom of this matter." As soon as Zhang Kong heard these words from the director, his heart immediately burst with joy, because 103 knew his ability too well. He was usually restrained during his work, worrying that he would randomly hack into other people's computers or certain high-level networks to cause bad effects. This was great. This order was like giving Zhang Kong unlimited rights to make a splash. Li Shengdong in the Research and Development Bureau called Lu Chuan to his office after learning about this matter. To him, he instructed, "Lu Chuan, if you don't have anything particularly urgent lately, don't leave the Research Bureau, and don't even go near the door of the Research Bureau." Lu Chuan hadn't been watching news on the internet at all lately, so he was dumbfounded to hear Li Shengdong's words. "What's happening that's so serious? To imprison me?" Li Shengdong immediately wanted to give him a kick up the ass and said, "Bah, kid, who imprisoned you? This is to protect you. Don't know what to do, be careful, I'll beat you up." But Lu Chuan still kept pursuing. Li Shengdong had no choice but to tell Lu Chuan the truth about this matter. Lu Chuan felt very shocked, not realizing that this actress was actually still biting on this matter. However, 2 days later, because of the impulsive action of Li Feier's brainwashed fans, they also paid a huge price for it. Chapter 27, Sakura's Ambition. For the concept of an electromagnetic anti-missile system. In fact, in the minds of ordinary people around the world, it's still all just a sci-fi level legend. Not many people choose to believe that it's feasible to build this thing, and even fewer would believe that there's actually some country that's working on it. Even among the spies that some countries had arranged in the Great Xia Kingdom, they weren't entirely convinced that the Great Xia Kingdom was really attacking this thing, because it was just too impractical. And among them, the only two countries that firmly believe in this are the Eagle Sauce country and the Sakura country. It was because only a few people from these two countries had exact information and evidence in their hands that proved that Daxia was really working on this thing. Therefore, it was these two countries that had the most active spies in Daxia. On the surface, it seems that Sakura Nation has always been the little brother of Eagle Jam Nation. He will go east when the Eagle Sauce Kingdom points east and west when it points west, always at the beck and call of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. But even the Eagle Jam country itself did not know, much less imagine, that the Sakura country had its own ambitions in this matter. When the top management of the Sakura country got the news that the Great Xia country was going to develop an electromagnetic anti-missile system, they had actually realized that this was an opportunity. They have long had enough of doing whatever they want to the Eagle Jam country, but they are afraid to say anything more themselves because of the superpower of the Eagle Jam country. This time, for them, if Daxia's electromagnetic anti-missile system could really be successfully developed and they could keep it for themselves, then they would no longer have to look at Eagle Jam's face. So, It looks like Eagle Jam Nation and Sakura Nation are working closely together this time. In fact, the Sakura country was bent on getting this system before the Hawk Jam country, which could be considered ambitious. The Eagle Jam Nation has two aims: get it or destroy it. And Sakura Nation has one goal in mind. It must be obtained by any means necessary. Coincidentally, the Sakura Nation had also thought of starting with Li Fei when they were implementing their spy program. Fei Li has been a red herring for some time now after her donation incident. It used to be that you needed to be on screen a lot for Fei Li to maintain her hotness. And lately, Fei Li doesn't even need to show her face. She's been dominating the Hot 100 almost every day. But it was kind of a painful thing for her. After all, in the past, every day is the front and back, to where a group of brainwashed fans flocked, has been used to in front of people fool. Now it's not that he doesn't want to go out himself, because he just promised Craig something and has already announced in a video that he's quitting showbiz. It does seem a bit of a facepalm to go out and announce that you're back in showbiz if that's just 2 days of shouting. The main thing was that the $100 million she had been longing for hadn't arrived yet. Even though the brainwashed fans on the internet were constantly calling for Fei Li to return to the entertainment industry, Fei Li could only choose to hold it in at home when she looked at the content. On this day, Li Fei was suffocating in the villa and was taking it out on Zhang Yang. Li Fei asked him, "Has anyone contacted you lately? Looking for me for commercials, movies, or anything?" Of course, with you being so hot lately and having been contacted by that producer, Mr. Li, earlier, I've put off all those offers as you explained. Li Fei was originally sitting on the sofa at this time, hugging a cushion. As soon as he heard Zhang Yang's remark, he was furious. Standing up and throwing the pillow far away, he cursed, "This group of shameless ones. When something happened to my mother some time ago, none of them helped me. Seeing that I have heat now, one by one, they licked their faces and came to me." In fact, there was another thing that Zhang Yang didn't take the initiative to tell him. That is, a stranger actually contacted Zhang Yang recently, directly and explicitly saying that he was not in the entertainment industry, but wanted to meet with Fei Li, though the man was communicating with him in still relatively fluent Mandarin. But because of Craig's previous sign, Zhang Yang still grew a heart and asked him if he was from the Great Summer Country. When this was asked, the man indeed stated that he was not, but that he was from the country of Sakura. As soon as Zhang Yang heard it, he knew that there was nothing good about it, so he hid it from Li Fei for the time being, and as long as she didn't ask, he wasn't going to tell her. But Li Fei was now obviously drilled into the eye of money, and casually asked, "So have any foreigners contacted you recently?" Zhang Yang's heart thumped, thinking that he was afraid of what would come. If he or she said that, Li Fei would definitely be in bed with these people. But if you don't say anything, you're likely to lose your job. While she was hesitating, Li Fei could see that the expression on Zhang Yang's face was not right, like he was hiding something from himself. So immediately heckled, "Bring me your phone. I'll see for myself." Unable to do anything, Zhang Yang could only as to hand over his cell phone to Li Fei. Seeing the chat log, a Sakura country name named Tojo Yua appeared on the screen. After Li Fei inquired, Zhang Yang could only tell her the truth. "Have you eaten too much full meal? You dare to stop the person who is looking for my mother. In case this foreigner is sending money. If you cause my mother not to earn money, do you deserve it?" Li Fei really hadn't guessed wrong. This person named Tojo Yua was actually the same as Craig's identity, and was none other than the head of the Sakura Nation's spies who were lurking in the Dasha Nation. That afternoon, Li Fei then forced Zhang Yang to contact Tojo Yua for him and made an appointment to meet at his villa. Philip Li's stupidity is also beyond belief. At this point in time it was surprising that she hadn't even realized that she had become someone else's pawn, or she was bent on thinking that all these people were looking up to her because they admired her looks and talent. When Tojo Yua arrived at Li Fei's villa, he first bowed to Li Fei as soon as they met. The polite and courteous look in Li Fei's opinion. This person is simply his own hardcore fans, not realizing that this is just the normal etiquette of the Sakura country. Funny enough, Li Fei actually thought Tojo Yua was going to kiss the back of her hand like in foreign movies, so as Tojo Yua bent down and bowed, Li Fei actually put her hand in front of him with a haughty look on her face. When Tojo Yua stood up straight, the scene was extremely awkward for a moment, though it seemed like a very gentlemanly gesture to Li Fei. But Zhang Yang, who was standing next to him, looked at this Sakura countryman in front of him, and thought to himself, "This is probably something engraved in your genes. Even though you're suited and courteous, I can still smell the scum of the earth from your body." Unlike Craig, Tojo Yua came alone the first time. And what's the same between the two is that the first time they meet Fei Li, they're both ghostly. Chapter 28, Tojo Hirokazu. Sitting opposite each other, Tojo Yua immediately began his own 3-inch tongue show. "I've long heard of Ms. Li Fei's great name, and she possesses a popularity that no one can match in the Great Summer Country. so it's truly a great honor for me to come and visit such a beautiful lady like you. One dares to say it. The other is really daring to hear it is true. And it was an ass-kissing that was as comfortable as it was flattering to Philip Lee. Plus, this time in the home is really suffocated bad. Finally there is someone to compliment themselves, not to enjoy a good time. If it wasn't for the ceiling of this villa blocking it, I'm afraid that Li Fei would have already flown up to the sky. Li Fei deliberately stretched out her own slender and tender jade fingers and traced them in front of Tojo Yua, both as a display and as a tease. Then sighed, AI. What's the use of looking pretty? Pretty women need to be appreciated. Poor me has now bid farewell to the entertainment industry and can only stay inside this villa to feel sorry for myself. In Zhang Yang's opinion, Tojo Yua's acting skills are simply a level above that of self-proclaimed actress Fei Li, who is simply a powerhouse. Only to see Tojo Yua immediately frowned and said, "That's really too bad. Such a beautiful woman. If she doesn't show herself in front of everyone, that's just an insult to the word beautiful. It's a waste." Zhang Yang didn't know why, but when Fang Zhang heard these words from Tojo Yua, his stomach turned over and he felt nauseous. Then immediately afterward, Tojo Yua was pretending to be confused and deliberately asked, "What is it that bothers someone as beautiful as you that you don't continue to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry?" To Li Fei, in fact, within her heart, she couldn't even remember what harm Lu Chuan had done to him. It's totally all about the brainwashed fans, and people like Craig stirring up and pushing the envelope. It also falls under the category of being a dumbass like Fei Li, who is totally being kidnapped by brainwashed fans and these spies. So Li Fei usually didn't think much about this matter at all in her mind, or even Lu Chuan as a person. Faced with this question from Tojo Yua, Li Fei actually did not know how to answer for a moment. Originally, I also wanted to say that Craig in his own agreement, but on second thought, I was afraid that if I offended Craig, a cooked duck, then my own 100 million would fly. So one can only still take Lu Chuan out and talk about it. Starts blah 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 pouring out his bitterness to Tojo Yua about how Lu Chuan hurt her, how he psychologized her, and how he's so close to hanging himself. When Tojo Yua heard this, he angrily slapped the table and said, "This is really too much. If I can't help Li Fei to avenge this, then I'm really suffering too much inside. Please make sure to give me a chance to help you." As he said that, he also bowed again to Li Fei, as if he was showing his loyalty. Li Fei became interested as soon as she heard it and immediately asked, "Then you, how are going to help me? I heard that Li Fei has donated all of her possessions in order to do good. Plus you've been out of the entertainment industry for a while without a job, so I'm sure life must be tough. So I thought," Tojo Yua said as he reached into his pocket inside his shirt and pulled out a check and placed it in front of Li Fei. Then it went on to say, "First of all, I want to offer you some financial help so that you can have a better material life." Li Fei's eyes were glowing, and she immediately picked up the check on the table and started counting the zeros on it. Once I saw that it was actually another $100 million, I was a little puzzled. Asked you, "What do I need to do with all this money I've been given? Is it to donate it, or?" Unexpectedly, Tojo Yua waved his hand in front of Li Fei and said, "No, I don't need you to do anything. I just admire you. So this money is just a little bit of kindness from me for you to use as you wish." Li Fei was simply happy to hear that. But it was at this point that complacency made her say something she shouldn't have. Li Fei took the check and waved it in front of Zhang Yang and said, "That Craig, giving money to my old lady, but also this and that, a bunch of troubles." Before he could finish, he was immediately interrupted by Tojo Yua. At this time Tojo Yua frowned and asked, "Please wait, may I ask if Craig, who you just mentioned, is from the Eagle Jam country?" Fei Li nodded. Tojo Yua immediately understood that Craig had already contacted Li Fei in advance. "Do you know him?" Philip Lee asked. Tojo Yua was pondering something, and when he was asked by Li Fei, he was half awake. "Well, I know him. He's a rival of mine in the business world, and I've never gotten along with him, so I'd also ask that you don't tell him about my acquaintance with you." Because Tojo Yua thought to himself that if he gave Craig the knowledge that he had contacted Li Fei privately, he could think of why with his toes, and at that time, his plan would be completely ruined, and he would have to have everything led by Craig again. Li Fei, who cares about so many things. For her, as long as there is money, she can do whatever she wants. She doesn't care who and who is a rival. Whoever gives more money, when his master can do. So Fei Li took the check in both hands and nodded frantically like a chicken running through broken rice. Then, Tojo Yua sidestepped and asked Fei Li what kind of agreement she had with Craig. Fei Li gave it all up in a nutshell, and didn't even forget to complain twice about Craig making himself do things before paying. Zhang Yang stood by the side and was seeing this matter clearly, knowing that both the Eagle Sauce country and the Sakura country did not have good intentions. So, after Tojo Yua left, Zhang Yang finally couldn't help but say to Li Fei, "You, Don't you ever think carefully why these two people are scrambling to give you money? Li Fei immediately gave him a blank look and said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear him say just now that he admires my good looks?" As it turns out, it's quite possible that Fei Li's brain is the size of a peanut nut, and she actually believes even this kind of crap. Zhang Yang knew there were many things he couldn't say explicitly, and could only nudge her in the right direction. So he said to her again, "I think it would be best for you to consider what's at stake here, and think about where these two men are coming from, and what kind of people they're going after. I don't care whose trouble they are looking for. It's not like they are looking for my trouble anyway. What I want is money. Silly hat, tired of making movies and advertisements. That only earns a few bucks, but also to be mooched by all the producers, the gold masters." Saying that, Li Fei glanced at Zhang Yang again and said to him, "Oh, I see. It seems that you think it's easy for me to make money and you can't benefit from it, so you're not balanced in your heart, right? I advise you to be a bit self-aware and recognize your own weight, and lessen your idea of hitting on my mother." Zhang Yang was completely speechless, knowing that it was a waste of time to say anything to this stupid woman, so he might as well shut up and save himself the trouble. Chapter 29, Fan Action. Zhang Yang knew that this cherry blossom ghost would never just take it easy. Sure enough, the next morning, Tojo Yua came back to find Fei Li. As soon as Tojo Yua enters, he is very excited and expresses to Li Fei that he hasn't slept all night and has been helping her think of a way to get revenge. Li Fei froze, thinking that she didn't even think so. It was just an excuse, and she didn't expect that this bastard would take it seriously. But the words were already spoken and had to be faked, so he was asked what he could do. Tojo Hirokazu was even comparing and drawing, talking about his plan with his hands. "I think the damage this incident must have caused you must be very deep. So the way to get you out of the shadows is for me to find someone to help you teach that Luchuan guy a lesson." When Zhang Yang heard that, he thought this is new. "But since you can solve it yourself, why did you come near Li Fei?" Li coped by nodding her head yes. But after a while, Tojo Yua said with a difficult expression, "However, there is a problem at the moment. If I find someone to teach him a lesson, it would be without just cause. And this would not be in line with the way of justice in our Sakura kingdom. So I would also like to ask you to do me a small favor." Zhang Yang cursed, "But go to your grandma's legs. Do such underhanded things and still have the ing face to talk about the righteous ways of your cherry blossom country." Li Fei heard to help her a small favor. The heart scared half dead, only afraid of the hand of the check and then flew, so rushed to ask how to help. "As far as I understand it, you have many loyal and fanatical fans, and they all hate Luchuan just as much as you do, but your fans lack the guts. So if, say, you can figure out a way to get your fans to go to the Scientific Research Bureau where Luchuan is located, and break into it to look for him, then I can arrange for one of my people to hide inside, and help you teach this guy a hard lesson." Li Fei laughed, "Scared me to death. I thought it was like Craig again. After all the talk, it's just this little thing. It's easy for me." Seeing that the promise was made so readily, Tojo Yua immediately bowed and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." After Tojo Yua left, Fei Li then did her old trick and started complaining to her brainwashed fans, continuing to throw dirt on Luchuan. Instead of posting a video or tweeting this time, he chose to go straight to live streaming. On the air, Fei Li said she was lonely inside and just wanted to talk to her fans, deliberately pretending to look haggard in front of the camera. Fans naturally asked her what had happened. With fans asking this, it was like the director had called for the start, and Li Fei immediately began her performance. She cried in the live broadcast, saying that she has been very depressed inside herself for some time recently because of what happened between her and Luchuan, and even said that she has had the idea of self-termination many times. After saying this, the fans were all shocked, and at the same time began to start all kinds of vicious abuse and accusations against Luchuan in the live broadcast room again. Unlike before, this time the fans weren't the only ones in the live broadcast. Tojo Yua had long ago arranged for his men to start leading the charge in the live broadcast. As big fans of Fei Li, "Can we see our beloved idol sinking like this? Can we just easily spare the man who hurt our idol? Do you guys want to move in with me? Luchuan has been sheltered by the Research Bureau. If I start a campaign to break in and find Luchuan, do you guys dare to join me? This is the only thing we can do to help the idol is to teach that Luchuan a lesson and help Fei out." The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, like rain, began to roll over and over. All words that brainwashed fans are up in arms about. By this time, seeing that the emotions of the brainwashed fans had been mobilized, Tojo Yua's men immediately began the second step. They suggested that they should create a group of their own operations, which could be safer and more confidential. At the same time, Zhang Yang was also looking at the contents of the pop-ups, knowing that these people must be about to start plotting something in the group. But his application to join was not agreed upon. 2 more days passed, and this morning at 103, Zhang Kong rushed into the office of Ma Guangyang, the director of the institute. In a hurry. It was because Zhang Kong had been watching every move of these brainwashed fans on the internet in recent times. Through a program of his own design, he unceasingly searched for any information about Lu Chuan on the internet. It was finally discovered that some texts might prove that an organized attack on the Scientific Research Bureau, with the intention of harming Lu Chuan, was being planned. Told Ma Guangyang the information he had. Ma Guangyang was also shocked in his heart, thinking that in broad daylight, these brainless fools were so bold that they dared to make such a move. The first thought that flashed through his mind was to tell Wang Feng to send more manpower, and if anyone dares to do anything out of the ordinary, let him know the price of stupidity. But it was just a flash, an impulsive thought in his head. Ma Guangyang knew that if these brainwashed fans really gathered to cause trouble and Wang Feng moved for real, bloodshed would surely occur. So after thinking it over, I decided to go with a calmer solution first. So a call was made. That evening, the most authoritative press center in Magic City held a press conference. The spokesman told all Mordorites, recently the authorities have investigated that there may be some celebrity fans who will make impulsive moves against the Research Bureau, and we once again advise these spur-of-the-moment people not to play with fire. Finally, the spokesman also made a point of explaining that the Bureau of Scientific Research was an important scientific research unit of the Great Xia State and had made indelible contributions to the national defense of this country. Even, it directly named Lu Chuan, saying that Lu Chuan was not only an excellent scientific researcher in the Scientific Research Bureau, but also the descendant of a loyal martyr. It was expected that after this press conference was held, the fans would tone it down a bit, but 103 hadn't guessed by this time that the Sakura country was already in the middle of it. That's why fans not only don't believe that Lu Chuan is some kind of excellent researcher, but also don't believe that he's a descendant of a loyalist. All in all, it's a fire on the internet that seems like it simply can't be extinguished for a while, and it's getting more and more intense. Li Shangdong, after learning about this matter, was so angry that he slapped the table in his office. Crazy, these idiots are completely insane. They don't have any brains of their own, and for the sake of a scratchy so-called star, they actually dare to call out to our research bureau. And Lu Chuan had only 2 words to describe his mood at the moment. That's speechless. He didn't understand why on earth this whole thing hadn't been his fault from the start. So why did these people keep coming after him? Previously, Lu Chuan had always focused on experiments and never thought about these things. But one after another like this, even Lu Chuan himself vaguely felt that this matter is afraid that it is not as simple as it seems. It's like these brainwashed fans are just puppets on strings being manipulated by a giant black hand behind the scenes. Chapter 30. The gun went off. In 103, Zhang Kong was in deep thought as he hugged his computer, because there was one thing that bothered him. That is, he knew that this group of brainiacs would make a move, but he was never able to find out exactly when these people would make their move. This could not be blamed on Zhang Kang's limited ability. Rather, it's because the Tojo Hirokazu henchmen lurking among the brainwashed aren't just ordinary people. They're a match for Craig's henchmen. In order for Tojo Yuwa to succeed in this operation, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had arranged for a host of hackers, fighting experts, special forces, and other highly refined talents to come and help him. Zhang Kong racked his brains, and finally came up with a stupid method. He decided to disguise himself as a Li Feier's brainwashed fan and infiltrate among the enemy to spy on the information. The brainwashed fans who were preparing to go to the Science and Research Bureau for action were actually long gone from Fei Li's live broadcast for safety's sake, and were instead pulled into a group by Tojo Yua's people. Zhang Kong gave himself a screen name called Fei Air Most Beautiful. The name, Zhang Kong himself feel a little sick, used this account to get into Fei Li's live stream. At this time, although Li Feier was not on the air, but the brainwashed fans in the live broadcast room were still very hot and rainy. As soon as Zhang Kong came in, he used the sentences that he had seen on the internet of others abusing Lu Chuan in various ways and kept copying and sending them in the live broadcast room. And, Zhang Kong also swore in the live broadcast, if I am given a chance to get close to Lu Chuan, I will definitely take his dog's life. The move worked. In no time, someone private messaged him and asked, do you really dare to make a move against Lu Chuan? Zhang Kong sneered and immediately typed a reply. I'm willing to do anything for Li Feier. Then the person sent a group number. When Zhang Kong came in, he was stunned when he saw what these people were chatting about. Almost all of these people were discussing the plan to capture the Bureau of Scientific Research in great earnest. There are even a number of people who have prepared murder weapons for this purpose. One line of chat made Zhang Kong shudder. Zhang Kong again asked back and forth in the group, when are we going to make our move? I'm getting impatient. But after asking and asking, there was only one answer. Please be patient. We will finalize the time in advance and tell everyone. Zhang Kong had been guarding this livestream until the early hours of the morning, and the exact time he wanted didn't even show up. He didn't close his eyes for the night either. And at dawn, Zhang Kong finally couldn't carry on and slept. When he opened his eyes again, it was after 9 in the morning. Popped out of bed and immediately checked the chat group. However, at this time he realized that the chat group was surprisingly quiet inside. After scrutinizing the chat logs, Zhang Kong didn't even bother to put on his shoes before rushing into Ma Guanyan's office. As it turned out, Zhang Kong saw that the chat log showed that the group of brainwashed fans had started to gather at 9 o'clock, a few blocks away from the research bureau. As soon as Ma Guanyang heard this, he immediately called Wang Feng, who had recently been guarding the entrance of the research bureau. How many men do you have manning the door now? About 15 people. According to the figures counted by Zhang Kong, there were no less than 200 brainwashed people who were going to break into the research bureau. Once Ma Guanyang heard that there were only 15 people at the door right now, his heart immediately caught hair. Hundreds of people may be coming forward to cause trouble soon, so you immediately notify the armed police in the neighborhood to come to support them. However, when Wang Feng hung up the phone, he realized that it was already too late, because he was sitting in the car just about to call for backup when he saw through the rearview mirror a huge group of brainwashed fans, already holding signs and shouting slogans coming this way. Hand over Lu Chuan and Lu Chuan apologizes. Lu Chuan kneel down and return our naive fare. The phone in Wang Feng's hand dialed at this time. Without a word more of nonsense, straight away, he shouted into the phone, "Send armed police quickly, the research bureau needs support." When he hung up the phone he took the 15 men with him and walked to the door of the research bureau, waiting for the men with loaded guns. Wang Feng thought to himself, these idiots are eating leopard's gall. The last time they came here to cause trouble, firing a warning shot was enough to scare a group of people into peeing their pants. This time they actually dare to come. However, he didn't know that the ones walking at the forefront of this group of brainwashed fans were actually spies from the Sakura Kingdom. By this time the brainwashed fans walked up to the entrance of the research bureau and were already blocking the entire road. A few of the men in the lead had signs in their hands and kept waving them around and screaming, "Tell Lu Chuan to get out. We want to avenge Li Fei." Li Shengdong didn't come to the door at this time for Lu Chuan's safety, but instead protected him inside the research bureau. Fearing that this group of lunatics would really rush in, Wang Feng stood in the doorway, with a dozen loaded armed police behind him each with angry eyes. And Wang Feng didn't take out his gun at this time, because for him, it would be the best result to deal with this matter without seeing blood. Otherwise, facing so many people, if something uncontrollable did happen, then more than 1 or 2 people might die. So Wang Feng planned to go up and confront these people himself and theorize. Before walking up, Wang Feng quietly twisted his head and said to the armed police around him, "Once an out-of-control behavior occurs, after firing a warning shot, directly shoot the first person who rushes over first." It even occurred to Wang Feng at this time that if he was really just asking Lu Chuan to apologize, then it would be fine to ask Lu Chuan to come out and deal with these idiots. Wang Feng walked closer to these people and asked, "What is your demand? Is it to have Lu Chuan apologize to your idols?" A few of the brainiacs standing in the back immediately agreed. However, the few people standing at the front suddenly shouted, "No, we are here today to avenge Li Fei." Wang Feng was shocked in his heart and said that it was not good. It seems that these people are not that easy to get rid of. This situation is completely unable to let Lu Chuan appear. Lu Chuan's appearance will only instantly give these people chicken blood, then even more out of control. Wang Feng asked, "Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?" I only saw the man sneer a little, and instead of answering directly, he drew a dagger from his waist and said, "If you call him out, I'll tell you." Seeing that there was no reason to talk, Wang Feng turned around and walked back. But just as he turned around and didn't take 2 steps, he shouted from behind, "Brothers, they won't let us see Lu Chuan. Let's go in and look for ourselves." A group of people began waving their arms in an uproar, looking to break into the research bureau. Wang Feng took out his pistol and shot at the sky. However, it didn't work in the slightest, and the men still didn't stop. "Brothers, we're outnumbered. They don't dare shoot. Follow me and charge." The person who walked at the front of the line and shouted this had just shouted it not even 2 seconds ago. Another gunshot was heard, and then a bullet went right through his brow. Chapter 31, Guilt. The leader of the spies, without even shouting, fell to the ground in response. Don't say anything about the brainwashed fans following behind you at this time. Even the few other Sakura Nation spies standing around froze on the spot when they saw this. They were never expecting that they would actually dare to shoot at them. Brain matter and blood flowed all over the floor. Just after a scream was heard from someone in the middle of the brainwashed group, everyone began to scatter and run away. As the number of people was indeed too large, it was impossible for the armed police present to keep everyone under control. Fortunately, the armed police who came to provide support arrived in time and still arrested a number of people and brought them back for interrogation. Li Shengdong had been keeping Lu Chuan in his office at this moment in order to protect his safety. When he heard 2 gunshots and a sound of confusion, Li Shengdong used the intercom to ask Wang Feng about the situation at the door. Wang Feng would never tell the truth if he knew that Lu Chuan was at Li Shengdong's side at this moment, because it would only increase Lu Chuan's psychological burden. After all, he was just a scientific researcher who would probably never come into contact with this kind of bloodshed in his life. Wang Feng said into the walkie-talkie, "This group of fools who don't know how to die. They dared to break into the Scientific Research Bureau with knives and said they wanted to seek revenge on Lu Chuan. I just ordered the armed police to shoot and kill one of them, and quite a few of the rest ran away in fear." When Lu Chuan heard that a person had been killed, his first internal reaction was that this life that had passed away was because of something related to himself. Every day inside the laboratory facing the screen, all kinds of data, Lu Chuan simply could not imagine that he would experience such a thing. In this aspect of his mentality, he may not be as good as a medical student with a scalpel going under the knife on a mouse. After all, Lu Chuan has a kind heart, and soon, a feeling of guilt, or even say a little bit of fear, arose within. Li Shengdong could see the change of expression on Lu Chuan's face and regretted asking Wang Feng this question in front of him. He was busy advising Lu Chuan, "This is none of your business. This is them carrying out orders. If we let these people break into the research bureau, the consequences will be unimaginable, and you may not be the only one who will be injured, or even lose your life at that time." Lu Chuan certainly did understand this, but just a few minutes ago, the loss of a life still touched him. "I know, it's just that in the back of my mind, I think it probably shouldn't have happened." After saying that, Lu Chuan walked out of the office. When Lu Chuan came to the lab, all of his colleagues felt something was wrong when they saw his state, and they were busy going up to him to care about what was wrong with him. Zhang Xiuli already knew that a man had been killed at the door, and she also knew that Lu Chuan must be because of this, so he stepped forward to persuade. "Your job is that our experiment will be successful. Killing people is their business, and again, this matter is not your fault at all. If the armed police did not shoot, we might have been in danger." Lu Chuan forced himself to squeeze out a small smile and nodded his thanks to Zhang Xiuli, but for the next few hours, Lu Chuan was always out of it, and his mind seemed to keep echoing that last gunshot. For Wang Feng, although the one killed at the door was a brainwashed fan, investigating the identity of the deceased was still the minimum work to be done. Not long after the people from the investigation department pulled the body away, Wang Feng suddenly received a call from the director. "Ma Guangyang, you will come back here immediately now." Wang Feng could hear from the tone that the director would not speak in such a tone if he did not encounter something more important, so immediately they rushed back to 103. Upon entering Ma Guangyang's office, Ma Guangyang didn't speak directly. Instead, he threw a couple pieces of information on the table, pointed, and said, "Look at what this is." Wang Feng picked it up and looked at it, and it turned out to be the information of the deceased just now. "I was curious about why I was not notified, but came directly to the director's office. When I suddenly saw that on the deceased's profile, Sakura country was written in the nationality column." Wang Feng was shocked. How is this possible? How is it possible that someone from the Sakura country could come to our great summer country to be a brainwashed fan? Ma Guangyang sneered. After checking, this person's real identity is not a brainwashed fan, but a special forces soldier from Sakura country. In that case, this bit of business between Li Fei and Lu Chuan has been the work of these spies all along? Ma Guangyang nodded. "It looks like it should be. Otherwise what kind of stupid person could do such a stupid thing when there is no benefit to them?" Wang Feng wrinkled his eyebrows and glared angrily. This cherry blossom country is simply too deceitful, daring to let their spies do such things in our Xia in broad daylight. However, Wang Feng was suddenly a little nervous in his heart at this time, because after all, this was an international incident, and once the word got out, it would be a very tricky thing. Ma Guangyang smiled and asked Wang Feng, "What, looking at your face? It seems like you're a bit worried?" This is an international incident. If there are any disciplinary actions, just let me alone. I gave the order to shoot at the scene." "Ha ha, you kid. You don't think about it. This is indeed an international incident, but it was Sakura Nation, who provoked it in the first place. If we don't say anything, I'm sure he wouldn't dare to say a single word about it to the public." Wang Feng continued. "However, what worries me even more is that I'm afraid it's not this one spy who's operating this matter." "You're right, and I feel the same way. So our main priority right now is to help the research bureau, keep them safe, and get a successful trial as soon as possible in order to end this, due to the more serious nature of this matter." So Ma Guangyang thought twice, but still informed his immediate superior of the matter. The next day, a man who even Ma Guangyang had to salute when he saw him appeared at the research bureau. The two of them, Ma Guangyang and Wang Feng, respectfully followed behind and arrived at Li Shengdong's office. Two people, Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan, were ordered to wait here. Once they saw who came in, they all felt surprised. Because this person was none other than the senior defense commander of the Great Summer Kingdom, Guang Ye. Guang Ye shook hands with Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan with a kind face. To Lu Chuan, he said, "Young man, as far as I understand, the burden is now on you alone. How is it? Can you carry it?" Lu Chuan said excitedly, "It is the honor of my life to make a contribution to the defense of Daxia." Guang Ye suddenly sighed and said, "I don't mean to come and put pressure on you, but the current situation has forced us to race against time, as it has been discovered that there are spies coveting our research results." With a resolute expression written all over his face, Lu Chuan nodded his head to Guang Ye, and would do everything he could to complete the mission as soon as possible. Guang Ye also specially explained to a few people that no news should be disclosed to the outside world before success, because it's time for Daxia to have a hit. Chapter 32, Deterrence. Senior Defense Commander Guang Ye's trip to the Science and Research Directorate was like a shot in the arm for the line. While full of hope for the future of the Great Summer Country, itself also increased not a small amount of energy. But Li Shengdong noticed that Lu Chuan still always seemed to have a trace of worry on his face. Because of his understanding of Lu Chuan, he knew that Lu Chuan should still have been thinking about being shot down that brainwashed fan. Li Shengdong patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and laughed. "I didn't expect your kid's heart to be so narrow-minded. A little thing actually affects you so much. Small matter? How can it be considered a small matter when a man died? If it wasn't for me and that Li Feier." Li Shengdong closed the door of his office at this time and whispered to him, "Now this matter is only known to a very few people. And I wasn't going to tell you. How could no one know? There were so many fans of Fei Li gathered at the entrance. How many people witnessed this?" Li Shengdong shook his head and said, "No, what I am talking about is not the matter of a dead person, but the identity of this dead person. The people from the 103rd office investigated that this person is not an ordinary person, or even a person from our Daxia country, but a special forces soldier from the Cherry Blossom country, and is a spy that has been lurking in our Daxia." Lu Chuan was shocked. "Spy? Right. All this time, we've been wondering why a tiny star like Li Feier has been dead set on this matter, and now it seems that it's because these spies are behind it. In order to affect the progress of our electromagnetic anti-missile system test." After telling Lu Chuan about this, when he looked at his face again, the hint of apprehension and worry had disappeared and was instead replaced by anger. On the contrary, the one who was feeling a lot of worry and fear at this time was indeed Li Feier. After learning that the fan who had come to the research bureau to cause trouble had been killed, Li Feier even fell into a trance, wondering why such a thing had happened, because at this time she, who had always been proud and brash, finally had a hint of worry within her. She was worried that this Lu Chuan that she had been targeting all along might have forces behind him that were so powerful that she simply couldn't afford to mess with them. Li Feier went online to her live broadcast at this time. "I would have liked to hug it out with my own fans at this time and seek a hint of inner comfort, but the content of the pop-ups she saw in the live stream had long ago been very different from before. It's as if the previously brainwashed fans suddenly got their heads on straight after this. I was at the scene today. It was just too scary. I thought the armed police were just scaring. I didn't realize that people didn't even think much about it, and they directly shot down one of the people in front of them. It seems that Lu Chuan is not at all what we thought he was. He might really be the descendant of a loyal martyr, or he might really have made a great contribution to Daxia. Otherwise how could he have such a high level of protection? You people are just fooling around. Is that Scientific Research Bureau a place you can break into just because you want to? Don't grow a brain. When you guys were looking for trouble with someone else, Lu Chuan, the armed police had already warned you once before, and you guys actually dared to go and cause trouble. A bunch of cuties. If Lu Chuan wasn't important, how could there be armed police with loaded guns protecting people? However, in the 103rd Institute, Ma Guanyang was considering a problem at this time. That is, need to take this opportunity to reveal some of Lu Chuan's real situation, to avoid these brainwashed fans from harassing him and the research bureau in the future. Both Wang Feng and Zhang Kan felt that it was possible and necessary. Anyway, a person had already been shot down in front of these people, and even if they didn't publicize some of the information, their brainwashed fans would still guess blindly, and maybe some worse public opinion would be spread. So Ma Guanyang immediately decided to disclose some more information out of protection for Lu Chuan. On the most authoritative news website in the Great Summer Country, the events that happened in front of the research bureau were reported on the same day, and they were still reported one by one. In the content, it is directly stated that Lu Chuan's family is 3 generations of loyalists who have made indelible contributions to the Great Xia state. A quote from the article is extremely shocking to these brain-dead fans. Lu Chuan himself, for the entire scientific research field, and even the national defense field of our Great Summer Country, can be considered a rare talent, and can even be said to be an important weapon of the country. And if anyone dares to make any more unreasonable provocations and harassment against Lu Chuan, then he will face serious consequences that he can't even imagine, or that are hard to bear. It wasn't explicitly stated in the passage, but everyone who saw the statement knew it was talking about Fei Li and her brainwashed fans. Zhang Kong wasn't idle at this time either. Instead, as an anonymous informant, he left a comment underneath Fei Li's tweet. As a person in the know, to reveal a little something to you, whether it's Li Fei herself or her fans, the harassment of Lu Chuan all along. It's not guilty of the protector behind Lu Chuan to take action. The work Lu Chuan is engaged in, as well as the contribution he has made to Daxia, are unimaginable to you people, so I hope that you guys will be good to yourselves. A message with a few simple words surprisingly gained countless likes under Li Fei's microblog. After seeing it, Li Fei felt even more fearful in her heart. Zhang Yang thought that through this incident, Li Fei would grow some memory, but even at a time like this, Li Fei's mind still didn't realize what the intentions of the two people who had taken the initiative to seek him out were, and was still hell-bent on believing that the money he earned was all because of his own charisma. However, the two people who were most anxious in their hearts at this time were Craig and Tojo Yua, because they knew in their hearts after seeing all this news put out on the internet. The reason why the Great Summer Kingdom dared to reveal more information about Lu Chuan at this time must be because the development of the electromagnetic anti-missile system was close to success. But Craig at this time was still completely unaware of Tojo Yua's meeting with Li Fei behind his back, and thought that the one who had been shot down was just an ordinary brainwashed fan. And Tojo Hirokazu was like an ant in a hot pot at this time, because he knew that it was highly likely that the Great Summer State had now learned the true identity of the person who had been shot down, and he knew even more about the seriousness of the matter. In the past, if such a thing had happened, it would have been an international news story, and it would have even suffered condemnation from various countries. However, the Great Xia State actually has no news at all in this regard now, and the more this happens, the more his heart is at a loss, and he wonders why the Great Xia State chooses to remain silent. It's like having a tooth knocked out of one's mouth and having to just swallow it. Chapter 33, Successful Experiment. In order for the electromagnetic anti-missile system to be tested early, in recent days, all the staff of the Research Bureau, including Lu Chuan, had entered an almost frantic state of work. Early that morning, Lu Chuan and all the staff were glued to the big screen in the lab, because for so many days, Lu Chuan led the group, calculating and modifying countless data after letting the computer is carrying out the 381st electromagnetic anti-missile system simulation calculation. After 380 failures, the faces of all the people in the lab had actually lost their expectation and eagerness long ago, because they were already accustomed to failures. Even while the computer is calculating, someone is already thinking about what further changes and optimization should be made to the data next time. However, a few minutes later, on the lab's big screen, a prompt suddenly popped up that none of them had ever seen before. All calculations have been completed and the data is correct. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. The entire lab remained quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the floor, because for those 10 seconds or so, everyone was frozen, standing in the lab like a dummy. However, by this time, including Lu Chuan, there were already many people whose eyes had begun to turn red and shed tears. Suddenly, a couple of the female lab workers burst into tears. Immediately afterward, everyone started cheering wildly, shouting, hugging, and jumping up and down in place, because the content of the cue on the big screen meant that this sword, which they had been sharpening for 10 years, had been sharpened. It worked! It worked! We finally did it! Great Xia finally has an electromagnetic anti-missile system. Never again will a single missile land on the surface of the Great Summer Kingdom. Lu Chuan took the data in his hand and rushed to Li Xingdong's office like a madman. Bam! The office door was slammed open by Lu Chuan, startling Li Xingdong. Lu Chuan slapped the data results toward Li Xingdong's desk and gasped, We can live fire test now. Upon hearing this, Li Shengdong instantly shed tears as well and hugged Lu Chuan tightly. Another day passed. In the desert, jungle, Gobi Beach and some other uninhabited areas of the Great Summer Country, some mysterious troops were assembled. Each unit drove several different types of missile launchers. At a command, all the missiles fired in unison, racing to the same target. These troops were none other than the army of the Great Xia State, firing all the different models and types of missiles at the same target precisely to test Lu Chuan's electromagnetic anti-missile system. A few minutes later, Senior Defense Commander Guanyi was at his side. A soldier saluted him. Report, all missiles arrived over the target location and were all destroyed in the air by the electromagnetic anti-missile system. No damage was caused on the ground. Guanyi didn't show much excitement, but merely nodded, because he knew that this live-fire test would have been unlikely to fail. The only reason it's still being done is to be discovered by certain people. Soon, The satellite surveillance systems of many countries discovered that a violent explosion was coming from somewhere in the Great Summer Country. At first it was all suspected that an explosion of this magnitude and the violent shaking of the ground was either a nuclear explosion test or a strong earthquake. However, the Great Summer Kingdom did not send out any news, leading them to feel surprised. Another day passed. At the regular press conference held by the Great Xia State, the press spokesman of the Great Xia State faced the many reporters from various countries on the stage. But today's launch is just the usual stuff about the economy. Suddenly, a reporter from one of the Hawksbane countries on stage stood up to ask a question. Excuse me, yesterday more than one country's satellites detected an anomaly somewhere in the country of Dacia. May I ask if this is an earthquake or if your country is conducting another nuclear test? The press spokesman sneered at this point and made light of the situation. Oh, it's not a big deal. We were just testing an electromagnetic anti-missile system yesterday. The moment these words came out, all of the dozens of reporters present were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were hearing, because to their consciousness, it is impossible for any country in this world to be able to develop such sci-fi level defensive weapons. The reporter from Sakura Nation went on to ask, so please, you guys, have you succeeded in your tests? The spokesman smiled again and said, thanks for your concern, our experiment was a great success. The reporters on stage were in an uproar, and by this time had long forgotten what the theme of today's press conference was. All started scrambling to ask questions about MODs. May I ask when you started developing it? May I ask why you have not issued a press release for such a major breakthrough? Why such an advanced defensive system? Why don't you announce it to the world? The spokesman waved his hand, signaling for silence, and then said, our Great Summer Kingdom has always supported peace, so a defensive weapon is just that. There's no need to make it a big deal. In fact, this press conference, the spokesman had anticipated that this would be the case, and said that there were remarks that he had thought of long ago. Because it is the decision of the general industry to use the mouths of others to publicize this news. Meanwhile, Craig received a call from his superiors. Idiot, you complete idiot, actually letting the Great Xia country successfully possess an electromagnetic anti-missile system. We actually look like a clown. We don't even know that people have already tested it successfully. Before hanging up the phone, his superiors told him again in a commanding tone, if you can't get the electromagnetic anti-missile system in place, I advise you not to come back. Craig was also depressed to the core at this time, as this was the first Waterloo he had encountered in his career as a spy. He had not expected at all that the Great Summer Kingdom would actually not reveal half of the wind before the experiment and after the experiment was successful. Tojo Yua also received orders from Sakura Nation at almost the same time, ordering him to steal this system at any cost. However, since the last time the spy at the entrance of the research bureau was killed, both of them knew that it would be impossible to infiltrate the research bureau again in a short period of time. So these two people are now at their wits' end and can't think of any other way other than to start with Li Fei's brainwashed fans. It was only immediately afterward that Dacia re-announced this uplifting news in the news, and it also specifically points out that the main person in charge of the research and development of the electromagnetic anti-missile system is Lu Chuan of the Research and Development Bureau. All the people of the Great Summer Country were simply more excited after hearing this news than if their own country's soccer team had won the World Cup, because at this moment, all the people of Dacia knew, from now on, every inch of the Great Summer Kingdom's territory would no longer have to worry about falling missiles. Chapter 34 Hawk Jam's Counterattack. The successful development of an electromagnetic anti-missile system by the Great Summer State has become the hottest international news for a while. Some of the countries that were hostile to the Great Summerland before this, provoking it every now and then, all chose to remain silent at this time as well, even to show goodwill. It was because they all knew that the current Great Summer Country, with this system, could be said to be nearly invincible in general. The day after the successful test, Lu Chuan went to the mausoleum where his teacher was buried to pay his respects and tell his teacher the news to console his soul in heaven. For a long time, Lu Chuan had soaked up the research bureau like a working machine. Now that the development of the electromagnetic anti-missile system had finally succeeded, everyone, including Lu Chuan, could finally catch their breath. On this day, Lu Chuan was doing some inconsequential sweeping work in the lab. Li Shengdong sought him out and said to him, "How's it going? Great meritocracy. What are your plans after the mission is completed?" Lu Chuan looked at Li Shengdong suspiciously, feeling that the question he asked was strange, because for Lu Chuan, he is a person who has no entertainment or hobby in his life, and it can also be said that work is his biggest hobby. Plan? What plans can I have, other than working every day? It's just rest. Li Shengdong shook his head and said, "Look in the mirror. Look at your little face. White. It's all because you have tired yourself out lately. You don't have to come to the research bureau starting tomorrow. Give you a long vacation. Take a good rest for a while." Once he said the room, Lu Chuan was actually a bit embarrassed. because if he is given a vacation, he will become overwhelmed, not knowing how to spend his time, and at best he will stay home and read. But on second thought, it's also true that I've been overworked a bit lately, and I even fainted twice a while ago. There was nothing important going on in the research bureau at the moment, and it was time to take a few days off myself. So Lu Chuan went to the bookstore and bought a bunch of books, ready to start his own future period of geek time. And by this time 103rd didn't let its guard down. When Lu Chuan was resting, he also sent people to secretly protect him, in case the spies would have any ideas about Lu Chuan. However, only a week had passed, and on this day Lu Chuan received a call from Li Shengdong. Lu Chuan, did you watch the news just now? Lu Chuan could feel that Li Shengdong's tone on the phone was anxious and serious. No, I rarely watch the news. What happened? Li Shengdong mused on the phone and didn't say what it was about, but just told him to come to the research bureau now. When he came to Li Shengdong's office, he saw that Guan Ye was also there, and with Li Shengdong, both of them did not look too good on their faces. Lu Chuan asked busily, is it something wrong with the electromagnetic anti-missile system? Any loopholes found? Guan Ye said to Li Shengdong. You showed him. After saying that, Li Shengdong turned one of the laptops on the table so that the screen was facing Lu Chuan, and then pressed the play button. Lu Chuan saw that it was a recorded video of the official press conference of the Eagle Jam country, and the press secretary is a military man in uniform. As Lu Chuan watched the video, he couldn't help but just widen his own eyes and frown. As it turns out, this is a military press conference that was just held in Eagle Jam country today. It reads that their country has been developing a weapon, one that is housed in space and can strike globally without death, and it has been tested successfully. They named the weapon Skynet Laser System. It's a satellite in near-Earth orbit that carries a weapon that fires a super laser that can strike ground targets at any time. And the spokesperson also claimed that they have successfully launched dozens of such satellites into space and may launch more in the future. In the video, a reporter immediately stood up and asked, may I ask if this weapon you developed is aimed at the electromagnetic anti-missile system that was successfully tested by the Great Summer State some time ago? The spokesman said, no, I would like to state that we were not previously aware that the Great Summer State was developing an electromagnetic anti-missile system, and that our Skynet laser system, too, was undergoing research and development a long time ago. There is no question of who was targeting whom. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Their spies have long since learned that we are developing this system. Li Shengdong cursed. Guan Ye said, it seems that the Eagle Jam country was already thinking of ways to develop weapons to restrain our system when they learned that we had developed an electromagnetic anti-missile system. Then, Li Shengdong opened another video and said to Lu Chuan, this is the scene of the experiment they recorded themselves. Lu Chuan then saw that the video seemed to have been taken at an abandoned military base. On the ground were parked all kinds of military armored vehicles, tanks, and missile launchers, densely packed with hundreds of them. Suddenly, a column of light shot down above these vehicles, which hit a tank, and the tank was seen to be sliced hard into two halves. Immediately afterward, dozens of pillars of light shot down at the same time, and all the vehicles on the ground began to explode or melt at the same time. After Lu Chuan watched this video, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew that the existence of this weapon was completely targeting the electromagnetic anti-missile system of the Great Xia State. Guan Ye asked Lu Chuan at this time, Lu Chuan, do you think this system of theirs will pose a threat to our electromagnetic anti-missile system? Lucian was tempted to say no. However, his specialized knowledge told him that this was not a category of weapon, and the electromagnetic anti-missile system he had developed himself might be completely defenseless in front of this super laser weapon. Lu Chuan sighed, nodded and said, yes, it will. It will pose a great threat to our system. One could even say, this system of theirs can crush our electromagnetic anti-missile system. As soon as Guan Ye and Li Shengdong heard this, a look of horror appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Soon the horror on his face turned back to disappointment. For them, the hard-earned electromagnetic anti-missile system had been developed, and they had thought that they would never have to worry about being threatened by hostile countries again. However, he never expected that after only a few days of work, the other party had come up with a system that could completely crush him. This kind of psychological gap is unacceptable to any individual. Guan Ye was still sitting, but at this time he suddenly stood up, hands behind his back, head down. He paced the office quickly, as if mentally asking himself why this was happening. Li Shengdong looked at Guan Ye walking around in front of him and didn't dare to say anything more, and Lu Chuan's eyes were still glued to the screen at that moment, but his mind was already thinking frantically, pondering whether there could be any method in this world that could be used to restrain this Skynet laser system of the other side. Chapter 35, Mosquito Catching Program. For the industry at large, it's not just that the Eagle Jam Nation is ahead of Dacia in terms of weapon systems. Because his level of perception at this level will make him realize that once he knows that he's falling behind the Eagle Sauce state in terms of defense, that's the beginning of a total defeat of the entire military as well as the economy. Therefore, he would never allow such a thing to exist. Naturally, at this time, the pressure all fell on the Bureau of Scientific Research, or rather on Lu Chuan. Before leaving, Guan Ye didn't say anything, but only glanced meaningfully at Lu Chuan and Li Xingdong. He didn't need to say anything either, because that look had been worth 1,000 words. It was already late at night by this time, and Lu Chuan walked in the courtyard of the research bureau, raising his head to look up at the starry sky, when he thought that at this very moment, above his head, he didn't know how many satellites carrying laser systems were aiming at the Great Summer Country. He had a feeling of shuddering and at the same time hating himself for not being able to compete. Over the past few days, every time Lu Chuan closed his eyes, there was nothing else in his mind. All of it was conceptualizing what kind of system could be used to ensure that the territory of the Great Summer Kingdom would not be threatened by the satellites in the sky. On this day, a top-secret document personally issued by the Defense Bureau was delivered to Li Xingdong. Opening this document, Li Xingdong saw an intriguing headline: Mosquito Catching Program. It turns out that the content of this top-secret document from the Defense Bureau compares the satellites of the Eagle Sauce country to mosquitoes hovering above one's head and inviting boredom, and orders the Science and Research Bureau to develop weapon systems that can be effectively countered. After Li Shengdong told Lu Chuan about this plan, immediately afterward, Lu Chuan led a group of senior researchers within the Scientific Research Bureau in a series of seminars for several days. It was finally decided that, in line with the mosquito catching program, they set a new R&D goal: mosquito catching system. This was sort of the plan that Lu Chuan proposed to fight fire with fire. Not even a few days later, the news channels of the Great Summer announced a message to the people. In order to protect the environment and promote energy conservation and emission reduction, within the next year, the Great Xia State will gradually shut down thermal power generation, while at the same time planning to build 100 nuclear power plants within the Great Xia State. The news, which seemed normal to everyone, didn't even cause much discussion. Even the rest of the international community didn't take the news seriously, because there are already dozens of nuclear power plants within Daxia. Even if they were expanded a few times in size, it would not be considered a strange thing. However, only those within the Scientific Research Bureau knew that apart from partly supplying power to the people, a large part of the construction of these 100 nuclear power plants was to supply power to the mosquito trapping systems spread across the territory of the Great Summer Country. As it turns out, the Scientific Research Bureau's mosquito trapping system is precisely the construction of 100 ultra-high-power laser weapons within the Great Summer State. A super laser beam fired from a laser system on the ground could take out satellites in space directly, but through the calculations of the Scientific Research Bureau, the energy consumed by such a laser system, in every instant of use, is equivalent to 3 days of electricity for a place with a population of hundreds of thousands. Therefore, a stable power supply must be available. This time the system development. Lu Chuan is carrying a heavier pressure than when the development of electromagnetic anti-missile system. For him the mosquito trapping system had to be developed successfully, because 100 nuclear power plants are already under construction. The cost of this is already an unimaginably astronomical amount. If the mosquito trapping system cannot be successfully developed in the end, then these 100 nuclear power plants will be largely for show. However, sometime after the start of this huge program, the dog noses of Eagle Jam Nation still caught a whiff of something in this that disturbed them, because it was discovered through their spy satellites that the locations of these 100 nuclear power plants constructed by the Great Xia State were extremely irrationally distributed within the Great Xia State. In some remote areas, which don't have much of a population and don't need much electricity, nuclear power plants are built. Instead, it was not built in densely populated areas with high electricity demand, and the location of these thermal power plants, and the location of the previous deployment of electromagnetic anti-missile systems, highly overlap. So Eagle Jam Nation immediately ordered Craig, who was hiding in Daxia, to start investigating the matter. However, for an extremely powerful country like the Eagle Sauce country, which is usually used to bullying the weak, once they suspect a certain country of something, it no longer matters whether the investigation results are in or out. They will immediately start implementing their own countermeasures. Soon after, the Eagle Sauce Nation publicly condemned Daxia on the grounds that it had not shut down the thermal power plant as it had agreed to do, causing serious environmental pollution. The reply given by Daxia is very simple, roughly meaning so damn what? None of your business. At the same time, the Eagle Jam Nation provocatively announced to the world that they are continuously launching satellites into space and are gradually perfecting their Skynet laser system. In one of the interviews in the Eagle Sauce country, the developer of the Skynet laser system also claimed, "We, the Eagle Sauce country, have never regarded any country in this world as our rival, because we have the highest technology in the world. And even at the earliest time when we knew that the Dacia country was developing an electromagnetic anti-missile system, we have never been a little bit tense because I have never felt that it was a threat to us. Snap! Li Xingdong slapped the table heavily when he saw the interview. Out of sight. Arrogant. Just too arrogant. I can't wait to shoot down all your satellites and take them for reclamation. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, calmly stated, he's right. At the moment, the Skynet laser system is indeed an invincible existence. After we made a shield that we thought was sturdy, we didn't expect that they would soon make an even sharper spear. This time, when we make a shield, we also have to hold a spear in our other hand at the same time. Li Shangdong frowned, not understanding what Lu Chuan meant for a moment. Lu Chuan added, for a long time, in our competition with the Eagle Sauce Country, every time after we thought we were ahead of the Eagle Sauce Country, we would be overtaken by them very quickly. So I would like to propose a dual plan this time. It turned out that in recent times, when Lu Chuan was developing the laser system for the mosquito catching program, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He felt that since the country of Dacia was not behind the country of Eagle Jam in the field of rocket launches for spaceflight, why couldn't we also develop a satellite that also carried a laser system? The Eagle Sauce Nation deploys satellites at the altitude of near-Earth space, so we'll deploy them farther out, in conjunction with the ground-based mosquito trapping system, up and down to encircle their satellites. Li Shangdong was getting excited about the idea, but Lu Chuan immediately threw him another pot of cold water. Chapter 36, Dog Bites Dog. Ideas are good, but any idea that is ahead of its time faces unimaginable difficulties when it comes to implementation. Lu Chuan said to Li Shangdong, for the laser system on the ground, we can use the nuclear power plant as the power supply, but the power supply needed on the satellite sent to outer space is the biggest problem for us. As far as I know, the power source for the lasers fired on the Eagle Sauce satellites relies on the energy absorbed by the solar sails, and we can start with that as well. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, no, their satellites rely on their solar sails to absorb energy for a very long time before they can fire a laser beam once. When our mosquito trapping system is successfully developed, once their satellites fire a laser beam once, we will quickly be able to capture the satellite's position in space through the laser beam and at the same time utilize the mosquito trapping system to destroy it. That is to say, their satellites in our front is disposable. So what do you mean? As long as we're going to do it, I'd like to go beyond them and find a new, powerful enough source of electricity to power our satellites. However, this idea was only an idea for Lu Chuan at the moment, and he knew that it was an extremely difficult goal to achieve. So the top priority at the moment is still the mosquito trapping program at hand. But the idea that Lu Chuan had put forward had always been imprinted in Li Shangdong's mind. One day, when Li Shangdong was reporting on the progress of work to the general industry, he mentioned Lu Chuan's conception in passing. He added to Guang Ye, this idea of Lu Chuan's, the feasibility is there, but it's not great, because it's not about solving the problem of lasers, but about solving the problem of stabilizing the source of electricity, which may be a difficult problem to break through for any country at the moment. But Guang Ye thought about it and said to him with a smile, you go back and tell Lu Chuan that I've named this idea of his as the Heavenly Flame Plan, and that the two plans can be implemented at the same time. And as for the issue of the electricity, I'll give you guys an answer after a while. Li Shangdong instantly froze, knowing that as a senior defense commander, it was impossible for Guang Ye to know that much about scientific research itself. But how is it that he can say something like that? And it sounds as if there's a bit of confidence in it? Li Shangdong returned to the research bureau and told Lu Chuan about it. Lu Chuan was also surprised. And in his heart, he even wondered if Dacia was hiding an unimaginable technology. At this time, through Craig's investigation for a period of time, he really found traces of the mosquito trapping program. After reporting it to his superiors, the reply given by his superiors was, we are now very sure that Lu Chuan is a priceless treasure for the Great Summer Kingdom. No matter how many more plans we carry out, it would be better to start with this person. So I am ordering you, get close to him, and tell him that if he is willing to come and serve our Eagle Sauce Nation, the treatment we will give him will be more generous than he can even dream of. Also, if he really doesn't want to, then, I think you know what to do. Our Eagle Sauce Kingdom will not allow such a genius to be used by the Great Summer Kingdom. Some time ago, because after the Great Summer announced the success of the electromagnetic anti-missile system, Craig tasked Li Fair with no longer having any use for him. So there's been no contact and no fulfillment of the previous promise to give her $100 million. But now to Craig, it seemed like Li Fair was the only chance he had to get at Lu Chuan. Because the only way to create a conflict between the two of them is for him to find an opportunity in it. Meanwhile, Tojo Yuwa of the Sakura country had received new orders, but they were different from the ones Craig had received. Sakura Nation felt that if they wanted to get rid of Eagle Jam's control, or even surpass Eagle Jam Nation, then a genius like Lu Chuan was an indispensable talent for them. Only by getting Lu Chuan could their Sakura kingdom rise to power. That's why Tojo Hirokazu received orders to get Lu Chuan by any means necessary. So a good dog-eat-dog show is about to take place. On this day, Tojo Yua came to Fei Li's villa. At this time Craig didn't realize that the two of them were connected. But coincidentally, Craig was planning to come to see Fei Li today as well. Just as Li Feier and Tojo Yua were talking to each other, Craig rang the doorbell. When Wang Feng went to open the door and saw that it was Craig, he was happy in his heart. If it were Li Feier, she definitely wouldn't have let him in. But Wang Feng was trying to create some conflict in the middle of these goods, so he greeted Craig with a smile and invited him into the villa. As soon as Craig came in and saw Tojo Yua, all three men were dumbfounded. Li Feier couldn't say a word and was filled with embarrassment. All along, Craig had been condescending to Tojo Yua. Craig pointed at Tojo Yua with an angry face and asked, "Why are you here?" I look up to Ms. Li Feier, so I came to visit. You fart. Craig again suddenly realized at this time that it didn't seem appropriate to argue with this guy in front of Li Feier and Wang Feng. Then he said to Tojo Yua in a commanding tone again, "If you don't want my superiors to put pressure on you, I advise you to better leave here now. I have important matters to discuss with Ms. Li Feier." Tojo Hirokazu's face was suffocatingly red. But then again, he knew that it was always difficult for the Sakura country to hold its head up in front of the Hawk Jam country. So all that could be done was to stand up, bow in place, and turn away. These two people are both big gold masters that can't be offended to Li Feier, and seeing that Tojo Yua is getting ready to leave, he is about to go out to give them a ride. But Craig immediately stopped her and said, "Don't worry, Ms. Liffey, you don't have to worry about offending someone like that. He'll always have to look at me." Fei Li's character is dog-eared and milked. It was also evident just now that Tojo Yua did have a few scruples about Craig. So when he heard Craig's words, he really stepped down and sat down, and in the process exposed his thighs even more. With a fawning face, as if he was trying to sell himself for a good price. Craig was naturally not interested in such goods, so it was straightforward to explain what he had come for. "Ms. Li Feier, have you been watching the news lately? Have you heard that our country's latest weapon system has surpassed your great Xia country? In front of money and fame, Fei Li has no dignity or self-love." In the face of such a question, Li Feier surprisingly nodded her head in delight and said, "Yes, I've heard about it. Your Eagle Sauce Nation is indeed awesome." Craig gave her a look of contempt and went on to tell her, "That's good. In that case, there are a lot of things I can say plainly." Craig said he hoped that Fei Li could use her fans to praise their Eagle Sauce Nation a bit on the internet, but it would be best if she could mock the Great Summer Nation in the process. Wang Feng stood by his side at this time, simply wanting to give this Craig 2 slaps in the face. He also thought that in the face of such an excessive request, Li Feier would never agree if she had a tiny bit of humanity. But I didn't expect Li Feier to reach out and twist her finger in front of Craig at this time. Okay, but for a price. Chapter 37. In the past, Zhang Yang was still just uncomfortable with many of Li Feier's behaviors, and at this moment, seeing Li Feier's hating to immediately recognize Craig as his godfather, his heart was filled with contempt and disgust. Craig smiled and said to Li Feier, "The price is good. You should be aware that the last thing our Eagle Sauce country lacks is money, and I can also promise you that if this matter is done beautifully and to our satisfaction, I will discuss it with my superiors and let you go to our Eagle Sauce country to develop." As soon as she heard these words, Li Feier was completely throwing away her dignity and was so happy that she practically jumped up to give Craig a hug. After Craig left, Zhang Yang did not persuade Li Feier as he did before, because he knew that the Li Feier at this time was already close to having no personality, and his persuasion wouldn't have the slightest effect. However, Zhang Yang still decided to stay by Fei Li's side recently and continue to be her manager, as it was the only way for him to get hold of the evidence of all these evil deeds done by Fei Li. Sometime after Dacia announced its mastery of electromagnetic anti-missile systems. In fact, quite a few of Fei Li's previous brainwashed fans have remained silent, and there are even quite a few who have taken off. But then after Eagle Jam Nation announced their Skynet laser system, Fei Li's popularity surprisingly got a little bit of an uptick in status again. Of course, a big part of this comes from Lu Chuan. Li Feier had just opened her own live broadcast and first greeted her brainwashed fans with a fake greeting. Then the conversation quickly led to the Skynet laser system in the land of Eagle Jam. Have all of you been following the news lately? A while ago I kept thinking how great our electromagnetic anti-missile system in Dacia was, but I didn't realize that in just a few days' time, people's Eagle Sauce had surpassed us. The brainiacs immediately followed the reply. Of course I know. In the past, I mistakenly thought that Lu Chuan was very powerful, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. No wonder our Dacia country has not been able to surpass the Eagle Sauce country. We can only say that people like Lu Chuan, as well as our Scientific Research Bureau, are simply too wasteful. Maybe our electromagnetic anti-missile system is just SOSO, and people's Hawksbane countries don't give a damn about it. Very early on when Lu Chuan was in conflict with Feier, I could see that this Lu Chuan wasn't a good person. How could this kind of garbage develop anything advanced? Then, a lot of brainwashed fans started to care about Fei Li, asking when she would return to the entertainment industry. Li Feier immediately acted aggrieved, saying that since she had offended Lu Chuan, and the Scientific Research Bureau was behind Lu Chuan, no one in the entertainment industry dared to invite herself anymore. It would have been a long time before there were hardly any brainwashed people on the internet attacking Lu Chuan anymore. But this time, after Li Feier's exaggerated acting skills, and after some provocation in the middle, many more people began to point their fingers at Lu Chuan. Some of the other netizens were originally disgruntled this time after Daxia was surpassed by Eagle Sauce in terms of weapon systems. This is another way to sort of find an outlet. Many people have come forward to accuse the Research Bureau of incompetence and Lu Chuan of incompetence. For a while, Lu Chuan, who had just been treated as a hero of the great summer country, was again pushed to the top of the public opinion. Lu Chuan had also paid attention to the recent events on the internet. According to his character, if he was only targeting himself, he would have preferred to bear the aggravation alone, rather than say a word of nonsense to these people. However, the fact that there were now people all over the internet targeting the Research Bureau and posting unpleasant and humiliating words made Lu Chuan unable to bear it. So Lu Chuan himself left a message under Li Feier's microblog. Electromagnetic anti-missile system. It's the heart and soul of all of us in the Scientific Research Bureau of the great summer country. You don't know how much we suffered and how many nights we stayed up before we succeeded in researching and developing this weapon system. Any dissatisfaction you have can be directed at me alone. It doesn't matter if you curse me or anything, but please stop your abuse and humiliation of the Scientific Research Bureau. When will the brain dead understand these things in a calm manner? As soon as they saw that Lu Chuan had actually come to leave a message in person, they began to surround him again. You still have the face to come and leave a message under our Faye's microblog. It's all because of you that our idol is now out of the entertainment industry. Downhead man. Have a good face. Blowing their own electromagnetic anti-missile system. Only a few days to be surpassed by others. You say your Scientific Research Bureau is what to eat. You're right. We're scolding you for this incompetence. But who let the Bureau of Scientific Research back you up? So who do we scold if not you guys? If you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. What's the use of explaining so much? If you have the ability to go beyond the Eagle Sauce country, what's the use of bull with us here? Who will take you seriously? Lu Chuan was completely speechless when he saw these people's comments. He knew that whatever he explained to these people, he was just talking to a cow. But I didn't realize that although Lu Chuan had started to keep silent, this message of his was screenshot and forwarded everywhere by people on the internet. There's a brainwashed fan of Fei Li's who isn't above mocking as she retweets. Lu Chuan is simply too self-important. Incompetence is incompetence. But also do not let us comment on 2 sentences. The ability to engage in scientific research have not seen you have much higher. The ability to make this on us. Can we not comment on 2 sentences? Various websites have learned of this news and have started writing various articles discussing the matter. The content of many articles, although not explicitly supporting Li Feier's brainwashed fans, was almost always insinuating the incompetence of Lu Chuan and the Research Bureau. Li Shengdong was also concerned about this matter. So he called Lu Chuan to his office and gave him a lecture. You are you. How so stupid? You say you, before what all endure over. Now why want to not be able to and these people? You and their reasoning, that with the showman met soldiers what is the difference? Lu Chuan sighed. Hey, I was also impulsive. Scolding me even if. Scolding our Scientific Research Bureau I really can't bear it. You also know that the electromagnetic anti-missile system is the blood of how many of us? Of course I know, but as a scientific researcher, many times we also have to learn to withstand pressure and aggravation, and learn to turn these into our own motivation. And if we want to shut these people up, we can only put in the effort to complete the mosquito catcher system and the skyfire system. For Lu Chuan, mosquito trapping system at present everything is just a start, to face a lot of difficulties. As for the skyfire system, the first problem it faces is the source of electricity. And if this problem is not solved, everything else may be empty talk. Then, within a few days, the vast industry brought news that was unbelievable to everyone. This news makes the possibility of the development of the Skyfire system drastically increase. Chapter 38, Meteorite. On this day, Huang Ye came to the Research Bureau. Smiling, he asked Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan, your idea of the heavenly flame system is very good. How is it? Has there been any progress? Lu Chuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, because there is no way to solve the problem of the power source of the Skyfire system for the time being, We are now focusing our efforts on the mosquito catching system. I'm here to fix that for you today. Saying that, Guan Ye took out a photo in front of Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong. The photo is just a black rock and it looks extremely irregular and pitted. Lu Chuan turned upside down and couldn't understand what this black stone was. It turns out that the existence of this stone is currently a top secret to the Great Summer Kingdom. A few months earlier, a farmer somewhere in the country of Daxia had discovered a meteorite in the sky that had crashed into his family's field. The meteorite is none other than this black stone in the photo. In fact, meteorites falling from the sky are not rare on Earth, and there are many sightings every year, and even many people have a variety of meteorite collections in their hands. The average meteorite, however, is tested to know what substances the meteorite contains more of. But this meteorite in the photo, after testing, scientists found that it does not belong to any substance currently known to mankind. And most importantly, the meteorite was extremely dense and contained an amazing amount of energy. Upon hearing that it was not any substance known to mankind, both Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong frowned. What is the approximate extent of the energy contained? Lu Chuan asked. Pointing to the photo, Guan Ye said, it has been calculated that the material used by a nuclear power plant for 1 year, just this black stone with a diameter of 10 centimeters, is enough for more than 3 years. Lu Chuan was shocked, because if it was really as the vast industry had said, then just by relying on the energy released by this meteorite itself, it would be able to completely solve the power problem of the Skyfire system. So where is this meteorite now? Guan Ye shook his head and said, this is a top secret among top secrets for our great summer country. The top has given a death order that the existence of this thing must not be made public, but I have applied to extract a sample from above this meteorite for your test, and it is currently on its way to be sent over. That is, the only way to allow the use of this meteorite was if Lu Chuan and the Research Bureau found a way to convert the energy on this meteorite into electricity. How many samples are there? Lu Chuan asked anxiously. Guan Ye held up a finger and said, 1 gram. Li Shengdong immediately showed disappointment. 1 gram. How can 1 gram be tested? It's too little. But Lu Chuan said, enough. 1 gram is completely enough. This gram of substance alone, if we can convert the energy in it, I estimate that it will be enough for our entire scientific research bureau to use for a year without any problem. Before Guan Ye left, he purposely explained, you too remember that the existence of this substance must not be leaked out, so I suggest that even within the scientific research bureau, you can only allow a small number of people to participate when experimenting with this substance. So, Li Shengdong asked Lu Chuan to pick out a few of his most trusted people from the lab and reorganize an experimental group. This includes the one who has had her share of fumbles, Zhang Xiaoli. Li Shengdong took one look at the list and disagreed a bit. This Zhang Xiaoli, isn't it too appropriate? After all, that mistake last time almost ruined the whole experiment. This time, such a top secret thing. Are you reconsidering? Lu Chuan smiled and said, at that time everyone worked day and night. A little mistake is nothing. She is actually a quite serious person. Only a graduate student who has just graduated not long ago. Inexperienced. I'm not afraid of mistakes. I want to be treated with the attitude of this matter. The next day, the general industry sent a sample of the meteorite. Lu Chuan directly brought the sample into the newly formed laboratory. But after opening it, he made a mistake. This sample had been ground into a powder. And, after Lu Chuan had tested it with his instrument, he found that this substance also had a strong radiation, which had far exceeded the range that the human body could withstand. If you are exposed to this environment for a long time, getting a leukemia would be a lightweight. Therefore, Lu Chuan stipulated that all the staff in this lab, as long as they came in the lab, had to wear anti-radiation suits. And, you can't work more than 3 hours a day. As a result, Lu Chuan simply divided the mosquito catching system and the Skyfire system into 2 laboratories, which were conducted simultaneously. Although Lu Chuan himself stipulated that he could not work more than 3 hours a day in the lab of the Skyfire system, but because he himself had to go back and forth between the 2 labs every day and often lost track of time, he had to stay in the Skyfire system's lab much longer than the other experimenters. It wasn't long before Lu Chuan realized that his hair was starting to fall out. Needless to say, it was the result of his body being exposed to radiation for too long. But in order to test can be completed as soon as possible, Lu Chuan or conceal the news, and every day into the laboratory are wearing radiation-proof clothing, but also too many can notice. Finally, Lu Chuan led the experimenters to use only half a month's effort to build a small reactor in the lab that was fully capable of being carried by a satellite while converting the energy of the meteorite into electricity using the existing technology of the Great Summer Kingdom. With that, the news was immediately told to the general industry. Broad industry has also been successful in obtaining permission to use the meteorite in the Skyfire system. Next, Lu Chuan only needed to focus all of his experience on the research and development of the mosquito catching system, and as long as this laser system was successfully developed, then incidentally, the Skyfire system would also be successful. It's even currently possible to shut down the labs in the Skyfire system. But it was at this time that Lu Chuan had an accident. This day in the laboratory, Lu Chuan suddenly fainted, and when he woke up again, he was already lying in a hospital bed. As soon as Lu Chuan opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Li Shengdong's smelly face. "Kid, you don't want to die. Or Zhang Xiaoli told me that you stayed in the Skyfire Systems lab for half a day a while ago, and damn if you didn't stipulate yourself that it couldn't be more than 3 hours. Lu Chuan's weak face squeezed out a hard smile and said, "I thought that originally, this trial wouldn't take long, so I thought it was nothing. It's a good thing that your kid's life is strong. The doctor just said that you just suffered from radiation that caused a lot of cell necrosis in your body, but it's not too serious. You need to observe for a few days in the hospital." Once Lu Chuan heard that it was not too serious, he sat up and was about to leave the hospital. Li Shengdong gave him another push to lie down as soon as he could. "You stay right here and don't make me open you up." Chapter 39 Scopolamine. Helplessly, Lu Chuan could only listen to Li Shengdong's words and observe in the hospital for a few days, because Lu Chuan is in a separate intensive care ward, and Li Shengdong also arranged for 2 security personnel to watch outside the door, so these days are also extraordinarily reassuring. Yet, spies under Craig's command still got hold of the information, so he immediately sent one of his own female spies, disguised as a nurse, to infiltrate the hospital. At 3 o'clock in the morning of this day, the female spy wearing a nurse's uniform and a mask came to the door of Lu Chuan's ward. At this moment, Lu Chuan was sleeping, but the 2 security personnel at the entrance were on duty. Because Lu Chuan was in an intensive care unit, a nurse would go in every few hours to check on him, so this female spy entered the ward without incident. She looked at the case information at the bedside and it said the words radiation overdose. Then he took out a tiny syringe and gave Lu Chuan a shot in his arm. After only 10 minutes or so, the female spy was out of the hospital room and had the information Craig wanted as well. A few hours passed, which was 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Shengdong came to the hospital to visit Lu Chuan, but after entering the ward, found that Lu Chuan breathing in all aspects of normal, but how to call cannot wake up, so the doctor was called in a panic. Lu Chuan's attending doctor came in with a nurse. After checking Lu Chuan's eyeballs with a flashlight, he immediately frowned. Dilated pupils? For a while the doctors couldn't explain what was wrong, but this time the nurse saw the used syringe sitting on the bed. This is not a syringe from our hospital." Li Shengdong was instantly furious and called the security personnel at the entrance to inquire. The security officer said, "But, we've been at the door the whole time, just once last night around 3 o'clock when a female nurse came in." The nurse standing next to her immediately shook her head. Li Shengdong immediately ordered them to access the hospital's surveillance. It was discovered that this so-called female nurse, after walking out of Lu Chuan's hospital room, accelerated her pace and left the hospital directly. Thinking of that syringe on the bedside, Li Shengdong's heart fluttered, and at this time he thought about whether Lu Chuan could have already been injected with some kind of lethal agent. However, after a while, Lu Chuan even woke up on his own. Only his head was still groggy when he woke up. The stone in Li Shengdong's heart finally fell to the ground, and he was busy asking him, "Lu Chuan, what did the people who came in last night do to you?" Lu Chuan was puzzled. "Someone who came in? When did someone come in? I've been sleeping and I don't seem to have noticed anyone coming in." "You've been unconscious for hours and have been injected with something," Li Shengdong said, pointing to the eye of the needle that still remained on his arm. Lu Chuan frowned and said, "When you say that, I seem to recall that when I was sleeping in a blur, someone asked me something in my dream." As he was talking, the security personnel who had just taken the syringe to test the residual substances inside anxiously ran over and handed Li Shengdong the test report. When Li Shengdong saw the test report, his heart was directly cold. Just 4 words written on this test report: scopolamine. Scopolamine, which is used in some common medications, but high-purity scopolamine is not as simple as a drug. Li Shengdong knew that scopolamine was often used as an interrogation tool by spies, agents, and some interrogators in various countries. After the injection of high-purity scopolamine, the person injected will fall into a trance-like state, almost question and answer, completely uncontrolled by his or her autonomous consciousness. "What does the report say?" Lu Chuan asked Li Shengdong with a bewildered look on his face. Li Shengdong looked at Lu Chuan. He knew that Lu Chuan was definitely trustworthy. He could even give his life for the Great Summer Kingdom, but this is based on his body being in a normal state. Once anyone, even a man with amazing willpower, injects scopolamine, it's all out of his hands. Therefore, it was highly likely that the person who had injected scopolamine into Lu Chuan had already obtained extremely important information from him. but Li Shengdong also knows that it is already too late to say anything at this time, and there is no need to let Lu Chuan, who is still recuperating, follow the anxiety. So he showed him the test report and lied to him. Looks like a spy. Should have tried to kidnap you but didn't manage to do so. What you were injected with was just a potion that puts people in a coma, and it's not going to do much harm to your body. Li Shengdong had done intelligence work before, so of course he knew what scopolamine was. But Lu Chuan was just a scientist in a scientific research bureau, and he didn't have access to these things at all, so naturally he wouldn't know what it was. So he nodded to Li Shengdong with confidence. Still, Lu Chuan could see an uneasy expression on his face. After Li Shengdong left the hospital, he reported the matter to Guanye at the first opportunity. Guanye was halfway down the phone, but still sighed and said to Li Shengdong, "When the construction of 100 nuclear power plants started, we already have no way back. Because the cost of these 100 nuclear power plants is equivalent to the GDP of certain small countries for a whole year. And we can't possibly stop the research and development just because the spies of a certain country learned about this matter. I will immediately order 103 to investigate into this matter. And as for you, the Scientific Research Bureau, continue your research and development. Don't be worrying about this matter. You only care about your scientific research. There will be someone to deal with this matter." Meanwhile, here at Craig's, he has indeed gotten extremely important information, if not all of it. He knew that Lu Chuan was leading the researchers to develop the mosquito catching system and the Skyfire system, and he also knew about the existence of meteorites that contained huge amounts of energy. And instead of feeling threatened or worried, when Craig reported to his superiors smiled and gave Craig a new order. It turns out that the meteorite contains a huge amount of energy, which the Eagle Jam Nation was previously ignorant of, but they were aware of its existence, because a few months ago, the Eagle Sauce Country's satellites had monitored a meteorite fall above the Great Summer Country. With a joke mentality, they did not inform the Great Summer Kingdom of this matter. It's a good thing the meteorite didn't do any major damage, and on top of that, the meteorite split into two as it entered the atmosphere because of the high temperatures generated by friction with the air. The Great Summer Kingdom is only getting one of these pieces at the moment, and it's still one of the smaller sizes. The location where the other one crashed is currently known only to Eagle Jam Nation, and at this point Craig was given new orders to travel somewhere deep in the jungle to find this meteorite. Chapter 40, Another Meteorite. After receiving the order from the vast industry, the 103rd office started to investigate the matter. But the spy just left a syringe in Lu Chuan's hospital room that didn't even have fingerprints. So the 103rd was at a loss when confronted with this thing that didn't have much value. Craig and Li Fei hadn't had much contact in recent times. As far as Liffey was concerned, Craig was now his own landlord, and so didn't play up his specialty. Before each of Craig's arrivals, she dressed herself up, as revealingly as she could, with added verbal and physical teasing. Fei Li is impersonal, but she does have a few good looks. So a few tugs and pulls down the line hooked Craig into the bed. After receiving orders from his superiors, Craig was ready to head to the site of the meteorite's fall in search of the meteorite, and wanted to come and enjoy himself at Li Fei's place before he left. But it was on this day that Craig paid a heavy price for not minding his own business. Just as the two were tossing and turning on the bed, it happened that Li Fei's manager, Zhang Yang, came to the villa. He was already surprised to see this situation, so he wanted to turn around and leave. But when he saw the cell phone peeking out of the pocket of Craig's shirt in the living room, a sudden plan came to his mind. Zhang Yang secretly took Craig's cell phone and couriered it to the research bureau with a note attached to it. "I think there's something important in this cell phone." Li Shengdong received this cell phone and immediately handed it over to 103. By cracking the code of the cell phone and from some of the numbers in the phone that were frequently in contact with the Eagle Jam Country, the 103rd speculated that it could be a spy's cell phone. And there was a strange set of numbers in the text message. A dozen or so numbers that seemed unrelated to each other. However, Zhang Kong has a hobby of cracking things related to numbers. It only took half a day's effort for Zhang Kong to deduce that one of the numbers was what they were looking for from the tens of thousands of number combinations through the model he had built himself. And Zhang Kong concludes that this number is a coordinate. Checking the satellite map through this coordinate, it was found that this location was in an extremely remote jungle somewhere in the Great Summer Country, and it could also be seen on the satellite map that there were traces of tree destruction around this area, which looked like it was formed by something crashing, or a meteorite falling. So the matter was immediately reported to the general industry. When Guanye contacted the meteorite found a few months ago and thought about what had happened to Lu Chuan, he immediately sent a helicopter to this coordinate to check it out. Sure enough, a meteorite was found that was much larger in size than the one previously found. This was a windfall for the industry at large and the research directorate, for this meteorite was 3 times the size of the one found earlier. According to Lu Chuan's calculations, The energy generated by that small meteorite from before would be enough for the Skyfire system's satellite to destroy him in space, thousands of kilometers away from the Eagle Sauce Nation's satellite. And if we now add this one meteorite to the list, then we can boost the satellites of the Skyfire system by an order of magnitude. In other words, the satellites of the Skyfire system can be completely hidden in the depths of space tens of thousands of kilometers from the satellites of the Eagle Sauce Nation. And even if it was discovered by the Eagle Jam Nation, then the energy provided by their satellite solar sails alone would be completely insufficient to return fire on the Skyfire system at this distance, and could only be looked at in disbelief. The 103rd Institute also deduced from this incident that Mordor must be lurking in the spy organization of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. The fact that the Magic City was harboring a spy organization was actually nothing new to the 103rd, but this time, they could just use this meteorite crash site to catch a turtle in a jar. Thus, Wang Feng immediately led his men to this place and ambushed them in the jungle. It was probably because Craig had been in close proximity with Fei Li a lot lately, so he had infected her with Fei Li's brain-dead traits. After he had found out that he had lost his cell phone that day, he was surprised that he couldn't think for a moment where he had lost it, and was naive enough to think that the incident wouldn't bother him because he didn't think that anyone would be able to tell that the set of numbers in the text message were coordinates. So Craig still took a few men himself, disguised as foreign tourists, and prepared to travel to the crash site of the meteorite. When Wang Feng set out, Huang Ye gave him a verbal order: try to catch them alive, and if they resist, shoot them dead. However, because Craig had learned beforehand that Lu Chuan had been hospitalized because of the meteorite's own radiation, he had no intention of going near the meteorite. Instead, when he reached this jungle, a few dozen kilometers away from the meteorite, he selfishly sent his men on a mission, and waited for news where he was, and it was this selfish decision that saved his dog's life. Craig's men, because they are all spies, each carry a capsule containing cyanide, a highly toxic substance, in their teeth. These people were surrounded by the people led by Wang Feng just as they reached the meteorite's fall point. The men resisted fiercely at first because they were in the jungle with trees for shade. After killing a few people, Wang Feng had the intention to leave them alive, but in the end, he realized that the few remaining spies who were looking to be captured had also chewed up the cyanide capsules in their teeth. And these people came prepared and failed to get any valuable information from them. Craig waited where he was for a day and did not see his men return. So Craig, who was as cunning as a fox, immediately realized that something was wrong, and returned to Mordor alone and in ashes, reported mission failure to his superiors. Craig's superior angrily said, "Staff Sergeant Craig, do you know what it would mean if we let the Great Summer Nation successfully develop the mosquito trap system and Skyfire system? That would mean that not only does the Great Xia country have an impenetrable shield in its hand this time, but it has also taken an indestructible blade in its other hand. Their mosquito trap system can easily destroy our Skynet laser system, and their Skyfire system is fully capable of wreaking devastating havoc on our Eagle Sauce country's mainland. So, what do you think we should do now to stop this from happening?" Craig's superior continued. "If we were able to obtain the meteorite, then we would still have a chance to upgrade our Skynet laser system and use it to counter their Great Xia. But now that even our last hope has been dashed by your incompetence, it seems that we can only make their scientific researchers in charge of this system's development disappear." Then, Craig's mind was left with one last task, and that was to kill Lu Chuan. But the execution of this task was not so smooth, because at this point in time a Craig piggyback jumped out. Chapter 41, A Bite in the Middle of the Road. Ever since Lu Chuan was injected with scopolamine in the hospital, for some time now, Lu Chuan's transportation to and from work and home has been arranged by Li Xingdong's security personnel, because there was a real fear that he would be in any more danger. Although Lu Chuan was contributing a great deal to the Great Summer Kingdom, he was also fully qualified to enjoy such treatment. But after all, he was a young man in his 20s, and he was used to being free in his normal life, so it was like being watched every day, and it was awkward. So a protest was lodged against Li Shengdong. Early that morning, Lu Chuan came to Li Shengdong's office. "The director, discuss a matter, can." Li Shengdong was watering the office greenery with a showerhead at this time, and didn't even turn his head back or wait for Lu Chuan to finish. Straight away, he said, "No, it's not negotiable, but I haven't said what it's about." Li Shengdong laughed and said, "I don't even need to hear it. I know what you kid is going to say. Isn't it just that you don't like the security personnel that follow you every day getting in the way?" Lu Chuan has a very obvious strength, which is persistence. This obsessive energy, in addition to being used in scientific research, is no less than the broken mouth of the Tang monk when it comes to reasoning with people. Anyway, isn't there nothing happening lately? And I reckon that all these spies who were behind the evil deeds were also killed by Wang Feng last time. Li Shengdong still disagrees. Lu Chuan immediately turned on the Tang monk's broken mouth mode. breaking up the reasoning and crumbling it into a flurry of attacks on Li Xingdong. Again, it's not freeing, and again, it will affect his mood at work. Blah 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 a whole lot, said Li Shengdong, mind to explode. In the end, Li Shengdong was finally unable to bear it and agreed to Lu Chuan's request. And unbeknownst to both of them, Craig, who had managed to stay alive last time, was being stupid this time. Back in Mordor, after receiving orders from his superiors, Craig purposely also explained to Li Fei to keep her mouth shut recently and not to mention anything about Lu Chuan on the internet, because he was afraid of spooking the snakes. He wanted to be quiet for a while so that everything would return to normal, and then he would find a chance to do it himself. During this period of time, there had been Craig's men keeping an eye on Lu Chuan's whereabouts at the entrance of the research bureau and the place where Lu Chuan was staying. Now finally realizing that Lu Chuan had become a solo commuter again, he immediately reported it to Craig. Craig immediately ordered 2 of his men to find a chance to sneak into Lu Chuan's neighborhood when he returned home to carry out an assassination operation. On the night of Friday, Lu Chuan worked fast overtime in the lab until the early hours of the morning before walking out of the research bureau, and by this time, the 2 spies who carried out the assassination order had actually lurked in Lu Chuan's neighborhood waiting. Since after entering the neighborhood, you need to walk a relatively long distance to get to the building where Lu Chuan lives. Lu Chuan had just walked not far into the neighborhood when he vaguely sensed 2 people in the shadows behind him. Lu Chuan didn't think that these 2 people would do anything to themselves, but it was already early in the morning at this time, so Lu Chuan still subconsciously accelerated his steps. But soon, Lu Chuan felt that these 2 people behind him were also picking up speed and getting closer to him. One of the spies saw that the surroundings were pitch black at this time of the day, and Lu Chuan just happened to be walking underneath a streetlight. Then he pulled out a gun from his arms, and aimed the blackened muzzle at Lu Chuan. After the gunshot, Lu Chuan did not fall, but was startled. Turning around, one of the 2 men behind him collapsed. All Lu Chuan could think of at this time was that it must be that Li Xingdong had still arranged for someone to protect him, but his guess wasn't right. The other spy saw his companion fall and for a moment didn't realize what had happened, only that he had been exposed, so he immediately pulled out his gun and aimed it at Lu Chuan, wanting to continue his mission. But the man in the dark shadows behind him didn't give him a chance to shoot, and before he could pull the trigger, a bullet went through the wrist of the man holding the gun. So the man dropped his gun and ran into the darkness, not caring about the body of his companion on the ground. Lu Chuan saw at this time, in the distance from the body behind the place of more than 10 meters, indeed is standing a person, and look at the figure, seems to be a woman. This made Lu Chuan's heart instantly puzzled, because before, no matter whether it was in the research bureau, or his own home to protect his people, there had never been a woman's figure. Lu Chuan just wanted to walk forward, but at this time, he saw this figure quickly turn around and run away. This operation made Lu Chuan confused, thinking that this person had just saved himself. Why did he still seem to be afraid of being seen by me? It turned out that the woman who saved Lu Chuan was not a security officer in the research bureau, much less someone in 103. Rather, it was the female spy from the Sakura country who had previously injected scopolamine into Lu Chuan in the hospital ward. The reason why he saved Lu Chuan's life at this moment was because Tojo Yua had learned that the Eagle Jam Kingdom had ordered Craig to assassinate Lu Chuan. To Tojo Yua, the order he had to carry out was to make Lu Chuan a scientific researcher in Sakura Nation in the future. So it was necessary to keep Lu Chuan alive. So there was this scene just now. 20 minutes later, the people from the 103rd, and Li Shengdong, all arrived at the scene. Li Shengdong pointed at Lu Chuan's nose in front of Wang Feng and complained, "Kid, you're still being stubborn with me. Just tell me if it's hanging or not. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Feng sent someone to protect you, I'd say that your kid would have lost his little life tonight." When Wang Feng heard this, he immediately opened his eyes wide and said, Isn't this the person you found to protect Lu Chuan? No, the kid won't let anyone protect him. I just removed all the security, didn't you?" These 2 people, including Lu Chuan, were all baffled at once. Lu Chuan said, "I just saw that the person seemed to be a woman." Wang Feng had done detective and intelligence work before, and as soon as he heard Lu Chuan say that it was a woman, his professional instincts made him immediately recall the female nurse who had injected scopolamine into Lu Chuan in the hospital before. But despite this, there was no way to find this person. Investigate the surveillance in the neighborhood, but also nothing. Can only deduce that these people have a strong anti-surveillance means? Must be from the monitoring of the dead corner of the place to come in. Li Shengdong and Wang Feng both inquired about Lu Chuan at the same time. Think about it. Did Commander Guanye send someone to protect you before, or have you forgotten? Either that or another security service contacted you? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, "No, none of the things you guys are talking about exist, and I've never encountered anyone around me to protect me who had a female." Chapter 42 Drunk Girls. Tojo Hirokazu here. the female spy came back to report. Tojo Hirokazu asked her, "Were both of those men killed?" The female spy shook her head. "Killed one. The other ran off when I wounded his hand." "Bastard. That's a spy from the Eagle Jam country. If they find out that the person was killed by our Sakura country, do you know what kind of consequence this is? Besides, I chose you in the first place because you're a sharpshooter. So why would you make such a low-level mistake?" Tojo Yuwa said angrily. "I shot one first. The other one pulled out his gun too fast and was already aiming at Lu Chuan. If I had shot him in the head at that moment, the moment the bullet penetrated, I was worried that his nerve reflexes would have pulled the trigger. So I chose to shoot him in the hand." Once Tojo Yuwa heard that, the anger on his face subsided a bit. And on Craig's side, the henchman, covering his bleeding hand, came back to report this incident as well. "What? Didn't you say that Lu Chuan is no longer surrounded by security personnel? When I was running away, I turned around and looked, and that shouldn't have been a security officer from the research directorate, because as I was running away, this person also turned around and ran away, and it was a woman." Craig immediately frowned. As an old spy, he sensed that this matter was extremely unreasonable, because to him, if this person was the one protecting Lu Chuan, then she should never be able to keep that much distance between her and Lu Chuan. That was not something a qualified security officer would do. But after thinking about it for half a day, he didn't have a clue, so he could only take the fire out on his men. Rubbish. As a spy from the special forces, you can't even handle an unarmed researcher. Get lost. However, after a few days, both Craig, the Bureau of Scientific Research and 103 were still confused about the matter, unable to figure out who this mysterious woman really was. In the next period of time, there was nothing that hindered Lu Chuan's work. Instead, the research and development work went surprisingly smoothly. According to Lu Chuan's calculations, it was highly likely that the laser system developed by their lab could be tested within the next month. So Lu Chuan was all energized all over the lab, and almost every day when he came home it was late at night. On this day, Lu Chuan went home as usual, but just as he stepped out of the elevator, he found himself in front of his house, with a woman half lying against the door, her loose hair covering her face, and smelling of alcohol. Lu Chuan said to himself that he didn't know where this drunkard was, so he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. But before the police call was dialed, the woman hugged Lu Chuan's leg. "Water. I want water. Give me water quickly." Helplessly, Lu Chuan could only open the door of the room and helped the woman into the house, pouring water for her while asking her, "Do you live here? Do you want me to help you call the police?" And this woman didn't answer Lu Chuan's question, took the water cup with both hands, drank it in 2 gulps, and then planted herself directly on the sofa. The words came out of his mouth in a blur. "Don't. No police. I lost my keys. I want to sleep." After saying that, he didn't move, and directly slept on Lu Chuan's sofa. Lu Chuan was directly dumbfounded. Where's this coming from? A drunk sleeping on his couch for good reason. The woman was wearing a black leather jacket, leather pants, and her delicate face looked to be in her mid-20s, but her face was heavily made up, giving the impression that she was a woman from a weathered place. From the woman's words, Lu Chuan guessed that she might be a neighbor in this building, and Lu Chuan is out early and back late every day. It's not unusual for the neighbors in the building to have never seen it. Seeing as there was no danger to this person, he could only shake his head helplessly and take a blanket to cover her up, thinking to wait until tomorrow when it was light. The next morning, as soon as Lu Chuan opened his eyes, he realized that there was a human head next to his bed. Frightened, Lu Chuan jumped straight up from the bed and screamed. But it was only at this time that he realized that it was a girl crawling on the side of his bed, with 2 big watery eyes staring at him blinking. "You, who are you and why are you in my room? Have you forgotten? I was drunk last night and you were the one who attacked me." Lu Chuan suddenly realized that he was a small triangle all over himself at this time, so he rushed to get the quilt out of the way. Taking a closer look at the girl, it turned out that she was indeed the drunk from last night, only with her makeup removed and a little more natural showmanship on her face. She didn't recognize her for a moment. The girl bounced to the living room, saying as she did so, "I made you breakfast." Lu Chuan hurriedly got dressed and came out. The girl said to Lu Chuan, "Luckily you saved me last night, otherwise I guess I would have frozen to death outside. Oh, by the way, my name is Summer. I'm your upstairs neighbor." Saying that, he even extended his hand to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan grew up so big, or a yellow flower young man, never touched a girl's hand. In the face of this situation, the face instantly turned red. It caused the girl to burst out laughing. "You're pretty honest." Lu Chuan ate the breakfast that Summer had made for him while he shot a glance at the other party. It was only at this time that he noticed that Summer had actually showered in her own home and was wearing her own clothes. Lu Chuan thought to himself, this girl really doesn't treat herself as an outsider at all. what do you do for a living? The girl asked. Lu Chuan said, me. I'm sort of in research. Che, I can tell you're a techie at a glance. Lu Chuan asked her, so what do you do? Kind of freelance. Sometimes I work, sometimes I just sing in bars. Lu Chuan ate the sandwiches made by the girl, looking at the girl's body to uncover a few buttons of the shirt. His own heart actually has a little deer in the headlights, getting ready to go out to work. The girl also went up the stairs, and said to Lu Chuan on the way out, thank you, honest man. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Lu Chuan came to the research bureau. As soon as Li Shengdong saw him with a smile on his face, he asked him, kid, what joyful things have you encountered? Why is your face full of light? As soon as he said that, Lu Chuan's face turned even redder and he was busy waving his hands and said, no, nothing much. You can pull back. I still don't know you. Honestly, is it in love? Only then did Lu Chuan explain what happened last night. Li Shengdong laughed out loud. Ha ha, you finally hit peach blossom luck for once. Kid, you have to seize the opportunity. However, Lu Chuan didn't realize that this cute girl was actually no one else. It was the same man who had shot him in the dark late that night and saved him one. Her name isn't Summer either. It's Minako, a high-ranking spy under Tojo Hirokazu. Chapter 43, Girlfriends. That night, Lu Chuan returned home again late at night, was about to rest, when at this time a sharp knock was heard at the door. When I opened the door, I found that it was Summer, wearing a nightgown and a face mask, angrily said to Lu Chuan, hey, what's wrong with you? I've said to invite you for dinner. You've only come back now. Do you know how many times I've come to knock on your door? The neighbors are about to complain that I'm a nuisance. Lu Chuan froze, making it seem as if he had offended her at some point. But any man, faced with a girl playing with her temper like that in front of him, must be out of temper. So Lu Chuan was busy apologizing. I'm really sorry, I forgot to tell you. I'm usually busy with work and usually come back late. Minako pouted at him and said, well then, you're forgiven. I'm just upstairs from you, so pack up and come up soon. After saying that, he turned around and left, not forgetting to complain. It makes me work hard to make a table and heat it up all over again. Lu Chuan spat out his tongue, closed the door and hurriedly followed. When he came up, Minako had indeed made a table for him and had a bottle of red wine. The slightly dimly lit room instantly had an extra hint of ambiguity to it. Lu Chuan never drank, but he couldn't resist the other side while pampering and persuading, so one could only follow with a couple of drinks. After seeing that Lu Chuan was slightly drunk, Minako immediately changed the subject. You're so busy with work, so do you usually not even have time to travel? Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and said, traveling. These two words don't go well with people who work like us. I'm afraid it's hard to get a chance to travel once in our lives. Minako picked up her wine glass and kept clinking it with Lu Chuan. How can you do that? The world is so big. We have to go out to see it. Will you accompany me on a trip when you have time? Where would you most like to go? Minako cocked her head in thought and said, the place I want to go the most. I think it's Sakura country. I've always wanted to go there to see the cherry blossoms. I've heard they're beautiful. Then, Minako gushingly began to describe the various benefits of Sakura country, almost as if she was boasting about it. Lu Chuan, as a person from the country of Daxia and a member of the Scientific Research Bureau, naturally had little interest in the cherry blossom country, but in the face of a somewhat cute, even a little sexy girl, who was gushing in front of him, Lu Chuan's heart was actually not that bored. Of course, this was without his knowledge. Lu Chuan, who had never dabbled in alcohol, coupled with Minako's constant persuasion of alcohol, so it wasn't long before Lu Chuan directly passed out on the table. But the bottle of red wine on the table wasn't just any red wine, it was spiked in advance by Minako. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was trying to get Lu Chuan to develop weapon systems for them, but even at this point getting him drunk and just kidnapping him is not practical. So Tojo Yua's plan was to let Minako and Lu Chuan develop feelings for each other, and after that, he would find a way to make it possible for Lu Chuan to have the opportunity to accompany Minako to leave the Daxia country. As long as they were out of the range of the Great Summer Kingdom, Lu Chuan could be taken at will for them. Minako saw Lu Chuan lying motionless on the table, so she sneered and unbuttoned her pajamas. Then he helped the rotten Lu Chuan to his bed again. The next morning, as soon as Rukawa opened his eyes, he saw Minako lying on his chest. Quietly, he lifted the covers to see that both men were naked. He was so dumbfounded that he started cursing himself over and over in his mind. Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan, drunkenness can actually still happen to you. As a scientific researcher of the Research Bureau, how can you do such underhanded things? Looking at the still sleeping Minako, Lu Chuan didn't know what to do for a moment. I didn't dare wake her up, but it was almost time to go to work myself. But if I woke her up now, those two were naked, and this was going to be embarrassing. In fact, he didn't know that Minako, who was lying in his arms at this time, had actually woken up long ago, and was deliberately creating this awkward atmosphere to make Lu Chuan feel guilty. Minako suddenly pretended to stretch before rubbing her eyes again. Seeing Lu Chuan beside her, she immediately screamed, "Ah! What are you? What are you doing here?" Lu Chuan apologized profusely. I'm sorry, I'll be damned. I'm really sorry. I may have had too much to drink last night." Looking at Minako again, she had actually squeezed out a few tears by this time. "How can you be like this? I kindly invited you to dinner. I didn't expect you to. You actually took advantage of me." Lu Chuan only wanted to escape from here quickly at this moment, because he really didn't have the experience to deal with the emergencies in front of him. After all, it was still the first time for him to hold a girl's hand yesterday, but in the midst of the panic, Lu Chuan said what Minako wanted to hear. Lu Chuan said as he put on his clothes, "Please don't cry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'll take responsibility." Once Minako heard that, she deliberately cried harder. "What am I going to do? I want you to be responsible. I want you to be responsible for me." Lu Chuan mounted his pants, his shoes lifted in his hand, and walked backwards while apologizing. I will. I'm going to work now. I'll definitely be responsible for you when I come back." When he came to the research bureau, Lu Chuan was restless all day and kept thinking about last night and how he could do such an asshole thing. At the same time the mind was reeling, wondering how to face it when he went back at night. Li Shengdong could see that Lu Chuan had something on his mind, so he asked, "What's wrong? Had a fight with your girlfriend?" "Ha ha." Lu Chuan stammered, not knowing what to say about this. Li Shengdong was a man who had been there before, and one look at Lu Chuan's face wrote that it was something between a man and a woman. So he laughed and said, "Hey, it's normal for men and women to quarrel with each other. Just go back and coax them." Lu Chuan finally couldn't help himself and told Li Shengdong what happened last night, and after he finished he wanted to find a crack in the ground. But I didn't expect Li Shengdong to laugh even louder when he heard it. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, brat, you became a man today too." Lu Chuan was all depressed and didn't have the heart to work. He just wanted to get this thing over with as soon as possible. He even thought of taking out some of his savings and giving it to Minako as an apology. But after thinking about it, I was worried that the girls would take it as an insult. The day was muddled and I was ready to go home early in the afternoon. Just walked out of the research bureau with Li Shengdong. But the Minako she saw was standing in the doorway at this time. As soon as she saw Lu Chuan, she went up and wrapped her arms around him, and pouted. "You're too much. You didn't even care about me in the morning," and twisted your head and left. With embarrassment written all over his face, Lu Chuan introduced Li Shengdong. This is my neighbor, named Summer." Minako was immediately upset at that. "What, you're saying I'm your neighbor?" Lu Chuan's face was suffocatingly red, so he had to change his words immediately. Girlfriend. Li Shengdong couldn't help but watch. To him, he had always treated Lu Chuan as his own son, and seeing that he had found such a beautiful girlfriend, his heart was naturally happy for him. But he could never have imagined that the girl in front of him might threaten the security of the Great Summer Kingdom in the future. Chapter 44, Hot Love. A few years ago, Tojo Yua had chosen Minako, who was still a Special Forces soldier in the Sakura country at the time, as a spy to infiltrate Dacia with him. One of the important reasons why she was chosen was that Minako had had a few years of experience studying in the country of Dacia, and, whether by the standards of a Special Forces soldier, or a spy, Minako was described as an extremely good person. 100-step marksmanship, superb acting skills that make it hard to see through, and a mindset that kills without blinking are all traits that characterize Minako's body. It can be said that ordinary people are absolutely difficult to see that underneath this soft and delicate face, there hides a devilish heart. Minako informs Tojo Yua that she has managed to sneak up on Lu Chuan, and he also asked him if he needed to sidestep Lu Chuan to get some information out of him, or to secretly search his home. Tojo Yua shook his head and said, "No, it's good that you can successfully lurk around him. Do not act rashly and alert the snakes. Our aim is to let a genius like Lu Chuan be used for my Sakura Kingdom. Just wait for the time when you have the opportunity to be able to make him leave the domain of the Great Summer Kingdom." Minako said, "Lu Chuan, this guy, is just like a working machine. Every day he goes to the research bureau very early in the morning, and comes back very late at night, and comes back with a book in his hand. Every time I want to get a little closer to him and have a chat, I need to deliberately look for the opportunity to do so." Tojo Yua immediately interrupted her and said, "No, I don't need you to do any spying right now. I am ordering you. You have to treat Lu Chuan like a lover in love. I don't care what method you use. You have to make Lu Chuan deeply realize that you really have fallen in love with him. I want to make him unable to stay away from you. And also, since you are acting, you have to act the whole way. I see that it's time for you to find a job in Magic City to cover yourself up. If it were another man, Minako might have been more or less upset in her heart when she heard such an order. But Lu Chuan, that's a handsome guy who looks white and clean. Apart from the fact that he's full of work, so he's not enthusiastic about life. He's still a guy that girls like. So Minako didn't feel any pressure, and even had a little joy inside. Originally, Minako had wanted to find a camp that was based in a bar, but she thought carefully in her mind that a man like Lu Chuan should not like his girlfriend working in such a weathered place. So, Minako relied on her education and looks and soon became a white-collar worker in a trading company, and also took the initiative to tell Lu Chuan the news, telling him that he wanted to pursue a more stable life in the future and would not be like before. Lu Chuan's heart was also very happy to hear this. Minako was renting an apartment above Rukawa's though, but these days, the two had almost always stayed at Lu Chuan's place. Lu Chuan's inner self did experience the feeling of being in hot love. Even these days, during the day, even when Lu Chuan was working, he would think of Minako without realizing it, and the time to go back at night had been advanced. That night, the two men were eating dinner. Lu Chuan said, "Summer, anyway, the two of us are living together now, and we live together every day, so why don't I see that you just retire that house upstairs?" Minako joked, "No, I'm not backing out. In case the two of us get into a fight someday and you kick me out, then won't I even have a place to stay?" When Lu Chuan heard this, he immediately swore very seriously. "How could I? What do you think of me, Lu Chuan? I swear that such a thing will never happen." But Minako still disagreed. Just mouthed that many furniture in the house are newly bought by her according to her own preferences. It is really a pity to return it, and want to put it away for the time being. After all, the rent of this house is not much money. Lu Chuan is sure that he will not force her to do anything. Listening to her say so, and thinking about the two people's income is really not low, so he did not mention this matter again. But what's actually true is that Minako, as a spy, has a number of things she needs hidden in the seclusion of her house: military computers, poisons, hallucinogens, and some guns and daggers. After all, these things are extremely important to a spy. And Tojo Yua has a backup plan. That is, if at the end of the day, when it is really impossible to turn Lu Chuan, he will be killed. That morning, Lu Chuan came to the research bureau. Li Shengdong looked at him with a full face then taunted, "Kid, you've been in love lately. Your mental state is completely different. It seems that Summer's cooking is also good. It's only been a few days of work. I feel like you've gained an extra piece of meat on your face." Li Shengdong also asked Lu Chuan, saying that he hadn't rested for so long, and this time it was easy to fall in love. "So do you want to give him a few days of vacation and accompany the Summer to go out and have fun?" Lu Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "Now is not the time for childish love. Seeing as the laser system developed in our lab is ready to be tested, I have to hurry." Li Shengdong said to Lu Chuan again seriously, "There's another good news to tell you. One of the 100 nuclear power plants that we're building at the same time, one of them has basically been completed. And Commander Guang asked me to tell you that once your laser system is completed, you can test it out in a nuclear power plant right away." Lu Chuan was puzzled for a moment, and then asked Li Shengdong, "I've always had a question that I still don't quite understand. The laser equipment that we use for our mosquito trapping system, to emit the super laser is to need a large area of mirrors. How is this thing going to be hidden? After all, there are satellites from other countries staring at us all the time." It turned out that this problem that Lu Chuan was worried about had actually been solved a long time ago. Every nuclear power plant, too, will need large cooling towers that look like big smokestacks, like thermal power plants. And for each of the 100 nuclear power plants currently under construction, an additional cooling tower will be built. But there isn't any cooling equipment inside, just so the equipment for the mosquito trapping system can be hidden and installed inside. Since the cooling towers are also very high, the light is not fully refracted in. So even with a satellite passing directly overhead, all you can see inside is a blackened mess. And, just to be on the safe side, when these cooling towers used to house the mosquito trapping system were first designed, hundreds of exhaust holes were purposely installed at the very top of the towers. In this way, when the mosquito trapping system is not required to work, these vents will continuously discharge water vapor to the outside. It looks like a normal cooling tower. Li Shengdong also said to Lu Chuan, "You kid, really is the life of labor. Every day have to worry about endless. In the future you will go to work when peace of mind to engage in your mosquito trapping system. Off duty when you are down to enjoy you in the summer of the world of two. Other things will naturally be related to people to worry about. You don't care about it. We are not the only one left in the country of the great summer." Chapter 45, Another Brain-Damaged Star. In recent times, Lu Chuan seems to be relaxed as never before, as everything is going well at the research bureau, and he returns home every night to the warmth of Summer's company in his life. But at this very moment, even when Li Feier, the brainwashed one, had fallen silent. Another clown jumped out and caused some trouble for Lu Chuan. However, this incident is more like a miscarriage of justice inflicted on Lu Chuan. For more than half a year, a young fresh meat named Xia Anji in the entertainment circle, because he starred in a costume drama, burst into flames in a short period of time, and instantly got countless traffic additions, bringing this person on fire, and became the top stream of the great summer country for a while. And just when Xia Anji was at his hottest, he suddenly made a high-profile announcement that he had actually been secretly in love with this Fei Li and openly courted her. He also said that when he had not yet debuted, he had actually been infatuated with Li Fei, only that he did not have the popularity in the past, and now he finally had the capital to give his goddess happiness, so he dared to express his love. And this brain-dead Xia Anji, I don't know if it's to please Li Fei or for the sake of hype. Surprisingly, he rehashed the previous incident between Li Fei and Lu Chuan on his own microblog. I feel guilty inside. When Li Fei was hurt by Lu Chuan, I was incapable of doing anything for her. But I'm different now. I'm already a top star in the great summer country. If Lu Chuan doesn't stand up and apologize to my goddess, then don't blame me for not being polite. Fei Li has been quiet for a while now, most likely earning a lot of money from Craig, to the point where Fei Li has forgotten that she's in the entertainment industry. It was a clown that suddenly jumped out at this time that made Li Fei remember that she had so much charisma in the entertainment industry. Craig was on fire as soon as he saw the news and immediately came to see Li Fei. It wasn't because Craig felt jealous because he slept with her, but because Craig still had to carry out his own assassination plan in the future, and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, or else in that case, the Scientific Research Bureau would have to protect Lu Chuan severely again, and he wouldn't have the chance to do it himself. When she came to Li Fei's villa, she pointed at her and scolded, "You stupid, what did I tell you before? Said let's not let you and Lu Chuan remain hostile anymore. Not to mention that you can't stir up public opinion on the internet." Li Fei was also dumbfounded, because she really didn't take the initiative to provoke Lu Chuan, and simply didn't expect that she would suddenly just jump out of a Xia Anji. It's not me. I don't know this Xia Anji, much less that he would mention Lu Chuan. Ever since Fei Li knew that she could get a lot of benefits from Craig, a big tycoon, and might even be placed in the Eagle Sauce country, Fei Li was obedient to Craig and did not dare to offend him in the slightest, and the more he did, the less Craig treated her like a human being. After all, from the beginning, in Craig's eyes, Li Fei was nothing more than a playwright who only recognized money and had a little bit of use value, and didn't see her as a human being at all, much less treat her with an ounce of respect. Craig turned to Li Fei again and said angrily, "I don't care how you seduced this stupid bastard called Xia Anji. Anyway, you have to settle this matter so that he doesn't attack Lu Chuan on the internet." After saying that, Craig left without looking back, leaving Li Fei alone and dumbfounded, because she really didn't know how to fix this. After thinking for half a day, he finally felt that it was better to contact this Xia Anji first, so he asked his agent, Zhang Yang, to get Xia Anji's phone number. After the phone call was dialed, Li Fei directly did not give him any good face at all. "You're not a psychopath, are you? Do I know you? And you're showing me love on the internet. So I'm telling you, just die." After finishing himself, before Xia Anji could say a word, Li Fei snapped and hung up the phone. This may be the reason why things are similar. And this Xia Anji is also a brainwashed plus oddball. If you were a slightly more sane person, or someone with some face, you would feel like you were being hated at this point, or at the very least, you would feel humiliated. But Xia Anji, this goods, can only be said that his ability to understand belongs to the influence of the nymphomaniac mentality, and has become completely abnormal. He actually thought, the reason my goddess is talking to me like this must be because when Lu Chuan hurt her before, she received damage to her spirit, so I must avenge my goddess. With a star this brain dead, naturally his fans aren't exactly brainiacs. Xia Anji immediately announced on the network that his goddess had been hurt by Lu Chuan to the point of mental abnormality, and that he was dying of pain in his heart, and that he must avenge his goddess, and strongly demanded that Lu Chuan kneel down on the ground and apologize to his goddess, or else he couldn't guarantee that he'd do anything irrational. As soon as Xia Anji's words were sent out, the brainwashed fans were all over the place, immediately starting all kinds of insults against Lu Chuan on the internet. A wave of operation came down, making Li Fei look dumbfounded at first, thinking how it was like she was giving him a shot in the arm after she had called him. After experiencing so many things before, Lu Chuan now actually doesn't give a damn about these celebrities attacking him. But when he got back at night, Minako put on a great show in front of him. As soon as Lu Chuan entered the house, Minako gave him a big hug and a random kiss on the face. It startled Lu Chuan, and he thought to himself how he welcomed himself with such passion today. Minako took out her cell phone and pointed to the news on the hot search and said, "The Lu Chuan on this, is he talking about you?" Lu Chuan nodded and was about to explain to her from beginning to end. I didn't expect Minako to get even more excited. You're so handsome. So you're this Lu Chuan. I didn't dare to think so just now, and guessed if you just renamed yourself with this person. Rukawa looked at Minako dumbfounded. Minako continued again. So you're so great. You've made such a great contribution to the great Xia kingdom. And you're also a descendant of a loyal martyr. My luck is just too good to have found such an excellent boyfriend as you. It made Lu Chuan's face brush red when he said it. Actually, it's average. I'm not that good. It's all the result of the efforts of my colleagues in the research directorate. Minako shouldn't have said that, but it felt like an opportunity at this time. So he said to Lu Chuan, then, if your research bureau is so powerful, can you take me in to see it? Saying that, he even hugged Lu Chuan's neck and pampered him. Lu Chuan immediately shook his head and said, that won't do. The Scientific Research Bureau is managed very strictly. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. And the Scientific Research Bureau is a group of nerds only. You will also find it very meaningless to go. Minako didn't dare to show too much. Seeing Lu Chuan's refusal, he had to show an aggrieved expression. Then tenderly like a little rabbit, she nodded to Lu Chuan and said, alright then, I'll listen to you. Lu Chuan didn't take what happened on the internet seriously, and didn't even memorize the name of this person, Xia Anji, but Zhang Kong of 103 knew about it and took it seriously. After all, Zhang Kong is Lu Chuan's little fanboy. Chapter 46 Zhang Kong strikes. This stupid Xia Anji, seeing as how no one has said anything back after days of cursing, was stupid enough to publish his cell phone number on Weibo. Lu Chuan, if you're a man, take the initiative to call and contact me. Don't force me to find a way to find you. I hope you'll be sensible and apologize to my goddess. Otherwise if you let me find you, it'll be the time when you regret it. Craig, seeing online that Xia Anji didn't seem to have the slightest intention of shutting up, called Philip Lee out again. Even Craig had the heart to kill Xia Anji at this time, fearing that this idiot would spoil his plan to assassinate Lu Chuan. At this time, in the 103rd Institute, the director, Ma Guangyang, was similarly concerned about this matter. Since the senior defense commander had come, Ma Guangyang had even made protecting the research bureau and Lu Chuan his important mission. For other things, Ma Guangyang could have sent people to protect everyone in the research bureau at all times, but this matter is a bit embarrassing, because these so-called stars are idols in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these heroes of theirs who protect their families and defend their country, they are indeed not worth mentioning. It's impossible to do anything to him just because he insulted Lu Chuan a few times online. So it's important to be flexible when faced with this kind of thing. So Ma Guangyang called Zhang Kong. Although Zhang Kong was hugging his computer every day, he was reveling in his hacker world, and every day he was carrying out the missions of the 103rd, so he didn't know what was happening on the internet lately. As soon as he heard Ma Guangyang say that his idol, Lu Chuan, had been harassed by the starlet again, his anger immediately came to a head. Patting his chest, he said to Ma Guangyang, boss, don't worry about it, leave this matter to me. Looking at Zhang Kong being so confident, Ma Guangyang was a bit worried instead. What he was worried about was not that Zhang Kong couldn't handle this matter well. He was worried that this guy was playing over his head and was creating a big news. So he said to him, that, Xiao Zhang when you are dealing with this matter, can you just get to the point? Ugh, just don't worry about it. It's a small matter. Don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Zhang Kong walked out of Ma Guangyang's office with his computer in his arms. Zhang Kong returned to his office and opened his computer to first skim through the veins of this matter. While looking at Xia Anji's microblogging, he accidentally discovered that the idiot had actually published his cell phone number. Seeing Xia Anji operate in such an enigmatic manner, Zhang Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to myself, I feel degraded to my beloved computer keyboard for letting me deal with you personally when you're such a dumbass. While thinking about this, Zhang Kong edited a text message and sent it to Xia Anji, with a URL added at the end of the text message. I have Lu Chuan's details here, including his photo, and his contact information, which can be seen by clicking on this URL. A few minutes later, Zhang Kong saw a prompt appear on his computer screen. It means that the idiot Xia Anji has clicked on the link and has been able to hack into his phone himself, including the nearby network where his phone is located. Then, Zhang Kong began to capture all the data that he could into his device, slowly looking for useful things. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. This look made Zhang Kong eat a big surprise. Just you. I thought you were so infatuated with Li Feier. After all this time you're nothing but a lousy person. It turned out that Zhang Kong had found quite a few ambiguous photos of Xia Anji and beautiful women, and even bed photos. Inside the information he had captured back, the chat logs in the chat software are also extraordinarily hot. Quite a bit of it is in the content of hooking up with girls. One of the chats was still about Xia Anji making a bet with someone on how soon he could sleep with Fei Li. Zhang Kong decisively posted all of these, and, still, logged into Xia Anji's own microblog and posted this. All the netizens were dumbfounded when they saw the contents. It was only at this time that I realized that this Xia Anji turned out to be a super oddball, super scum plus asshole. However, Zhang Kong did not intend to just let it go so easily. Immediately after that, Zhang Kong used Xia Anji's Weibo to post another sentence. Originally I just wanted to play with Li Feier. I didn't expect that so many idiots would actually believe it. It looks like my plan is going to end in failure, but it doesn't matter. There are plenty of girls who are willing to be pampered by me. There was a public outcry. The entire entertainment industry looked like an earthquake. All variety shows, movies, TV shows, advertisements related to Xia Anji, all taken off the shelves overnight. And there wasn't a single comment on Xia Anji's Weibo comments that wasn't calling him out. To say you're scum is insulting to the word scum to me. You've simply scummed your way to a new level. Don't even know how to praise you. You're just too tough. You've done so many shameless things and actually shamelessly sent them out for all to see. Are you waiting for praise? First of all, I commend you for having purified showbiz attributes in yourself, as well as the spirit of self-sacrifice. So I guess you can't even look at yourself when you stay in the showbiz industry yourself. I estimate that if you have a car accident at 8 o'clock tonight, tens of millions of people in Mordor will go out to celebrate with fireworks at 10 minutes past 8. Do you believe it? Do you want to try? From the time Zhang Kong left Ma Guanyan's office, only an hour or so had passed, and Zhang Kong had completed his task successfully. Ma Guanyan looked at these news on the internet and laughed his ass off. At this time Zhang Kong walked into his office and asked, "Boss, how's the effect? Do you want me to work harder?" Ma Guanyan immediately nodded his head and said, "Enough, totally enough for this effect. You must not be doing anything. I'm really worried that you'll create another big news out of it. I thank you. Stop it." Only then did Zhang Kong close his laptop with great interest. Xia Anji didn't even know what was going on at this time, or his agent told him to look at his Twitter. I opened Twitter myself and stared at the screen for a few minutes without slowing down. He was regretting that he shouldn't have messed with whoever was hiding in the shadows for the sake of a Li Feier, and messed himself up, but it's all his fault. From this day onward, Xia Anji was considered to have bid farewell to the entertainment industry completely. And when Craig saw this, his heart was sort of solidified, because only then, when it seemed like everything was calm, could he continue to carry out his assassination operation against Lu Chuan. Chapter 47, Minako's Injury. Xia Anji never thought that just because he cursed Lu Chuan twice on the internet, he would end up with a broken reputation. So, when staying at home and muddling around for a few days, he finally chose an extreme means to get back at Lu Chuan. That morning, Xia Anji, wearing an overcoat that wrapped himself up tightly and carrying a fruit knife in his arms, was waiting early at the entrance of the research bureau. As it happened, this was the day Minako happened to send Lu Chuan to work, not because Minako was so kind, but because this was Minako's deliberate attempt to show Lu Chuan's co-workers a handful of love in front of the research bureau. The two men had just turned the corner from an intersection and had not yet reached the entrance to the research bureau. Xia Anji had then noticed Lu Chuan and stood up to cross the road. By the time Lu Chuan and Minako took Lu Chuan's arm and were about to walk to the entrance of the research bureau, Xia Anji was already about 10 meters behind the two. Out of the professional habit of a spy, Minako glanced behind her with her afterglow, and subconsciously immediately sensed that something was wrong. But at this time in front of Lu Chuan, Minako didn't dare to show any unusual behavior and could only act as if nothing had happened. Listening to the footsteps behind him getting faster and closer, Minako took Lu Chuan's arm and couldn't help but tighten it. "Why? Is the weather too cold? I told you not to let you come to see me off. Go back quickly." Lu Chuan was concerned. Minako's attention was on top of the footsteps behind her, so she didn't pay any attention to Lu Chuan's words and just leaned her body a little tighter. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard coming from the front. "Good morning, Professor Lu." It turned out to be Zhang Xiaoli from the lab, who came to work from the other direction at this time and had just walked to the entrance of the research bureau. Lu Chuan also greeted Zhang Xiaoli, but Minako was still tightly leaning on Lu Chuan's body, as if she didn't hear it. Looking at Zhang Xiaoli's heart a burst of envy. In fact, Minako was struggling with something in her mind at this time. If the person behind him rushes up and poses a danger to Lu Chuan, will he or she kill him back or just watch Lu Chuan get hurt? If this person made a move towards harming Lu Chuan, causing Lu Chuan's life to be in danger, then his own mission would be considered a failure. However, if he made a move to kill this person in return, it would be extremely easy to expose his identity. Suddenly, Minako heard footsteps behind her start to run. When the voice was close at hand, Minako turned her head to see that a bright fruit knife had been raised high in the air by the man, conditioned out of professional habit. As soon as she did, Minako grabbed Xia Anji's knife-wielding wrist. Lu Chuan hadn't reacted yet, but Zhang Xiaoli had already let out a scream at the sight. The scream immediately attracted the security personnel at the entrance of the research bureau, and 4 or 5 of them quickly ran over at the sound. It was in this instant that Minako made a decision. Only Minako let go and screamed at the same time. Xia Anji immediately swung his sword at Lu Chuan at this time. But Minako wasn't indifferent. And when Zhang Xiaoli was already overwhelmed with fear, Minako slammed her body into Xia Anji. Xia Anji was a big man of more than 5 feet 8 inches and weighed at least 145 pounds. But Minako weighs at most 90 pounds. But even so, there were still 100 ways that Minako could kill him back with her empty hands. But the situation at hand forced Minako to pretend to be a soft woman. With another scream, the fruit knife in Xia Anji's hand cut across Minako's arm. Blood flowed in an instant. And at this time the security personnel also rushed over and immediately pressed Xia Anji to the ground. Let me go. I'm going to kill Lu Chuan. He ruined me. I'm going to kill him. Xia Anji's face was pressed into the ground, but he kept yelling. But Lu Chuan didn't even give him a second glance at this time, and didn't even listen to what he was barking at. Pressing down on Minako's wound, she yelled at Zhang Xiaoli, "Call an ambulance, call an ambulance." A 10-centimeter or so wound was on Minako's arm, and blood continued to gush out. To Minako, a situation like this was nothing at all when she was on a mission. Even if she broke an arm, she could still cover her wounds and flee the scene. But in front of Lu Chuan, Minako cried like a parrot this time, and fainted in Lu Chuan's arms without crying a few times. The ambulance took Lu Chuan with it and took Minako to the hospital. After bandaging, Minako lay on the hospital bed, sobbing continuously in front of the guilt-ridden Lu Chuan. And at this time to learn about this matter the same heart guilt, and the 103 Institute of Zhang Kong. At this moment, Zhang Kong stood in front of Ma Guangyang and also said with a guilty look on his face, "Director, it's all my fault. It might be that I was too hard on him, making this cargo jump over the wall." Ma Guangyang waved his hand and said, come on. This thing is not your fault. The robbers will commit murder is also something we did not expect. But Xiao Zhang, I still have to advise you. This means, we are aware of the institute. In the future to do things when the time to be put away a little bit or to put away a little bit. After Li Shengdong got the news, he also immediately rushed to the hospital. To him, hearing this news was like learning that his daughter-in-law was hospitalized. As soon as he walked into the hospital room, he pointed at Lu Chuan and complained, "Kid, can't even take care of your own girlfriend? A big man. Even want your girlfriend to send you to work? Punish you." Minako immediately explained, "Uncle Li, don't blame him. He didn't ask me to give him a ride. It was me who wanted to go." Lu Chuan looked like a child who had done something wrong and stood by the side without saying a word. Li Shengdong hurriedly asked Minako on the hospital bed, "How is it? Summer, does it still hurt? Ouch." But the doctor said it shouldn't be a big deal, that it didn't hurt any bones. Li Shengdong turned to Lu Chuan again and said, "Punish you for not going to the research bureau for the next few days. Your task now is to take care of Summer in the hospital." "But my experiment." Lu Chuan opened his mouth to explain, but Li Shengdong immediately interrupted him and said, "The experiment is going well now. You don't have to worry about it. Your own girlfriend is injured, and you are still preoccupied with your experiment. It's settled. Don't let me see you in the research bureau in the next couple of days, or else your legs will be broken for you." Lu Chuan could only just nod helplessly. In the next few days, Lu Chuan transformed from a senior professor in the research bureau to a general chaperone in the hospital. Minako was taken care of in the hospital in every possible way, but at the same time, Minako could also see that Lu Chuan was in the hospital these days and his heart was in the research bureau. Chapter 48, Lake Sawa. In fact, the wound on Minako's arm was deep, but it didn't hurt the bone, so it wasn't considered a major injury and didn't even need to be hospitalized. The reason why she still chose to be hospitalized was that Minako wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate Lu Chuan's feelings for her, or to make Lu Chuan feel sorry for her inside. On this day, Lu Chuan was peeling an apple for Minako at the hospital bedside. Minako could tell from his face that the guy didn't want to be here for a moment, and couldn't wait to get back to the research bureau, but was just too embarrassed to say so. So he asked him jokingly, "Are you tired of being here and want to go back to work?" Lu Chuan immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, my task now is to take care of you without distraction. I'm actually okay now, so why don't I go get discharged now, recuperate at home and then you can go to work tomorrow?" When Lu Chuan heard this, he immediately raised his head and asked with eyes full of surprise, "Really?" Minako raised her hand to hit him, but she raised the wrong arm, the one that was injured. Pretend quickly that the pain is too much to bear before you even hit it. However, it was discharged that day. Lu Chuan also returned to the research bureau after asking for instructions from Li Shengdong as well. On this day, Zhang Xiaoli in the Bureau of Scientific Research, when he went to work, he saw a young man standing at the door with his hands and feet. Walking up, it turned out to be an acquaintance. Hauser, why are you here? Zhang Xiaoli, you work here? It turned out that this Hughes, a former college classmate of Zhang Xiaoli, did not have much contact after graduation, since Hughes and Zhang Xiaoli studied the same major. So today to the research bureau, precisely to interview. This moment standing in the doorway dazed, is not sure how to go in. Zhang Xiaoli was both surprised and happy at the same time. After all, they are old classmates, and it would be great to work together. And so it was that he took Hauser into the Bureau of Research. The Scientific Research Bureau was different from other departments in that the work here mostly involved top secrets of the Great Xia state. So the interviews were also extremely strict. Not only do you have to look at the person's ordinary resume, but you also have to investigate the family's situation. Even the interviewing process was directly handled by Li Xingdong, and Lu Chuan was there, as the selection was for the lab personnel he needed right now. At first glance, this person was brought by Zhang Xiaoli, and the two of them were still classmates. Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan naturally let down some of their guard and had a little more trust. Then Hughes passed the interview very smoothly and was arranged by Lu Chuan to work with Zhang Xiaoli in the lab. A few days ago, Craig had also learned about Lu Chuan's near miss by Xia Anji at the entrance of the research bureau, because he had been arranging his own spies in the neighborhood. He also knew that Lu Chuan had been in the hospital with his girlfriend in the days that followed. This was a good opportunity for Craig to get rid of Lu Chuan. So, he asked his superiors to carry out this assassination. But the very next day after his superiors agreed, when he was about to act, Craig was again ordered by his superiors to stop the operation immediately. Craig was puzzled and said to his superior, Lu Chuan has hardly had any rest for years, either at the research bureau or at his own home, and is always protected. The opportunity before us, if we miss it, we'll not know how long we will have to wait before we can strike. The superior smiled and said, You're right, but now we have a new plan. Upon hearing about the new program, Craig immediately felt bad in his heart, because he was the one leading all the espionage missions that the Eagle Sauce Nation was carrying out in the Great Summer Country, and at this time there was a new plan that he didn't know about, so he wondered if it was because his own superiors had begun to distrust him. But after hearing his superior's explanation, Craig let go. It turned out that the Eagle Sauce Nation had successfully turned back a foreign student from the Daxia Nation in their own country, and the foreign student had currently returned to Daxia as well. This international student was no other than Hauser, who had just passed the examination for the Research Council. Just like when they brainwashed Fei Li, the Eagle Jam Nation offered the same generous terms to Hughes. Not only did he promise to give him an astronomical amount of money when the deed was done, but he also promised that he would be able to spend the rest of his life comfortably enjoying himself in Eagle Jam country. Hauser, who went to Eagle Jam to study abroad, was actually originally aiming to stay in Eagle Jam. This time someone offered him such a generous offer, so without much thought struggle, he readily agreed. Therefore, after learning that Hauser had successfully infiltrated the research bureau, Eagle Jam Nation immediately changed its plans. There were two tasks they had assigned to Hauser. One is to steal the mosquito catching system and the skyfire system of this research bureau, and the other is to find a way to delay the process of developing these two systems if they can't be obtained. And, in Hauser's hands, there was an advanced device that the Eagle Jam Nation had just developed. This device is as big as two cell phones stacked on top of each other. It looks like a removable hard disk and has a removable hard disk-like connector. However, this device is advanced in that his function is not known to store data, because it's the equivalent of a small supercomputer. When this device is connected to any computer, or server, its own supercomputing system will start crawling all the data on this device at a very fast speed, and it will simultaneously send this data, via satellite, directly to the highest level of defense in the Eagle Jam Nation. That is to say, once this device has successfully accessed the servers in the Research Directorate, then all the data from the Scientific Research Bureau will be transmitted to the Eagle Jam Nation in a very short time. This is not just for the Scientific Research Bureau. This will be a fatal blow to the entire country of Daxia, because the servers in the Research Bureau store more than just the mosquito catchers and skyfire systems. There are also numerous secret weapons systems in here, as well as some defense weapons deployments and planning. Craig's superior ordered him again. I order you to stop all your work at hand right now. All of our spying programs in Daxia are to be halted. For some time to come, Hauser's operations will be the top priority, and all of you must unconditionally give him whatever help he needs. Craig was also startled when he heard it, because he knew that the plan was just too bold. If Hauser's operation at the Research Bureau had been successful, it would have been fatal to the Great Summer State. But let's say that Hauser's actions are exposed and that Hauser explains that this is at the behest of the Eagle Jam Nation. Then this action is almost no different from declaring war directly on the Great Summer Kingdom. Chapter 49 Equipment in the Field. Although Hauser had this super hard disk box that could transfer data in his hand, it wasn't actually that easy to start. This was because Li Xingdong had already updated the system of the research bureau after it had been invaded by Craig's men that one time earlier. Now, with all the computers in the research directorate, not all systems can be accessed, not even a mouse and keyboard. It has to be a device that has been vetted by the Bureau of Scientific Research before it is added to the database and allowed to access the computer. Otherwise, the whole system will be alarmed immediately after any unallowed external device is accessed. Hauser didn't know this, but he wasn't stupid. It didn't go down so quickly after entering the research directorate. A few days later, in the lab, because Zhang Xiaoyan needed to transfer a piece of data with a flash drive, she was seen by Hauser while using the flash drive. Hauser then asked her, "Are all of our research bureau's flash drives uniform? I seem to have seen a few co-workers using the same ones." Zhang Xiaoyan then told him about the existing computers in the research bureau, which cannot be accessed by external equipment. When Hauser heard this, he thought to himself that he was lucky that he didn't do it so quickly. Otherwise he was afraid that he would have been caught by this time. That same day, Lakesir informed Craig of the news. Craig cringed at the sound of it and had to ask his superiors for instructions, and the higher-ups contacted the developer of this hard disk box. The answer given by the developers was, "It is recommended to use it directly on the servers of the research directorate." Now that's a problem for Hauser, because in a unit like the research bureau, the server must be placed in a hidden location. Hauser had just been in the research bureau for a few days, so there was no way he could have known where the servers were. But when he thought of the conditions that Eagle Jam Nation had promised him, he gritted his teeth and returned to the research bureau. When he left Craig's place, Craig gave him back something like a card. This is the most advanced decoder device at present. No matter what kind of door, as long as it is electronically locked, relying on the sensor on this card, it can be unlocked. A few days later, security had to access the server because of a research bureau overhaul, and so it also happened to be discovered by Hauser. And it turns out that the server's location is in the basement underneath the lab. Then Hauser started looking for an opportunity to strike. Because of the influence of Lu Chuan, most of the staff in the laboratory, most of them have the habit of working overtime at night, and this point also creates the conditions for Hughes to start. That night, Hughes dragged himself around the lab until very late, and there were only a few people left in the lab, including Zhang Xiaoyan. Under the pretext of going to the bathroom, Hauser leaves the lab and sneaks into the basement. But he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaoyan was following him at this time, because Zhang Xiaoli had always felt that this Hughes was not right tonight. Being his classmate, knowing that he is not a hard worker and that there is not much work he can do in the lab today, the fact that he should have left a long time ago, but has been dragging his feet and dawdling around, caught Zhang Xiaoli's attention. Zhang Xiaoli had spent a little more time in the research bureau, so subconsciously she had some sense of security. So Zhang Xiaoli hid in the corner outside the bathroom and secretly observed. After seeing Hauser come out of the bathroom, he looked around and realized that no one was there, and with one turn, he headed in the direction of the basement. Knowing that the server was in the basement, Zhang Xiaoli tensed in her heart and guessed that this guy wasn't going to do any damage. Quietly, he followed them to the basement, and sure enough, he saw that Hauser was holding something in his hand and was drumming on the electronic lock of the room that housed the server. But just as Zhang Xiaoli was about to go and call the security personnel, a crisp sound was heard. And this door had been opened by Hughes. She didn't know what the hell Hauser was trying to do by going in there. The servers were full of important data for the research directorate, and at this point if she turned around and called security over again, it might be too late for anything, so immediately decided to go in and stop it himself. Zhang Xiaoli rushed in with 3 steps and saw Hu Zaihan crouching on the ground, holding something to be inserted into the interface of the server. Immediately, he yelled at him, "Hauser, what are you doing? What people sent you?" Hughes saw Zhang Xiaoli immediately broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that at this time he had already been exposed, and lying about such behavior was definitely not something he could hide. Most people would do some doggy behavior at times like this, and Hauser was even more of an exception. He immediately stood up, grabbed Zhang Xiaoli's hair, and slammed it against the wall with all his strength. How could a weak girl withstand such a heavy blow? So she fainted at that moment. Hauser was not a professional spy, and this situation had already made him look like a scared bird. Not knowing what to do, and not daring to continue to steal away the data at all. On reflex, he fled the lab instantly, and also left the research bureau, but this one was so nervous that he left that device given to him by Eagle Land at the scene as well. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoli woke up for a moment. The first thought is strong body to stand up, rang the alarm on the wall, but because of the impact is too heavy, immediately by fainted. When security arrived here, they saw that the door to the server room had been opened and immediately panicked. Because they knew the seriousness of the matter, they immediately notified Li Xingdong. When Zhang Xiaoli woke up in her hospital bed, she opened her eyes to see Li Xingdong standing next to her with the equipment that was thrown at the scene by Hughes in his hand. Before this, Li Xingdong had already viewed the surveillance video and knew the general course of events, but it was still necessary to come to her to find out some information. Li Shangdong asked Zhang Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, do you remember what happened last night?" Zhang Xiaoli rubbed her head and said, "This guy, Fuz, is usually not this diligent at all. Yesterday when it was very late, he still hadn't been leaving. I felt that something wasn't quite right, so when he said that he was going to the restroom, I didn't feel at ease, so I sneaked after him, and I didn't expect him to be." Because Hughes was Zhang Xiaoli's classmate and had put in a good word for him when he came to try out for the research station, Zhang Xiaoli naturally felt guilty inside when this happened. Li Shangdong comforted. "The general course of events we have understood. Good thing you have an extra mind to stop him, otherwise the consequences are really unthinkable. Do not think too much, you get well, this matter I will give you a credit." Subsequently, Li Shangdong, without knowing what this device in his hand is, took him to the 103rd office. Chapter 50 Hosawa Jumps. Li Xingdong scrutinized the equipment that had been left at the scene by Hauser, finding that although this thing looks like an ordinary hard disk, but no matter in the size and the weight, it feels not so simple, so it was turned into the 103rd. The director, Ma Guangyang, was also shocked after hearing what the research bureau had encountered. It seems that this group of spies who were lurking in my great Xia country are already doggedly desperate, and actually dare to use such a bad tactic, which is nothing short of sabotage. With that, he called for Zhang Kong and handed this thing into his hands. Zhang Kong opened the shell of this device and carefully extracted the motherboard inside. Hurrah then realized that there was actually a wireless data transmission device on this motherboard, and it was in a ready-to-work state. Immediately, he told Ma Guangyang about his discovery. Li Xingdong heard it from the side and felt a pang of fear in his heart. Ma Guangyang said, "Just such a gadget. If it is really inserted into the server of your scientific research bureau, then the consequences are really unimaginable. The efforts of your scientific research bureau over the years may be stolen in an instant by another country altogether." Then he asked Zhang Kong, "Can you tell which country made this thing?" Zhang Kong said, "According to the electronic components on the motherboard, the vast majority of them are made by the Eagle Sauce country. But most importantly, the data transmission device on this thing is by no means connected to an ordinary satellite. It should be a special satellite for national defense of a certain country, and to be able to do so, I think it's highly likely that the black hand behind this is the Eagle Sauce country." Li Shangdong sneered and said, "Even if it's the Eagle Jam country, I don't feel surprised. After all, the defense system we're developing now is extremely threatening to them." Ma Guangyang sighed and said, "Hey, we can't do anything without full certainty. If we publicly condemn the Eagle Sauce country, it doesn't matter if the other party admits it or not, but it's easy to expose the content of your scientific research system's research and development." As he was saying this, Ma Guangyang was about to put this into the drawer. Zhang Kong, who was next to him, said to Ma Guangyang at this time, "That, director, can you give me this thing? What do you want this for?" Zhang Kong revealed a ghostly smile and said, "It doesn't matter which country this thing belongs to, since there's a data transmission function and the thing is still in our hands now. It's equivalent to opening up a single channel for us. They want our data, so why don't we give them a gift through this data channel?" Ma Guangyang and Li Shangdong looked at each other and smiled, immediately understanding what this brat Zhang Kong wanted to do. So he handed it to Zhang Kong and said, "Kid, watch your performance and surprise them with a great gift." Zhang Kong then prepared an elaborate invasion program on a computer. Once this program has penetrated into a device, it will paralyze not only that device, but all the devices on the LAN where the device is located. Zhang Kong took a deep breath and then connected this device to the computer. I saw the lights on the device begin to flash and the computer indicated that it was transmitting data to the outside world. The next day, a breaking news appeared in all the media around the world. A spokesman for the Ministry of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation advertised to the public that the top secret center of the Eagle Sauce Nation, the Ministry of Defense, had suffered a violent intrusion by hackers that had paralyzed the entire Ministry of Defense, and that an investigation was underway to determine the cause. Li Shangdong looked at the report on the TV and said coldly, "Self-inflicted evil." Even 2 days later, the Ministry of Defense of the Hawksbane state has not returned to normal. A spokesperson declared to the public, "We strongly condemn this violent means of intrusion, and all systems are not yet back to normal, so the damage is difficult to estimate." Craig, of course, couldn't have been more clear on the matter, but the few top brass in the Eagle Sauce country who knew about this could only knock their teeth out and swallow their stomachs in the face of it. Craig said angrily to Lakesir, "Stupid, total stupid. Even if the mission fails, you left such a classified device at the scene. Why don't you lose your little life there as well?" Lakesy was still thinking of beautiful things in his mind at this time, thinking that if he did something for the Eagle Jam country, he would also be sheltered by the Eagle Jam country no matter whether he succeeded or not. But he was completely wrong in his thinking, because now he is exposed and worthless to the Eagle Jam nation. Waste that has lost its usefulness is never looked at more than once by the Eagle Jam nation. Lakesir asked Craig, "Why don't you guys might as well send me back to Eagle Jam country? I think I can still work there." Craig laughed and said, "What, sending you back to Eagle Sauce country? I think you're thinking a little too much. Your stupid blunder caused us such a major loss. It's already a mercy for you not to be shot. I don't want to see another dumbass like you. Please get out of my sight." Hughes was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. He knew that he no longer had a place to live in the Great Summer Kingdom, and the only one who could save his life was the Eagle Jam Kingdom. He felt 100 times remorseful in his heart. Remorseful that he shouldn't have become a lackey of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom because of selfish interests. But it's all too late now. He even had the heart to kneel in front of Craig at the moment and ask him to save his life. But he also knew Craig's methods, so he still decided to keep what little dignity he had left. After exiting Craig's room and entering the elevator, Hauser didn't choose to leave the hotel, but instead pressed the number for the top floor. 10 minutes later, Craig's men walked sharply to the door of his room. As soon as Craig opened the door to his room, his henchman said to him hurriedly, "We have to leave this hotel right now. That idiot Hauser jumped off a building here, and if we don't leave, we're likely to be exposed right away." Craig cursed, "The higher-ups are simply blind to have turned such a loser, and brought us so much trouble on his deathbed." But cursing aside, Craig knew the seriousness of the matter and then had his men start moving all the equipment away from the hotel. When the 103rd learned of this and arrived at the hotel, they were still too late. The room Craig was in had been cleaned without a hair left on its head. However, Craig immediately thought of a lair for himself that he considered relatively safe after leaving the area. That was in the villa of Lefair, who was now completely conquered and played by him. But also, because of this seemingly smart decision, he planted a mine that could explode at any time later on. Chapter 51, First Experiment. Craig lurks behind Phyllis Lee's villa with his men. Lefair was even happier, ass-kicking, thinking that the closer she got to these people, the easier it would be for her Eagle Sauce dreams to come true. But Zhang Yang, who was her manager, did feel deeply bad when he saw such a situation, because Zhang Yang was still a person with a bottom line after all. He didn't want to get involved with these things, lest he would get himself into trouble when the East Window came out. So, Zhang Yang then said to Lefair, "I think you may not continue to stay in the entertainment industry of Daxia for some time in the future, so I have no use for you. So I want to resign for the time being and forget about it, if you still want to in the future." Not waiting for Zhang Yang to finish, Lefair said disdainfully, "You really think you're a green onion? So long I just see you still have some value. I don't want to drive you away. You still don't see the situation. Maybe one day, I will go to Eagle Sauce to develop the country. You're going slowly and not to see you off." Zhang Yang laughed bitterly in his heart, wondering what sins he had committed in his previous life to come across such a boss. However, Lefair might not have thought that the networked surveillance cameras in her villa had the password saved in Zhang Yang's cell phone all the time. In the research bureau, Luchuan had recently stepped up his debugging work on the super laser system, because he'd learned that one of the 100 nuclear power plants under construction was completely finished, just waiting for his laser launch system to be in place. After several days of hard work, on this day, Luchuan finally told Li Shengdong that the laser launch system was ready for preliminary testing. Li Shengdong immediately reported the news to the general industry, and Li Shengdong also proposed, "Commander Guang, as far as I know, there are quite a few scrapped satellites in space in our Great Xia country that are still in orbit around the Earth. Is it possible to select one for testing? By all rights, this is a good offer and the industry at large should say yes." However, the vast industry on the other end of the phone pondered for a while and said to him, "I'll think about this matter and give you an answer." Li Shengdong also wondered, thinking that those satellites still in orbit around the Earth will make him crash one day anyway, so why can't they be used for experiments? A few hours later, Guanye officially notified Li Shengdong. As it turns out, Guanye did not dismiss his proposal to experiment directly with satellites in the sky, but the target of the experiment was not his own satellite, because as it happens, Daxia's satellites in orbit just happened to spot a satellite of one of Eagle Jam's Skynet laser systems some time ago. Guanye told him in a firm tone, "Since we're going to do it, let's fake it. I order you to aim your targeting systems directly at the Eagle Sauce Nation's satellites in orbit, and use our mosquito trapping system to bring down one of these annoying mosquitoes on top of our heads." Li Shengdong was shocked in his heart because he knew that such behavior was no different from declaring war. So he said to Guanye, "Commander, but if we do this, once we shoot down one, how can we explain it?" Guanye sneered and said, "Explain? Explain to whom? They infiltrated our research bureau twice. Did they explain? They jeopardized Lu Chuan's life many times. Explained? First of all, we haven't admitted to the public that we have such a system yet, even if we let them know that we shot it down. So what? This will be taken as a response to them threatening your scientific research bureau many times. Don't worry and do it boldly. Yes, promise to finish the job. On the same day, a completely enclosed heavy truck, loaded with the laser's firing system and the Scientific Research Bureau, was sent overnight to the already completed nuclear power plant. Since the process of testing required the presence of staff from the Research and Development Bureau, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong also traveled to the nuclear power plant together. Before he left, Lu Chuan told Minako that he had to go on a business trip for 2 days, and Minako was sensible and didn't ask him what he was going to do, much less where he was going. However, before Lu Chuan left, Minako put a locator that was only the size and volume of a capsule into his suitcase. Arriving at the site of the nuclear power plant, Lu Chuan realized that it was really well hidden. From the moment you walk into the nuclear power plant, you can't tell that it's any different at all. It's simply a perfectly normal power plant. There are 6 large cooling towers throughout the nuclear power plant, and underneath each of the towers for normal cooling work is a cooling pool several meters deep, filled with water, and underneath one of the towers used to mount the laser transmitter was indeed a flat concrete field. Standing in the middle and looking up, though, the top of the cooling tower was still bubbling with rolling water vapor, obscuring the view from above. It was still morning at this time, so Lu Chuan and a group of staff began to urgently assemble the laser launch system. According to data provided by the Defense Agency, one of the satellites of the Eagle Jam Nation, which carries a laser launch system, will pass over this area around 9 p.m. this evening. This is good news for the Research Directorate, because the mosquito trapping system deployed on the ground, even if all deployed later, there will be a fatal flaw. That is, during the day to receive the influence of daylight, mosquito trapping system emitted by the laser, almost thousands of kilometers away from the near-orbiting satellites do not have much damage. Only at night can the energy of the laser beam be maximized. However, when the deployment of the ground-based mosquito trapping system is completed, the Skyfire system will also be deployed. At that time, no matter it is daytime or nighttime, the two systems cooperate with each other, and the satellites around the near-Earth orbit will completely become the same as mosquitoes, and will no longer have any deterrent effect on the Daxia country. By 7 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark, and by this time the laser launcher had been assembled. The jet of water vapor at the top of the cooling tower has also been turned off completely. The laser emitters were aimed at the sky, just waiting for the satellites of the Eagle Jam Nation to pass by. Lu Chuan checked all the data on the operating table, which was accurate, and the mosquito trapping system was completely computerized and did not require any manual operation. Once the data is set and the target path is above, the laser emitter automatically fires the super laser. On a large screen on the wall around them, a countdown was reminding everyone that there were 3 minutes and 26 seconds left before the mosquito catching system was triggered. As the countdown went to 30 seconds remaining, a sound of mechanical operation came from inside the quiet cooling tower. Everyone looked at the same time at the laser emitter located right in the center, which had begun to rotate. Lu Chuan explained, "This is the transmitter has sensed that the satellite is approaching, and this is automatically adjusting the direction of the target it is aimed at." Immediately afterward, when the countdown on the big screen went to 0, a huge column of light shot out from above the cooling tower, straight into distant space, but this only happened in a very short moment, so it was hard to notice with the naked eye even for those outside. With that, the laser emitter lowered its head again, no longer making any sound of its own. All that was left was a huge mirror that had just fired a laser and still had residual heat on it. It looks like this device is malfunctioning, because all of them were experiencing this test for the first time. Their hearts were not sure when they saw this situation. Lu Chuan frowned and stared at the laser emitter. Just at this time, the walkie-talkie in Li Xingdong's hand rang. Chapter 52, The Skynet Falls. The walkie-talkie in Li Xingdong's hand. On the other end was the Astronomical Observation Center of the Great Summer Kingdom. The man inside was heard saying, "The hit target has now begun its descent and is about to enter the atmosphere." Excited cheers instantly erupted from inside the cooling tower. This shows that Lu Chuan's mosquito trapping system has completely passed the pilot test, and the next step is to fully deploy it once the nuclear power plant is fully completed. Lu Chuan suddenly thought of something at this time and immediately rushed to the outside of the cooling tower. When he looked up, he saw a fireball trailing its tail in the middle of the sky, like a small meteorite, cutting through the atmosphere and starting to fall towards the ground. This was the very same one that had been shot down by Lu Chuan in the Eagle Sauce Country's Skynet laser system. The fall of this satellite would surely be the first thing the Eagle Kingdom would know, but the industry at large has played a desperate game this time. Before Eagle Jam Nation even made this announcement, early in the morning of the next day, all the news websites of the Great Summer Country, and even the most mainstream and authoritative television stations, released a piece of news at the same time. At about 9 o'clock last night, somewhere in our territory, an artificial satellite was found to have fallen, and through the on-site people's investigation of the debris scattered when the satellite crashed on the ground, it was learned that the satellite might be an in-orbit satellite belonging to the Eagle Sauce Country, and that the reason for the fall is currently unknown. On this morning, Zhang Xiaoli from the Research Bureau was getting ready to take the subway to work, saw the news on TV on a subway platform. Hundreds of people densely packed around them watched the news with expressionless faces. Zhang Xiaoli was the only one who jumped up and cheered like a psychopath. It drew all the people around her to look at her like she was crazy. Is this girl crazy? It's a shame that the little girl who looks so pretty has a brain problem. It's so sad. Having a nervous breakdown at such a young age. Girl, do you want me to get the police uncle for you? Where is your home? Zhang Xiaoli realized at this time that she was in a public place, and immediately bowed with a red face in a circle, apologizing to everyone. But the smile on his face was still hard to hide, because she knew that this was the mosquito trapping system that their scientific research bureau had worked so hard to develop, and it had worked. In a conference room at the Ministry of Defense in the Eagle Jam country, the oval desk was already filled with people around it. In the center, in the main seat, sat the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam nation. This old man had yellow hair that had turned gray and looked to be around 60 or 70 years old, but the eyes revealed a fierce light that wanted to kill at this time, sweeping over everyone here. Wherever their eyes went, everyone would also lower their heads and deliberately dodge, like a group of children who had done something wrong. Gentlemen, I'm sure you're all aware that one of our Skynet laser systems, one of the satellites in orbit, has been shot down. Is there anyone out there who can give me a plausible explanation? It could be seen that the Minister of Defense was holding back the anger in his heart as he said this. Those who were present all had their heads bowed, and none of them dared to answer for half a day. The minister fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man in his 40s and asked, James, as the developer of the Skynet laser system, I'm sure you're in a position to give me a reasonable explanation, aren't you? The man swallowed and faltered. I think it's also possible that our satellite, something malfunctioned in itself and that's why it crashed. As soon as this sentence was uttered, it completely enraged the Minister of Defense, and the anger that had just been suppressed for half a day was completely released at this time. The minister ate up the glass of water in front of him and snapped it on the floor. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're just full of. Our Eagle Sauce Country's satellite crashed into the territory of the Great Xia Country. And, still, after our spies told me that they were developing a mosquito trapping system, what did you do? Was that a satellite you launched into space? No. You just launched a single mosquito into space to be used as a target for the Great Xia Kingdom. After saying that, he used his finger to point at several people around him and roared angrily. And you guys, what have you done? As the intelligence department of the Eagle Sauce Country, what have you done other than letting those spies in the Great Xia Country spend astronomical amounts of money? Why is it that every defense system developed by the Great Xia Country succeeds? Why is it that the researcher called Lu Chuan, who is still breathing air every day, why is it that he still allows the Great Xia Country to surpass our imaginations again and again? Another subordinate replied, that may have been proven. Daxiao's mosquito trapping system has been successfully deployed. The minister then said to the people from the intelligence department, Gentlemen, I no longer have the luxury of expecting you to be able to steal the mosquito catcher's system from the Great Xia Country, because in my opinion, the spies that you have planted in the Great Xia Country are no different from trash. I only hope that you can do something useful while they have not yet deployed the Skyfire system, okay? I hope that you guys can realize what it means if the Skyfire system of the Great Xia Country is successfully deployed. It will mean that the Great Xia Country will be the beginning of its full rise to the top, fully surpassing us. One person said, Mr. Minister, in fact, the power of our laser system is not inferior to that of the Great Xia, and even if we add our aerospace capabilities, it is possible to surpass them. It's just that we don't have the meteorites they have, so we can't deploy more powerful laser weapons in deep space. At this time, in the corner of the conference room, there stood a thin, young man with glasses, looking like a small follower of some high-ranking person, holding a hand over his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He said, So, why don't we use element 115? As soon as these words were said, the gazes of all the people in the conference room swept towards this young man. Immediately afterward, everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Young man, have you been watching too many science fiction movies? This is a high-level meeting. How can you make such a retarded statement? Whose subordinate is this? Can't it be that he's just a middle school student? However, while everyone in the conference room was mocking the young man, Only the Minister of Defense's face remained serious and looked as if he was seriously thinking about something. Suddenly, the Minister of Defense could be heard saying, "If I give you element 115, is there any one of you here who can assure me that you will make the Great Summer Kingdom's Skyfire system a nullity in front of us?" Everyone looked at the Minister of Defense with wide eyes, not daring to breathe, because they all guessed at this time that the Secretary of Defense could say something like that. Then it's possible that the legendary element 115 actually exists. Chapter 53, Element 115. Decades ago, a scientist came up with the idea that there might be an element in this world that could be used as an anti-gravity fuel, and named it element 115. Decades have passed and so far probably many people in this world have heard of element 115. Yet no one believes that such an element could actually exist because the idea is just too sci-fi. However, there is such a group of mad scientists in the Eagle Jam country who are convinced of the arguments for the existence of this element. And with the support of the Department of Defense, there has been a secret search and exploration for this element. After years of work, it was finally discovered that this element does exist, instead of existing in nature. However, it needs to be synthesized artificially, and this group of scientists has mastered the synthesis of element 115. After the group of scientists reported the results of their research and the synthesis method to the Department of Defense, unexpectedly, the Ministry of Defense immediately blocked all laboratories working on element 115 and ordered these scientists not to mention this element again under any circumstances. The reason for this is that after the Eagle Jam Nation learned that it had mastered the synthesis of this element, one part of the group suggested that the 115 be used in the military industry, while the other was adamantly opposed to it. There is only one reason. This kind of technology is too advanced. Once this kind of technology is popularized in the world, then the whole world's economic structure will have the possibility to change radically. A large part of the reason why the Eagle Jam Nation has a dominant position in this world is because they are extremely economically advanced. Therefore, they do not want to see this happen, much less take such a risk. The secret of the existence of element 115 has been blocked to this day. And at this moment, for the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country, if he cannot suppress the mosquito trapping system and skyfire system of the Great Xia country, then in the future we'll soon be faced with the full rise of the Great Xia country, and only in the field of military industry and the economy. So he decided to use element 115 this time. Then, in the conference room, the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation left only the researchers to continue discussing a topic. "I can give you element 115, but you need to tell me now what you're going to do with it." Immediately, someone suggested, "We can use this element to launch rockets with greater thrust, send more powerful laser launch systems, or weapons into space, and I believe that at that time, our deterrent power in space will already be enough to make the entire world tremble." However, the young man standing in the corner just now scoffed at the offer. "This is meaningless. It's a waste of resources. Since we have element 115, what are we still using rockets for? Why don't we just create an anti-gravity vehicle? With this vehicle, no matter if it's within the atmosphere or flying in outer space, we will no longer be subjected to any constraints. Of course, what sort of weapon? That would be a matter of choice at that time." The Secretary of Defense immediately agreed with the young man. So, Eagle Jam Nation took the next step in research and development. From the beginning of Daxia's electromagnetic anti-missile system, the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister has had an extreme headache with Lu Chuan's presence. He didn't know what kind of miracle this young man's existence would create for the Great Summer Kingdom. He was even worried that even if they had developed an anti-gravity flying machine this time, after the Great Xia Kingdom knew about it, would Lu Chuan surpass them again? So, for safety's sake, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country still ordered their intelligence officers to assassinate Lu Chuan. Due to the success of the first trial of the mosquito trapping system in the country of Daxia, so the full deployment of this system is just a matter of time. Then there is no need to find Lu Chuan to continue in this trial on the effort. However, in the face of the heavenly fire system, the Great Summer still had a very important problem to solve. The current state-of-the-art rockets in Daxia have a thrust of nearly 1,000 tons. But according to the calculations of the Scientific Research Directorate, hundreds of launches would have to be made if the Skyfire system were deployed into deep space using only such rocket launching technology. In the end, although the Skyfire system could be deployed, the cost of doing so would be too great, and the risk would increase at the same time. The main thing is that in a short period of time, if rockets are frequently launched into deep space, it will definitely attract the attention of other countries, which will bring a lot of unnecessary troubles. So, the industry at large has given a new task to the Research Directorate. That would be for Lu Chuan to take the lead and develop a rocket launching system with more thrust, at least 3,000 tons. Li Xingdong acted very difficult when he first received this order. Guan Ye asked him, "Why? Is there a problem?" Li Shangdong hesitated and said, "Commander, as far as I know, it took decades for our Daxia country to raise the thrust of the rocket to 1,000 tons, and many scientists feel that in terms of the Earth's gravity, this is probably the largest thrust vehicle that mankind can build, and that there won't be any more rockets that are stronger than this thrust to appear. If we say give this task to Lu Chuan, isn't it a bit?" Guan Ye laughed, patted Li Shangdong's shoulder and said, "Don't have pressure. I don't have a way. You don't have a way. But it doesn't mean that if we give this task to Lu Chuan, he doesn't have a way. Besides, from the development of electromagnetic anti-missile system to now, Lu Chuan is creating miracles time and time again. You just hand the task over to him. Let's just think of it as a trial. It's best if we can succeed. Even if it doesn't work, then wouldn't we still be able to deploy the Skyfire system using our current technology?" As soon as Li Shangdong came back, he called Lu Chuan to his office, but he didn't say anything about it for half a day because he was a little embarrassed to say it. Lu Chuan anxiously kept asking, "You called me here, not just to drink tea, right? There's something you want to say." "That. Commander Hero says he wants to give you a new assignment." "What mission? Isn't the thrust of our Daxia country's current rockets only 1,000 tons? Before he could finish, Lu Chuan interrupted him. "You're wrong. What do you mean by only 1,000 tons? This 1,000 tons of thrust is something that only we in the Eagle Jam country can do in the world." "Aha, I understand. It's just that Commander Hero said to see if you could find a way to increase our thrust a little more." "Raise it a little? How much is that little bit?" Li Shangdong cleared his throat and raised 3 fingers to Lu Chuan. 1,300 tons? Li Shangdong shook his head. As soon as he saw him shaking his head, Lu Chuan sat down on the sofa with a thud. 3,000 tons? Li Shangdong nodded his head at this. Lu Chuan was completely dumbfounded, because as a scientist, he knew that this figure was something that no researcher from any country in the world currently dared to hope for. Chapter 54, Search for New Fuel. "You're not mistaken, are you? Is it possible that you heard it wrong? Do you know what 3,000 tons is?" Li Shangdong's face was even a little embarrassed and said to Lu Chuan, "I'm just saying, isn't it difficult for people to raise so much at once? How can it be done?" Lu Chuan went on to say, "And, in the Scientific Research Bureau, I've been developing weapons systems, defense systems, this rocket thrust thing, shouldn't that be a matter for the Great Xia State Space Agency?" Lu Chuan said, and some dissatisfaction came to his face. Li Shangdong hurriedly explained, "The reasoning is such a reasoning. Commander Guang didn't see that you've been working miracles, so he wanted you to try it out. Theoretically, all the people in the Research Bureau, including Li Shangdong, the director, had no reason, or even qualification, to refuse the orders of Guan Ye. So even if it's hard, there is still R&D work to be done on this program." Because of the success of this trial of the mosquito catching system, Li Shangdong purposely gave Lu Chuan a few days of vacation to give his brain a good rest. But for Lu Chuan, there has always been no such thing as a rest day or a working day, and the difference is only whether he is thinking about the problem at the Research Bureau or at home. So even when Lu Chuan was lying on the sofa at home, his eyes staring at the TV that was playing, his mind was still thinking about the rocket thrust. In the earliest days, the rocket launching systems of all the countries in this world used liquid fuel as propellant. It was only later that some scientists worked on a solid fuel with more thrust that the whole world rocket thrust increased dramatically. And because Daxia has always possessed a top-secret technology, that is, in the liquid fuel itself, a substance is added to make the rocket's thrust stronger than the solid fuel. That's why Daxia, unlike any other country, has been using this liquid fuel. Liquid, solid, these two words kept circling in Lu Chuan's mind. He suddenly thought of the meteorite that powered the small reactors of the Skyfire system. So they immediately ran back to the research directorate, gathered all the researchers, and started a discussion on a point of view. That is whether or not using the energy of this meteorite can work against the thrust of the rocket. After some heated discussions, Lu Chuan immediately decided to start with the fuel, replacing the existing liquid fuel with solid fuel and adding meteorite material to it to test the thrust produced. The direction has been decided. The next step is research and development, testing, but it's not as simple as adding meteorites inside a solid fuel. In between there may be countless various attempts to add various secondary additives to increase stability. The ratio of additions alone may have to be decided after hundreds or thousands of trials. So, the establishment of this experiment is like just finding the threads from a big ball of wool, and it will take a lot of work to unravel this ball of wool. Lu Chuan and Li Shangdong immediately told Guan Ye about this idea. Guan Ye nodded and laughed. "I told you, Lu Chuan, this guy's brain, that's not a normal person's brain. No matter what problem is put on him, he can always think of a solution." But the industry at large also felt a doubt at the same time. He asked Lu Chuan, "This meteorite we found, the total weight is only a dozen kilograms. Just a little something. We still have to take out a part of it to be used in the reactor for the Skyfire program. Are you sure the rest is enough? Lu Chuan said. It's still just an idea on paper. Whether it can be used or not is still an unknown. We may have to conduct a lot of experiments to know the results. But according to our calculations, the energy contained in this meteorite is equivalent to thousands of times of the energy contained in the raw materials used in our ordinary nuclear power plants. So if the results of the experiments can be used, this meteorite we may only need a very small portion of it. Because the existence of this meteorite belonged to the top secret among top secrets for the Great Summer Kingdom. Even the Bureau of Scientific Research is not qualified to take possession of these meteorites. Even when the Scientific Research Bureau was doing tests on this meteorite before, only 2 people, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, knew that it was a meteorite. All those who came into contact with this meteorite had no idea that the stone came from the sky. So the remainder of the meteorite has been kept by the general industry in a most secluded, safe place. After listening to Lu Chuan's explanation, Guanya immediately ordered that a very small portion of the meteorite be sent to the Scientific Research Bureau to be used for their preliminary tests. After receiving it, the Bureau of Scientific Research took the meteorite, which weighed only a few dozen grams, and divided it into hundreds of portions for separate tests. Last time, though, it was required that the time should not exceed 3 hours per day while experimenting on meteorites. But in the end, Lu Chuan was hospitalized because his body was exposed to excessive radiation. This time, after the previous experience, the Bureau of Scientific Research deliberately spent a lot of money to build another brand new laboratory, and it is still completely closed underground. All the experimenters were not exposed to radiation at all during the test, which was done entirely through the automatic program of the computer and the robotic arm. In other words, it's an unmanned lab, and researchers only need to maneuver these robotic arms from afar. Meanwhile, Craig had received orders from his superiors. This order is to vaporize Lu Chuan in the shortest possible time. Craig, upon receiving the order, then called in the spy who had come back alive from his last mission, but with his hand shot. Craig said to him, "I'd like to give you one more chance to make up for your mistakes, and that's to make Lu Chuan disappear completely. If you fail again this time, I think we might have to get the hell back to Eagle Sauce Country, whether it's you or me." Then, this person chose another helper and started preparing for another assassination attempt on Lu Chuan. The 2 first rented a house in Lu Chuan's neighborhood and observed the house for a few days. It was found that Lu Chuan still left early and returned late in recent times. So, they then decided to strike again when Lu Chuan came back from work at night. One night a few days later, the darkened rooftop of one of the buildings in this neighborhood, the 2 spies, one of whom had set up a sniper rifle fitted with a silencer in a corner of the rooftop, pointed it at the road coming in from the entrance to the neighborhood. The other man was holding binoculars next to him at this time, constantly looking around. They were only waiting for Lu Chuan to pull the trigger after he entered this neighborhood and walked down this road to the best shooting position they had predetermined in advance. Chapter 55, The Departing Minako. It was nearly 12 o'clock in the night. Lu Chuan's figure really appeared right at the entrance of the neighborhood. However, Lu Chuan is not alone. Beside him was Minako, who by this time was holding his arm, and the 2 were talking and laughing as they walked into the entrance of the neighborhood. The spy with his finger on the trigger slowly moved his gun to follow Lu Chuan's footsteps. Just wait until he's a few dozen meters further on, under a streetlight, and it's the perfect shooting range. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. The sniper skillfully opened the safety on his gun this time, ready to pull the trigger. However, just as Lu Chuan and Minako had just walked into the range of this streetlight, the sniper had just wanted to pull the trigger. The man with the binoculars at his side, however, reclosed the safety of his sniper rifle in a flash. "What are you doing?" The man with the gun immediately turned and asked. This person said, "This woman beside Lu Chuan, I think I've seen it before, and it was also in the presence of our head, Craig." As they spoke, Lu Chuan and Minako were on the verge of walking past their pre-booked location for the best design. The sniper said angrily, "I don't care where you've seen it, I'm going to kill Lu Chuan now," he said and turned the safety back on. But the other one immediately shut him down again and said, "I remembered. She's not from Dasha, she's from Sakura, and is also from Tojo Yua. She's a spy just like us." At those words, the sniper with the gun frowned. While his mind recalled the figure he saw the night his hand was wounded, he didn't dare to conclude that the woman was Minako, but when he looked at the figure again at this time, he felt that the 2 were extremely similar. Thinking that something was fishy, the 2 could only pause the assassination operation and report what they found to Craig. Craig stormed off at the sound of it, because to Craig, the Sakura Nation has always been the Hawk Jam Nation's little brother, and because Tojo Yua has always been afraid of himself. Although they were operating in Dasha at the same time, Tojo Yua was like one of his own men. At this time, He actually found that Lu Chuan was surrounded by Tojo Yua's henchmen, so he naturally felt unhappy in his heart. This bastard Tojo Yua. It seems that he thinks his wings are now so stiff that he dares to act alone without us knowing. With that said, Craig looked to go to Tojo Yua's hideout. At the sight of Craig's arrival, Tojo Yua immediately became coy, as it seemed as if the Sakura Nation had the gene of fearing the Hawk Jam Nation engraved in their bones. Craig took a seat on the couch, crossed his legs, and asked as if nothing had happened. Mr. Tojo, have you taken any action against the Research Bureau recently? Like a wooden stake, Tojo Yua stood right in front of Craig with his head bowed in all humility. Hearing such words asked, he immediately shook his head. No, Mr. Craig, we have not implemented any plans recently, Craig said angrily when he stood up. Lying, if you didn't implement any plans, then let me ask you, who is that woman by Lu Chuan's side? Do you want me to kill him along with you during the mission? One word made Tojo Yua's head sweat. That's my henchman. I asked her to lurk around Lu Chuan, looking for a chance to steal away information from their scientific research bureau. Seeing that Craig did not say a word, Tojo Yua hurriedly explained again. If the operation goes well and we get the information we want, please rest assured, Mr. Craig, that we, Sakura Nation, will definitely share it with Hawk Jam Nation. Craig waved his hand dismissively. No, not anymore. We've got a new plan. May I ask what the new program is? Craig shouted again. What, do we need to tell you that we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are going to implement a new plan? Have you forgotten your own identity? Tojo Yua's head, which had been raised a little, immediately lowered again when he heard Craig's scolding. Craig went on to say, there's no harm in telling you. Since we can't get it, we're going to destroy it. This is our Eagle Sauce Nation's school of thought. We're going to make Lu Chuan disappear completely this time. Upon hearing those words, Tojo Yua immediately panicked, because once the Eagle Sauce Nation was going to lay their hands on Lu Chuan, then it would be impossible for them, the Sakura Nation, to get this talent again. So Tojo Yua asked again. Then, since my men have managed to infiltrate Lu Chuan's side, could you please give us some more time in case my men? Without waiting for him to finish, Craig waved his hand and said, even I can't get any useful information from the Research Bureau, so I think it's better for you guys to give up and just follow our plan of having Lu Chuan evaporate. Tojo Yua was naturally 100 times less than happy in his heart, but in the face of the strong Craig, there was no way for him to refuse now. All that could be done was to bow and say to Craig, then please give me a little time, Mr. Craig, and I'll have my men pull back. While walking out, Craig stretched out a finger and said without looking back, one day, you only have one day. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if the assassin I send out injures your people by mistake. After Craig left, Tojo Yua could only send a message to Minako, the operation is terminated. You will be in danger if you continue to stay by Lu Chuan's side. Return to the team immediately. As soon as Minako took a look, she guessed a generalization in her heart and knew that it should be Craig who wanted to assassinate Lu Chuan. Although Minako is a spy for the Sakura country, she is also a cold-blooded killer. However, through the time he had spent with Lu Chuan over this period of time, he realized that Lu Chuan was a person who was kind to the bone. That little bit seemed to be melting some of the coldness deep inside her. All along, her mission had been to cultivate a relationship with Lu Chuan and bring him away from the Great Summer Kingdom when the opportunity was ripe. She also never thought that she would have any story or outcome with Lu Chuan in the future. But I don't know if it was really a good feeling that was at work. But Minako felt a trace of inexplicable sadness in her heart when she thought that Lu Chuan might be assassinated by Craig. So, before Minako left, she hesitated and decided to save Lu Chuan this time. She dialed Lu Chuan's number after she got a new calling card for her cell phone and used voice-changing software. As soon as the phone was connected, Minako said directly, Lu Chuan, from now on, you will need the protection of security personnel because someone is trying to kill you, and you must never return home alone again. With that, he hung up the phone and took out his calling card again and cut it off. Lu Chuan froze in place and called the phone back, but realized that it was no longer reachable. However, the first thing Lu Chuan thought of when he reacted was to return home, because he was worried that Minako might be in danger. Chapter 56, Melted Hearts. Lu Chuan called Minako while rushing out. However, at this time, it was found that Minako's cell phone was also already off, which made Lu Chuan's heart even more anxious. Normally, when Lu Chuan came to the research bureau, he wouldn't go out for a day. That's why everyone who saw him for the first time today also felt strange and thought that something big had happened. Li Shangdong saw it from afar and also rushed to catch up to ask what happened. Lu Chuan didn't stop, and as he walked, he told him about the call he had just received from a stranger. Saying that, Li Shangdong immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Get a couple of security guys at the door with guns and have a car ready at the gate. When they arrived at the door, Li Shangdong joined Lu Chuan. as well as a few more loaded security personnel, and together they got into the car to head to the house. Along the way, Lu Chuan kept dialing Minako's phone, but it never got through. Did summer work today? Li Shengdong asked. Lu Chuan said, the bad thing is that she is not working today, and when she left the house in the morning, she said that she would be waiting for me at home all day today, so that I would go back early. Several cars entered the neighborhood and drove directly to the downstairs where Lu Chuan lived. The car doors opened together in unison, and security officers in black suits, each holding an already loaded gun, rushed straight up the stairs. The two of them, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, followed behind. However, after opening the door of his home, Lu Chuan was even more surprised. I only saw that everything was normal in the house, and there were even dishes on the table that Minako had already bought, but there was no one to be seen. Lu Chuan carefully observed a circle in the house. All the things have not been moved, not to mention that there is no sign that outsiders have come in. Li Shengdong said to a security officer at this time, take one of you to check the surveillance of this neighborhood. Not a moment later, the security officer came back, holding a tablet that had copied the surveillance content and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan opened a look. The content of the monitoring shows that in the morning when Minako normal a person went out to buy vegetables back, but not long after, will be empty-handed left this neighborhood. The expression on the face cannot be seen to have a nervous look. Lu Chuan's brain was spinning rapidly, but he couldn't figure out what was going on even more than his brain. And even more so, he couldn't figure out where Minako would go. Li Shengdong patted him on the shoulder and said, regardless of the phone call you received and whether what it says is true or false, you can't continue to stay here. I'll arrange for someone to wait here, and once summer returns, I'll be the first to tell you. All told, Lu Chuan and Minako had only been together for 2 or 3 months, although the time wasn't too long. To Lu Chuan, inwardly, not only had he already taken Minako as his girlfriend, but he even had some feelings of kinship. Of course, this was because Lu Chuan was completely unaware of the truth. Lu Chuan, of course, didn't want to leave this place. He wanted to stay personally and wait for Minako to come back. But after all, the large research and development bureau, the current research and development projects are revolving around him alone, and had to go. He had no choice but to follow Li Shengdong back to the research bureau. Half a day passed without any news. Another day passed and still no word. Lu Chuan's entire body has been in a muddled state for the past 2 days, and his mind simply can't contain the work. And the security personnel arranged by Li Shengdong to investigate the matter had found nothing. The day Minako left, she went straight to Tojo Yua to ask him what happened. Tojo Yua's answer was just as she expected, and at the same time she was glad she had told Rukawa he was in danger when she left. From Minako's face, Tojo Yua could see a hint of disappointment, so I asked her, what, could it be that after spending time with Lu Chuan recently, you've moved your heart? Minako immediately shook her head and said, no, absolutely not. Everything I did was for the Sakura Kingdom. It's good that you know, but it looks like our mission will have to end in failure now, because Craig has already made up his mind to get rid of Lu Chuan. Minako pursued, but, our Sakura Nation's mission is contrary to him, so why should we listen to his arrangements? A question that made even Tojo Yua's face a bit embarrassed. He could only say angrily to Minako, bastard, this is not a question you should be asking. In short, you should not be involved in this matter, and I will notify you of any new assignments. Minako lowered her head in loss. At this moment, she somewhat wanted to escape from this place, escape from the magic capital, or just leave the great summer country, because she didn't want to see news of Lu Chuan's accident in the media. At the very least, right now, she didn't want to go through with it inside. So he said to Tojo Yua, can I go back to Sakura country for now? I want to rest for a while. Tojo Yua nodded and said, that's good. Our cherry blossom country can't get a genius like Lu Chuan. I'm afraid there won't be any missions that will use you lately, so you can go back to your country for a while to rest. That night, Minako took a flight back to Sakura country. After the plane landed, Minako stood at the exit of the airport and didn't just take a car to leave. She held her cell phone in her left hand and looked at the phone card on her right hand that she usually used to contact Lu Chuan, mentally wrestling with the idea of putting a calling card on it. But at the same time, she was afraid in her mind that if she loaded it, she would get a message she didn't want to see. Perhaps when the impulse came into her mind, the outcome was already predetermined. Minako loaded her calling card, and immediately afterward, her cell phone began to pop up numerous messages, all from Lu Chuan. Summer, where are you? I haven't been able to reach you. There may be danger at home. You must not go back when you get the message. When you turn on your computer and see my message, always remember to contact me first. I haven't heard from you and I'm worried about you. It's been over a day now, and there is a great longing within me to reach out and know how you are doing. Minako's heart fluttered as she looked at the message. followed by her nose. It was at this time that she realized that this mission she was performing might never be completed, because her once iron heart had been warmed by Lu Chuan. With that, Minako turned around and walked back to the airport lobby, purchasing a ticket for the earliest return to the Great Summer Country. And, by this time she had decided something within herself. That's breaking away from Tojo Hirokazu's spy organization. Given who she had been, she didn't know if she could be with Lu Chuan in the future, but now she decided to protect Lu Chuan on her own. Chapter 57, Rumor Mongering. After Minako's flight landed in Mordor, instead of contacting Tojo Yua, she dialed Lu Chuan's number first. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Chuan anxiously asked, "What happened? Where are you? Why are you returning my call now? Are you in trouble?" Being able to hear Lu Chuan's voice, Minako's heart was first a little more solid. She said calmly to Lu Chuan, "You don't have to worry. I'm fine. I'll contact you again after some time. But right now I want you to promise me something." "What? You are not to leave the research bureau until I contact you." Lu Chuan was about to ask why, but Minako had already hung up the phone. Lu Chuan could vaguely sense something that he was not willing to accept, because he knew that his feelings for Minako were genuine after the recent period of time he had spent with her, and he himself sensed that Minako's feelings for him were also genuine. Li Shengdong saw that Lu Chuan was holding his cell phone in place, so he came over to ask him what was going on. Lu Chuan shook his head and busily explained, "Oh, it's fine. I just called Summer and still didn't get through." Li Shengdong shook his head and said, "Hey, what's wrong with this Summer? But don't worry, I'm sure she won't have anything to do. We can always investigate this matter clearly." Although Lu Chuan didn't know the cause of this matter, but for him, now after all, he already knew that Minako was not in any danger, so his hanging heart was relaxed a little. On Craig's side, because of the two henchmen who had arranged to assassinate Lu Chuan, he had not been able to see Lu Chuan again for several days, so it was reported to Craig. With a frown, Craig called Tojo Yua. Questioning him, he said, "I'm warning you, you'd better tell me the truth. Did your men say anything to Lu Chuan? Why is Lu Chuan in hiding now?" Tojo Yua said innocently, "No, absolutely not, because I've asked my men to abandon the mission, and now she's gone back to Sakura country." Craig snapped and hung up the phone. Then he ordered two of his men, "You guys continue to go back to your original position and keep an eye on me. Once you find Lu Chuan appearing, I don't care if you use guns or knives, even if you strangle him with your hands, I'm going to make him disappear completely." However, these two people returned to their original location and still failed to see Lu Chuan a few days later. These two men report like Craig every day, but on this day, Craig didn't hear from them, and waited a day for Craig to reach out and couldn't. In the heat of the moment, he had his men check out the situation. The henchmen arrived at the house the two had rented, and after opening the door, the sight in front of him made his eyes widen. Both were seen sitting in chairs at the dining room table with their heads tilted back. One had a bullet through his eyebrow and the other had a dagger in his chest. Touching the bodies, they had long since gone cold, so it was deduced that the two men had been killed at least 5 or 6 hours earlier. This time found a note left on the table. It says, "Don't hit Lu Chuan again." Immediately, Craig was told the news. Craig was completely dumbfounded when he heard that. His first thought was whether or not his whereabouts had been discovered by the Great Summer Kingdom, but after thinking about it seriously, "I don't think I should, because if it was the people of the Great Summer Country who found out that these two people were spies from the Eagle Jam Country, then they definitely wouldn't just execute them on the spot like this. They would definitely be taken back for interrogation." However, if the person who killed his two men was not from the Great Summer Kingdom, then who could it be? Craig shuddered at the thought, because his men were not considered the elite when it came to fighting, but each of them was also a top student in the Special Forces. The fact that the two people at the scene didn't even leave their dining chairs means that they were killed by an expert in a split second. If such a person was secretly turning the tables on himself, then he might be in danger at any time. What he never expected was that this expert was no one else but Minako, who he thought had returned to Sakura country by now. So Craig immediately reported the matter to his superiors, and it also said that Lu Chuan was currently under the close protection of the Scientific Research Bureau. The superiors also found it unbelievable, because the always arrogant Eagle Jam country never thought that someone would dare to make a move against them. Craig's superior said, "Even if we can't reach Lu Chuan head-on right now, then we can't just stand by and watch. Such a genius is contributing his abilities every day to the Scientific Research Bureau of the Great Xia country. I want you to think of all the ways you can to utilize their network of the Great Xia country, so that he won't be able to rest in peace." So, after half a day of thinking, Craig finally managed to get his attention back on Li Feier. But what he didn't expect was that Li Feier, who had always been obedient to his own orders, was actually a little reluctant in the face of this matter at this time, because ever since Fei Li hooked Craig up in bed, in her heart, She thought to herself that she herself was now Craig's person, and that she was the one who was going to go to Eagle Jam Country later on. Even for a long time now, there has been no further attention paid to the entertainment industry of the Great Summer Country. But she didn't even realize that she was nothing more than a dumbass with a little use and a few looks to Craig. Or it could be argued that Craig didn't even see her as a person, just a plaything. However, under Craig's coercion, Lee Fayer agreed. That same day, Fei Lee made some noise on the internet. Another tweet and a live stream to let her former brainiacs know she's back. A lot of fans started asking all sorts of questions on the air. Faye, where have you been all this time? Why haven't you shown up? Are you in better spirits now? Are you planning on getting back into show business? Is the reason you've been disappearing lately because you're in a bad mood? Then, to everyone's surprise, Lee Fayer's sentence at this time made her and Lu Chuan both on the hot search at the same time. She actually shed tears and told her brainwashed fans in the live broadcast that the reason she hadn't shown up for a while was because she was pregnant with Lu Chuan's child and had miscarried it. And then Lu Chuan abandoned her. For a moment, everyone was confused. No one thought that before Lee Fayer hated Lu Chuan so much. The two actually came together and even got pregnant. Even the most dog-eared scripts wouldn't dare to write that. However, in the live broadcast, Lee Fayer's pearly cry still conquered the brainwashed fans. Chapter 58, Discovering Craig. The brainiacs were immediately abuzz on the air and started asking all sorts of questions. Aren't you and Lu Chuan enemies? How did you get together? So do you still hate Lu Chuan now? I really can't imagine that you two would come together. Is it possible that you have been tricked by Lu Chuan? I have long seen that he is not a good thing. How did he hurt you? Do you want us to avenge you? As soon as Lu Chuan was mentioned, it was as if Lee Fayer's acting skills had suddenly come online, and she didn't even prepare a script. She just opened her mouth and spoke as if it were true. She told the brainwashed fans that she had been asking Lu Chuan to apologize before and he hadn't even shown up. But one day Lu Chuan suddenly took the initiative to contact her and said he wanted to express his apology to her face to face. Lu Chuan then offered to meet privately and arranged the meeting place in a hotel. But Lee Fayer did not expect that once they met. Lu Chuan forced her to have sex with her. After a while, it turns out that she is pregnant with Lu Chuan's child. Forced to choose to be with Lu Chuan. But then after an accidental miscarriage, Lu Chuan abandoned her. All of a sudden, Lu Chuan was completely described as a 10 evil. Slagged to the point of being unable to be slagged. In just half a day's work, all the news websites and entertainment websites in the whole network, without investigating clearly, began to treat this matter as a real thing, and propagandized wildly. When Li Shengdong saw this matter on the internet, he was directly exasperated by these contents. This mother asterisk 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 this theater is idle out of the disease, and come to find Lu Chuan's trouble. Lu Chuan every day in the Scientific Research Bureau of 4 doors do not go out. This is the mother asterisk 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 the world has a remote pregnancy technology. Is the old man do not know? Lu Chuan's heart was a wave of revulsion and disgust when he saw these contents. From the beginning, he had no good feelings towards this Lee Fayer at all, and now that he had Minako in his heart, seeing this Lee Fayer again made his heart even more disgusting. Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan both thought that this time it would be the same as before, ignoring the playwright and returning to peace in a few days. But I didn't expect this time. Lee Fayer like clockwork, every day on the internet to make up all kinds of details about her and Lu Chuan together, and even use some unpleasant, inappropriate words, and completely disguise yourself as an aggravated little daughter-in-law, an abandoned weakling. There's no way for anyone who sees this not to take it at face value. So this matter is getting bigger and bigger. The network has re-emerged the voice of denunciation of Lu Chuan. There are constantly some well-known websites, and some celebrities, vocalizing their demands for Lu Chuan to come forward and give Lee Fayer a statement. Even, many people pointed their fingers directly at the Scientific Research Bureau, saying that the Bureau had been harboring this scum Lu Chuan. Minako was in Mordor at this time, so there was no way she wouldn't know about this matter as it was making a lot of noise. Once as a spy, sanity was the most basic requirement, as well as her knowledge of Lu Chuan as a person. Of course she did not believe that this matter was true, but on the other hand, she was also a woman, a normal woman, and had a jealous nature. Watching Fei Li, a playwright, portrayed on the internet with a nose for a video, Minako instantly had the thought of wanting to kill Lee Fayer, this person, and even hated to give Lu Chuan 2 punches as well. Li Shengdong saw that this matter is getting more and more fierce on the internet, worrying that it will happen again as before and will threaten Lu Chuan. So he came to the 103rd office to see if there is anything they can do to solve the problem. As soon as Li Shengdong came, without him having to say anything, the people in the 103rd Institute had actually been concerned about this matter for a long time. Ma Guangyang said to him with a difficult face, "This matter is very troublesome. It is not like before. We can open a press conference, or take out the evidence to clarify it on the line. You say that this matter now. What evidence we should take out? Li Shangdong thought about it. If you say that Li Feier is pregnant, then you can still come up with evidence, even if you do a personal identification later. But Li Feier, the playwright, is now saying that she had a miscarriage. In which case, even if he killed Lu Chuan, he couldn't come up with any evidence to prove that he hadn't touched Li Feier. Li Shangdong sighed and said, "Hey, originally Lu Chuan recently had enough bad things, plus the recent heavy experimental tasks in the Scientific Research Bureau. I'm really worried that something else will affect him." Zhang Kong said furiously at this time, "If I see it, why don't we just do it the hard way? Send someone to arrest this playwright and interrogate him to see what this bastard's intentions are. Always harassing Lu Chuan like this 3 times. Who can stand it?" Ma Guanyang waved his hand and said, "It's not good. This is acting on impulse. No matter what, our actions to arrest people should be reasonable and legal. There is evidence. You don't want to think about it. In case we arrest the person back, we can't ask anything. Just this playwright's mouth. Put it out and then a bunch of nonsense, saying that we abused her. Then it's even more difficult to end the case." Ma Guanyang said to Li Shangdong again, "Right now, I still suggest that you keep an eye on Lu Chuan, protect his safety, and don't let him leave the research bureau. I reckon that this matter is not Li Feier's idea, and there should be a black hand behind it." However, just as Li Shangdong and 103 were both at their wits' end about the matter, Minako finally couldn't help herself and wanted to take some action. She didn't really want to kill Li Feier, she just wanted to find her and scare her into shutting up. It wasn't hard for Minako to find out where Fei Li lived. So Minako disguised herself, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a leather jacket and pants, and came to the neighborhood of Li Feier's villa. Coincidentally, just as Minako was observing how to enter this villa, she noticed an extremely familiar-looking person walking out of the villa. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Craig. Now, Minako finally knew why this Li Feier was believing in the internet. So everything was behind this Craig. Originally, Minako had wanted to destroy Craig, because she knew that only by getting rid of Craig could she truly guarantee Lu Chuan's safety in the future. "I was worried about finding him somewhere, but I didn't expect to run into him here." But then, Minako had to call it quits again today, because Craig, as the head spy of the Eagle Sauce Nation lurking in the Dasha Nation, must have had someone around him to protect him. Since Minako was planning to come here today to scare Li Feier, she didn't even have a dagger on her for defense, so she definitely couldn't just venture in and start a conflict with these people. But, just before Minako could do anything about it, the appearance of a key player has turned this whole thing around in a big way. Chapter 59. Fei Li thought that no one would know about it if she was ting to the camera inside the villa. But she was wrong. She couldn't imagine that her previous manager, Zhang Yang, could still hold on to her even though she was no longer his manager. These days Zhang Yang also followed the news on the internet. He knew it had to be Craig who was behind the bad idea. Zhang Yang was completely different from Li Feier. At the very least he knew that he was a Daxian and had a certain bottom line. So in the face of this matter, Zhang Yang didn't want to watch Li Feier just do whatever she wanted. So he wanted to do something about it. Because in the past when she was working as an agent for Fei Li, it was almost like she was her nanny, and she had to be taken care of by Zhang Yang in terms of her life and living. So, on Zhang Yang's cell phone now, there was a password saved. That's the login password for the webcam installed in Fei Li's house. Zhang Yang was also surprised when he opened this software and realized that Craig had already lived in the villa with his men in recent times. At the same time, he also intercepted a video that could help Lu Chuan. The video shows Fei Li crying to the cell phone camera originally or in the live stream to her brainwashed fans, looking as pathetic as she can be. But after turning off the live broadcast, Li Feier immediately changed her face. Smiling, she asked Craig's men beside her, "How's it going? Did the old lady act like that? They should believe it this time, right?" Craig's men immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Very good, MS. Fei Li deserves to be in the entertainment industry. You cried so much that even I was close to believing it was a real thing." Li Feier asked again, "Do you think that if I sue Lu Chuan for molesting me, he will pay me back?" Craig's men spread their hands and stated, "This isn't the result we wanted. If it can cause trouble for Lu Chuan, I think it's enough." Li Feier added disdainfully, "Also, just that broken research bureau of theirs, I guess it doesn't have a few dollars. It's not worth it for the old lady to open this mouth." Zhang Yang smiled as he watched this video on his cell phone and said to himself, "Li Feier, you've been doing wrong for a long time. This time it's time for you to pay the price." Having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, Zhang Yang knew how dirty the circle was and how powerful the PR tactics were. So even if he posted this video on the internet himself, Philip Lee might still have a way to say that the video was faked. So, Zhang Yang directly emailed this video to the research bureau. Li Shengdong received this email and was immediately happy. Li Fei, you're kind of at the head of your death this time. This time I can shut you up for good. On the same day, Li Shengdong handed over this video to Ma Guangyang. It is naturally much safer for the 103rd office to run this matter. Not only was the video posted on all the major video sites at the same time, but Mordor also held a press conference for the event. At the conference, it was made clear that Fei Li, a member of the entertainment industry, had used extremely despicable means to discredit the scientific researchers of the Daxia country, so the law should be pursued against her. At the same time as the press conference was held, the 103rd had sent people to Li Fei's villa. Li Fei was dumbfounded when she saw that she was going to be arrested. At this point in time couldn't care less about Craig's promise that he'd go to Eagle Jam Nation to develop all right. In front of these people, pointing to Craig's men around him, he said, I didn't have to do it. These people asked me to do it. Originally, the people at 103, when they saw these people, thought they were just some actors. I didn't expect Li Fei to identify these people on the spot as spies of the Eagle Sauce country lurking in Daxia. Everyone didn't expect that coming to arrest Li Fei would actually result in such a windfall. Caught the playwright, sent the spy, and took out Craig's lair. However, it was Craig's lucky day. Craig wasn't in the villa when the arresting officers came, so he escaped. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. The brainwashed fans on the internet who were previously concerned about Li Fei, this time, they were able to completely see through their idol's true face. She could no longer find a single person online who would speak up for her. It all turned into trolling and blaming herself for being blind. We're simply a bunch of idiots. We always thought that Li Fei was some kind of good bird, but it turns out that she's this kind of lowlife. The bright and shiny Li Fei didn't realize that this was actually how to cheat people. Regret. Thanks to the fact that I've always thought of Li Fei as my idol, now it's really disgusting to me. Awesome. A small playwright, actually provoking so many people to keep harassing our great summer country's scientific research bureau. Playwrights mislead the country. However, the people of 103 did not announce to the outside world that there were spies from the Eagle Sauce country in the villa when they captured Fei Li. In Ma Guangyang's office, everyone finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Since the beginning, this little playwright hadn't caused much trouble for the research bureau as well as Lu Chuan. This is now a thorough understanding of the matter because of a video from Zhang Yang. Lu Chuan just felt a little lighter after realizing that this matter had been cleared up, but he didn't feel much happier either, because he had always been worried about Minako in his mind lately, wondering what was going on, and even more so why she wasn't contacting him. Craig, now completely alone, had no choice but to report the matter to his superiors. Craig's superiors were first shocked, then puzzled. The Great Summer Kingdom captured so many of our agents at once. This is an extremely serious international incident, but why wasn't it reported in the media? Craig thought for a moment and said, I think they're supposed to be conducting a secret interrogation to find out more from our agents. The people you have under you, do they usually get hold of anything important? Classified. Craig said, please rest assured. These men of mine are all ignorant of our purpose of lurking in Daxia, and the only task I have given them is just to assassinate Lu Chuan. The superior sighed. That's good. It seems that Daxia can't get anything out of these people. I guess they won't publicize this matter, but it's just that I pity these agents. I'm afraid that they'll have to spend the rest of their lives in the Daxia country eating prison food. Craig was now alone and couldn't make any waves in Daxia. It was only safe to go back to Eagle Jam country first. By now, the only one who could still pose a threat to the research bureau was Tojo Yua of Sakura Nation. Chapter 60, Minako's Return. Craig also met with Tojo Yua before he left Daxia. In a commanding tone, he said to him, now that I don't have the means to continue with my own plans, I can only leave the Great Summer country for the time being. After I'm gone, you have to continue with your plans, and if your men get their hands on the top secret information of the Mosquito Catcher System and the Heavenly Flame System, remember to tell me about it and to share it with us. The Eagle Sauce country. Tojo Yua nodded, his mouth agreeing, but in his heart, he had already greeted Craig's ancestors, thinking to myself that this fool has no idea what our Sakura Nation's real plan is until now. What kind of bull mosquito trapping system? Sky fire system. The real value is Lu Chuan as a person. Being able to get Lu Chuan is the real wealth for any country. Immediately after Craig left, Tojo Yua contacted Minako. However, he didn't realize that Minako was actually in Magic City at this time. Tojo Hirokazu stated that she could return and continue her mission now that there was no more interference from the Eagle Jam country. But Minako hesitated and said to him, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm up to the task anymore. I hope you can continue it with someone else. Tojo Yua immediately said angrily, what do you mean? Do you not want to continue with this mission? Or do you want to get rid of our spy organization? I guess it's both reasons. I guess it's time for me to live a normal life. In fact, Tojo Yua had already sensed something about Minako's mind before, so he didn't feel much surprise. Even he had long thought of a way to threaten Minako, so he laughed coldly and said to Minako, "Oh, I hope you can think clearly. If you don't continue to carry out our plan, first of all, I can always arrange for another spy to kill Lu Chuan. In addition, you have to know that our organization is easy to come in, but hard to go out. With one order from me, I can make it impossible for you to stay in both the Cherry Blossom Country and the Great Summer Country." Minako giggled in her heart, not expecting that being her superior would threaten her with such devious tactics. She knew that Tojo Yua was capable of that. Once he told Sakurakuni that he had gone rogue, then he would never be able to return to his country. If he revealed his identity in the Great Xia Country, then there was no way for him to stay in the Great Xia Country at all. Thus, Minako could only promise him to continue the mission on his own, both out of consideration for herself and for Lu Chuan's safety. The next day, Lu Chuan was working in the research bureau when he suddenly received a call from Minako. "Summer, where the hell have you been? Why is there no news at all for so many days?" Only Minako's sobs could be heard on the other end of the line. "Lu Chuan, I'm really sorry. I'm just too scared. I got a call from a stranger the other day saying that it was dangerous for me to stay at home, so I left for a few days, and I didn't dare to tell anyone where I was for the past few days. I was just too scared." This was the reason Minako could think of to bring herself back to Lu Chuan. Rukawa accepts this reason because of his feelings for Minako. However, in Lu Chuan's heart, he was able to feel that there must be something else hidden in this matter. This could be the power of feelings. And despite knowing that things were not right, Lu Chuan allowed himself to choose to believe and accept. Told this matter to Li Shengdong, who had a puzzled look on his face. To Lu Chuan, he said, This summer's guts are too small. One phone call scared her like this." Lu Chuan helplessly shook his head and said, "Hey, there's no way. Girls, born with small guts, received a threat to life, must have been scared out of their wits. But both of you received this call at the same time that day. Who is this person who is protecting both of you behind the scenes?" Li Shengdong asked suspiciously, since the last time Lu Chuan went home at night, was followed, and then a mysterious person shot and saved him. Li Shengdong had always had such a question in his heart. This time, a mysterious person saved him and Summer, so this doubt became even bigger in Li Shengdong's heart. Lu Chuan spread his hands and said to Li Shengdong, "I'm not sure. I think the most reasonable explanation, that might be that there's a mysterious department that we don't even know about that's secretly protecting our research bureau. Because of the capture of Craig's men, these people also explained that they were the ones who carried out the assassination plan against Lu Chuan, so this time also knew that Lu Chuan was not in any danger for the time being, so Li Shengdong allowed him to continue to go home." When Lu Chuan returned home, he saw Minako, who was curled up on the sofa with a palpitating heart and a horrified expression on her face. Immediately, he stepped forward to hold her shoulders and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now. Those people have all been caught." "Really? Who are they and why would they want to hurt you?" Lu Chuan wasn't able to explain too much to her, so he smiled and said to him, "Actually, it's not against me. It should be against the organization that I work for, because our work has a higher level of confidentiality, so it might be that these people want to get something out of me." With a serious face, Minako said to Lu Chuan with an attitude that carried a plea, "How about you don't continue to work at the research bureau? The two of us go far away, and don't stay in this place. Let's choose a place where everyone doesn't recognize us and settle down." These words, in Lu Chuan's opinion, were like words spoken by a little girl in a moment of impulse. Unbeknownst to her, a few parts of what Minako said were really what was in her heart, so he said to her, "Idiot, it's not as simple as you think. I'm a scientific researcher of the Great Xia Kingdom, and now I still have a lot of tasks in my hands that I haven't accomplished, so how could I possibly do something so irresponsible?" Because of this neighborhood where Lu Chuan now lived, he had already encountered several dangerous situations here one after another. Even he had something in his heart now as he walked back from work, so then he and Minako decided to live in a different place. I told Li Shengdong about this idea, but I didn't realize that Li Shengdong also had something to tell him at this time. He said to Lu Chuan, "It just so happens that I just received an order from Commander Guang, saying that the next element we're going to tackle is the rocket's fuel, and in order to facilitate our tests, so we've asked our researchers in charge of this project to move all of them to the laboratories of the rocket launching site." "Where is this place?" "Hazen City." Lu Chuan asked again, "Then if I go, what about Summer?" Li Shengdong laughed and said, "Kid, what, can't stand it now that the young couple has been separated for a few days? That's not true. Because of what happened a while ago, Summer has been scared lately, and we were thinking of staying somewhere else." Li Shengdong told him, "Of course we can go with you in the summer. Commander Guang has specially arranged for the staff of the research bureau, and some of their families, to live in a very nice environment. So we'll consider it a vacation this time. Chapter 61 Rocket Launching. In the Eagle Jam country, after the Minister of Defense handed over Element 115 to the researchers, they encountered a new problem. Because Element 115 is not a conventional engine fuel at all. The R&D officer said to the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, according to our screening, all of our existing vehicles in the Eagle Sauce Nation are not capable of using Element 115. So, we may have to redesign a vehicle that can use this element before we can. The Secretary of Defense asked. So, how long do you expect it to take if you redesign a vehicle? A question that silenced several of the researchers in the room, because they knew that answering it would inevitably make the minister angry again. It came over for a while before one of them said, each model of our current flying machines, be it helicopters or fighters, was developed over several years, or even a dozen years. If we were to redesign one, the Minister of Defense sneered. Several years? Hell knows if after a few years, the satellites that can fire lasers from the Great Summer Kingdom will have surrounded the Earth tightly. No one dared to say another word. However, the Minister of Defense's heart also knows that the problems that these researchers are talking about exist objectively. After a while, the expression on the Secretary of Defense's face relaxed again, and he asked them, do you know how we found Element 115? Element 115. Wasn't it many years ago that a scientist came up with the theory that it might exist before we made it? The Minister of Defense shook his head and said, it's not that simple. How can a person conceive of an element out of thin air? Then, what the Minister of Defense said directly made all the scientific researchers in the room, surprised, could not close their mouths, as if they were listening to a science fiction story. As it turns out, Element 115 was not proposed by a certain scientist, because it was discovered directly in kind very early on, and was then passed on, in having the current version of the story. Many years ago, in the no man's land of Eagle Jam, a UFO, or flying saucer as it is now known, crashed. When the Defense Department arrived on the scene, they found that it was a craft that no one had ever seen before, triangular in shape, and that the two alien pilots inside had no vital features left on them. Then the Ministry of Defense immediately set up a mysterious department dedicated to the study of this flying saucer. This is the same department that discovered Element 115, a fuel that acts as an anti-gravity agent, on the flying saucer. Nowadays, the wreckage of this triangular flying saucer is still in the hands of this mysterious department. The Secretary of Defense said to them again, we can't possibly waste that much time on the development of a flying machine. Now I can give you this flying saucer, and all you have to do is to take our laser launching system, and install it on this flying saucer. So, the group of researchers from the Eagle Sauce Nation began restoration work on the mysterious craft, thanks to the fact that they had mastered the use of the 115 elements. In the end, this triangular-shaped flying saucer was really repaired by them. In Hygiene City of the Great Summer Country, for more than a month, Minako had accompanied Lu Chuan completely as if she was on vacation. Many times, Minako had forgotten who she was before, and there were even times when Minako's heart longed for the fact that she was a Daxia countryman. It's only when Tojo Yua contacts her and asks for a status report that she remembers her true identity and impatiently perfunctorily tells him there's been no progress whatsoever. And during this period of time, Lu Chuan led the researchers of the Scientific Research Bureau to carry out hundreds of ratios and tests on the solid fuel with added meteorite material, and finally obtained the fuel that could raise the rocket thrust to 3,000 tons. Of course, all of this is still only in terms of trials and data. After all, no other country in the world has ever launched a rocket with that kind of thrust. However, if the first launch could be successful, then for the Great Summer Kingdom, rockets that would have required hundreds of launches would now require only a few dozen to be sufficient for the deployment of the Skyfire system. Because of the 3,000 tons of thrust, it can carry several Skyfire system satellites at a time. On this day, the space agency of the Great Xia State announced to the world, 3 days from now, the Great Xia State will test fire for the first time a rocket entirely developed by ourselves, which can reach a thrust of 3,000 tons. It doesn't say what kind of satellite the rocket launch is going to carry, though. The world was shocked by this news when it was released, because for the vast majority of countries with rocket launching capability, 500 tons is already their bottleneck, and 1,000 tons is the limit, with only Daxia and Eagle Jam possessing rockets with 1,000 tons of thrust. This sudden announcement that Daxia was going to test fire its own 3,000-ton thrust rocket was explosive news. Everyone was so caught up in the figure of 3,000 tons that not many people cared about the satellites carried on the rocket. However, only the Eagle Sauce country could guess at this time that the Great Summer country must have developed such a large thrust satellite for the Skyfire system. However, by this time the Eagle Jam nation wasn't particularly worried. as their flying saucer had been successfully test-flown and had also been fitted with a variety of weapons systems, including lasers. On the day of the rocket's test launch, the Space Launch Center in the city of Hazen had gathered a large number of people and journalists from all over the world to witness this miraculous moment. In this also included Minako, and to the current Minako, she actually had a little bit of pride in her heart when she thought that this experiment was completed under Lu Chuan's leadership. In the control room of the launch center, Lu Chuan, along with Li Shangdong and the staff of the research bureau, stared intently at the countdown on the big screen. Guan Ye was also here today, because for him, as a senior defense commander, this day was especially crucial for the Great Summer Kingdom. As the control room came on, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. After the command, the bottom of the rocket, which was immense in size, began to spew out a large amount of flame. Then the mechanical arm holding the rocket opened. The control room was constantly announcing that the data was normal. A few seconds later, the rocket slowly rose. By this time all the people present began to cheer, but the people in the research bureau didn't, and they were still staring at the various data with a death grip. They know that this is the time to launch. Until after the rocket had already lifted off a few hundred meters, it was only a few people from the research directorate who had some relief on their faces. It wasn't until the rocket had risen a few thousand meters, with the control room announcing again that the data was normal. It was the people of the Research and Development Bureau, including Lu Chuan, who were in tears of excitement and shouting with excitement. It worked! We did it! 62. Satellite wreckage. Until after the rocket flew out of the atmosphere, the signals transmitted back showed that everything was normal. However, after the rocket had flown some more distance and released the satellite, instead, there was a sudden break in the satellite signal to the ground. The people in the Science and Research Directorate are only responsible for the development of the fuel and laser systems. Seeing as how the staff at the Launch Control Center were panicking at this point, the people at the Research Directorate were at their wits' end. Zhang Shirley from the Bureau of Scientific Research couldn't help but ask a staff member next to her at this time, "Have you ever encountered such a situation?" The staff shook their heads and said, "That's never happened." 2 more hours passed, when the outside media and people were celebrating the successful launch of the rocket. The people in the launch center were at a loss at this point. Within the past 2 hours, numerous attempts had been made to connect to the satellite signal, but they had never succeeded. That's when someone from the space center brought up, "In 10 minutes, our space station will be passing by where the satellite was lost, so we can notify the people in the station to check out the situation." So the space center immediately sent this command to the space station. 10 minutes later, the space station sent back a video feed. The video left everyone in the launch center with their jaws on the floor, and for a moment the entire launch center was quiet and silent, none of them knowing how to deal with such a situation, only to see that on the big screen, several satellites that had already been released in outer space had shattered into a large pile of debris suspended in the air as if they had experienced something horrible. Obviously, the launch ended in failure. Instead of speaking, Guan Ye walked into a conference room with his hands behind his back. A few moments later, several managers from the Space Center, as well as Li Shangdong and Lu Chuan from the Research Bureau were called in. Guan Ye said to those present, "This is the first time we launch a 3,000-ton thrust rocket. There has never been such a precedent in the world. Even if it fails, I think it's justifiable. I don't want to put too much pressure on everyone here, but even if we fail in launching it, then we have to find out the reason for it, and then decide whether a 3,000-ton thrust rocket is really not suitable for spaceflight." But just as these people were in the middle of a meeting, a staff member from the Space Center, with a sweaty head, rushed in clutching a laptop. The space station has sent back another video taken at closer range, as shown in the video content. From the face of this staff member, it could be seen that he seemed to have seen some scenes so horrible that he didn't know how to describe it. He didn't finish. He just put his laptop on the table and played it for those in attendance. The video is only a short 10 seconds or so, but the footage shows a very important element. The video begins with the same pile of satellite debris floating around in space. Immediately after the camera in the video content pulled in closer, the bodies of several satellites were seen, each with a circular hole in them. "What's going on here?" Guan Ye asked. The staff who just came in replied, "According to all the data of our launch, it is definitely not caused by the problem of the rocket itself, because when the rocket rushed out of the atmosphere, its own main body has been gradually detached, and to be able to send it to this orbital position shows that the rocket's thrust, as well as the launching process, are all without problems, and the problem can only be out of the satellite." Upon this statement, everyone turned their gazes towards Lu Chuan. This is because the satellite carrying the laser launch system was developed under his leadership, and, at this time, many people looked at the broken round hole in the satellite, and naturally thought that it could be that the small reactor inside the satellite, which was supplying the energy to the satellite, had exploded. and Lu Chuan didn't respond to everyone's eyes at this time, but continued to look at the picture on the screen constantly and carefully. After a while, Lu Chuan suddenly said, "This is caused by external damage." Hearing Lu Chuan say this, everyone replayed the video a few more times. As one of the shots was about to flash by, Lu Chuan pressed the pause button, said to everyone, "Look at the hole in the main body of the satellite. If it's a problem with the satellite, then the hole should be a blast from the inside out. And if it's a result of the explosion of a small reactor, then this power can completely blow the satellite into powder, and we won't see the wreckage at all. And even with that kind of explosion power, we can see from the ground that there will be a nuclear explosion in the sky scene." Lu Chuan's words caused everyone present to fall into deep thought, because if that was the case, they really couldn't figure out what external force could have caused such a situation. Whether it was the mosquito trapping system on the ground or the Skyfire system in space, the super laser transmitter on it was a research and development that Lu Chuan was personally involved in, so he couldn't have been more aware of the damage done by the laser. So then he said to the group, "If I'm not mistaken, the hole in the main body of the satellite was caused by a laser that was fired from somewhere." Upon hearing these words, both Guan Yi and Li Xingdong had expressions of disbelief on their faces, because they knew that at the moment, apart from Daxia itself, the only thing that could still cause such damage to satellites in space was the Eagle Sauce country's laser system. Since the Skyfire system has not been released to everyone, even the staff in the Space Center does not know about it yet. That's why Guan Yi immediately said to everyone at this time, "Please ask the staff of the Research Bureau to stay behind, and the Space Center personnel to leave for the time being. We have something important to discuss." A handful of people, including Lu Chuan, were left in the conference room. Guan Yi asked Lu Chuan, "Are you really sure that the breakage was caused by the laser?" Lu Chuan nodded and said with a little doubt again, "I'm sure that this was caused by a laser passing through the main body of the satellite, but it shouldn't have been caused by a laser on the Eagle Jam country's Skynet system because the power of that kind of laser is completely capable of melting the satellite all the way down." Guan Yi pursued, "So you're saying that there are weapons in space that we don't know about? Weapons that exist in the Hawk Jam nation?" Analyzing the situation as it stands, "It should be," Li Shengdong immediately said to Guan Yi, "Commander, but the situation, if this is really the case, then this kind of behavior, isn't it no different from declaring war?" Guan Yi frowned and thought for a moment. Another sneer, "When we tested our mosquito catching system, we directly knocked out one of their satellites. At that time, they could only knock out their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. It seems that this time is a response to our previous behavior. Since they didn't announce it to the public last time, we will not announce it to the public this time either. If we want to fight, we will fight them to the end," Li Shengdong said angrily. Guan Yi stood up at this time and patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. "If that's the case, then in my opinion, this is the beginning of a real battle between our Scientific Research Bureau in Daxia, and their researchers in the Eagle Sauce country." Chapter 63. In the meantime, somewhere in an extremely hidden base in the Eagle Jam country, the triangular-shaped craft is slowly landing on the runway. Just after landing, a staff member immediately came forward to tow the craft into the hangar with a tractor to prevent anyone from discovering the craft's existence. As it turns out, the launch of the 3,000-ton thrust rocket that was to be tested was announced to the public in Daxia. The Eagle Kingdom had already guessed that the rocket would most likely carry a satellite of this Skyfire system, so they predicted ahead of time the trajectory of the rocket launch and the location of the satellite release in space. It was also just as Guan Yi had speculated, that the Eagle Sauce Nation had purposely arranged for their newly developed triangular craft to travel to destroy the satellites of the Great Xia Nation in response to their own satellites being shot down by the Great Xia Nation earlier. It was kind of a test of this triangular craft by Eagle Jam Nation, because the anti-gravity system of this craft is from an unknown advanced civilization. That's why Eagle Sauce Nation has full certainty this time that Daxia Nation will never be able to surpass this kind of technology. This triangular craft has a variety of weapon systems deployed on it by the researchers of the Eagle Jam Nation. State-of-the-art laser systems are the mainstay, and there's even regular ammo to carry. That is to say, this craft does belong to the category of being invincible, whether it is in the air near the Earth or in outer space. And the material used in the manufacture of this craft is currently unknown even to the Eagle Jam Nation itself right now, as it does not belong to any kind of substance on Earth. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation had consulted their researchers and asked if it was possible to reverse the reversal and recreate one of these craft with their own capabilities. But the answer they got was that it was never possible, because the anti-gravity system on this craft was like something made by a civilization that wasn't from the same dimension to them, and they couldn't understand the principles of it at all. So this point also became the drawback of the Eagle Jam country. No matter how invincible an existence this flying machine of theirs was, it was currently just this one. That's why they treat it like a treasure. And this craft is guarded by specialized special forces personnel. at Luchuan's place in Hygiene City. When she returned home from the Space Center, Minako didn't know what was happening inside the Space Center and prepared a sumptuous dinner for Luchuan to congratulate him. Seeing that Luchuan did not have a joyful expression on his face. Instead, he looked extremely despondent. Minako was puzzled. Asked, "Wasn't today a success? Look at you, how you look like you've lost your soul." Luchuan forced out a hint of a smile and said, "Well, the rocket launch was quite successful. It's just that there's a little problem with the satellites in space right now, and we'll have to figure out how to fix it recently." If it were before, Minako might have sidestepped and inquired about something. But now, Minako had long since stopped thinking of herself as a spy lurking at Luchuan's side, but a true companion. Seeing that Luchuan didn't want to say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. The next day, the media around the world seemed to come around, started sending out all kinds of questions about the Space Center in Daxia. Some asked how many satellites the rocket carried this time. Some asked what the functions of those satellites were, and others asked if the satellites were working properly. At the behest of the industry at large, the Space Center's response to the outside world was invariably that it was completely normal and very successful. Only a few people who know the truth laugh and don't say anything at the Ministry of Defense in the Hawksbane country. A few days later, Eagle Sauce Nation got news that they found unbelievable, because the Great Summer State suddenly announced that it would test-fire another 3,000-ton thrust rocket in a few days. And, this time, it was also announced to the public that the rocket launch was carrying several extremely expensive satellites. The Minister of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation saw the news and it was like a moment of confusion. What kind of operation is this for the Great Summer Kingdom? Obviously knowing that the first satellite was all destroyed by us, why is it launching a second one so soon? The man at his side immediately asked. So should we keep following the rocket's trajectory and shoot it down when it reaches outer space? The Defense Department went from being in deep thought because he just couldn't figure out the reason for it. Still, out of confidence in this mysterious craft of his, he ordered his men to carry out the mission to destroy the satellite again. The thing about test-firing rockets again was actually an order from the industry at large to the Space Center. And it's not like the rocket is carrying any costly satellites this time. Instead, it's a missile with auto-tracking capabilities and multiple cameras and scanning equipment purposely carried on the rocket, to be able to capture the black hand of the last opportunity satellite, to the day of the rocket launch. In the control center of the rocket launching site of the Daxia country, all the screens showed normal data waiting to be launched. However, Luchuan and Guanya and Li Shengdong were not here. Instead, it's in another room, this one with a big screen. At the time of the rocket launch, this screen will broadcast live through a lens carried by the rocket that only the three of them will be able to see. The crew outside, on the other hand, knew nothing about it and just assumed it was a normal launch mission. This time there were still no surprises at the launch. All data showed normal until the time it broke out of the atmosphere. But when the last part of the rocket carrying the missile and the lens broke away from the rocket and started to continue its sprint into space beyond the atmosphere, the scanning equipment carried on the rocket beeped. The three people in the room immediately held their breath. The screen reads, 30 kilometers out, an object is rapidly approaching. Li Shengdong asked, satellites in outer space orbit around orbits have always been fast. Could it be a satellite in orbit from another country? Luchuan dismissed this idea of his, for he noted through the data on the screen that the object was not orbiting fast, but had broken through the atmosphere and chased it, just like the rocket. The live feed on the screen showed a small dot getting closer and closer. 20 or so seconds later, the triangular object was finally visible. The three men were shocked in their hearts, for they had never seen any country in the world possess a craft of this shape, and the mere fact that it could easily break through the atmosphere was enough to surprise them. Not to mention the fact that they seemed to see someone inside through the hanging window of this craft at this time. The intercom on the table in front of Guanya rang at this time. Objects posing a threat to us have been detected. Do we launch missiles? Guanya didn't hesitate for a second. Picking up the walkie-talkie he ordered, fire. 64. Suspension of the plan. The vast industry gave an order. With that, a small missile with automatic tracking locked onto the triangular craft. By this time the missile was probably only a few hundred meters away from this craft. If it was an ordinary flying machine, or hovering in the air, after being targeted by the tracking and locking function missiles, there would be no chance of survival. However, the three men then saw the screen as the missile was about to approach the craft. This flying machine actually instantly made a 360-odd rotating maneuver, directly avoiding head-on contact with the missile. Due to inertia, the missile flew hundreds of meters towards the back of the craft before it redirected itself again and continued to track this craft. It could also be that the pilot in the craft was just now realizing at this point that the missiles had a lock-on targeting feature. So the craft, which had been hovering, began to emit a few blue flames from below, like it had just started its engines, did another 360-degree turn and flew directly in the direction of Earth. However, What the three people didn't expect was that an even more shocking scene had just appeared at this time. As the craft and the missiles flew toward the ground at the same time, both were gaining speed as they entered the atmosphere because of gravity. The missile followed closely behind the craft. However, due to the high temperature generated by the friction with the air, the missile actually exploded before it even touched the vehicle. Although there was no direct contact with the vehicle, the shockwave generated by the explosion of the missile still affected the vehicle. It is not known if the damage was directly caused by the shockwave or if some debris made contact with the craft. It was seen that the lower part of the craft, which was still shooting blue flames, had begun to emit black smoke, and even the craft itself had become tilted. Because of the speed, it all happened in a mere 10 seconds or so. Then the cameras and scanning equipment could no longer continue to track the craft. The three men stared at the screen half speechless. It was a while before Li Shengdong stammered. This thing shouldn't be the legendary flying saucer, right? Both Guanye and Lu Chuan frowned and didn't answer because they were not sure at this moment if what had just happened was a hallucination. Suddenly, Guanye looked like he had thought of something. Picking up the walkie-talkie and reading again the latitude and longitude last displayed on the screen, he ordered that men be sent forward immediately to search this place. It was because Guanye felt at this time that since this craft was damaged, it was highly likely that it would crash in this neighborhood. He was going to see for himself what the hell this thing was. And, to the general industry, he's willing to believe that this thing is a flying saucer, but he feels unconvinced that it's aliens in it, and he feels that it must all be the Eagle Jam Nation's doing. It's a shame. Guanye though ordered out troops and helicopters to carpet search thousands of square kilometers, but the search continues to yield nothing. So one can only guess that the thing may be only slightly damaged and not affecting its flight. Lu Chuan kept watching this last video of only 10 seconds over and over again, and finally managed to discover something from it. He said, all currently known vehicles, even the remains of satellites in space, when entering the atmosphere, and the air only to produce friction will heat, but this triangular-shaped vehicle, from the video, there is no trace of heat on the body, so I deduced that the materials used on the body of this thing are technologies that we cannot imagine. Guanye sneered. I have to say, it seems that this Eagle Sauce country still has two brushes, such a high-level flying machine, before this, hidden so deeply from the world. If not for us launching this rocket this time, I don't know when we will know that they have such a thing. Li Shengdong asked Lu Chuan, do you think that if we aim our laser system at this object, the laser will have a destructive force on this thing? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, although our laser system is powerful, but now I don't know what material this craft is made of. I really can't make 100% guarantee, looking at the way it breaks through the atmosphere. I now even suspect that this thing will convert the heat from the outside world into its own energy. After listening to Lu Chuan's analysis, both of them fell into deep thought at the same time. For them, in the early stage of the development of the mosquito catching system and the Skyfire system, in fact, all of them were the most optimistic about the Skyfire system, and at the same time, all of them held strong hopes. Because the mosquito trapping system is on the surface, it can be defensive at best, but the Skyfire system is completely different. Once this system is deployed in space, then in addition to the powerful defense function, it is also capable of striking any location on Earth in all directions. However, it now appears that the deployment of the Skyfire system has had to be put on hold, because the cost of launching a rocket is extremely high for any country. Not to mention the fact that Dacia is going to have to use a higher-cost 3,000-ton thrust rocket if they want to finish deploying the Skyfire system as soon as possible. Once this mysterious triangular craft is encountered again, strike at these satellites, the losses to be sustained would then be astronomical. No country is willing to take such a risk. Thus, Guanye could only grit his teeth and say to the two men, from now on, the deployment of the Skyfire system is suspended. We cannot accept failure after failure. Instead of continuing to speak, Guanye got up and walked out of the room. For him, inwardly at this moment, apart from disappointment, it was more from the pressure exerted by the Eagle Jam country. The existence of this mysterious flying machine was like a thunderbolt hanging over the head of the entire Great Summer Kingdom, a thunderbolt that could explode at any time. At this point in Eagle Jam country, the craft, which was trailing black smoke, still landed safely back on the runway. As the missiles exploded, the heart of the Eagle's defense minister was in his throat. This flying machine was a priceless treasure to them. Once they lost it, then for them, in the future, they would be helpless against the heavenly fire system of the Great Summer Kingdom. But after a group of researchers scrutinized the craft, it turned out to be a false alarm. It turns out that when the missile exploded, the fragments did hit the craft itself. What can be damaged is simply the air conditioning system that they later installed themselves. The Minister of Defense proudly said to the people around him at this time, as long as there is the existence of this vehicle of ours, The Great Xia Kingdom should not fantasize about deploying the Skyfire system in space. Chapter 65, Knowing the Difficulty. For the Eagle Jam Nation at the moment, for the first time, they managed to stop the deployment of the Great Summer's Skyfire system, and even directly destroyed satellites with laser firing capabilities. For the second time, they completely demonstrated the strength of their flying machines in front of the Great Summer Kingdom. Therefore, they now expected that the Great Xia state would never dare to continue to deploy its own Skyfire system into space. But they were wrong. They could never have imagined that a few days later a news story would shock them again. Ever since he discovered the existence of this craft, Lu Chuan had been repeating the 10 seconds or so of video from space in his head for days on end. In his heart, he was always unwilling to let the Skyfire system, which so many researchers from the Research Bureau had worked so hard to develop, be put on hold. So, after a few days of thinking about it, and agonizing over it, he decided to take a big gamble. On this day, he and Li Shengdong directly found the vast industry. Lu Chuan said, "Commander, can we restart the deployment of the Skyfire program?" Guan Ye frowned and sighed. "Lu Chuan, I understand your feelings, and I also know the hardships that your Scientific Research Bureau has put in for this, but the existence of that vehicle makes it so that every time we launch a rocket, it could expose our Great Summer country to huge losses. And this, too, I hope you can understand," Li Shengdong said. "Lu Chuan has a new plan. You might want to listen to it first." Upon hearing that Lu Chuan had thought of a new plan, Guan Ye's expression immediately seemed to be filled with hope again. "A new plan? Tell me about it." Lu Chuan immediately pointed at the map of the Great Xia country on the wall and said, "As far as I know, our Great Xia country now has dozens of launch sites that can launch small rockets, right?" Guan Ye nodded. Lu Chuan continued, "Through my calculations, it only takes a small rocket with 300 tons of thrust to completely send a Skyfire system satellite into space." Guan Ye frowned again and interrupted him. "Lu Chuan, do you realize that using smaller rockets will actually cost us more?" "I know, but we had to do it." Then, Lu Chuan told him his plan. It turned out that Lu Chuan intended to use a small rocket to first send 30 satellites of the Skyfire system in batches to reach a designated location in space. Have these 30 satellites with laser firing systems arranged in an irregular matrix in space. Then a 3,000-ton thrust rocket is launched to guide the flying object into this matrix. Destroy the craft with lasers from 30 satellites at once. Guan Ye immediately asked, "How are you sure that 30 satellites firing lasers at the same time will be able to destroy this craft?" Lu Chuan said, "I can't be sure, but I believe in the power of our laser launching system. One laser can't destroy it, 5 lasers can't destroy it, but the power of 30 super lasers aggregated together. I don't think that there exists a substance that can resist such destructive power in this universe." Li Shengdong explained again, "We can first try to launch 1 or 2 satellites of the Skyfire system with a small rocket to try it out. And if it isn't detected by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, we can then proceed with the launch." Lu Chuan said, "Yes, such a big planet. I think twice before that craft was able to capture the trajectory of our rocket launch because we announced to the public in advance the time and place where we were going to launch, and the volume of 3,000 tons of thrust rockets, compared to the volume of 300 tons of rockets, is also not at all the same magnitude. So I believe that the chances of this plan's success are extremely high." In the end, Guan Ye was still convinced by Lu Chuan and decided to carry out the plan. So in the next period of time, the vast industry deliberately chose several extremely remote rocket launch centers in the country of Daxia. Sure enough, the first few launches were very successful and the presence of this craft was not detected when the satellite was put into the established orbit. In just less than 2 weeks, 30 satellites were successfully sent into space and arranged in a defensive array according to Lu Chuan's plan. Then, the Space Center, located in the city of Hazen, suddenly sent out a message to the world. Given that the first 2 launches of the 3,000-ton thrust rocket were extremely successful and the deployment of the satellite went extremely well, we have decided to conduct a third rocket launch 3 days from now. When this news came out, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country was directly baffled, unable to understand what medicine was sold in the gourd of the Great Summer. The money of the Great Summer country, is it not money? 2 rocket launches, but also our 3-kiloton class don't thrust, not counting the satellite destroyed by us. Their cost at least must be several billions. This is only a few days. They dared to launch for the 3rd time. Immediately, someone around us warned. Last time they used missiles against us directly in space. And this time with such a long time gap, could they be carrying some more powerful weapon on their rockets again? The Minister of Defense sneered. Last time the missiles only hurt the air conditioning system on our flying machine. This time I want to see what kind of trick they are playing. Even if they carry 10 missiles this time, I don't think they can hurt our flying machine. I want to let them know that our flying machine can't be surpassed. So, the Eagle Sauce Nation immediately decided to continue to send its own vehicles on missions into space during this rocket launch of the Great Summer Nation. to the day of the rocket launch, the Eagle Jam Nation's craft had been waiting early for the command to take off. However, at the Space Center in Daxia, a message was sent out to the public saying that the launch would be delayed after a few hours because of some minor glitches. In fact, all of this was in Lu Chuan's calculations. The reason for the delay in the launch was that the 30 satellites of the Skyfire system that had already been deployed had not yet arrived at their programmed positions at this point in their flight around the Earth. Lu Chuan had to wait until the right moment before launching the rocket, so that he could draw the craft into the attack range of the Skyfire system. A few hours later, as the Space Center counted down, the 3,000-ton thrust rocket lifted off again, and the Eagle Jam Nation's craft, at this point, followed suit to where the rocket was expected to go into space, ready to strike at a moment's notice. If the craft had destroyed the rocket within the atmosphere, then there was really nothing Lu Chuan could do. But the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation, whose self-confidence is overly colliding, specifically orders the pilot in the craft to let him go into outer space before he does anything, because he wanted to see what was being carried in the rocket launched by the Great Summer this time. Finally, after the rocket entered its designated position in outer space, the Eagle Jam Nation's craft also took a cocky stance and stayed at a distance extremely close to the rocket's last booster. With the shields open, Eagle Land didn't see what satellites were contained here, or even missiles this time. Instead, they saw a small mirror-like object that was adjusting its orientation and starting to point at the craft. Chapter 66, Vaporized Flying Machines. Through the camera on the craft, several of the Eagle Sauce defense ministers saw the strange mirror-like object on the screen at the same time, and were wondering why Daxia's rockets didn't carry missiles this time, but instead carried such a contraption. Suddenly, one of the researchers beside him seemed to see that something was wrong, but when he reacted, it was too late. The man opened his mouth and said, This one seems to be a laser guidance device. The role of the laser guidance device is to mark the target, allowing the weapon to achieve precision guidance. They were able to clearly see that there was no weapon device on the rocket at all. Why it only carried a laser guidance device? While wondering about this, the screen in front of him suddenly turned completely snowy, and all connections were broken. Still, for a moment before the screen turned to snow, a bright light could be seen flashing around the craft. Everyone in front of the screen was dumbfounded. The command room also kept trying to restore contact with the craft, but after countless attempts, the other party never responded. The bright light that flashed in this instant was no other than the laser beams emitted simultaneously from the 30 satellites of the Skyfire system. In a conference room at the launch center in Hazen City, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, Guanye were also looking at the image at this time. The difference was that the screen in front of them was still connected properly, but Lu Chuan was very chagrined at this time. This was because what was shown in the screen in front of them was that when the super laser beams from 30 satellites passed toward this craft at the same time, the extent of the damage caused far exceeded Lu Chuan's expectations. Guanye had thought that he would be able to shoot down this craft and make it crash into the territory of the Great Summer Kingdom, and then take a good look at what the hell this thing was. But I didn't realize that when the 30 beams of laser light passed through, the craft world disappeared without even a remnant in sight. When Guanye and Li Shengdong saw this image, they couldn't help but stand up at the same time to approach the screen and ask, What's going on? How did this flying machine completely disappear in an instant? Lu Chuan said with chagrin, It's disappeared, but I think it shouldn't have flown away. Rather, it vaporized. Li Shengdong immediately complained, Hey, you kid, how could this happen? The laser system that you developed yourself, don't you know its power? Letting you shoot it down, you kid actually vaporized him directly. Guanye persuaded, You can't blame Lu Chuan. Didn't we say before that we simply don't know what material this flying machine is made of? And it's inevitable that such a situation would occur. After saying that, with a relieved expression, he smiled and continued, But it's okay, at least we now know that this flying machine is nothing more than that. Even if they still have 100 or 80 more, that's not enough to be afraid of. At this time, to these three people, they actually felt vaguely in their hearts that this flying machine was a great hidden danger to the Great Summer Kingdom. If it is true that the Eagle Jam Nation has hundreds of these craft, it would be a nightmare for any nation if there was ever a war. Unbeknownst to them, it is the Eagle Jam Nation that is more anxious than they are at this time. For 2 days in a row, the Eagle Kingdom had been reassuring itself that the craft was just having problems with its communications equipment or its positioning equipment, and that it must have made a forced landing somewhere. Constant attempts were made to continue contact with the craft, even using several of their own spy satellites, not counting scanning for where they thought the craft was going to make a forced landing. But 2 days passed and nothing was found. Even their satellites have come up empty trying to search space for the wreckage of this craft. For Daxia, knowing that this craft is vaporized, but for the Hawksbill country, they just wondered if the craft had evaporated. This craft has been discovered by the Eagle Jam Nation for decades, during which time many attempts have been made to restore the craft. trying to replicate another one out of it using their own tech, but they have never been able to do so. After all, it's not even earthly tech at all. Now, this craft has just been sent out on 3 missions that ended in failure. This is a fatal blow to the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation. He said angrily to the people around him, I gave you Element 115, and even gave you flying machines, but what did you give me in return? We have the most advanced technology in the world, and we even borrowed the high technology of an unknown civilization. Yet, we can't defeat a young man from the Great Summer Country. I really don't know. Should I say that you guys are stupid, or this guy called Lu Chuan is a genius? No matter how much he roared, none of the people around him dared to respond at this time, because they did learn this time. Not only did he appreciate the strength of the Great Summer Kingdom, but he also appreciated the power of Lu Chuan. Daxia and Eagle Sauce have been fighting openly for so long, and every time they look to overtake Daxia, Lu Chuan always gives them a surprise. Lu Chuan had now become a thorn in their side. The Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation is now completely out of his depth with the idiots in front of him. However, he still forced himself to calm down and said to them, the fact before us now is that we may not be able to stop the Great Summer Kingdom from deploying the Skyfire system at all in a short period of time. And I believe that many of you know clearly in your hearts that this craft of ours didn't even make a forced landing, but rather, it was destroyed by their Skyfire system. It's just that you don't want to believe it, and you don't dare to admit it. But, the material on our craft is supposed to be the strongest material on the planet, a researcher said. The Minister of Defense immediately waved his hand at him, interrupting him, stop lying to yourself. We knew that it was made of sturdy material that couldn't be replicated. That's why we didn't want to experiment with it. But now that the Great Summer Kingdom has already done the test for us, it turns out that it's not indestructible. Another researcher said, Mr. Minister, I don't think you need to worry too much. After all, our Eagle Sauce country is still in the forefront of the world when it comes to defense systems. The Minister of Defense smiled bitterly and said, that's right, up until now, our fighters may be the most advanced, our aircraft carriers may also be the most advanced, as well as our uncountable weaponry, all of these may be the most advanced. However, do you know what these so-called state-of-the-art equipment and weapons of ours are in front of the Great Xia Kingdom once it has successfully deployed the Skyfire system? A middle-aged man sitting across from the Minister of Defense had been silent the entire time. After hearing the minister say this, he held the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his hand and said, scrap iron. In front of the Great Summer Kingdom Skyfire system, all of our equipment will be no different from scrap iron. Chapter 67 Deep Blue. This middle-aged man's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It also triggered accusations. It's just too much. We're a great Eagle Jam country. When would we ever be in such a situation? Which department is this in? It's just an insouciant guy. Do you know how many researchers have worked on these weapons and equipment? The day will never come when we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, will always be in a dominant position in this world. Big joke. How dare you say our weaponry is all scrap metal? For these researchers present, if they said that they had not eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts, they would never dare to say this in front of the Minister of Defense. Even the Minister of Defense looked angrily at the middle-aged man at this time and said, which department are you from? The middle-aged man didn't get angry at the accusations around him, and even in the face of the questioning from the Ministry of Defense, his face remained calm and collected. He was seen standing up and taking out a business card and placing it in front of the Minister of Defense, then said, I'm not part of the Defense Department. I'm from Deep Blue. As soon as they heard the words Deep Blue, everyone in the room immediately closed their voices, and even the Minister of Defense didn't continue with his accusations, because the company called Deep Blue is not a company that can simply be defined by having money in the Eagle Jam country. This company specializes in the development of a variety of advanced offensive and defensive weapon systems. Most of the mainstream weapons that the entire Eagle Jam Nation is now equipped with come from this company. From tanks, to airplanes, and even the bullets used on the battlefield are supplied by Deep Blue. For a long time, there has been a rumor in Eagle Jam that what controls the entire Eagle Jam Nation is not actually the politicians in plain sight, but Deep Blue. Because once there is no more Deep Blue to supply weapons and equipment to the Eagle Jam Nation, then the strength of the Eagle Jam Nation will not be worth mentioning in this world. Even, in recent years, there have been rumors in the defense sector of the Eagle Jam Nation that Deep Blue has been working on a super carrier system. It's just that Deep Blue has never acknowledged it or had a positive response. The Minister of Defense took the business card in his hand at this time and looked at it, and although his face still carried anger, his words were obviously much calmer. May I ask, is there any help your company can provide to our Department of Defense in this regard? The middle-aged man smiled peevishly, held his glasses up with his hand again, and looked around the room full of researchers. Then looking straight at this Minister of Defense, he said, Mr. Minister, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to let me have a private conversation with you. The Minister of Defense nodded, and all the people in the room immediately got up and left the room with good sense. The two sat opposite each other. The middle-aged man's first words directly shocked the Minister of Defense. Minister, would you believe me if I said that I could now come up with a weapon system that would restrain the Skyfire system? What system? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I can see that you are very much in favor of our one missing craft, and I'm sure you're also aware that having a craft that can go into space is an absolute advantage for our Eagle Sauce Kingdom. As for the laser system, or any other weapon system, it's actually not that important. The Minister of Defense nodded and asked again, is it possible that your Deep Blue company has developed some more advanced flying machines? The middle-aged man said, that's right, and I can also tell you that some of the rumors you've heard about our company over the years are true. What? You guys are really developing carrier systems? But what I just asked you was if you guys are developing advanced flying machines. The middle-aged man looked at the defense minister's surprised expression, smiled faintly, and said, who says aircraft carriers can't fly into the sky? A sentence that made even the Minister of Defense's pupils instantly dilate, and for a moment he didn't know how to digest the news. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged man added, however, we are now facing a very difficult problem with our research and development, and we need your help. The Minister of Defense at this time thought to himself, as long as I can let the Eagle Jam country have flying aircraft carriers, not to mention letting me help, even if it breaks my legs and asks for half of my life, I will not hesitate to agree. After all, this is a sci-fi level weapon. So immediately, he told the middle-aged man that if there was anything he needed help with, just ask. Element 115. We need you to authorize us for Element 115. It turned out that Deep Blue had indeed been secretly developing super carriers that could fly, and had even solved the power system of the carriers. But the one problem they have not been able to solve is range. They can make carriers fly, but they currently use just regular fuel. Being able to fly a big guy with tens of thousands of tons of fuel is going to require astronomical amounts of fuel. So at the moment carriers can only take off for a very short period of time, and trying to break through the atmosphere is simply impossible. When they learned that the Eagle Jam Nation did indeed hold Element 115, they hit upon it. The Secretary of Defense said, I think it should be clear to you that Element 115 is not a fuel, and even if I gave it to you, you probably wouldn't know how to use it. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, said, since we can make all the aircraft carriers fly, I believe that with our company's strength, it is possible to develop a power system that uses Element 115. The Minister of Defense had a difficult look on his face, because Element 115 was a top secret to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. There was no way he could just casually hand this element over to the hands of a company so easily on his own. But he also knew in his heart that the current situation was that the researchers in his own Ministry of Defense were equivalent to waste. If they could really let the Eagle Jam country have a carrier system that could go up into the sky, or even into space, then it would firmly stabilize their Eagle Jam country's hegemonic position. So, he asked again, if I promise to give you Element 115, can you guarantee that you'll build us a flying aircraft carrier in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? The middle-aged man laughed. Time. I need time, but I'm sure you're able to understand that other than us, Deep Blue, there's no second company in this world that can manufacture such advanced equipment, even including the researchers around you. A sentence that made the Minister of Defense's face a little hard to bear, but with the facts in front of him, he couldn't refute the sentence. After an extremely complex psychological struggle, the Minister of Defense slammed his hands on the table, looked straight at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, then let's take a gamble and let's see what kind of miracle your Deep Blue company can create with Element 115. Chapter 68, Chopping Off the Roots. The two sides had fallen into a period of calm since the Eagle Jam Nation's craft had been vaporized by the Skyfire system. After the Secretary of Defense gave Element 115 to Deep Blue, he kind of put all his hopes in the R&D department in this company. Hopefully, a stunning carrier will be developed soon. Even Craig was put on the bench and not given any new assignments. In the country of Dacia, in recent times there have been even more intensive rocket launches all over the country, sending a satellite of the Skyfire system into space. The Skyfire system was fully deployed in a very short period of time. The process was so smooth that even the vast industry felt a little uneasy. For him, there is a long history of open and shut battles with the Eagle Jam Nation, and small actions. Suddenly a period of calm let him feel very uncomfortable. Natural bad suspicion to the Eagle Sauce country. This is not holding back some big move? Because of the successful deployment of the Skyfire system, a number of researchers and developers from the Research and Development Bureau also returned to Magic City. Due to the previous accidents, Lu Chuan had been thinking of finding a new place to live recently, and after returning to Magic City, he and Minako had been looking for a house. Although Lu Chuan was the premier professor of the Scientific Research Bureau, he was also considered a great contributor to the Great Summer Kingdom. The income wasn't too low, but when they started looking for a new house, they realized that the price of housing in the Magic City was simply exaggerated to the point of being shocking. But just when Lu Chuan was in a difficult situation, Li Shengdong suddenly told him that as a reward for the successful completion of his mission, and in order to be able to better protect his safety, the higher-ups decided to give him a set of houses, and not far from the research bureau. This was a pleasant surprise to both Lu Chuan and Minako. In fact, after Tojo Yua had placed Minako at Lu Chuan's side, he had sent other spies to observe Lu Chuan and Minako's activities. After recently realizing that the two hadn't shown up at their original residence for a long time after returning to Mordor, Tojo Yua contacted Minako. Why hasn't Lu Chuan been seen since he returned to Magic City? As soon as Minako heard that, she knew that someone else must have been sent to spy on her, so she had no intention of continuing to hide it from him. I forgot to tell you, Lu Chuan has moved to a new place. One sentence caused Tojo Yua to flame up and say angrily, "What? Forgot to tell me? Do you remember your identity? Your mission?" "Of course I remember. But since this is the mission given to me, why did you send someone to secretly observe me? Could it be that you don't trust me?" Minako had never had a conversation with this kind of attitude towards Tojo Yua before, and it made Tojo Yua vaguely feel that something was wrong. So he asked coldly, "Minako, have you already forgotten your status as a Sakura Nation spy?" Minako said, "No, I haven't forgotten. I just think I can do this better without being disturbed." Tojo Yua then asks Minako to inform him of Rukawa's latest place of residence, and his latest research and development program. The R&D program Minako didn't know about, but even if she did now, she wouldn't tell him about it. As for the residence, Minako would not even reveal half a word to him, so he simply rejected Tojo Yua on the pretext that he didn't want anyone else to disturb his mission. In this way, Tojo Yua had completely realized that he had lost control over Minako. For him, the only result he faced when the intelligence officers under his command lost control was death. So he asked Minako to come in person to brief him on the mission. Minako had followed him for years, so of course she knew what he wanted to do, but she still agreed without hesitation, because Minako knew that her true intentions would be discovered by him one day. She wanted to take this opportunity to completely tear her face off. In the afternoon, Minako traveled alone to where Tojo Yua was hiding. It's a small villa in the suburbs, and it's usually Tojo Yua alone. But today, as soon as Minako entered, she saw 4 people standing in the yard, and she was stopped and searched by a man just as she was about to walk into the house. Minako didn't refuse, and while stretching out her arms for the other party to inspect, she sneered, "What? Don't even recognize me?" The 4 men didn't answer Minako's words, and each of them was expressionless. Anyone could see that these people already had murderous intentions, and Minako was already in dire straits after entering this villa. Entering the living room, Tojo Yua was already waiting for Minako with his eyes closed and a loaded pistol on the table in front of him. Minako wasn't the least bit intimidated and sat opposite of Tojo Yua. Tojo Yua opened his eyes and asked, "I see that you're picking up nicely. It looks like you've decided to just stay in Dacia, right?" Instead of answering his question directly, Minako asked in return, "So, I guess by having me come here today, you don't intend to let me get out alive, right? You know our principles, and there is only one word for what happens when you betray the Sakura Kingdom, and that is death." With that, Tojo Yua picked up the gun in front of him and threatened again, "I'll also tell you that not only will you die, but after killing you, Lu Chuan won't live long enough for us to know it'll be hard to bring him back to Sakura country." But in that instant, Minako made a flying leap onto the table. Both hands pressed down on Tojo Yua's hand with the gun, and without giving him time to react, he used his legs to clamp his neck in a death grip. Tojo Hirokazu tried to shoot, only to realize at this time that one of Minako's fingers had been inserted into the back of the pistol's trigger, preventing it from being pulled. His throat tried to make a sound to get the attention of the people outside, but his neck had been clamped dead center by Minako's 2 calves, and breathing had become difficult. Immediately after that, Minako's legs gave a hard push, and a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Tojo Yua's neck was snapped directly by Minako. When Minako stood up, although Tojo Yua was still sitting on the chair, his neck fell behind him in a very awkward position, his dead eyes just staring at the ceiling. He never expected that the spies under his command would take his life so easily. As for the 4 men standing in the courtyard, Minako didn't give them a second thought. She picked up the gun on the table and loaded it with another silencer. Then he jumped out the window of one of the rooms and quietly felt his way to the front yard again. It took no more than 5 seconds to put a bullet hole in the head of each of the 4 men. As she left the villa, Minako set another fire, completely burning the 5 men to ashes. This way, Even if the people of the Sakura country found out that the people of this lair had been killed, they wouldn't be able to guess that they were still in the Dacia country. This time, Minako walked back with a much lighter heart, because for her, she was finally free of these people. Most importantly, it was only from now on that he himself could finally think about his future with Lu Chuan. Chapter 69 Exercises. Since the deployment of the mosquito trap system and the skyfire system, the researchers and developers in the Research and Development Bureau, even including Li Shengdong, wanted to hear the news announced to the public by the Great Summer. After all, this was the fruit of everyone's labor that had been exchanged for their heart and soul, and it was natural for the heart to want it to be recognized by the world. On this day, Li Shengdong asked Guanye, "Commander, the two systems have been deployed for so long, and both have been tested successfully. Are we not going to announce this news to the outside world?" Of course, Guanye knew what he was thinking and smiled at him and said, "I understand what your scientific research bureau is thinking. Don't worry, the Great Xia Kingdom will not forget your merits." Li Shengdong's old face turned red, and he also defended. "I don't mean that." Guanye continued again. "I intend for the Skyfire system to make its presence known to the world in the form of a drill." "Drill? What drill?" Li Shengdong asked in confusion. "Just telling the world that we have this Skyfire system is afraid that it won't be enough of a deterrent. So I want to just let him actually do something in front of the world." It turns out that the vast industry has been planning to do this for a long time. Every year, somewhere on an island nation on the equator, a military exercise is held. The vast majority of the world's countries will be involved by then. It's said to be a military exercise, but it's really more like a military equipment expo. Various countries are on hand to show this world their latest weaponry. However, the main protagonists every year are almost always the top few military powers, including Dacia and Eagle Jam. Other countries are to participate in the capacity of accompanying. By the way, to see the newly developed weapons of these major countries, will be their own national deployment. This was also the time when this military exercise was about to begin, and the most senior defense commander in the broader industry has recently been planning what equipment to take to it. Li Shengdong immediately understood what it meant and told the people in the research bureau about it. Everyone began to look forward to the day when the military exercises would be broadcast live across the globe. Finally waiting for this day, the two of them, Lu Chuan and Minako, also stood by the TV set early. The bleachers were densely packed at the site of the military exercise. But these weren't just civilians, they were the defense commanders, ministers, and commanders of the air, land, and sea forces of each country. And in the most prominent C-suite is no other than the Minister of Defense of the vast industry and the Hawksbane nation. The two met with a polite handshake and a few pleasantries. In front of the grandstand, a vast sandy field, as the live crew counted down, the drill officially began. Special forces formations, tank formations, and armored vehicle formations from one country after another started to maneuver on this sandy land one after another. These squares were drilled like live fire from afar, and the scene was filled with the rumbling sound of gunfire. When the live commentator announced that the next to take the field was the Eagle Sauce Nation Square, the scene immediately drew a tidal wave of applause, because these people are looking forward to what Eagle Jam Nation will do to shine this year, only to see engines roaring in the distance. Dozens of the Eagle Sauce Nation's most advanced main battle tanks took to the field, and a burst of intense artillery fire was directed at the target on the distant hill. The target was reduced to nothing in an instant. Then, a group of special forces jumped out from the armored vehicles that followed behind the tank formation. Each of these special forces is armed to the teeth and carries a variety of equipment that has not been seen in previous years. And that's not all. With a roar from afar, several more of the Hawksbane's recently developed stealth fighters flew over above the Hawksbane Square. These fighters fired another barrage of bombs at the target on the hill, cratering the position of the target, which had already disappeared. A passive flowing operation attracted the scene bursts of applause, but also non-stop other countries to extend the thumb to praise some, worthy of being the most advanced country in the world. Such a weapon is really shocking. It has to be said that the tanks and airplanes of the Eagle Jam country are probably unsurpassed by any country in the world. I don't think there's going to be any other country in this year's exercise. It's going to be the non-Hawaii country. At the same time, a number of other countries' defense ministers came to shake hands with the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister, expressing their desire to buy their latest equipment. The Minister of Defense of the Hawksbane nation didn't forget to cast a dejected look at the industry at large when he shook hands with others. It's both like showing off and provoking. But Guanyi just smiled faintly and continued to quietly watch the live maneuvers. Just as the party connecting down to the Sakura nation took the field, they also sent out a variety of their newly developed equipment, making some of the smaller nations envious. Soon, it was finally time for the Great Summer Country Square to take the field. A lone tank was seen traveling leisurely in the distance. Everyone in the room got puzzled and picked up their binoculars and started to take a closer look, thinking that this was the latest tank from the Great Summer Kingdom. But after reading it, they were all disappointed and frowned and whispered, "How come there's only one tank? If I'm not mistaken, this model of tank should be an old model from many years ago in the Great Summer Kingdom, right? The Great Summer Kingdom isn't so shabby, is it? That for such a grand maneuver, it sends an old tank?" Immediately after that, as the tank traveled somewhere, the tank driver also stepped out of the tank, saluted in the direction where Guanya was in the stands, and then left the tank far away. Guanya returned the salute, then nodded with a smile. This was even more confusing for those in the room, not knowing what this was going to be. But just when the tank driver was more than 100 meters away from the tank, the entire scene suddenly lit up. It was like a lightning-like column of light that came from above and hit the tank directly from the sky. The tank instantly melted into a pile of iron. It was not lightning, but the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, and it was still only a laser from one of the satellites. All the people present were dumbfounded. For a moment they could not believe their eyes at all. What had happened? What kind of weapon could make a tank instantly turn into iron? The scene was extremely quiet as everyone was still in a daze and hadn't had a chance to applaud. But at this time the sky flew over another fighter plane of the Great Summer Kingdom, and it was still a modified, unmanned fighter plane. Just as it flew not far above the tank, an audible pop came, signaling that the fighter had just broken the speed of sound. Just as the sonic boom finished, another pillar of light was seen in the sky, directly knocking the fighter into a pile of debris that fell to the ground. Chapter 70 Claims of the Yellow Sand Kingdom. Not only the people present. At this time the people all over the world who saw the scene through the live feed were all stunned, because not many people could guess what kind of weapons the Great Xia Kingdom had used to be able to cause such amazing destructive power. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country was previously aware of the deployment of the Mosquito Catchers system and the Skyfire system in the Great Summer country, but even he hadn't expected that the Skyfire system could actually directly destroy fighters at supersonic speeds. In an instant, all the reporters began to flock to Guanya, and a dense number of microphones were handed to him. "May I ask what kind of weapon your country just displayed? May I ask where the laser just came from? May I ask if this weapon system of yours is offensive or defensive in nature? May I ask when such a system was developed and deployed?" I'm afraid that anyone else would have pride written all over their face at this time, but I only saw that Guanya had a relaxed face, and just smiled and said to the reporters present, "I believe that everyone understands our Great Xia country, and we have no intention of developing offensive weapons for the time being, so what you have just seen is just a defensive system that we have deployed, which we call the Heavenly Fire System." After saying that, he turned around and left, and the reporters naturally wanted to continue to pursue their questions. But immediately a spokesman for the Great Summer State stood out in front of them and began to answer for them in detail. When the reporters heard that the lasers of the Skyfire system are launched from satellites in space, another person asked, "Then may I ask you, Great Xia, if the 3-kiloton thrust rocket developed some time ago was not developed just for the purpose of deploying the Skyfire system in space?" The spokesman smiled and said that was correct. Before this, many countries in this world were cynical and even disdainful when they heard that the Great Summer was going to test a 3,000-ton thrust rocket. Most of them are of the opinion that a 3,000-ton thrust rocket makes no sense at all, because a few hundred, or 1,000-ton thrust rocket, is perfectly adequate. Spending so much effort to develop such a rocket is simply redundant. And only now, as an afterthought, did they realize that the Great Summer Kingdom was meant to deploy such an amazing weapon system? After the vast industry stood up, a number of other defense ministers from other countries all chased after them, shaking hands and taking pictures. There was no shortage of weak countries among those present. The defense minister of one of the countries was dressed in a white robe with a white scarf on his head. This is a typical decorative feature of the Yellow Sands country. The Yellow Sand country was an extremely small country with a very small population. However, this country is extremely rich because of its energy abundance, and its per capita income even exceeds that of the Eagle Jam country by several times. Because of this country is perennially bullied by some neighboring countries, all of which want to take the energy of the Yellow Sand country for themselves. Even the Eagle Jam country has not been buying energy from this country at low prices, and when they say they are buying it, it's actually similar to robbing it. In the face of such a situation, the Yellow Sand country had always dared to speak out, because they really couldn't afford to offend the Eagle Jam country. The defense ministers of other countries and the general industry are simply shaking hands as a sign of friendship, but the Wansha country's defense minister, at this time, held Guanye's hand without letting go. Guanye was also stunned. The other party shook his hand and said excitedly, "Commander Guang, please can we talk in private?" Guanye nodded. He actually knew a rough idea in his heart about what the other party wanted to talk to him about. Sure enough, when the two of them entered a room alone, the The Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country directly brought up the question of whether or not the Great Summer Country could sell the Skyfire system to them. Guanye shook his head and explained, Mr. Minister, the Skyfire system is not a tank, nor is it a missile that can be used to sell at will. This system is a complete weapon system made up of satellites deployed in space. So, it is unable to be sold. As soon as the other party heard this, a look of disappointment was instantly written all over his face. But he was still not willing to do so, and said to Guan Yi again, Commander Guang, as you know, our country is very, very rich. About this Skyfire system, I think he also has a price. No matter how much cost your country has invested in the development of this system, as long as you are willing to sell it to us, I think it's fine for you to add a zero to the back of this cost. If it were anyone else, Guan Yi might have gotten angry and shrugged off by this time. However, he was not angry when faced with the defense minister of the Yellow Sand Country, and he was not surprised by this attitude of his, because he knew that the Yellow Sand Country had been oppressed by various countries for a long time, and the black hand behind leading all this was none other than the Eagle Sauce Country. And, all along, the relationship between Great Xia and Huangsha Kingdom was considered good, and the other party had a lot of defensive weapons purchased from Great Xia because they had no scientific research capabilities of their own. So Guanye smiled and said, Mr. Minister, I can understand your feelings, but the Skyfire system is a whole system in space. Even if our Great Xia country wants to sell you a part of it, I think it's something difficult to do. The Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country was acting like he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted at this time. He suddenly seemed to think of something. To Guanye, he said, Rental. Yes, 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 please can you rent some to us? Our country is very, very small, and I don't think we need too many satellites to be able to keep us safe as a nation, because I think your country's Skyfire system is just too much of a deterrent. Before this, the industry at large hadn't really thought about it. At this time, after hearing the other party say so, and after thinking carefully, one is that Huangsha country and Daxia have a good relationship, and the other is that Guanyi also feels that the cost of the Skyfire system is really too huge. If it is really possible to rent them a few satellites without affecting the whole system, it would be a good choice, and this would also be considered as lowering some of the cost of their own research and development. Seeing that Guanye didn't say anything, the other party hurriedly explained again, the price is not a problem. It's not a problem at all. Your country can open the price as you like. We, Huangsha country, will definitely not return the price. Please believe in our strength. But even if Guanye wanted to agree, he couldn't just nod now, because something this important definitely needs to go back to a meeting to discuss it. So Guanye reached out his hand, shook the other party's hand, and said comfortingly, I think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Minister, and I assure you that we will definitely discuss this matter when we get back, and I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. Upon hearing these words, the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country was simply happy as a child. Hands were raised and outstretched rings covered in diamonds and various gemstones, waving them happily. Chapter 71, Pissed Off Eagle Sauce Country. In the country of Daxia, after the people saw on TV that their country had actually developed such an advanced weapon system, many people began to organize themselves and took to the streets to cheer. I don't know how many years it had been since the people of the Great Summer Country had felt so lifted. For a while, it was as if the entire Great Summer Country was boiling. Major traffic in all major cities was paralyzed by this, but car owners did not recoil from it. Instead, they all frantically honked their horns and celebrated with everyone else. Lu Chuan didn't go to the site of the drill, but he was also at home with Minako at this time watching the live broadcast. Very early on, in fact, Minako had learned something about the mosquito catcher system and the Skyfire system from Tojo Yua's mouth, but at that time, as a spy, she didn't care too much about that. She was just carrying out her mission. It was also completely unexpected to her that the Heavenly Flame system actually had such amazing power. Seeing the picture on the TV, and thinking that this system was developed by Lu Chuan, he actually felt a small trace of pride in his heart. Originally was on the sofa snuggling Lu Chuan, this time subconsciously more tightly embraced Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan, you're simply fantastic. I didn't even think before that you actually developed such a powerful system. I don't think any country will dare to provoke the Great Summer Kingdom in the future. The thing Lu Chuan couldn't stand the most was sudden compliments. As soon as she heard such high praise from Minako, her face instantly reddened and she explained, no way. This is the result of the efforts of our entire research bureau. And for a long time, Minako had even considered herself a Daxia countryman, though whenever she thought of her former true identity, she still felt a vague pain of remorse inside. Immediately after Guanye returned to the Great Summer Kingdom, a high-level defense meeting was held to discuss the feasibility of leasing some of the satellites of the Skyfire system to the Huangsha Kingdom. In the end, Most people agreed that given the friendly relationship between the Yellow Sand Kingdom and the Great Xia Kingdom, they could lease them some satellites for national defense. Soon after, the Great Summer Kingdom and the Yellow Sand Kingdom announced the news to the world at the same time. Something unexpected also happened at this time. That is, as soon as this news was announced, the Eagle Jam country first jumped out to express its opposition, and then, some of the Eagle Jam country's lapdog countries, including the Sakura country, immediately began to express their opposition as well. The reason given by the spokesman for the Ministry of Information of the Eagle Saw State is, the Great Summer State claims that the Skyfire system it has developed is a defensive weapons system, but in our opinion, this system has an extremely strong killing and deterrent effect on targets in any corner of the globe, so we are firmly opposed to the possession of such a system by the Huangsha State. In fact, when the Skyfire system was demonstrated in front of the eyes of the whole world, even the townspeople could see that this system was definitely a horror-level existence. And it was indeed a bit of a stretch to say that it was a defensive weapon system, but that's the way the world is, and what can defend the peace, or guarantee your own safety, is often not about how well you can reason, but about how hard your fist is. Therefore, even when the Great Xia State claimed externally that the Skyfire system was a defensive weapon, developed for peace, most countries could only go along with it. Soon after, the Yellow Sand country also immediately held a press conference and had an extremely tough attitude. Of course, it was the Skyfire system that made him straighten his back. First of all, we, the Yellow Sand country, are very grateful for the help given to us by the Great Summer country, at a time when the whole world is just coveting our rich resources. It is only the Great Summer country that has helped us to maintain our own security. In addition, I would like to say that the reason why the Eagle Sauce country doesn't want us to have the Heavenly Flame system is nothing more than just wanting to plunder more resources from us. No need to speak in such a grand manner. In the end, it's as if the Yellow Sands Nation won't stop until the Eagle Jam Nation is pissed off. At the end of the press conference, the spokesman added, in addition, in order to thank the Great Summer country for its help to us, we, the Yellow Sand country, have decided that from today onwards, our supply of energy to the whole world will put the Great Summer country on the highest priority, and will prioritize the provision of the highest quality and lowest price energy to the Great Summer country. The whole world looked like an earthquake when those words came out. In particular, the stock market in the Eagle Jam country, the energy sector shook violently, and the price of energy across the market tumbled upward. Only the price of energy in the country of Daxia, steady as if nothing had happened for a moment, and even reducing prices. In addition to this, when the Yellow Sand country paid the Daxia country for the satellite lease, although there were only 10 satellites, it paid several times more than the cost of these 10 satellites. A lot of maneuvering is actually the Yellow Sand country is showing to the Eagle Sauce country. The entire Eagle Sauce nation, including the people, were left staring at their feet and chests, but there was nothing they could do about it. In the Huangsha country neighboring several countries, originally are the Eagle Sauce country's lapdog. This matter to change as once upon a time, certainly are jumping up and down to help the Eagle Sauce country to speak. But now, knowing that there was a landmine over their heads that could fall at any time, no one dared to say one more word of nonsense to the Yellow Sand Kingdom, and they all chose to remain silent. And in the Eagle Sauce domestic, the people face because of the successive rise in energy prices, caused by the cost of living in all aspects of life also continue to rise, are screaming bitter, have blamed the Eagle Sauce country's financial sector. It was also at this time that an interesting scene occurred. The majority of the Congress convened in Eagle Jam country is blaming the Secretary of the Treasury. The Minister of Finance stormed to his feet and pointed at the Minister of Defense's nose and said angrily, "I shouldn't be the one to take the blame for this. Blame it on this guy. If it wasn't for his incompetence, how would our Eagle Sauce nation have ended up in such a state?" The people in the room felt as if that was the case, so they followed suit and blamed the Minister of Defense. "Incompetent fool, you are the Secretary of Defense and you have cost our Eagle Jam nation its hegemonic position. What is your Defense Department doing? Even Daxia can have such powerful weapons while we, the Eagle Sauce country, can't produce anything. You should thank the Eagle Jam nation. It's because of your incompetence that we've come to this point." In the face of these accusations, the defense minister's old face was suffocated in red, but he could not say a word. Only he knew that he could only pin all his hopes on Deep Blue's R&D now. But, being top secret, he couldn't announce this now. We can only wait until later when Deep Blue succeeds in sending an aircraft carrier into the sky, so that the world can recognize that the Hawksbane nation is the hegemon in this world. Chapter 72, Reflective Materials. It's still a question for Deep Blue and Eagle Land whether they can utilize Element 115 to allow to take the carrier to the sky. After they witnessed the power of the Heavenly Fire system, they were faced with a new problem. That is, even if they could get the carrier up in the air, then their own defenses might not even be able to withstand the mighty power of the Skyfire system. because Deep Blue had begun to secretly develop the carrier a long time ago. It would never have been guessed at that time that the Grand Xia state would deploy the Skyfire system in outer space. The Minister of Defense had also thought of this problem. So after attending the Congress, he didn't go back to the Ministry of Defense, but came directly to Deep Blue, led by a staff member. He took an elevator directly to an underground space with the size of several soccer fields. The scene in front of him shocked even the well-informed Minister of Defense, only to see that this large underground space had been parked with a huge aircraft carrier. By the looks of it, it is nearly complete. Unlike ordinary carriers, this one had 4 aero engine-like devices above it, in addition to a huge propeller housed at the back. Deep Blue is located on the arid, uninhabited Gobi. Thinking about this, the Minister of Defense couldn't help but feel the ambition of Deep Blue, because when they developed this carrier, they didn't even think about the carrier floating on water, but required it to be able to fly into the sky. The Secretary of Defense raised his concerns about the staff here. One of the RDs nodded to him and said, "Mr. Minister, we may have gotten a solution to your concern, so please follow me," said the Minister of Defense and led him to a room that looked like a shooting range. This room held a small laser emitter, and not far from it, something that looked like a mirror. The researchers pointed a laser transmitter forward and then activated the laser transmitter. Instead of being damaged, the target in front of them only reflected the laser onto the ceiling, scalding out a black hole. Then pointing to this laser transmitter, he said, "This laser transmitter, although the power can't be compared to the Daxia Skyfire system, the principle is actually nearly the same. In order to be able to refract the laser light, we have specially developed a new reflective material, and in the future, when the carrier is completed, we will stick this material on the outside of the carrier." The Secretary of Defense saw this material, which excited him, and he even said to the staff of Deep Blue, "Well, when the carrier is actually ready to go into the sky, we can test it with the Skynet laser system that we have deployed in space before." For the Secretary of Defense, this Skynet laser system he loves and hates. Early in the deployment, he thought it was an invincible presence. "But I never thought that the Great Summer had solved the satellite's own energy problem so quickly, and even deployed the satellite to a location farther out in space." In other words, the Skynet laser system floating in space right now is chicken feed for the Eagle Jam Nation. Saying it works seems like it's actually kinda useful. Call it useless, it could be nothing more than a small target in the way of the Skyfire system at any given time. So now the Secretary of Defense hates to clean up the Skynet laser system himself after the carrier is in the air, so that it doesn't have to float around in space in disgrace. After some more time, the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam country was attending an international conference in another country on this day. A good reporter who was watching the scene asked him a pointed question. "Mr. Minister, may I ask if your Eagle Jam country is at its wit's end this time, now that the Great Summer has deployed the Skyfire system?" Since the deployment of the Skyfire system in Daxia, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation didn't know how many times he had already encountered such flirting and teasing. This time, he finally couldn't hold back and responded in front of so many reporters with a remark that shocked everyone. "Many people may think that the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom is invincible, and can achieve precision strikes on every corner of the globe. Yes, that's right, it's very powerful. But we, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, will never allow any country in this world to surpass us, and even if it does, that's only temporary. And I'm sure it won't be long until we, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, will let the whole world see a kind of weapon." When the reporters present heard this, they all gathered around and began to ask questions. "Mr. Minister, may I ask if you are already developing a new weapon system? When will it be developed? What kind of weapon system is it? And can you give us some information about it? May I ask if it's also a weapon system deployed in space?" Hearing this reporter's question, the Minister of Defense, with a smug look on his face, smiled and said to him, "This reporter is only half right. The weapon system we are going to deploy can not only appear in space, but also on land, and can even float on the sea." After saying that, leaving a big question mark for those present, he turned around and left. For a while, the whole world was whetted by the words of the defense minister of the Eagle Jam country, and all corners of the world began to discuss what kind of killer weapon the Eagle Jam country was preparing. Of course, the one who was under the most pressure upon hearing this news was definitely the Great Summer Kingdom. It hadn't been long since the deployment of the mosquito catcher system and the Skyfire system, which, after all, had cost astronomical amounts of manpower and financial resources. Should a new weapon appear one day that poses a threat to both systems, it would be a waste of all that has been invested. As a result, Guang Ye immediately summoned the scientific researchers, including Lu Chuan, as well as the defense personnel, for an emergency meeting. Guang Ye said, "We have been fighting with the Eagle Sauce country for so long, and their defense minister dared to release such words in front of the reporters this time. I reckon that it is not far away from the launch of their new weapon system. I hope that all of you here have a plan in mind, and are able to realize the challenges that we will encounter in the future. And also, I hope that you can speculate as early as possible, exactly what kind of weapon systems will be deployed. Li Shengdong said at this time, listening to the meaning of their defense minister's words. Being able to go into space as well as appearing on land and in the ocean. I'm guessing that they don't have anything new to say. It's highly likely that it's that triangular-shaped craft we've seen before, and it's possible that this contraption is just something they're ramping up to build. Guan Ye shook his head and said, with my understanding of them, the problem shouldn't be that simple. Knowing that that kind of flying machine is worthless in front of our Skyfire system, they shouldn't continue to manufacture such a weapon. At this time, a senior advisor beside him even said jokingly, what else can it be? It can't be sending aircraft carriers into the sky. Ha ha. A comment that drew laughter from those around him. But they never thought that it was this joke that became a prophecy. And this time Lu Chuan didn't laugh. Only he thought to himself, that mysterious craft before the Eagle Jam country. By the attitude of flight, it was highly likely that they had mastered the anti-gravity system. If that's true, then even sending an aircraft carrier into the sky is not a pipe dream. Chapter 73, Microwave Rays. Lu Chuan voiced his concerns and doubts in front of those present, but there were still people who didn't take it seriously and laughed. Screw any aircraft public carrier. To our Skyfire system, that's still not a matter of punching a few holes in it if you want to. Actually, these people are right. After all, they all knew the power of the Heavenly Flame system, and it was inevitable that they would have some pride within them. However, Lu Chuan suddenly said at this time, actually, whether it's our mosquito-catching system or the Skyfire system, there exists an Achilles heel. The moment these words came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down, and all the gazes looked at Lu Chuan in unison. And the vast industry at this time has been Lu Chuan this sentence to scare the cold sweat down. Thought you this kid, don't be kidding me. The two systems spend so much. You now tell me there is an Achilles heel. This is not to kill me. What weakness? Li Shangdong, who was beside him, asked. Lu Chuan said, theoretically, no conventional weapon in this world at the moment can withstand a single strike from our Skyfire system. But, that's only for conventional weapons. Then, Lu Chuan stood up and stopped in front of a mirror hanging on the wall. He pointed his finger at the mirror and said, our Skyfire system relies on firing lasers to destroy targets, but lasers are also light, and once someone in this world can develop a material that can refract lasers, then our Skyfire system may be powerless against it. Guan Ye frowned and asked, you mean to say that it only takes a simple mirror to defend against our Heavenly Fire system? Lu Chuan continued, ordinary mirrors definitely won't work. The super lasers that our satellites emit are very powerful. Even if this mirror is made of steel and is a few meters thick, it won't be able to withstand our lasers. What I'm worried about is whether or not the Eagle Sauce Congress will develop a special material that will be able to reflect our lasers. Guan Ye's mind recalled the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister, the kind of smug smile in front of the reporters, and could not help but produce a chill in his heart. He knew that if the other party did not already have any feasible countermeasures, he would never have dared to say such words so easily. At the end of the meeting, Guan Ye left both Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong behind. He said to the two men, whether or not the Eagle Jam Nation has a way to counter the Skyfire system by now, we're going to have to think long term. Li Shengdong asked Lu Chuan, if, say, in the future, the Eagle Sauce country really develops a material that can reflect our lasers, do you think we have any countermeasures to crack it? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, there is, but, let's not think about other issues for now. You tell us your countermeasures first and listen to them. Guan Ye spoke to him. If materials do appear to be able to reflect lasers, then I think one feature we could add to the Skyfire system's satellites would be microwave rays. Guan Ye and Li Shengdong are no strangers to the term microwave ray, because in fact, many countries in the world have now deployed this kind of weapon, and microwave rays can paralyze weapons or some facilities by destroying the circuit systems of the weapons. However, many people don't think much of this weapon, and many countries around the world are currently only deploying some symbolically, and not many people even take it seriously. This is because microwave rays have a very limited range of attack and are also extremely unstable. If you're dealing with some very old models of weapons, or with a tank that doesn't have much of a circuit system, then microwave rays won't do much. Li Shengdong said, if this is the case, then it may be necessary for us at the Research Bureau to continue to develop microwave transmitters with higher power. Lu Chuan nodded and said, yes, and the small reactors that we carry on our satellites provide exactly enough energy to add one more such device. But these are all theoretical. It's unknown if we can develop microwave ray emitters with more power, and if the structure of the Skyfire system's satellites can satisfy us to add one more device on them. This was indeed a headache. Because it was now impossible for the Great Summer Kingdom to invest in another set of super projects like the Skyfire system and the mosquito catching system. The cost of such a project would be too great for even the Eagle Jam Nation to possibly afford. So for the industry at large, even if Lu Chuan is able to develop a more powerful microwave ray emitter, there are still a lot of problems to face next. Daxia's rocket technology is powerful enough, but there are no more flexible spacecraft that can operate in space. The only way to repair and modify satellites is to launch rockets with kiloton thrust over and over again to send crews into space to do the job. This cost is also unimaginably high. But the situation is such that the industry at large has to be on guard that the Eagle Sauce country really does have such material. So, he immediately ordered Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong. As for the other difficulties, we'll nibble on them one bite at a time. And your task is to first develop a microwave ray transmitter with enough power for me. In addition to the Great Summer Kingdom being nervous about this matter, there was another country that was even more trembling right now, and that was the Yellow Sand Kingdom. After renting the Skyfire system from the Great Summer Kingdom, the Yellow Sand Kingdom hadn't even had 2 days of peace and quiet before they heard the news. To them, if this thing really happened and the Eagle Jam country really came up with a weapon that wasn't even afraid of the Skyfire system, then the entire Yellow Sand country could go back to being liberated overnight. So the Yellow Sand country sent its own Minister of Defense to the Great Summer country to meet with Guanye overnight. And this time, he came to the general industry for the sole purpose of delivering money. Huangsha country's defense minister said to Guanye, "Respected Commander Guang, you know that our Huangsha country has just got rid of from the clutches of the Eagle Sauce country. We really don't want to go back to the old days like that. Our country doesn't have much scientific research capability, but I know that your country has enough capability to fight against the Eagle Sauce country. So we are willing to provide unlimited money to help the Great Xia country to help you develop even more powerful weapons." Guanye thought to himself, this is like someone coming to give you a pillow just as you doze off. So, Guanye told him all about his ideas, as well as the next step in his research and development program. It doesn't even matter if the other person has heard or not. He just saw the word confidence from the face of the vast industry, and then gave a thumbs up to the vast industry to praise it again and again. "I'm sure the friendly and kind-hearted Daxia will develop more powerful weapons to keep us safe." Then immediately made a promise to Guanye that regardless of whether or not the weapon could be successfully developed, the Yellow Sand country was willing to provide all the money and resources they could. Chapter 74. Add another microwave ray device to the Skyfire system's satellites. This comment was just made by Lu Chuan though. In fact, long before the deployment of the Skyfire system, Lu Chuan had already left a back way out. When designing this set of satellites, Lu Chuan suggested that the satellites be designed to be modular so that it could be modified at a later stage. So now all the satellites of the Skyfire system have been reserved for a modular interface. The difficulty to be overcome was to develop the microwave ray device and then send it to where the satellite was located to be assembled. But here's the problem. The vast majority of countries in this world have problems with their own satellites in the sky. And there are only 2 ways to solve them. One is to have the satellite scrapped because they don't have the capability to repair it. Secondly, if it was because the satellite was so valuable that it had to be repaired, then it would have to be a request for help from Eagle Jam or Daxia. The Eagle Jam state has its own space shuttle that can fly directly around satellites in need of repair to do so, and even load satellites directly into the shuttle to bring them back to the ground for repair. However, Daxia is slightly more troublesome, because Daxia only has its own space station and does not have a space shuttle. When repairs need to be made to the satellite, the only way to do so is to control the speed of the satellite and the station so that the two are in close proximity before sending the station's crew out of the silo to make the repairs. Now for Lu Chuan and the Bureau of Scientific Research. Developing a higher power microwave ray emitter is not a problem, because this matter and the Skyfire system is not at all a level of difficulty. Not to mention the microwave ray technology how many years ago in various countries only to see has not been a secret. Lu Chuan to do is just to find ways to amplify its power only. The hardest problem is that in space the Skyfire system is now deployed, which is hundreds of satellites. Trying to rely solely on a space station of the Great Summer Kingdom to add modules one by one would not only be extremely costly and take a very large amount of time, but in addition it would be a very dangerous thing for the staff of the space station. Therefore, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth at this time and made an amazing decision. He told Li Shengdong and Guanye to divide the staff of the research bureau into 2 groups. One group was responsible for developing emitters for microwave rays. Lu Chuan himself, on the other hand, was personally leading another group of researchers to start developing a small craft that could work in space. Guanye was very surprised that Lu Chuan had made such a decision, because he knew in his heart that a new type of flying machine, that could take the entire R&D team several years, or even decades, to develop successfully. In the beginning the industry at large was opposed to the matter. He wanted Lu Chuan to focus all his energy on the microwave ray emitter. As long as this kind of device was developed, even if it would cost a little more when it was installed, At the very least, it could already confirm that Daxia already had a countermeasure against the Eagle Sauce country. However, Lu Chuan explained, it's definitely unrealistic to develop the kind of space shuttle that the Eagle Sauce country has in a short period of time, but it's a good thing that we, Daxia, have our own space station, so we can take advantage of that and design a working vehicle in a short period of time. Vehicles in space that don't travel long distances don't really need to have engines that are propelled by fuel. The usual conventional solution is to rely on propellants for short distances in gravity-free space. The propellant carries a limited amount, though, so the amount of time it can work in space is extremely limited. So Lu Chuan thought of a way to utilize the energy contained in those 2 meteorites previously found in the territory of the Great Xia country to create a propulsion device that could work in a gravity-free environment in space for a long period of time. The device, or vehicle if you will, is then taken by rocket to the space station and docked with it. The next thing that needed to be done was to keep delivering microwave ray emitters to the station. Use the space station as a base from which this vehicle will perform missions in space. Upon hearing this, Guanya felt that this matter was extremely implementable, so he agreed to this proposal. Then, Lu Chuan had intended to develop a vehicle that could work in space, but in the course of research and development, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind that led him to an even bolder decision. Lu Chuan's original idea was to develop a vehicle and then have a rocket send that vehicle into space, similar to the Eagle Jam country space shuttle. But it suddenly occurred to him that since the Grand Xia state now had its own 3,000-ton thrust rocket, why didn't it just modify the rocket? The general purpose of rockets is to transport satellites and various materials into space. If you don't carry them, then remove all the unnecessary some of the devices on the rocket and convert it into one that functions like a space station. This way the launching process also does not require the separation of the first section and the second section as in a normal rocket. Instead, the entire rocket is sent directly into space and then docked with the space station. When you need to work, disengage from the station and just use your own engines and the fuel you carry to operate. The engine propulsion of this rocket is extremely powerful due to the fact that in order to be able to escape from gravity, but when you get to space, without the constraints of gravity, you don't need such a powerful thrust at all. All that was needed was to carry an extra small engine, utilizing the powerful fuel that Lu Chuan had previously developed, for long periods of time in space. So Lu Chuan immediately can Space Center Cooperation, 3,000 tons of thrust rocket weight loss plan. It took only a very short time for the researchers to remove all the unnecessary and various configurations and accessories from the rocket. In less than another month, a new type of rocket was born. However, this new rocket, although it had been weighted down, was a whole lot bigger. The reason is that although there are no extra parts inside, more fuel has been added for working in space afterwards. So the whole rocket looks like a fat guy, or even a barn, if you will. Although this rocket launch mission is confidential, but the Eagle Sauce country still through their own spy satellite, found that the launch center of Daxia country stands so for. After the Defense Department of the Eagle Jam country got the news, they were also in deep thought when they looked at the picture of this quadruple image. Some people are saying that this could be a newly developed missile or some kind of long-range weapon system from the Great Summer State, because in their consciousness, with that size and appearance, it couldn't possibly be a rocket, and it was even less likely that it would be sent into space. Chapter 75 Unexpected Gains. However, the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister was vaguely uneasy in his heart at this time. To him, he wouldn't be worried if this was just an ordinary launch mission from the Great Summer Space Center. Even if he knew that Daxia was going to launch a nuclear bomb into space, he wouldn't worry about anything. I'm afraid that this quadruple is related to Lu Chuan, and it was Lu Chuan who developed this thing. If that's the case, it must have something to do with some kind of defensive weapon. The several previous fights had made him feel compelled to be defensive in his heart, and he didn't know when Lu Chuan would light up a killer weapon. Deep Blue's aircraft carrier has not yet been developed at this time, and the Great Summer State has made a new move, making it inevitable for him to feel uneasy inside, for fear of falling a step behind and falling behind every step of the way. So he ordered the Defense Department to use spy satellites to keep a constant eye on this foursome. However, even if the Eagle Jam country has 1,000 spy satellites in the sky, it can't do the same position minute by minute, because satellites in space are constantly orbiting around. The best they can do is to take pictures of the place every couple of hours when a spy satellite passes over the top of the location, and to pray that there is no cloud cover at this time of year. However, it was on the day of the rocket's launch that when the spy satellites of the Eagle Sauce country once again took pictures of the ground, they found that the launchers at the Daxia country's Space Launch Center were empty. The heart of the Defense Department of the Eagle Jam nation panicked at once, and immediately turned on the nationwide radar to start scanning without interruption. Fighter jets were even sent to patrol the air for fear that a powerful missile might suddenly fall somewhere in the Eagle Jam country. A few hours later, word finally came from the Space Center in the Eagle Jam country. They found this quad but from their own space station in space. The pictures traveled back to Eagle Jam Country and they were dumbfounded. Because with all rocket launches, only the final unit will be left when it goes into space. But the picture in front of them showed this entire intact rocket lying across space. Even the people at their space center couldn't explain how the Great Summer did it. After a little while longer, word came from the space station in the Eagle Jam Country that they had seen the engines of this rocket actually start up in space. The Defense Department immediately ordered the trajectory of this rocket to be tracked. Finally, they ended up realizing that the rocket was actually docking with a space station in the country of Dacia. In doing so, the volume of the Great Summer Space Station had directly expanded to more than 3 times its original size. The volume of Eagle Jam Space Station was not as large as Dacia's, and after the rocket docked up this time, when Eagle Jam Space Station passed by, the comparison of the two space stations' volumes was simply the same as the comparison between a villa and a bathroom. But up until now, although the Eagle Sauce Nation was surprised, they still thought that this was merely Dacia expanding the space of their own space station, and didn't know Dacia's true intentions. In the past few days, the Eagle Sauce Nation has been waiting for the official news from this Great Summer Nation, but it has never been able to wait for anything. Finally, after some time, when their space station once again came into close contact with the Great Summer Kingdom space station, they realized that the big guy had detached from the space station at some point. Just as they were wondering, the official news from the Great Summer Country finally came. On this day the Great Summer held a press conference and announced a message to the world. The press spokesman announced that Dacia had developed a new type of spaceflight device for repair and maintenance work on satellites in space, and that the life of Dacia's satellites would henceforth be greatly extended. On top of that, at the end of the press conference, the spokesman said with a smile, "In the future, if other countries have satellites in need of repairs, they can also come to us, the Great Summer Country, for help, and the charges will be absolutely fair." What may seem like a joke is actually directed at Eagle Land, because only the Eagle Jam Country in this world has a space shuttle. Some countries have satellites in need of maintenance can only ask them to help. Just this business. These years, the Eagle Jam Country has earned a lot of money. After all, this is a unique business. The Scientific Research Directorate had originally calculated that it would be sufficient to retrofit one of every 10 satellites of the Skyfire system with a microwave ray emitter. For that number, it would also take a huge amount of financial resources to do so. However, now, since this 4 unimaginables developed by Lu Chuan went into space, not only was the original cost greatly reduced, even by calculation, it will not take long in the future to recover all the costs of this research and development and still make money. Because after Dacia announced this news to the world, many countries in the world threw an olive branch to Dacia, rushing to send money to Dacia to help repair their satellites in space. At one time the contracts received by the Dacia Space Center flew like pieces of paper. The Space Center has also begun to send a rocket into space to make repairs to the satellites of various countries. Even in order to be able to carry out this business smoothly, the space station of the Great Summer Kingdom, which usually only had 4 or 5 people, had now expanded to 20. This can put the vast industry heart to the happy flowers. So he immediately decided to give the Skyfire system 30% of the satellite retrofitting out microwave ray transmitter. But this proposal was immediately opposed by Lu Chuan. He said to Guan Ye, "I don't think it makes sense to continue to invest in this area, because microwave rays are theoretically useful, but its attack range is very limited. It can only be used as a necessary defensive means to let the world know that we have such a capability. There is no need to invest too much effort at all. It would be better to use these funds for other research and development projects." Lu Chuan's one operation has completely convinced the general industry. Therefore, Lu Chuan's proposal this time, the vast industry will also naturally think deeply about it. In the end, it was true that the continued modification of the Skyfire system was abandoned. Until now, the Eagle Jam countries are actually still ignorant of the fact that Dacia has retrofitted its satellites with microwave ray emitters. Many of them still thought that this operation of the Great Summer Kingdom was nothing more than a show of their own 3,000-ton thrust rocket, and that there was nothing to worry about. Even the Secretary of Defense of Eagle Sauce didn't put a dent in this. For him, it's just that his country won't be able to take orders for satellite maintenance in the future, and he'll make less money. His mind was now completely focused on Deep Blue's carrier. "I just hope the carrier will be completed soon and will shock the world when it is unveiled." Unbeknownst to him, while he was in the process of crafting a shield that he thought was tough enough, the Great Summer Kingdom had long ago sharpened the blade in its hands. Chapter 76, Night Lord 1. The Defense Minister of the Eagle Jam Nation, who had been impatient, finally waited for the good news he wanted this day. Deep Blue's carriers are ready for the test flight stage. The Secretary of Defense immediately moved to Deep Blue. Although the secret research and development base where the carrier was located was in the uninhabited Gobi, The entire body of the carrier had already been completely covered with a layer of mirror material capable of reflecting lasers. If you test fly it during the day, then it's possible that the refraction of the sunlight makes the thing particularly visible from tens of kilometers away. So to be on the safe side, it was decided to do the test flights late at night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the grassless Gobi beach was surprisingly quiet, and the moonlight shone as if it were shining on a pool of stagnant water. At this time 2 military helicopters suddenly hovered over in the night sky, scouting back and forth within a radius of several kilometers. After making sure there was no one around here, the news was reported to the base located underground. Then the ground began to shake violently. A vertical slit slowly opened, exposing the entire underground space. Even though it was already late at night, the moonlight poured onto this carrier, making a silvery ray of light. With a roar, the 4 engines located on either side of the carrier spewed out blue flames. Immediately afterward, the carrier slowly rose and left the underground base. The base instantly erupted in thunderous applause, as this was the first time all the R&D personnel, including the Secretary of Defense, had seen such a spectacle. Then the control center received a report from the carrier's crew. Night Lord 1, requesting liftoff. Night Lords, the code name the Secretary of Defense has purposely given to this carrier. For him, he wanted this carrier to be able to have sharp claws like an owl's, and take down the satellites of the Great Summer Kingdom in space one by one. Everyone in the control center looked at the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense said into the microphone, "Permission to lift off. It's time for us to see what this carrier can do." Then the carrier's 4 huge engines let out a shrill shriek, and the blue flames they spewed out slowly lengthened. Everyone then saw that Night Lord No. 1 began to climb up into the air at a speed visible to the naked eye at this time. As the engine jet of flame grew longer and longer, the upward climb became faster and faster. What had been a huge silver object visible when you looked up turned into a small bright spot in less than a minute. Until finally, when Night Lord 1 reported to the control center that they had begun to break out of the atmosphere, the Minister of Defense's heart was finally solidified. For him, the Eagle Jam Nation finally had a weapon that could fight against the Skyfire system. Eagle Land has always been fond of some psychological tactics. This is something that, if released as news, should have been released at news time in Eagle Jam Country. But they didn't do that. Because of the time difference between Eagle Sauce and Dacia, the Ministry of Defense purposely released the news to the media beforehand, letting everyone know that there might be explosive news to be announced soon, after enough to attract enough eyes around the world. It was during the airtime of the evening news in Dacia that Eagle Jam Nation held a press conference. And, this time, the spokesman was also the Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation himself. Facing the reporters from all over the world on the stage, the Minister of Defense announced, "Recently, our Eagle Sauce Nation has successfully developed a new type of weapon, and it will be tested immediately." The reporters on stage immediately followed up with your questions. "May I ask what kind of weapon? An offensive weapon, or a defensive weapon? A newly developed ship, please, or a new craft? May I ask when the exact test will take place? May I ask if this weapon's development is aimed at the Great Summer State?" The Minister of Defense had a smile on his face, but it was still hard to hide the look of pride. He looked squarely at the camera and said, "Technically, what we've developed this time around can't exactly be considered a ship, nor can we say it's a pure flying machine." The reporters in the room, including all those watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, were puzzled. The Minister of Defense added, "The new weapon we have developed should, on the surface, look like an aircraft carrier, but it can not only sail far out over the sea, but it can also travel in space." After saying that, he pressed the remote control in his hand, and the large screen behind him immediately displayed a picture of Night Lord 1. Everyone was amazed to see this carrier suspended in the air. However, at this time in the country of Dacia, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, as well as Guangye, were shocked when they saw this aircraft carrier that was plastered with mirror material all over its body. Guangye frowned and said, "Sure enough, looking at the carrier all over the mirrors, it's really still targeting our Skyfire system." Granted, microwave ray emitters have now been added to the Skyfire system, but Lu Chuan still couldn't help but feel a trace of uneasiness in his heart when he saw this aircraft carrier. After all, he knew in his heart that the attack range of microwave rays was extremely limited, and in the face of such a huge big guy, whether it would really work or not was still a question mark. He was really worried that if this big guy was in space to deliver a long-range strike against the Skyfire system, then the Skyfire system will be like scrap metal in front of this big guy. Unbeatable. On the live feed, the reporters on stage kept asking the Minister of Defense questions about the timing of the Night Lord's 1 test. The Minister of Defense replied, "So far we have tested the liftoff capability of the Night Lord 1, and the next step is that we are going to test its ability to fight in real combat once it enters space. So we intend to do so this very night." A real-world capability in space? May I ask if you mean that Night Lord 1 is going into space this night to destroy a target of some kind? A reporter asked. The Minister of Defense nodded with a smile and said, as is generally known, our Eagle Sauce Nation has countless satellites in space, many of which have reached their end of life. So we have decided to conduct a live-fire drill on some of the useless satellites tonight, which will also be broadcast live across the globe at that time. Everyone could see that this operation was completely targeting the heavenly flame system of the Great Summer Kingdom. At this moment, the most nervous ones were actually not Lu Chuan and Guanya. Rather, it was the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country, who had just seen such news before 2 days of good times, and was really worried inwardly that the heavily rented Skyfire system would become a fixture, because they don't know now that Daxia has finished deploying the microwave rays. So before the broadcast was even over, Guanya received a call from the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Kingdom. The other side expressed their concerns to him. Although Guanya was also worried in his heart, he could only smile in comfort. My dear old friend, there is no need to be too nervous about this matter. Please maintain the confidence that you should have in our heavenly flame system. Chapter 77 Tense Moments. The next day, everyone around the world waited early in front of their TV sets before the live-fire test of the Night Lords 1 had even begun. A part of the people inwardly expected this Night Lord I live-fire test to be a success, because these people were in countries that were the lapdogs of the Eagle Jam Nation. However, the vast majority of people did not feel the same way in their hearts, especially in the countries that were friendly with Daxia. The people were eager for the Night Lord No. 1's test to be able to make some kind of mistake, so that the Skyfire system can continue to maintain its dominance. At this time, Lu Chuan and Guanya, as well as Li Shangdong, were also in front of the television. Guanya's palms even began to sweat with nervousness. To him, the Skyfire system was piled up by astronomical amounts of money, and once it was surpassed, then its existence wouldn't have much meaning. The live feed begins to play. At first, a ground-based camera captures Night Lord 1 lifting off, but soon as it approached the atmosphere, it immediately switched to the footage that came with the Night Lord 1. Only on the deck of the carrier, there were a few soldiers wearing spacesuits and carrying cameras, broadcasting live images of the surroundings. Through the screen, Lu Chuan saw that the deck of this carrier was different from ordinary carriers. The runway on a normal carrier is lined with parked fighter jets, but Night Lord 1 does have several assault weapons on either side of the runway. From the looks of it, not only does it have artillery, but it's even equipped with a laser launcher. Soon, Night Lord I entered orbit around the Earth, and the various guns and laser launchers on the deck began to adjust their orientation. With a burst of intense fire, the camera shows several satellites floating in space, becoming a pile of debris. Lu Chuan looked at the image and frowned. Being free of gravity in space, whether it's artillery or lasers, if we attack our Skyfire system remotely, we might actually be helpless. Unless we use the Skyfire system's laser emitters to make active strikes, microwave rays can't pose a threat to them at such a long distance. Li Shangdong said, just by looking at the code name of this carrier, we can tell the ambition of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Night Lord No. 1, and I'm sure there will definitely be No. 2 and No. 3 in the future as well. If we let them form a formation with this carrier and strike against our Skyfire system, we might not really have any chance of winning. Granted, it's not wartime, and neither country would be rash enough to take any active offense against the other. But such a situation can only be described as one that would not seem to cause much tension to the general public. But for scientific researchers and defense personnel like Lu Chuan and Guanya, such a picture was like seeing one's future enemy with a gun already standing in front of one's house. Immediately afterward, the live TV feed switched back to the Eagle Jam Nation's press conference. The Minister of Defense immediately announced that this test of the Night Lord 1 was a success. At this time, a reporter asked, "May I ask Mr. Minister, will you deploy more of these carriers in the future?" The Minister of Defense hesitated for a moment and said, "Forgive me if I have no comment on that question for now, but if another country in this world continues to provoke our Eagle Sauce Nation's position, I think we'll undoubtedly be deploying more of this equipment." Within the reporters on the stage, there were quite a few reporters from countries that were more friendly with Daxia. One of them stood up and asked, "Mr. Minister, the whole world knows that your Eagle Sauce country deployed this offensive weapon in response to Daxia's Skyfire system, but we all know that whether it is Daxia's Skyfire system or the mosquito catcher system, they are all defensive weapons, and this time your country is directly carrying out this kind of test in space. Does it mean that you will be the future of the station in the Ignite into Space? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves." This reporter's question immediately drew a number of other reporters together to press the defense minister. Seeing this image, Guanya smiled and said, "It seems that there are still quite a lot of peace-loving people in this world who are just as peace-loving as us, the Great Summer Kingdom." However, the defense minister of the Eagle Sauce Nation wasn't going to answer that question. because he would show their Eagle Sauce Nation's belligerence and bullying no matter how he answered. So with a turn, the Secretary of Defense slipped off. Night Lord 1, who was still stuck in space at this time, reported to the command center of the Eagle Jam Nation on the ground. The test mission has been successfully completed. Night Lord 1 requests to return to the surface. Everyone in the command center expected a definitive answer, but they all thought wrong. The Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense spoke into his microphone at this time and ordered the Night Lord 1 in space. Continue to ascend. I want you to pass by the Great Summer Nation's Skyfire system as if you were parading around in a victorious battle. Thus, after receiving the order, Night Lord No. 1 immediately added enough thrust to its engines and flew over like the location where the Skyfire system was located in the distance. Soon, the industry at large received the report. Commander Hero, we have detected an unidentified object approaching our Skyfire system. Are we taking defensive measures? As soon as Guan Ye heard this, he became furious, thinking to himself, are you Eagle Sauce country crazy? You actually want to make a move against the heavenly flame system of my great Xia country? So he immediately ordered, activate the Skyfire system. All satellites are on standby. Once you realize that any of them are being attacked, give me full power to fire. Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong were by Guan Ye's side at this time, and the two of them stared in disbelief at what they were hearing. Because this is a completely naked act of provocation. If the Eagle Jam country really dares to make a move against the Skyfire system in space, then there is no doubt that this is a sign of a declaration of war. At the same time, Guan Yi ordered all the mosquito trapping systems on the ground, electromagnetic anti-missile systems, all of them to go on alert. From the deployment of the electromagnetic anti-missile system to the present, Daxia and Eagle Sauce have always been in a constant battle, but there has never been such a tense moment. Lu Chuan suddenly said, Commander Guang, I don't think they will make a move because since they already know where our Skyfire system is located and their Night Lord 1 is equipped with long-range attack weapons, if they want to make a move, they shouldn't be approaching our Skyfire system like this. I think they are just provoking. When Lu Chuan said this, he actually had the intention of advising Guan Ye to calm down. After all, Lu Chuan was a good person at heart. He didn't want to see a war happen. He didn't even want to see that under the weapons he had developed, someone would lose their life for it. But Guan Ye angrily said at this time, as long as his Eagle Jam country's Night Lord No. 1 dares to make a move, I'll let him turn into a pile of scrap metal in space. Chapter 78, Paralyzed. After a while, Guan Ye received another report from the Skyfire System Control Center. The report states that the Eagle Jam Nation's Night Lord I is already in a position very close to the Skyfire system, but shows no signs of going in for an attack. And the control center also transmitted a real-time picture from space to the side of the vast industry. The image started with Night Lord 1 just 100 meters away from the Skyfire system, and still moving at a very slow speed. There were also several soldiers in spacesuits standing on the deck, making provocative gestures at the Skyfire system. Seeing such an image, everyone present could not wait to aim all the satellites of the Skyfire system at Night Lord No. 1 right now and blast them to pieces. Even Lu Chuan couldn't stand it. Lu Chuan suddenly said to Guang Yi at this time, Commander Guang, I think we can fire. Guang Yi froze, thinking to himself whether this Lu Chuan fellow was crazy. If he opened fire in this situation, then it was highly likely that he would face the outbreak of a full-scale war. Li Shengdong said to Lu Chuan, you kid is crazy. How are we going to fire if the other side hasn't done anything? Lu Chuan said, no, we don't have to use the Skyfire system's laser emitters. We can use microwave ray emitters. After saying that, he also explained to Guan Ye and Li Shengdong that if they attacked with laser emitters, it was obvious that it was an assault, that it was an attack that was visible to the naked eye. But they, the Eagle Kingdom, didn't realize at this point that the Skyfire system had been fitted with microwave ray emitters. Microwave rays were invisible, and even if they were fired, they would only destroy some of the electronic equipment on Night Lord 1, and would have no effect on people. Guan Ye hesitated and asked, are you sure that they won't notice if the microwave rays are fired at Night Lord 1? Lu Chuan nodded and said, not at all. There won't be any light, and even if there is some sound, they won't hear it because of the vacuum environment in space. Sound is not conducted. As soon as Li Shengdong heard what Lu Chuan said was also reasonable, he advised Guan Ye, Commander Guang, our microwave ray transmitter is harmless at a distance, and it hasn't been practically tested in space, so since the other party is so provocative, why don't we just treat it as a test? Guan Ye gritted his teeth, then picked up the phone and ordered to the control center of the Skyfire system, use the microwave ray transmitter and fire it for me. The man in the control center couldn't believe what he was hearing at first, and checked with Guan Ye again to make sure. Commander Guang, what you are saying is, let's attack their Night Lord 1 with microwave rays now, right? Yeah, Take all the nearby satellites that are equipped with microwave rays and aim them all at Night Lord 1 and hit me. After saying that, Guanya hung up the phone. A few people were staring at the live feed with dead eyes. After 10 seconds or so, the screen showed that the engines of the Night Lord 1 were still trailing blue flames. But suddenly they died. And the command room on the deck of Night Lord 1, where a bright light could still be seen through the glass, was all but extinguished by this time. The soldiers on the deck who had been making all kinds of provocative gestures were all like ants on a hot pan at this time, running around on the deck, not knowing what to do. Lu Chuan said, "Our microwave rays should have damaged many of the electronic components on their Night Lord 1. They may have lost power." Guanya stared at the live feed and laughed. "Now I'll see how you guys can still provoke." Night Lord 1 was exactly like a cold iron block hovering in space at this time. With the light of the sun, they could also see the people inside the control room on their deck, each panicking and running around inside. And at that moment in the control center of the Eagle Sauce country, the Minister of Defense was instantly panicked when he learned that the ground had lost contact with Night Lord 1. As far as he was concerned, he could now only assume that it was the Skyfire system that had destroyed Night Lord 1. However, the person from the Deep Blue Company next to him frowned and said, "There is absolutely no such possibility. The protection device on our Night Lord 1 can completely withstand the attack of their lasers." But as the Minister of Defense, he had to order the entire Eagle Sauce nation to a state of war in the face of such a situation. For a while, the people of the Eagle Sauce country didn't even know what was going on. They just saw helicopters and fighter jets constantly flying overhead, and the various ships on the sea, with the long-range missiles carried on them, were all aiming at Dacia at this time. War is inevitable after only one order from the Secretary of Defense. After a while, a message came from the Space Center in the Eagle Jam country. One of their satellites was passing near the Night Lord's Eye when it spotted the Night Lord's Eye resting in the vicinity of the Skyfire system and showed no signs of being attacked from the ship's hull. The Secretary of Defense and Deep Blue were dumbfounded. But at this time the hanging heart of the Minister of Defense was finally released, because for him, too, he did not dare to start a war so easily. The Space Center was then immediately ordered to continue dispatching satellites to the vicinity of Night Lord 1 to investigate the situation. At the same time, it also had the Space Center prepared for a shuttle launch mission on standby. The Secretary of Defense turned to glare at the Deep Blue Man and asked, "I need an explanation from you as to why Night Lord 1 suddenly lost power?" The Deep Blue Company man's cold sweat ran down his face and he trembled. "No, impossible. We've already gone through comprehensive tests. There's no way that it would suddenly lose power. And with the element 115 carried on top of the Night Lord 1, even a few months in space wouldn't be a problem." As he was talking, a murmur suddenly rang out from the control center. The crew realized that it was a signal coming from Night Lord 1. Only it was too weak to hear what was being said inside. After a little more time, and after some debugging by the staff, the words could finally be heard clearly. "Control center, this is Night Lord 1. This is Night Lord 1. We've lost power systems, as well as the ship's electrical systems. We need help," the Deep Blue Man said. "That would be them using the emergency contact system. Though, the power from the emergency system won't hold them for long." The control center on the ground asked Night Lord 1 again if repairs could be made and how long they would take. Instead, the answer given by Night Lord 1 was that it was not known whether it was due to power overload, but the vast majority of the electronic circuits as well as the dot originals on Night Lord 1 had been damaged, and it was almost impossible to repair them in space. The answer was like a bolt from the blue for the Secretary of Defense and Deep Blue. There's no doubt they've lost Night Lord 1. Because there's no way they're going to send someone into space right now to repair a tens of thousands of tons of carrier and replace all its electronics. That's an impossible task. Chapter 79, Rescue. The loss of Night Lord 1 is not, at this moment, the most serious problem facing the Eagle Jam Nation. The trickiest, most serious problem right now is that there are now hundreds of people on Night Lord 1, and with the loss of the power system, the Night Lord's Eye was a steel shell to these men, and without the protection of the temperature control system, they might soon have difficulty with the cold temperatures in space. A few hours later, Eagle Jam Nation held a press conference. They announced to the world that Night Lord 1 was now completely out of commission due to an unknown malfunction in space, and that the Defense Department and the Space Center were working full-time on a plan to salvage the men. Immediately, a reporter from the stage asked, "May I ask how many people are on Night Lord 1 right now, and are their lives in danger?" The spokesman replied awkwardly, "As far as we know, there are more than 600 people on Night Lord 1 right now. Whether or not lives are in danger cannot be determined at this time." Guanya saw the press conference in Eagle Land, and now for him, his feeling is to sit back and watch how things will unfold. But Lu Chuan was moved to compassion at this time, because he knew that Night Lord 1 could not be repaired anytime soon, and the extreme environment in space would probably kill these people. And, through rough calculations, he also knew that although the Eagle Jam country had advanced space shuttles, but after all, the number of space shuttles was extremely limited, and even if they launched uninterruptedly and traveled to Night Lord No. 1 to rescue it, it would be completely impossible to get all of these people back in a short period of time. By this time, the Ministry of Defense of the Eagle Jam country had also considered this issue. The Secretary of Defense asked the people at the Space Center, "If we launch all the shuttles now, how soon can we pick up all the people on Night Lord 1? The staff member took a pen and answered as they made calculations on an A4 sheet of paper. "We only have 4 shuttles available, and they will be ready to launch in 3 days after overhauling is completed as soon as possible. Each round trip will take 1 day, and each shuttle will be able to pick up 6 people." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Secretary of Defense. 6 at a time? That means we're flying dozens more round trips before we can pick up all the people on Night Lord 1? The crew shuddered. Our space shuttle doesn't support dozens of operational missions. It has an operational life of 5 missions at most. The Minister of Defense was completely dumbfounded at this conclusion. They, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are not short of money, they are not short of technology, and it can even be argued that they currently have the most advanced space technology in the world, and they can build unlimited space shuttles. But they are short of time now. Time is the most deadly thing. I'm afraid that even if they start building the shuttle 24 hours a day right now, then it's estimated that even before one of the shuttle's frames is built, the people on Night Lord 1 will have frozen to ice sticks. Lu Chuan told Guanya about his worries at this time. Now it seems that it's impossible for the Eagle Sauce country to complete the rescue of the people on Night Lord 1 in a short period of time, unless we get help from our great summer country. Guanya asked, "Us? How are we going to help them if we don't have a shuttle? Our 3,000 tons of thrust rockets can deliver a large amount of supplies, even energy, to them at one time, leaving out the large amount of fuel needed for the rocket launch. I estimate that it will take just 3 launches to keep these people alive. If the Eagle Jam country does this on their own, I'm afraid the time is too late. It's outer space in a vacuum state. Their temperature and the oxygen needed can't wait." Although the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom had long been in open and secret rivalry, the Great Xia Kingdom would certainly not see death in the face of such a problem. This time, however, Guanya intended to teach them a lesson. He laughed and said, "We can't initiate the conversation. They have to open their own mouths if they want help." Immediately afterward, Dasha itself held a press conference in the country, the content of which was very much to the point. The spokesman advertised, "Our great summer nation has now modified 3,000-ton thrust rockets of various sizes that can deliver more than 100 tons of supplies to the space station at a time, which signals a breakthrough in our great summer nation's aerospace technology." Immediately, a reporter asked, "May I ask the Eagle Sauce Nation, now that there are more than 600 people trapped in space in Night Lord No. 1, will your Dacia nation lend a helping hand?" The spokesman smiled and said, "As is generally known, the Eagle Jam country's space technology is the most advanced in the world, and we, Dacia, also have full confidence in them for this rescue, and believe that they don't even need anyone else's help to easily accomplish this rescue. However, as we all know, we, Dacia country, are kind and peace-loving, and if there is any country that needs us to provide help, we will never hesitate either." Everyone in the world couldn't help but burst out in joy when they saw this press conference of the Great Summer Kingdom, because anyone could understand what the Great Summer Kingdom meant by this. And when the defense minister of the Eagle Jam country saw this press conference, he only felt his face burning as if he had been slapped with 2 big slaps. Then, the Eagle Sauce Nation's defense minister ordered their space center to come up with a viable rescue plan in the shortest possible time. The answer given by the space center after calculations was that if they wanted the people on Night Lord No. 1 to live, they could only ask for the help of the Great Summer country and use the space capabilities of the 2 countries to carry out a rescue before they could succeed. Thus, the Eagle Sauce country could only lower its lofty head this time and ask for help from the Great Summer country. In fact, before the Eagle Jam country opened its mouth, Guanya had already ordered the people at the Space Center to start preparing for the rocket launch mission, knowing that the Eagle Jam country was bound to open its mouth. However, the Deep Blue Company of the Eagle Sauce Nation was not dead at this time, and they did not want to give up the Night Lord 1. In their company, they actually have a small reactor similar to the one that powers Night Lord 1. If this small reactor could be sent into space, it would maintain the power needed on Night Lord 1 so they could perform maintenance operations on Night Lord 1 in space. However, the weight of this small reactor was something that their Eagle Sauce country's rockets could not carry, and could only rely on Dacia's 3,000-ton thrust rockets to send it into space. For the Minister of Defense, he naturally did not want to lose Night Lord No. 1 in his heart either, but at this juncture, he was really embarrassed to make such a request to the Great Summer State. The Defense Minister of the Deep Blue Corporation looked embarrassed and said to him, "Mr. Minister, if we lose the Night Lord No. 1, it will not be a loss that can be measured in terms of money. and with the element 115 that we are carrying on top. If we just let it stay in space like this, who knows which country will hit on it in the future. So, the Minister of Defense gritted his teeth and finally licked his face and made this request to the Great Summer State. Chapter 80 Dilemma. When he learned that the Eagle Sauce Nation had requested assistance from the Great Summer Nation, Guanye smiled without saying a word. The two sides immediately began discussions on rescuing Night Lord 1. Since the Eagle Sauce Nation only has rockets with 1,000 tons of thrust, it is hoped that the Great Summer Nation can help them deliver a large amount of life-sustaining supplies to the Night Lord 1 using rockets with 3,000 tons of thrust in the first place. A portion of the crew would then be transferred toward the station. As for the rest of the pick-up and drop-off tasks, that will be left to the Eagle Jam Nation itself to slowly pick up and drop off. The world is watching the rescue mission, which is a collaboration between the two countries. However, the Huansha country at this time is the most complex mentality. Their people are both do not want to see the Great Summer country for the Eagle Sauce country to lend a helping hand, but in the heart but also do not want to the end of the Night Lords on the first several hundred lives just like this fade away. Soon, multiple launch bases within the Daxia and Eagle Sauce countries were conducting simultaneous rocket launch missions. The first supplies were sent to space soon afterward as well, when the people in the Daxia space station sent the supplies to Night Lord 1. At this time saw on the ship has been frozen shivering Eagle Jam country soldiers, long gone earlier arrogant, provocative shadow, only left the fall and woe. One by one, all of them were wrapped in blankets and kept warm next to each other inside the ship. The extreme cold temperatures of space had long ago taken away what little heat there was through the metal hull of Night Lord 1, and the interior had now reached 0 degrees. Ice had formed on the beauty of many of the staff. The first supplies delivered were high-calorie food and items that could chemically generate heat. This was finally able to save the lives of these people for the time being, so that they wouldn't freeze into popsicles. That's when Guanye received a request from the Eagle Sauce country's Minister of Defense, wanting the Daxia country's space center to deliver an object other than ordinary supplies. And the Eagle Kingdom humbly stated that this object, due to its size, could only be transported by the rockets of the Daxia Kingdom. Immediately, Guanye was on alert, ordering the space center to consult on what exactly it was that was to be transported. However, the personnel of the Hawksbill country expressed themselves in a vague and evasive manner, only saying that it was a bulky object. The space center of the country of Daxia immediately rejected them on the grounds that space launches could not carry unidentified objects. In desperation, the Eagle Jam Nation could only lie and say that what they were transporting was a heating device, a piece of equipment that could heat the Night Lord 1. Daxia didn't think much about it, believing that saving lives was most important at this time, so he immediately agreed. Soon, the Eagle Sauce Nation used their own large transport plane to deliver the small reactor to the Space Launch Center in Daxia. If it was something from another country, and this was a more urgent rescue mission, Daxia probably wouldn't have inspected it. But for the Eagle Sauce country, which is full of hard eyes, Daxia has to be on guard. Seeing that the object was securely fastened in a metal box with no way to open it, the people working at the Space Center brought in a detector to check it out. This test revealed that the thing was actually radioactive, and the launch mission was immediately suspended, and the findings were reported to the general industry. Lu Chuan was with Guanye at this time, and as soon as he heard that this thing was detected to be radioactive, immediately, I guessed a good deal. He said to Guanye, I reckon this thing is probably a core component on Night Lord 1 that can provide energy, and it's both possible that they're trying to repair Night Lord 1. Guanye sneered. There's no way I'm going to allow them to continue picking fights in front of our Heavenly Flame system. We can't just stand by and do nothing when it comes to saving their lives, but repairing the Night Lord no. 1. That's not our obligation. With that said, he ordered the Space Center to suspend the launch mission. Soon the Eagle Sauce Nation was notified that the Daxia Space Center had rules against carrying anything that contained radiation. Now both Deep Blue and the Secretary of Defense were dumbfounded. The Minister of Defense asked, if the Great Summer doesn't do us this favor, is there another way we can transport this reactor to Night Lord 1? The crew member next to him replied, yes, but that would be a very tedious and dangerous thing to do. The thrust of our rockets can't transport this complete reactor. The only way to get it into space would be to dismantle it and then transport it again, but then there would be a lot of radiation, and for the crew it would be, and the process of reinstalling it would be exposing them to the radiation. To the Minister of Defense, he didn't care about radiation or not right now. He was just hellbent on keeping Night Lord 1, because this thing is the face of the Eagle Sauce country, or even the only equipment that the Eagle Sauce country can currently hold, and can counteract the Great Summer country. So he immediately ordered the thing retransported back, immediately disassembled it himself and then retransported it. However, he didn't realize that the industry at large didn't give him the time or opportunity. Because the industry at large came in with a flurry of maneuvers that directly pushed Eagle Jam Nation into a dilemma. Alone in his room, Guanye made several international calls. A few hours later, a voice emerged from multiple countries in this world. Several countries, including the Yellow Sand country, held press conferences at almost the same time, announcing almost the same thing to the world. According to our calculations, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Night Lord I is staying in space at this moment in a position that has the potential to both block the orbit of our national satellite. We have multiple extremely important satellites in our country that are in this operational orbit, and there is no guarantee that they will not crash into Eagle Jam Nation's Night Lord 1 in the future. I hope that the Eagle Sauce country will get along with measures to resolve this matter as soon as possible, or else we hope to receive compensation from the Eagle Sauce country if our country's satellite crashes into Night Lord No. 1. If once, any one country's satellite crashes into Night Lord 1, the resulting debris could both lead to a chain reaction where multiple countries' satellite orbits are threatened by debris impacts, and hopefully the Eagle Jam Nation can make amends for the loss of our smaller countries. Guanye couldn't help but burst out in joy as he watched the press conferences held in various countries around the world from his office. Even the general public could see at this time that all the countries that held these press conferences were all friendly countries with the Great Summer in terms of international relations. And none of those Eagle Jam lapdog countries have come forward to speak out at this time. There are even some countries that are now coming forward to urge the Eagle Jam Nation. If Night Lord 1 is now a piece of scrap metal, we suggest letting it crash in the atmosphere and forget about polluting the space environment. Chapter 81, The Tough Yellow Sand Country. At this time, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country was in two very different mindsets from the general industry. When he saw the press conference held by these countries, he was so angry that he was even able to explode in place. He said angrily to the people around him, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Our Night Lord I and the Great Summer country's Skyfire system are obviously in the same orbit. Skyfire system stayed in this orbit for so long. We didn't see a single country come out and say that it affected the operation of their satellite. We are just so damn a little bit of time. So many people looking for us to get into trouble. This is the provocation. Naked provocation." Soon, another country came forward to protest against the Eagle Sauce state. "We are already in great chaos on land right now. There are constant outbreaks of war. When all of us are looking forward to peace, the Eagle Sauce country has actually begun to want to lead the war into space. This is really not a good precedent. We believe that the Night Lord No. 1, this kind of weapon system that has an extremely lethal force, shouldn't have appeared in the world, and its appearance has made a lot of people feel uneasy in their hearts." As soon as this idea was put forward, many countries began to come forward and respond. Everyone's thoughts were strikingly similar, and they all felt that the existence of Night Lord 1 could not have a single positive effect on peace in this world. Even the people of the Eagle Sauce country have begun to organize street marches by this time. They have only one demand: that their country destroy Night Lord 1. The one who was the most active in this matter was the Yellow Sand country, which also probably had something to do with the fact that they had been bullied by the Eagle Jam country for too long before. The country of Huangsha even ordered its own space center to change the trajectory of the original satellite. Then it was announced to the public saying, "After calculations, in the coming period of time, we in the Yellow Sand country may have a meteorological satellite that will pass by in the vicinity of the Night Lord No. 1. Whether or not it will collide with it, we ourselves can't guarantee it, so we hope that the Eagle Sauce country will be psychologically prepared for it." The news pissed off the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation to no end. Does tell lies without a draft now? What kind of idiot puts a weather satellite in that orbit to test the moon's weather? However, they, the Eagle Sauce Nation, did not expect that the Yellow Sand Nation would really just dare to do such a thing. The next day, the Space Center in Eagle Sauce country reported like the Secretary of Defense. Through calculations, a satellite from an unknown country has modified its original trajectory, and at this rate, within the next few days, it will most likely crash into the hull of our Night Lord No. 1 and operate at such a high speed that it should be able to pierce our hull. At this time, the Eagle Sauce country had shamelessly thought of the heavenly fire system of the Great Summer country, so they requested the Great Summer state, hoping that they could use the Skyfire system's laser launching system to clean up the satellites that were able to hit the Night Lord 1. There is no doubt that Dacia can only politely decline. The reason is, we, the Great Summer country, feel that destroying another country's satellite in space is an attack, a provocative act, and we are a peace-loving country, so I'm sorry that we can't help you with this favor. In fact, for the Eagle Jam Nation, their Night Lord I has a massive body of tens of thousands of tons. Even if a few satellites crashed into it, at most it would only be able to knock a few holes out of the hull, and the satellites would naturally turn into debris, but the hull wouldn't be affected too much, and it would still be reparable in the future. So, the defense minister of the Great Summer country made an immediate decision. Let him crash. I can afford it. Sure enough, the next day, Eagle Jam Nation watched as a small satellite smashed a hole in the hull of Night Lord 1. The country of Huangsha quickly came forward to say that its own country had lost an extremely expensive meteorological satellite, and demanded compensation from the country of Eagle Sauce. The Eagle Sauce Nation didn't hesitate to bite the bullet and pay the reparations to the Yellow Sands Nation and make a note in their little book. In this way, when other countries saw that the Yellow Sand country had indeed gotten compensation from the Eagle Sauce country, they all began to move. Quite a few countries adjusted the regulations of their satellites at the same time, and the targets were neatly all Night Lord 1. And they all followed the example of the Yellow Sands country, announcing to the world beforehand that their own country's satellites might also be crashing into Night Lord 1 soon. There were even a few countries that were intentionally bad, aiming their soon-to-be obsolete satellites at the Night Lords 1 in an attempt to get some pocket change. The Eagle Jam Nation was now completely dumbfounded, because they knew that if this continued, their Night Lord 1 would be turned into a sieve. So the intolerant Secretary of Defense called a press conference to the world in intimidating language. He stood in front of the camera and said, "I know that many of your countries have deliberately changed the orbits of their satellites, and I also know that there are even quite a few of these satellites that are already on the verge of being scrapped, and I'm here to announce to you that we'll be documenting all of the countries that the satellites that are going to hit our Night Lords know one belong to, and we're going to take the countermeasures that are appropriate." After all, the Eagle Jam country was still a very dominant presence in the world, and such a statement immediately scared off a number of countries, took the originally altered satellite trajectory and fixed it back up. For a while the world also recognized one thing. A lot of countries in this world are still afraid of the strength of the Eagle Sauce country. The only exception to this is also the country of Yellow Sands, because everyone could see it through this incident as well. Maybe the Great Summer country is really treating the Yellow Sand country as a brother, and the Yellow Sand country is really don't want to die. Something that is really on just a day apart. The Yellow Sand country immediately announced to the public again, "Excuse me, we will have 2 satellites in the same orbit this time, which will hit Night Lord No. 1. Please respect the Eagle Sauce country to be ready to be hit and provide compensation. This time, the price is more expensive. The price of the 2 satellites together may be 5 times the price of the previous one." Now not only was the Eagle Jam country dumbfounded, but the whole world was dumbfounded. The Eagle Sauce country didn't expect the Yellow Sand country to actually dare to be so tough this time. It was clear that after having the Great Summer country as a backer, it didn't give itself any face at all. But there was nothing they could do but knock out their teeth and swallow them in their own stomachs. Because one of the only 2 countries in this world that possessed the Skyfire system was the Yellow Sand country. Although the Huangsha country had only leased a few satellites of the Skyfire system from the Great Xia country, but just these few, if they really opened fire on the Eagle Sauce country, it would be enough for them to drink a pot of water. And their own Night Lord 1, the only one capable of suppressing the Skyfire system, was indeed a piece of scrap metal at this time. But it wasn't long before the Yellow Sand Kingdom, however, suddenly announced to the public, "Sorry, we may have miscalculated. After we recalculated, we found that these 2 satellites may not directly impact the hull of Night Lord No. 1, and will most likely just brush past." When people all over the world saw this news, they couldn't help but let out a mockery of the Huangsha Kingdom in their hearts, thinking that this was the Huangsha Kingdom also wimped out. In fact, no one could think that the reason why the Yellow Sand Kingdom did so was because Lu Chuan had given them an idea. Chapter 82 Spinning. After the Yellow Sand country announced this news to the public, the hanging heart of the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister was finally released, and in his heart, he scoffed. It seems that even the Yellow Sand country, which possesses the Heavenly Flame system, is afraid of us, the Eagle Sauce country, for 3 points, but they never thought that this seemingly insignificant are rubbing the edge of the collision. In fact, our Lu Chuan calculated, because for Guangye, the one thing he'd like to see more than anything else is for Night Lord 1 to crash into the atmosphere and burn up. So he asked Lu Chuan to give him an idea. Lu Chuan realized through his calculations that if the satellites were allowed to hit Night Lord No. 1 straight on and at the same time, the most they could do would be to put a hole in the hull or change the orbit of the ship as it drifted through space by a small margin. But if several satellites were allowed to just graze this side and hit the edge of Night Lord 1, and do so in succession, it would be possible to send Night Lord 1 tumbling through space. From there, it would have been more substantial for Night Lord's eye to change orbit and head straight for Earth's atmosphere. The next day, some of those still remaining on Night Lord 1, waiting to be rescued, had 2 satellites of the Yellow Sand Kingdom flying past them, visible to the naked eye through the hanging windows, and by several observations, this distance was getting closer and closer, and it wouldn't be long before it crashed into the hull. The men on Night Lord 1 quickly reported the matter to the control center on the ground in the Eagle Jam country. The control center, on the other hand, stated easily, "No need to worry. the last frontal impact was only a small hole in the hull. And this time, even if it hits, it will only be a small bruise. Unbeknownst to them, the reason why the satellite has not yet crashed into it is because the country of Huangsha is fine-tuning the satellite's orbit over and over again. One could also say that it is being aimed at. They followed the calculations given by Lu Chuan and would first crash the first satellite directly into the stern of Night Lord 1. Then after letting the hull of Night Lord 1 begin to rotate slightly, it was quickly hit again with a second satellite to boost the speed of Night Lord 1's rotation so that it would begin to orbit in the direction of the atmosphere. Whether it is the time or rhythm, this time has been the big summer country a pinch dead. What the Eagle Jam Nation hasn't realized is that this floating lump of iron in their space will soon become scrap metal. There weren't many people left on Night Lord 1 at this point. On the one hand, the Great Summer State was stepping up its own rescue, not lack of, sending people on board to the space station and the ground continuously. 2. It's already starting to calculate the coordinates of where Night Lord 1 is likely to crash on the surface. Seeing that not many of those rescued on Night Lord 1 were left by this time, the Eagle Jam Nation had begun to plan for the restoration of Night Lord 1. The first step was that they were going to take some maintenance tools and personnel that were transported via shuttle on Night Lord 1. And preparations are already underway now. There is no longer a single person who takes satellite impacts seriously. A few hours later, the first satellite followed Lu Chuan's predetermined path to impact and injure the stern of Night Lord 1. The people on Night Lord 1 first felt a slight vibration emanating from the ship, and didn't take it seriously at first. Because the shock wasn't nearly as powerful as the impact they took the first time. Rescue efforts on the ship are also being organized. But slowly, they realized that the ship seemed to be starting to rotate slowly, and the speed of rotation seemed to be getting faster and faster. The image that could be seen through the hanging window was also spinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was then that the ship's crew felt a twinge of unease and reported the encounter to the control center on the ground. And at the same time, a data study from Daxiao was on the desk of the Secretary of Defense of Eagle Jam. The data study directly alerted the Secretary of Defense that the satellite's impact may have altered the trajectory of the Night Lord's eye and was getting closer to Earth. The Secretary of Defense immediately had his own space center confirm the situation. But it was at this time, when all the rescued personnel had left Night Lord 1, the second satellite of the Yellow Sand Kingdom, with a speed faster than a bullet, hit the hull of Night Lord 1 once again. The hull of the ship, which was still slowly rotating, immediately became like the blades of an electric fan and began to spin wildly. However, to the naked eye, the Night Lord's eye continued to make normal circles around the orbit around the Earth. However, when the Eagle Jam Nation Space Center's own calculations came back, the Secretary of Defense was completely stunned. Calculations show that if there is no human intervention in the orbit of Night Lord I, it will contact the atmosphere after 3 days. By that time, Night Lord 1 would be transformed into a big burning fireball and crash heavily into the ground. The Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation, and the Deep Blue people, they're certainly not dead. The Night Lord 1 floating in space at this time. That is how many years and how many people's hard work for Deep Blue. And for the Minister of Defense, this was the only weapon he could get now that could counteract the Great Summer Kingdom, and the last face of their Eagle Sauce Kingdom. They certainly didn't want to just see such a behemoth end up as a fireworks display for the world. If it had been a small satellite, the Eagle States might have had a way to resolve the situation when faced with it, or they wouldn't have been heartbroken if they simply didn't want it. But this was a behemoth of tens of thousands of tons, or a behemoth that had lost power, and it was not easy to interfere with its trajectory. Then, the Eagle Land Defense Minister made one last attempt. He ordered the 4 shuttles available to Eagle Jam Nation to take off at the same time. 3 of them, carrying repair crews, logged on to Night Lord 1 for one last repair mission, and the 4th shuttle carried a crew that had one mission, and that was to collect all the classified information on Night Lord 1. After all, the Night Lord I was also considered the crystallization of the technology of the Eagle Sauce Country, with countless high-tech motor components on it, and even technology that was unknown to other countries. Just above the computer hard disk, there are no less than 1,000 of them. The data stored inside once cracked by other countries. The consequences are also unimaginable. In the control room on the ground, the staff of the Eagle Jam Nation, including the Minister of Defense, saw on a large screen the smooth liftoff of 4 rockets carrying the space shuttle. But at this time not a single one of them applauded for this successful rocket launch, because their minds were completely off the planet at this point, but were all on Night Lord 1 in space. Even at this moment in Deep Blue, they had completely prepared even the site and personnel to repair Night Lord 1 on the ground, just waiting for Night Lord 1 to return for repair work. But none of them had expected that Night Lord 1 would have no chance of landing safely on its last liftoff. Chapter 83, A Behemoth Out of Control. When the 4 shuttles from the Eagle Jam Nation reached Night Lord 1, they realized that even landing on it was now a difficult task, because at this point Night Lord 1 is rotating at high speed on its own. The shuttle must also rotate on its own in order to barely get the people up there. As expected, 2 hours later, the repair crew reported to the control center on the ground. Because of the multiple electronic circuits, as well as almost total damage to the electronic components, it will not be possible to repair the Night Lord 1 in a short period of time. With that, the recovery crew abandoned the repair work and began to work with the people on the other shuttle to begin searching the computer hard drives for valuable information. Soon boxes of information and hard drives were returned to the shuttle. The 4 shuttles stood on the deck as they left Night Lord 1 and saluted the darkened Night Lord 1 before turning away, for they knew that the ship's fate soon might end in misery. As the saying goes, the house is falling apart. And Eagle Jam Country has run into another coincidence that couldn't be more coincidental at this time of year. With such a large surface area, the vast majority of the Earth is still oceanic, and most of the remaining land is uninhabited wilderness. That's why astronauts who find some satellites, or meteorites crashing on the Earth's surface, aren't overly concerned about the harm these things can do to people. This is because there is only a very small chance that these things will crash in areas where people congregate, and they generally crash in the wilderness or the ocean. However, this time, the Space Center of the Eagle Sauce Country suddenly discovered through calculations that if the Night Lord I continued to be left unattended according to its current trajectory, it would most likely target a certain city of over 10 million people in the Eagle Sauce Country when it crashed through the atmosphere towards the ground. Although it was Lu Chuan's plan to let Night Lord know one fall, Lu Chuan had never expected such an outcome. Otherwise he would never have gone through with it. Small meteorites in general, as far as even bulky space stations are concerned, don't really cause panic if they fall through the atmosphere, because the heat generated by the violent friction with the air as it passes through the atmosphere depletes most of the object. It is almost no longer threatening when it hits the ground. But Night Lord 1 is different. It's a behemoth of tens of thousands of tons. Even if it disintegrates in the atmosphere, then there will be many tons, if not tens of tons of debris slamming heavily into the ground. If the target is a city, then such damage is in no way less than that caused by the detonation of a small nuclear bomb. The Space Center said to the Minister of Defense, the best case scenario is that the hull of the Night Lord I is strong enough not to disintegrate when it enters the atmosphere, so that it may cause thousands of casualties after smashing on the ground. But once it enters the atmosphere and disintegrates, then the casualties caused will be at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The Secretary of Defense is also considered a soldier who has experienced life and death on the battlefield, facing the opponent's wild bombardment. He had never felt so complicated and nervous as he did right now. To him, the news was as tense as learning that a certain country was going to drop a nuclear bomb on their Hawksbane nation. Another person suggested to him, Mr. Minister, I suggest that we now immediately notify the people of this city to begin evacuating. But immediately there were objections to this suggestion. No, resolutely not. Once the people of this one city are notified to evacuate, then a panic effect will soon be triggered, and the people of the various surrounding cities will surely move as well. We can't afford for tens of millions of people to lose control of their lives at the same time, and that's what makes it even more impossible for us to solve the problem. When the Minister of Defense learned that Night Lord 1 was beyond salvage, he was already disappointed inside. To get such news again at this time was simply bad news for him. A staff member of the Defense Department said at this time, we have another way to defuse this crisis. The crowd looked at this staff member in unison. He continued, as Night Lord 1 enters the atmosphere, we can launch a missile that will destroy the hull. But when the Minister of Defense heard this proposal, he waved his hand and said, no, with a hull of tens of thousands of tons, even our most powerful missiles can at best only blow it into countless pieces, which, after being dispersed by the shockwaves of the explosion, will cause damage to a wider area. The man added quietly, so, are we considering using nukes? Upon hearing this, the Minister of Defense immediately glared at him and said angrily, foolishness, using nuclear weapons on one's own soil is the most foolish act of all. Have you considered how many populations will be threatened by the nuclear radiation material drifting in the sky, and that such a threat of nuclear radiation may exist for the next few decades, for the next 100 years? After multiple proposals were rejected, the group fell into deep thought. After a while, a man from the Space Center coyly raised his hand. The Secretary of Defense glared at him and said, this is not a child's classroom. I'm trying to solve a problem now, so please put down your childish arms and speak up as soon as you can with any proposals. We can ask for help from the Great Summer. When the people heard it, they understood what it meant. In fact, there were quite a few people who had thought of this just now. That is, to have the heavenly fire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, directly destroying the Night Lord No. 1 in complete pulverization right in outer space. But everyone knew that this was an inopportune time to make this suggestion in front of the Secretary of Defense, because it's like a slap in the face to the Secretary of Defense. However, everyone also knew in their hearts that, For the time being, this approach was the most proven and the safest. Seeing the Minister of Defense frowning, the man didn't dare to continue, and a higher status person beside the minister said at this time, "I think it's a suggestion worth considering. After all, crushing Night Lord 1 directly in outer space is something that won't cause any harm on the ground." The people around him immediately started nodding in agreement. The Minister of Defense lowered his head at this time and held his hand to his forehead. Those who didn't know would think that he was having a splitting headache right now, while in reality, he was thinking about an extremely difficult decision at this time. This matter began with his own first wrong step. Did not think that one step wrong? Step wrong. It was his own impulse that ordered Night Lord 1 to go to the neighborhood of the Skyfire system to pick a fight. The provocation failed to work, and instead he had to ask for the help of the Great Summer Kingdom to barely save the people on Night Lord 1. At this time but had to open his mouth again and ask for help like the Great Summer Kingdom. The Secretary of Defense's feelings at this time were one word. That's what hurt. A fiery pain in the face. Chapter 84, Fall of the Night Lord. Deep Blue could not change the fate of Night Lord No. 1 at this time, even if they had more reluctance within them. And they also know that the life and death of Night Lord No. 1 is now beyond human control. Not to mention that they now have no say in the matter and can only follow the orders of the Ministry of Defense. Upon learning this news, the R&D people in Deep Blue inwardly felt much less favorable toward the Secretary of Defense. Because for them, if the Minister of Defense hadn't finally ordered Night Lord 1 to go ahead and provoke the Skyfire system, but instead ordered Night Lord 1 to return after the test at that time, it wouldn't have come to this. In the end, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Ministry of Defense's mind was made up, and that was to ask for the help of the Great Summer Nation to use the Skyfire system to crush the Night Lord No. 1. In announcing this to the outside world, it was as good as adding to the column of shame for the Hawksbill country for the whole world. Of course, the people of some peace-loving countries, including the Great Summer and Yellow Sand countries, did rejoice in the face of this matter, for there is no greater joy than to have the Great Summer State itself destroy such a deterrent offensive weapon. When Guanya received the request from the Eagle Sauce country, his heart was naturally happy, but due to etiquette, he didn't laugh out loud. Instead, he had a sympathetic look on his face. Soon, the Great Summer State also announced outside, although the cost of using the Skyfire system once is extremely high, our Great Summer country has decided to give help to the Eagle Sauce country for free this time for the sake of the safety of the people of the Eagle Sauce country. And we also ask the people of the Eagle Sauce country to rest assured that our Skyfire system will surely destroy your country's Night Lord No. 1 in powdered smithereens. And we guarantee that it won't threaten the safety of the people on the ground. Everyone clapped their hands at this statement. Only the Eagle Sauce country heard it, but it was as twisted as if it had eaten a fly, and had to express its gratitude to the Daxia country. Originally, according to the calculations of the Eagle Jam Nation Space Center, the final trajectory of Night Lord 1's fall would have been a threat to their city. But if we let the Great Summer use the Skyfire system to destroy it, then the crash site of the Night Lord wreckage would be up to the Great Summer. Because of the hundreds of satellites of the Skyfire system, it can be said that they have surrounded the Earth without any dead angle. No matter how the out-of-control Night Lord was spinning around its orbit around the Earth at this time, with proper calculations and activation of the Skyfire system's lasers at the appropriate locations, it could be designated where it would crash. The Great Summerland will certainly not waste this opportunity. This was because right now, the entire Research Bureau, including Lu Chuan, still didn't know what kind of power Night Lord 1 ran on. If this matter was used to figure out the power system of the Night Lord 1, then it would be a long way forward for the Great Summer Kingdom, both in terms of aerospace and national defense. So Lu Chuan made this comment to the industry at large. We can make the Night Lord crash at our designated location through calculations. If we can precisely control the laser of the Skyfire system, we will have a chance to get the power equipment of the Night Lord I. Of course, it is best for the crash site to be on the surface of the sea, so that the wreckage of the Skyfire system won't be completely shattered by the powerful impact when it touches the ground surface. Guan Yi of course supported this plan of Lu Chuan's because from the very beginning, he was also salivating over the power system of the Night Lord 1. So after some rigorous calculations, it was decided that Night Lord 1 would crash land somewhere on the high seas. Guan Yi gave Lu Chuan full authority to carry out this task. In the control center of the Skyfire system, with Lu Chuan's command, dozens of Skyfire system's satellites in the sky sent out deadly laser beams at the Night Lord 1. The vast majority of the laser beams were aimed at the main hull of the Night Lord I. Only the lasers from the 4 satellites were aimed at the portion of the Night Lord I where the engines were connected to the hull, splitting that portion off from the hull. In an instant, the wreckage of Night Lord 1 immediately raced in the direction of Earth. As they entered the atmosphere, large and small debris, after rubbing against the air, cut through the sky like a meteor shower. Immediately afterward, the Great Summer Country also immediately told the Eagle Sauce Country about this news, and even told them the detailed coordinates of where Night Lord 1 had crashed in the open sea. The reason for this is that we don't want the Eagle Jam country to become suspicious later. But Eagle Jam's defense minister was both surprised and outraged when he got the news. They had thought that the Great Summer Kingdom would have informed them in advance when they made their move to destroy Night Lord 1, or that they would have shared information throughout. But I never thought that the Great Summer Kingdom had moved on its own without the slightest sign. The Eagle Jam nation would be relieved if they could be sure that Night Lord 1 was completely destroyed. But they were now also worried that the Dasha nation would covet the power systems on Night Lord 1, especially the unknown element 115. So the Secretary of Defense immediately ordered their own spy satellites to begin constantly scanning the site where the wreckage had crashed, and at the same time sent their own warships to it. Unbeknownst to them, several submarines of the Great Summer Kingdom were waiting below the sea level of the crash site before the Night Lord I crashed. When the Eagle Sauce Nation's warships arrived at the target location, they saw countless wrecks of the Night Lord I floating on the surface of the sea and used their underwater robots to enter the seabed to check it out again, and didn't find the presence of any large volume wrecks before reporting the news back to the Ministry of Defense. A few days later, a truck pulling a completely sealed container entered the Scientific Research Bureau of the Great Summer State. The container contained none other than part of the wreckage of Night Lord 1 that the submarine had recovered from the bottom of the ocean. However, Lu Chuan led the researchers to scrutinize the wreckage for several days without much luck, presumably because the wreckage had been damaged beyond recognition by the excessive temperatures it had experienced while traveling through the atmosphere. There was no choice but to decide to seal the wreckage first. But just as this staff member was packing up the debris, he noticed a green liquid coming out of one of the metal tubes. Lu Chuan immediately had these liquids collected and handed them over to a lab technician to analyze the composition of the liquid. Soon, the lab technicians detected an unknown substance in addition to the various fuel components from the green liquid. The substance continued to be analyzed through a higher magnification electron microscope, and the results of the final analysis shocked Lu Chuan. Looking at the test report, it reads, Indicator, relative atomic mass 288, number of protons in the nucleus 115, number of electrons in the nucleus 115. Lu Chuan couldn't believe his eyes. As a scientific researcher, he must have heard of the existence of element 115, but this element is only a legend to the vast majority of people, something that has been recognized by many as impossible to exist. But the data on the test report in front of him told him that it was element 115. Chapter 85, Discovering the Existence of Element 115. Lu Chuan stormed into Li Shengdong's office with the test report in his hand and told him about the discovery. The duo in turn immediately reported the news to the general industry. As soon as Guan Ye heard that it was an unknown element called preservation, he immediately ordered Lu Chuan to come and report to him in person. Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong traveled to the Ministry of National Defense where Guan Ye was located. Lu Chuan placed the test report on Guan Ye's table and said, Preservation, also known as element 115, has always been considered by everyone as a legend, an element that can't possibly exist, but I didn't expect that this thing exists on Eagle Sauce Nation's Night Kingpin 1. If I'm not wrong, the reason why the previous triangle flying vehicle, and this Night Kingpin 1, were able to go into space, was because they possessed element 115. Is this a fuel? Is it something that can be synthesized artificially or is it found in nature? Guan Ye asked. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, We can't be sure right now, but it was this element that was found in a metal tube, and I think it's also highly likely that it's something they use as fuel, but it's unknown whether this element was found in nature in the Eagle's Nest country, or whether they synthesized it themselves. Li Shengdong asked Lu Chuan, So, say you are given this element, can you discover how to use it? It's possible, but right now we've found nothing more than a few drops of green liquid, which contain no more than a few micrograms of element 115, not enough for us to use for testing. Guan Ye immediately pursued, Then is it possible for us to synthesize this element ourselves? Lu Chuan said, Theoretically speaking, through the technology that our great Xia kingdom currently possesses, it's almost impossible to synthesize such an element, as one must start by changing the molecular structure, which is equivalent to creating a new substance. Originally, in the past 2 days, Guan Ye was in a pretty good mood, because the Eagle Sauce country did not have the Night Lord No. 1, and his heart was finally a bit more solid. But once he heard what Lu Chuan said today, his brows went back up in a lock. Lu Chuan thought of a problem on his way here. He said, Personally, I feel that it is unlikely that the Eagle Jam country, even if it is technologically advanced, is capable of creating such an element at the moment, and through the unknown craft we saw earlier, I analyzed that this element is most likely from some kind of higher level civilization. Li Shengdong said, If that's really the case, then it's okay, at least we know that element 115 is limited in their hands. Guan Ye pondered for a moment and said, That's pretty damn problematic. Even if the Eagle Jam nation won't build element 115, What's left in their hands if it's still possible for them to rebuild one or several Night Lords? One. That's a threat to us. But none of these three people knew at this time that Eagle Jam Nation was also having a headache with this problem at this time. In the conference room of Deep Blue, the Minister of Defense sat in the very center, questioning the researchers below this. I need you to explain to me now why Night Lord 1, which is fine, is in such serious condition in space. The people in Deep Blue were now extremely upset with the Secretary of Defense and were holding a grudge against him for the order he had given at the time that should not have been given. But after all, the official is a big man. Not to mention that at this moment, the one who questioned them is still the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Country, so they can only have a say in the matter. A scientific researcher said, according to reason, between all the electronic circuits on our Night Lord No. 1, there are protection measures. Even if there is a serious problem somewhere, then there will be a fusing protection mechanism that works immediately. But the situation on the Night Lord No. 1 is that in an instant almost all the electronic circuits and electronic components are destroyed. And this is something that shouldn't happen. Another man at his side immediately said, is it possible that the solar storm swept over our Night Lord 1 momentarily? Immediately someone retorted, absolutely impossible. Not to mention how rare solar storms are. Our satellites in space haven't encountered such a situation for decades. And at that time our Night Lord No. 1 was right next to the Skyfire system. Even if it really is that coincidental, why is it that only our Night Lord No. 1 has a problem, while the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom is intact? The crowd spoke their own analyses and opinions, almost as if they were about to get into a fight. But not a single person from so many people associated this matter with the Heavenly Flame system. Quiet, quiet. I'm not here to listen to you guys argue. I want a calm analysis, and the right answers. The Minister of Defense shouted as he slapped the table. All of a sudden the whole conference room became silent, because at the moment none of them could give a reasonable answer. Seeing that no one spoke for half a day, the Minister of Defense sighed and said, hey, our Eagle Sauce Country, whether it's science and technology or military is so powerful, but I didn't expect to lose to a young man named Lu Chuan from the Great Summer Country. Inside your group of wastes, where there is a person's brain that can be half as good as Lu Chuan's brain, I think that right now, our Eagle Sauce Country wouldn't have ended up in this embarrassing situation. The Secretary of Defense shooed away most of the people in the room, leaving only a handful of senior Deep Blue personnel. He asked, how much of the element 115 I gave you earlier have you used? A few senior officers looked at me and I looked at you, like they were afraid to answer. After a while, one of the people beside the Minister of Defense was able to say, because we started out with the mission Night Lord 1 absolutely safe. We put all of element 115 on Night Lord 1. What, you idiots? Do you know how precious element 115 is? That's worth more than 100 of your Deep Blue companies. When Deep Blue got element 115, it actually wasn't much in the first place, just a few hundred grams. But just that little bit was enough for Night Lord 1 to use for decades. And they didn't put all the 115 elements on Night Lord 1. The reason why this senior person had to lie to the Secretary of Defense was because they also had a personal agenda, knowing that this element was hard to come by, and only kept a separate portion for themselves for future R&D testing. Then the Secretary of Defense asked, I want you to tell me how long it will take you to develop new weapons that can counter the Skyfire system. The senior officer from earlier asked with a shameful look on his face. So, can you tell us how much more element 115 you can give us? Upon hearing this, the Minister of Defense immediately stood up and said angrily, it is impossible for me to provide you with another gram of element 115 as a punishment for losing element 115 to you, and I demand that you come up with a new system for me in the shortest amount of time possible to fight against the damned Heavenly Flame system of the Great Xia Kingdom. After saying that, he left Deep Blue without looking back. Chapter 86 Hive System. Ever since the crash of Night Lord 1, Lu Chuan had been a thorn in the side of the Eagle Sauce Country's Minister of Defense. If it were before, he would have instantly ordered Craig to continue with his plan to assassinate Lu Chuan. But now, on the surface, Daxia has just helped them a lot. So inwardly it seems to be a little bit not so good to start feeling. His heart was also now lost to the core because of the crash of Night Lord 1. He only hoped to see Deep Blue develop a more powerful set of systems as soon as possible so that he could save some face. What he couldn't have imagined was that even though he was the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam Country, even he didn't know how deep the waters of Deep Blue were. At this moment, a few senior personnel within Deep Blue were having a top-secret meeting together. This meeting wasn't about what new system to develop for the Eagle Jam Nation next. It was about discussing which of the existing systems they should come up with. As the most technologically powerful Eagle Sauce Country in the world, Deep Blue naturally had an absolute advantage in the development of various weapons and systems. It was different from the Scientific Research Bureau where Lu Chuan was from the Great Summer Country. All the research and development done by the Research and Development Bureau is for the defense of the Daxia country, and the people of the Daxia country. But Deep Blue is different because they are businessmen and will always only put their own interests at the forefront. So for Deep Blue right now, they actually have multiple top-secret weapons systems in their hands. If these systems had been made public during the peace, they would certainly not have sold for much. The only way to Leonize your own Eagle Jam country and make a hard buck is to bring it back when it needs it the most. But of those weapon systems that have been developed, more than a few say they are not completely finished. A lot of it is well-established ideas, or data. There are also some that already have semi-finished products, just waiting for someone to bid on them so they can produce them on the hoof. Someone proposed, let's sell our newly developed supersonic fighters to the Ministry of Defense. I believe this is also the time when the Minister of Defense is eager to strengthen his combat power, so we should be able to sell them at a good price. Someone immediately shook his head and objected. No, this is not a good idea. Haven't you all noticed that this impulsive defense minister of ours, right now his mind is not in the atmosphere at all. His mind only wants to have a weapon system that can fight against the Great Xia Kingdom's Skyfire system in outer space. If we just take out the latest fighter jet, I think he will not be satisfied. You don't suppose you want to tell him that we own? Before the sentence was finished, several people in the audience began to look at each other. As it turns out, Deep Blue has been developing super carriers like Night Lord 1 in addition to that over the years. They've also been secretly developing a weapon system that's even more exaggerated than an aircraft carrier. It was a modularized weapon system and shared similarities with the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom. Their idea was to launch a huge number of one kind of conical modules into space, and each of these modules could carry a variety of offensive or defensive weapons. This conical module looks like a pyramid-shaped four-pronged cone, and each module is not so large as the size of a sedan. The main thing is that these four-pronged cone modules can be combined together or spread out at any time. When combined, it can be used as an oversized space station, or perhaps as a space fortress. When it is time to perform attack and defense tasks, then you can always spread out in all directions, and in each module, there can be a combatant in charge of the operation. They named the system the Beehive system, suggesting a hive-like base in space. Even Deep Blue has successfully developed samples of such modules and has secretly launched them into space as well. And they're still facing the same problem as Night Lord 1, which is the power system. Because in order to form a massive hive system in space, they first had to build a hub in space similar to a space station so that they could supply the modules with the energy they needed. Although a single module has been developed successfully, the establishment of the hub is a headache for them. It wasn't until they learned of the existence of element 115 in the world that they regained renewed faith in the program. One said, I think if we tell the Secretary of Defense about the idea of the hive system, he'll go ahead and give us element 115. After all, the hub for building this system can't be built without a super energy source like element 115. Those present nodded in agreement, because they felt that the plans for the hive system must have been stunning enough for the Secretary of Defense. So, Deep Blue immediately sent someone to tell the Secretary of Defense about this. Once the Minister of Defense heard it, this time it will be like suddenly hope has been rekindled inside. Asked, how is it that you can determine that the hive system is superior to the satellites of the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, which can also be said to be deployed in space one module at a time? The person from the Deep Blue Company explained, the satellites of the Skyfire system, although they can also move their position, they are like bulky iron blocks that can only change their orbital position in space. Each module of our hive system is like a fighter jet in space, flexibly controlling its position and speed, and the upper side can carry a variety of weaponry systems according to the demand. Systems. As soon as he said this, the Minister of Defense's mind seemed to have begun to conjure up a picture of seeing the Great Summer Kingdom tremble in fear for it. The Deep Blue Corporation man went on to say, most importantly, once we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, have set up the hive system in space, it will be a mega space station, and in terms of both flexibility and maneuverability, it will be incomparable to any space station or Skyfire system. The Minister of Defense said excitedly, good. Then I'll give you Deep Blue Company another chance to take credit, so please tell me how long it will take to set up this hive system. At the moment we have mature modules, and as long as we build a hub in space to supply energy to those modules, then I'm sure that in just a few short months our hive system will be perfected. After saying that, the words changed and added, it's just that. The establishment of this hub requires element 115 to support it. Otherwise the huge hive system is completely insufficient to rely solely on solar energy in space. In the past, odds are that the Secretary of Defense would not have agreed to continue to supply them with element 115, or at the very least, would not have agreed so readily, but at this moment, the Minister of Defense had already been so anxious that he couldn't wait to be able to see the hive system tomorrow. So immediately, They promised Deep Blue that they would supply them with all of the remaining element 115. Chapter 87, Kidnapping. For a long time, Lu Chuan has not been harassed by the outside world anymore, especially after Minako had resolved Tojo Yua. There was no threat to Lu Chuan in the Magic City. He had been living a relatively easy life with both Minako, so it's natural to let your guard down. However, although there is no foreign spy threat to Lu Chuan, this time a danger from the Magic City is approaching him. A few months ago, she'd been in jail since 103 had found out about Fei Li and Craig's dirty laundry and caught her. And depending on the situation, you can't expect to get out of jail for 10 or 8 years. The entertainment industry, the internet, and even to the previously brainwashed fans of Fei Li, have gradually faded into oblivion of this person's existence. However, no one knew that this Li Feier still had some incorrigible, fanatical brainwashed fans who still couldn't get enough of their idol. Even to these fools, as long as they could save Li Feier, they would do whatever it took. So, in a small dark room in Magic City, a few of Li Feier's brainwashed fans were brewing an evil plan. On this day, probably because of the weather, there weren't many pedestrians on the street. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chuan, who had just finished his day's work, walked out from the main entrance of the research bureau in preparation for going home. However, just 200 meters out, as he passed under an overpass, a van raced by. Lu Chuan was walking on the sidewalk near the curb at this time, and the van didn't catch his attention. Only when the van traveled to Lu Chuan's side, it suddenly stopped with a sharp brake. The sound of brakes reached Lu Chuan's ears, and he subconsciously froze. Suddenly, the van's sliding doors opened and 3 men wearing sunglasses and masks rushed out. One of them pulled Lu Chuan's arm, and the 2 of them pushed hard together behind Lu Chuan. Before Lu Chuan could react, his entire body was already in this van. One of the men immediately closed the door and the van left the scene in a hurry. "You guys, who are you guys? Why?" Lu Chuan hadn't even finished asking a question when he saw a person next to him, holding a towel-like thing, covering Lu Chuan's mouth and nose. Immediately after, Lu Chuan's entire body lost consciousness. At this time, the 4 people in the van, including the driver, were the brainwashed fans of Li Feier who came to kidnap Lu Chuan. They wanted to use this as a way to coerce the people from the Research Bureau and 103rd Institute to release Li Feier. When Lu Chuan woke up and came over, he realized that he had been dead tied to a chair. His body was completely unable to move, and there was a towel stuffed in his mouth. Lu Chuan immediately realized that it was not good. He should have been kidnapped. Looking around the surroundings, there was only a small, dim light bulb directly above his head, illuminating the already small room that didn't even have a window. Based on the level of dampness on the floor and walls, Lu Chuan surmised that he should be in a basement right now. Lu Chuan couldn't help but get nervous, thinking that this group of people had locked themselves up in the basement and thought that no one would be able to find themselves again. What Lu Chuan didn't know was that in fact, when he was still unconscious just now, someone had already taken a few pictures of him by his side, as well as a video. Lu Chuan is usually home by 12 o'clock at night, so more than an hour later, Minako, who was waiting at home, saw that Lu Chuan was not back yet now, so she was ready to pick up her cell phone and call him to ask, but just dialed out. The receiver prompted the other party temporarily unable to connect. Minako's heart thumped, thinking, this Lu Chuan guy, lately he's always been back at 11 o'clock, why isn't he back now today? And his cell phone is turned off. Time. Cell phone off. These keywords immediately triggered Minako's spy sense. She thought that at this moment, Lu Chuan was most likely encountering something, so immediately called Li Shengdong again. Director Li, Lu Chuan hasn't come back until now and his cell phone is turned off. May I ask if he's still working overtime in the research bureau? As soon as Li Shengdong heard this, his heart panicked. He said to Minako, no, I saw Lu Chuan leave with my own eyes over an hour ago. Okay, thank you Chief Li, I'll wait for him a little longer then. Although Minako said so on her lips, as soon as she hung up the phone, she put on her jacket, and before she left the house, she thought about running back to the kitchen to get a fruit knife and brought it with her. She was prepared to personally follow the route Lu Chuan had taken to return from work to look for it. A few minutes later, Li Shengdong gave Minako the phone again. Summer, there's no need to panic, just stay at home. I'm going to look for him now with the security officers from the research bureau and I'll be sure to let you know first thing when we find him. After saying that, Li Shengdong immediately notified the security personnel and started looking for Lu Chuan. However, until Minako and Li Shengdong met on the road, there was no sign of Lu Chuan. Summer, you didn't have a fight with Lu Chuan today, did you? Li Shengdong at this time in his heart thought that it would not be a quarrel between the young couple. Lu Chuan heart upset, so go where to go to take a break. Minako shook her head vigorously and said, no, we've been fine today. and he even called me during the night to tell me that he was hungry and came back during the night wanting me to cook for him. As soon as they said this, both of them realized at the same time that Lu Chuan was most likely encountering something dangerous, because this guy had never played disappearance on his own and turned off his phone before. Two people are standing in place to think of a way. This time Li Shengdong's cell phone suddenly rang, and still 103 Wang Feng called. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Feng anxiously said to him, "Did you see it?" "What? See what?" Li Shengdong looked confused. "Lu Chuan has been kidnapped and the kidnappers have posted the photos online." It turned out that just a few minutes ago, the network monitoring system of the 103rd Institute detected a hot event on the internet and found a post about Lu Chuan's kidnapping. When Li Shengdong heard this, he almost sat down on the ground. "Ah, what did you say?" Li Shengdong's eyes widened at this time, looking at Minako. From his horrified eyes, Minako had sensed that it must be about Lu Chuan's news. But at this time, Li Shengdong said to the security personnel around him, "You guys escort Summer back and ensure her personal safety." When he said this, Li Shengdong didn't even bother to explain anything to Minako. Instead, he turned around himself and got into another car and had security take him straight to 103. Chapter 88, The Kidnapper's Demands. While Li Shengdong was on his way to the 103rd office, he was still thinking in his heart that this matter might not be that serious, because after all, it is the 103rd that has already found this content on the internet, so their staff will surely be able to find these kidnappers easily. But when he arrived at the 103rd, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Zhang Kong told him, "There must be a hacker expert among the people who kidnapped Lu Chuan, because through our inquiries, the server they sent the message from is not in the Great Summer Country." Li Shengdong asked, "What is their purpose in kidnapping Lu Chuan?" When they first found this content on the internet, the first reaction of the people in 103 was the same as Li Shengdong's. They all thought that foreign spies had kidnapped Lu Chuan. But when I saw the content of this, I realized that this was actually the work of Fei Li's brainwashed fans. Wang Feng said, "Hey, it's that actress Li Fei again. Isn't she already spending time in jail? How can something like this still happen?" Li Shengdong asked with a frown. Wang Feng continued, "Who would have thought that at a time when everyone thought that Li Fei was already a relic? This playwright actually had such fanatical brainwashed fans, and the reason why they kidnapped Lu Chuan was because they wanted to blackmail us into releasing Li Fei." Li Shengdong looked at Ma Guangyang, hoping in his heart that he would have a solution at this time. Ma Guangyang said, "Releasing Li Fei is definitely something impossible. Even if we know that this actress is not much of a threat to our great Xia kingdom, we can't just release her like this. Or else if the public knows about this, then it won't be a joke." Then he added to Zhang Kong, "Your task now is to find a way to establish contact with these kidnappers first and then find out where they are." Li Shengdong said angrily, "I just don't believe that a fan of goods like Li Fei would still have the guts and vigor to dare to harm the scientific research talents of our great summer country." Wang Feng nodded and said, "I guess it's just a few brainless brats who did something like this on impulse." Getting in touch with these kidnappers wasn't really a difficult task, as the idiots had posted directly on a well-known forum in the great summer country. When netizens saw this post, the comments below were also almost all one-sided, scolding these kidnappers for having no brains. What era is it? Goods like Li Fei did that kind of thing. Actually, there are still people who will support her so much. It's simply speechless. Just thinking about Li Fei right now makes me feel sick. A small opera singer who dares to threaten the security of the great Xia kingdom, looking for death. Are these people stupid? How dare they kidnap such an important talent of the great summer kingdom for the sake of a disgusting Li Fei? It's really a death wish. When these people are caught, they will definitely end up worse than Li Fei. At this time, Minako, who had returned home, also saw the news of Lu Chuan's kidnapping on the internet. Looking at a picture of Lu Chuan tied to a chair, she felt at the moment that killing these kidnappers would not even relieve her hatred, and that she should be killed by 1,000 cuts. But Li Shengdong had already had security personnel protecting her safety, and she couldn't even get out of her house right now, let alone go out on her own to figure out how to find these people. In the 103rd house, Zhang Kong had made contact with the kidnappers by this time. However, when Zhang Kong identified himself to these people, the other party's tough attitude took him by surprise. The other party only replied to Zhang Kong with a message: "You are limited to releasing Li Fei within 72 hours, or else Lu Chuan's life will also be left for the last 72 hours. After saying these words, no matter what kind of message Zhang Kong sent, the other party no longer replied. Zhang Kong immediately reported the news to Ma Guangyang. Ma Guangyang was also shocked in his heart, not expecting nothing more than a brainwashed fan of a playwright to dare to threaten the great Xia state in this way. Then he asked Zhang Kong, "How long will it take to find out where these people are?" Zhang Kong said, "Right now we're already monitoring the servers of this website, but I need a chance. Only when these kidnappers post information on the website again can I track the servers they used to invade. And then I can track their location. Li Shengdong nervously asked. Then you mean to say, if they don't post new content on this website in these next 2 or 3 days, we won't be able to track them? Theoretically, that's the case. Li Shengdong naturally knows that Zhang Kong has always been Lu Chuan's fanboy, and will definitely do his best in the face of this matter, and there must be no other way for him to say so. Zhang Kong frowned again and said, the hateful thing is that the kidnappers just told me this one sentence, and no matter how much more I asked, they stopped replying, so I suspect that they should have disconnected themselves. Ma Guanyang looked at the several people in front of him and said, it seems that we have to do a two-handed preparation. Zhang Kong, you continue to find a way to find out the location of these people, within 48 hours. If we still can't find these people, we will have to release Li Feier. Ma Guanyang had no choice but to make such a decision, because he knew best in his heart that he couldn't possibly lose Lu Chuan, an important talent of the Daxia kingdom, just because of a playwright, even if it meant releasing Fei Li and making it seem to the public that this whole thing had become a farce. He had to do it. The story quickly went viral on the internet. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation learns that Lu Chuan has been kidnapped, or is it because of a drama queen's brainchild? Almost jumped in place with joy. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. Our Eagle Sauce country sent so many intelligence officers, agents, all of them failed to hurt Lu Chuan's one sweat hair. It was actually done by their Daxia country themselves. It can be seen to what extent they have reached in this country's entertainment to death. It's simply a group of stupid to the extreme populace. I truly hope that the Daxia country won't negotiate with these kidnappers. Letting them tear the ticket is the thing I want to see the most. For the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister, he even thought that if the Great Summer country lost Lu Chuan, then their defense force could not have any chance of surpassing the Eagle Sauce country within the next 10 years. The next day, an anxious Minako calls Li Shengdong and asks him about Lu Chuan's current situation. This thing is already well known. More to Li Shengdong also feel that there is nothing more to hide the need to her, so they comforted her. Summer, don't worry, we are now doing our best to investigate the location of these kidnappers. The worst thing we can do is to use that actress Li Feier to exchange back Lu Chuan, so don't worry too much. What we need now is time. Zhang Kong was fuming at his computer at this time, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. His fingers crackled and flew across the keyboard, writing a message to the kidnapper. We are willing to trade Li Feier for Lu Chuan, but only on the condition that we see that Lu Chuan is now safe. Chapter 89, Rescue Failure. If these kidnappers are able to continue to post some pictures of Lu Chuan on this website after seeing Zhang Kang's message, then Zhang Kong would soon be able to use the website server to look for traces of these kidnappers, and using this condition he would be able to find their general area. But after waiting for more than 10 hours, the kidnappers didn't make any move, and it was at this time that Li Shengdong and all the people in 103 didn't expect it. The Eagle Jam people actually made contact with these kidnappers first. It turns out that the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country ordered their cyber department personnel to contact these kidnappers as soon as they knew about it. These people used the same way as Zhang Kong, but the content of the communication was completely different. The Eagle Sauce country's intelligence officer told these kidnappers, if you can kill Lu Chuan, I'm willing to give you money that you can't spend for the rest of your lives, and I can also guarantee that you'll be allowed to go to any country you want to go to. As soon as these 4 kidnappers saw this news, 3 of them were immediately moved. But there was another person who was dead set against agreeing to this condition because he was extremely infatuated with Li Feier, and this person was considered the leader of these kidnappers. So there's nothing the remaining 3 can do. When this kidnapper leader saw Zhang Kang's message, he didn't think much before he directly posted a video of Lu Chuan on that website to prove to Zhang Kong that Lu Chuan was still alive. Of the 4, however, the hacker didn't realize his boss was so stupid. By the time he knew, it was too late. He said, it's over. The other side will definitely use this opportunity to find our location. We don't have much time left. I suggest we still agree to the Eagle Sauce Nation's terms. As he said this, he looked at the tied-up Lu Chuan and then at his boss. The boss said angrily, don't think that I don't know the little plans in your 3 hearts. Don't you just want money? I'll tell you, Lu Chuan's life was used by me to exchange for Li Feier. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll kill you right away. The 3 men gulped and looked at each other. No matter how much they itched in their hearts, they didn't dare to make a move, because the 3 of them all knew that their boss had the deepest infatuation with Li Feier, and it could be said that he had long since fantasized about Li Feier as his dream girl, and if the 3 of them were to make a move right now, the boss would surely fight them to the death. However, in the face of the conditions offered by the Eagle Sauce Nation, these 3 people were still undeterred. After all, for them, killing Lu Chuan would open up a new life for them, and for the rest of their lives, they would just have to lie on the beach in the Eagle Sauce country and enjoy life. Of course this hacker knew in his heart the danger they were facing now, but it was useless for him to explain anymore at this time. The boss would not believe any of his words. As expected, Zhang Kong quickly locked the location of the group of kidnappers through his own means. It was discovered that Lu Chuan had been hijacked in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Mordor. Wang Feng from 103 immediately set off with his men, ready to rescue Lu Chuan. The hacker and the kidnapper had beads of sweat running down his brain by this time. He said to a few people, "I'm really not lying. That thing the boss just sent out will probably be found by the experts in the cyber department to find out where we are. And if anything, they've already found out by now. And there's really not much time left for us to do so." The boss looked at the expression on this person's face at this time, and felt as if this guy wasn't lying to him, and muttered in his heart. Another man at his side said, "Boss, I'd rather believe it. You have to get an idea now." The boss gritted his teeth and said, "I'll believe you for once, but Lu Chuan can't move anyone, and if I say I'm going to save Li Fei, I'm going to save her." After saying that, several people immediately began to shift. One of them stunned Lu Chuan again with ecstasy and put him in the car. A few people were leaving this abandoned factory and driving on the road when they really saw a row of police cars rushing in the direction of the abandoned factory. Hacker said from the car, "How about that? Boss, was I right?" The boss said viciously, asterisk 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 dare to play dirty with lousy. While saying that, he heavily kicked Lu Chuan, who had already passed out, with his foot. Then it continued, "Tomorrow is your kid's last day. If I don't see Li Fei, I'll let you see Hades." The three remaining people in the car couldn't help but feel happy when they heard that. Even at this time, the three of them had already forgotten Li Fei, who was once still regarded as the goddess of their dreams, and only thought that they could kill Lu Chuan and then go to the Eagle Sauce country to start living their own free and easy days. When Wang Feng rushed to this abandoned factory with his men and realized that there was no shadow of Lu Chuan here, he cursed in his heart that he was still a step too late. Reported the matter to Ma Guangyang. Ma Guangyang immediately said angrily, "What did you say? In such a short period of time, how could these people evacuate so quickly? Have you looked in the wrong place? It can't be wrong. I've already found the location where Lu Chuan was tied up in the photo. There are still traces of their hasty evacuation here, and the people must have run far away by now." Ma Guangyang and Wang Feng did not expect the kidnappers to be so cunning, and now the time for them to be able to rescue Lu Chuan was only 30 hours or so left. Therefore, Ma Guangyang had to do his worst at this time. He immediately ordered Zhang Kong to continue contacting these kidnappers, telling them that they could exchange Li Fei for Lu Chuan at any time. However, this time, Zhang Kong did not reply to the group of kidnappers any further messages. Several people, including Li Shengdong, panicked in their hearts because they all knew that this was beating the bushes. Since Minako would not be in any danger after knowing that the kidnappers' goal was only to exchange Lu Chuan for Li Fei, the security personnel protecting Minako was removed. At this time, Minako also learned from Li Shengdong's mouth that the kidnappers had shifted their location again, and her heart became even more anxious. Li Shengdong told her, "We are no longer going to use this dangerous method to save Lu Chuan now, so we have decided that when we contact these kidnappers again, we will immediately take Li Fei to exchange Lu Chuan back." When Minako had also spied for Tojo Yua, she had always contacted her superiors in a very simple, but safe way. That is, every time Tojo Hirokazu wants to find her, he sends her cell phone a short message advertising a sales pitch, but the contact number at the end of the SMS will have an extra digit. Minako could tell what her superior was looking for by this extra numerical serial number. No one had contacted herself since she had killed Tojo Yua, and a few others around him. However, it was at this time, Minako received a message on her cell phone. Open it up and see that the message of this sales pitch, with the cell phone number written at the end, has an extra number. Chapter 90, Orders from Craig. Looking at this cell phone number with an extra digit, Minako instantly felt as if her body had been electrocuted. She thought to herself that she had purposely killed Tojo Yua before and destroyed the body in order to be able to hide her identity better. It was reasonably unlikely that anyone would know that they were still lurking in the Great Summer Kingdom. If there is, then it must be Tojo Yua's superiors, the high-ranking personnel of the Sakura country. The last extra digit of this cell phone number is 7, which is the code name for the speedy return call. Minako stared at her cell phone for half a second, hesitating, wondering if she should reply. Because if this really was a high-ranking member of the Sakura nation, it must be in possession of some information of its own. If they don't call back, the other person may think they have evaporated from the world. But if he called back this call, then he would probably be under the control of the Sakura nation's intelligence organization again. Thinking about it that way, it was definitely best for Minako not to return the call. However, it occurred to her again. Why did this message come so coincidentally? Not contacting her for so long, and then connecting with her at this time when Lu Chuan was kidnapped. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Lu Chuan was an intelligence officer from the Sakura country? Thinking about it, Minako gritted her teeth and dialed the number anyway. The dialing button had just been pressed when an unfamiliar voice came through the receiver. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Minako?" Minako froze for a moment when she heard the voice, as she could hear that the other party wasn't from the Sakura country or the Dacia country. So Minako stepped up her guard and instead of answering his question directly, she asked directly in return, "What are you?" The other party laughed. "No need to be nervous, Ms. Minako. I thought you might know me because I'm an old acquaintance of your boss, Tojo Yua. My name is Craig." Minako's heart thumped, because not only her, but all the spies of the Sakura nation that they used to infiltrate in the Dacia kingdom knew the name Craig. Not only did they know that he was the head of the Eagle Jam country lurking in the Dacia country, but they also knew that even their superior, Tojo Yua, was being held to death by Craig. Minako asked again, "How did you find me and how did you know how to contact me?" "After your superior Tojo Yua died, I have contacted your superiors in Sakura Nation and got a list of the names of those of you who are lurking in Dacia Nation. And now you're the only one left in your intelligence. And I also know that you've been lurking by Lu Chuan's side all this time. Am I right?" When Minako heard this, she cursed in her heart. Her Sakura country was really the lapdog of the Eagle Jam country, actually even handing over the list of her own intelligence officers so easily. That's when Craig added, "I want to know, didn't you ask you to kill Lu Chuan when this idiot Tojo Yua was still alive?" "Not really. The last order my superiors gave me was to sneak around Lu Chuan, and I wasn't asked to take his life." Having said that, Minako had actually guessed 8 or 9 times in her heart, knowing what Craig would say next. Sure enough, Craig immediately said, "I think you also know the current situation. All of our Eagle Sauce Nation's intelligence officers are currently not in Dacia Nation, and you're the only one left in your Cherry Blossom Nation's intelligence officers right now. I don't know and I don't care what your superior's purpose is for wanting you to lurk by Lu Chuan's side. I'm now giving a new order to you, and that is, I'm asking you to kill Lu Chuan." Not to mention that Minako was now determined to break away from the Sakura Nation's intelligence organization. Even if it were in the old days, there was no way she would have followed Craig's orders, so he said to him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Craig. The last order my superiors gave me was to sneak around Lu Chuan, not to take his life, and besides, you're not my superior, so I don't think there's any reason for me to follow your orders." Craig said angrily, "What do you think you are? You are just one of Tojo Yua's henchmen. Do you know that Tojo Yua is subservient in front of me? I am not aware of these things, and if it is indeed as you say it is, then please, Mr. Craig, you will have my superiors order me personally." As soon as those words were uttered, Minako immediately regretted them, because it suddenly occurred to her that the news of Lu Chuan's kidnapping should now be a matter known to all. Craig suddenly looking for himself to assassinate Lu Chuan at this time. Could it be that they, the Eagle Jam Nation, now knew Lu Chuan's whereabouts? But by this time Craig had already hung up the phone in anger. To him, there had never been a person from Sakura Nation who dared to speak to him with such an attitude. Not much later, Minako's cell phone rang again, and the number displayed on it was actually Sakura Goku. When he answered the phone, he found out that the person on the other end was actually Tojo Yua's superior. The other party immediately said in a commanding tone, "Minako, I'm ordering you that you can give up all the missions given to you by Tojo Yua before, and from now on, you'll follow Mr. Craig's orders." With that, he hung up the phone. Minako knew that Craig would surely contact her again, and by this time she knew in her heart what she should do. Soon Craig called again. Smugly, she said, "How about it, Minako? I wonder if you've just received orders from your superiors." "Yes, Mr. Craig. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. My superiors have ordered me to follow your orders from now on." "Good, very good. It seems that your Sakura kingdom is still quite heartfelt. I am now giving you a new order, which is to kill Lu Chuan for me." Minako deliberately pretended to be in a difficult situation and said, "I can accept this mission, but I think you should know by now that Lu Chuan has been kidnapped, and there is no way for me to find out where he is as a person right now. You don't have to worry about this issue. Our Eagle Sauce country has already made contact with the kidnappers who abducted Lu Chuan, and I will send you the location of where they are later." Minako had a smiling expression on her face by this time, but she still pretended to be confused and asked, "Well, I can carry out this mission right away, but there's one thing I don't understand. Since your country has already made contact with the kidnappers, why, you guys don't let them do it? Those kidnappers are simply nymphomaniacs plus fools. Their leader is actually thinking of trading Lu Chuan for that actress Li Fei right now, so you must go and complete this mission before the people from the Great Xia Kingdom find them." As she was talking, Minako's cell phone received a message that showed somewhere on the outskirts of Mordor. Chapter 91, Finding Lu Chuan. The reason why Craig would take action at this time was precisely because the chief of Eagle Jam Nation had given him the order himself. After the officer learns that Lu Chuan has been kidnapped, he thinks that this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, Craig's many assassination missions to assassinate Lu Chuan and Dasha ended in failure. Think of the Sakura country that is subservient to the Eagle Jam country at this time. So they called the senior personnel of Sakura Nation directly and asked for a list of the personnel who were on a mission in Dasha Nation. After realizing that there was one Minako left, this allowed Craig to contact her. After Minako learned where Lu Chuan was now, there were now two options for her. One is to anonymously tell Li Xingdong about Lu Chuan's location so that he can bring people to rescue him. The second was to personally slaughter those idiots who kidnapped Lu Chuan and rescue him. If one chose the first method, then one's intentions would be exposed to Craig. But choosing the second method, she was worried that in the process of rescuing Lu Chuan, he would discover her true identity. After thinking about it, Minako still felt like going to save Lu Chuan herself. After all, after spending some time together, Lu Chuan was already like family to her. From Craig's mouth, he learned that the several people who kidnapped Lu Chuan were nothing more than Li Fei's brainwashed fans, and were not considered to be any ruthless characters at all, except that there was a network hacker among them. Packing up these minions was no different to Minako than stepping on a few ants. So Minako went out with nothing more than a pair of sunglasses and a duck hat, not even a small dagger for defense, because Craig verbally promised the kidnappers that he would give them Eagle Sauce Country status, promising them untold glory and riches in Eagle Sauce Country for the rest of their lives, adding money as a lure. This is how they got the place where they were hiding from these idiots, saying that they would let the other side send someone forward to negotiate. And while Craig was on the phone with Minako, he made it a point to explain, while you're going forward on your mission, if it's convenient, please stop by and help me get rid of those stupid kidnappers. It'll save a lot of unnecessary trouble for me. Arriving at the address Craig had mentioned, he found it to be a dozens of stories high rotting building on the outskirts of Mordor. And just as Minako approached, before she even stepped into the building, she looked up and realized that on one of the upper floors, a man was poking his head out with a furtive eye and looking around. Minako silently noted which floor it was located on, and unconsciously a smile with murderous intent appeared on her face as she took a step and entered the rotten building. The four stupid kidnappers hadn't noticed that someone had entered the building, until Minako had already arrived on this floor. These four people hadn't realized it. The three minions were playing poker to kill time, while their boss was leaning against a pillar smoking a cigarette, and Lu Chuan was tied to a chair at this time with a hood on his head. Minako was wearing a tight black leather jacket and pants at this time, and even though she was wrapped up tightly, it was hard to hide her perfect figure. Also, Minako's figure wasn't too tall, so when these kidnappers saw Minako, they didn't feel that danger was approaching them. One of the kidnappers threw away the poker in his hand, copied a machete next to him, and pointed at Minako, who was walking over to him, and asked, "Who is it? Are you sent by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom?" Lu Chuan was right in front of her eyes at this time. Of course Minako couldn't speak to expose herself, so just keep on walking with a blank face. Lu Chuan, whose head was covered with a black hood, also heard the commotion at this time, and tried hard to open his eyes to see what was happening through the black cloth, but it was always pitch black. And as Minako looked at Lu Chuan, who was tied to the chair at this time, with blood marks on his wrists and ankles strangled by the wire, she had already pronounced a death sentence on these four idiots in front of her. Seeing Minako continue to approach forward without a word, their boss revealed a treacherous smile this time. Shunzo also copied up a machete and pointed at Minako and growled, "Chick, are you actually sent by the Eagle Sauce Country? Or are you planning to come to play with our brothers and sisters?" A few of the idiots around him immediately chimed in. "This chick's body looks really good. It can catch up with Fei Li. The people of the Eagle Sauce Country really know how to do things." Knowing that our brothers and sisters like Li Fei are, and sending a chick with such a smooth figure, recognizing the various verbal flirtations of the few of them, Minako remained expressionless as she continued to approach forward. At this time their boss sensed something was wrong and gave a wink to one of the minions around him. The minions with machetes in their hands immediately greeted Minako. "Chick, the brothers are talking to you. You didn't hear me, did you? Are you deaf?" Before a word could be spoken, Minako had walked up to him by this time. Only Minako completely ignored the 40 to 50 centimeter machete in this fool's hand. Landing on one leg with his left, his right leg was like lightning, a one-horse stand in the air and a heavy toe kick to the man's throat. It was feared that Minako's kick had directly severed his central nervous system. This cargo just didn't even scream out, fell straight to the ground, and rolled his eyes without even struggling a bit. And just as he fell to the ground, Minako took the machete from him, without any further ado. At the same time the man fell to the ground, the machete in Minako's hand had flown towards the chest of the kidnapper closest to her. It all happened in 4 or 5 seconds at most, and the two had reported to Hades. The two remaining people were completely subdued by this time and looked dumbfounded. Although each hand is holding a machete, but the shivering legs and feet are already out of control. And even one of them looked at the two companions who fell to the ground. His pants were wet in an instant. Minako walked towards these two men, and as she passed the corpse of the kidnapper with the machete stuck in his chest, Minako pulled the machete from this corpse's chest as soon as she could, and blood instantly spurted out. The remaining two idiots have never seen this kind of situation. Seeing the blood coming out of their own companions, they are already considered to be strong-willed enough if they didn't faint from fear. At this time, although Minako had already killed the two kidnappers, but because it all happened so fast, Lu Chuan, who was blindfolded, didn't even know what was happening around him. One of them didn't know if he was scared out of his wits at this time, or if he had already been scared out of his mind. Screaming, he ran 2 steps and then leapt down the stairs, breaking a bone. Then Minako didn't kill the last remaining kidnapper at this time. Instead, he put down the machete in his hand, walked over to the shivering kidnapper, and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Chapter 92, Rescued. In less than a minute, 3 of the 4 kidnappers had already given up their little lives. The last one left, by this time, raised his hands and knelt on the ground, not even daring to open his eyes to look at Minako, who was walking towards him. Minako pulled out her cell phone from the pocket of his shirt and dialed Li Xingdong's number directly. The kidnappers were also confused, not knowing what Minako meant by this. Minako pointed the handset of her cell phone to his ear without a word, and pointed to the bound Lu Chuan next to her. The kidnappers immediately understood what it meant. As soon as the phone was connected, the kidnapper said, I am the kidnapper. Lu Chuan was kidnapped by me. I am now in XXX. After saying that, Minako took over her cell phone and hung up. The kidnapper looked at the 3 companions who fell in a pool of blood. By this time had long been scared and overwhelmed. Surely Minako told him to do whatever he was told to do to be obedient, and only wanted to save his own little life. You, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say. I've done what you said. Minako hefted the knife in her hand, signaling him to stand up. The kidnapper shivered and stood up, thinking this was going to send him on his way. But I didn't expect Minako to point to a conveniently located pole, then pick up the rope on the table. Obedient as a lackey. The kidnapper nodded obediently to Minako and stood with his back to the pillar. Minako nodded the kidnapper to this pole in 3 tries. He glanced at Lu Chuan, then turned around and left the rotten building. After hanging up the phone, Li Shengdong also froze for a moment, because he couldn't figure out why the kidnappers would have his phone number, and why he would suddenly reveal his hiding place at this time. In order to prevent any fraud, when Li Shengdong set off with his own security personnel, he also notified Wang Feng of the 103rd office at the same time. The 2 teams arrived at this hole on the outskirts of town at almost the same time. Just as he approached, he found a body lying downstairs that had been dropped and was barely human. The 2 teams immediately pulled out their guns and began examining the rotting building down the staircase 1 level at a time. After going up to the 10th floor, he finally saw Lu Chuan, who was tied to a chair. Li Shengdong rushed forward to untie the rope on Lu Chuan's body. By this time, nearly 70 hours had passed since Lu Chuan was kidnapped. Lu Chuan took down the hood that was over his head, and when he saw Li Shengdong and his group, his heart was finally solidified. Because Lu Chuan had heard the conversations between the kidnappers over the past 2 days, he actually didn't have much hope of surviving himself. Wang Feng looked around at the scene, looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, and the kidnappers tied to the pillar, and fell into deep thought. He asked Lu Chuan, "What happened here?" Lu Chuan shook his head while moving his wrist and said, "I'm not sure. Just more than 20 minutes ago, it seems that a person came, or a woman. This woman didn't say a word and killed these people. And the phone call was also made by her forcing this person to call." Li Shengdong and Wang Feng looked at each other in surprise, thinking that a woman, without saying a word, had solved 4 people. What kind of skill must this be? Wang Feng looked and asked the kidnapper tied to the pillar again, "Who is this woman? Why did she lay hands on you?" But this time only to find that the kidnapper has been weak-faced, talking strength or no longer. Eyeballs straight online rolled, opened his mouth, a word did not say out, fainted. It turned out that after Minako tied him to the pillar, she was worried in her heart that this kidnapper would see her appearance and describe it to Li Shengdong. Then, before leaving, he slashed this kidnapper's wrist with a knife. By this time the kidnapper had lost a lot of blood and fainted. Wang Feng was busy ordering this kidnapper to the hospital, but before they even got to the hospital, the kidnapper was already not breathing or having a heartbeat. Li Shengdong was the first to dial Minako's number first. "Summer, you don't have to worry anymore. Lu Chuan has been found by us, and he hasn't suffered any serious injuries. He just had his hands and feet tied up for too long. A little bit of a small injury, and now he needs to go to the hospital to get checked out." Minako on the other end of the phone pretended to be both excited and thrilled as she thanked Li Shengdong. But what no one knew was that Minako had only just returned from the scene of Lu Chuan's kidnapping at this time, and was now standing in front of her house opening the door. The first thing Minako did when she got home was to throw away the pair of shoes she had on her feet, because too many footprints were left on the scene. In the face of this incident, the 103rd Institute, as well as the security personnel of the Bureau of Scientific Research, would certainly cordon off the scene for careful investigation. Li Shengdong accompanied Lu Chuan to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, and while waiting at the hospital, he received a call from Wang Feng. He asked Wang Feng if there were any important findings at the scene. Wang Feng sighed and said, "It looks like there won't be any important discovery. Based on the scene, it can be deduced that this mysterious woman killed the kidnappers with their machete, but after the identification, the fingerprints on the machete were cleaned up, and now the only valuable clues are the footprints left by this woman at the scene." Li Shengdong also knew that relying on these footprints alone, he probably couldn't find out anything, because the scene is located in a sparsely populated suburb. There is not even a single surveillance probe for several kilometers around. Trying to find out what people have entered the area is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Li Shengdong hung up the phone, turned around and asked Lu Chuan, who was on N4 again. "You were there. Did you find anything else?" Lu Chuan said, "Very strange. At that time, if not those kidnappers, I do not even know came a woman. From beginning to end this woman did not even make the sound of breathing. The only sound I can hear is she tied the last kidnappers to the pillar after the departure of the footsteps, and now recalled, she came here to leave. Are calm and scary." Li Shengdong continued. "From the cell phones left behind by the kidnappers at the scene, we found out that these people probably didn't mean to hurt you at first. They just wanted to use you to blackmail us into releasing Li Fei. It's just that later on, we don't know how the intelligence officers of Eagle Sauce Country got in touch with them, and then they changed their minds and wanted you dead." In the recent period of time, Lu Chuan had not been disturbed by foreign intelligence officers again, and this time, he came across the Eagle Sauce Country, which could not help but make Lu Chuan's heart feel disgusted. To him, these intelligence agents of the Eagle Jam Country were like cockroaches that couldn't be disposed of. Not knowing when one would pop up, Li Shengdong said to him, "If it wasn't for this mysterious woman today, I guess you would really be in danger. AI. It's just a pity that we don't know anything about this female at all." Chapter 93, Lu Chuan's low emotional intelligence. In fact, there was one thing Lu Chuan did not tell Li Shengdong, and that was the doubt in his own heart. Ever since Minako had disappeared that one time a long time ago, Lu Chuan had always suspected that there was something in her heart that she was hiding from herself. Even the depths of Lu Chuan's heart had suspected that Minako was an intelligence officer, but after spending a long time together, he was quite sure that between the two of them, he and Minako, their feelings for each other were sincere and genuine. And today, when he was hooded at the scene and learned from the kidnappers that it was a woman who had come, the first thing that subconsciously came to his mind was whether or not this person would be Minako. Just as he was thinking, Minako pushed the door in at this time, tearfully lying on Lu Chuan's lap and asking if he was alright. Lu Chuan touched her hair and smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just a little bit of trauma on the hands and feet, and I'll be able to get out of the hospital and go back in a little while." At this time, although Lu Chuan was wearing a smile on his face, he looked at the tearful and pitiful Minako in front of him, and thought in his heart that if she was really the mysterious woman who had saved him, then the contrast was indeed a bit too big. Minako added accusingly, "I haven't known about your death for the past few days, but I'm scared to death." Li Shengdong also smiled and said, "Yes, in the past 2 days since you disappeared, it was Summer who was the most anxious, and she didn't know how many times she had to call me every day to ask about your situation." Minako continued, "If you ask me, you'd better not do this job. It scares me every day. Either that person wants to trouble you, or this person wants your little life. Anyway, you're still young now. You might as well change your job earlier." The words seemed to have been said by Minako in a petulant tone, but in reality, for a long time this had been the true thought of her heart, because now she just wants to enjoy the two-person world with Lu Chuan peacefully, and doesn't want anyone to disturb. Lu Chuan did not know how to refute Minako at this time, but he saw that Li Shengdong, who was standing behind Minako's body, had already waved his hand frantically in a hurry at this time. He was truly afraid that if Lu Chuan nodded his head yes at this time, then he would be dumbfounded. Lu Chuan was now a core figure not only for the Scientific Research Bureau, but also an unrivaled talent for the entire country of Daxia. If Lu Chuan really left the Research and Development Bureau, it is estimated that the vast industry can pick a layer of skin of Li Shengdong. Lu Chuan busy persuade, not as serious as you think. So long as happened a few things, in fact, are not dangerous. Besides, you do not understand me. I'm only interested in scientific research. Do other work, I'm sure to become an idiot one. Li Shengdong accompanied a smile to comfort Minako and said, yes, Lu Chuan is right. He was born with a life of scientific research. But don't worry, Summer. I promise you, in the future, Lu Chuan's safety I will always put it in the first place. After a while, Lu Chuan said to Li Shengdong, being tied up by them all the time these past few days, I've been thinking about something in my mind. As soon as Li Shengdong heard this, his heart tensed for a moment. He was afraid that Lu Chuan was really considering the matter of changing his job, and he was busy asking him what it was. Lu Chuan said, that element we found. I thought about it carefully. Before he could finish, Minako banged his fist on his chest and said angrily, you're insane, are you? Are you not in your right mind? Which person is still thinking about work when they are kidnapped? I'm really convinced. Lu Chuan explained. Anyway, I was controlled by them at that time. I could not do anything. My brain was idle. So I thought about work. What is not normal? Li Shengdong this time are anxious for Lu Chuan. Thought Lu Chuan, you this stupid guy is really lack of heart. This time of course you cannot say that in thinking about work things. In front of the Summer face. Must be said to think of her. Minako gave Lu Chuan a blank look and said, I think you're just not normal. I'm very disappointed. I thought you'd miss me these days. This, of course I have. I've thought about it a few times. Really thought about it a few times. Li Shengdong covered his face. Thinking Lu Chuan this goods is finished. These days you just wait for the Summer to mess with you. It is really no emotional intelligence at all. Minako stood up and said, okay, then I really thank you. I'm really touched that you can still think about your girlfriend in your busy schedule, and several times. With that, he turned and left the hospital room. Li Shengdong points at Lu Chuan and calls him a pig brain while going after Minako, leaving Lu Chuan alone in the hospital bed in a daze, as he hadn't realized at this point in time exactly where he had gone wrong. After a while, Li Shengdong came back to the ward. As soon as he came in, he pointed at Lu Chuan and said, Summer is right. You're just not in your right mind. In front of his girlfriend. Of course he's going to say that he misses her. I really don't get it. How do you usually coax Summer to be happy? Lu Chuan said with an innocent face. Coax? I did not. I usually did not coax her. She is quite happy. Besides I just did not lie to her well. These days I did think about her several times. Li Shengdong was almost so angry at Lu Chuan that he spat a mouthful of blood in his face. Change who was not angry. Summer these days for you anxious on fire. You can be good. I come back to say only think of people several times. Did not break up with you on the spot is good. I cannot help you. You go back to the good after it. But you kid can remember. To be soft on Summer. Say something to make her happy words. After saying that, he asked Lu Chuan, by the way, what were you going to say to me just now? Lu Chuan said, I have been thinking about element 115 these days. We don't know how many of these elements the Eagle Jam Nation has in their hands, and we don't know if they have really mastered the technology to create this element. But what is certain is that they have mastered the technology to utilize this element, and as long as they have it, I don't think it will take long for them to develop a shocking weapon systems because this element is simply too powerful. So what do you think? I'm thinking that in order to prevent the Eagle Jam Nation from using element 115 to develop weapons that surpass ours, we must start with this element now, or at the very least, we must have it for ourselves. Li Shengdong frowned and said doubtfully, but I remember didn't you say the other day that this kind of element is currently almost impossible to create by human beings? That's right. In spite of that, I think we have to try. No matter what kind of difficulties we face, this matter is a worthwhile challenge for our great Xia state. Once we have this element, I believe that it will be a qualitative leap for our entire great Xia state, no matter whether it's the National Defense Force, or the Fighting Force. Chapter 94 New Strategies of the Eagle Sauce Country. Minako looked angry and turned away, but was actually quite happy on the way home. To others, a low-spirited straight man like Lu Chuan may not be popular, but to Minako, Lu Chuan was simply a one-in-a-million lover. But this time Minako received another text message with added coded messages about Craig prompting her to report on the progress of the mission at speed. Minako said to him directly after the call was dialed, I'm sorry Mr. Craig, when I went to carry out my mission, the people from the Scientific Research Bureau had already rescued Lu Chuan ahead of time, so I wasn't able to get my hands on him. Craig was half exasperated because he had expected the call to yield the good news he had been waiting for, but he didn't expect that the action actually failed again. He really couldn't figure out why this guy Lu Chuan was able to turn the danger into success every time, as if there were gods blessing him. He forced down the anger in his heart and said to Minako, it seems that we are still one step too late. Then it's good. Haven't you been by Lu Chuan's side all this time? I am ordering you now to wait until the two of you are alone. Look for an opportunity to strike and then quickly flee from the scene, and I will make arrangements for you to come to our Eagle Sauce country. By that time, Craig is up to his old tricks. enticing people to become his slaves with money and glory for the rest of their lives. But there was no way Minako was going to eat him up, and before he could finish this pie, she just interrupted him. No, Mr. Craig, I'm not interested in your eagle sauce country, and I have no thought of visiting your country in the future. What? Are you trying to disobey me? Minako sneered and said, I think you might be mistaken. First of all, I'm not an intelligence officer of your eagle sauce country, so there's no need for me to carry out the mission you've given me. And in addition, I can tell you that the mission our superiors in the Sakura country gave me was to infiltrate Lu Chuan, and didn't ask me to harm him, so I intend to continue carrying out the mission given to me by my own superiors. After that, he just hung up on Craig, regardless of whether it was his own men, or the Sakura Nation's intelligence officers, even including the Sakura Nation's intelligence chief, Tojo Yua, who had always obeyed his orders. There had never been anyone who dared to speak to him with such an attitude, and this was the first time that this had ever been the case. Craig was so angry that he could fly to Dacia right now and kill Minako. At that moment, the Eagle Jam country's defense minister was waiting for Craig's mission report, and like Craig, he was expecting good news. But when Craig walked into his office, the Secretary of Defense saw the look on Craig's face and was instantly disappointed to the core. Sorry, Mr. Minister, the Sakura Nation's intelligence officers failed in their mission, and Lu Chuan has been rescued by people from the Research Bureau. The Minister of Defense at this time has even been exasperated and laughed out. It is really strange. I can't think of a small Lu Chuan. Why is it always like a god, able to escape from you professionally trained intelligence officers again and again? I don't know whether to say that all of you are wastes or that this Lu Chuan is the heavens won't allow him to die. Mr. Minister, please give me another chance. I'll bring people to the Great Xia country right now, and this time I'll make sure that Lu Chuan disappears from this world. However, mission failure after mission failure has caused the Secretary of Defense to no longer trust these intelligence officers under his command. He even really felt at this time that Lu Chuan was an immortal body, and there was no point in investing such energy anymore. So instead of answering Craig, he stood up and stared out the window and thought. Craig knew, of course, that the Secretary of Defense must be extremely disappointed in them, so he kept his head down and didn't dare say anything more. After a while, the Minister of Defense asked without looking back, have you seen any of the intelligence officers that the Sakura country has lurked around Lu Chuan? I've seen her around Tojo Yua a lot in the past when he was still alive. She should be his close friend. The Secretary of Defense asked again. What does she look like? Looks, one of those that men will never forget, with a temperament and looks that qualify as an excellent a beauty. The Minister of Defense sneered. It seems that the soft underbelly of any man is a woman. Mr. Minister, you mean? As it turned out, in just a moment's time, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country had already decided in his heart to change his strategy towards Lu Chuan. He knew that a large part of the reason why Sakura Nation was weak and had been subservient to Eagle Jam for many years was that Sakura Nation's defense force was not strong enough to do battle with powerful nations. The reason why they let a beautiful woman lurk by Lu Chuan's side and didn't harm Lu Chuan's life, the purpose of which must have been to make Lu Chuan available to their Cherry Blossom Nation someday. And the problem he faced now was that since the crash of Night Lord 1, it was still unknown whether Deep Blue could successfully develop a weapon system that could suppress the Great Summer State. From now on, it could very well be the beginning of the end for the Eagle Sauce Nation to start falling behind the Great Summer. It now occurred to him that the difference between the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and the Great Summer Kingdom was not technology or resources, but rather the talent that was Lu Chuan. Therefore, at this moment, his heart had shifted from an overwhelming desire to kill Lu Chuan to letting the Eagle Jam Nation get Lu Chuan, the wizard. He turned to face Craig with a smile on his face. Craig watched over his usually serious expression. A smile on his face at this time of day made him feel a little bit of a twinge in his heart. The Secretary of Defense said, Craig, I'm going to start you on a new mission. Craig straightened up, saluted, and waited to receive his new assignment. I order you to leave for the Great Summer Country tomorrow, but this time you are not allowed to harm Lu Chuan's life. Craig froze for a moment and asked, you are asking me to steal any information from the Great Summer? No, I want you to steal a big living person for our Eagle Sauce country. Since the Cherry Blossom country was able to arrange a beautiful woman to be by Lu Chuan's side, I think he must be a womanizer. And our Eagle Sauce country is not short of beautiful women. I want you to choose a top quality beautiful woman from among the intelligence personnel, and take her to the Dacia country. And I don't care what you think you have to do. You have to place her by Lu Chuan's side. Craig thought crap as he heard it, because this wasn't a simple task for him. If he was told to kill Lu Chuan, he could still think of a way. It wasn't a problem to find a superior beauty from the intelligence staff, as their intelligence agency usually recruited some beautiful women with excellent posture and used them to make beauty tricks. But in case Lu Chuan wasn't a womanizer and already had real feelings for Minako, then this task of his would be harder than hell. Chapter 95, Nicole. Craig, as the head of the intelligence organization that the Eagle Sauce Nation had arranged in the Daxia Nation, was also a soldier of the Eagle Sauce Nation. So no matter how difficult it was to fulfill his superior's order, he could only take on this task at this time. A few days later, Craig brought a group of intelligence officers back to Daxia. Unlike before, this time, in this group of intelligence officers, there was an additional extremely poised beauty. All of these intelligence officers in the Eagle Jam country are blonde in appearance, but this woman was the only one who had the same black-haired, yellow-skinned appearance as Daxia. The woman's name was Nicole, and the only reason she had looks that were no different from a Daxia Nation person was because she did have Daxia Nation blood in her body, except that she had been an Eagle Jam Nation person since her great-grandfather's generation. Craig purposely chose Nicole. Apart from her beauty and figure, the more important reason was that she looked just like the Daxia people. Nicole and Minako are similar in age, both in their 20s. The difference is that Minako is straightforward and has short, lean hair, and Nicole, in addition to having that same secret agent skills as Minako and a handsome face, had more feminine softness with her long hair. What's also remarkable is that Nicole has been practicing the language of Daxia diligently ever since she was chosen as an agent by the Eagle Jam Nation a few years ago. Even now with one mouth, even the people of the Daxia country had difficulty distinguishing between them. Although Nicole had never been to Daxia before, she herself had already had a full understanding of the various cultures and customs of Daxia when she was in Eagle Jam. It could be said that in the eyes of others, Nicole had come alive as a Daxamite. In order for her to fit in better with the Daxia, Craig didn't let her stay with his group of men. Instead, Nicole is left to her own devices to find a job and a place to live in Mordor, treating herself entirely as a Daxia native. Because Craig hadn't gotten to know Nicole too well before, there was one thing he didn't know too well. That is, Nicole's personality is similar to Minako's as well, with very distinctive maverick habits that are not so easy to control, so to speak. Other intelligence officers reported to Craig almost daily after they were given their assignments. However, Craig's group this time had been in the Magic City for 10 days. He hadn't even heard from Nicole once. Craig finally couldn't help but take the initiative to contact her and ask her if she had figured out how to approach Lu Chuan. Instead, Nicole replied coldly, "Mr. Craig, please don't bother me so easily. In order to be able to better accomplish my mission, so I feel that it's necessary to fully understand and integrate into the Magic City. I've decided to consider myself as a person from the Great Summer Country, and I'll take it easy for a while before living in the Magic City." One sentence froze Craig right in his tracks, because he had been on a mission in the Great Summer Country for so long. The men he had brought with him had all addressed themselves as bosses in order to cover their ears. But Nicole, this little ninny, had actually opened her mouth directly to call herself Mr. Craig. This was clearly not treating herself as her superior. Craig wanted to get angry, but in his heart he understood very well that this time he came to Daxia to carry out a mission. Nicole was the central figure in the mission, so you can only knock out your own teeth and swallow them. He said to Nicole, "We didn't come to the Great Summer Country for a vacation. I hope you can always remember your mission, and I also hope you can report your situation to me often in the future. After all, I am your superior." Before Craig could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Nicole. Nicole said impatiently, "Of course I understand. I'm sorry, I'm not quite party to answering the phone right now. Otherwise my accent would give away that I'm not a pure Daxamite." With that, he simply hung up on Craig. Craig had a vague feeling this time that he had been hung up on by Minako the last time, but he could only pray for heaven's blessing to allow him to successfully complete his mission in the Great Summer Kingdom this time. Otherwise, if the mission fails back in the Eagle Sauce Country, I'm afraid I'm going to be eaten alive by the Secretary of Defense. On the other hand, Craig had also sent people to monitor the Research Bureau and Lu Chuan's every move, just as he had done before in the Great Summer Country, because before he came to Daxia, this was something that the Minister of Defense had specifically instructed him to do. For the Secretary of Defense, his biggest hope right now is to see Deep Blue come up with a decent weapon system in a short period of time. And then there's the fact that Craig can bring Rukawa back to Eagle Jam Country. But in the meantime, he was really worried that Lu Chuan would develop a weapon system that would shock the world. Yet his concern was really warranted. It was because for some time now, Lu Chuan had invited several well-known physicists from the Great Summer Country in order to overcome the problem of element 115. Lu Chuan and these physicists had held I don't know how many discussion meetings in the Research Bureau. These discussion meetings were about one thing, and that was to find out how to synthesize element 115. At first, almost all physicists and researchers were not optimistic about Lu Chuan's idea, believing that synthesizing element 115 was simply a fool's errand. But through Lu Chuan's own efforts, he proved to them the feasibility of this matter with countless theoretical data. In the end, Lu Chuan and everyone else's ideas finally agreed. Their final point was the possibility of artificially synthesizing element 115. There is, but it is extremely low, because to synthesize this element, it would require a huge amount of energy, and the construction of the equipment needed to synthesize element 115 would be astronomical. However, at this time in Lu Chuan's mind, there was already an idea that could greatly reduce the cost, but it seemed extremely unrealistic. When Lu Chuan told Li Shengdong about the ideas he had discussed with the physicist, Li Shengdong was also in trouble, because he also felt that synthesizing element 115 might be an exercise that would cost too much for the money. He said to Lu Chuan, "As you know, the mosquito trapping system that we built, the Skyfire system, although it was a success, but the cost that we paid is also extremely amazing. At this time if we reach out to Commander Guan for money again, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Li Shengdong has such a thought is actually normal. After all, Daxia and Eagle Sauce Country is different. It is impossible to unlimitedly invest money in a certain aspect of research and development." Lu Chuan said, "I have an idea that could greatly reduce the cost of synthesizing element 115, but it's too risky." "What idea?" "The process of explaining this idea is a bit more complicated, and I hope you can trust me to take me to see Commander Hero, and I'll explain it to you all in person." From the beginning, Li Shengdong had unlimited trust in Lu Chuan. Even now, in the face of the risks that Lu Chuan had spoken of, Li Shengdong still chose to trust. Chapter 96 Risks. The duo came to the vast industry and told the idea of wanting to synthesize element 115. Guan Ye asked, "What do you estimate the cost to us if we were to realize this plan? Can you give me a ballpark figure?" The exact figure. Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong had not actually accounted for it. They just knew that the figure was beyond their previous knowledge. So Li Shengdong looked at Lu Chuan and didn't have the good sense to say it himself. Lu Chuan thought about it and didn't answer directly, but walked to the writing board hanging on the wall next to him and picked up a pen to draw a circle on the writing board. Then he said to Guan Ye, "In this world until now, only the Eagle Jam country has a nuclear collider of a huge scale, and according to the projections of our physicists, if the Eagle Jam country can really synthesize element 115, it can only be achieved by using their nuclear collider. And the mass of this new element that can be created each time is so minuscule that it can even be negligible." Li Shengdong followed Lu Chuan's words at this time and said to Guan Ye, "In fact, we in the Great Xia country have also mastered the technology of the nuclear collider. It's just that the cost of making such a huge thing is just too high, so we haven't implemented this program yet." Guan Ye asked, "Do you know how much money they spent on this nuclear collider that they made in the Eagle Jam country? The size of their collider. A tube buried nearly 20 kilometers underground with countless complex and sophisticated electronic devices. The Eagle Sauce Nation officially used to say they spent trillions on this project, but many people know that it could cost more than trillions for this device to actually run down." Lu Chuan's one sentence made the two people, Li Shengdong and Guan Ye, speak in a cold sweat that almost ran down their faces, but Guan Ye still went on to ask him, if we, the Great Summer Kingdom, are willing to invest trillions of dollars to build such a nuclear collider, how much more capital investment would be needed to really be able to synthesize the amount of elements that we need to have 115 enough to use? Lu Chuan laughed and said, "If we rely on this thing to synthesize element 115, I estimate that 100 trillions may not be enough." Guan Ye listened dumbfounded, but Li Shengdong at this time no. Lu Chuan can say such words, the heart must have already had other methods, because he is not a madman. 100 trillion, this is simply the words of the tiger and the wolf. Anyone who hears will go crazy. The world is not likely to have any country is willing to go to a project to invest such a number. So Li Shengdong asked him, "So, you mean Eagle Jam country's element 115 didn't synthesize itself, right?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "That's right. I don't think they would be this crazy. So I reckon that it's highly likely that their element 115 was acquired by chance. Just like that meteorite with huge energy that we found in the Great Summer country." Guan Ye wiped the sweat from his face and slumped in his chair. "You kids scared the hell out of me. I thought you came here today to ask me for money. This figure is not to say we can't afford it. Even if it's 10 Eagle Jam countries, they can't afford it." Li Shengdong swallowed his saliva and said, "That, Commander Guang, actually Lu Chuan still wants to synthesize element 115. Impossible. It's not that I won't agree. Even if the whole of the Great Summer country agrees, we can't get out that much money. Of course we want element 115, but we still have to be realistic." Lu Chuan immediately said, "Commander, I have a way to synthesize element 115 without building a collider. However, this method may have a relatively high risk." "What kind of risk?" "I may need both systems, mosquito catchers and Skyfire, to venture out at the same time." Li Shengdong and Guan Ye, two people, are even more puzzled. thinking that it was originally talking about the 115th element, how to involve these two systems again. After Lu Chuan's explanation, the two people came to a realization. But this time Guan Ye was in hesitation again. It turned out that after Lu Chuan and a group of physicists calculated that using the powerful energy of the nuclear collider to bombard the atoms with radioactive substances, it was indeed possible to synthesize the 115th element, but this mass was pitifully small, and to achieve the synthesis of enough 115th element by this method could be said to be a pie in the sky, and Lu Chuan thought of a way to use the mosquito-catching system, and the Skyfire system to be able to emit powerful energy laser beams, and aim all of these laser beams at a single point to bombard the radioactive material. Then it would also be possible to synthesize element 115, and the amount of element 115 that would be produced at one time would be much more than that produced by the nuclear collider. The vast industry and Li Shengdong at first still wondering, thinking that these two systems are not our own. When can be used? Why say that this matter is very risky? Lu Chuan explained. This matter requires very precise calculations when it comes to operation. Otherwise an extremely slight error could destroy both of our systems in an instant. Li Shengdong said doubtfully, is it that exaggerated? Are our two systems that fragile? Are you worried about the energy supply, our nuclear power plants, and the small reactors on the Skyfire system? These are not problems. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, no, I'm not worried about the energy. He said and picked up the pen again and drew a big X on the drawing board. Continuing, he said, our Skyfire system. Currently several hundred satellites are evenly distributed in space. If we want to realize this plan, the first thing we need to do is to gather these satellites together. Then between the Skyfire system and the mosquito catchers system, we will find a perfect intermediate point, and then we will place the radioactive material on this point, so that the powerful lasers of the two systems will simultaneously bombard this point. Having said that, the industry at large still doesn't understand what the risks are. He said, getting the Skyfire system together may be taking a bit of time. Lu Chuan immediately said, no, Commander, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these two systems of ours will be perfectly aligned parallel to each other at that time. That is to say, every satellite in the sky, as well as every base of the mosquito catcher system on the ground, they must be perfectly aimed at each other, and they must also be absolutely synchronized in terms of time when they turn on the laser emitters. Otherwise the slightest time error and the laser beams will destroy the laser emitters on the opposite side. The two men finally understood the risk that Lu Chuan was talking about set in, and Guan Ye was in deep thought at this point, for he knew that this was a plan that could only be realized by controlling the speed of light. Chapter 97. The reason why Guan Ye hesitated was because he knew that the mosquito trapping system and the Skyfire system, that was how many people's hard work, during which astronomical costs were invested before they could be built. But at this point in time the two systems have only been running for a short time, and it would be difficult for anyone to risk their next plan with them. So after half a day of thinking, Guan Ye still didn't agree to Lu Chuan's request. He said to Lu Chuan, these two systems don't belong to the Defense Department, nor do they belong to your Scientific Research Bureau. It now belongs to the entire populace of our great summer country, so I can't agree to your request. In fact, Lu Chuan was prepared to be rejected by the industry at large on his way here. He said, I can understand Commander Hero's concern and the reason for rejecting me, but I want you to know that element 115, in layman's terms, not only can it be used as a superfuel in the future, it's also a necessary substance for anti-gravity vehicles, and if we can only watch the Eagle Sauce Kingdom possess this element, then our future will surely be, in every way difficult to catch up with them. Guan Ye frowned as he was extremely torn in his mind, because he knew in his heart that what Lu Chuan had said could largely be an accurate prophecy. However, the two systems were now running steadily, and it was like an impregnable protective shield for the great summer. For him to order the risking of two systems right now, it was really hard for him to make that decision. After thinking for a while, Guan Ye clenched his teeth and said, I can't promise you right now, because this matter concerns the security of the great summer country. I have to discuss this matter with my superiors before I can give you an answer. To be able to get his superiors to go and seriously consider this matter, for Lu Chuan, it would already be considered the best answer he had gotten today. So the two said goodbye to the industry at large and returned to the research bureau to patiently wait for a response. On the way back, Li Shengdong asked Lu Chuan, if we say that Commander Guang has agreed to this matter, tell me honestly, how much certainty do you have that you will be able to? At present, all ideas are still only in theory. Even to do the preliminary experiments, we may have to go through a long, huge calculations, need to take into account the countless data, in order to know how high the feasibility of this matter. If we can't accurately grasp the time of the laser transmitter to release the laser beam, then everything is empty talk. From the manner in which Lu Chuan spoke, Li Shangdong felt a hint of shivering, because he could hear that even Lu Chuan did not have full certainty that he would be able to accomplish this matter at this time. But on the other hand, he had reasons that he could absolutely trust Lu Chuan to accomplish this. Because when Daxia announced that it was going to develop an electromagnetic anti-missile system, which country in the world didn't look at it as a joke? And all of them thought that it was a completely impossible thing to realize. But in the end, through the efforts of the Scientific Research Directorate, it was a slap in the face of everyone. So much so that the later mosquito trapping system, the Skyfire system, and the super high-thrust rocket launch, which again is not a plot that only appears in science fiction. It wasn't all through the efforts of Lu Chuan and the Research Bureau that this one amazing system was presented to the world. So Li Shangdong this time he firmly believed in his heart, as long as Lu Chuan is willing to do things, realize it is a matter of sooner or later. After the duo returned to the Research Bureau, they waited for a few days without getting a reply from the industry at large. The impatient Li Shangdong took the initiative to contact the general industry, inquiring about this matter. In the end, there is no hope. Instead, the response was, "It's a big deal, and the matter has now been referred to the top brass for discussion." That night, Lu Chuan left the Research Bureau and walked home. At this time it was already close to 12 o'clock at night, and the road was sparsely traveled, with only a few cars driving past on the highway from time to time. But as he was walking, Lu Chuan suddenly heard a woman scream coming from the grove next to him. It seems to be in shock or injured. Looking over at the sound, I realized that the grove of trees in this park was so dark that I couldn't see what was going on in there. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have left the place immediately after the shock. But Lu Chuan's kind nature did not allow him to do such a thing, so he walked boldly into the grove. With the help of the light from his cell phone torch, Lu Chuan saw several small gangsters surrounding a girl in her 20s. The girl was shivering against a tree with a woman's bag thrown on the grass next to her. The contents of the bag were strewn about, looking like a robbery scene, and by this time one of the little ruffians still had a dagger in his hand, pressed against the girl's neck. The small group of ruffians also noticed a light wavering next to them. Then he said, "What kind of person? Don't want to die? Disturbing your grandpa my elegant pleasure of playing women." Lu Chuan didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, but yelled at the several small ruffians, "I've already called the police. The police will feel it in a few minutes. If you are sensible, I advise you to let go of this girl right away." Several small ruffians heard that Lu Chuan had already reported to the police. They all seemed to look at each other, not knowing what to do. Only the man with the dagger in his hand cursed, "Today is really ing bad luck. Robbing and encountering a body with no money. Want to rob sex but also ing ran into a meddling." After saying that, he put away the dagger and slapped his hand on this girl's face and said, "Count yourself lucky today. Be careful in the future. Don't let me run into you again." Then he left the scene with a couple of little ruffians around him. The girl, who had been leaning against a tree and shivering, sat down on the ground all of a sudden at this time. Lu Chuan rushed forward to see if the girl was injured, but when he walked up to the girl, Lu Chuan's face instantly turned red, because he saw that the shirt worn by the girl's upper body had been torn by the little ruffian just now, and her white and tender skin was exposed in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. Although the upper body still had underwear covering the important parts, Lu Chuan still immediately took off his jacket to cover the girl's body, probably because of the excessive shock just now. At this time to see in front of this benefactor who saved his life, the girl at this time only wow cried out, and hugged Lu Chuan's neck. Lu Chuan was busy comforting, "It's alright, those people have already left." With that said, he helped the girl towards a place with streetlights. Walking under the street light on the street, Lu Chuan realized that the girl's neck had just been cut through the skin at some point because she was held against the dagger, and blood was flowing down her neck. And at this time Lu Chuan also noticed that the girl's delicate and handsome face, flaming red lips, blood flow on the white skin is even more skin blood like white. Lu Chuan took out his cell phone and was ready to call an ambulance, but the girl touched her neck at this time and said, "No, it's just a skin wound. No need to go to the hospital." The girl's big watery eyes stared at Lu Chuan and said, "Thank you. If I didn't run into you today, I might have really been given to these people." The girl also saw that Lu Chuan's face was already red at this time. She said to Lu Chuan again, "Can you take me home? I'm scared to be alone." Lu Chuan nodded and busily reached out to greet a cab ready to send this girl back. However, this girl was no other than Nicole from the land of Eagle Jam. The scene in the forest just now was also a bitter trick performed by Nicole for Lu Chuan. Chapter 98, The Lively Girl. Lu Chuan hailed a cab on the side of the road and prepared to take Nicole home. Because in recent times Lu Chuan would have been home by this time of the day. Minako saw that he hadn't returned by this time, so she called Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was still in the cab with Nicole when he answered the phone. Minako asked him, "Are you working late today? Why aren't you back yet?" Lu Chuan didn't explain too much, just said that he encountered a little thing and would go back later. Naturally, Minako wouldn't have thought that her boyfriend had just saved someone, and it was a big beautiful woman. After dropping Nicole off in front of the house, Lu Chuan didn't even get out of the car and was ready to leave. Nicole, however, stopped and said, "Why don't you come sit at my house for a while? You saved me and I don't even know your name yet." It was already late at night at this time, so naturally Lu Chuan would not go up. Then he said to her, "It's just a show of hands. Don't take it to heart. You're a girl, you should be more careful in the future. Then you have to tell me what your name is and where you work. I still have your jacket and I'm going to return it to you after I clean it." Lu Chuan smiled and stated that it was just a jacket, and said that he let the driver drive. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, had forgotten that his work credentials were in his jacket pocket at this time. Looking at the cab that sailed away, Nicole subconsciously tightened the collar of Lu Chuan's coat and smiled again. For her, tonight's bitter trick was even the first step to success. Although Nicole knew in her heart that this was a bitter trick deliberately played to Lu Chuan, but for any girl in the prime of youth, in the face of a man who dares to stand up to save his life, the heart will inevitably be a little flutter. Then, probably even Nicole didn't feel it in her own heart. A seed of good feeling had been planted into her heart at this moment. After Rukawa returned home, Minako saw that he was only wearing a shirt. Just ask him, "I thought you wore a jacket to work today? How come it's just a shirt now?" Lu Chuan said awkwardly, "Just now, on the way back I saved a girl who was robbed, and her blouse was torn, so I gave her my jacket." When Minako heard that, she immediately pouted and asked, "A girl? Honestly, is it still a pretty girl?" "No, I'm sure I'm not as beautiful as you. That's more like it." As he was talking, Lu Chuan reached up and down and felt his pockets. "Crap, I still have all my work papers in my jacket pocket." Minako gave him a blank look and said, "Serves him right. He must have forgotten everything when he saw a beautiful woman." Although this sentence was a joke, Lu Chuan's face instantly turned red, because Nicole's looks are truly irresistible to the average man. Even a decent man like Lu Chuan would think that Nicole was one of the few beauties in the world when he thought of her. At noon the next day, Lu Chuan was buried in his work in the laboratory of the Scientific Research Bureau, and he didn't even notice when Li Shengdong had already stood behind him. Li Shengdong suddenly tapped Lu Chuan's shoulder with his hand, startling Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan mounted his head, but saw Li Shengdong with a bad smile on his face. Li Shengdong said, "Kid, honestly, did you do something bad outside?" Lu Chuan had a puzzled look on his face, not knowing what Li Shengdong meant. "What bad thing? How would I do anything bad? I'm at 2 points a day, either at home or at the research bureau. How would I have time to do bad things?" Li Shengdong laughed and said, "Come on, people are coming to the door." Lu Chuan was even more puzzled and asked, "Looking for me? What a joke. What kind of person would look for me? You kids still don't admit it. The security personnel just told me that there is a beautiful woman at the entrance of our scientific research bureau now, naming you, and holding your clothes and work documents in your hands, and you still dare to say that your kid didn't do anything bad? You're not afraid that Summer knows about it and picks your skin." Lu Chuan knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. While walking out, he explained to Li Shengdong, "Hey, it's not at all what you think. When I went back yesterday." "Hey, forget it, too lazy to explain." Li Shengdong said, "Can't see you kid's surface looks well-mannered. How so attract girls rare." Before walking to the door, Lu Chuan saw a red sports car parked at the door from a distance. A tall, beautiful woman with sunglasses and her body leaning against the car. The security officer next to her was still urging her to leave, but this beautiful woman stood as if she hadn't heard him. Walking closer, Lu Chuan knew that this was the girl he had saved last night through a band-aid attached to the pretty girl's neck. Nicole could see Lu Chuan walking over. Immediately with a smile on her face, she jumped and ran towards Lu Chuan's side. The security officer was just about to stop, but when he saw Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan, he was busy putting his hand back. "But I didn't expect Nicole to jump to Lu Chuan's side," but she gave him a direct hug, and while Lu Chuan wasn't paying attention, she even kissed him on the cheek. This scene directly dumbfounded Li Shengdong. I thought to myself, good lord, did Lu Chuan break up with Summer? Did he get a new girlfriend, and she's still so spontaneous? Lu Chuan was also taken aback and was busy pushing Nicole, but by this time, Lu Chuan had left Nicole's red lips on his cheeks. How could you? Nicole smiled and said, "Looks like you're still quite the introvert. I came here today to thank you." Saying that, he turned around and opened the car door again, taking out the clothes that had already been cleaned and washed and handed them over to Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan had never had the experience of being kissed by a strange girl, and by this time had been petrified on the spot. Li Shengdong smiled and asked, "This little sister, may I ask who you are?" Nicole sized up Li Shengdong for a moment, then took the initiative to extend her hand to shake Li Shengdong's hand. Then he said, I think you must be Lu Chuan's leader. My name is Nicole. Last night I was robbed by bad people. It was Lu Chuan who saved me. I came here today to thank him. As soon as Li Shengdong heard the name, he thought it was strange. Nicole, then may I ask who you are? Nicole took out the lollipop in her mouth. Then explained. Well, Nicole's parents named me in the Eagle Sauce Country. My parents are both from the Great Summer Country, and then immigrated to the Eagle Sauce Country. I was born in the Eagle Sauce Country, but I like the Great Summer Country, so I'm now coming back to the Magic City to start my own business. Although the three words Eagle Jam Country made Li Shengdong a little disgusted, but looking at this lovely girl in front of him, inwardly more or less unwilling to believe that she was from the Eagle Jam Country. Lu Chuan was holding his own clothes at this time, blushing like a monkey's butt. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he was called back by Nicole. Then Nicole took Lu Chuan's work ID out of her own pocket and personally put it around his neck. Lucian panicked and left the scene, but Li Shengdong was still standing at the door at this time. After Nicole started the car, she lowered the window again and said to Li Shengdong, "Oh yeah, leader, please tell Lu Chuan that I'm coming to pick him up tonight and I'm going to treat him to dinner." Chapter 99, Dogskin Plasters. Without waiting for Li Shengdong to speak, he heard a roar of a sports car and Nicole had already left. After freezing for half a day, Li Shengdong shook his head inside. This chick is enough for Lu Chuan to drink a pot. And that's what makes Nicole so brilliant. She didn't intend to hide her identity as an Eagle Jam Nation in front of Lu Chuan, and didn't even bother to change her name, because she had absolute confidence in her charms. Li Shengdong caught up with Lu Chuan at this time and said, "Kid, just now this little girl called Nicole. How do you say you saved her yesterday?" Lu Chuan explained what happened last night. Li Shengdong laughed and said, "Okay, you kid, not a lot of good fortune. Don't you laugh alright? This would break my legs if Summer knew I was kissed by a girl. I think you're so intoxicated you forgot to wipe the lipstick off your face." Being reminded by Li Shengdong, Lu Chuan just hurriedly looked in the mirror. That's when I realized a clear red lipstick on my cheek. Lu Chuan took out a paper towel while wiping while complaining, "I do not know what is wrong with this Eagle Sauce Country. How the folk style is so tough. See people without saying anything first on the mouth." Lu Chuan noticed at this time that Li Shengdong was still staring at himself, so he said to him, "Hey, don't worry, I'm not a cutie. She's from the Eagle Sauce Country. I won't get too close to her even for the sake of the research bureau." Li Shengdong said, "I'm not worried about this. Besides, you told me which spy comes up and declares himself. Look at Nicole's appearance. Which bit looks like a spy of the Eagle Sauce Country? At most it's just an Eagle Sauce Country people with Ardashia's blood." Then he laughed badly and continued, "What I'm worried about is that you kid can't get past this beauty. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Nicole just now could have said that she came to pick you up in the evening and wanted to have dinner with you. Why don't you say no? It's none of my business. I'm just in charge of delivering the message to you. And I'll remind you kid, don't do anything to apologize for other people's summer." Just after 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Shengdong received a report from the security personnel. "Director Li, the girl who came to see Prof. Lu at noon, she's here again, lodging at the door, saying she wants to see Prof. Lu." Lu Chuan happened to be in Li Shengdong's office at this time. Li Shengdong pointed to the walkie-talkie and said to Lu Chuan, "Kid, that little beauty can come to you again." "What to do?" Lu Chuan said decisively, "Don't see. No time. I'm busy. You tell her to go away and don't come to me in the future." Li Shengdong smiled and shook his head as he said to the security officer, "Just tell her to say that Professor Lu has gone home." But before Li Shengdong finished speaking, Nicole, who was standing at the door, grabbed the security officer's walkie-talkie with one hand. Leader, it's Nicole. Don't lie to me. I heard you talking to Lu Chuan." Security chases after Nicole, but Nicole talks on her walkie-talkie while circling her sports car. Li Shengdong froze, and said that he was right. Lu Chuan had met a tough opponent who was not easy to deal with this time, so all that could be said to Nicole was, that, you wait." Nicole heard this before she tossed the walkie-talkie to the security officer and then leaned back against the car to continue waiting. Li Shengdong said to Lu Chuan, "No matter what, it is also considered that your kid saved someone else. You see that the little girl is so sincere, or not, you just go and have dinner with her?" Lu Chuan shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. I can't get along with this kind of person. Besides, I don't want Summer to know that I'm having a relationship with another girl." At this time, the walkie-talkie in Li Shengdong's hand came again from the security personnel. Director Li, this little girl can't be stopped. She has to barge in." Li Shengdong immediately said into the walkie-talkie, "You tell her to wait 5 minutes. Then said to Lu Chuan, "Hey, anyway, now the research bureau is not a big deal. Do not need you to work overtime. Besides, even if you do not eat with her, then you always have to personally go to the door to see her one side, and people to speak clearly. Lu Chuan thought about it and felt that it was also true that if he didn't make it clear, this Nicole would come to himself every day, and I was afraid that he was going to make a mess of the entire research bureau. Then he said to Li Shangdong, "Alright then, I'll leave work early today then. You got it? Going to dinner with Nicole? Who dines with her? I'll go to the door and make it clear to her to stay away from me in the future, and I'll go back early today to be with Summer." Lu Chuan walked to the door and saw Neil leaning on the car and blowing bubblegum mischievously. As soon as she saw Lu Chuan coming over, Nicole even took out a handful of flowers from the car and jumped up and down waving at Lu Chuan to greet him. A few people from the nearby research bureau saw it and wondered what was going on, wondering when the usually unsmiling Prof. Lu had made such a vivacious and sexy girlfriend. Lu Chuan lowered his head and quickened his pace to the door. Nicole laughed and reached out to bring the flowers to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan at this time, instead of reaching out to pick it up, he also said with a serious face, "I'm sorry, Ms. Nicole. I'm here to make it clear to you that I'm a man with a girlfriend and I love my girlfriend very much, so please don't come looking for me in the future." After saying that, without waiting for Nicole to reply, Lu Chuan turned around and prepared to go home. Nicole was stunned at first, but her face immediately turned back into a smiling expression as she threw a bunch of flowers into the car and started the car to follow Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan heard the movement behind him and knew that Nicole was following him, but he still continued to walk forward without looking back. Nicole suddenly kicked the gas and ran in front of Lu Chuan, and then braked again, stopping the car in front of Lu Chuan. "Lower the window." Naughty smile, said, "Hey, Lu Big Handsome, you do not be so serious. You are my life-saving benefactor. You just give me a chance to thank you." Lu Chuan thought to himself, why is this girl like a dog's skin? Are all the girls in their eagle sauce country this kind of character? So Lu Chuan didn't pay any attention to her, but went around the car and continued on. "But I didn't expect Nicole behind me to say, 'Hey, if you treat me like this, don't blame me for not being polite. I'll wait for you every day from tomorrow onwards, so that all the people in your research bureau will know." Lu Chuan thought to himself that this is not good enough, so he immediately turned to her and said, "Is it true that if I accompany you to dinner at night, you won't harass me again in the future? That depends on whether you can make me happy." With that, Nicole opened the car door and invited Lu Chuan to get in. Lu Chuan sighed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to get rid of this dogskin plaster for a while. In order to avoid her really intercepting herself in front of the research bureau every day, Lu Chuan could only just get into the car. Chapter 100, Solo Dates. Lu Chuan and Nicole arrived at a fancy restaurant, where they sat opposite each other. Nicole took off her jacket just as she sat down, and inside was a low-necked black dress that accentuated her already snow-white skin. A bright ruby pendant sparkled on her chest, easily catching the eyes of those around her. Even Lu Chuan couldn't help but take a few glances. Nicole realized that Lu Chuan was staring at her chest, so she smiled and asked him, "How is it? Is it nice?" Lu Chuan was busy looking down and turning his attention to the menu. Blushing, "I wasn't looking at you there. I was looking at your necklace." Nicole played with the pendant for a moment and said, "Ha ha, why are you so cute? Just a random comment to tease you and your face turns red. I didn't realize you were so introverted." As she was talking, Nicole's phone rang at the table, and Nicole tensed as soon as she saw the caller's number. The expression on his face instantly turned back into an easy smile though, as the caller's number was none other than Craig's. Nicole picked up her cell phone, looked at it and hung up instead of answering it. Lu Chuan asked her, "Aren't you going to answer the phone?" Nicole shook her head and said, "Annoying. I don't know how many of these sales calls I have to receive every day. I don't answer any number now as long as I see it's an unfamiliar number." Ever since Nicole had arrived in Dasha, she had been a maverick and had not reported almost everything like Craig, not even letting Craig know about the bitter scheme he had directed. After a while, Nicole pretended to browse her cell phone, quietly opened the camera, took a picture of Lu Chuan who was eating, and sent it to Craig. Craig received the photo and saw that Luchan was actually sitting across from Nicole right now. Immediately, he sneered at the people around him. It seems that this Lu Chuan is nothing more than that. Our Miss Nicole didn't take long to take him down. This shows that our Ms. Nicole is still charismatic. It seems that it won't take long before Lu Chuan might be in our Eagle Sauce Kingdom's pocket. Lu Chuan, who was in the restaurant at this time, looked extremely awkward, and Nicole was almost always the only one talking. Lu Chuan either nodded in agreement or responded perfunctorily. Nicole ruffled her long hair at this time, supported her arms on the dining table, rested her cheeks on her hands, stared at Lu Chuan with a very seductive look, and asked him with a smile, "Hey, Lu Chuan, I want to ask you a question." When Lu Chuan looked up and saw Nicole's eyes, he immediately lowered his head again. What's the problem? Do you think I'm pretty?" This question brushed Lu Chuan's face red again. Lucian nodded and said, "You're a pretty girl." Nicole went on to ask, "So, which one of us is prettier? Me or your girlfriend?" Lu Chuan put down the knife and fork in his hand at this time, looked at Nicole with a serious face and said, "You are very beautiful, but I want to tell you that in my heart, my girlfriend is the most beautiful and irreplaceable." If it were any other girl, hearing such a reply from the other side, she would definitely be extremely upset in her heart. Nicole's face at this time didn't look the least bit upset. Instead, he laughed and said to Lu Chuan, "You're so unamusing, but I like this serious look of yours." Lu Chuan's heart was 10,000 alpacas running. I thought to myself that I had saved a person, how to give myself back to cause trouble, and how this girl gave the impression that she was invulnerable to swords and spears. As she spoke, Nicole pulled a small, delicate, still ribboned box out of her bag. Then with his own slender and tender knot fingers, he pushed the small box in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan asked, "What does this mean?" "To thank you for saving my life, of course, this is my gift to you." Lu Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "I think anyone else in that situation would have come to the rescue. There's no need for you to send me a gift. Treating me to dinner is already enough." Nicole pouted and pouted. "Then you should at least open it. This is a gift that I have carefully chosen for you. If you just reject it, then I will be very sad." This kind of pampering by girls is probably tried and true for all men, especially for someone like Lu Chuan, who is kind-hearted and soft-hearted. It is a fatal blow. Looking at Nicole's big watery eyes and pitiful look, Lu Chuan could only open the box. Opening it up, he found an exquisite wristwatch inside. Lu Chuan, as a scientific researcher, never paid attention to such luxuries even though he usually wasn't interested in them, but he could still tell that the watch must be worth a lot of money, because he recognized the logo on the watch as Vacheron Constantine. Lu Chuan just sized it up for a few seconds, then immediately closed the lid and pushed the watch in front of Nicole saying, "No, I can't accept such an expensive gift from you." "Why, don't you like it?" Lu Chuan said, "I'm not too interested in these things. Besides, I think this gift is just too expensive." Nicole stuck her hands in front of her chest and pouted again. "Humph, you saved my life. Do you think that my life, Nicole, is not worth a watch?" No, of course that's not what I meant. I was thinking the gift was too much." Before he could finish, Nicole took out this wristwatch, reached out and grabbed Lu Chuan's wrist and put it on him. Looking up again at Lu Chuan's expression, by this time it was as red as a tomato. It caused Nicole to scoff. "You're really cute. A girl touches your hand and her face actually turns red like this. Ha ha." Lu Chuan was embarrassed and didn't know what to do at this time, so he tried to change the subject. He asked, "What do you do for a girl in her early 20s? How come you're so broad?" Nicole said, "I have not been so generous. I came to Daxia country, have not earned a penny, but my father is richer. I definitely want to help him spend some of it. Maybe I am the kind of rich second generation you say in Daxia country." Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva, thinking that the people of the Eagle Sauce country are just open-minded, and many young people in Daxia will not be happy if they are called rich second generation. But Nicole actually does not take this seriously at all, and on the contrary, she is still a little bit proud of her appearance. He asked Nicole again, "Didn't you say you wanted to start a business in the Great Summer Country? Have you figured out what you're going to do?" When Nicole heard this question, she immediately stood up with a smile, sat down next to Lu Chuan, put her arm around him and said, "I'm worried about this matter. I feel like I might not know enough about the Great Summer Country. Can you give me some ideas?" Lu Chuan was busy pulling out his arm and waving his hand. "I'm just an office worker. I don't know anything at all about these business things of yours. I can't help you." "That's fine. But although I like the Great Summer Country, I feel that I don't know enough about its culture, so I'll have to look for you more often in the future, and you'll help me learn more about this country." Lu Chuan originally thought that after this meal tonight, he would not see this Nicole again in the future, but now it felt as if she was stepping into a hole that had been dug by Nicole. Chapter 101 Minako's Doubt. After another while, Lu Chuan looked at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening by this time. So to Nicole, she said, "It's getting late. Why don't we go back now?" Nicole smiled and said, "Are you afraid that your girlfriend will suspect you if you go back late?" "Of course not. I am not going to hide anything from my girlfriend." When she left the restaurant, Nicole had wanted to send Lu Chuan back, but Lu Chuan rejected Nicole very firmly. There was nothing Nicole could do but drive off by herself. When Nicole left, she also deliberately lowered the window and said to Lu Chuan, "The watch I gave you, you have to remember to bring it. I will check it from time to time." Lu Chuan was just about to say something, but Nicole didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth and left the scene with a kick of the gas. On the way back, Lu Chuan's heart had been restless. For one thing, I was worried that Nicole, this crazy girl, would really keep looking for herself in the future. Secondly, he was torn in his heart as to whether or not he should be honest with Minako about these things when he returned. If he didn't tell Minako about it, he would still feel a bit guilty in the end, even though he hadn't done anything to wrong her. If I was honest with her about these things, I was worried that Minako would be jealous and think too much. When he arrived at the door, Lu Chuan removed the watch on his wrist and tucked it into his jacket pocket, walked into the house like a child who had done something wrong. Minako took a look at Lu Chuan's return, looked at the time and asked, "It's really rare. Oh, today's work isn't much. How come you're back earlier than usual?" said, and helped Lu Chuan take off his jacket. And the wristwatch that Nicole had given to Lu Chuan was in her jacket pocket at this time. He was afraid that Minako would find out and cross-examine him, so he thought he might as well be honest about it. "That, Summer, I have something I want to say to you." Minako also suddenly felt that Lu Chuan was a bit abnormal, because she had not seen Lu Chuan talk to himself like this, as if he had done something wrong and wanted to admit his mistake. Lu Chuan took out this wristwatch from his jacket pocket and said, "Didn't I tell you the other day that I saved a girl?" Minako was an agent by trade, and as soon as she heard what Lu Chuan said, she had already guessed a generalization. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to continue explaining, she said, "So, this little beauty gave you a watch, right?" Lu Chuan nodded. Minako took the watch and looked at it and said, "Looks like you've gotten lucky with the peach blossoms. This little beauty is generous enough. This watch is going to be a few $100,000 at the very least, right?" I definitely refused, but she had to give it to me. Lu Chuan explained. There is a woman to send their boyfriends a piece of such an expensive watch, and also a little beauty, in exchange for any woman. The mind can be normal that would be a ghost. But Minako was a person with extremely high emotional intelligence. She knows Lu Chuan's character, and she also knows more clearly that getting angry at Lu Chuan at this time will only make him feel even more resentful in his heart. So he joked, "Then you've really earned it. It shows that my boyfriend has charisma. Tell me honestly, does this little beauty adore you?" Lu Chuan said awkwardly, "It seems like there is. What does she do? Is she particularly rich?" "She's not from our Daxia country. She was born in the Eagle Jam country. Said she came to our Daxia country to start a business. Her family is probably quite rich. I don't know much about it. I didn't ask her too much." Minako's heart tensed up when she heard it was from the Hawksbane country. She believed in the existence of coincidences in this world, but having once been a spy from the Sakura country, she knew even more clearly in her heart that this was the usual trick of intelligence officers. Thinking about it, Minako felt uncomfortable with all this watch on her hand, because she even suspected that the watch had been rigged with a listening device. But the more this happened, the more Minako restrained herself from facing it calmly. She smiled and put the watch on Lu Chuan's hand and said, "This watch really goes well with you. It looks good on you." After saying that, he even kissed Lu Chuan on his forehead. However, Minako suspected that although Nicole's intelligence officer had guessed correctly, there was no listening device on this wristwatch. She also could not have imagined even more that the current Nicole, in fact, had already been as in love with Lu Chuan as she really was. Lu Chuan looked at the watch he was wearing on his wrist and felt even more embarrassed, and even felt a little hot. He said to Minako, "I don't like wearing a watch, so I'd better take it off." Minako laughed and said, "Why? Is it worried that I'm jealous? Ah, how can I be so careful as you think? You just put your foot down and wear it. Such an expensive watch. Isn't it a pity not to wear it? You're really not mad?" Minako leaned against Lu Chuan on the sofa and pouted. "Che, someone liking my boyfriend means that my boyfriend is attractive. I can't wait to be happy." Early the next morning, when Lu Chuan went to the research bureau, before he could get to the door, he saw from afar that Nicole's red sports car was already parked there. Lu Chuan thought to himself, "Finished, this girl seems to be glued to himself." Thinking in his heart, turned around and wanted to escape. But just as he turned around, he saw Nicole jump out from behind a tree. "Good for you. I knew you were going to avoid me. Luckily I was smart enough to ambush you ahead of time." Lu Chuan was startled and said, Didn't we have a deal yesterday? Why did you come to me again? Say yes? What's the deal? Didn't you say that if I had dinner with you yesterday, you wouldn't pester me afterward?" Nicole's little mouth dropped and she said, "Who's here to pester you? I'm here to check that I'm wearing the watch I gave you." Saying that, he was going to grab Lu Chuan's arm, but as soon as he rolled up his sleeve, he saw that Lu Chuan's wrist was empty. Nicole immediately became angry. "Why don't you wear the watch I gave you? Don't you like it?" Lu Chuan explained. No, I love it. I'm not used to it yet. I forgot today." As he was talking, Lu Chuan saw Li Shengdong walking over at this time. As if he had seen a savior, he hurriedly greeted Li Shengdong, signaling for him to save himself. Li Shengdong knew at a glance that it was Nicole who had come to pester Lu Chuan again. and when he walked to follow him, he only greeted Nicole and walked straight over without stopping his steps. Li Shangdong thought to himself, I'm not going to get involved in this kind of male love affair with you. Lu Chuan finally couldn't help himself at this time. He said to Nicole very seriously, Ms. Nicole, didn't I explain to you? I have a girlfriend. Can you not come back to me in the future? And Nicole didn't look angry at all on her face at this time, and said something that made Lu Chuan not even know how to talk back. I know. It's none of my business if you have a girlfriend. It's none of your business if I like you. It's not like you can control me. Chapter 102 Nicole's Provocation. Nicole's answer to let Lu Chuan on the spot petrified. This sentence is like both irrational, but the words seem to have so many points of reason. A moment actually let Lu Chuan do not know how to refute. Of course Lu Chuan knew that Eagle Sauce Country was an open country, but he never expected it to be this open, even a little skinless. Lu Chuan asked her, what exactly do you want me to do so you can leave me alone? Nicole said playfully, late, I'll bother you any way you do it. No, not bother you, stick to you. Lu Chuan saw that there was simply no reasoning with such a person, so he turned around and entered the research bureau, letting Nicole chase behind him, jumping and shouting. Lu Chuan didn't even turn around. It wasn't until Nicole chased her to the door of the research bureau when the security officer held out his arm to signal that Nicole couldn't go in that she stopped bouncing, blankly glancing at the security officer. He said, cut. It won't be long before I'm your Professor Lu's girlfriend. Let's see if you still stop me then. Li Shengdong did not actually go back to his office at this time, but cat's behind a tree in the research bureau, waiting to gossip about Lu Chuan. Seeing Lu Chuan walk in, he busily stopped him and asked, what's going on? Why is this little girl looking for you again? Lu Chuan said with an innocent look on his face. How would I know what's wrong with her brain? Just now she even said that she likes me and it has nothing to do with me, and said that she wants to stick to me. Li Shengdong spread his two hands. Come on, you kid is finished. This is bumped into the stalker dog pile. By the summer no see what you do. Lu Chuan said a bit smugly. Summer is not as careful as you think. I admitted this matter to Summer last night, and she didn't get angry with me. Li Shengdong stared with wide eyes, thinking that Lu Chuan, this guy is really lethal to girls. This kind of thing Summer can actually understand? However, at this time in Lu Chuan's home, something was about to happen that Lu Chuan could not possibly have expected at all. Minako, who was at home at this time, couldn't help but feel nervous when she heard someone knocking on the door, because she knew that Lu Chuan hardly socialized with others and never came to the house. Looking down the cat's eye, it turned out to be a beautiful woman with a mirror who was applying lipstick. Minako guessed at once that this was most likely the Nicole that Lu Chuan was talking about. However, Minako was also clear that the other party, whether or not they were intelligence officers from the Eagle Jam country, would certainly not be in any danger if they dared to come to the house and knock directly on the door in the middle of the day. So Minako opened the door graciously. Nicole was busy putting away the makeup mirror in her hand and asked with a smile on her face, excuse me, you are Lu Chuan's girlfriend, Minako, right? Minako immediately frowned, because no matter whether it was Lu Chuan or the people from the research bureau, they all only knew her name was Summer, and it was impossible for anyone in the entire Daxia kingdom to know that her name was Minako, except for the intelligence officers from the Sakura and Eagle Jam countries. So she concluded that the person in front of her named Nicole was 100% an intelligence officer of the Eagle Jam country. Minako then had nothing to hide and asked Nicole directly, so, you're one of Craig's men? Nicole also froze for a moment, not expecting the other party to guess her identity so quickly, but still, he immediately laughed. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Your name is Summer now. Nicole stretched her neck out a bit, surveyed the room and said, I'm not looking for trouble. I just wanted to come and talk to you. May I come in? Instead of answering, Minako turned around, signaling that she could come in. Nicole had just sat down and said, I don't have much to do with Craig, but you can say I work for him if you want. I'm here on a mission on behalf of the Eagle Jam Nation. Minako was pouring her water at this time, and as soon as she heard the words on a mission, the cup of water in her hand immediately shook. Nicole noticed this detail and was busy explaining again. No, 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 you don't have to worry. There's no way I would threaten Lu Chuan's life. Then, Nicole asked, I would like to know if Minako-san is still continuing her mission for Sakura Nation, or, of course Minako wouldn't admit to the man in front of her that she had broken away from the intelligence organization of the Sakura country, otherwise she might be in danger. So she said, this is a matter for our own Sakura country, and I don't think I need to answer that question for you. Nicole surveyed the house as if it were a love nest where a young couple lived. Then he smiled and said, I guess even if you're still on a mission for Sakura Nation, I'm sure you've been with Lu Chuan for so long that you should have grown attached. Minako grew more and more impatient and asked, you're not here to find Lu Chuan, You're here to find me, right? I hope you can be straightforward with what you have to say. No need to beat around the bush. Yes, I've just gone to the research bureau to look for Lu Chuan, but he refused to talk to me. I'm not sure if you have any feelings for Lu Chuan, but looking at Lu Chuan's attitude, I think he should have deep feelings for you. These words made Minako's heart couldn't help but feel like she was drinking honey, and a safe, solid feeling came over her, and so the heart dropped its guard a little. She asked Nicole, "So, the mission your Eagle Sauce country gave you this time is to make use of the beauty trick so that you can get close to Lu Chuan, right?" Nicole laughed and whisked her hair. "You could say that, but I'm not one to be controlled that easily. I prefer to follow my own heart." Nicole's words were like she was explicitly saying to Minako that she didn't want to be controlled by the Eagle Jam Nation, and even wanted to explicitly say that she had a crush on Lu Chuan. "So, you came here today to demonstrate to me?" Minako asked. Nicole shook her head and said, "No, I'm just curious, so I wanted to come and see what kind of beautiful woman would make Lu Chuan so infatuated that he's actually unmoved by me." Minako sneered and said, "Your thoughts are too simple. Although Lu Chuan is a normal man, his kindness and integrity may be beyond your imagination. It's unlikely that any beautiful woman appearing in front of him will attract his attention. In that case, I really should ask you for some good advice. How did you succeed in laying your hands on Lu Chuan in the first place?" Nicole rested her hands on her cheeks, her big watery eyes blinking incessantly, looking like a serious request for advice, but in fact it was really a provocation to Minako. Still, it was a question that hit a sore spot for Minako, because at that time, Minako did use some means to deceive Lu Chuan before the two came together. So to this day, every time Minako thought about this matter, she would feel a little sorry for Lu Chuan inside. Chapter 103, Support from the Sakura Country. Minako froze for a moment, not immediately answering her question. "It took a moment before I said, I'm not interested in exchanging intelligence officer tactics with you." Nicole had heard something once when she was still in Eagle Jam Country. That is, the intelligence organization of the Sakura Country hidden in the Dacia Country, including Tojo Yua, the head of spies. Somehow all of them were killed. That's why when Nicole accepts the mission to Eagle Sauce Nation, there's always been misgivings in her mind about the matter. It wasn't until a few conversations with Minako just now, and realizing that Minako was emotionally attached to Lu Chuan, that he guessed that it was highly likely that this matter was related to Minako. So she asked in a provocative tone again, "I heard earlier that all of your Sakura Country's personnel in Magic City were killed. Have you investigated this matter clearly?" Minako's heart thumped, and instantly there was less energy in her heart, but still pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "I think our Sakura Country has personnel specialized in investigating this matter, and I'm not qualified to ask about it. And you Eagle Sauce Country can also refrain from paying too much attention to this matter, which is after all our own business." Such an answer reinforced the suspicion in Nicole's mind, and at this time Nicole's heart was more of an accident. It occurred to her that if this matter was really done by Minako, then it was highly likely that it was because she had done this in order to protect Lu Chuan, or in order to be able to be with Lu Chuan, which could only mean that Minako might have already had an extremely deep affection for Lu Chuan. Minako continued, "Also, please tell your superior Craig when you return that I will not interfere in your Eagle Sauce Nation's affairs, and I ask him not to intervene in our Sakura Nation's own affairs. I am not Tojo Yua and will not be subservient to him." Nicole heard, immediately smiled and said, "Of course, very good. At least in this matter, the two of us think the same way. I also do not like Craig arrogant and domineering. Even this time came to the Great Summer Country. I will not be too much under his control. The nominal superiors, just what he thinks himself. I am directly under the orders of our Minister of Defense." As it turns out, Nicole was specifically approached by the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation to speak to her alone before she came to Dacia, because Craig's many previous missions had ended in failure. The Secretary of Defense had lost trust in him. He made a point of explaining to Nicole that she could ignore Craig's orders and report to him alone if she had important information. That's a big reason why Nicole doesn't take Craig seriously. Of course, the more important reason was that after Nicole had come into contact with Lu Chuan, a kind of love had been born within her, and even more so, she wanted to protect Lu Chuan from Craig's harm. Minako was surprised to hear this answer from Nicole, because as intelligence officers of two different countries, even though the Sakura Country was deferring to the Hawksbane Country in all aspects, there had never been any intelligence officer who would tell such a secret thing anymore, not to mention the fact that it's still Nicole, as an intelligence officer for the Hawksbane state, speaking to her as if she's taking direct orders from the Secretary of Defense. Minako instantly felt uneasy, because it occurred to her that the Nicole at this time most likely felt the same as she did at first. The mission on her body was no longer the most important thing to her, and it was highly likely that she had really fallen for Lu Chuan. As she was thinking about it, This time Nicole stood up and extended her hand to Minako as if she was expressing kindness. She said, "I just wanted to take a look at you. You really are a great beauty. No wonder Lu Chuan is indifferent to me. But I also want to tell you that I am not a person who says defeat easily. And also please rest assured that I will not let Craig hurt Lu Chuan." The words sounded extremely awkward to Minako, but knowing that she wouldn't hurt Lu Chuan, she still had some sense of solidity in her heart. So it was a handshake with Nicole. This handshake felt like both a gesture of goodwill and the beginning of a contest. Immediately after Nicole left, she dialed the Secretary of Defense of Eagle Jam. She said, "Mr. Minister, I've reached out to Lu Chuan. Things might not be as simple as expected to imagine, but I'm still confident in completing this mission." "Very well, any needs you may have, you may address them to Craig, or directly to me. The mission you have on you is extremely important to us here in the Eagle Sauce Nation." Nicole at this point in time, however, poses directly to each of the clays. She said, "Mr. Minister, I don't think Craig has much to offer me. I just hope he can leave me alone so I can do my job better." "Very well, I assure you, if that fool does anything stupid again, I'll order him to get his ass back to Eagle Jam Country immediately." Nicole hung up the phone with a smug smile on her face, and at this time, Minako was getting more and more uneasy in her heart. It wasn't that she was worried that Nicole would steal Lu Chuan from her, but she knew how the Eagle Sauce Nation acted. They've always ruined it if they can't get it. Once the intelligence organization of a certain heavenly Eagle Sauce country determined that Nicole could not complete her mission, then they would most likely continue to carry out the assassination operation against Lu Chuan. This was something Minako had to prepare for the worst in advance. But right now, he had been out of the Sakura Nation's intelligence organization for a long time, and in the event of something unpredictable happening, he was facing the possibility of going it alone. And the Eagle Jam Nation's vastly outnumbered intelligence officers are surely too much for you to handle on your own. That's why Minako had a dangerous idea that came to her at this time. That would be to fix Craig. So, Minako tentatively sent an encrypted message to her former superiors at Tojo Yua. The message reads, requesting backup. Soon, the higher-ups made contact with Minako. Minako told her superiors that Lu Chuan was completely under her control, and believed that it wouldn't take long to bring him back to Sakura Country. For the intelligence organization of Sakurakuni, they had given up on the mission after learning of Tojo Yua's murder, and had even suspected that Minako had gone rogue as well. But this time, faced with Minako's report, hope was rekindled within them. After all, for Sakura Nation, getting Lu Chuan was the only way to boost their military power and thus get rid of the Eagle Jam Nation's control. He asked Minako, "What kind of help do you need?" Minako said, "As far as I know, the Eagle Sauce Country is also carrying out a mission right now that will most likely pose a threat to Lu Chuan as well as myself. And now that I'm the only intelligence officer from our Cherry Blossom Country here in the Great Summer Country, I need my superiors to provide me with help and protection." The superior thought about it for half a day and finally made a decision that was beyond Minako's expectations. "I will immediately send intelligence officers and agents to the Magic Capital. From now on, you will be our Sakura Nation's intelligence officer in the Great Summer Country. And these people will be completely at your disposal to help you accomplish your mission." Chapter 104, Minako Strikes. In the blink of an eye, Minako had actually jumped to become the head of the spies that the Sakura Kingdom had planted in the Dasha Kingdom. It also makes the current situation even more dramatic. Originally, the Eagle Sauce Country and the Sakura Country were the two most powerful intelligence organizations lurking inside the Great Summer Country, posing no small threat to Lu Chuan. And now, the two gangs of people not only would not be in the process of hurting Lu Chuan, but even the power to protect Lu Chuan emerged from their backs. However, the Great Summer Kingdom, and Lu Chuan within it knew nothing about this matter. However, Minako's ultimate goal was still to utilize the power of Sakura Nation to exterminate Craig's group in order to ensure Lu Chuan's safety forever. A few days later, in a mansion in Magic City, a dozen or so intelligence officers sent by the Sakura Kingdom were gathered. The men were dressed in suits and stood lined up on either side. Minako walked in, and a dozen or so people simultaneously bent down and bowed their heads to salute her. None of these people knew the purpose of their trip when they were sent to the Dasha Kingdom, and their superiors only told them that once they arrived in the Dasha Kingdom, they would have to completely obey Minako's orders. Minako's first order to them was to map out the location and situation of the Eagle Jam Country's intelligence agents in the shortest possible time. These people were flabbergasted at hearing this, because they had all thought that coming to the Great Xia Country must be the same as before, to carry out a mission against the Great Xia Country. But now the orders received are directed at the Eagle Jam Country. For a long time to the entire nation of the Sakura State, the people of the country have been accustomed to submission and obedience to the Eagle Jam State. Hearing Minako say that at this time, she didn't even react to what was going on for a moment. Minako also saw the doubt on these people's faces and asked, "Why? By the look on your faces, it seems like you're skeptical of my orders. Several people below looked at each other. No one dared to answer Minako. After a while, a man finally couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Minako, I'd like to know why we're standing away from the investigation of the Eagle Jam Nation's intelligence officers?" Minako sneered and looked straight at the man who had raised the question with eyes full of murderous intent. Then he asked all of them, "I want you to answer me what your superiors told you before you came to Dacia on your mission." The person who raised the question immediately lowered his head again and said, "Unconditionally carry out Minako-sama's orders." "Very well, then I don't think I need to explain too much more." All of them instantly stood up straight as if charged with electricity, indicating that they did not dare to have any more doubts. Minako added, "Remember, from now on, you are no longer the lapdogs of the Eagle Jam Kingdom, and all the missions you perform are for the Sakura Kingdom." For these two intelligence organizations lurking in Dacia, Sakura Nation's greatest advantage was its looks. Because they have the same skin color and face as the people of Dacia, they are able to integrate better. And at this point Craig was still ignorant of the matter, not realizing that danger was creeping closer and closer to him. It was from this day on that Minako was a well-behaved and soft girlfriend by Lu Chuan's side when he went back at night. And by day, it's the cold-blooded assassin who sits in a suburban mansion and commands a dozen or so intelligence agents. According to Minako's experience, as well as her understanding of Craig, their Eagle Sauce Nation's intelligence officers were often based in the suites of high-class hotels when they carried out their missions in the Dacia Nation due to their ample funds. Therefore, Minako ordered her men to investigate all the high-end hotels within Mordor. Such a task is not at all difficult for a professional intelligence officer. So within 2 days, someone reported to Minako that Craig and his group had been spotted in one of the busiest high-end hotels in Magic City. Craig has been quite distressed lately. Nominally, he himself was the head of intelligence lurking in the country of Dacia. But this time he himself felt that he had lost control of his subordinates. Nicole, in particular, always seemed to not take him seriously, and every time he asked Nicole to report on the situation, Nicole didn't bring him along. It caused Craig to have nothing to do lately, and often he was in the hotel with a few of his men to drown his sorrows in alcohol. On this day, Minako quietly brought 4 of her men to this hotel. A couple of guys got a room next to Craig's, too. After disguising themselves, and then coming out of the hotel room, the 4 henchmen were already dressed as hotel waiters. Coming to the door of Craig's room, one of the men knocked. Craig's men were drunk by this time and had long since lost the defensiveness that an intelligence officer should have. Staggering to the door, thinking it was the waitstaff coming to deliver the drinks, he opened the door to the room without even looking through the cat's eye. It was in this instant that a pistol, fitted with a silencer, had been pressed against his forehead. Without giving him the slightest time to react, a bullet had penetrated his forehead. The sound of bullets being fired was muffled by the silencing, but the sound of this intelligence officer falling to the ground still caught Craig's attention. He tried to be alert, but the alcohol in his blood had taken his body out of control. Rubbing his eyes, it was too late when he saw the few people who had come in, one of whom was Minako. The few men around him had been taken care of by Minako's men within seconds, and at this moment, the gun in Minako's hand was aimed at his brow. Craig took a look at his men, who had fallen in a pool of blood around him, and this time came to his senses. He said angrily to Minako, "Are you crazy? Do you realize what you're doing?" Instead of immediately pulling the trigger, Minako sneered, re-slammed the safety on her pistol, and sat down across from Craig. But the 4 guns in the hands of Minako's 4 henchmen still had their muzzles still aimed at Craig. Minako said, "Of course I know what I'm doing." Craig knew that he himself must be in for a bad day when Sakura Nation's intelligence officers dared to shoot his men in front of him. So thinking about it, the previous prowess was also long gone. He trembled and said, Why are you doing this? Our 2 countries have always been friendly." "Friendly, Mr. Craig is quite forgetful. Have you forgotten how you once bossed around our Sakura Nation intelligence officers?" Craig swallowed and asked, "What do you want from me?" Minako waved a hand, signaling her men to leave. The 4 men immediately put away their guns and left the room. Only Minako and Craig were left at this time. Minako asked, "I need to know what your mission is this time in the Great Summer Kingdom." Chapter 105, Craig's Death. In Craig's mind, Minako used to be nothing more than one of Tojo Yua's henchmen. Even Tojo Yua had to be nodding his head in front of himself, but at this moment, his own little life was actually in Minako's hands. He really couldn't figure out what was going on and why the Sakura Nation's intelligence officers would suddenly turn on him. But with the situation at hand, the only option he had if he wanted to keep this little life was to answer Minako's questions one by one. He knew better than to lie in front of a professional intelligence officer. It was a foolish act. So, he said to Minako, "You should know that our Eagle Jam country's previous strategy has always been to make Lu Chuan disappear completely from this world. And after a series of failed missions, Our Minister of Defense realized that only by obtaining a genius like Lu Chuan can we make our Eagle Jam country invincible forever. So our mission this time around is to use a beautiful woman to approach Lu Chuan and take Lu Chuan away. In fact, Craig's answer was all completely within Minako's expectations. It had already occurred to her that the Eagle Jam Nation was probably asking Nicole to do the same task as she had done before this time, but that wasn't the answer she wanted. Minako continued, "If this plan fails, do you have a backup plan?" The reason why she asked was that Minako knew in her heart that all intelligence officers kept a backup plan in case something went wrong when they were on a mission. What's more, Craig had been on a mission for many years in Daxia, and this mission didn't have much to do with him, and he still remained in Daxia. That's why Minako always suspected he had another plan. Craig had beads of nervous sweat rolling down his forehead by this time, because of course he had a backup plan, and that was that the Minister of Defense had personally ordered him to continue with the assassination of Lu Chuan if Nicole's mission failed, and to take Nicole out as well. But Craig has always suspected that Minako has moved on to real feelings for Lu Chuan. If he answered that question truthfully at this point, the bullet could go through his skull in an instant. So he chooses to take a gamble and save himself with a lie in front of Minako. He shook his head and said, "No, we don't have any backup plans. Our only purpose this time is to bring Lu Chuan back to the Eagle Sauce Country." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Minako's gun was aimed at Craig's knee and she pulled the trigger. Craig rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his knee. "Why? I've already answered your question," Minako said coldly. "You did answer, but you didn't get it right. I want the truth, not lies." There was nothing for Craig to do but pound the floor with both fists, enduring the excruciating pain of the bullet through his knee, and tell him his mission and his mission. "Where are the rest of your intelligence officers?" Craig immediately replied, "I really don't have any way to answer that question, because the remaining intelligence officers, as required, only report to me once a week, and for the rest of the time, they are spread out and lurking in various places in the magic capital." Knowing that Craig was telling the truth, Minako didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, Craig asked a question at this time. Dragging his legs, which could no longer move, he leaned on the sofa and asked Minako, "I want to know if it was your Sakura Nation's intelligence officers who were killed when my men were sent out to assassinate Lu Chuan at night earlier." Minako wasn't going to hide anything from him, so he shook his head in front of Craig's face and said, "No, that wasn't an order from Tojo Yua. It was me who killed your intelligence officer because I wanted to keep Lu Chuan safe." It was only at this time that Craig realized that Minako might not be at all what he thought she was. He asked in surprise, "So, your intelligence officers in the Sakura country, including Tojo Yua?" Before he could finish, Minako interrupted, "That's right, I killed Tojo Yua, and I can also tell you that thanks to you telling me where Lu Chuan was last time he was kidnapped, those kidnappers were killed by me as well." Craig couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he couldn't believe it even more when it turned out that for so long the intelligence officers on both sides had been played by Minako alone. "So, for the sake of Rukawa, you've betrayed your own Sakura country, haven't you?" Instead of answering his question, Minako instantly raised the gun in her hand just as Craig finished his sentence, letting the bullet pass through Craig's brow. Craig's head was tilted back and his wide-open eyes were staring at the ceiling this time, like he was still wondering why he was having this day. Minako put away her gun and said to Craig's body, "I was just trying to follow my own heart." Half an hour later, the room Craig was in was cleaned up so that it was completely unnoticeable that it had been the scene of several deaths just moments before. As for Minako's 4 henchmen, each of them had an extra large black suitcase in their hands when they left this hotel. It contained none other than the bodies of several people, including Craig. It wasn't until a few days after Craig disappeared, when the intelligence officers under his command were about to debrief him on the mission, that they realized that Craig and several of the intelligence officers were completely out of touch. There was no choice but to report the matter to the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam. The Secretary of Defense received the news with nothing but nerves and was utterly helpless, because when faced with this kind of missing intelligence officer situation, the Secretary of Defense knew there were only 2 outcomes. One is that his own intelligence officers have gone rogue, and the other is that he has completely vaporized. This would be fine if it was an ordinary intelligence officer, but Craig was their head of intelligence in Daxia. For them, if the head of intelligence goes rogue, then all their efforts will be for naught, and it all starts from the heart. It's because the head of intelligence has the list and information of all the intelligence officers of the Daxia kingdom in his hands. This instantly disrupted the entire Eagle Jam nation. It's a good thing that the centerpiece of this mission in Eagle Jam country is Nicole, and that Nicole is still reachable enough to not completely mission execute. So the Secretary of Defense thought long and hard and made a decision that Nicole hadn't expected either. That is, he ordered all the intelligence officers in the Daxia country to follow Nicole's orders from now on. In other words, from this moment on, both Minako and Nicole, respectively, became the intelligence heads of the Sakura country and the Eagle Jam country, the superiors on both sides, to death. Could not imagine that the two intelligence heads they had separately planted in the Great Summer Country were both people who had fallen dead in love with Lu Chuan. Chapter 106 Reaching Agreement 1. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation has ordered Nicole to start investigating Craig's disappearance. Nicole knew in her heart that even if Craig was stupid, it was unlikely that he would have gone and spied for another country. So Nicole speculates that Craig most likely he has been killed. She orders her men to go to the hotel where Craig was before and steal the surveillance data. While examining these surveillance videos, she suddenly realized that a familiar figure appeared in them. She saw Minako, who had entered the hotel lobby, and 4 other people walking neatly in front of her. For people like them, it was easy to be able to tell that these 4 men were agents by trade. However, Nicole didn't vocalize this when she saw it. It was also a good thing that these people didn't know about Minako's presence, much less notice Nicole's discovery. On this night, Lu Chuan returned home relatively early. This time was sitting on the couch leisurely watching TV while Minako was in the kitchen cooking dinner. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Chuan opened the door and realized that there was no one. But just as he was about to close the door, Nicole suddenly jumped out from the side and smiled mischievously at Lu Chuan. How about that? Am I intimidated? Lu Chuan froze in place. How could he not expect Nicole to actually find his home? And at this time Minako, who was in the kitchen, also heard Nicole's voice. Her heart thumped and she couldn't help but clench one of the kitchen knives in her hand. Because she's worried about whether or not her assassination of Craig has been compromised. And Nicole is sent on a mission at this time. Lu Chuan hadn't reacted yet and stammered. How did you find me? How did you know I live here? Nicole didn't even wait for Lu Chuan to invite her in. Instead, she spared Lu Chuan and walked in with a flash of her own. As soon as he came in, he even pretended not to have been here and said to Lu Chuan, "You're dull. You didn't even realize that I followed you all the way." Minako walked out of the kitchen at this time, clutching her knife tightly behind her back. When Nicole saw Minako, she also pretended to have never seen her before and asked Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, is this the girlfriend that you said was the prettiest one in your heart?" These words immediately made Minako, who had a serious face, feel as if she had eaten honey in her heart. "Also let down your guard." Lu Chuan immediately nodded his head and awkwardly introduced, "Aha, yes, this is the girlfriend I mentioned to you earlier. Summer." Summer? What a characterful name, but a great beauty indeed. Lu Chuan asked again, "Did you come to see me today for something?" Nicole didn't even look at Lu Chuan, and by this time had already put her attention on the several dishes that had just been prepared on the table. Nicole sat down directly at the table, not moving her chopsticks, but just getting down and pinching a dish in her mouth. While eating, he said to Lu Chuan, "Who's looking for you? I'm here to find your girlfriend today." As soon as Minako and Lu Chuan heard this, the two of them glanced at each other, and at the same time, they were both stunned, because both of them couldn't guess what exactly the purpose of this living treasure in front of them was to come here today. "You, looking for me?" Minako asked. Minako figured that Nicole wouldn't do anything dangerous in front of Lu Chuan, so she quietly lowered the knife in her hand. Nicole dazzled at the dishes on the table and said without lifting her head, "Aha, I didn't come here to find Lu Chuan today. I followed him just to find you." And while complaining to Lu Chuan, "How come you don't even give a pair of chopsticks when you have guests at home?" Minako was busy handing her a pair of chopsticks and watching her wind up. "Lu Chuan, you are really lucky. Your girlfriend is so beautiful and cooks such great food. If you can open another bottle of red wine at this time, it would be perfect." Minako said. "Lu Chuan, are we out of red wine at home?" Lu Chuan nodded. But Nicole said, "Then go buy one. I just happen to be with your girlfriend, and we two females can have a whisper." Lu Chuan glanced at Minako, because he was still in a trance at this time. 1. He was worried that Minako would get jealous and angry, and 2. He couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this Nicole was selling in her gourd. Minako said, "Why don't you go buy a bottle of red wine and come back?" When Lu Chuan heard this, he was busy putting on his jacket and going out. Minako closed the door and asked Nicole, "What was the purpose of your visit here today?" Nicole put down the chopsticks in her hands at this time, and the smile on her face from earlier was gone. Taking a tablet out of his bag, he placed it on the dining room table and opened a video. The video is the very same surveillance video she had her men steal from Craig's hotel. As soon as Minako saw herself and a few of her men appear in the video, she realized why Nicole was here today. But before she could say anything, Nicole asked directly, "I think you killed Craig, didn't you?" Minako knew that since the other party was able to come to her door, there was no point in denying it herself, so she replied decisively, "Yes, I was the one who took care of Craig." "Why did you do it to him?" Minako looked even more relaxed this time than she had a moment ago as she sat down across from Nicole and said, I think even you might not know what Craig's backup plan is right now. A backup plan? I don't even know about it. So how would you know about it? I think you might not be familiar with the intelligence organizations in the Eagle Jam and Sakura countries. Every intelligence head has a backup plan when they go on a mission so that they don't come up empty-handed if the mission fails. Nicole immediately frowned and asked, "So, you got the contents of Craig's backup plan from him?" Minako sneered and said, "That's right, but he didn't tell me voluntarily. I made him talk with a bullet." To Nicole, she didn't really care about Craig's death, and the reason she came to Minako today was just to find out why she killed Craig. She asked, "If I'm not mistaken, based on the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's habit of acting in such a way that if he can't get Lu Chuan, he'll destroy it, and his backup plan is to kill Lu Chuan, isn't that right?" Minako nodded, then added, "But it's nowhere near as simple as you think, and while that's why I killed Craig, I also got one more thing out of him about you." Nicole immediately tensed up. "Me? I'm on my first mission to the Great Summer. What would there be about me? You might not have thought that if I hadn't solved Craig, not only would Lu Chuan be in danger in the future, but you might not have a chance to leave the Great Summer country alive." Chapter 107 Reaching Agreement 2. Nicole naturally didn't believe Minako's words because her first reaction was that Minako was dissociating herself. Then with a serious look on his face, he said to Minako, "I know it's possible for Craig to assassinate Lu Chuan after failing in his mission, but for you to say that he'll kill me is just a stupid lie." Instead of getting angry, Minako smiled and said, "You and I, we are just a pawn in the intelligence staff. But what makes the two of us different from them is that we carry out missions that require us to throw our weight around and be at Lu Chuan's side. Don't you think so?" Nicole ruffled her hair a bit and crossed her arms over her chest, leaning back in her chair and waiting for Minako to continue. Minako also made the same gesture and said to her, "Then do you think that when one day both of our intelligence organizations know that Lu Chuan can't be taken away by us at all, and when they know that we have failed in our mission, the two of us, being the two people who have the closest relationship with Lu Chuan, and being the ones whose colleagues around Lu Chuan know of our existence, will they still leave the two of us after assassinating Lu Chuan alive?" Nicole knew that what Minako was saying wasn't unreasonable, and a look of horror crossed her face. Minako continued again, "Craig told me personally, at my gunpoint, that the Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense had personally ordered him to take care of the mission along with you and Lu Chuan after it failed, and that only by doing so could Lu Chuan's death be cleared from them." Although Minako was only 2 years older than Nicole, when it came to carrying out espionage missions, Minako had much more experience in this area. Nicole was certainly considered an excellent agent, but she had been trained in the Eagle Jam country and hadn't had much experience in the real world. That's why Minako's words at this point in time forced her heart to believe them a trifle. Minako continued, "Back when I knew that I had fallen in love with Lu Chuan, I knew that there was no turning back for me. So that's why I got rid of Tojo Yua with my own hands. Not only could I guarantee Lu Chuan's safety, but I also sort of guaranteed my own safety. And I can also tell you that now I'm already the head of Sakura Nation's intelligence in the country of Dacia." Nicole froze when she heard that, then said to Minako, "After you got rid of Craig, the Minister of Defense also ordered me to be in charge of intelligence work in Dacia." Hearing those words instantly comforted Minako's heart, because for her, no matter what kind of tactics the Eagle Sauce Congress would take against Lu Chuan, but after all, she knew that Nicole had feelings for Lu Chuan, and if Nicole was in charge of intelligence work in the Great Summer Country, she would never do anything to harm Lu Chuan. However, Minako's heart felt awkward at the same time. After all, Nicole was an unabashed lightweight for her right now, and jealousy was something a girl's heart couldn't so easily forget. Nicole suddenly changed the serious expression on her face at this time and extended her hand to Minako. "In that case, since the intelligence officers on both sides are now under your and my control, Lu Chuan will definitely not be in any danger in a short period of time." Minako was extremely reluctant to shake Nicole's hand, as hearing her say that made her heart twist even more. It was as if two women who loved Lu Chuan at the same time were reaching a reconciliation, but at the same time, she knew in her heart that Nicole was right. As long as the intelligence officers on both sides were controlled by the two of them, Lu Chuan was definitely safe. So Minako sighed, and reached out to shake Nicole's hand anyway. Nicole immediately had a relaxed expression on her face and continued to eat the food on the table. Minako thought to herself, the Eagle Jam country can send Nicole to carry out a mission in the Dacia country, so it must be that no matter whether it's her body or her mind, she must be excellent. But then again, she really can't tell how this person sitting in front of her, how her nerves are so big, as if she's a little girl who's just starting out in the society. But Minako also knew that this could be what made Nicole so good. As he was talking, Lu Chuan came back with a bottle of red wine in his hand at this time. Looking at the two of them, Minako and Nicole, sitting opposite each other as if they were still talking to each other, Lu Chuan's face flushed red. He was afraid that after Nicole left, Minako would grab him by the ears and settle the score. Lu Chuan was even too embarrassed to look at the two people squarely, so he could only turn his back and open the red wine while saying, "You guys, what are you two talking about?" Nicole hurriedly put away the tablet that was just on the table and said, "You're a big man. What do you care what we women are talking about?" Said also smiled at Minako, and then stood up again and said to Lu Chuan, "Actually, I'm here to learn today. I'll see what the woman you like is really like, and in the future I want to pursue you. Surely I need to know myself and my enemy." Minako was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine how Nicole always had a 250 streak in her, no matter what she did or said, to actually be able to say such words in front of both her and Lu Chuan. Not to mention the shyness of the introverted Lu Chuan at this time. Even Minako wanted to find a crack in the ground when she heard these words. Then Nicole walked to the door again, squeezed her eyes at Lu Chuan and said, "Be careful. I'll bother you a lot from now on. Bye." After that, he turned and left. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in both directions as he poured red wine while staring at Minako. Minako shook her head and smiled helplessly again. "Why? Isn't it especially beautiful in your heart? Two beautiful women pursuing you. Isn't this feeling especially good?" Lu Chuan immediately put down the glass of red wine he was pouring in his hand that was about to overflow, like a small child who had done something wrong. He asked Minako, you don't get mad when she says things like that? What do I have to be mad about? The fact that someone likes you means that my boyfriend is good enough, and I can't be happier. What did you two just talk about? And why did she bounce off?" Minako smiled and said, "Talking about you, talking about how good you are." The more Minako had this attitude, the more uncertain Lu Chuan's heart became. So with a confession of wrongdoing, he said to her, "Summer, you have to believe me. I really don't have anything going on with her, and I don't want to be with her at all." When Lu Chuan said this, he happened to sit on the seat where Nicole had just sat, and even picked up the chopsticks that Nicole had just used in his hand. Minako took a look and immediately frowned. "Yeah, right. Why would you use someone's used chopsticks if you don't like them, Nicole?" One sentence scared Lu Chuan so much that he immediately threw away the chopsticks in his hand. No, I wasn't paying attention. I swear to you, my favorite person is you." Saying that, he also quickly put a glass of red wine in front of Minako. Minako couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at Lu Chuan. A person who was completely described as a national treasure to the great summer country, and did look this silly and adorable in front of herself. But at the same time, she thought of Nicole in her heart, but also felt that this little girl in the future do not know what kind of surprise will bring to her in Lu Chuan's life. Chapter 108, Intense Discussions. Ever since Lu Chuan proposed to the vast industry to take the Skyfire system and mosquito catching system for testing, he had not gotten a reply from the other party. Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong had been anxiously waiting for news recently. On this day, Li Shengdong received a call from Guanyi, asking him to bring Lu Chuan to come to the Ministry of Defense to attend a meeting. As soon as Li Shengdong heard it, he knew that this meeting must be about Lu Chuan's trial. The two people, Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan, came to find Guanyi cheerfully. On the way, he also thought that since he could call the two of them, it must be that Guanyi had already agreed to this matter. But when I arrived, I realized that today's bout was really a bit big. When they arrived at the Ministry of Defense, the two were walking towards the office of the vast industry, but they were stopped by a staff member. "Director Li, Professor Lu, everyone is already waiting for you two in the conference room." The two men looked at each other and thought, "Everyone? Are there other people who are going to be at this meeting as well?" However, what the staff brought the two people to was not a conference room, but a meeting hall that could accommodate 100 or 10 people. As soon as he came in, Li Shengdong reacted first, making him really surprised in his heart, because he saw that on the podium directly in front of him, in addition to Guanyi, the senior commander of national defense, there was actually the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Economy of the Great Summer Kingdom. As for the dozens of people sitting on the stage, although they didn't fully recognize each other, both Li Shengdong and Lu Chuan could tell that these people were all known as the #1 people of the Great Summer Country in various fields. Looking at the two people dazed in place, Guanyi on the stage said into the microphone, "Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is Lu Chuan who developed the Skyfire system." After saying that, everyone present shifted their sights to Lu Chuan's body, and at the same time, a loud applause rang out. The staff next to him immediately signaled Li Shengdong to take a seat on the stage, and then led Lu Chuan to the stage and sat next to Guanyi. It turned out that this matter of Lu Chuan wanting to experiment with the Skyfire system was so difficult for the industry at large that even he, the senior commander of national defense, had trouble making this decision. That's why he purposely summoned leading-level figures from various fields in the Great Summer Country to discuss this matter today. Other than the few senior personnel on stage who knew about this in advance, everyone off stage still didn't know what Lu Chuan was going to do for the experiment. Guan Ye said, "Perhaps many of you present are still not aware that Lu Chuan of our Scientific Research Bureau had a new goal some time ago, but there may be some risks involved in realizing this plan, so I've called everyone here today to discuss it." Immediately after that, Lu Chuan told everyone about the test he was going to conduct using the Skyfire system and mosquito catching system, and also explained the risks involved in the test. But before Lu Chuan could finish his speech completely, the people under the stage began to whisper. The Minister of Economy beside him interrupted Lu Chuan at this time with a tense face and asked, "Professor Lu, I know that these two systems are the brainchild of you and the Scientific Research Bureau, but have you ever thought about how much money our great summer country has spent for this in order to make these two systems come out successfully?" The Minister of Finance immediately took over and continued, "Putting aside the money we spend on this, I believe that everyone here knows in their hearts the importance of these two defense systems to our great summer country. If the test fails and causes these two systems to go up in smoke, then to rebuild these two defense systems will greatly affect our entire great summer country's economy, as the financial resources required is really an astronomical figure." The statements of the two ministers made everyone on stage start nodding their heads in favor. Lu Chuan seemed to have been pushed into an extremely awkward situation for a moment, but Guan Ye waved his hand at this time and said to everyone, "Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, including Professor Lu, all of us are aware of the risks involved in this matter, as well as the losses we face after failing, but it's still too early to completely reject this matter, so why don't you all listen to Professor Lu's reasons for why he wants to do this experiment first?" After saying that, Guan Ye pushed the microphone in front of Lu Chuan, signaling him to continue. Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva and looked at Li Shengdong on the stage again, who immediately nodded to Lu Chuan, also signaling him to continue. He knew that at this time on stage and off stage, the only person who could completely trust himself was probably Li Shengdong, but since it had come to this point, Lu Chuan decided to say all that came to his mind. "That's right, the Skyfire system and the mosquito catching system, down to the earliest electromagnetic anti-missile system, are all the brainchild of our Scientific Research Bureau, and I certainly know how important this is to our great summer kingdom. And even though I'm just a scientific researcher, I'm more than aware of the importance of the economy to our entire great summer kingdom." A single sentence made everyone present, who had all been mingling just a moment ago, all quiet at this time. Lu Chuan continued, "But there is one thing that I'm afraid very few of you know, and that is that our old rival, the Eagle Sauce country that has been eyeing us all day long, they already have the 115 element. Before this element might only exist in science fiction movies, but now we are pretty sure that they have this kind of thing. And if we stand by and watch the Eagle Jam Nation to utilize element 115 to upgrade their weapons and perfect their various systems, the Skyfire system that we consider perfect in the future may become unbearable in front of them. And it can even be said that it is not worth mentioning." Most of the people present had never even heard of what element 115 was, and immediately began to discuss it again. Guan Ye immediately said again, "I can attest to what Prof. Lu said. We did find this element from the wreckage of the Night Lord 1 from the Eagle Jam country." The Minister of Economy asked, "Commander Hero, are you saying that it was element 115 that was relied upon to get their Night Lord 1 up in the air?" Guan Ye nodded and said, "According to Professor Lu's analysis, this is indeed the case. As you can imagine, if we don't have this kind of element, then the Eagle Sauce Kingdom may allow 100 Night Lords, one with more powerful firepower, to appear in space in the future. And at that time, to say that our heavenly flame system is just a pose, that may actually be true." As soon as the two ministers of finance and economy heard this, they immediately discussed it in whispers. But Guan Ye didn't give them much time to discuss it this time. He continued, "I'm afraid that no one here is more aware of the riskiness of this experiment than Professor Lu. But why does he still insist on doing it? That's right, the economy, the finances, are incredibly important to our great summer kingdom, but if even our most basic defense force is unbeatable in front of our opponents, then what economy are we talking about?" This is the time to look at both the Minister of Economy and the Minister of Finance. What was just a moment ago a puzzled face had by this time turned into a convinced nod. Chapter 109 New Blood Program. This time Lu Chuan's proposed plan was different from what he had tried to achieve in the past. In the case of the Heavenly Fire System, it may simply require research and development from the Bureau of Scientific Research, economic support from the state of Daxia, and help from the aerospace sector. But this time, regardless of whether the outcome is successful or not, it will take the full cooperation of countless departments to get the program started. That was why the industry at large had taken the time and trouble to make Lu Chuan wait for so long to convene this meeting today. After the meeting deliberated for more than an hour, Guan Ye announced a temporary break. The people on the stage all began to talk to each other, while the vast industry and a few senior people went into another room to discuss the matter. Lu Chuan ran into Li Shengdong in the corridor and asked him, I see that the people on the stage have been discussing it. How about it? Do you feel they will agree? Li Shengdong shook his head at this time and said, it's not easy to say. There are quite a few supportive voices from those present, but there are also quite a few who say that this matter is indeed too risky and worrisome. However, what they didn't know was that at this time, Guanyi and a few senior personnel had actually named this new plan of Lu Chuan's in another room by this time. As the meeting continued to begin, Guanyi made a direct announcement just as he sat down. Given that Lu Chuan's new plan is to synthesize a brand new element, or you could say a brand new fuel, and if the development is successful, then I believe that element 115 will become the fresh blood of the National Defense Force. That's why I'm naming this plan the New Blood Plan. Some of the senior personnel on the stage, when they heard these words from the vast industry, their faces were calm as water, not realizing that just now a few of them had already settled this matter in a small room, and only Lu Chuan had surprise written all over his face. Lu Chuan thought to himself, how come this is decided? Wasn't the purpose of today's meeting for everyone to vote to decide the outcome? And after Guanyi said this, he glanced sideways at Lu Chuan and smiled at him, as if he was telling him that this matter was already 9 out of 10. Looking at the people under the stage again, at this time everyone's face was also puzzled and confused, and there were some people who even showed some nervousness, because what they had in mind at this time was the same as Lu Chuan. The notifications they had received before were that this meeting would be voted on to decide the outcome, but now it seemed that the senior defense commander, Guanyi, had settled this matter all by himself. Only Li Shengdong heard at this time, and this time is stealing joy, saying that this matter so quickly have a result, but that's not true either. Guanyi also saw what these people on stage were thinking, then smiling into the microphone, he continued, of course, a few of us have just given this program a name, and now we'll begin the voting process, so raise your hand if you agree with the Science and Research Directorate's implementation of this program. When he finished speaking, Guanyi was immediately the first to raise his right hand, immediately following the senior staff around the broader industry, and almost at the same time, they also put their hands up in agreement as well. And Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong hadn't even reacted to what had happened at this time, and were still in a daze. It was only when Guanyi kicked Lu Chuan with his foot under the table that he reacted. Lu Chuan raised his right hand with a befuddled expression, and Li Shengdong followed suit. When the people on the stage saw this, you looked at me and I looked at you, and they did not know what to do, not realizing that the second half of the meeting had just begun and that the industry at large would ask for a vote so soon. But as these people watched all of these senior people on the stage express their agreement, some of them still raised their hands tremblingly. Immediately afterward, one by one on the stage, looking around them, raised their hands, and at this point it would be as if they were otherworldly if they didn't agree, and they had to raise their hands to show their agreement. Guanyi immediately applauded and announced that the new blood program would be spearheaded by the Bureau of Scientific Research to begin research and development, and it also requires that this program must be implemented primarily by the Bureau of Scientific Research. The implication is to tell everyone present that when this program begins to be implemented, all departments on stage, all walks of life, must provide unconditional help when the Research Bureau is in need. At the end of the meeting, Guanyi called Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong together again to talk alone, because everyone knew the risks that accompanied this plan. They were worried that Lu Chuan would feel pressure in his heart. Even Li Shengdong's heart tensed up with him as he made sure the plan went through. But at this time, Lu Chuan, in addition to joy on his face, didn't see any nervousness at all. Guanyi looked at Li Shengdong and asked, what, is there pressure? Of course, there must be pressure to let the Research Council take the lead on such a big thing. But when Guanyi saw Lu Chuan's relaxed expression, he laughed and said, why can't you see a bit of nervousness on your kid's face? Lu Chuan said, the new blood program is certainly difficult, but things happen for people, and since the Eagle Sauce Nation can have element 115, I believe that our great summer nation can have it as well. Guanyi snapped his hand on Lu Chuan's shoulder and laughed. Very good. What I want is your confidence. I 100% believe you can succeed. In fact, when Lu Chuan first proposed to Guanyi to synthesize element 115, Guanyi had actually thought of implementing it in his heart, because he did believe in Lu Chuan's ability 100%. It's just that the difficulty in this matter lies in just convincing people to agree, and that's why he came to this with a few senior people at the meeting today. Lu Chuan had a very good habit of never telling Minako about what he did at the Research Bureau when he returned home, but after returning home today, although Lu Chuan was keeping his mouth shut, Minako still saw something on his face. He couldn't help but ask him, why is he always happy today as if he had eaten honey? What happy things did he encounter? Lu Chuan's heart also wanted to share this joy with Minako, so he spoke more. Today's meeting passed a new plan, spearheaded by our Scientific Research Bureau for Research and Development. If this plan is successful, then the defense force of our Dacia country may be something that the Eagle Sauce country will find it difficult to surpass even if they put their wings on it. This was indeed something that made all the people of the Dacia country worth being happy. And as Lu Chuan's girlfriend, if it was anything else, she would have been happy for Lu Chuan as well. But as soon as she heard that it was something like this, Minako couldn't be happy about it. Instead, a trace of nervousness grew in her heart, because she knew how the Eagle Sauce Nation acted. Once these people knew that Lu Chuan was going to implement another new plan and develop a new defense system, it was highly likely that they would take extreme measures against him. Although those intelligence officers of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and Dacia were now following Nicole's orders, Nicole would not harm Lu Chuan. But hell knows what the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation will do when he learns of this. Chapter 110, Disappearing Satellites. Minako again pretended to be very excited and asked Lu Chuan, "Then this matter, will we, the great summer country, be about to announce it to the world on TV?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Stupid. Of course not. This is a secret of the great Xia state. If it succeeds, only then may we announce it to the world. Before it succeeds, surely everything is kept secret." When Minako heard Lu Chuan say this, her heart was a little more solid, and she only prayed that this matter wouldn't be known to the Eagle Jam country. But after thinking for a moment, she pouted at Lu Chuan again. "You told me such a secret thing. Aren't you afraid that Director Lee will scold you? What are you talking about? You're my girlfriend. Of course I trust you. Besides, I'm just telling you that we'll have a new plan in the future. I won't tell you half of the content. So, suppose if Nicole asked you, would you tell her?" The words that Minako said to Lu Chuan, although it was like testing Lu Chuan's attitude towards Nicole, the main thing was that she wanted to make sure that Lu Chuan wouldn't tell Nicole about it. After all, Nicole was from the Eagle Jam country. Lu Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "You're worrying too much. That crazy girl, if it wasn't for the fact that she kept taking the initiative to look for me, I wouldn't have met her at all. So how could I possibly tell her this?" However, just when Minako thought that the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't know about it, their dog's nose still caught a hint of uneasiness. The new blood program is on track. The very beginning of the work of the Scientific Research Bureau is to calculate countless numbers to ensure that this program can be successfully implemented. Meanwhile, the control center of the Skyfire system was already doing something quietly at this time. This is because the new blood program requires the simultaneous mobilization of all the energy from the Skyfire and Mosquito Catcher's system laser shots. That's why the satellites of the Skyfire system need to be assembled, all together, in a tight matrix. That is to say, the satellites that were originally scattered in space should all gather above the mosquito-catching system of Dacia at this time and maintain the same orbit as the rotational speed of the Earth. On this day, the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation received a report that made him sit up and take notice. The report stated that all the satellites of the Skyfire system deployed in space by the Great Summer Kingdom could not be found at this time. The Secretary of Defense has been wary of the power of the Skyfire system since its introduction. That's why it's been having the satellites of the Eagle Jam Nation monitoring every move of the Skyfire system. At this time, learning that all these satellites had disappeared, the Minister of Defense was instantly like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and not knowing what to do. After all, it didn't matter how powerful the system was, it was good to know if the satellites were working or not, no matter how powerful they were, to be able to be within his surveillance range. But now these satellites have completely disappeared in space. The first thing that came to his mind was whether the Dacia Kingdom would be up to something big again. So he immediately ordered all the spy satellites deployed in space by the Eagle Jam Nation to start looking for the Skyfire system. But the satellites of the Skyfire system had gathered by this time, and due to the vastness of space, it was difficult to spot the Skyfire system even though the Eagle Jam country had hundreds or thousands of spy satellites. So after days of searching, the Secretary of Defense received reports of still nothing. As a result, the Minister of Defense had to give the task of investigating this matter to Nicole, who was far away in the country of Dacia. The Secretary of Defense starts by asking Nicole if her recent mission to reach out to Luchan went well. Nicole, by this time, had already learned from Minako's mouth that the Minister of Defense had already had the idea of letting Craig kill himself, so she must have been on the defensive against the old man, and wouldn't have been able to tell him too much of the truth. And in order to be able to guarantee Lu Chuan's safety, Nicole didn't even think twice about answering him that everything was fine. The Secretary of Defense said, "Very well, I have a new mission for you now, and this matter is very important." Nicole agreed readily. The Minister of Defense continued, "We have monitored that all of the satellites of the Skyfire system deployed in space by the Great Summer Kingdom have now disappeared, and this makes me feel very uneasy, so I am requesting that you investigate this matter from Lu Chuan's mouth no matter what means you have to use." When Nicole heard this, she thought that it was not good. The situation at hand. She had not even taken Lu Chuan down yet. How could she possibly get words out of him? But if he made up a random reason to him, and the truth of this matter was found out in the future. His position in the Great Summer Kingdom might be hard to secure, but under pressure, Nicole agreed. In Nicole's heart, at this point, she only thought of Minako as a rival in the love scene, not an enemy, because she knew deep down that Minako had no ill will towards Lu Chuan. So, the first thing Nicole thought of when she received this assignment was Minako. So while Lu Chuan was not at home during the day, Nicole looked for her again. She even told Minako all about the contents of her defense minister's mission. Nicole said, "I now have to find a plausible excuse to fob off the Secretary of Defense because when he questioned me about approaching Lu Chuan, all I told him was that things were going well." Minako was shocked to hear that the satellites of the Skyfire system had disappeared. It also occurred to him that this matter must be related to that new plan that Lu Chuan had talked about some time ago. She said to Nicole, "It's hard." "What's hard?" Nicole asked. "I mean this matter. It's very difficult for you and I to learn the truth, because even when I've been with Lu Chuan for so long, I haven't asked him anything about the research bureau, and that's his bottom line, so there's no way that I can help you to find out about this matter." Nicole frowned, knowing that Minako wasn't speaking in anger, but the truth. Minako continued again, "But I can tell you that some time ago, Lu Chuan did say that they have a new program to implement in the research bureau, and I think it must have something to do with this matter. So I suggest you." "What?" Nicole trailed off anxiously. "I suggest you weave a lie that you can tell your Minister of Defense. Either that or say that there is a loophole in the Skyfire system, and that Great Xia is currently repairing the system." Nicole thought about it for half a day and thought it was the only way to do it. The matter was then immediately reported to the Secretary of Defense. Although the wily Secretary of Defense's heart was a little more solid after hearing this, he still asked Nicole, "So, under what circumstances did you get this information?" Nicole sneered a little and told him, "It was in bed at night. From Lu Chuan's mouth that I heard it with my own ears." Never in a million years did Nicole think that she was telling a big lie to the Secretary of Defense though. But the lie helped Nicole and solidified her level of trust in the Secretary of Defense's mind even more. Chapter 111. Smoke. It wasn't long after the Hawksbane Nation realized that the Skyfire system's satellites were missing. Guanyi also received a report from the Daxia Space Center. According to the report, Daxia Space Station has recently discovered that dozens of spy satellites from the Eagle Sauce country have been changing their orbits in space. When Guanyi saw this report, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. Needless to say, this must be the Eagle Sauce country's anxiousness after they realized that our Skyfire system's satellites were missing. And this is definitely a search for our satellites. In order to avoid the Eagle Sauce country blind worry, the general industry has come up with an idea. On the same day, Daxia held a press conference for the whole world. The press spokesman of the Great Summer country stood on the speaker's platform with a serious face, looking depressed. The reporters on stage looked at each other, and many of them began to talk. "Is it possible that the Great Summer Kingdom has encountered some difficulties? Why does your face look so ugly? Every time the speaker looks this bad, it can't be good news. I heard that the Eagle Sauce country's satellites have discovered that Daxia's Skyfire system is missing, and I wonder if something has gone wrong." The journalists, you and I, all thought it was some kind of major event that had happened in Daxia. In particular, a bunch of journalists from the Eagle's Landing had gleeful faces, expecting the press secretary to announce bad news. And just as they expected, after a while, the spokesman said, "Our Defense Department has recently discovered that the Skyfire system deployed in space has a huge loophole, and at any time, it may more than likely bring serious losses to the Great Summer country. So for some time in the future, the Skyfire system won't be able to be put into service, and we will need to invest a huge amount of manpower and material resources to make repairs to the Skyfire system." One sentence shocked the four seats, and the reporters on the stage were even more lively in their discussions. Meanwhile, far away on the other side of the planet, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country was glued to his television set watching the press conference. As soon as he heard the spokesman say that something was really wrong with the Skyfire system, he was so excited that he almost didn't jump up in place and dance around. In fact, for him, he didn't fully trust the information he had gotten from Nicole earlier, because he couldn't believe that Nicole's mission was going so well. Knowing that seeing the press spokesman of the Great Summer country personally confirmed this matter, that stone in his heart only fell to the ground, and at the same time, it also deepened the level of trust in Nicole. Nicole was incredulous when she saw the news, thinking that she had casually said that to the Secretary of Defense, but she didn't think that she had hit the nail on the head. When Guanyi made this decision, he didn't tell too many people, including Li Shengdong. So Li Shengdong was immediately taken aback when he saw the news. The first thing that came to his mind was whether or not there could really be some kind of malfunction in the Skyfire system. So without saying a word, he immediately went straight to Guanyi's office. Upon entering the door, he saw that Guanyi was actually leisurely drinking tea. While Li Shengdong did have a sweaty head, Commander Hero, our Skyfire system, is something really wrong? Guan Ye gave him a blank look and said, see how scared you are. You just watched our press conference, right? Li Shangdong nodded his head while wiping his sweat. Guan Ye laughed out loud. You're really something. If the Heavenly Flame system really has a problem, can I not tell you and Lu Chuan first? Then why is this news spokesman saying we have a serious breach in the Skyfire system? It was only then that Guan Ye explained to him that the Eagle Jam Nation had found out about the recent disappearance of the Skyfire system. Then he said to him again, in order for our old rivals to save their minds and not give us any trouble in the meantime, I can only do this, release a smoke bomb for them, so that we can have peace of mind in our hearts, and they should have peace of mind in their hearts as well. Li Shangdong let out a long breath. It really scared me. I thought that Lu Chuan's test hadn't even been launched yet, and that something had gone wrong with our Skyfire system. Guan Ye asked him again, how's it going? Is Lu Chuan still going well these days? And how long is it estimated that the test can be conducted? According to Lu Chuan, it might still take a rather long process, just to organize the countless data every day. Guan Ye nodded. Understood. You tell Lu Chuan that all of us will wait patiently. This matter cannot be sloppy. As if he had something to say, Li Shangdong opened his mouth at Guan Ye, but did not say anything. Guan Ye looked out, so he let him sit down, and also poured him a cup of tea, said, how to see you three reticent look. There is something to say painfully. That, Lu Chuan just told me something about a tower we might have to build. Guan Ye crossed his legs and leisurely drank a mouthful of tea while saying, then build it, didn't I say? You Scientific Research Bureau or Lu Chuan himself have something to do despite doing it, and anything that needs to be done by other departments, despite bringing it up. But this tower is a bit of a project. It was only once he heard these words that the vast industry got serious, because this trial was already at great risk, and now the mention of spending money makes the industry at large nervous. He busily asked, tell me specifically how big this project is. Probably. It's going to be a little bit more work than the Eiffel Tower. The tea that Guan Ye drank into his mouth hadn't been swallowed yet, and as soon as he heard Li Shangdong's words, he immediately sprayed the tea out. How much is a little bit bigger? When Li Shangdong heard Guan Ye ask this question, he himself was even a little embarrassed to answer, because he was really worried that Guan Ye would sit on the ground in fear after hearing it. Tell me, how much bigger? Guan Ye pursued. Li Shangdong said, the height of the Eiffel Tower is more than 300 meters. Lu Chuan said, he may need a tower with a height of more than 1,000 meters. It was fortunate that Guan Ye was sitting against the sofa at this time, or else he really might have sat down on the floor in shock at those words. This kid, what does he need a tower this high for? Lu Chuan's explanation is that the laser emitters of our mosquito trapping system are scattered throughout the entire country of Daxia, and in order for the test to be conducted so that all of the laser energy from both the Skyfire system and the mosquito trapping system converge on a single point, it is necessary to build such a high tower and place the substance that needs to be bombarded by the laser at the tip of the tower so that all of the mosquito trapping systems can be targeted. Everyone knows that it already takes an ungodly amount of steel to build an Eiffel Tower, which is already just an astronomical amount, and if the tower was built to a height of 1,000 meters, it wouldn't be a simple matter of multiplying it by 3. That will inevitably require stronger foundations, and a geometrically increasing demand for steel. But Guan Ye still gritted his teeth and said, build, as high as he wants. I'll build him as high as he wants. There's no turning back from the bow. I'll build it even if I'm hard-headed. Chapter 112, The Tower That Soars to the Heavens. When Li Shangdong left, Guan Ye especially instructed him some more words. You ask Lu Chuan to calculate the height of this tower, and the location of the construction needed. You don't need to care about anything else. I'll personally let another department take care of it. With the strong ability of the infrastructure of the Great Summer Kingdom, even if a skyscraper of thousands of meters in height was to be built, then it might take just 1 year to complete it. So the construction of this tower is more than a no-brainer. Once the design for the construction is completed and the steel requirements are in place, it won't be long before the tower is built. It's just that the vast industry still more or less feels a bit of heartache in its heart when it thinks of the cost required to build this tower. The Hawksbane nation has also abandoned its search in space after learning that the Skyfire system is now in trouble. However, more than half a month later, the spy satellites of the Eagle Sauce country still found a suspicious object in the Great Summer country. They discovered a mysterious structure that was being built 24 hours a day at a high altitude in the country of Daxia. And this mysterious building is the same tower that the Great Summer Kingdom is going to build. A high-resolution satellite image was presented on the desk of the Eagle's land defense minister. A group of people couldn't say anything about the building after looking at this picture. Someone said disdainfully, I don't see that this iron tower has anything worth worrying about. It's likely that it's just a signal tower that they, the Great Xia Kingdom, are building. But someone immediately countered, no, it can never be as simple as a signal tower. As far as I know, the ground communication system of the Great Summer Country is already very perfect. There is no need to build a signal tower with such a huge volume. And this high-altitude area of the Great Summer Country is extremely sparsely populated, and there is even less of a reason to build such a large signal tower. The Minister of Defense stared at the photo this time, frowning without saying a word. Someone else at his side chimed in. Mr. Minister, I don't think we need to worry too much about this building. It's just a tower built of steel. It can't fire either missiles or lasers. Aren't we being a bit haywire? The Minister of Defense sneered a bit and said, grass and trees? Shouldn't they be? For such a long time, every time we thought that the Great Xia country was not our opponent, they always managed to give the world a surprise. Hell knows if they are holding back some big move now. The person present who thought the Space Center said, I also don't believe that this thing is just a simple signal tower. Some time ago the Great Summer Country just announced that their Skyfire system was out of order. And in such a short period of time they are constructing such a voluminous building. It's hard to believe that there is no relationship between these two things. And according to our satellite observations, they are constructing this tower within the no man's land is being built 24 hours a day. The Secretary of Defense immediately asked, through spy satellites, is it possible to figure out roughly how tall this building is? The other party thought for a moment and replied, according to the satellite pictures, the height of this tower should already be around 400 meters by now. But based on the calculations of such a large scale of their tower base, it's highly probable that they're trying to build this tower to a height of more than 1,000 meters, or else they wouldn't have needed such a large tower base at all. A statement that froze everyone in the room, because by this time no one believed that the Grand Xia state would purposelessly build this towering 1,000-meter tower in this nearly no man's land for the purpose of communication. After 2 hours had passed, a group of senior personnel, including the Minister of Defense, had failed to guess the slightest thing about the tower's usefulness. The helpless Minister of Defense could only dial Nicole's number and ask her to investigate this matter in the Great Summer Country. To the Minister of Defense, he thought that Nicole was now Lu Chuan's lover. So giving this task to Nicole was nothing more than trying to get her to extract some valuable information from Lu Chuan's mouth. Of course Nicole would not make such a foolish act of asking Lu Chuan herself. Not to mention that Nicole was now uninterested in carrying out intelligence missions in the Great Summer Country. So a few days later, Nicole casually reported to the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, I'm sorry to say that Lu Chuan knows nothing about the construction of this tower either. The Minister of Defense's heart was slightly more solid when he learned that Lu Chuan had no knowledge of this matter, because the advanced weapon systems and defense systems that had recently come out in the Great Summer Country were all attributed to Lu Chuan. And since Lu Chuan didn't know anything about this matter, it was very likely that this thing had nothing to do with weapon systems. Of course, this is all just a figment of the Secretary of Defense's personal imagination. After some more time, however, when the spy satellites of the Eagle Jam Nation once photographed the tower, everyone was dumbfounded. By this time this tower had been completely built and was indeed above 1,000 meters in height. But what disturbed them the most was that the spire part of this tower could not be a communication tower at first sight. The tip of all communication towers in the world is like a spike, but the tip of this tower is a huge orb, and there was a long pipe connecting the tip of the tower to the ground. Seeing pictures like this, the Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation could not sit still any longer. He couldn't wait to walk under this tower himself right now to see what secret weapon this was of the Great Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, Eagle Jam's spy satellites had discovered something even more disturbing to him by this time. That's when their spy satellites finally spotted the location of the Skyfire system in space at this time. They realized that the entire heavenly flame system of the Great Summer Kingdom was all gathering towards the top of this high tower. The so-called dog in the manger speaks to the current state of the Secretary of Defense. Because it was impossible to get Nicole to learn the truth of this matter from Lu Chuan's mouth, the Hawksbane Nation came up with a nastier solution, which is kind of their usual trick. That would be to unite multiple of their own lapdog countries and put pressure on the Great Summer State. The reason for the pressure was the discovery of a worrying building in Daxia, and it was hoped that Daxia would be able to explain to the world what the building was used for. When Guan Ye got the news, he was straight up pissed off to the point of pressure. Damn, it's downright bullying. I have to explain to you guys what I want to build myself. So for several days in a row, the Great Summer Kingdom acted as if nothing was wrong, paying no attention to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's demands. However, as more and more countries hold press conferences and issue the same demands as the Eagle Jam countries, Guan Ye also felt that it was not a good idea to keep going on like this. So the same old trick was used to get the press spokesman of the Great Summer State to give an explanation to the world. Of course, this explanation is a bit of a stretch. Chapter 113, Far-Fetched Reasons. On this day, at a press conference in Daxia, at first, before the speaker could speak, journalists from various countries on the stage began to scramble to ask questions. May I ask what is the purpose of your great summer kingdom and building volumes of such tall pylons in no man's land? May I ask if this location is your weapons testing site? Has the great summer kingdom developed any more advanced weapon systems? May I ask what kind of test you, the great summer kingdom, are doing here? An offensive weapon? Or a defensive one? The press spokesman on stage didn't look anxious because of all the talk on stage, but instead smiled as he watched these people monkey around one by one. When all the reporters on stage had voiced their questions, the press secretary just smiled at them. Then he said easily, "Thank you very much to the reporters and friends from various countries on the stage, for your concern about our great Xia country, but I would like to say that all of you are indeed over-anxious. I didn't think that such a simple building in our great Xia country could attract the attention of so many countries all of a sudden, and I am really flattered. Then may I ask what exactly is this building for in your country?" A reporter from the Eagle Sauce country on the stage anxiously followed up with another question. The spokesman didn't answer him right away, but turned gently and pressed the remote control in his hand. Then I saw the big screen on the stage, showing a high-resolution photo of this tower. Then, the spokesman said in a slightly mocking tone, "I think many countries have only seen this building of ours through spy satellites, and in order to be able to let those of you who are in a hurry to see it more clearly, we are showing you high-definition photos of this building today." Saying that, the photos on the screen also played up one by one in turn, almost dead angle like the world high-definition display of the details of this tower. The reporters under the stage immediately picked up their cameras and kept shooting at the big screen, and for a while the whole hall was filled with the clicking sound of the cameras and the flashing lights. The spokesman even stood to the side with his hands behind his back so that they could get a clearer shot, After a while, the reporters in the hall were each shooting their hearts out. The speaker then went back to the center podium, pointing his finger at the photo on the big screen. He laughed. "This building that you all see is not a weapon system or used as a weapon test of any kind, but just a plain old pylon." A reporter immediately asked. "As far as we know, this is a tower with a height of thousands of meters, consuming so much steel. It has to be of some use, right?" The spokesman nodded and said, "As for its use, I should say it's ornamental, nothing else." As soon as it was said that the pylon was just for looking at, the reporters immediately exploded. "How can that be? We're not cuties, consuming the steel of the dawn of time just to build a tower for ornamental purposes. Does the great Summerland think that the whole world is as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child? Please don't deceive us. We don't believe that the Daxia kingdom would do such a senseless thing." The spokesman waved his hand, signaling for the reporters to be quiet, then continued, "That's right, this tower is really just a landmark for ornamental purposes, and if there are any other countries that think it can be used for other purposes, then please let us know in the Great Summer Kingdom, and we will be grateful." A reporter stood up and asked with a frown, "But the location where this iron tower is located can almost be said to be no man's land as far as the Great Summer Country is concerned. It's still at a high altitude. Who would be viewing it? Is it for the local wildlife to view?" A comment that drew laughter from the stage, even from the speakers on stage. He said, "This is a very important point you are making. Yes, it is precisely because this is no man's land that we are building such a presentable landmark here, because we are planning to build an amusement park here, and at that time this pylon will be the landmark of this amusement park. And I believe that at that time, it will attract a very large number of tourists from all over the world to come to play." Such a far-fetched answer made the journalists in the room dumbfounded, and even one reporter from a hawkish country looked a bit annoyed. "This is simply deception, a lie to all of us. Is the Great Summerland playing a joke on the whole world?" The spokesman explained, "It's not what you think, but if another country is willing to speculate in that way, there's nothing we can do about it." Before convening this press conference, Guanya explained to the press spokesman, "Just casually cope with it, and just tell them with the attitude of love whoever. We will not care about their views of the Great Summer State." So the spokesman responded by not taking these journalists seriously at all, especially these biased journalists from the Eagle Jam countries. However, just at this time, an irritated reporter from the Eagle Jam country asked a very pointed question in front of everyone. "May I ask? The Great Summer Kingdom was announcing to the world some time ago that a serious loophole had been discovered in your Skyfire system, so all of your satellites are now out of service, right?" The spokesman's heart thumped, because he also didn't expect this press conference to have a reporter mention this matter, but the spokesman nodded his head submissively to say yes. This reporter then immediately said, "Okay, so as far as we in Eagle Sauce country know, your Great Summer country previously leased several satellites of its own Skyfire system to the Yellow Sand country, and since you announced that all the satellites had problems and had been deactivated, why is it that our Eagle Sauce country satellites have still found that their Yellow Sand country Skyfire system is still in normal use?" Guanya was also watching the live broadcast of this press conference at this time, and as soon as he heard this question from the reporter, his heart was immediately tensed up. because Guanya had not thought of this question before. Fearing that the speaker's answer at this time would make any mistakes and be caught by the pigtail, only a hint of uneasiness appeared on the speaker's face, but it was replaced by relief in the blink of an eye. He chuckled. It seems that you Eagle Sauce Nation have really worried about this kind of thing. Then the speaker, feigning composure, looked at the blank sheet of speech in his hand and used the gap to come up with a seamless response. It's true that we had a problem with our Skyfire system, but in order to show our respect for Huangsha country, and already our respect for the friendship between our two countries only, we've already done our best to repair these satellites for Huangsha country first when we just found out about the problem. So their satellites are currently functioning normally. This answer left the Eagle Jam Nation reporter speechless, and the gazes of all the journalists present at this time were simultaneously shifted to a reporter from the Yellow Sand country. A few others around him whispered inquiries. Is that the case? Is it true that your satellites were repaired for you in advance by Daxia? Is he telling the truth? The reporter from the Yellow Sand country was nervous, as he also didn't expect the focus of everyone present to be on him, and he really didn't know about it. And even more nervous was the spokesman on the stage, who was also afraid that this reporter from the country of Yellow Sand would say something out of place. But what I didn't realize was that this reporter still stood up and said to everyone, as far as I know, it seems that this is indeed the case. Chapter 114, Huangsha Kingdom's Divine Assistance. The words of the reporter from the country of Huangsha instantly brought down that stone in the hearts of Guanyi and everyone else. In fact, at this time everyone can see what this is the situation. Is nothing more than the Yellow Sand country is helping the Big Summer country to speak. However, what a tiny reporter says ultimately lacks weight. This answer did not satisfy a number of countries, including the Eagle Jam countries. News headlines in every country for a while were skeptical about this. The Huangsha country, on the other hand, immediately understood the situation at this time, and even held a press conference in the fastest possible time without giving greetings to the Daxia country. Their newsmen clarified to the world. Thank you to the Great Summer country for not only thinking of themselves when the Skyfire system had problems, but first helped us, the Yellow Sand country, to repair the satellites in space, and we fully felt the Great Summer country's affection for us, and we originally thought that this was between our two countries, and we didn't want to make a scene for everyone to know about it, so we purposely stood up to clarify it for the Great Xia country to clarify it. This operation by the Yellow Sand Kingdom is a godsend. Even though they didn't know what exactly was going on with the heavenly flame system of the Great Summer Kingdom, they knew that they could never go wrong by standing up for the Great Summer Kingdom now. The press conference from the Yellow Sand country immediately gagged the world and put the matter to rest for the time being. I'm also afraid that at this time, only the senior personnel of both the Great Summer Kingdom and the Yellow Sand Kingdom knew what was going on in the middle of this. Some countries, including Eagle Jam and Sakura, were left in the dark, but at the same time, the two of them, Minako and Nicole, received superior orders at the same time that caused them both headaches, because at this time both the Eagle Sauce country and the Cherry Blossom country didn't believe the words of the Yellow Sand country and the Daxia country, and felt that this was just a play that these two countries were putting on for the whole world. That's why the two countries simultaneously asked both Minako and Nicole to investigate the truth of this matter in the Great Summer country. Minako hadn't really worried much when she had just received the order, since she could just find a way to pass the matter off with a random excuse. But as she thought about it, she still felt she should be careful, as she suspected that Nicole would likely be receiving the same instructions at this time. Coincidentally, Nicole, who received the instruction at this time, had the same thought in her mind as Minako. In other words, these two women who saw each other both as their love rivals were thinking of each other at this time without a second thought. On this day, both beauties had arranged to meet in a cafe with sunglasses and duck hats. Just as she sat down, Minako said, "Recently, that iron tower built by the Great Summer country, this matter is making a lot of noise, and my superiors have just ordered me to investigate this matter, so I'm guessing that you haven't received the same order as well." Nicole said, "You're really thoughtful, you guessed it all. And I was about to ask you what excuse we should find this time." One sentence directly made Minako laugh. She only realized at this time that the two people who were supposed to be the enemies of the Great Xia country, or the intelligence chiefs of their respective countries, would actually be sitting together peacefully discussing how to conceal themselves from their superiors at this time because of Lu Chuan. Minako said, "Have you thought of any reason? We both have to give the same answer to our superiors for it to work. They're bound to confirm the information they've gotten with each other." Nicole, however, pouted and said as if she was angry, "It's not your decision to make. I'm not the one who's with Lu Chuan every day." Then Nicole also immediately asked, "But I personally also feel strange. Hey, you say they Big Summer country build such a high a tower in the end is for what purpose? Also do not know this matter. Lu Chuan in the end is not really understand the truth inside." Although Nicole was a love rival to Minako, at this point Minako actually didn't see her as an enemy worth defending against anymore. After all, she knew that Nicole wouldn't be able to do any harm to Lu Chuan. So she said, I think Lu Chuan most likely knows about this. Yeah, why do you say that? Minako took a sip of her coffee and looked around to see that there wasn't anyone who could hear the two of them. Then he said, hasn't this matter recently become known all over the world? When I eat with him and watch the TV, he very often discusses some of the content of the news with me, but in the last 2 days, every time he sees this matter reported on the TV, he smiles but doesn't say a word, so I reckon that he must know the truth, and I even suspect that it's another new plan from their research bureau. Nicole's heart just sank when she heard that. Envy. No, I'm jealous of you. You can still eat with Lu Chuan every day. This guy doesn't want to see me every time I go to him by myself, Minako said with a little bit of arrogance. Lu Chuan isn't someone you think is so easy to get. Before she finished, Nicole actually asked stupidly, then can you tell me what you used to make Lu Chuan like you? Thinking about it, Nicole also realized that her question was silly. How could a lightweight enemy tell herself such a thing? And just as Nicole asked that question, the expression on Minako's face was smiling, but you could still see the meaning creepy chill coming out of her eyes. She looked out the door at the street where people were coming and going and said to Nicole, I can kill for Lu Chuan and I have killed many for him. Can you? Nicole said with a defiant look on her face. Underestimate me. Of course I can. It's just that I've never had the opportunity. I'll just have to wish you good luck. Minako smiled, as if looking at an untouched little girl, and spoke to Nicole. Then Minako went on to say, don't be in a hurry to report your mission to your superiors, and I won't understand making a reply to this matter. We should think of a reply that seems to be true or false, but the content must be highly consistent before we can do so. Nicole asked, see what you mean. Are you trying to ask something out of Lu Chuan? Minako nodded and said, yes, I will look at the situation. If this matter has an impact on Lu Chuan, then I will choose not to tell my superiors. If it doesn't have too much of an impact, then I would like to appropriately give my superiors some information that looks like the real deal. This will also benefit me and your position in the Great Summer Kingdom. However, what the other two didn't expect was this. Just then, a man in the corner of the cafe who seemed to be sipping his coffee carelessly, actually watching every move these two make. Chapter 115 Eagle Eye. The man staring at Nicole and Minako from the corner of the cafe was not obvious to anyone that there was anything different about him. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s and was dressed exquisitely like a successful entrepreneur. Even from the time he came in and sat in this seat, his line of sight never even glanced over to Minako and Nicole's side. He just kept drinking his coffee while looking at a book in his hand, and every now and then a satisfied smile would appear on his face, as if he was being affected by the plot inside the book. But the truth is, this book the man is holding has a hole pulled out of the paper inside, and inside the hole sits a surveillance device. He was watching Minako and Nicole's every move from start to finish. This man's real identity is not an entrepreneur, and not even a native of Daxia. He is a veteran spy with the codename Eagle Eye. To say that he was old-fashioned was because this person had been successfully lurking in the Great Xia country for decades, and it could even be said that he had perfectly integrated into the Great Xia country, and had not once revealed his foxtail during these decades. It was also because he had been lurking in Daxia for so long that even many of the senior personnel in Eagle Jam had forgotten about his existence. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation, too, had learned of this man's existence from the last old minister when he first became minister a few years ago. Hawkeye has been lurking in the Daxia for decades, and in the beginning, his mission was actually similar in nature to that of agents like Craig and Nicole. It was only after uncovering a few traitors in their ranks during that time that the then Secretary of Defense discovered the man's greatest use, and that was to use him to investigate his own people in case of a mutiny. It could be said that Eagle Eye had always been an eye that the Minister of Defense had planted in the Great Summer Country. Immediately after Craig's disappearance, the Secretary of Defense gave Hawkeye orders to secretly investigate the matter. When Hawkeye was given the assignment, he suspected at the time that it was an inside, or peer job. It was a pity that he had never been able to find any relevant evidence, so he had also been secretly observing Nicole's every move. It wasn't until today, when he found out that Nicole had actually met with Minako from Sakura Nation in private, that his heart became even more certain of his inner suspicions. Originally, she hadn't suspected that Craig's affair could be the work of an agent of another country, but today's situation had made him already begin to suspect that Minako was most likely connected to this affair. It was a good thing that Hawkeye was seated at the cafe, farther away from the two men. He could just see the two people through the video, not hear what they were talking about. Otherwise, there was a good chance that both Minako and Nicole would have been targeted for assassination by their respective countries today. The two of them, Minako and Nicole, were sitting opposite each other in the middle of the cafe, and the corner where Hawkeye was located was just within Minako's line of sight. At first, Minako had kept an eye on the few customers in the cafe several times, and had never noticed anything out of the ordinary. But after the two had been sitting here for half an hour, Minako still noticed a hint of something wrong. Out of professional habit, Minako consciously or unconsciously scanned the entire cafe with her gaze every few minutes when she picked up her coffee cup. She noticed that a few of the men in the room would steal glances at the two of them every now and then. But this man in the corner was the only one who spent the entire time staring at the book in front of him and didn't turn the pages. It wasn't that Minako was self-absorbed. It was that she fully understood men, as well as having absolute confidence in her own and Nicole's duo's looks and temperament. In this situation, two beautiful women are sitting in the cafe. It is a normal situation that every man will subconsciously glance at them twice. So Minako immediately stopped communicating with Nicole, who had a puzzled look on her face. At this time Minako quietly took out a pen from her bag and wrote a sentence on a napkin. At my 9 o'clock, there's an eye. You leave first. When he finished writing, he pushed his napkin in front of Nicole's face, then took another sip of his coffee as if nothing had happened. As soon as Nicole saw that, she immediately understood what it meant, then nodded to Minako, stood up and left the cafe. And just as Nicole stood up, Minako kept her eyes on Hawkeye's every move. Only Hawkeye had noticed that his brow had tightened a bit at this time even though he still hadn't looked up this way. Minako had noticed. It was this millimeter change in expression that made Minako confirm that this person was indeed watching them. 10 seconds after Nicole walked out of the cafe, she saw Hawkeye this time also closed the book in his hand without any panic, and then took out a banknote and put it on the table, and also walked out of the cafe. Just as he stood up, Minako pretended to look in the mirror and took out her cell phone to take a few pictures of the man. 10 minutes later, Nicole walked back in and sat across from Minako. As it turned out, Nicole had simply walked out and circled the building where the cafe was located before returning back in after realizing that no one was following her anymore. Because both of them knew that if that person was really spying on the two of them just now, then he would definitely not come back, or else such behavior would just be too obvious. Minako showed Nicole the picture she had just taken and asked her, "Have you seen this man?" Nicole shook her head and said, "Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't seem like it should be an intelligence officer. As far as I know we don't have intelligence officers that old in Eagle Jam." Minako had the same suspicion, but she still had an extra eye on it, and immediately sent the photo to her own superiors in Sakura Nation so they could look it up in their secret databases. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Minako received a message that was a shock to both her and Nicole's hearts. Minako's superior told her, "This person is codenamed Hawkeye. His real name is untraceable, and he is affiliated with the senior intelligence officers of the Hawk Jam country. Because of an accident 20 years ago, he has died while on a mission in the Dasha country." Nicole heard the news and her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was hearing. Eagle Sauce? An intelligence officer from the country of Eagle Sauce? Or one that's been dead for 20 years? Minako sneered a bit and said to her, "If I'm not wrong, it seems that your Minister of Defense doesn't completely trust you. This Hawkeye should be his eyes planted in the Great Summer Country, spying on not other people, but your own people, even including us." Nicole didn't really care too much about it, since she didn't have the luxury of wanting to be the head spy here much. It just occurred to her that if she couldn't obtain a newcomer to the defense secretary, she might not be the only one at risk. There's also Lu Chuan who could be in danger at any moment. Thinking about this made Nicole uneasy inside. Chapter 116, The Scapegoat. Minako could see the anxiety on Nicole's face from the uneasy expression on her face, but Minako had a small smile on her face at this time. Nicole immediately got angry and said, "What are you laughing at? Falling down the well? See me in danger you are so happy." Minako shook her head and said, "You misunderstand. I want to ask you a question." "What? Your superiors, did they ask you to follow up on Craig's disappearance?" Nicole said, "Of course I did, but there's no way I'm going to give you up, right? You're my light enemy, but then again, you're my ally." Minako continued to keep her smile and took a sip of her coffee and said, "What I was thinking was, should I find a scapegoat to take this blame for me, so you can deliver?" Nicole instantly understood what Minako meant and knew that she wanted Hawkeye to disappear, so the two hit it off. That same day, Nicole contacted the Secretary of Defense of Eagle Jam. She said to the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, I think I'm in a bit of a pickle." The Minister of Defense first froze and then asked her, "What is it? Is it about Lu Chuan?" "No, it has nothing to do with Lu Chuan. I think I might have been stalked by someone in recent times. I will send you a picture of this person later. Please help me to check the origin of this person." As soon as the Minister of Defense heard this, he immediately wondered if it could be that Hawkeye's tracking had revealed itself. When he receives Nicole's photo, he realizes that the person in the photo is, indeed, Hawkeye. But his reply to Nicole was still the same. There was no information queried about this person's profile. Nicole heard the reply and a smile appeared on her face because it was the answer she wanted. Only then could she begin to implement the plan she had made with Minako. So, the two of them, Minako and Nicole, sent the picture of Hawkeye to all their men in Mordor. They were ordered to find this person from Mordor no matter what they thought. It is still more useful to have intelligence officers from both countries working together. Within a few days, Nicole tells Minako that the person has been found and has been taken under control by Nicole's men. Minako quickly felt the location that Nicole had mentioned and realized that this was actually an extremely ordinary neighborhood in Mordor. Minako nodded and thought to herself, it seems that this intelligence officer is really not simple. To be able to successfully hide for decades in Dacia, it seems that he has already fully integrated into the life of Dacia and this society. Walking into the home where Hawkeye was staying, he saw that Hawkeye had been tied solidly to a chair by Nicole's men, and his eyes and mouth were wrapped tightly. Seeing Minako arrive, Nicole immediately ordered a few of her men to leave. Nicole removes the cloth stuffed in Hawkeye's face and mouth. I didn't expect Hawkeye to be the least bit flustered once he saw these two people in front of him. Instead, he sneered and said, "You two little kids, you know what I am and you dare to treat me like this?" Codename Hawkeye, a veteran operative who's been lurking in Dacia for decades and only takes orders from the Minister of Defense of Hawkjam. Am I right? Minako spoke directly to him. Hawkeye was just shocked to hear that, and couldn't believe that his identity had been exposed once he did. Then immediately glared at Nicole and asked, "How do you guys know that? The Secretary of Defense is not going to say anything about my identity to anyone no matter what." Before Nicole could speak, Minako smiled and said, "Yes, the Eagle Sauce country's Minister of Defense is not going to divulge your identity. After all, you're only for his use alone, but we in the Sakura country don't know about it, and we already knew about you when you came to the Great Summer country a few decades ago, so I learned about it from the Sakura country." Nicole wasn't idle at this time, but set up a couple of what looked like photographic devices at Hawkeye's side. Hawkeye asked her, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get any more secrets out of me?" Nicole said, "No, you've been so successful as an agent and I'm sure you're a very tough guy, so we're not going to get anything out of you." Nicole is assuming equipment that is not really your average camera equipment. Rather, it was the tactic used by Craig when he framed Lu Chuan back then, because they, the Eagle Jam Nation, have mastered this advanced AI technology. As long as they are able to record a person's facial features, voice features, then they can synthesize everything they want through their own technological means. Minako took out a syringe this time while saying, "If I'm not mistaken, your superiors should have asked you to investigate if Nicole killed Craig, right? If you can ask that, could it be that you two teamed up to kill Craig?" Minako laughed. "No, as it is, I can tell you the truth. I killed Craig, but I'm afraid that secret is going to be taken away from you, because your superiors will soon learn that it was you who killed Craig." Hawkeye saw the syringe in Minako's hand and immediately understood what it meant, but just as he tried to shout out, he was already gagged again by Nicole again. Then Minako's syringe went straight into his thigh. Inside the syringe was a strong sedative drug that Minako had prepared in advance, and once it was injected into a person's body, even if that person was physically strong, they wouldn't be able to wake up for a few hours. Half an hour later, Nicole had finished making the desired video content on her laptop. Hawkeye was still sitting in his chair like a mess when the two men left, and Minako sent the location to her men at this time, but instead of asking them to come and say something troublesome, she just asked them to come and collect the body. Meanwhile, Nicole sent the contents of the video to the Secretary of Defense and then dialed again. "Mr. Minister, the man who killed Mr. Craig has been found." The Secretary of Defense watched the video content as Hawkeye was tied up and couldn't believe for a moment to himself what was really going on. But he had no choice. He had to finish the play. Nicole went on. "I learned from this man that this was an agent of our Eagle Sauce Nation who had gone rogue and killed Mr. Craig so that he could take Craig's place." The Secretary of Defense was completely dumbfounded because the video content was really all about Hawkeye admitting it. How could the Secretary of Defense's mind have time at this point to think about the AI technology they had once mastered? Only about the fact that he had actually been toyed with by Hawkeye? He asked Nicole, "What are you going to do with this man?" Nicole said, "This man has given an account of where the bodies, including Mr. Craig's, are buried, and I assume he went to give Mr. Craig company." Chapter 117, The Crowned Reason. In the evening, in the deserted wilderness on the outskirts of Mordor, a few of Minako's men were wielding braziers and digging deep holes. A suitcase on the side of the pit contained Hawkeye's body not long after he had gagged, and next to a piece of land where even grass hadn't grown on the ground yet. Underneath was the very body of Craig and a few of his men buried. Meanwhile, after Nicole informed the Secretary of Defense that she had taken care of Hawkeye, the traitor, the Secretary of Defense sat in his chair for half a day, because to him, for a long time Hawkeye had been one of the eyes he had planted in the Great Summer Kingdom. Now that he'd lost Hawkeye, He couldn't figure out for a moment whether Nicole or Hawkeye was trustworthy. For a moment it was as if he had lost control over the intelligence officers of the Great Summer. But then he was in a trance and felt that it was Nicole who had helped him get rid of a big problem. With that, the Minister of Defense sat at his desk and, after smoking half a carton of cigarettes, finally made a decision that he himself found risky. He picked up the phone and immediately called a high-level meeting. Soon, the conference room was filled with the top brass of the Eagle Sauce Nation who had hurriedly arrived, including a number of high-ranking personnel from the extreme military. Some of those present were also surprised, as it had been a long time since they had seen the defense minister call in the military's top brass for a meeting. Inevitably, it made these people nervous because they were worried whether the Secretary of Defense was going to carry out some kind of military action this time. The Minister of Defense walked into the conference room, and the personnel, who were still buzzing with pleasantries, immediately rose in silence and saluted. Everyone could tell by the look on the defense minister's face that something big must have happened, and even if it hadn't, then something big was about to happen. Because the last time I saw him look like this was on the eve of the Eagle Jam country's military operation against a certain country. Sure enough, as soon as the Secretary of Defense sat down, the first thing he asked his own men was, "Is the Skynet laser system that we have in orbit functioning properly now?" This person who was asked the question first looked surprised, then immediately nodded and said, "Totally normal." Then the Minister of Defense asked another senior member of the military, "Are the few satellites of the Skyfire system that are now in orbit in the Yellow Sand country normal?" This person also immediately stated, "Everything is fine." Then a silence fell over the conference room, and not a single person, including the Minister of Defense, spoke. But from what he had asked, everyone had been able to guess roughly. After a while, the Minister of Defense suddenly stood up and asked, "I want you people here to give me an answer today. If we concentrate all the firepower of the Skynet laser system, can we extinguish the Yellow Sand Kingdom's Skyfire system in an instant?" After saying this, everyone in the room, some nodding, some shaking their heads, began a heated debate. Some people believe that despite the great power of the Skyfire system, there are only a few of them in the Yellow Sands country, and by concentrating the instantaneous strikes of the Skynet laser system, they are fully capable of destroying the target in an instant. But there are still people who believe that although Huangsha country has only leased a few satellites from Dasha country, but the defense capability of the Skyfire system is very strong. Once a mistake is made, failing to completely destroy the target in a short period of time, then it is very likely to usher in the counterattack of the Skyfire system. And at that time, the Skynet laser system will suffer serious damage, and there is even a possibility that the whole army will be wiped out. However, the worry in the hearts of the vast majority of people was that if they laid hands on the Huangsha kingdom without any reason, then it would definitely make the Great Xia kingdom very unhappy. After all, the Huangsha kingdom and the Great Xia kingdom were friendly neighbors. So, someone stood up at this time and boldly asked, "Mr. Minister, please, why are we going after the satellites of the Yellow Sand country?" Before the Minister of Defense could answer, someone immediately said at this time, "Idiot, there's no need to ask. Of course we want to take advantage of the fact that the entire Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom is paralyzed, so that the Huangsha Kingdom can get a taste of our power, and attacking their Skyfire system can be considered as an example to the monkeys." Someone else said viciously, "It's time for us to let the Huangsha country know the power of our Eagle Sauce country. This small projectile country, before, has always been subservient to us, but ever since they have the Great Xia country's heavenly fire system, they've never put us in their eyes. Taking this opportunity, we can also let the Great Xia country know that our weapon system is not a vegetarian either." There seems to be a few points to what everyone is saying, but the Minister of Defense shook his head with a bitter smile at this time. "You may or may not be right about all of this." The crowd was silent, looking in unison at the Minister of Defense. He continued, "I admit, and I think you should also admit in your hearts, that the Great Summer Kingdom's Skyfire system, in conjunction with their ground-based mosquito trapping system, is an unbeatable defense system for the whole world, right?" Of course, everyone in the room didn't want to recognize this fact, but it was a fact after all, so it was only possible for each of them to have complex expressions written on their faces, while at the same time nodding their heads in agreement. The defense minister went on to say, "However, we all know that the Great Xia state has long practiced pacifism, and as long as we don't make a move against the Great Xia state, then these two perfect weapon systems of theirs will be nothing more than a piece of scrap metal to us, because I can be quite certain that the Great Xia state will never make a move against any country in this world first." The crowd nodded their heads, but they still couldn't figure out the reason why the Minister of Defense wanted to make a move against the Yellow Sand Kingdom at this time, because they know that by doing so, the Secretary of Defense is never trying to make an example of something as simple as that. perhaps even he himself didn't know that such a thought had already sprung up in his mind ever since the Great Summer announced to the world that the Heavenly Flame system could not be used for the time being. And what happened in the Great Summer Kingdom today? After losing Eagle Eye instantly made him 6 again, even more eager to give the Great Summer Kingdom some color. So he made this decision. Still, as is the norm in the Hawkeye Nation, the Secretary of Defense gave himself a grandiose excuse. In fact, when our Night Lord No. 1 was approaching the Skyfire system, it wasn't just to go and provoke the Great Xia country. The more important reason we wanted to get close to the Skyfire system in the hope of discovering its shortcomings, but we didn't expect that we suffered such a tragic loss. So I feel that taking advantage of the fact that the Great Xia country's Skyfire system is paralyzed, and that we are making a move against the Huangsha country is the best chance for us to understand this system's best chance. There was no shortage of militants among the senior personnel present, so after hearing the decision of the Secretary of Defense, they must have all thrown their hands in the air. However, the others who wanted to oppose it could not think of any reason to refute it for a while, and could only remain silent. Chapter 118 Automatic Counterattacks. A Silence in Space. Several satellites of the Skyfire system, which the Yellow Sand country had leased from the Great Summer country, were operating quietly. Unbeknownst to them at this time, the Skynet laser system of the Eagle Sauce country, which had already begun to mobilize, had aimed at these satellites. The Eagle Sauce country's Skynet laser system was deployed earlier than the Daxia country's Skyfire system, though the firepower was not comparable to the Skyfire system at all. Regardless of the power and range of the lasers fired, they were not in the same league as the Skyfire system. Even the automated programs are a far cry from each other. This is also precisely Lu Chuan has the ability to show. When he first designed the Skyfire system, he did not think about the past to imitate the Eagle Sauce country, and the heart of the idea has always been to fully surpass. So the Skyfire system has a function that has not been announced to the public so far. That is, once any satellite in orbit suffers a blow, then there is absolutely no need for ground personnel to operate manually. All satellites in orbit will instantly trigger the defense system, start scanning for any target that poses a threat to them, and destroy the target at the same time. A few hours later, the ground control center of the Yellow Sand country's Skyfire system suddenly issued a danger alert of the highest level, followed by all satellites in orbit going offline. The Huangsha Kingdom's top brass were all instantly on edge after learning this news. For them, having the Skyfire system was like having a solid shield capable of defending themselves against the Eagle Jam Nation. But at this time suddenly all the satellites lost contact with the ground, and they immediately felt as if they were completely exposed to the guns of the Eagle Jam country. The first thing that came to the mind of the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand country was to first inform the general industry of the Great Summer country about this matter, and the industry at large was confused when they received this news. The heart said that the Skyfire system since the beginning has never been a problem. To the Eagle Sauce country said that there is a problem that is not also a smoke bomb. How suddenly a moment Huangsha country's satellites can all lose contact. But just as Guan Ye couldn't figure out why this was happening, he also received a chilling report. The ground control center of the Daxia country reported to Guan Ye, for some unknown reason, all the satellites of the Skyfire system that had been gathered together are now all automatically dispersed. And after inquiring, the target is the location over the Huangsha country, and all the satellites are in automatic mode that will fire at any time. Guan Ye was shocked by this report, because a normal person would have wondered if there was really some serious loophole in the Heavenly Flame system when they heard this news. He knew more about the power of the Skyfire system, and if a strike was automatically applied to a certain country because of a loophole, the consequences would be unimaginable. So Guan Ye immediately dialed Lu Chuan's phone and questioned. The Heavenly Flame system is now in an automatic mode that can't be controlled by humans. What's going on? Lu Chuan didn't show any particular nervousness. Instead he said easily, it's impossible for the Skyfire system to have a serious loophole. If it enters the automatic mode, then it must be our in-orbit satellites that are being threatened, and the rest of the satellites will be automatically cleared of the threat objects. Combined with the Huangsha country's news, Guan Ye immediately guessed a generalization in his heart at this time, because in this world, other than the Eagle Sauce country being behind it, any other country would not have the guts to do so. Lu Chuan added, you can notify the ground control center and enter the XXX code to disable the automatic operation status of the Skyfire system. Guan Ye hung up Lu Chuan's phone, then immediately contacted the control center, but after the call was dialed, Guan Ye hesitated. On the other end of the line, it kept coming back. Commander Guang, what orders, please? But Guan Ye never said anything. His mind was racing. He was thinking that since the Skyfire system was under attack, he would like to see what kind of weapon system from the Eagle Jam country dared to come in hard. So Guan Ye said to the control center, let the Skyfire system run automatically, monitor the status at all times, and then use manual operation mode after destroying the target to turn the satellite back to its original position. The anxious Minister of Defense of the Huangsha country was already on a plane to the Daxia country at this time. Because this matter concerned the fate of the entire Huangsha kingdom, it was not trivial, and he had to personally travel to the Great Xia kingdom to ask for clarification. Meanwhile, just less than an hour had passed since the Yellow Sand country's satellite had been destroyed. The Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation has received the terrible news that their Skynet laser system has been completely destroyed. 1. Not a single satellite left behind? The Minister of Defense asked. Trembling, the man in the control center replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Minister, but according to our satellites and space monitoring our Skynet laser system, all of our satellites at the moment have become piles of space junk and are all completely in pieces. At one time all senior personnel, including the Minister of Defense, were all dumbfounded when they got the news. In fact, before carrying out the operation, they knew that the Skynet laser system would definitely suffer when the other side counterattacked. However, what no one had expected was that the Great Xia's heavenly fire system would react so quickly and be so powerful, without even giving them time to react at all. The Skynet laser system they were once so proud of was gone. However, after the Minister of Defense had calmed down, he didn't feel much heartache, but at most a little loss of mood. Although the Skynet laser system was built by the efforts of countless people in the Eagle Jam Nation, at the cost of countless amounts of money, but to the Minister of Defense, any weapon system that couldn't outperform the Great Summer was nothing more than scrap metal, useless, and even if it was allowed to run around in space, it was nothing more than a piece of art in an art gallery, useless in a pinch. After a long silence, the Minister of Defense said to everyone, it has been proven that our Skynet laser system is garbage, and is unbeatable in front of the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, and even their mosquito catcher system has not been used so far. Everyone knew that almost all of their Eagle Sauce country's weapon systems were developed and designed against the Great Summer. It was also all designed to suppress the Daxia state, and as the defense minister said, if it was too much to handle in front of the Daxia state, then the weapon system was indeed garbage for them. So there was no rebuttal to what the Secretary of Defense said. And at the same time, Guanya wasn't quite sure what kind of weapon system was destroying the satellites of the Yellow Sand Kingdom. He hadn't even realized that his Skyfire system had cleaned up the threat in space. Chapter 119, Prelude to a Dark War 1. For the entire defense sector of the Eagle Jam Nation, there's one thing that the vast majority of people aren't all that aware of right now. That is, so far, in order to realize the development of a weapon system that surpasses the Great Xia state in a short period of time, the hope can only depend on the Deep Blue Company. Only the Minister of Defense knew in his heart that Deep Blue was intensifying its research and development of a weapon system that could touch Daxia in space. This was the main reason why he wasn't as distressed as he was when Wyson watched the Skynet laser system being instantly destroyed. Not a word was spoken by those present at this point, all expecting the Minister of Defense to explode in anger at any moment. But after looking at the expression on his face, he didn't seem that angry. He asked, so, how effective is our Skynet laser system in delivering strikes against the satellites of the Yellow Sand Kingdom? According to our real-time data, several satellites of the Yellow Sand Kingdom have been completely destroyed by us in an instant because of our concentrated firepower of all the Skynet laser systems. Everyone found it unbelievable, thinking that since they had destroyed the Yellow Sand Kingdom's satellites in a flash, how had they counterattacked? The man in the control center explained. At first we didn't understand what was going on, but when we used other satellites in space to monitor it, we realized that it wasn't the satellites that Daxia had leased to the Yellow Sand Kingdom that were carrying out strikes against us, but rather, it was their Daxia's real Skyfire system. What? Didn't they say that their Skyfire system is currently paralyzed? The Minister of Defense said angrily. Right, but we don't know what the reason is. After we attacked the Yellow Sand Country satellites, it was as if their Skyfire systems were connected together. It seemed that the automatic defense device had awakened the Great Summer Country's Skyfire systems, and they unexpectedly returned all of their satellites to their original positions automatically in a very short period of time, before the Minister of Defense could say anything. At that moment a senior person present roared angrily, conspiracy! This is definitely a conspiracy by the Great Summer Kingdom. We've been duped. The Secretary of Defense glanced at him and waved a hand to indicate that he should sit down calmly. The few people around him didn't dare to speak, but their faces were all extremely ugly, because they all understand in their hearts. What kind of bull conspiracy is this? Even if it's a conspiracy, isn't it also a conspiracy of our Eagle Sauce country, triggering other people's defense systems only? Saying such words now is like slapping the Minister of Defense in the face. At this point when the Secretary of Defense heard the news, his mind was a mush. He knew that this time, although he had destroyed several satellites of the Yellow Sand Kingdom, The operation was a failure in terms of its own cost. The heavenly fire system was not at all the serious loophole that the Great Xia state had said it had. And what worried him more now was whether the reason the Great Xia state was doing this was that it was brewing some big move. At this time here in the vast industry, the report from the Skyfire System Control Center had only just been received. When he learned that the one who had carried out the strike on the Yellow Sand Country's satellites was indeed the Eagle Sauce Country, and that the Skyfire System's automatic defense function had cleared the other party's threat in a split second, he immediately had an unimpeded feeling in his heart. The men around him asked him, "Commander Guang, this is clearly a military operation that the Eagle Sauce Nation is carrying out against the Yellow Sand Nation while our Skyfire system is off track. Should we let the media know about this?" Guan Ye smiled and said, "Let's see the situation first. There is no need to rush. The one who is in a hurry now shouldn't be us, but their Eagle Sauce Country. To us, just a few satellites of the Skyfire system were used to replace their entire Skynet laser system. I think this account can be counted in their hearts." A few hours later, the special plane of the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country landed in Magic City. At this moment, his mood could be said to be no different from that of an ant on a hot pan. Since their several satellites leased from the Great Summer Kingdom had lost contact, he still didn't know what was going on in space. However, this time when he came to the Great Summer Country to meet with Guan Ye, it was completely private and none of the outside world knew about it. In Guan Ye's office, Li Shangdong and Lu Chuan were already waiting, because the vast industry needed both of them to personally give an explanation to the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Kingdom. When he arrived at the office of the vast industry, the anxious man did not have too many pleasantries with the vast industry as before, but directly asked about the situation of the Skyfire system. Guan Ye didn't answer, but looked at the two people, Li Shangdong and Lu Chuan. Li Shangdong said, "Mr. Minister, I'm afraid I have to tell you some not so good news. The satellite that your country leased from our country no longer exists." "Doesn't exist? Please ask. What does it mean to not exist anymore?" In a comforting tone, Guan Ye said, "These satellites of the Skyfire system have been turned into a pile of debris in space at this moment." What the hell is going on? Could it be that someone has taken an offensive action against our Yellow Sand Country? Guan Ye nodded and said, "Yes, that's right, but there's no need to rush for the time being. Mr. Minister, our Skyfire system has already helped you clear the threats in space, so your country is safe for the time being." The Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Kingdom could not be calmed down by a few words of comfort at this time. For him, not to mention the fact that renting these satellites from the Great Summer Kingdom cost a lot of money, these few satellites can be said to be a shield for their entire country to defend itself against the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and not to be threatened. And without this shield at this time, if he lets his own people know about this news, then I'm afraid that the situation will be difficult to control for a while. He asked, "May I ask Commander Guang, has your country ever found out clearly which heartless country would do this to my Yellow Sand Country?" Lu Chuan explained, "According to our satellite monitoring in space, the one who carried out this operation was the Skynet laser system of the Eagle Jam Country." The Minister of Defense frowned and asked in disbelief, But isn't your country's Skyfire system impeccable? So why is this still happening?" Lu Chuan went on to say, "Every system is not invulnerable. There will be a fatal weakness, and even though this weakness is difficult to detect, it must exist. And for your country, this weakness may lie in the number of satellites." The Minister of Defense immediately said, "We have money. We have lots and lots of money. Commander Guang, please continue to lease us satellites to provide protection for our Yellow Sand Country." Guan Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not even a problem. Please Mr. Minister, listen to our researchers." Lu Chuan continued, "Just now, Commander Hero said that he told Mr. Minister not to worry for the time being because the satellite that your country leased from us had already triggered the automatic defense function of the entire Skyfire system when it was struck, and we had already destroyed Eagle Jam Country's entire Skynet laser system." Chapter 120, Prelude to a Dark War 2. The Yellow Sand Country's defense minister was incredulous when he heard Lu Chuan's explanation, because he knew that the Eagle Sauce Country's Skynet laser system, although the strength of the system is not as good as the Skyfire system, but that is also a force in space to make other countries' chilling existence. "I did not think that actually has not been completely destroyed." Then he said to Guan Ye in a pleading tone, "Commander Guang, our country can't live without the protection of the Skyfire system. Since we have the Skyfire system, the Eagle Jam Country has never turned on us again as before. If we lose the protection of the Skyfire system, I can't imagine what he will do to us. So I'm sure your country will continue to lease us satellites, and we can pay your country to pay lots and lots of money." Guan Ye laughed. "There is no need to be nervous, my dear friend. I believe that the Eagle Sauce Country dared to lay hands on the Skyfire system. On the one hand, it was also a demonstration to us, the Great Summer Country. However, we still made them pay a painful price. we have already decided that we will continue to provide protection to you, the Huangsha country, and that this time, we won't ask for money from you, and will lease you the satellite just the same as it's a testament to the friendship between our two countries. One sentence made the heavy stone in the heart of the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand country finally be put down. He breathed a long sigh of relief and stood up, excitedly holding Guanye's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go. Thank you. I'm really grateful for your country's generosity. On behalf of the people of the Yellow Sand country, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Great Summer country, and our friendship will last for generations to come. The Minister of Defense had been so nervous about his country losing its defenses in an instant that this would have forgotten the root of the matter. It took a while to calm down before it finally occurred to them that it was the hated Eagle Jam Nation that was doing it to them. He said to Guanye, "Please don't worry, Commander Guang. When I return to Huangsha country, we will definitely hold a press conference. I want the whole world to know about the evil deeds of their Eagle Sauce country." But Guanye said at this time, "No, Mr. Minister, this may not be the best way. I would like to ask Mr. Minister to do me a favor when he returns to Huangsha country." The Minister of Defense had now completely treated Guanye as if he were his own big brother, and what his big brother said, he would certainly do, so he said in a humble manner, "Please speak, Commander Guang. As long as we, the Yellow Sand Kingdom, can do it, we will definitely do our best. It's actually not that difficult, because the nature of this matter is actually rather serious. In order to avoid the situation from developing towards a more unmanageable situation, so I would suggest that after Mr. Minister goes back, he should pretend that he doesn't know for the time being, and anyway, we haven't suffered any losses in this matter, and the ones who are suffering at the moment should be them, the Eagle Sauce Nation." Immediately, the Minister of Defense used the characteristic thank you gesture of the Yellow Sands Nation, with one arm in front of his chest, and gave a deep salute to Guanye. "Please rest assured, Commander Hero, that we will follow your country's ways, because the Huangsha country's defense minister has actually been in vast industry. Two people friendship are good, each other are also more understanding." To him, if it were before, Guanye would have been on fire when confronted with this matter, but this time, the face of Guanye did not look angry at all, so he asked, "Commander Guang, I would like to ask, is your country now developing a more advanced system?" When Guanye heard this, he subconsciously looked at Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong beside him, and then the three of them couldn't help but show a hint of pride on their faces. He smiled and said to the Secretary of Defense, it may not necessarily be a great weapons system, but we've been working toward it, and hopefully it will turn out well." The Minister of Defense caught the meaning of the words at once, and knew it was not convenient to pursue the matter, so with a face of surprise, he said, "I believe, no, our entire Huangsha country's population believes that the future must belong to the peace-loving Daxia country. And we also believe that the future's even more impeccable weapon systems must also be developed by the Daxia country." As he spoke, he also shook hands with both Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong. "Your country is the envy of this world for having such excellent researchers as you," Lu Chuan humbly said. "I hope our defense system will bring more long-lasting peace to this world in the future." The Minister of Defense asked Guanye again, "Commander Guang, the loss of the satellite this time was not due to the mistakes of the Great Xia country, but the abominable Eagle Sauce country. So I am not willing to accept the help for free, and I will have our country pay the relevant expenses to your country when I return." Guanye immediately waved his hand and said, No, it's just a few satellites. We're willing to provide you with protection this time for free." Instead, the Minister of Defense said in a very tough manner, "No, resolutely not. Commander Guang should know that the last thing our Huangsha country lacks is money, and what we lack the most is such a kind friend as the Great Xia country. Even if the loss of the satellite is borne by your country, then I believe that your future research and development will also need a lot of economic support, so I insist on using money to provide your country with help as much as we can, and I also believe that all the nationals of our Huangsha country will support me in doing so as well." Seeing that the other party was so sincere, and that he could not really put it off, he could only accept the other party's offer. After the Huangsha nation's Minister of Defense left, Guanye even said to Lu Chuan, "That's alright. I didn't expect that we had nothing to lose this time. The Eagle Sauce country's entire Skynet laser system was destroyed, and the Huangsha country even forcibly sent money to us." Li Shengdong said, "It's a case of getting what you want and losing what you need." Then Lu Chuan but worriedly asked, "Commander Guang, this matter is a military operation no matter what. I'm worried if it will go in a worse direction." Guanye said, "I also have this worry, but as long as we have the Skyfire system in place, I'm sure the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and the others won't dare to make a move. However, we have already destroyed their entire Skynet laser system. This matter is believed to be known by the Eagle Jam country. If this matter is known by the media, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it won't end well for both us and the Eagle Jam country, Li Shengdong said. Guanye smiled and said, "This is not a problem. I believe that the Eagle Sauce country they can't afford to lose this person. Even if this matter is known to the whole world beforehand, I think they will surely find a reasonable reason to muddle this matter through. Isn't this the style they have always been doing things in?" However, in Guanye's heart, he understood that in fact, from the time the Heavenly Flame system was introduced, the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom had already begun a war without smoke. The main battleground of this dark war may be in space, and for a long time to come, this dark war may not stop. Destroying their Skynet laser system may just be the kickoff to this dark war. Chapter 121, The Birds of Prey. Immediately after returning to the Yellow Sand Country, the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country prepared to hold a global press conference as suggested by Guanye. And before the press conference, the Yellow Sand State created enough momentum in the media. They put out all sorts of tidbits of information ahead of time, suggesting that the Yellow Sand Kingdom would be announcing a major event to the world. Within just a few hours, the Yellow Sand Country had attracted the attention of the whole world, and even the media of the Great Summer Country was taking turns to report on it. For a while the world's media hungrily waited for a press conference from the Yellow Sand Kingdom. Whether it's on the streets or in the nooks and crannies of the internet, the places where people are communicating are almost always speculating about what the Yellow Sand State is going to announce. There is a lot of speculation about whether the Yellow Sand Country has discovered another oil field with huge reserves. And then there's the speculation from the people of the Yellow Sand Country itself that it can't be that bastard from the Eagle Sauce Country that's bullying us again. But few could have guessed that this event to be announced was not actually happening on the ground, but in the sky. Yet there is no doubt that the most nervous people at this time of year are those in the know in Eagle Jam Country. The vast majority of people in this world, especially the Eagle Sauce Country, their most prominent impression of the Yellow Sand Country is that this country, although military, technology in this world belongs to the second or even third rate. But this country is often desperate to fight back when pushed, and he doesn't care if the country that messes with him has the strongest economy or the best military in the world. So much so that when the Yellow Sands Nation released this news, a group of senior personnel from the Eagle Sauce Nation, including the Minister of Defense, all hid in the bunker and waited for the Yellow Sands Nation's press conference. They were afraid that the Huangsha country would carry out a fish-out-of-water counterattack against them after realizing that it was the Eagle Sauce country that had destroyed their satellites. At the site of the press conference in the country of Huangsha, before the spokesperson even walked on stage, there was almost no room to stand on the stage. All the places where you can put 2 feet down are packed with journalists from all over the world, holding microphones and cameras waiting for the speakers. As soon as the spokesman walked onto the stage, before he opened his mouth, hundreds of journalists under the stage began to ask all kinds of questions, fearing that they would not be able to get first-hand information. The press spokesman for the Yellow Sand Country waved his hand, signaling for silence. Then with a deep look on his face, he lowered his head and looked at the speech in his hands as if he were about to announce some bad news. Meanwhile, inside a bunker somewhere in the Eagle Sauce Country, all the senior personnel watching the screen also clenched sweaty palms with nervousness. The spokesman said, "More than 30 hours ago, several satellites in orbit in our country of Huangsha lost contact with the ground at the same time." Just after saying this, the reporters on stage got excited. "May I ask if you suspect an attack? May I ask what kind of satellite was lost? In what way will the loss of the satellite affect your country?" And just at this time, a reporter from the Great Summer Country asked, "May I ask why you are only announcing this matter to the public after the satellite has been out of contact for more than 30 hours? Are there any unspeakable secrets here?" Hearing this question, the spokesman purposely extended his hand to invite this reporter from the country of Daxia to stand up. This reporter from the country of Daxia, "I'm sorry I didn't hear your question clearly. Could you please ask it again?" One sentence immediately made the scene quiet, and the staff immediately handed up a microphone to this reporter. Instantly all eyes in the arena were on this reporter. Yet only a few people know that this session was actually scheduled well in advance. The reporter from Daxia repeated the question he had just asked. The spokesman replied, "The reason why we have taken such a long interval before announcing this matter to the world is because we are worried that this matter will jeopardize the security of this world, and we have been considering which more prudent means to use to investigate and resolve this matter." Generally speaking, at such a press conference, most reporters' questions will be ignored, and even if the spokesman answers a certain person's question, the microphone will be taken away immediately after the answer, and his second question will not be answered. But at this time the reporter from Daxia country is still clutching the microphone in his hand, and immediately asked, "May I ask your country's lost satellite? Is it a satellite from our Daxia country's leased Skyfire system?" Probably because the question was too sensitive and everyone knew what was behind the question. Not many journalists present dared to think about it or dare to ask it. So the question instantly made everyone in the room open their eyes, looking at the reporter and then at the spokesman, waiting for his answer, only to see the spokesman first lower his head in thought for a moment, then raise his head and say, "Unfortunately, the satellite we lost in space came from none other than the Skyfire system leased to us by the Great Summer Kingdom." The reporter from the country of Dacia handed over the microphone in his hand with satisfaction at this time, because for him, the mission had been accomplished. Meanwhile, the spokesman's answer sent all the reporters on stage into a frenzy and started asking all sorts of questions. A reporter asked, "And have you now investigated what caused this? Or do you suspect which country did this?" The spokesman said, "As we all know, our Huangsha country has always been at a relatively backward level in the field of aerospace, so we have been relying on the Great Xia country to help us, and we don't have the ability to thoroughly investigate this matter, and we have currently requested the help of the Great Xia country so that they can come and help us, Huangsha country, investigate this matter." Another reporter asked, "So, what would you do if the final findings were that it was an attack by another country?" "First of all, we in the Yellow Sand country are very reluctant to see the investigation results to be like this. We prefer to believe that this is a problem with the satellite itself, but we also want to tell the world that if we find out that this is an attack by a certain country, then I think all of you know what that means, and we in the Yellow Sand country will definitely make the other party pay a painful price." Inside the bunker of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the group of people who heard this returned to the room felt their hair stand on end. They knew that if the Yellow Sand country had requested the Great Summer country to investigate this matter, then there would surely be results soon, and they even suspected that the results were already there by now. They knew better. Although the Yellow Sand country was not strong enough in terms of military and technology, the economy of this country should not be underestimated. Not to mention the fact that when the Yellow Sand country takes retaliatory action, any country has to have the intention of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of its own. So for a while the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country became a scared bird, and all the pressure was put on him alone. Chapter 122 Chain Reaction. At this point, everyone inside the Eagle Sauce Nation's bunker knew what it would mean once the Yellow Sands Nation knew that they were the ones who destroyed the satellite. But there are still a few dead ducks holding out. Someone said, "A mere Yellow Sand country. Even if we let them know that it was us who destroyed the satellite, with their military power, they can't even hurt us by the sweat of their brow, so it's not something to be afraid of at all." The Minister of Defense, however, gave him a blank look and said, "You don't know anything about the Yellow Sand Kingdom. You don't know how crazy they'll do in order to defend their interests." The Minister of Finance who was present at the meeting followed suit. "Stupid. You are very stupid to have such an opinion. Do you know that if the Yellow Sand country announced that it would stop supplying energy to us today, tomorrow our cars in the entire Eagle Sauce country might have to park in their garages and not be able to move? Not to mention the fact that they have the full ability to make the price of energy around the world skyrocket, thus affecting the stability of the economy of our Eagle Sauce country. This is one thing more cruel than making soldiers pick up their guns and go to war." There were even people who began to complain at this time, complaining about what kind of brain fart the Minister of Defense was having, that he would think of taking the satellite of the Yellow Sand country, just when they, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, were still having a headache on how to cope with this matter. The Great Summer Kingdom and the Yellow Sand Kingdom were already one step ahead on the chessboard. The Yellow Sand country has also announced to the public that with the help of the Great Summer country, they have been able to confirm that the satellite that was leased to the Yellow Sand country has been destroyed, but for the time being, they are not 100% sure which country did it. In addition, the state of Dacia also announced at the same time that these satellites were leased to the state of Huangsha, but still belong to the property of the state of Dacia, and that such behavior was a provocation to the state of Dacia, and that once the investigation came out as to which country was responsible for it, it would take a tough approach in response. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation was crying and laughing to himself when he saw the Dacia Nation's announcement to the outside world, thinking to himself, "You've already destroyed our entire Skynet laser system, and now you're still playing dumb. What the hell are you trying to do?" However, no one expected that at this critical moment, the Sakura country, a pig teammate, had done the Eagle Jam country a great favor. They wanted to take a knee to the Eagle Jam Nation at this critical moment, but they didn't realize that their maneuvering had drawn all the fire to the Eagle Jam Nation. Sakura country's Space Center, they announced to the public, "Our country's monitoring system found a large amount of satellite debris in space. It is believed that this is the destroyed Huangsha country's Skyfire system. Such debris fragments are like bullets running at high speeds in space orbits, and they will pose a serious threat to the satellites of various countries." The first thing that came to mind when the Eagle Sauce Nation saw this was to shut up the Sakura Nation, because they knew that at this moment in space there was a large amount of satellite debris, but most of this debris was not from the Yellow Sand Kingdom. but was the debris from the destruction of their own Skynet laser system. And the Cherry Blossom Nation joined several countries in condemning it. We should let the Yellow Sand Nation take the responsibility for this, and have them fund the cleanup of the debris, or else when the debris hits the satellites of other countries like bullets, it will cause a horrific chain reaction, and many satellites may be destroyed in the future, to the surprise of many of the world's populations. Normally in this situation, the Eagle Jam country would be in cahoots with the Sakura country and these countries, or at the very least, would stand up for this little brother of theirs, but this time, it was left to Sakura Nation to scream fiercely, but Eagle Jam Nation didn't make a sound at all. Unfortunately, it hadn't been long before the matter had been put to bed in one fell swoop by Sakura Nation. Within a short period of time, a number of countries have declared to the public one after another that their own country's satellites in orbit have been hit by debris, clamoring for compensation from the Yellow Sand country. But Huang Shagua has been silent and has not given any explanation to the outside world about this matter. But it was all because Daxia taught him to do so, as Daxia will soon hold a press conference as well. At the conference, the press spokesman said, "As we all know, the countries with the largest number of satellites in orbit in the world are our two countries, Daxia and Eagle Sauce. And in recent times there have been a lot of satellites being hit by debris in space. And our Daxia country has also suffered from this kind of thing. And we've already had several satellites hit by debris." The reporter from the Eagle Sauce country on the stage asked in a mocking tone, "Then may I ask if you, the Great Summer country, are going to apply to have the Huangsha country pay you compensation this time, just like other countries?" The spokesman smiled and said, "This reporter from the Eagle Sauce country, please don't be in a hurry and listen to the end of the sentence." This reporter shrugged and thought, "I'll see how you make a joke, but I never thought that the clown at this time would be himself." The spokesman shook his head on the stage and said with a smile, "That's right, we will apply to have the Yellow Sand country make compensation to us. And the Yellow Sand country has already given us compensation." One sentence made the reporters on the stage immediately agitated. "Haven't you Great Xia and the Yellow Sand country always been friendly? Why would you do something like this when many countries around the world are targeting him and demanding compensation from them? Is it possible that you and the Yellow Sand country are no longer friendly?" The spokesman said, "If you damage another country's satellite, you have to pay for it at a cost. This is moral justice and reason. Friends of the journalists here, do you think I'm right?" The people on stage nodded their heads in agreement, and the smug expression on the face of the reporter from the Eagle's Nest country had settled in by this time. But the spokesman immediately added, "Very well, then I would like to tell you that many more of our satellites in Daxia have indeed been hit by debris. And when our space station maintenance crews went to make repairs, they found that the debris that hit our satellites did come from fragments of satellites that had been destroyed in Daxia. Though," as he said this, the spokesman fixed the reporter from the Eagle Jam country with a deadly stare. Then it continued, "However, we found that most of these fragments came from the satellites of our own Eagle Sauce country, and even traces of Eagle Sauce country production can be clearly seen on these fragments." A statement that made all the reporters' jaws drop, and instead of giving them time to react, the spokesman simply turned on the big screen behind him. The upper side began to take turns. First of all, the debris of the Eagle Jam country in space pictures. The upper side of the reel clearly shows that this is the satellite debris of the Eagle Jam country, and even some of the characters on the debris are clearly written on the Eagle Jam country manufacturing. Immediately after, the news spokesman said to the camera, "At present, we have received the compensation given to us by Huangsha country. I think Huangsha country has already made a good example. I hope that Eagle Sauce country can also take action right away, as well as the losses suffered by the satellites of other countries. I think that you can also apply for compensation. After all, I believe that Eagle Sauce country is a reasonable and full of justice country and will not be unreasonable in this matter." Chapter 123, Compensation at an Exorbitant Price. The reporter from the Eagle Sauce country, who had a smug expression on his face just a moment ago, had bowed his head like a child who had done something wrong at this time after hearing the spokesman's words. And on the side of the Eagle Jam country, the Minister of Defense is the one who already hates the Sakura country. "I said to myself that you can't help once when you need help, and when you need to shut up, you're a pig of a teammate who storms in every time." In fact, they had realized the existence of this hidden danger at the beginning when the Skynet laser system of the Hawksbane country was completely destroyed. But they figured that if they didn't say anything, even if another country found out that their satellite had been hit by their debris, and knew that it was debris from the Eagle Jam country, they shouldn't dare say anything. But who would have thought that Sakura Nation had helped so much? This matter would have been enough to make the Eagle Sauce Nation drink. But at this time the Yellow Sand Nation didn't want to just let them off the hook. Soon after, the Huangsha state announced to the world again, "At present, we have already compensated Daxia for the relevant losses, and if there are satellites of other countries that have also been hit by our debris, please apply for compensation from us as soon as possible. But we would like to remind you that when applying for compensation, Please see clearly whether it's our debris or debris from other countries. The whole world could see that Daxia and Huangsha were singing in unison and had finished off the Eagle Jam country. Within the next few days, a number of countries that didn't have much of a relationship with the Eagle Jam country came forward to say that their own national satellites had been hit by debris from the Eagle Jam country's satellites. While the defense ministers of the Eagle Jam countries are on fire, their finance ministers are like ants on a hot plate at this time. Because facing such a constant stream of sky-high compensation prices is difficult to stomach even for their economically strong Eagle Jam nation. If it were before, there would have been a chance to pull the wool over the eyes of the people. But the situation now is that the country of Yellow Sands has made a very positive example in front of the world. That's why even if the Eagle Jam country is shameless, it wouldn't dare to risk offending the whole world by reneging on its debt. You can only cut your own flesh with a knife. The Minister of Defense wasn't too concerned about the money. His main concern was the fear that some other country would react and what he would do if he was held accountable for why there was so much debris in the sky at one time. This is a typical act of aggression, and if the world knew about it, it would be the point of no defense. It was also at this time that various voices began to continuously appear in the Yellow Sand country. Before the national level has come out to speak, various media outlets have begun to wonder if there is a Hawksbane state in space attacking the Yellow Sand state. Eagle Jam Nation has been silent, and at the press conference of the Great Xia country, a reporter asked, "Now there are many people who suspect that the Eagle Jam country attacked the satellite in the sky of the Huangsha country. May I ask what you, the Great Xia country, think about this matter?" The spokesman said, "There is no basis for this, and I don't think we can easily evaluate this kind of thing, but we feel that this matter is very strange." The Huangsha country informed the world of this matter like the first time when their satellites were lost in space. And now it has been proved that the Eagle Sauce country's satellite debris in space is more. That is to say, it means that they have more satellites that have been destroyed. So why has the Eagle Jam country has not explained this matter until now? Could it be that they don't know? Or are they hiding something? For a while all the countries that had previously followed the Eagle Sauce Nation's clamor now chose to remain silent as well. They were afraid that they would follow the Eagle Sauce Nation and eat their words. The Sakura country, in particular, is incredibly quiet right now, and there hasn't been a single piece of news about satellite debris in space for days on end. It's like they know they've been piggybackers again this time, too. Finally, Eagle Land couldn't handle the pressure of the whole world being curious about the matter, stepping forward and explaining, "It's unfortunate that such a tragic accident happened in space, and we, the Eagle Sauce country, and other countries lost a lot of satellites, but we're still investigating this matter, and we believe that we'll be able to give everyone a reasonable explanation in the future." Wide range of industry to see the news of the Eagle Sauce country. The heart cannot help but curse, this is tug of war used to, but also the future will give everyone an explanation. This future is 10 years or 8 years cannot say, so Guanye made a decision at this time. That is, you don't admit it. Then fine. I'll stand up and admit it first. Let's see how you continue to pull it. On the same day, Daxia announced to the world, according to the data from the ground control center of our Skyfire system, the satellites that were leased to the Huangsha country showed signs of having been attacked before they were lost, and the Skyfire system was triggered with an automatic defense system at the same time. So we surmise that the destruction of so many satellites of the Eagle Sauce country in space was most likely a result of their Skynet laser habit being consequences of the Skyfire system's self-defense. Before the Eagle Sauce Nation could come forward to explain, the Yellow Sand Nation was the first to come forward and say, "If the truth is really like this, then it's an act of naked aggression. And we'll make sure that the Eagle Sauce Nation pays a painful price, so that the world will know that we, the Yellow Sand Nation, are not easy to bully." This immediately made the Eagle Jam Nation a bellyache, as if the whole world was condemning them in an instant. The Minister of Finance of the Eagle Jam country approached the Minister of Defense and angrily said to him, "You must settle this matter immediately, or else the countries that are demanding compensation from us one by one will be like vampires sucking the blood of our Eagle Jam country dry." The Minister of Defense was going to ask the press secretary to explain this, but by this time the whole world was already in an uproar about it, so there was nothing to do but decide to take matters into their own hands and make up a reason for everyone. The Minister of Defense stood up at the press conference and said, "According to our investigation, it is very likely that there is a serious flaw in our Skynet laser system, which is why the current situation has occurred." The reporter from the Daxia country on the stage immediately asked, "Then what Mr. Minister means by this statement? Is it that you have already admitted that it was your Skynet laser system that attacked the satellites of the Huangsha country?" The Minister of Defense immediately waved his hand and said, "No, no, 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 we certainly wouldn't take the initiative to attack any country's satellites, even if there is an attack. I think there must be a serious problem with the satellite itself." Another reporter then asked, "According to the investigation of the Great Summer, there are very many fragments of the Eagle Sauce country's satellites in space. So may I ask how many satellites in your Skynet laser system have been damaged? We don't know the exact number yet, but please believe us that there must be a serious problem with the satellite itself, and when we investigate the results, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 124, The Softening of the Hawksbane State. In fact, everyone in this world has seen this kind of maneuvering by the Eagle Jam Nation before. No matter what happens every time they hurt another country, they always come up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. But the difference this time is that they are going to lose money out of it. Real money at a time. And also at this time senior personnel at the Eagle Sauce National Space Center told the Secretary of Defense, if we don't get instant control of the debris in space, then this chain reaction will intensify and more debris will hit the satellites of other countries. This statement directly stunned the Minister of Finance. What? There will be more and more in the future. Do you know that the current situation we can barely afford to lose money? You know that the satellites in space, that are the highly sophisticated equipment of every country, and now every one of them is a lion's share of the money. And if it continues, it is possible that our Eagle Sauce country will go bankrupt. When he finished, he gave the Minister of Defense another vicious glare. I said, you old man, you didn't get the job done, but you're really good at burning money. The Minister of Defense knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't even look squarely at the Minister of Finance. The only thing you can do is ask the Space Center's question. You guys, is there any means that can be used for this kind of thing? There are means of solution, though, but our means of resolution are so limited as to be almost pointless. The Secretary of Defense angrily said, what kind of bull is that? Why do you say that there are means of solving the problem, but then say that it's pointless? Because what we need to do now is to get rid of this debris in space as quickly as possible. But all we can do is send our shuttle into space and use the robotic arms on the shuttle to grab the debris one by one. In that case, we don't know how many years it's going to take to get rid of the debris. The answer of this person from the Space Center made everyone dumbfounded, because it was clearly telling everyone that their Space Center in the Eagle Sauce country was also incapable of solving this matter. The Minister of Finance, his face white with fear, sat down in his chair and said, so what you're saying is that we can only watch these pieces of debris hit other countries' satellites over and over again, and then allow other countries to apply for compensation from us and empty our pockets, right? There's another way, though. The Minister of Finance immediately came to the spirit, and pursued, what approach? You damn well say we may need the help of the Great Summer. The Minister of Defense started shaking his head as soon as he heard that, then said, the whole world is asking us for compensation at this time. It's not enough for the Great Summer Kingdom to look at us as a joke. I'm afraid it's a fool's errand to ask them for help now. But the Minister of Finance could not care that much. For him, now as long as he can solve this matter, it is estimated that let him go to kneel to the Great Summer country. He can do it. So he didn't pay any attention to the Minister of Defense, but asked the people at the Space Center again. Don't they even have a space shuttle in the country of Dacia? So why do you say that we can't even do it? But they can? I think the only way to deal with this situation now is to have the Great Summer's Skyfire system, which automatically captures debris in space. Utilize a powerful laser that should be able to instantly gaslight these debris. The Minister of Finance immediately glared at the Minister of Defense and said in a mocking tone, my great Minister, it seems that this matter requires you to step in. After all, this matter is all because of you, so you should be the one to request the Great Summer Kingdom. When the Minister of Defense heard this, embarrassment and entanglement were instantly written all over his face. It was to him as if he had just burglarized a man's house and had just walked out and had to turn around and go back to ask for help from the owner of the house. But he knew that if he dared to refuse it this time, then the treasury follower sitting beside him would probably skin him alive. So all that could be done was to grit his teeth and have his men contact the Great Summer. However, when the industry at large got the news, it gave Eagle Jam Nation a straight-up no. Guan Ye said to his opponent, go reply to the Eagle Sauce Nation and say that it's not impossible for us to help, but we have two conditions. One is for them to first apologize to the Huangsha Nation, and the other is to have their Minister of Defense personally speak up at a press conference and say that they are requesting for our Dacia Nation's help. When the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country received this reply, he only felt that his face was burning like fire, as if he had been slapped hard twice by the vast industry, and still did not dare to fight back that kind of thing. He had no choice but to stand on the press conference stage with a stiff upper lip. First of all, on behalf of the Eagle Sauce Nation, I would like to express my sincere apologies to the Yellow Sand Nation. It was indeed our Eagle Sauce Nation's Skynet laser system that had serious problems, and so it attacked the Yellow Sand Nation satellites, which then led to the activation of the Skyfire system's automated defense system, destroying our Skynet laser system, and that's what led to the situation where countless pieces of debris are now appearing in space. The The reporter from the Great Xia country on the stage seized this opportunity and immediately asked a question. May I ask, Mr. Minister, how many satellites of your Skynet system have been destroyed by our Great Xia country's Skyfire system? When the Minister of Defense heard this question, his face bristled and instantly became like a monkey's butt. A lot, possibly all. Then the reporter asked, recently your debris has been hitting other countries' satellites. May I ask if you have thought of a solution to this matter? This issue is also the main reason why I'm holding this press conference today, because our Skynet laser system has been almost completely destroyed at the moment. So we would like to ask for the help of the Great Summer Kingdom, and request that the Great Summer Kingdom utilize the Skyfire system to remove all this debris from space. Just then, Lu Chuan and Guan Ye were both watching this press conference in front of the TV. As soon as he heard the other party say that, Lu Chuan immediately said to the Minister of Defense on the TV screen, "Stupid, how can you use the Skyfire system?" Guan Ye frowned and asked, "How? Lu Chuan, can't our Heavenly Flame system accomplish this?" "Of course not. Our Skyfire system, which is spread out in orbit around the entire planet, could certainly accomplish this with ease, but if the lasers from the Skyfire system were used to clear these potentially tens of thousands of pieces of debris, there's no guarantee that any of the lasers would cause serious damage to people or buildings on land." With that, Lu Chuan then exchanged a glance with Guan Ye, and a smile appeared on both of their faces. This is because the industry at large knows that all along, the mosquito trapping system has never come in handy. This is the time to finally get a chance to show it off in front of the world. Chapter 125 Anxious Waiting. After the Eagle Sauce Nation applied for aid from the Daxia Nation in front of the whole world, it didn't get a response from the Daxia Nation soon. And it's not just the Eagle Sauce country that's in a hurry. Many countries around the world with satellites in orbit are following suit, hoping to get a response from Daxia as soon as possible. For a while, news media all over the world were reporting and speculating about the same thing. That is, what would be the attitude of the Great Summer State towards this matter? Even the network of the Eagle Sauce Nation appeared at the same time. That is, many people speculated that the Great Summer Nation might not provide help for the Eagle Sauce Nation so easily. After all, everyone knew that the Eagle Sauce country had not been looking for trouble from the Great Summer country. On this day, at a press conference in the Huangsha country, a reporter from the Eagle Sauce country asked, "Your relationship with the Great Xia country has always been very good. May I ask if you, the Huangsha country, know that the Great Xia country will come to your aid this time?" The spokesman shook his head and said, "On this issue, we are not particularly clear. But I would like to ask you, this reporter from the Eagle Jam country, if this unlucky thing happens in the Great Summer country, then you Eagle Jam country will be painful to lend a helping hand?" A statement that left the reporter from the Hawksbill country speechless. The reporters in the room all nodded their heads, saying that if this incident really did happen in Daxia, then the Eagle Sauce country might really just fall on its face. Another reporter asked, "So the Yellow Sand country still has a lot of satellite debris in space. Will the Daxia country help you clean it up?" In fact, at the beginning of this incident, the Yellow Sand country and the Great Summer country had already communicated about this matter. And Guan Yi also clearly informed the Huangsha country's defense minister, "Don't worry about your satellite wreckage continuing to crash into other countries' satellites in space. We'll help you deal with this matter as soon as possible." So in the face of the reporter's question, the press spokesman said with a slightly haughty attitude, "Of course, as is always known, we have always had good relations with the Great Summer State, and the Great Summer State was already working to help us resolve this matter when it first happened." The reporter from the Eagle Sauce country immediately asked again, "We all know that the Skyfire system and mosquito catching system of the Great Summer country are very powerful. Since they can help you solve the debris in space, why can't they help us solve it, by the way?" The spokesman looked angrily at the reporter from the Eagle Jam country and said, "First of all, the whole world has not yet investigated the exact cause of this matter. Who can guarantee that this is not caused by your Eagle Jam country's initiative of attacking our Skyfire system? Also, when you said this, has your Eagle Jam country ever considered how much manpower and material resources were spent by the Great Xia country in building the Skyfire system and mosquito trapping system? How much energy is consumed and how much does it cost when using this system?" Then he slammed his speech on the lectern again and continued, "You Eagle Sauce country has always been just asking for this world, like bandits. When have you ever considered the feelings of other countries? I can tell you clearly that we expressed our sincerity when we asked for help from the Great Summer country. Where is your sincerity? What are you willing to give?" When the whole world saw this press conference of the Huangsha country, it was almost all one-sidedly in favor of the attitude of the Great Xia and Huangsha countries in this matter. And the people of Eagle Jam seem to be looking a little worse for wear at this point, and have taken to the internet to start blaming their own country. Many people have even said that our country should pay for this. Meanwhile, Nicole, who was in the Magic City, received a call from the Secretary of Defense. The anxious Minister of Defense asks Nicole to figure out from Lu Chuan in a short time whether or not the Great Summer Kingdom will actually help in this matter. This matter certainly didn't count as a mission to Nicole. Instead, it just gave him another chance to get close to Lu Chuan. So of course Nicole gladly accepted the request. That night, Lu Chuan hadn't come home yet. Nicole then came to his and Minako's house. At this time, Minako was home alone. And when she saw Nicole's arrival, she already knew in her heart the purpose of her visit. Why? Are you here to intercede for your Eagle Jam Nation? Nicole said with a bereft face. Who knew that our Eagle Jam Nation would do such disgusting things? Stealing chickens without success. And now we have to ask for the help of others in the Great Summer Kingdom. You're a girl's family. Come to Lu Chuan to plead for this matter. Whether what he said can be counted or not we leave aside. You're not afraid of him suspecting your identity? Don't you think this matter is too obvious? A little girl. How would she plead with a person from the Research Bureau for this kind of thing? Nicole laughed and said, I'm not that stupid. Besides, even I don't feel that the Great Summer Country is obligated to help the Eagle Sauce Country. I'm here today to probe Lu Chuan. And Nicole didn't forget to mock Minako for a couple of sentences. You still have the nerve to talk about our Eagle Jam Country. You Sakura Country is also good enough. You were the only ones who shouted fiercely the other day. If it wasn't for you Sakura Country, the whole world might still not know that it was the Eagle Jam Country Skynet laser system that had been destroyed right now. But Minako didn't get angry. Probably because for her, she had already considered herself a Dasha person long ago. She just laughed and said, there doesn't seem to be a single good thing about either of our countries. The two were talking when Lu Chuan returned home at this time. As soon as he came in and saw Nicole sitting at the dining table, Lucian froze for a moment first. You, why are you here again? Nicole gave him a blank look and said, see how scared you are. I came to rub my nose in it, can't I? Who said I came just to look for you? Making a fool of myself. Rukawa's eyes turned to Minako for help, as if to say I don't know what she's here for. Minako smiled and said, isn't the news all over the world in the past 2 days reporting about the satellite wreckage in space in the Eagle Sauce Country? Nicole knows that the Skyfire system was developed by your Scientific Research Bureau, so this is here to inquire about the news with you. Before Lu Chuan could say anything, Nicole was busy explaining, alas, I'm not. I'm just here to watch the fun. How would a little girl like me care about these things? Hearing that, Lu Chuan's heart instead lowered some of his guard, because as far as he was concerned, he'd probably rather believe that Nicole was a spy for the Eagle Jam Nation than have her haunt him all the time anymore. He said, I didn't realize you cared about national issues. Nicole's eyes twinkled, and there she quietly asked, then can you tell me, will your Great Summer Country sell to help our Eagle Sauce Country this time? Lu Chuan said, in fact, it can't be said to be considered helping your Eagle Sauce Country. After all, you are not the only country with satellites in space. So many countries have satellites in operation. We will definitely help to solve the problem. And besides, everyone knows that we, Dasha Country, have always been peace-loving. Nicole's heart immediately sighed in relief at those words. It wasn't because Lu Chuan said that the Dasha nation would help, but for her, with such a sentence, she would be able to report to the Minister of Defense. Chapter 126, a shocking fireworks display. When they ate together, Lu Chuan even said to Nicole, can't see that you're a girl who still cares about this kind of thing. Nicole said, I'm not concerned about our Eagle Jam Country. I think they are to blame for this. I'm just here to watch the fun. All along, Minako had long since given up her intelligence work in the Great Summer Country, so she simply didn't care what Lu Chuan's job description was, and usually, she would even less inquire about this aspect from Lu Chuan. But Nicole said something very out of place at this time. Lu Chuan, what method do you think you'll use this time if you want to remove the satellite debris in space? Will you just use your Skyfire system? Or, before Nicole could finish, Minako lifted Nicole's foot under the table and gave her another look. I don't know if Nicole did it on purpose or if she just didn't take it seriously. Got kicked by Minako and grumbled herself. Ugh, why are you kicking me? What I'm asking isn't a state secret. I'm just inquiring in passing. Minako was petrified on the spot, and thought to herself that this guy really didn't take it seriously at all, and wondered if she really thought it didn't matter, or if she was just really stupid. However, it was good that Lu Chuan didn't think much about it at this time in his heart, but said to Nicole, help will definitely be given, but we should be waiting for an attitude from the Eagle Sauce Country right now. Nicole immediately said with righteous indignation, yes, if I look at this matter, it's caused by their Eagle Sauce Country, so we can't help them so painfully. We need to make them soften first, then apologize, then give them money, and then help them solve the problem. They, the two people, Lu Chuan and Minako, froze at the same time with chopsticks in their hands when they heard the words Nicole said. Nicole then realized what she had said and hurriedly changed her tone. No, it's us. Eagle Sauce Nation. Got angry and our brains got confused for a moment. Lu Chuan laughed and said, "It hasn't been long since you came to our Daxia country. You really don't recognize a newborn. You think of yourself as a Daxia countryman so quickly?" Lu Chuan's sentence directly caused both Minako and Nicole's faces to turn red. But he could never have imagined that the two beautiful women sitting in front of him at this moment would be spy heads from the Sakura and Eagle Jam countries. Once back, Nicole reported the incident to the Secretary of Defense, but didn't say much. Just tell the Minister of Defense that Daxia will not see death, but should be waiting for an attitude from Eagle Jam. This also put the Minister of Defense in a difficult position, as their Eagle Sauce country had always been extremely tough on the world, and had never gone soft on any country. But in the current situation, it is clear that the Great Summer country wants the Eagle Sauce country to bow down before it is willing to lend a helping hand. Just as he was hesitating, the finance minister of Eagle Jam warned him, "Please put down your condescending posture and do some truth for Eagle Jam. We in Eagle Jam may soon not be able to afford the compensation applications from various countries." Finally, the Minister of Defense, in a press conference that day, in an extremely sincere manner, once again hoped that the Great Summer would lend a helping hand. Once again, on behalf of the Eagle Sauce Nation, I apologize to this world, and to the Yellow Sand Nation. It was our own low-level mistakes that caused such a serious disaster in space. On top of that, we will also bear the compensation that the Yellow Sand Nation will pay to the various countries, and at the same time, we implore the Great Summer Nation to lend a helping hand to avoid the disaster event in space from getting worse, and we will also bear the Great Summer Nation's assistance this time around for the expenses. The general industry, which was watching the live news broadcast at this time, saw the defense minister of the Eagle Jam country put down his previous lofty stance for the first time, so he slapped his thigh and said, "You have your day." The ground control center of the mosquito trapping system was then notified to prepare for the removal plan. Only a few hours later, the Great Summer finally held its first press conference on the matter. The eyes of all the world's media were on the launch. When the spokesman said that the Great Summer had decided to start removing satellite debris from space, a reporter asked, "May I ask if you, the Great Summer, are going to use the Skyfire system to remove these debris this time?" The spokesman shook his head and said, "No. In order to remove the wreckage of these satellites, we believe that we must first ensure the safety of the ground before we can do so. The laser beams emitted by the Skyfire system in the midst of space are very likely to cause harm to people or buildings on the ground. So we are going to focus on mosquito trapping systems this time around in order to remove the tens of thousands of these wrecks." All along, the Great Summer's Skyfire system has been familiarized by this world, and many people have overlooked the existence of the mosquito trapping system, and they didn't know that the power of the mosquito catching system was actually no less powerful than the Skyfire system, and even more powerful than the Skyfire system when firing laser beams due to the fact that the mosquito catching system was utilizing the stable energy supply from the ground-based nuclear power plant. Another reporter asked, "Your mosquito trapping system is anchored to the ground, so will it be slow to do the removal?" Of course, if we only rely on the laser beams of the mosquito catching system, the removal task will naturally be much slower. So we also have to combine the Skyfire system, and we currently have some satellites of the Skyfire system gathered over the vast oceans, and we believe that the laser beams emitted won't cause any harm to people even if they are shot at the surface of the Earth. And at the end of this press conference, the spokesman said in a joking tone, "I hope everyone can pay attention to our Great Xia's mission to remove space debris this time, which will be a fireworks display that our Great Xia will bring to the world." The speaker's statement immediately captured the attention of people around the world. Even news media from all over the world sent their own reporters to Daxia and set up their own cameras in various places in Daxia, ready to record the debut of the mosquito trapping system. In fact, at the very beginning, the Space Center of Great Xia had already begun to mark the detailed locations of these wrecks in space one by one with satellites and track them. So now it's just a matter of inputting the location of where these wrecks are into the mosquito catchers and Skyfire systems, and treating these satellite wrecks as potential attack targets. On this night, television sets all over the world were practically broadcasting the same image of the mosquito catching system about to fire its first laser beam. As the countdown of the ground control came to an end, the base stations on the ground of the mosquito trapping system and the entire country of Daxia began to constantly adjust their direction towards space. Suddenly, as the whole world watched, an intense white light from some ground-based station shot off into space. As the mosquito trapping system first locked onto the larger debris in space, a laser beam did not vaporize this debris either. So after splitting into smaller volumes of debris, as it cut through the atmosphere and crashed to the ground, it was indeed, as Daxia said, like a stunning fireworks display. Chapter 127 Arousing Suspicion. As the press spokesman of the Great Summer State said, all the people of the world enjoyed the fireworks show on that night, especially in the populace of the Great Summer country. People in many places were even able to see with their naked eyes a brilliant firework in the night sky. Yet at this point, for the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation, his mindset is very different from most. He watched as a laser beam from the mosquito trapping system of the Great Summer Kingdom shot into space, and to him it was like a pinprick sticking into his heart. This fireworks show was thrown in the middle of the show that night, but the people of the Great Summer Kingdom were already having trouble suppressing the excitement in their hearts. A wide variety of posts continue to appear on the internet, from those who are proud of their country's strength to those who naturally mock the Eagle Jam Nation. I've always thought that our Skyfire system would be a complete crush for other countries, but I didn't realize that the mosquito catcher's system was also so powerful. I believe that since then, even the Eagle Jam country has no way to match us in terms of the defense force of the Great Summer. Still, thanks to the Eagle Jam country, thanks to their satellite wreckage, without their contribution, our mosquito trapping system has no target. We will not see this fireworks show. It's more than a fireworks show. A scene like this, I believe, would be intimidating enough for any country in the world. Although the mosquito trapping system was deployed earlier than the Skyfire system, even Lu Chuan had not really seen the power of the mosquito trapping system. This one also kind of made all the people involved in the development of the mosquito trapping system excited again. Since there were tens of thousands of satellite debris in space, the fireworks show went on for 3 days before the space was cleared of debris. Of course, this was all made possible by the fact that ground control had locked onto the location of most of the wreckage before this happened. After the cleanup, the Great Summer Kingdom hadn't made any noise yet, but this time the Yellow Sand Kingdom couldn't sit still. The country of Huangsha first expressed its gratitude to the country of Daxia when it held a press conference. The press spokesman joked, "I'm really thankful for the existence of our brother country, the Great Summer State. Otherwise, I reckon that this time, we, the Huangsha State, will have to suffer another dumb loss, not knowing how much we have to compensate, and even the risk of being bullied by a certain country." Without much explanation, the whole world can hear that this is the Yellow Sand country making a mockery of the Eagle Sauce country. The press spokesman also did not forget to remind the Eagle Sauce country, "I hope that the Eagle Sauce country will be true to its word this time and be able to compensate all countries for their losses as soon as possible. We are not asking you to compensate us for our Skyfire system satellites, but only need to pay according to the research and development cost of the Great Xia country. Of course, I estimate that you can't build them either." The spokesman's words were so heartbreaking that even the journalists from the Eagle's Nest who were present at the meeting did not have the heart to ask any questions. Internationally customary, the Great Summer must also hold a press conference at this time to announce to the world the successful completion of the mission. But when the press conference was held, one never expected to encounter a hiccup. The spokesman proudly stood on the stage and announced to the reporters from all over the world under the stage, "On behalf of the Great Summer country, I announce to the whole world that this time our mosquito catcher system and the Skyfire system have worked perfectly together to completely remove the debris in space that posed a threat to the satellites of various countries." There was a thunderous applause from the stage first, but most of those applause came from journalists from countries that were more friendly with the Great Summer. When it came time for the reporters to ask questions, the reporters on stage raised their hands. To everyone's surprise, there would actually be a reporter from an Eagle Sauce country who also raised his hand at this time. Everyone thought that the spokesman would not let this reporter ask a question, but the spokesman was thinking at this time, "I'd like to see what kind of question you Eagle Sauce countries have the nerve to ask at this moment." So the first one signaled for this reporter from Eagle Jam to get up and ask a question. He stood up and then asked, "I have a question to ask the Great Summer country. I remember that some time ago, the Great Summer country was announcing to the whole world that there was a serious problem with your Skyfire system. But when this serious incident occurred in space, why did the satellites of your Skyfire system return to their original positions in such a short period of time? And I guess no one believes that such a heavy maintenance task that you would accomplish in such a short period of time. So I ask, is your country deceiving all of us on top of this issue?" Upon hearing this question, the press spokesman first froze for a moment, and his originally smiling expression froze at this time, because he really didn't expect this question to be raised at the conference. After hesitating for a while, he said, "It is true that our Skyfire system had a rather serious problem some time ago. That's why we had all the satellites of the Skyfire system gathered together. As for how to complete the repair work in such a short period of time, I'm sorry to say that I'm not a professional in this area, so I can't answer that question for you." It was like a stone's throw, and no one in the room had probably thought to ask the question before, but when it was brought up by this reporter from the Eagle Jam country, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. Then most reporters followed suit and changed their original questions, trying to get to the bottom of the issue. Another reporter stood up and asked, "There have been rumors in the outside world that your Great Summer Kingdom has gathered the satellites of the Skyfire system together this time in order to research and develop another advanced weapon system. Yet your Skyfire system has never had any problems at all along the way. Is that correct? Rumors are rumors after all. And when people are skeptical, I hope you're grounded and not just blindly guessing. The spokesman at this time on the face of the obvious has not just stood on the stage that the expression of relaxation has been replaced by nervousness. Fear that the reporter chase these questions do not let go. But it's still a fear of what's to come. Although the spokesman deliberately allowed the Yellow Sand reporters to get up and ask questions, after asking one other question, the next reporter still clung to the question. The spokesman said angrily, "Whether or not there is really a problem with the Skyfire system of our great summer country, I believe that it is our own business and has nothing to do with any country. As the saying goes, in a hurry." As soon as the speaker finished the sentence, he immediately felt bad in his heart, because it's likely that this statement will cause more people to be skeptical about the matter. Sure enough, after the press conference, media outlets around the world voiced the same kind of question. The headline on the front page of that day's newspaper in the Eagle Sauce country read, "Is something really wrong with the Skyfire system in the Great Summer Country? Or is there some kind of conspiracy brewing?" Chapter 128 Reasonable Explanations. All along, for the high-ranking personnel of the Eagle Sauce country, they had actually never believed that something had really gone wrong with the heavenly fire system of the Great Summer Country. Many of them thought that either the Great Summer Kingdom was upgrading its own Skyfire system, or it was developing some more advanced weapon system. This time, when they removed the wreckage of the space satellite in Dacia, it deepened their suspicions. Because of the spokesperson's blundering statement at the press conference, it instantly also put pressure on the industry at large, as well as on the research and development staff at the Research and Development Directorate. Originally, the matter of synthesizing element 115 using the Heavenly Flame system had always been carried out secretly in the shadows. This, coupled with the construction of a tower thousands of meters high in no man's land, has already attracted the world's attention and suspicion. Now that these two things were combined, the industry at large and the research bureau became worried inside. Especially the vast industry. He really knows too much about how the Eagle Sauce Nation does things. Once they become suspicious, they are bound to make a move. Or even more likely, make an unexpected crazy move. In the office of Guanye was alone with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in front of his desk, and on the chair next to them sat three people, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, and the press spokesman who had just said the wrong thing and was silent. The spokesman said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, Commander Hero. I really didn't expect that a reporter from the Eagle Sauce country would suddenly ask such a question at a press conference, and it's my fault for not having thought it through in advance." Guanye frowned and didn't say anything, still pacing. In his heart he had been worried that the matter of synthesizing element 115 would be known by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and then they would mess up in this matter. Even the press secretary at this time is ignorant of the matter. Lu Chuan said, "Commander Guang, I have an idea. I don't know if it's feasible." It was only when Guanye heard Lu Chuan say this that he stopped and asked, "What solution? We can admit it to the world at our next press conference and just say that our Skyfire system is actually fine." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Guanye. "No, resolutely not. Idang Dacia has already said things. If we now admit that we have lied to ourselves, then in the future, our press conference, what other people will believe it? Then not become a child's play?" The spokesman also shook his head at Lu Chuan at this time and said, "Indeed, we can't do that. After all, this is a window for a country to show to the world." However, Lu Chuan continued, we can say that we are worried that the power of the Skyfire system is too strong, especially our automatic defense system. That's why we gathered all of our satellites together. And the reason why we did that is because we want to turn off this automatic defense." Li Shengdong also immediately said, "Lu Chuan, this explanation, to other countries, it should still be more reasonable. We this time in the implementation of the mission to remove the satellite debris, not also only in the airspace over the ocean to use the Skyfire system, in order to not to avoid the harm to the people and buildings on the land, if so to the outside world to explain. I think it should be someone will believe." Guanye pondered for a while, then looked at the news spokesman and asked, "If it's told like this, do you think those reporters will believe it?" In fact, for any country's press conference, whether journalists will believe it or not is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the reason is convincing enough to the world's population. The reasoning can be justified, and I believe that this reason will not be someone what has another excuse to continue to doubt. Guanye continued again, "Alright, then let's follow Lu Chuan's idea." Although his mouth was like this, the vast industry was still very upset in his heart, because to him, the Skyfire system and the mosquito catching system, these two national defense weapon systems were so important to the Great Summer State. Using this excuse to fob off the Eagle Kingdom, while it makes sense, feels like telling your opponent that you've turned off your automatic defenses, and will be less of a deterrent to your opponent. Li Shangdong saw Guang Ye's worries and comforted. Commander Guang, I actually think that even if we let the world know that we have turned off our automatic defense, it's not that big of a deal. After all, this time we have also let this world see the power of our two weapon systems working together. It was then that Guang Ye nodded. At the press conference the next day, as soon as the spokesman took the stage, he saw the same reporter from yesterday's Hawksbane country and had a provocative look on his face. But the spokesman was serious at this time, because inwardly he had already thought about what to do with this reporter today. When he started to ask questions, this reporter from the Eagle Sauce country really asked again without any hesitation. Now many countries in the world are suspecting that your great summer country has some kind of conspiracy in this matter. May I ask if you don't want to make a reasonable explanation to the whole world about this matter? The spokesman laughed coldly, then said to everyone, explanation? Your Eagle Sauce country's destruction of the Yellow Sand country's satellite still doesn't have a reasonable explanation, but now you want to come to us, the Great Xia country, to ask for an explanation. Or do you want us to explain our own defense system? Don't you think that you're too lenient in your control? The Eagle Jam Nation has always been strong internationally, as evidenced even by its own journalists at press conferences in other countries. So this reporter didn't flinch because of this question, but continued. We have already made corresponding compensation to the various countries that have suffered losses, but I don't think that these two issues should be mixed up. After all, many countries in the world are now worried about whether or not you, the Great Summer country, are going to develop any weapons with a strong lethal power. The spokesman said, well, since you Eagle Sauce Nation wants to know so much, then I will explain it clearly to you today. In fact, our Great Summer Nation's Skyfire system really doesn't have any problems. The press spokesman's remark sent the journalists in the audience into an uproar. Even the Minister of Defense, who was watching the live broadcast in the Eagle Sauce country at the moment, suddenly developed a cold sweat on his brain when he heard those words. And next the spokesman continued, this is something that we, the Great Summer Kingdom, originally did not want to announce to the outside world. Since you are so curious, I will tell you today. The reason why we have gathered all the satellites of the Skyfire system together is because we are considering the safety of the world, the safety of all human beings, and I believe that you have all seen the power of our Skyfire system this time. More than one reporter on the stage stood up and scrambled to ask, so may I ask if you are going to upgrade the Skyfire system, or are you going to deactivate the Skyfire system? The spokesman shook his head and said, no, we have gathered the satellite together in order to turn off its automatic defenses. For we are afraid that some powerful country in this world will accidentally injure an innocent target on the ground with the immense power of the Skyfire system when it strikes against us. Chapter 129 Anger. At the same time, while Daxia's press spokesman explained the matter, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country, who was 10,000 miles away, watched the live broadcast in a room. He shook his head at the live image on the TV. No, it must not be like this. This must be a lie from the Great Summer. However, the Secretary of Defense was not sitting at the head of this table when he made that statement. At this time the main seat was occupied by a man wearing nothing but a casual shirt, leaning back in his chair, and with both legs crossed on the tabletop. He was also watching the Daxia press conference with an expressionless face. Upon hearing these words from the Minister of Defense, the man said, oh, since Mr. Minister is certain that the Great Summer Kingdom is lying, can you find out what their true purpose is? The Minister of Defense immediately put his head down when he heard the man behind him speak. Like a small child who has done something wrong, he said, for the time being, I have not been able to learn the specifics of this. The man in the casual shirt was no other than the number one man in Eagle Jam, the president of Eagle Jam. There has been, in fact, an extraordinarily trusting attitude on the part of the president toward the Secretary of Defense. Even when the Secretary of Defense's assignments in Daxia had been unsuccessful in the last 2 years, the president has not complained about him. It's just that this time it's just too much to bear. He asked coldly again, Mr. Minister, do you know that your failed decision cost us the Skynet laser system? And do you know how much money we spent from the development of this system to its final deployment? The Secretary of Defense bowed his head and said, it should be over $100 billion. Yes, that's right. It looks like you haven't aged well. It's $100 billion. And the $100 billion we have in the Eagle Sauce country hasn't helped in the slightest. It's just provided the world with a fireworks display. The Minister of Finance beside him at this time didn't forget to fan the flames and said, this time we compensated various countries for the loss of their satellites, which has also exceeded $200 billion. The president sneered and asked in a mocking tone, Mr. Minister, as the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation, wouldn't it strike you as alarming for your ears to hear such a figure? Of course, Mr. President. This was all the result of my own lapse in judgment. and I swear that I will never allow anything like this to happen in the future. At this time the bodyguard beside the president walked in with a paper bag in his hand and placed it on the table in front of the president before respectfully turning away. The president became double-tongued as if he had seen some treasure. But after he rolled up his sleeves and opened this bag, the people around him realized that it contained only a burger and fries and a large carbonated drink. He didn't pay any attention to the strange and surprised looks of the few people around him who were senior, but ate without lifting his head, minding his own business. The burger was taken in one bite, and the melted cheese inside was immediately squeezed out and onto the president's fingers. He put his finger in his mouth and sucked on it for a moment, then chewed as he slurred. "Don't stop. You can continue to voice your opinions. I want to know what you'll do about this." The Minister of Defense hesitated and was just about to open his mouth to speak, but in that moment of hesitation, the Minister of Finance grabbed the lead. The Minister of Finance said, "Mr. President, given the current situation, I would suggest that we should stop developing new weapon systems because if this continues, our economy will suffer very badly." Saying this, he also gave another blank look at the Minister of Defense before continuing to the President. "And we are not sure if the next weapon system we develop will be successful, and even if it is, then it is unknown if it will be able to overtake the Great Summer State in front of the whole world. After all, for the past 2 years, we have been lagging behind." Then, the President didn't answer his words, still enjoying the burger in his hand, not even taking his eyes off the food in front of him. The Minister of Defense hurriedly said, "No, we must not let this go. We have always been in the global lead in terms of our military. As for the Great Summer countries surpassing, it is only because their defense system is more advanced than ours. I think the more this happens, the more we must develop more advanced weapon systems to maintain our global supremacy." It was only after hearing this from the Secretary of Defense that the President swallowed a mouthful of food, took another sip of his drink and said, "So, do you have any plans for the future?" The Secretary of Defense looked around at a few of the senior personnel around him, then said to the President, "Mr. President, actually, for some time now, Deep Blue has been developing a weapon for us." Having said that, the statement seemed as if it had touched the President's backside, only to see him grab a handful of fries with one hand, crushing those fries to pieces, and then said viciously, "Deep Blue Corporation? Are you talking about the Deep Blue Corporation that spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and used our Element 115, and was completely scrapped on its first liftoff?" One sentence scared the senior personnel present. None of them dared to breathe a breath. All of them put their heads down, even afraid to meet the President's eyes too. However, just at this moment, a middle-aged man behind the Minister of Defense broke the silence in the room with a calm tone. Yes, Mr. President, is this Deep Blue we have?" The President immediately looked angrily at the man and said, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man remained calm and said, "Mr. President, my name is Hunter. I'm a research and development officer of the Deep Blue Corporation, and the person in charge of the development of the latest weapon system this time around. And today I was brought here by Mr. Minister in order to explain our new weapon system to you." The President reached out and someone next to him immediately handed over a tissue. As he wiped the crushed fries from his hands, he asked, "It's as if I see a strong confidence in you. Do you think that your newly developed weapon will really surpass the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom?" Hunter pondered a little, then said with a relaxed face, "No, Mr. President, there is no such thing as 100% in this world, but I can be sure that there is a 90% chance that the newest weapon system that we have developed this time around will surpass the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, and can shock the world." A single sentence seemed to arouse the President's interest, and the serious expression on his face lightened up a bit at this time. He looked at the Minister of Defense and asked, "Mr. Minister, do you feel the same way?" "Yes, Mr. President, our newest weapon system this time is specifically developed to target the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom." Chapter 130. This middle-aged man named Hunter was about 40 years old, but there were not many hairs left on his head. In fact, he was just as important to the Eagle Sauce country as Lu Chuan was to the Great Summer country, and also belonged to the premier scientific research elite. The difference is that for years, Deep Blue has blocked out news of his existence in order to keep getting genius-like thoughts and ideas out of his head. It wasn't until these recent events and still at the request of the Secretary of Defense that he was brought from Deep Blue to meet the President in person. The President asked at this time, "You said that your newly developed weapon system this time is targeting the Skyfire system of the Great Summer country. So what are your advantages?" Hunter was about to explain before he could open his mouth. "Mr. President said to the Minister of Defense at this time, you have to think of one thing in advance. I will allow you to err once, or even err twice, but I will never allow a third failure. No, it's not that I won't allow it, it's that we as a nation won't allow it. Do you understand?" The Secretary of Defense nodded nervously, then gestured for Hunter to explain to the president. Hunter said, "In fact, in my opinion, the Skynet laser system of our Eagle Sauce country isn't bad. The reason why it was destroyed in front of the Skyfire system in an instant is because it has an Achilles heel in front of the Skyfire system." One sentence aroused everyone's interest, and even the Minister of Finance had his eyes wide open at this time, waiting for Hunter's explanation. Hunter continued, "Our Skynet laser system is deployed in near-Earth orbit, and also possesses not bad power. It's just that when the Great Xia country deployed the Skyfire system, they set the location in deep space farther away from the Earth, and at the same time, they also boosted the power of their own laser beams, which is the main reason that caused our Skynet laser system to become a living target." Upon hearing this, someone immediately asked, "So is this new weapon developed by your Deep Blue company deploying satellites farther into outer space?" Hunter laughed and shook his head, saying, "No, such an idea is too innocent, and it makes no sense to do so when if we do so, then Dacia can easily deploy its satellites farther away than we can as well." With that, Hunter opened the laptop he'd brought with him on the table. Only the computer screen displayed a 360-degree rotating display of a pyramid-shaped object. He placed the computer in front of the president and continued, "This is our new program. We have named this weapon the Hive system." Upon hearing the word Hive, everyone in the room frowned, because looking at this thing on the screen, it was just a pyramid-shaped contraption that had absolutely nothing to do with the word Hive. Just then, Hunter hit the Enter key on his keyboard. Then a demo screen immediately started playing on the screen. Only this pyramid quickly shrunk, and then hundreds more appeared on the screen. Immediately after that, these pyramid-shaped things quickly gathered together and really formed a hive-like object. Seeing the president staring at the screen with great interest, the Minister of Defense immediately explained, "Each of these conical objects is a vehicle that can fight alone in space, and can even be deployed with all kinds of weapons. And when these conical objects are aggregated together, they can either become a weapon system with an attacking power even more powerful than that of the Night Lord's Eye, or they can be used as a super space station." The president asked, "How many people can fit inside each of these conical objects?" Hunter smiled and explained, "The volume of this one cone-shaped object can hold about 4 people, but we developed multiple functions. It can carry people, or objects, and even just assemble various weapon systems. Of course, after these cone-shaped objects converge together and form a hive, it can be used as a city in space. After all, it is modular. So, if I agree to let you build this weapon system, have you given any thought to where it will be deployed?" The Secretary of Defense and Hunter looked at each other, then said, "If we deploy them in space one by one, then I'm afraid that we'll soon attract the attention of the Great Summer State. So, we'd like to build the modules and then launch them one by one, letting it travel to the backside of the moon until it's formed a sufficiently intimidating size before letting it meet the world." By the time he said that, the president had gotten the same longing look in his eyes that he had just seen with the burger. But the Minister of Finance beside him had been frowning at this time, because he was really worried that if the Minister of Defense made another mistake, he might drag the economy of the Eagle Sauce country into the abyss of doom. "So if we were to implement this program, how much would it cost?" Hunt said. "Initial budgets for upfront deployment at scale on the back of the moon could cost $1 trillion. One sentence scared the Minister of Finance so much that he almost sat on the floor and kept wiping the beads of sweat on his head with a tissue. But the president suddenly asked at this time, "As Secretary of the Treasury, what do you think about this?" The finance minister gulped and said, "Mr. President, you should know that we are already struggling just to compensate for the loss of satellites in various countries lately. And if we now plan to invest trillions of dollars in a new R&D project, if it fails, then we may just face a very dangerous situation." The Minister of Defense immediately retorted, "You have to know, our Eagle Sauce country has always been the hegemonic position in this world. In the time when the Great Summer country did not have the Skyfire system and mosquito catcher system yet, to the Huangsha country, that kind of untouchable small country, when is it not always have to look at our Eagle Sauce country's face? Even the price of energy is what we say. So I think that what puts us in danger, it's not the immediate economic situation, but our military strength. Only if we continue to be the hegemon of this world will we keep ourselves from falling into this dangerous situation." Before the president could say what he thought, the Secretary of Defense's reasoning had left the Secretary of the Treasury speechless, and faced with such a big decision, everyone must be looking at the president alone. Yet while everyone at this time was focused on the president's expression as he stared at the computer screen, he was half silent, and seemed to be torn in his mind as to whether or not to take the risk. Finally, after a few minutes, the president leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs again with his feet on the table. He looked at both Hunter and the Secretary of Defense and said, "So, let's wait and see if your hive can maintain our Eagle Sauce nation as a hegemon." Chapter 131, A Visit to the Yellow Sand Kingdom 1. Prior to this, The Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation had actually placed all his bets on Deep Blue, only everything has been done in secret. This time, after receiving authorization from the President of the Eagle Jam, the Secretary of Defense was ready to go big. After all, for him, with the strong financial support of the Eagle Jam country, everything would go smoother for Deep Blue in the development of the hive. Hunter, as a senior developer at Deep Blue, has worked several astounding wonders for the company. Even the wide range of weaponry still in service in the Hawksbane Nation came from his handiwork. It could also be argued that Hunter is not only a talent for Deep Blue, but also counts as a rare talent in Eagle Jam country. But maybe it's because in this world nowadays, people worship money or focus only on entertainment, and don't pay much attention to such people who have made great contributions to their country. So Hunter, in one way, has a lot of similarities between the two men and Lu Chuan, who is a million miles away. Neither is well known by this community and neither takes the word fame or fortune all that seriously. However, people are often afraid of comparing each other, and once they do, they are prone to jealousy. At this time, Hunter was still unaware of Lu Chuan's existence, not to mention the fact that multiple weapons defense systems in the Great Summer Country were from Lu Chuan's hands. Similarly, Lu Chuan was unaware of Hunter's existence. However, in recent times, Lu Chuan has been mentioned again in the news media of the Great Summer because the mosquito trapping system of the Great Summer has made a splash in front of the world. Many people expressed their own remarks on the internet, not only proud of the fact that the Great Xia country had a powerful defensive weapon system, but also proud that the Great Xia country could have such an outstanding genius like Lu Chuan. Even on the Huangsha country's network, the people began to talk about Lu Chuan. Someone said, "Our Huangsha kingdom should feel lucky to have a brother like the Xia kingdom, and for the Xia kingdom to have a genius like Lu Chuan." For a while, Lu Chuan was even labeled as a superhero-like mission in the Yellow Sand country. When the space crisis incident came to an end, the Yellow Sand country announced to the world that it wanted to invite the senior defense commander of the Great Summer country, Guang Ye, to visit the Yellow Sand country. As soon as the news was sent out, first of all, the entire population of the Yellow Sand country couldn't sit still. They strongly requested that when Guang Ye visited Huangsha country, he should bring Lu Chuan along with him, because Lu Chuan was now a heroic figure in Huangsha country, and they wanted to catch a glimpse of Lu Chuan himself. When Guang Ye told Lu Chuan about this matter, Lu Chuan must have rejected it at first, because Lu Chuan's character is a bit more introverted. He doesn't like to do these things that throw his head in the sand. Instead, Li Shengdong advised, "You kid, just be content to be able to accompany Commander Guang to visit Huangsha country. What an honor. Besides, you're not going out on your own. You're going there on behalf of our Grand Xia's Scientific Research Bureau." Lu Chuan then reluctantly agreed. When he went back in the evening, Lu Chuan told Minako about the fact that he was going to visit the Yellow Sand country with Guang Ye, but when Minako found out about it, she couldn't help but feel nervous, because she was the only one who knew that many countries wanted to get Lu Chuan and even kill him. To this end, the Eagle Jam state has taken several actions. All this time, Lu Chuan has been within the Great Summer country. This is his own country is not so bad. Once he goes abroad, many unknown risks may increase with it. Lu Chuan had also expected that after telling Minako about this, she would be happy and proud of herself, but he could see a hint of sullenness coming from Minako's face. "Summer, what's wrong? Are you not sad to see me go?" "It's fine. I heard Commander Guang say he'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Only then did Minako realize that the expression on her face had been detected by Lu Chuan. He was busy squeezing out some smiles and said, "Well, yeah, I'm sure I'd be worried if you ran so far all at once. It's not necessary. As you know, the Yellow Sand country and our Great Xia country, that's a very friendly country. Besides, I'm just a small scientific researcher, with Commander Guang by my side. What's there to worry about?" Yet Minako's fears were not unfounded, because just as she was talking to Lu Chuan, her own cell phone rang. In front of Lu Chuan, he picked it up and saw that it was Nicole who had called. Lu Chuan was stunned at first, then asked, "Why would she still contact you?" Minako shrugged deliberately and said, "I don't know, probably something urgent." Then it picked up the phone. I only heard Nicole whisper to Minako on the phone, "Is Lu Chuan by your side?" Minako glanced at Lu Chuan and could only act as if nothing had happened and said, "Well, I haven't eaten yet. What's the matter with you?" Minako thought in her heart at this time. Nebi contacted herself at this time. It must be about Lu Chuan. And Nicole, hearing Minako's words, knew that it must be inconvenient for Lu Chuan to speak when he was right next to her at this time. So again, he said to Minako, "Come out now. I'll be at the entrance to our neighborhood. I have something to say to you." Minako hung up the phone and while changing her shoes, she said to Lu Chuan, "If you're hungry, eat by yourself first. I'm going out now." Lu Chuan at this time is even more confused. thinking about how the relationship between these two people seemed to be quite good. Look, should not Just as he was about to ask, he heard a snap and Minako was already outside closing the door to the room. Upon arriving at the door of the neighborhood and meeting up with Nicole, Nicole said anxiously, "This is going to be a problem." Minako asked directly, "Is it about Lu Chuan going to the Yellow Sand Country?" Nicole nodded and said, "The Minister of Defense just contacted me and asked if there was a way for me to travel to the Yellow Sand Country with Lu Chuan as his girlfriend." As soon as Minako heard that, she tensed up and asked, "What are they going to do?" The Minister of Defense has already notified the Eagle Sauce Country spies lurking in the Huangsha country to look for an opportunity to kidnap Lu Chuan, but they all know that the chances of being able to successfully kidnap him are not high, so their second chance is, make it so that Lu Chuan can't leave the Huangsha country alive. Minako knew that the Huangsha country was different from the Daxia country, and there were often small-scale riots within the Huangsha country, and being able to lay hands on Lu Chuan in the Huangsha country might be an extremely rare opportunity for the Eagle Sauce country. Nicole continued, "He wants me to go to Huangsha country as well, and work with the spies there inside and out to get at Lu Chuan. I don't know what to do now. Do you think we can find a way to keep Lu Chuan from leaving the Great Summer Country?" Minako thought for a moment and shook her head. "I'm afraid not. He's already agreed to this." Chapter 132, A Visit to the Yellow Sand Country 2. It turned out that when the Yellow Sand Country announced its invitation to Lu Chuan and Guanye to visit the Yellow Sand Country, the Eagle Sauce Country's Minister of Defense was also concerned about the news. He was a deep blue at the time, discussing things with Hunter. Hunter first noticed this news on TV and asked the Minister of Defense, "Is this one named Lu Chuan the developer of the Skyfire system?" The Minister of National Defense also looked at the TV screen at this time and said, "Lu Chuan, he is not just the developer of the Skyfire system, but he has spearheaded the development of several advanced defensive weapon systems, starting from the electromagnetic anti-missile system of the Great Xia country." Hunter looked at Lu Chuan's picture on the screen this time and asked with a frown, "How old is he?" "According to what we have, this guy is probably in his mid-20s. Upon hearing that Lu Chuan was only in his mid-20s, Hunter immediately felt incredulous, and at the same time, there was a small hint of imbalance, or jealousy, within him, because Hunter was now in his 40s, approaching 50 years of age. "I didn't realize that as a valuable talent of the Eagle Sauce country, I was actually at a disadvantage in front of this young man in his 20s. However, the Minister of Defense sneered at this time and muttered to himself, "Yellow Sand Country? Since I can't do anything about you in the Great Xia country, I'll let you have no return from this trip to the Yellow Sand Country." Hunter also heard this statement from the Secretary of Defense and asked, "Mr. Secretary, are you going to?" The Minister of Defense said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. We've already carried out many assassination operations against Lu Chuan before. It's just that the Great Xia country's protection for him was just too thorough, making us miss every time. This time, I'd like to see who else can protect him in the Yellow Sand Country." Hunter was shocked in his heart, and at the same time, he was also a bit scared, because he didn't expect that a scientific researcher would be assassinated by another country that sent people to assassinate him. This might be the evil in human nature. Over to Hunter. As the same R&D personnel from various countries, Lu Chuan seemed to enjoy a much higher reputation than him, so his selfish heart seemed to be kind of looking forward to making this guy named Lu Chuan disappear. So the Minister of Defense immediately notified the plan of action of the intelligence agents lurking in the Yellow Sands country. Even for the current Minister of Defense, he no longer held much hope in his heart of being able to get Lu Chuan to sell his life for the Eagle Jam Nation. He only wished that he could assassinate Lu Chuan in the Yellow Sand country so that this fellow would not continue to pose a threat to the Eagle Sauce country. However, after Nicole got this news, the first thing she thought of was what she could think of to keep Lu Chuan from leaving the Great Summer country. She said to Minako, "Or, how about I get someone to break Lu Chuan's legs?" Minako gave her a blank look and said, "Are you crazy? You have to know what kind of person Lu Chuan is to the Great Xia country. Don't you say breaking his legs? If you dare to cut one of his fingers, even if the Great Xia country is turned upside down, surely you will find out who did it. Besides, if you dare to find someone to touch him, I guarantee that person won't be able to see the next day's sun." Nicole sighed, I wasn't in a hurry. Besides, how could I be willing to do such a thing?" Minako sized up Nicole at this time and said, "I think the best thing to do right now might be for the two of us to make a trip to the Yellow Sand Kingdom ourselves." "Us? Both of us?" Minako said. "Of course. Didn't your Minister of Defense ask you to go to the Yellow Sand Kingdom to work with them inside and out? Then you go, and I'll go with you." Nicole immediately understood what Minako meant, and she knew that Minako must have wanted to make a move against the spies of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and the Yellow Sand Kingdom. So the two men hit it off and decided to make a personal trip to the Yellow Sand Kingdom. As soon as Minako returned home, Lu Chuan asked her, "It's so late, what did Nicole want to see you about?" Minako said, "Oh, It's no big deal. Nicole wants to ask me to go shopping with her tomorrow. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded, saying that this world is completely messed up. How come there are still such friendly ones between love rivals? He asked. You shopped with her? You agreed? Minako smiled and said, yeah, is it surprising? In fact, I think Nicole the girl is not bad, right? And besides, it's not her fault for liking you. I don't blame her. It can only mean that you're excellent, right? Looking at Lu Chuan's expression as if he was stunned, Minako asked him again as if nothing had happened. When are you going to the Yellow Sand Country? Lu Chuan said. From what Director Lee said, it seems to be tomorrow afternoon. Then, Minako immediately sent a message to Nicole, informing her of the time that Lu Chuan was going to the Yellow Sand Country, and the two of them had also settled on taking the first step to the Yellow Sand Country tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan had just left the house. As soon as he left in front of him, Minako followed and left the house as well, heading straight to the airport. The two of them, along with Nicole, booked the earliest flights to the Yellow Sands country. A few hours later, the plane landed at the airport in the country of Yellow Sand. The two of them, Minako and Nicole, were not together as they walked out of the airport, but rather Nicole was walking in front of her and Minako was walking behind her with her sunglasses on. Because the spies of the Eagle Sauce country lurking in the Yellow Sands country were already picking up Nicole at the exit by this time. Once Nicole got on the bus, someone asked with eyes that looked as if they were not very trusting, "Ms. Nicole, aren't you Lu Chuan's girlfriend? Why don't you come with him so that it will be a lot easier for us to carry out our mission?" Nicole said disdainfully. It seems that you intelligence officers in Huangsha country are nothing more than that. Things are not as simple as you think. Lu Chuan is on a trip with the defense commander of their great Xia country. How can I follow him around so easily? I can only wait for him to arrive and then get in touch with him. The man in the car laughed and said, those of us who are intelligence officers in Huangsha country, of course we can't be compared to you in Daxia country. We're usually used to doing the rough work of fighting and killing, and our brains don't work much anymore. Nicole didn't pay too much attention to the guys, but asked directly, what's your plan? We intend to wait for us to find the hotel where Lu Chuan is staying after he arrives in Huangsha country. Then Ms. Nicole will sneak in and help us to charm Lu Chuan, and we will just leave the rest of the matter to us, and we will send someone to send Lu Chuan directly and secretly to Eagle Sauce country. If I don't have the means to implement this plan, what is your backup plan? One of the people in the car wiped the gun on his hand while smiling. That would be much easier. In this chaotic place, it's too normal for a few people to die on the streets in a day. We'll wait for Lu Chuan to come out and create a chaos on the streets. Then our companions hidden in the crowd will make a move on Lu Chuan. Nicole looked through the car window at the chaotic streets, her mind in a momentary turmoil. Never having been on a mission like this wasn't the reason her mind was in turmoil at the moment. The reason was that she had to find a way to save Lu Chuan's life from these assholes. Chapter 133, Nicole's sudden appearance. On this day, the two of them, Guan Ye and Lu Chuan, arrived at Huangsha country in a special airplane. Even Guan Ye hadn't expected that when the plane landed at the airport, it was actually the Minister of Defense of the Huangsha country who personally came to greet it. As soon as they met, Guan Ye joked, Mr. Minister, it seems that it's still our researchers who have a lot of face, that they would make a dignified Minister of Defense come to greet them personally. The Minister of Defense said, it is an honor for us as a nation to have the defense commander of the Great Summer Country and the developers of the Skyfire system come to our Yellow Sand Country, so of course I have to greet them personally. Then he also shook Lu Chuan's hand in front of many reporters and said, young man, we meet again, and the people of our Yellow Sand Country are looking forward to your arrival. Lu Chuan was usually dressed in casual clothes, or else he was wearing a white coat in the research bureau. But today, Lu Chuan deliberately wore a straight suit in order to be able to attend such a grand occasion. Even his hair, which he usually didn't bother to take care of, was neatly combed today. Plus Lu Chuan originally has a handsome face. By this line so a set off, in front of the camera at the airport, actually really have a few points like an idol star. Minako, at this time, had already settled down in a hotel in the Yellow Sand Country. Watching Lu Chuan's appearance through the TV in his room, his heart was as sour as it could be. Good you Lu Chuan, you usually haven't dressed up like this in front of me. As soon as you leave my side, you actually dress up so handsomely, was muttering to himself when his cell phone rang just in time at this time. As soon as she saw that it was Lu Chuan's phone, Minako picked it up and immediately said fiercely, hey, handsome. Lu Chuan froze, thinking that something wasn't right, because every time Minako spoke to him in that tone of voice, it was because he had done something to upset her. Busy smiling, she said, beauty, what's wrong? What's wrong again? Fine you, explain to me. Usually at home you're scruffy. How come as soon as you leave me, you're dressed up so handsome? Are you going to take advantage of my absence to attract the attention of other girls? How could it be? You don't know me. Besides such an important occasion, I must dress up a little. I want to tell you that I just arrived, so that you can rest assured. Oh yeah, did you have fun shopping with Nicole today? Minako just wanted to say happy in passing, but after thinking about it for a moment, she still said immediately, I don't know what happened to Nicole today. She said that she won't go shopping for a while, and that I'm now resting at home alone. Thankfully, Minako's brain reacted before she said that, because if he had said that he and Nicole were shopping right now, then all plans might have to be disrupted. At the very beginning, the Yellow Sand State said it was inviting the senior defense commander Guanye's visit, but at the banquet organized by the Yellow Sand Country, it had simply become Lu Chuan's dinner party. There were not many people in the banquet hall looking for the general industry to take pictures and interviews, and only the Minister of Defense of the Huangsha State had been accompanying him. On the contrary, Lu Chuan here has been surrounded by reporters, and many powerful celebrities in Huangsha country, constantly taking pictures and interviews. It was as if this was Lu Chuan who had just finished a concert of his own. The Huangsha country's defense minister even smiled and said to Guanye, Commander Guang, I didn't expect your country's researchers to have the charisma of a star idol. Guanye also joked, you don't know, Mr. Minister, this handsome young man of ours is not only an extremely rare talent in scientific research, but even in his life, he has constant peach blossom luck. After that, the two men burst out laughing. After the banquet, Guanye and Lu Chuan were sent by bodyguards to a local high-class hotel, but just as he entered the hotel's inquiring, he heard someone behind him shout, Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan. Since the hall was quite noisy and Lu Chuan was followed by a group of bodyguards, Lu Chuan didn't hear anyone calling out to him at first. It was only after a few bodyguards caused a small commotion when they stopped the man that Lu Chuan turned back. This look back directly made Lu Chuan's sweaty hairs stand up in fear. It turned out that the one who called out to Lu Chuan was no one else but Nicole. Only Nicole was blocked by a few burly bodyguards, but she still kept bouncing in place, stretching out her arms and waving them while screaming. Guanyi also noticed it and asked Lu Chuan busily, why, do you recognize it? Lu Chuan nodded awkwardly, so Guanyi signaled the bodyguard not to stop. Nicole immediately jumped and ran to Lu Chuan's side, and said as she took Lu Chuan's arm, ha ha, how is it? Is it a big surprise? Lu Chuan hadn't reacted at this time. Guanyi asked him, Lu Chuan, this girl is. Before Lu Chuan could say anything, Nicole directly stretched out her hand to shake hands with Guanyi and said, hello Commander Guang, I'm Lu Chuan's girlfriend. Guanyi didn't know what Lu Chuan's girlfriend looked like, but only heard Li Shengdong talk about Lu Chuan being chased by two girls, so at this time, Guanyi could only smile and say, oh, hello, little girl, how did you find your way here? I came here secretly just to surprise Lu Chuan. Guanyi also complained. Lu Chuan said, you this kid, girlfriend wants to come, why not say earlier, let follow along not just good. Lu Chuan was so embarrassed that he didn't even know what to say, and tried to pull his arm out, but it was held by Nicole's death grip. Actually, she's not. Before Lu Chuan could finish, he was interrupted by Nicole. I'm not what? You just don't want to take me out to play. What? I'm here in person now, 100,000 miles from home and you're going to kick me out? After saying that, Nicole snuggled up to Lu Chuan's arm again and smiled at Guanyi, just like a sweet lover. Guanyi waved his hand and said, that's right, engaged in scientific research confused you kid. After saying that, Guanyi entered the elevator without looking back. Lu Chuan once saw the vast industry left, forcefully draw out the arm. To Nicole angrily, you crazy. So far, you run to do. Besides, yesterday Summer also told me that you about her shopping. Did not think you let her pigeon even if, but also back her to find me. You, still smiling, Nicole blinked her big watery eyes and pouted. Why don't I call Summer now and tell her I came to see you? He said and took out his cell phone and waved it around Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan thought, if this time to let his girlfriend know Nicole in his side, that is not angry crazy. Said nothing cannot do so. There are things can only be waiting to go back to say. I advise you to hurry back. The Yellow Sand country is not as safe as the Great Summer country. Nicole immediately put on a pitiful look and said, but there are no flights back to Daxia at all right now. At the earliest I have to wait until tomorrow. Lu Chuan was completely speechless, glaring at Nicole, wanting to scold her but unable to open his mouth. Nicole looked at the several bodyguards around Lu Chuan again and said, look, you have bodyguards here to protect you. I'm sure it's safest to be with you. Don't you think so? I also know that the law and order in Huangsha country is not good. It's late at night now. You won't drive me to the street alone, right? Chapter 134, Drunken Woman. Lu Chuan said to Nicole, that's fine. I don't care about you. Anyway, this is a hotel. Go get yourself a room. After saying that, Lu Chuan turned around and was about to leave. Nicole immediately put her arm around him again and said, "No, I don't have any money." Lu Chuan almost laughed at her remark. "You run around in a sports car every day and tell me you don't have any money? Fine, then I'll get you a room." While saying that, Lu Chuan took out his wallet and walked towards the front desk of the hotel. "No, I can't. I'm afraid of being alone in such a faraway place. I'm a girl, and the security of Huangsha country is so bad. You can't let me be alone in a room. Besides, you're the VIP of Huangsha country. The one they've arranged for you must be a suite. It's okay for me to go in and deal with it for one night." When she said this, Nicole showed a pitiful face because she had eaten up the fact that Lu Chuan was a soft-hearted person. But the move did work, too. Lu Chuan thought that it was a suite anyway, and he certainly would not do anything excessive. So he agreed. Then Nicole bounced back to her room with Lu Chuan. In fact, only Nicole knew that at the moment, a couple of spies from the Eagle Jam country were watching all of this from a car outside the hotel. These spies waited for Nicole to get into the room with Lu Chuan, and then after they entered the room, they mesmerized Lu Chuan and then entered the hotel to find a way to take Lu Chuan away. Because by this time Eagle Jam Nation had arranged for a helicopter to be parked somewhere, and there was a ship quietly anchored in the waters of the Yellow Sand Kingdom. In other words, as long as he could take Lu Chuan out of the hotel, in 10 hours or so, Lu Chuan would appear on the land of Eagle Jam. After Lu Chuan brought Nicole into the hotel room, he pointed to the only large bed and said, "You'll sleep here at night. I'll go to the sofa and settle for a bit, but you must promise me that tomorrow morning you must leave Huangsha country. No matter if you go back to Eagle Sauce country or back to Dasha country. Anyway, you must leave. Got it? Why are you being mean? I just wanted to come and see you," Nicole said with a pout. Lu Chuan didn't pay any attention to her, but instead lay on the sofa and dwelled on one thing. He wasn't sure if he should tell Minako about it honestly. If you tell her, I'm afraid to give her a good gas. But if you don't tell her, Lu Chuan always have a feeling of sorry for her in his heart at this time. After thinking for half a day, Lu Chuan finally decided to tell Minako about this matter, or else he wouldn't be able to feel solid in his heart all night. So he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Minako. "Summer, I'm very, very sorry about what happened just now, but I swear I was completely unaware of it ahead of time. And just as I was coming back to the hotel just now, I ran into Nicole, and I didn't think that she'd come this far to find me. And, at the moment, she's in my room. But don't worry, I'm definitely not going to do anything to make you unhappy, and I promise to keep my mind clear of distractions." But he didn't realize that at this moment, Nicole had also told Minako that she had managed to get into Lu Chuan's room, and had also told her that there were a few spies in the car in front of the hotel at this moment. Minako was also in another hotel not far from this one at this time. After receiving messages from two people who sent them almost simultaneously, two more replied to each. The message she sent back to Lu Chuan was just a few words. "I'll clean you up when I get back." And the message back to Nicole said, "I'm moving now. You take care of protecting Lu Chuan." Nicole immediately understood what Minako meant, so she turned off the lights in the room, then stood by the window and watched the movement of the car in front of the hotel through a crack exposed in the curtains. A few minutes later, Nicole received a message from the spy in the car asking her if everything went well. Nicole simply replied to these people, "Looking for the moment, keep waiting," then continued to watch the car. After a while, Nicole saw a woman come staggering up behind the car, and it was none other than Minako. Minako purposely wore a purple wig, and then stepped on a pair of high heels, swaying left and right as she walked, making anyone look like a woman who had just walked out of a nightclub drunk. Minako walked over to this car the three spies were in and purposely body-slammed the car to get the attention of the three men. Then with his hand on the car he started to act like he was vomiting. One of the spies in the car saw this and immediately lowered the window to drink. But as soon as he lowered the window to show his head, Minako put her hands around his head and said, "Sorry, I'm so overwhelmed. Can you handsome guys give me a ride home please?" The three men in the car looked at Minako's marvelous figure, then glanced at each other with lewd smiles. Then he opened the car door and invited Minako to get in. Minako had just gotten into the car when one of the spies in the back row lustfully took Minako into his arms. "Beauty, it's still early. Do you want to accompany the three of us to find a place to have a drink and then send you home?" The two sitting in front of them immediately smiled wickedly, and Minako didn't dodge at all at this time. Instead she said to them, "Do you have any cigarettes? I'd like to have one." As soon as the two men in front of them heard this, they immediately began to feel their own pockets for cigarettes. In the split second it took to divert the attention of these two men, Minako had drawn a dagger and plunged it into the neck of the spy beside her in the back row in a flash of lightning. This stabbed directly into his throat, trying to make a sound, but his vocal cords had already been pierced, and only a low gurgling sound could come out. The man subconsciously pressed his hands against his neck, looking in horror at the beautiful woman in front of him who had just been in his arms. And when these two men at the front turned their heads again, Minako was holding two pistols that had been loaded with silencers already aimed at their foreheads. Minako laughed a little and said, "Didn't you guys say you were going to take me out for a drink? May I ask if you guys have a place in mind?" The co-pilot had his hands up, but he still said to Minako in a vicious voice, "Do you know what we are? I know. You are intelligence officers of the Eagle Sauce Country, and you are now on a mission to bring Luchuan back to your Eagle Sauce Country. Am I right?" The two men were taken aback. "You know we're from the Eagle Sauce Country and you still dare to lay hands on us. Do you know what the consequences of touching our Eagle Sauce Country people are?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a bullet from the pistol in Minako's hand had passed through his skull. Since the gun was loaded with a silencer, it didn't make too much noise, except for a crisp crack as the bullet passed through the man's head and struck the windshield again. Then Minako said to the man in the driver's seat, "Looks like he can't tell me what the consequences of touching one of you hawkmothers are anymore. Can you tell me?" This person looked at his own too. One did not breathe the companion, although as a life and death of the intelligence officer, but at this time to the time of their own life and death, or scared face has been white. He trembled and said, Will you leave me alone?" "Yes, but you have to take me somewhere first." Chapter 135, Minako's 3 kills. The spy asked Minako where she was going, but Minako just shook the gun in her hand and said, "Just drive and I'll tell you where you should stop." The spy had been scared out of his wits long ago, and in order to be able to save his own little life, he could only do everything at Minako's command. After the car started, Minako asked him, "If you weren't able to take Luchuan away tonight, then what is your mission tomorrow?" The spy was shocked, thinking how this woman knows everything, but he didn't dare to slack off. "Tomorrow, according to our understanding, Luchuan will be invited to a meeting event for senior officials of the Huangsha Kingdom along with the senior defense commander of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the way, we will arrange for someone to execute an assassination campaign against Luchuan." In fact, Nicole already knew this and told Minako as well. It was just that Nicole wasn't an intelligence officer on a mission in the Yellow Sands country and was not in a position to inquire too much. So Minako wanted to ask more carefully at this time. Minako asked again, "How many of you will be involved in the operation and where is the location of the operation set?" "About a dozen of us will participate in this operation." Location. The location is set at the intersection where Luchuan is about to arrive at the conference center, and our people will be lurking in the crowd. The exact location of the operation had already been asked, and Minako believed that this person would not dare to deceive herself at this point, but she still kept an eye out and asked one more question. Being able to ask this question was also a result of the experience Minako had gained from her many previous missions for Sakura Nation. She asked, "Did you have snipers on site?" Hearing Minako ask that, the spy suddenly froze, as he hadn't meant to tell Minako about it in the first place, but Minako still saw the expression on his face through the rearview mirror. So with the muzzle of the gun pointed at his temple, he asked directly, "Where will the snipers be placed?" "There's a 15-story, white building at the intersection, and our snipers will be waiting at that location when the time comes." A few minutes later, the car had pulled away from the bustling city center, and the lights on both sides of the surrounding road dimmed along with it. The spy couldn't help but ask at this time, Are you going to leave downtown?" "No, you keep driving. I don't really live in the city." Minako spoke as she looked around outside the car window. She was keeping a careful eye out for any surveillance that might be in the area, and if there was anywhere she could hide this car. A few more minutes passed, and by this time we were almost out of the city. Minako saw a deserted factory building not far ahead, then said, "See that factory building up ahead? Drive the car in." This spy's ability is probably not on the same level as Minako, but he's not a cutie, after all, is also a person who does intelligence work. As soon as he saw this, he knew in his heart what Minako was trying to do, and knew that as soon as he drove his car into this unoccupied factory building, a bullet might immediately go through his head. But the muzzle of the gun was just a few centimeters away from his head at the moment, and with the slightest movement, the bullet might shoot out at any moment. When the car came to the door of the factory, the spy thought to himself that he would die if he went in anyway, so he might as well take a gamble before he died. So he gritted his teeth, pushed the car's gas to the floor, and rammed it into a wall. The moment the car picked up speed, Minako's body shook violently along with it since she wasn't wearing a seatbelt in the back seat. It was in this brief moment that the spy in front of him opened the door and jumped out of the car with a flip. At this speed, Minako, who was not wearing a seatbelt on her body, was bound to be seriously injured as soon as she hit this wall in front of her. But Minako was quick on her feet and grabbed a nearby body to block her front. Immediately afterward, with a loud bang, the car hit this wall hard, though Minako had a body in front of her to protect herself from a direct collision with the body. But due to the excessive speed and impact, The corpse instantly still gave Minako a violent impact like an elephant. Without having time to check if she was on her hands, she pushed the body out of the way and kicked in the door of the car, which had been completely warped. Again. At this time, with the help of the faint moonlight, he saw that the spy who had just jumped out of the car had already fled to a place hundreds of meters away from him. Minako raised the gun in her hand and was just about to aim it, but seeing this little black dot in the darkness still made her so angry that she threw it to the ground, because she knew that at such a distance, the bullets fired from the pistol would already be harmless even if they managed to hit each other. But Minako subconsciously looked back at the car, which was already badly deformed, and suddenly a light dawned before her eyes, because she saw a semi-automatic rifle actually lying next to the body of the co-pilot. The range of these guns can usually easily reach hundreds, if not thousands of meters or more, so without even thinking about it, Minako grabbed this gun and knelt down on one leg to aim at the dark figure in the distance. With the sound of a gunshot, this black shadow, which was still moving rapidly, also fell to the ground with a sound. It was only at this time that Minako carefully examined her body and realized that there were no serious injuries from the violent impact just now. Only a few bruises appeared on her legs. Then another message was sent to Nicole telling her that the 3 spies in front of the hotel had been taken care of. Nicole couldn't help but give Minako a thumbs up in her heart, thinking that a seemingly soft body had actually taken care of 3 big men from the special forces in such a short period of time. It was really something. Nicole quietly opened the bedroom door at this time and saw that Lu Chuan on the living room couch was already asleep. So he tiptoed to his side, squatted beside Lu Chuan's face, and pinched his nose with his hand. After 10 seconds or so, Lu Chuan woke up as if he had a nightmare. "You, what are you doing?" Nicole gave him a blank look and said, "I've got good news for you. I just got my plane ticket so I'm leaving now. Is that good enough for you?" Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes and said, "Now, you're leaving now? Back to the Magic City? Or directly back to Eagle Sauce Country? Do you want me to go back to Eagle Jam Country that badly? I'm telling you, there's no such thing as that kind of food. I'm going back to Mordor, and I'm going to keep torturing you later." Nicole was leaving now because she knew that Lu Chuan was currently in no danger. More importantly, she now knew where the Eagle Jam Country's intelligence agents were gathering here. She has to go back and tell these people that Plan A has failed, and tomorrow she will assassinate Lu Chuan with these people. Chapter 136, Fighting in the Bathroom. Leaving the hotel, Nicole first contacted the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Country. The Minister of Defense asked excitedly, "Well, is Lu Chuan already in our hands?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Minister. We didn't expect the hotel where Lu Chuan was staying to be so heavily guarded with too many security guards that our plan had absolutely no chance of working." The Minister of Defense sighed. "AI. It seems that this is heaven's destiny for us to not be able to get a genius like Lu Chuan, so we can only carry out the assassination plan tomorrow." However, when Nicole arrived at the gathering point of Eagle Jam's intelligence officers, she realized that there were a dozen or so people here who didn't look like they were from Eagle Jam at all. She asked those around her, "Who are these people?" An intelligence officer told him, "In order to prevent people from finding out that it was us, the Eagle Sauce Nation, who did it after the mission failed, so we hired some mercenaries from other countries." Nicole didn't feel too surprised when she heard it, because she knew it was the way it had always been in the Eagle Jam Country, never letting one of their own do the dirty work when they could pay someone else to do it. Still, Nicole and a couple of spies from the Hawksbane country are going to be there tomorrow. After all, the Minister of Defense also needed to have his own people to see Lu Chuan leave this world with his own eyes before he could rest assured. Just then, one of the spies asked Nicole, "Why did you come back alone? Weren't there 3 people meeting you at the hotel in trance?" Nicole immediately said, "Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I couldn't find the 3 of them when I left the hotel. I wonder if they went to some bar to fool around after I told them that plan wouldn't work." The spy frowned and said, "These fools, don't they know that they have something important to do tomorrow, that they choose to go for pleasure at such an important time?" With that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to contact the 3 men, and the 2 of them, Nicole and Minako, had already thought of this, so the cell phones of these 3 spies who had been turned into corpses by this time were already in Minako's hands, and Minako had just sat down inside a bar at that moment. Seeing one of the cell phones ringing, Minako immediately picked up the phone and said, "Hello, this is Bar XX. 3 of your friends are already drunk and unconscious here, so please come and pick them up immediately." The spy who made the call was immediately enraged at the sound of it, and thought to himself that these 3 idiots seemed to have forgotten about tomorrow's mission already. Hang up the phone and head straight to this bar. In the meantime, Nicole immediately told Minako again, "This man is already on his way to the bar." The reason why the 2 of them, Nicole and Minako, were doing this was to make this person a corpse as well, because this person was exactly the head of the spies that the Eagle Sauce Country had planted in the Yellow Sand Country. As long as this person was made to disappear, Then the spies of the Eagle Sauce Country and the Yellow Sand Country would be in disarray. Half an hour later, Minako was waiting on the bar of the pub for the man to contact her again. The cell phone in front of her rang at this time, but just as Minako picked it up and was about to answer it, a person behind her immediately snatched it from her hands. "You're the one who just called, right?" Minako nodded when she saw the man back and thought to herself that this man had a pretty good sense of counter-surveillance. And seeing the figure of this person, and the expression on his face, Minako was a little uneasy in her heart, because this person's figure was extremely strong, not the kind of object that could be easily killed in a single blow, and through the expression on this person's face, Minako knew that this person should have already had suspicions about herself at this moment, and was always on the lookout for herself. He asked again, "May I ask where my 3 friends are now? Please follow me." As Minako walked forward, she also said, "I'm sorry, but your 3 friends have been royally drunk, and it looks like they just got into an argument with someone, and now they're passed out in the bathroom." However, this person didn't answer Minako's words, but instead walked forward while sub-wiring the surroundings. When they got to the door of the bathroom, Minako didn't go in ahead of him, but just stood in the doorway and pointed with her finger and said, "They were just in here." The man looked behind him suspiciously before pushing the door open and entering. Then he kicked open a door in the bathroom to check it out. Just then, Minako followed him, one hand already touching the dagger hidden in her back waist. Just the moment Minako took out her dagger, the alert guy still saw Minako's move through the mirror on the bathroom wall. One turn and she choked Minako. This person's height was 1 meter 9 upwards, and the dagger that Minako had already held in her hand obviously had no way of attacking the other party's vital position, so it was only with force that the dagger was plunged into his arm. However, when the dagger was plunged in, even though blood had begun to barf dripping onto the ground, the expression on the man's face still didn't show an ounce of pain, and he just stared viciously at Minako and asked, "Who are you?" All Minako could feel at this time was that at this time, if this person's hand was a little bit harder, her neck might break. It was a good thing that Minako's right hand was still holding the dagger at this point, so she twisted it so hard that she even felt herself feel the dagger had scraped the bone on her opponent's arm. This time the other party finally couldn't hold back the intense pain and slammed Minako hard onto the ground. Although this man was carrying a gun on his waist at this moment, he didn't seem to have Minako in his sights, so he didn't take out the gun. Or maybe he was trying to figure out what Minako really was. So just as Minako struggled to get up from the floor, he grabbed Minako by the hair and pinned her against the wall and asked, "Who sent you? Who the hell are you?" With that, he grabbed Minako's neck again and lifted her entire body. It was also this movement of raising her arm that allowed Minako to see this gun at her opponent's waist. So Minako, quick as a flash, pulled a pistol from the other man's waist and shot him several times in the chest. Immediately, his opponent hit the floor hard like a badly injured bull, but Minako didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, because she knew that someone with such a strong frame, even with a few shots to the chest, would still fight back before dying. So Minako raised her gun and aimed a shot at his just raised head. Chapter 137, Street Fighting. Exiting the bar, Minako rubbed her neck with one hand while dialing Nicole's number. Nicole had just picked up the phone when Minako coughed twice and said in a bad mood, "Are you kidding me? I'm begging you. Next time if it's a monster like this, can you tell me ahead of time?" I almost died at his hands. "Ah, sorry. I thought you could easily take out 3 people by yourself. This one must be even less of a problem for you." "It was my negligence," Minako said. "Nonsense. Of course people are different. Those 3 were weaklings. This one is as strong as an ox," Nicole said with a playful smile. "Then you can't blame me. If you want to blame Lu Chuan. The 2 of us came all the way here to protect him. You go back and beat him up to relieve your anger." Minako was momentarily speechless as she thought to herself that Nicole, this little girl, seemed to be able to joke about anything it seemed to her. Then, Nicole added, "By the way, tomorrow, you should pay attention to the fact that the assassins they arranged to assassinate Lu Chuan are not from the Eagle Sauce Country." Minako said, "This is not a problem. In any case, anyone who comes near Lu Chuan tomorrow and tries to harm him will die under my gun." The next morning, Lu Chuan and Guanya rode in the limousine heading to the conference center. Before and after this black sedan, the Yellow Sand Kingdom had also arranged several security vehicles each. However, out of the fact that the 2 countries only saw the relationship as friendly as brothers, so Huangsha Country also simply could not imagine that there would be anyone who would assassinate the people of Great Xia Country and Huangsha Country. Meanwhile, both sides of the street had been filled with the people of the Yellow Sand Country. They kept waving the flags of Huangsha Country and Daxia Country in their hands, and some of them even pulled up banners to show their welcome to Lu Chuan and the general industry. For those who don't know, when they see such a scene, they would think that today is not an important festival of some kind in Huangsha Country the people are celebrating in the streets. Both Guanyi and Lu Chuan lowered their windows and extended their hands to greet the people on the street. The people were even more excited to see Lu Chuan, because they knew that it was this young man who had developed the defensive weapons that allowed the Great Xia and Huangsha countries to not have any country in the world that dared to easily harass them. The car was about to travel to that intersection, and at this time on the rooftop of a building at the intersection, the sniper originally arranged by the Eagle Jam country had fallen in a pool of blood without breathing, but the sniper was still aiming at the intersection. But the owner of the gun had changed to Minako. Meanwhile, Minako had a headset in her ear. On the other end of the headset was Nicole, who was mixed in with the crowd below, and the two were in constant contact. And Nicole kept informing Minako about the mercenaries lurking downstairs. Front left of me, the guy in the jean jacket. 3 o'clock on my right, the guy with the balloon in his hand and the sunglasses. The one across this road, the one in the suit, standing closest to the curb. One by one, Minako marked the mercenaries who were about to strike through Nicole's description. As the cheers of the people rang out not far away, the vehicle that Lu Chuan and Guanyi were traveling in slowly approached. Just as the convoy was about to arrive to cross this intersection, a dozen smoke bombs flew out of the crowd with a whoosh. In an instant, the intersection was completely shrouded in smoke. The people saw this and began to flee in all directions. The dozen or so mercenaries on the scene, however, remained calmly standing in place, each taking out various pistols and microchips. Pop! The first shot rang out, yet the bullet was not aimed at the car Lu Chuan was sitting in. Instead, a mercenary fell in response, because Minako had fired the first shot without waiting for the men to make the first move. Soon, intense gunfire began to ring out from the intersection. Lu Chuan and Vast Industry, two people in the car at this time, can only be anxious, because even if the driver at this time want to drive to escape the scene, but also cannot do anything, because the front and back have been security personnel vehicles to completely blocked. These mercenaries were also aware that the sedan Lu Chuan was in had excellent bulletproofing and security, so it was useless even if they kept shooting at it with machine guns. So they aimed all their guns at the security personnel in front and behind them. At the same time, their teammates around them were falling as they hadn't realized that the sniper on the rooftop had changed. Unlike these battle-hardened mercenaries, many of the Yellow Sand country's security personnel on the scene had never experienced actual combat. So in a very short period of time, with the intense sweep of machine gun fire and the grenades that kept being thrown over to explode, most of the security personnel had fallen. Behind a pillar 20 meters away, Nicole was drying out. This was because she noticed that these mercenaries had begun to intensively sweep the windows of the car that Lu Chuan was in. The two people in the car, Lu Chuan and Guanyi, first heard the sound of bullets continuously hitting the windows, and soon the transparent windows had turned into a white splash. Then the glass shards began to fall in a steady stream. Guanyi knew that if there was no rescue, the car window would soon be broken, and the lives of both he and Lu Chuan would be accounted for. Although the bodyguard on the co-pilot had a gun in his hand, he had been shot the moment he tried to open the door just now. The driver saw this and hurriedly closed the door again and started pounding on the gas trying to get away from here with the two men. But the mercenaries had long ago mosaicked all the windows of the car, and the tires had long ago been pierced by an unknown number of bullets, allowing the driver to push the gas pedal to the floor. The car could only idle in place against the vehicle in front of it. Without the smoke bomb just now, with Minako's marksmanship, she might have taken care of the mercenaries within 2 minutes. However, the interference of the smoke bombs made a number of Minako's bullets miss their targets. Despite her efforts to look for this mercenary's figure through the scope on her gun, she failed to stop the few remaining men from approaching this car Lu Chuan was in step by step. Since Nicole was closer at this time, she saw through the smoke that was about to dissipate that there were 3 other mercenaries at the scene who were about to walk to the position in front of the car, and one of them had already taken out the explosives. And, by this time, the Minako gunfire on the rooftop had completely stopped. Because of the intensive excitation just now, most of the bullets went through the smoke and hit the ground. So at this moment, this sniper in Minako's hand was out of bullets. Nicole knew what was coming next, so without thinking twice, she immediately took out a silk scarf to cover her face and pulled out her gun to first pour bullets into this mercenary with explosives in his hand. Chapter 138, Nicole's Injury. The mercenary with the explosives in his hand fell to the ground with a sound, but at the same time, he also attracted the attention of the last 2 remaining mercenaries. They saw that Nicole, who was not far away, was actually shooting at them, so the muzzles of the 2 guns in their hands were immediately aimed at Nicole. Nicole's hand was nothing more than a portable pistol, but the other 2 had automatic microcharges in their hands. The 2 types of firepower are not comparable at all, so all Nicole could do was duck behind another pillar and let the bullets hit it one by one. Minako had rushed down anxiously when she realized that the sniper in her hand was out of bullets, as she also knew that there were still a few of the mercenaries alive. One of the mercenaries shouted to his companion beside him, "Don't you worry about me, continued to attach explosives to the car. Saying that, he continued to sweep Nicole's side without stopping for a moment before the micro-punch in his hand. Nicole, of course, heard the words he shouted, and knew that if she hesitated any longer, when this man installed the explosives, she might never see Lu Chuan again. So taking advantage of the fact that the other man had finished his barrage of bullets and was changing magazines, he stood out from behind a pillar in a flash. Both hands gripped the gun in his hand and kept shooting at the two mercenaries, but these two had cars around them as cover, plus the pistol in Nicole's hand did have limited damage. So Nicole finished shooting 2 bullets like crazy, and the 2 people on the other side of the room were still unharmed. And it so happened that the position Nicole occupied at this time had the body of a mercenary lying next to it and was holding an automatic microstroke in a death grip. So she immediately dropped the pistol in her hand and went to pick up this gun on the floor. But since the mercenary had become a corpse, the gun clutched in his hand wasn't so easy for Nicole to pick up. It was at this time that one of the mercenaries on the opposite side saw the right moment and shot a bullet over, directly piercing Nicole's shoulder. Seeing that Nicole was injured, this mercenary also came out from standing up, wanting to result in Nicole's life. But just at this critical juncture, a bullet flying over from the distance went straight through his temple. As it turns out, it was Minako who picked up a gun from another mercenary's side and saved Nicole at this time. A bullet through the shoulder is a serious injury to any strong special forces soldier, and the lesser ones would lose their fighting ability, while the more serious ones would even be able to pass out soon. Not to mention that Nicole was just a woman who didn't see the situation that much, and the bullet that passed through her at this moment took a toll on her in a predictable way. But even so, the moment the bullet passed through her body, Nicole was still worried that Lu Chuan inside the car would be able to hear her. So she stiffly gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound at all. Minako knew by this time that Nicole had been shot and fell to the ground, but she didn't really dare approach yet, because he knew that behind this car Lu Chuan was sitting in, there was the last living mercenary. At this time, in the car, the general industry saw the window snapped on the car was hit up a square object. He froze for a moment and immediately shouted, "No good, run." After all, Guan Ye was from a military background, and he knew that an explosive had been affixed to the car window at this point. Once this explosive was detonated, the power was not as simple as just blowing through the glass of the car. With such a volume of explosive, it was very likely that it would blow him and Lu Chuan up in an instant without even a crumb of bone left. So even if there were still people out there with guns pointed at the car right now, he and Lu Chuan would still have to go out and fight. Lu Chuan also immediately realized what was going on and opened the door on the other side of the car without saying a word. Lu Chuan attracted the attention of the mercenaries just as he got off the bus. But Minako in the distance didn't even give him a chance to put his gun away, and a single bullet put this last mercenary on the ground. At the same time, sirens were heard in the distance. As soon as Guan Ye got out of the car, he pulled Lu Chuan and ran in the direction where the sirens came from. However, Lu Chuan still subconsciously glanced over to Minako's side. It was a good thing that the smoke bombs on the street hadn't completely dissipated, so Lu Chuan didn't get a good look at what exactly was going on. However, Nicole fell close to him. Lu Chuan swept over with a glance and was immediately shocked in his heart, for he noticed this man lying on the ground, albeit with his face shielded by a silk scarf. But by the figure, the hairstyle, it still made Lu Chuan's first thought, Nicole? Lu Chuan stood dead still and stared at Nicole, who had already fainted due to blood loss. A few meters away, Guan Ye tugged on his arm without moving it, and didn't even respond when he yelled at him. Lu Chuan, as if he was possessed, surprisingly began to approach Nicole step by step. He wanted to remove the silk scarf from the man's face to prove what was in his heart. Minako saw through Lu Chuan's intentions at this time, so she raised her gun and fired a volley of shots at Lu Chuan's side. Bullets hit the ground around Lu Chuan one by one. Guan Ye yanked his arm fiercely. "Kid, are you scared, silly? Don't want to die? Quickly follow me." Lu Chuan then slowed down and glanced at Nicole a few meters away again before following Guan Ye out of the scene. When Minako saw Lu Chuan leave, without saying a word, she jumped into a car that Nicole had put on the side of the road ahead of time, pulled up to Nicole's side and helped her into the car again. By this time the sirens had been heard a minute away at most, so Minako kicked the gas and drove away from the scene with Nicole in tow. Driving out a short distance, she shook Nicole as she took control of the steering wheel. Wake up, Nicole, don't you go to sleep." It took half a day for Nicole to open her eyes. Instead, the first thing she said was, "Lu Chuan, is Lu Chuan okay?" "Lu Chuan is fine. He has already left the scene. You should worry about yourself. You should tell me right now the gathering point of your Eagle Sauce Kingdom here. I have to send you there so that your people can treat you." Nicole raised her arm, trying to show Minako the way, but because of the bleeding, he passed out again before he could raise his arm. Having no choice but to fumble her cell phone out of Nicole's possession, Minako dialed each of the few people she had recently contacted in her address book. She didn't know if the other person was from the Eagle Sauce country, but it was all she could do. After each call was dialed, Nicole simply said, "Someone has been seriously injured and is in a car in the back alley of Hotel XX. Please send someone quickly." After a few phone calls, Minako spoke the car to the back alley of the hotel she said she was at, then got out and watched from afar. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a black business car pulled up next to Nicole. Two men with Eagle Land faces got out of the car and looked around from side to side, then opened the door and took Nicole out of the county. Chapter 139, Suspicion. Having accomplished this, Minako knew that this was not the place to stay, and she also knew that despite Nicole's serious injuries, her continued presence here would not serve any purpose. So that afternoon, Minako took a plane back to Mordor. Such a bad thing happened in the Yellow Sand Country, so in a very short period of time, it attracted the attention of the whole world. The Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country first held a press conference to express his 10,000 apologies to the Great Summer Country, while in his heart, Guanye was very clear that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Yellow Sand Kingdom, and the entire populace of the Great Summer Country was shocked by it. But at the same time, they all knew in their hearts that this was by no means a conspiracy of the Yellow Sand Country, and that there must be some other country's trickery. Huang Shagua had arranged a meeting for Lu Chuan and the researchers, but it was also put on hold. In order to prevent anything else untoward from happening, the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country immediately decided to send his own country's fighter jets to escort the two of them, Guanye and Lu Chuan, back to the Great Summer Country. He even personally boarded the plane himself to accompany Lu Chuan and Guanye back to Daxia to show Huangsha Country's apology and sincerity. On the plane, Guanye saw that Lu Chuan was always in a state of restlessness and had two lifeless eyes, and thought that he was like this because he was in shock, and so there was some consolation for him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chuan didn't become like this because of the shock, but his mind kept thinking about the appearance of the woman lying at the scene. He deeply suspected, and one might even say he was 7% certain that the person was Nicole. He couldn't figure out, and didn't dare to think, if this person was really Nicole, then why was she here? Could it be that Nicole came to the Yellow Sands country originally for another purpose? Was she also lying to herself when she said she was leaving last night? All he wanted now was for the airplane to be able to land in the Great Summer Country as soon as possible, and after returning to the Magic City, he would personally verify this matter. Magic City Airport. At this time Li Xingdong is like an ant on the hot pot, in place anxiously and constantly spinning. When he learned that Lu Chuan had been attacked in the Yellow Sand Country, he couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps, because at that time, Lu Chuan before going, was discussed with him, said that he did not want to go, or Li Xingdong persuaded him to follow the vast industry together. Lu Chuan just walked out of the exit, and Li Xingdong went up to him and gave him a bear hug. With red eyes, he said, "Kid, you damn well scared me to death, and I won't let you go out in the future." Lu Chuan at this time but directly asked him an unthinkable question. "Are you the only one who came? Have you seen Summer and Nicole? Did they both come to get me?" Li Xingdong immediately blanked him. "Line are you kid? Now so blatant feet stepping on 2 boats it?" Then shook her head again to indicate that she didn't see either Summer or Nicole. Lu Chuan took out his cell phone at this time, but instead of calling Minako, he directly dialed Nicole's number. If the phone could be answered at this time and Nicole's voice could be heard, Lu Chuan would still be able to put his heart down. However, as Lu Chuan expected, the phone was indeed unanswered. This reinforced the suspicion in his own mind. On the way out of the airport, Guanye was supposed to take Lu Chuan to a meeting, but Lu Chuan asked if he could go home first. Guanye had always thought that Lu Chuan was frightened, so he said, "That's fine. You can leave this matter alone. You go back and rest for 2 days." Then he specifically explained to Li Xingdong, "Don't let Lu Chuan work these days either. And also, pay attention to not letting the reporters disturb him as well." So the car took Lu Chuan straight back home. After Lu Chuan got off the bus, his heart had been very apprehensive, because when he first got together with Minako, he had actually suspected Minako's identity many times. It's just that after a long time down the road, he's pretty convinced that Minako's feelings for him are genuine, so there hasn't been much more thought given to that aspect. It was only now that another Nicole had suddenly appeared, making him inwardly wonder if both of them had a heavenly secret to hide from him at the same time. So he was afraid that he wouldn't see Minako even after he returned home. Standing in front of his house, Lu Chuan knocked twice nervously, but unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, Minako opened the door and hugged Lu Chuan. "Are you alright? Are you hurt? You just scared the hell out of me. Don't you ever go out there again." Saying that, he also checked Lu Chuan up and down. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm fine. No minor injuries at all." Then he immediately asked, "Has Nicole contacted you yet?" Just as he finished speaking, Minako draped a fist over his chest. You do not say I have forgotten. You give me an explanation. Nicole asked me to go shopping, let me pigeon even if. Actually behind my back with you to the yellow sand country. You two are not in advance to discuss? Lu Chuan was busy waving his hands. How could that be? If she and I had discussed this ahead of time, then how could I have taken the initiative to admit it to you? You must like Nicole. Why else would you be asking about her as soon as you got back? You didn't even ask me if I was scared out of my wits at home being on edge. Lu Chuan came back and saw that everything was fine with Minako. And first of all, his suspicions about her were dispelled in his mind. Then added very seriously. I also felt very strange that night. First of all, I don't know how Nicole followed me to Huangsha country, and I can't figure out how she knew which hotel I would be checking into. And what? I had given her my bedroom that night, but she didn't stay in her room for long before she suddenly came out and told me she was coming back to Mordor, which I just couldn't figure out what was going on. And just now when I got off the plane, I tried to call to ask if she was coming back, and the phone wasn't answered. Minako thought to herself at this time that it was bad. It seemed that Lu Chuan had already suspected Nicole, but still pretending to be completely unaware. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Nicole in front of Lu Chuan. While fighting, he muttered, I'd like to see what you two have been doing behind my back. Rokawa saw that Minako hadn't contacted Nicole either. Again, with a torn face, he said to her, There's something I don't know if I should tell you or not. What is it? Is it about you and Nicole? Minako asked as she glared at him. Lu Chuan hurriedly explained. No, it's not about me and her. I swear I really don't have anything going on with her. It's just, I want to tell you that when I was attacked, I saw someone very much like Nicole. Minako pretended to be surprised as she looked at Lu Chuan. What? You mean, Nicole? Chapter 141, Far-Fetched Explanations. Originally, Guanya was going to let Lu Chuan take a good rest for the recent period of time, but Lu Chuan was not a person who could be idle. So early the next morning, Lu Chuan returned to the research bureau. As soon as Li Shengdong saw Lu Chuan, he sighed. Why don't you disobey this kid? Experiencing such a serious matter. Didn't I tell you to take a few days of rest at home? Lu Chuan, on the other hand, said, Commander Guang and I don't even have a hair of sweat missing from our bodies, so what need is there to rest? But Commander Hero said you seem to be in shock. When Li Shengdong said this, he was also puzzled in his own heart, because at this time, when he looked at the expression on Lu Chuan's face, it seemed that everything was normal. Instead, Lu Chuan asked him again, in the past 2 days, Nicole just really didn't come to the research bureau to look for me? You're enough there is a summer still do not know enough. How these 2 days to listen to you ask Nicole have asked twice. You kid give me an honest explanation. Is not to move away from love? Lu Chuan's words reached his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. Because he understood that if he let Li Shengdong know that he had seen a person who looked similar to Nicole at the scene in Huangsha country, then Li Shengdong would immediately join forces with 103 to investigate Nicole to the bottom. So Lu Chuan hurriedly shook his head. Oh no, you misunderstood. I'm actually asking for summer. The two of them discussed that they would go shopping together in the next few days, but Nicole has always been out of contact in the past 2 days. These words made Li Shengdong even more dumbfounded. You're good, kid, with summer, knowing that Nicole is also pursuing you, and you still have a way of making the two of them get along so well? Did you give them both some kind of ecstasy? One sentence made Lu Chuan's face turn red, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, By the way, has the investigation into this matter of the Yellow Sand Country begun? Li Shengdong sighed and said, The investigation is definitely started, but I personally feel that I'm afraid that it's difficult to investigate this matter to find out any results. Last night Huangsha country could already confirm that the attackers at the scene were all mercenaries from all over the world. So I estimate that the person who dared to plan such a large-scale attack has long ago cut off all the links between himself and these people. Ties all severed. Those attackers at the scene, were any of them women? I haven't heard anything about that. Just that all the assailants at the scene have all been killed. Why do you ask? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, Nothing, just asking. Lu Chuan, although it is to Nicole, now has some suspicion. But he knows that Nicole at the scene is certainly not in order to hurt themselves. So at the moment Lu Chuan's heart, there is still a little bit of worry for Nicole. Worried about the scene of that person. If it is really Nicole, then she will not have a life-threatening. So Lu Chuan returned to his office and began to check the news about this matter non-stop. When he saw the photos of the scene on his computer, one image immediately caught his attention. The location shown in this photo is the same location where he found the suspected Nicole down at the time. However, what was shown on the photo at the moment was different from what he had seen with his own eyes at that time. Only to see that the mercenary who had already fallen to the ground and attacked himself at that time was still in his original position. But next to the suspected location where Nicole had fallen was just a streak of bright red blood left. Lu Chuan then immediately inquired about the number of casualties in this incident. The query showed that the only casualties in the attack were the mercenaries who attacked themselves and the security personnel who protected them. The surrounding populace, however, did not have a single casualty figure, presumably due to the fact that the smoke bombs released by these mercenaries prior to the attack had scared off the surrounding populace in a very short period of time. Just as Lu Chuan kept looking up the news on the internet, Minako suddenly called. Minako told him over the phone, "You don't have to be nervous, Nicole already called me earlier." When he said this, Lu Chuan could hear that Minako was a bit jealous in it. He asked, "How did she? Called you and didn't return my calls? What? You want to hear Nicole's voice that bad?" No, of course not. This is not my heart a little doubt in the yellow sand country that thing. So want to personally hear her voice. Heart will be a little more solid. Minako said in a petulant tone. Come on, don't explain, you just want to contact Nicole. I know, but don't worry, I've just asked for you. Really? What did she say? Nicole says she's mad at you, so she doesn't want to talk to you for a while. Lu Chuan was confused. Angry with me? How did I offend her? Minako explained. She's mad because she was very angry that night when she was at the hotel. She said she wanted to leave and you didn't stop her. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to explain, Minako continued. I can kind of tell. You definitely like Nicole, right? Nicole, this little girl, pretty and cute. Lu Chuan immediately interrupted her and said, then did she say where she is now? She said that she originally wanted to come back to Magic City, but after arriving at the airport, the more she thought about it in her heart, the more angry she became. So she bought a ticket back to Eagle Sauce Country. And she also said that she wanted to stay in Eagle Sauce Country for a while before coming back to Daxia Country. Lu Chuan asked again. Then can I call her now to confirm? Minako said impatiently. Fine. You fight. How can you not fight? I think you're going to get lovesick if you don't fight. After saying that, he snapped and hung up Lu Chuan's phone. Lu Chuan had a belly full of aggression, thinking who he was inviting and who he was pissing off. But he just wanted to give Nicole a call to confirm it. After thinking about it, I still felt uneasy, so I dialed Nicole's number. As he expected, Nicole was indeed not answering her phone. A few minutes after hanging up, though, he received a message from Nicole. You heartless man, you didn't even try to hold me back when I said I was leaving. I'm a girl's girl and I went all that way to find you, and you didn't even worry about my well-being. I'm angry now. Very angry. You don't contact me. Lu Chuan took a look at the content of this message, and only then did his heart relax a little, because by the tone of those words, he knew the other person was Nicole without a doubt. So he smiled and returned a message and asked, so, even if you come back to the great summer country in the future, you won't look for me again, right? Nicole immediately replied, you think you're beautiful? When this fire in my heart subsides, and I return to Daxia, I'll have to intensify my harassment of you. Chapter 142 Objects That Go Nowhere. Deep Blue in Eagle Jam Country. Hunter, who was also a scientific researcher, actually felt a hint of regret in his heart when he learned that Lu Chuan was unharmed in the attack. This was because ever since he had learned about the contributions Lu Chuan had made to the Great Summer Kingdom, his heart had been filled with jealousy. Hunter is also considered a rare talent for the Eagle Sauce Nation, and could even be considered a premier scientific talent. But if you compare his R&D success with Lu Chuan, there is indeed some distance. What's more, Lu Chuan was already a national weapon and democratic hero-like existence at this time, whether it was for the Great Xia Country or the Yellow Sand Country. Plus, after this attack in the Yellow Sand Country, it had increased Lu Chuan's popularity in the hearts of the people even more. On the contrary, Hunter had never been known, although he was the one who had also developed a number of high-tech weapon systems for the Eagle Jam Nation. Therefore, Hunter even turned his jealousy of Lu Chuan into a motivation to develop the hive. He couldn't wait for the hive system to be set up in space right now, so that the entire populace of the Great Summer Kingdom would be shocked by that time. He wanted to tell the world that he was completely above Lu Chuan, so the pace of development of the hive system was stepped up. Meanwhile, in Magic City, Guanya made a special effort to visit Lu Chuan at the research bureau when he learned that he was going to continue working there the next day. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, Guanya was also very surprised, because only 2 or 3 days had passed. Through the relaxed expression on Lu Chuan's face, he could already not see Lu Chuan's trepidation from the previous days at all. He said to Li Shengdong beside him, Lu Chuan, this guy can this psychological quality is simply stronger than me. It's only been a few days. How this guy is like nothing. Lu Chuan smiled and said, it was nothing. It might just be that the situation was more critical and I was more worried in my heart. Guanya was from a military background, someone who had been to war, and he certainly knew about these things, so he shook his head and said, No, 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 no. I'm a person who has seen the world. The situation on that day was similar to the situation on the battlefield. Even if you're a soldier, it's inevitable that you will leave a psychological shadow. Not to mention that you're a young man who is engaged in research and development, and you're actually acting as if you're fine. With an old soldier like you by my side, what could I have to worry about? And if you hadn't pulled me away at the time, I guess I would have been dumbfounded where I was. The three men exchanged pleasantries. Lu Chuan asked again seriously, Commander Guang, I wonder how our investigation into this matter, together with the Yellow Sand Kingdom, is going? In fact, Guan Ye and Li Shengdong for this matter, is considered to be more experienced. They know clearly in their hearts, this kind of thing even if the investigation out, will not be too vocal, and even sometimes will pretend not to know, because this is the international practice, and very often have to consider the overall situation. So the two people, Guan Ye and Li Shengdong, were almost unanimous in their thoughts, and neither of them had much hope that this matter could be investigated clearly. He said to Lu Chuan, what is certain now is that those mercenaries at the scene are not rushing towards me, and since they are rushing towards you, there is no need to think about it and know that the black hand behind this matter is just so many countries. When he said this, Guan Ye even glanced at Li Shengdong. Li Shengdong continued, Commander Guang is right. Lu Chuan, you don't want to think about it. For such a long time, the ones who have posed a threat to you, haven't they always been the ones from the Eagle Sauce country? So I'm guessing that this time around, this matter is also their doing. In the past, when Lu Chuan heard the three words Eagle Sauce country, in his heart, he just thought that it was just a rival country, and would not have too many other thoughts. But now when Lu Chuan heard these three words again, the thoughts in his heart were already very different from before, because he can't help but associate Eagle Jam Nation with Nicole. It would cause an inevitable nagging feeling in his gut, both suspicious of Nicole and unable to believe that Nicole, a girl with a childlike personality in general, would be an intelligence agent working for the Eagle Jam Nation. He asked again, I've been checking the news about this on the internet, and it seems that so far the casualties have been mercenaries and security personnel. Guan Ye explained, well, it's fortunate that these mercenaries released a few smoke bombs before the attack, scaring away the people who were there at the time, or else the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. During our investigation, did we check the surveillance system at that intersection at that time? I'm wondering in case someone could have fled the scene at that time? Lu Chuan said this. In fact, the inner thought is that he was able to see the monitoring at that time the suspected Nicole's person, can make his own have a clearer judgment. But Guan Ye sighed at this time and said, this is a very unfortunate thing. The first thing the Yellow Sand country thought of was to retrieve the surveillance of this intersection at that time, but it was discovered that it had been completely destroyed, and the person who carried out this attack behind the scenes must be someone who knows a certain amount about the Yellow Sand country as well. Li Shengdong said to Lu Chuan at this time, come on, as long as you're fine, this matter is something that you should not be concerned about anymore. We and the senior personnel of the Yellow Sand country will handle this matter appropriately. When Guan Ye heard this, he also nodded to Lu Chuan before saying something that surprised both Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong. Our space center recently discovered something bizarre. The word weird immediately attracted the interest of Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong. Guan Ye went on, yesterday our moon-orbiting satellite discovered a mysterious object flying toward the moon from the direction of Earth. Could it be a satellite launched to the moon by some country? Li Shengdong asked. Guan Ye shook his head and said, no, this matter isn't that simple. If it's a normal moon-orbiting satellite, then we should be able to track its trajectory around the moon. But this thing hasn't come out again after it orbited around the back of the moon? Both Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong immediately frowned. Lu Chuan said, so, is it possible that this satellite landed on the backside of the moon? Our Great Xia country has a ground monitoring system on the surface of the moon, and even on the backside of the moon. So once any of the satellites land, we'll definitely be able to monitor the vibrations. But up until now, we haven't had the slightest bit of data to monitor any objects landing on the moon. The two of them, Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, couldn't help but start to get nervous over this matter, because everyone knows that the backside of the moon is arguably a no-go area for all countries. Once any object is hidden in this darkness, it is very difficult to be found again. And, the three can't help but also connect this with the Eagle Jam State. Chapter 143, The Owner of the Flying Machine. It turns out that the Eagle Jam Nation has begun launching modules of the Hive into space without anyone's knowledge. Originally, Deep Blue was not moving at such a fast pace. The reason for this was because Hunter had been in such a hurry after paying attention to Lu Chuan these days. He just wanted to be able to make the Hive system he had developed as soon as possible to be able to form a scale in space so that he could prove himself in front of the world. Yet the Eagle Sauce Nation's defense minister is ignorant of the inner workings of this matter and is still gloating about the early progress of the Hive's development. After a few more days, the space center of the country of Dacia again detected a mysterious object flying towards the back of the moon in space. The difference is that this time the satellites of the Great Summer State captured the image data. At the same time, Guanyi also immediately brought this image data to the research bureau for Lu Chuan and a group of other researchers to analyze. Those present saw the conical object, which was shaped like a pyramid, not come out after it entered the shadow of the back of the moon like a ghost on its orbit around the moon. All of them were tightly frowning in amazement. Someone said, "This shape, could it be a flying object from outer space? From a higher civilization than ours?" Guan Ye immediately denied. "Never. According to our monitoring, this craft is coming from the direction of Earth." Everyone present, in fact, no matter if they were from the industry at large, or from the Bureau of Scientific Research, the first thing that came to their mind when they first saw this strange craft was whether the Eagle Jam Nation would have developed some more secret weapon systems. It's just that most people are too embarrassed to speak up about such thoughts in their minds. Someone else also put forward, this shape of vehicle, if it is launched from the Earth, then by his own size, the fuel carried is certainly not enough to get rid of gravity. So it should also be with the help of rockets to send this object into space. We only need to monitor which country on the ground is conducting a rocket launch. I believe that we will soon be able to judge which country's vehicle. It was Lu Chuan who spoke first. With what we know about the Eagle Sauce Nation's previous development of the Night Lord 1, they must have mastered the ability of an anti-gravity device, which means that if they utilize element 115, it is possible for them to successfully launch into space any object that we would find seemingly impossible to send into space. Lu Chuan was absolutely correct in this bit of speculation. In the early days of Deep Blue's development of the Hive system, they actually had the idea of sending one module of the Hive system into space by rocket. But then they got rid of rockets altogether because after the Secretary of Defense allowed them to use element 115, that means they can send a Hive module to any location in space at any time after they've just finished building it, because each Hive module, with just a tiny bit of 115 parkland, provides the energy to give the module a constant source of power in space. When Guan Ye heard Lu Chuan's words, he looked at the people in the space center beside him with a displeased expression. Why is it that our satellites in space haven't been able to monitor which country this thing was launched from in the first place? While the pylons we've set up in no man's land are so easily detected by the spy satellites of the Eagle Jam country? The man from the space center immediately explained. It was a mistake in our work, because if our satellites in space are always monitoring objects that break through the atmosphere, then we would have monitored it the second time it was launched. So, I assure Commander Hero that if we find this object again, we will definitely be able to know which country launched it. Lu Chuan did help the people from the space center at this time to say a fair word. This pylon that we've built in no man's land, it's really not that hard for any country with spy satellites to spot this structure. It's just a matter of time before it's too late and it's overly large. Guan Ye pondered for a moment, then said to Lu Chuan, according to what you said, if the Eagle Jam country has a constant supply of element 115 available, then we have to have this element in order for us to be able to do so, or else one day, the Eagle Jam country's weapon system will crush any country in this world, including our Dacia country. Everyone in the room nodded at the same time that this was indeed true. What they didn't realize, however, was that there actually wasn't much element 115 left in the Eagle Jam country. This is because they acquired this element from a mysterious craft that crashed in the Eagle Jam country many years ago, and have yet to find a way to be able to synthesize it in bulk. So after they used a portion of it toward Night Lord 1, what was left now was just enough to finish deploying the Hive system. Even all the scientific researchers in the Eagle Sauce country, including the Minister of Defense, believed that even they, the Eagle Sauce country, could not synthesize the element, then any country in this world could never synthesize it. So for the Secretary of Defense, Deep Blue's Hive system is his last hope. With no way back, Guan Ye had wanted to ask Lu Chuan at this time when he would be able to carry out the experiment on the synthesis of element 115. But on second thought, the one who is under the most pressure in this matter is Lu Chuan himself, and he also absolutely believes in Lu Chuan's ability. If you ask Lu Chuan such a question at this time, then there is no use other than to bring more pressure on him. So Guan Ye opened his mouth and swallowed the words hard. To everyone's surprise, only a few days after the interval, the space center of the Great Summer Country reported like the industry at large that they had discovered the mysterious craft again, and for once it was certain that the triangular-shaped craft had indeed taken off from Eagle Jam Country, also like the two previous encounters. This craft did not come back out after entering the backside of the moon. After Lu Chuan learned of this news, he became even more anxious inwardly, just like Guan Ye, because they could now confirm almost 100% that this had to be some kind of secret weapon system of the Eagle Jam Nation. To Lu Chuan, although the location in space where the Great Summer's Skyfire system was deployed was relatively far away, it wasn't as far away as the moon after all. If this weapon system of the Eagle Jam Nation is deployed, then it will not need much firepower to pose a threat to the Skyfire system. It could even be argued that this weapon, in the shadows, would be able to silently destroy the satellites of the Skyfire system one by one. As a result, Lu Chuan had another bold idea sprouting at the moment. In addition to the 115 elemental experiment that was in his head. Chapter 144, Moving Heavenly Flame. Early in the morning, Guanye came to the research bureau in a hurry. As soon as he entered Li Xingdong's office, he didn't even have a word of pleasantries, and directly sat down on the sofa and said, "You hurry to find Lu Chuan for me." Li Xingdong naturally knew in his heart that Guanye must have a headache about the Eagle Jam country launching a vehicle to the back of the moon. As soon as Lu Chuan came in and saw Guanye's expression of wanting to eat a raw bitter melon, he also immediately understood in his heart that he was agonizing over something. However, Lu Chuan still smiled and asked, "Commander Guang, what did you encounter?" AI. Thinking of the weapons deployed by the Eagle Sauce country on the back of the moon, which could potentially pose a threat to our Skyfire system. I was up all night, and if this matter were to be known to the people of the Great Summer Country, I reckon it would be a world of chaos. Li Shengdong looked at Lu Chuan at this time and asked, "Is it possible for us to come up with a way to be able to specifically target their weapon systems in a short period of time?" Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly and said, "It's definitely impossible in a short period of time. After all, we don't even know what kind of weapon system they are deploying yet." The two individuals couldn't help but sigh at the same time when they heard Lu Chuan's words. But Lu Chuan suddenly asked Guang Guanye at this time, "Commander Guang, can our Great Xia Space Center, the moon probe vehicle that was previously launched to the moon, be constructed in a short period of time?" Lu Chuan's words made Guanye's eyes immediately light up, because he knew that if Lu Chuan could ask this, then he must have some idea in his head. He said to Lu Chuan, "A lot of time and energy must have been consumed in the development of the moon exploration vehicle, and now we definitely still have all the data to build the moon exploration vehicle, and it shouldn't be a problem to build it in a short period of time, so I can immediately send someone to implement this matter." After saying that, Guanye immediately asked his subordinates to start contacting the Great Summer Space Center. Then he went on to ask Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, do you have any more ghost ideas?" Next to him, Li Shengdong was also looking at Lu Chuan with bated breath at this time, hoping that his next answer would give him a peace of mind. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I don't know if it's a solution, it's just such an idea in my head. Whatever the idea is, you start by saying that your brain can come up with something that's always much better than the rest of us." Lu Chuan said, "I'm thinking that whatever weapon system the Eagle Jam country is deploying on the back of the moon, his biggest advantage is probably location, the ability to strike us from the back of our Skyfire system. So I'm thinking, why can't we deploy our own weapon system on the moon as well?" What Lu Chuan said immediately made Guanye in trouble. "Lu Chuan, you have to know that our Great Xia country has not been able to realize letting people land on the moon so far. To deploy a weapon system on the moon, that could be a project even more massive than the Skyfire system." Lu Chuan interrupted him and said, "No, we don't need to send anyone up there. And even I don't think this matter is much of a project." Both Li Shengdong and Guanye were puzzled, thinking how it was possible to deploy a weapon system on the surface of the moon without needing people to go up there. Lu Chuan explained, "The satellite launcher technology of our Skyfire system is mature. If we say that our moon rover can carry our satellite launcher and log onto the surface of the moon, then isn't it equivalent to us having a movable Skyfire system on the surface of the moon? But, with the lesson of Night Lord 1, the weapon system of the Eagle Jam country this time, will our Skyfire system be ineffective against him?" Li Shengdong asked. Guanye said, "I don't think so. If it's true that their weapon system this time is not afraid of our Skyfire system strikes, then why are they still sneaking around and hiding on the backside of the moon? So I think that their weapon system's strength this time might not be its defense capability. Besides, the things in this world that can resist the Skyfire system's powerful laser power, which can be built with ease." Lu Chuan also nodded and said, "I share Commander Guang's thoughts. I reckon that their Eagle Sauce country's weapon system this time around could possibly be utilizing element 115 in space to use the scale of numbers as an advantage to deter other countries." It hadn't been much longer before the Space Center replied with a message. The Space Center reported to the industry at large that several moon rovers could be delivered in a month without the requirement to install various precision instruments on the rovers. However, when the Space Center learned that the general industry was trying to send a rover to the back of the moon, another dilemma arose. Because although Eagle Land's weapon system is currently staying in the shadows of the backside of the moon, he certainly isn't exactly standing still. It is required to stay in orbit around the moon at the same speed as the moon's rotation to stay in the shadow. But all the countries in the world, without exception, use solar energy as a driving force for their lunar exploration vehicles. If you want to pose a threat to the Eagle Jam Nation's weapon systems directly below it, you have to stay in the shadows to do so. Just as Guanye was having a headache over this issue, Lu Chuan stood up and picked up the globe on his desk. He raked his hand over the globe and said, "It's not that big of a deal. How many moon probes are you planning to deploy?" Guanye asked. Lu Chuan said, "The moon's circumference is about 11,000 kilometers. So if we say we deploy a lunar probe equipped with a laser launch system every 1,000 kilometers, then we only need to launch 11 probes, and we'll always keep 5 probes in the moon's shadow, which is directly underneath their weapon systems." Li Shangdong asked, "And what about the power energy problem in the shadows? We're not having the rover do all sorts of acquisition work on the surface of the moon, so we don't need it to move around a lot. The rover with the laser firing system is perfectly capable of not moving when it's not necessary. It can just stay put and wait for orders, and we can utilize the same energy supply system as the Skyfire system. But of course, that only supplies the energy needed for the laser firing." Guanye gritted his teeth at this time and said, "That's the way it's going to be. And we're going to do this as if we were launching a normal moon rover. And as long as the Eagle Sauce Kingdom doesn't announce their weapon system to the world, neither will we." So, with a single order from the general industry, the Space Center began to produce moon rovers on the hoof. Various departments have also begun to work together to deploy a movable Skyfire system on the lunar surface. Chapter 145, Gemstone Necklace. At the Magic Capital Airport, a flight from the Yellow Sand Country slowly landed. 10 minutes later, a beautiful woman with flaming red lips and sunglasses, who looked cold with a bit of dashing, walked out from the airport. This beautiful woman was no other than Nicole, who had recently been recuperating from her injuries in the Yellow Sand Country. A black business car was already here waiting early. Before he could reach the car's heel, the man standing by the side of the car bowed to the beautiful woman and took the initiative to open the door again. "Ms. Nicole, welcome back to Magic City. May I ask how the injuries on your body are now?" Nicole walked up to the car door and instead of just getting in, she flicked her sunglasses down a bit, revealing cold eyes as she met the man who opened the door for her. "Can you guys grow some memory? Don't forget what our status is. Are you afraid that people don't know we exist? Che, make it look like we're picking up the president of the group. We have to keep a low profile. Low profile, understand?" The henchman who opened the door for Nicole lowered his head and didn't dare to breathe. After all, the entire latent intelligence personnel of the Great Summer Kingdom now had to listen to the orders of this 20-something-year-old girl in front of them. As soon as Nicole got in the car, she asked her men, "Has anything happened since I haven't been in Daxia lately?" Reporting to Ms. Nicole, "Everything has been normal here during your absence, and we've had no missions whatsoever." Nicole nodded and asked again, "By the way, find someone to clean my red sports car and send it over to me. It's been suffocating me lately. I'm going to spend a good amount of money in Magic City today." The henchman had a black line on his face, thinking who was the one who was just teaching me to keep a low profile. And in just 2 minutes of work, he's going to drive your red sports car to spend money? Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to ask anything more, but could only call and order people to prepare. Most of these henchmen Nicole has now have followed Craig in his endeavors before, when Craig was alive. Putting them on a mission would barely have mattered if they lived or died, and would have drawn a bad rap for the slightest misstep. But ever since Nicole became their boss, these people of theirs felt completely like they were in a different state. There were no tasks that needed to be carried out in Daxia Opportunity, and every day it was like they had come to Daxia to travel, because Nicole never asked about them people either, much less sent them on any kind of mission on a regular basis. It was probably because Nicole was now in the same mindset as Minako, and was on the verge of thinking of herself as a Daxia. And the first person Nicole told before she recovered from her injuries and was ready to return to Mordor was not one of Mordor's men, but Minako. 2 hours later, Nicole drove her red sports car to Lu Chuan's house. At this time she knew in her heart that Lu Chuan wasn't at home and must be in the research bureau, and what she had in mind at this time was not to see Lu Chuan immediately, but to go and thank her savior, Minako, first. After all, at the scene that day, if Minako hadn't stepped in to help her, there was a good chance that her own little life would have been accounted for at that intersection. Once the two met, Minako was not particularly enthusiastic. After all, there was a big difference in personality between the two of her and Nicole. Nicole, even though she was working as an intelligence officer for the Hawksbane Kingdom, always felt a bit like a girl with a big grin on her face. As soon as Minako opened the door, Nicole gave her a bear hug. "Thank you, my benefactor." Minako was speechless, thinking how it always feels strange. How two people like enemy, how a meeting seems to be better than the relationship with Lu Chuan. Minako sized her up and said, "How's it going? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Nicole lifted her arm and said, "It's fine. A minor injury. It just bled a little more. Nothing's happening now." Then he took out a small gift box from his bag and said, "By the way, in order to repay you for saving my life, I have prepared a small gift for you." Instead, Minako said. How am I saving you? I didn't do it because you were injured for Lu Chuan's sake. Nicole blanked her. Cut. You and Lu Chuan are really a virtue. So like to throw cold water on people. I specially chose the gift for you. You open it first. Minako smiled a little and weighed it in her hand. It felt quite substantial. The heart immediately thumped, thinking that the Yellow Sand country, in addition to being a large energy country, also specializes in the production of precious gems. Nicole, this goods will not buy herself a precious jewelry, right? When I opened it, I found a necklace with gemstones inside the delicate gift box. You're crazy, aren't you? Buying something so expensive. How do you expect me to wear it? And besides, how am I supposed to explain it when Lu Chuan finds out? Nicole said without a care in the world. Che, you saved my Nicole's life. Is my life something that can be measured with money? With that, he took out this gemstone necklace to put on Minako. Minako also asked, where did you get so much money? I see this necklace. It should be at least $1 million, right? Nicole smiled and said, it's not like you don't know that we lack everything in Eagle Sauce Country. The only thing we don't lack is money. What? You didn't take the funding you were given by your Eagle Sauce Nation to buy this stuff, did you? Nicole nodded her head and said, yes, there is. How? Anyway, now I'm their head of intelligence in the Great Summer Country. It's not up to me how the money is going to be spent. Minako was speechless, thinking that this Nicole was really good. As the head of intelligence of the Great Summer Kingdom, she was actually like playing house. But then again, Minako is a woman, and a woman has a nature to love beauty, especially in front of these precious jewelry, although there is resistance, but not much. After Nicole put it on her, she stood in front of the mirror and both of them were speechless. Nicole sighed and said, bought it too big for normal wear. This kind of jewelry is only good for grand occasions for a bit, otherwise it's too winking. Minako said, I'm really convinced. Buy a smaller one, you'll die. Such a big gemstone. I'll wear it out like I'm a psycho. Nicole said with an apologetic face. Then collect it. Next time you save my life, I'll buy you a diamond one. Diamonds are small and expensive. Before she could finish, Minako blared at her and said, ravenous. Nicole asked with a bit of shyness on her face at this time. I haven't been in the Great Summer Country recently. Has Lu Chuan ever asked you about me? Minako naturally looked offended when she heard the question and told her. It was asked twice, but I think he always had a suspicion of you in his mind. Chapter 146, Unified Front mocking Lu Chuan. Nicole pouted and said, doubt it if you want. I won't admit it if I die anyway. He said and made a point of fixing his hair in front of the mirror. Minako noticed at this time that Nicole now had a much different hairstyle than before and a change in color. She knew that Nicole must have done this to dispel the doubts in Lu Chuan's mind as well. For Minako, before, she might have been more or less inwardly resistant to Nicole. After all, she was in love with the same man as herself. But ever since that day when she saw Nicole defy the odds and almost lose her own life in order to save Lu Chuan at the crossroads of the Yellow Sand Country, a change had occurred within her that she probably didn't even feel. Now she treats Nicole with jealousy still, but subconsciously like a sense of sisterhood. But to Minako's character, despite what she thought in her own heart, she would never show it in front of Nicole. And after experiencing what happened in the Yellow Sands country, Nicole's feelings towards Minako had changed dramatically. For one, she clearly recognized the depth of Minako's feelings for Lu Chuan. And secondly, after being saved by Minako, she had become unsuspecting of her inside as well. So while the two are now a bit unforgiving when it comes to talking to each other, their feelings are already a step closer. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan, who was working at the research bureau, received a message from Nicole. Lu Chuan, old lady is back from the kill. Pay attention to me. From today onwards, I may appear in front of you at any time to harass you. Seeing this message, Lu Chuan was first shocked for a moment in his heart, then a smile immediately appeared on his face again. Because right now, for him, regardless of whether Nicole had another ulterior motive behind her, at the very least, through this message he was able to show that she was no longer in danger. Then Lu Chuan replied, so, in a better mood? Did you just come back? Do not disturb. I'm having fun shopping with Summer right now. Lu Chuan collapsed, thinking how could Minako's kind of character hang out with someone like Nicole? And besides, weren't these two love rivals? Is it possible to turn a war of words into a peace? In the evening, Lu Chuan, who had finished his day's work, returned to his doorstep with a jittery feeling, because he was really worried about knocking on the door and seeing Nicole, the crazy girl, still there. What scary comes to pass? And upon entering, they did find Minako and Nicole both opening a bottle of red wine, talking and laughing, and already in a slightly tipsy state. Although Lu Chuan hadn't dipped a drop of alcohol, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was redder than both of their faces. You guys, how do you two? Nicole said. What? Are you afraid that the two of us are close? Or are you afraid that the two of us are not close? No, no. Of course I was afraid you two wouldn't get along. Minako blared at him and said, don't think you can fool around just because the two of us aren't fighting. Lu Chuan was busy waving his hands and said, of course I won't. However, Lu Chuan was still thinking in his heart at this time. You know what Nicole thinks in her heart, and you still provoke such a person. I really don't know what kind of medicine you two are selling in your gourd. Just as Lu Chuan sat down, Nicole mocked, hey, Lu Chuan, when you experienced that attack thing in the Yellow Sand Country a while ago, did you ever about die of fright? As soon as he heard these words, Lu Chuan subconsciously took a serious look at Nicole, wanting to carefully compare Nicole's appearance with the person he saw at the scene at that time again. Before Lu Chuan could say anything, Minako smiled and said to Nicole, you may not know, but when Lu Chuan came back, he told me that he saw someone at the scene that looked a lot like you, and had always suspected that person was you. Nicole said disdainfully, those bad guys are just stupid. If I had been there, Lu Chuan would have gone to the west. Lu Chuan's mind was usually filled with things from the research bureau, so he wouldn't even notice what Nicole's hairstyle actually looked like in the past. Seeing Nicole's hairstyle at the moment, and mentally recalling the person she saw at the scene at the time, there was an instant and obvious difference. Unbeknownst to him, the words he now hears and the hairstyle he sees are all prepared by the two intelligence officers around him, all in order to dispel the doubts in his mind. Lu Chuan was seeing Nicole carefully when the chopsticks in Minako's hand hit him on the head in one fell swoop. Hey, have you seen enough? Looking at a beautiful woman like that right in front of me, you're getting more and more bold now. Nicole even smiled and ruffled her hair in front of Lu Chuan at this time, doing so, in fact, not to show her beauty in front of him, but to let him have a deeper impression in his heart, letting him know that the person he saw on the scene was not himself. Of course, this kind of mental suggestion was child's play to senior intelligence officers like Nicole and Minako. Lu Chuan was busy lowering his head and said, no, I was looking at Nicole's appearance, as if it wasn't too different from the one I saw on the scene the other day. I was just comparing them. Nicole smiled and said, is that so? When you were attacked in the Yellow Sand Country, such a tense moment, you didn't forget to look twice when you saw someone who looked just like me. Are you interested in me? Lu Chuan couldn't wait to get out of here at this time, because he felt that as long as the two of them, Minako and Nicole, were together, it seemed like he always didn't have a good time. Jealousy always made these two use him as a punching bag. Lu Chuan immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said, no, no, I saw that person was on the ground at that time. I was not worried about what danger you were in. Nicole said to Minako, look, Lu Chuan is worried that I'm in danger. He's definitely trying to step on two toes. This scum. Looking up again, Lu Chuan saw that Nicole had a smug look on her face at this time, while Minako was glaring at herself, her eyes looking like they might shoot out two lasers at any moment. Lu Chuan hurriedly changed the topic. While frantically scratching the rice into his mouth, he said, that, recently there have been more things going on inside the research bureau. I have to eat my fill quickly. I have a lot of information to prepare in a while. Nicole glanced at Minako, then asked as if nothing had happened. Lu Chuan, recently I was in the Eagle Sauce Country. A lot of people have been paying attention to a news alas. What exactly is the purpose of that iron tower built by your great Xia country? You are from the Scientific Research Bureau. Surely you know something about this matter, right? Can you quietly tell me about it? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, you Eagle Jam countries are just nosy. It's just a pylon. We've already said we're building a park. Che, petty, you must have known. You just didn't want to tell me. The whole world knows how you guys could build a park in no man's land and lie to cuties. In fact, the question that Nicole asked was something that Lu Chuan had already discussed with both Minako before he came back. Chapter 147, Whisper It to Me. Originally, the construction of this iron tower in no man's land by the Great Summer Kingdom had already attracted the curiosity of the whole world. After Lu Chuan's attack in Huangsha country, the media and people all over the world pushed the tower to the tip of the public opinion. Even many foreign journalists traveled to the vicinity of this tower to take photographs and pictures. But in spite of this, it was still impossible to see what intentions the Great Summer Kingdom had. Needless to say, the most anxious person in the world at this time must be the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam country. While Nicole was still recuperating from her injuries in the Yellow Sands country, the Secretary of Defense called almost once a day to check in on her and ask if her injuries had improved. Nicole certainly knew in her heart that this was not caring about herself. It was clearly trying to wait for her to recover earlier so that she could carry out missions for him. Sure enough, the day before Nicole was set to return to the Magic City, the Minister of Defense had asked her to make sure that she got to the bottom of this iron tower in the Great Summer Country through Lu Chuan this time, including Minako as well, who had recently been constantly urged by her superiors in Sakura Nation to investigate this matter. The two had little interest in the matter, but the two of them knew that they just had to make it up. This was because only after gaining the trust of their respective superiors would they be able to continue to stay in the Daxia Kingdom and continue to protect Luchuan's safety. Otherwise, in terms of the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister's tactics, if he couldn't get any more useful information, he was afraid that he would have to carry out an assassination operation on Luchuan again, just as he had done before. The two of them, Minako and Nicole, didn't really want to get any important information from Luchuan. It was just that for this matter, they were just making things up, trying to find a good reason. In addition, they were also afraid that if they made it up and told their superiors, if after a while the Great Summer announced the truth to the whole world, then they would be finished. So the only way to get a little bit of slightly useful information was to find a way to get it from Luchuan's mouth, and then the two of them would add to it and report it to their superiors. Luchuan seldom drinks in his normal life, and it can be said that he doesn't have much alcohol capacity. Add to that the fact that one of the main reasons he and Minako were together was because of the alcohol he drank that night, and he was even more turned off by the sight of it now. The two of them, Nicole and Minako, kept pushing and pushing at the dinner table. As she was drinking, Minako suddenly gave Nicole a look, which Nicole immediately understood. Picking up the bottle of wine, he started to pour Luchuan some wine, trying to get him to 3 or 4 points of drunkenness, and then get words out of his mouth. Luchuan took a look and hurriedly covered his cup with his hand. "No, you two just enjoy yourselves. I really can't drink today. I have a lot of information to prepare for the evening." Saying that, Luchuan also cast a pleading look at Minako. Minako said, "Luchuan has never been much of a drinker, so don't pour too much, pour less." Nicole agreed while the bottle of red wine in her hand had been tilted 90 degrees. In 2 seconds of work, before Luchuan could react, the red wine glass in front of him had already been poured with most of the red wine, and by the time he reacted, both Minako and Nicole had already raised the glasses in their hands to toast with him. Rushing like a duck on a shelf, Luchuan could only be the one to also pick up his wine glass. When she took a sip and was ready to put it down, Nicole immediately yelled, "Hey, you Foster Ah, both of us women are dry, and you're just taking that small sip." Luchuan could see that Minako was probably high today as well, and wouldn't care about herself anymore, so he could only frown and take another big sip. That's when Minako stood up and walked back to her room, pulling out the gift Nicole had given her today. "Luchuan, look, Nicole gave me a very expensive gift today." Luchuan was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the necklace set with huge gems. Aside from the fact that he could tell that this item was very expensive, he really couldn't figure out at the moment why suddenly these two people had gotten so attached to the point of giving such an expensive gift. Embarrassed, he even felt a bit like the extra person at the table at the moment. Nicole picked up the wine bottle again this time and started pouring wine for Luchuan. "Luchuan, I gave your girlfriend such an expensive gift. The least you can do is to thank me. Drink a toast with me." The glass of red wine had been refilled again as soon as he spoke. The way Minako looked at Luchuan at this time seemed to be telling him that this cup should be drunk as well. Unable to do so, Luchuan looked at the wine glass that Nicole had already picked up, and could only clink another drink with her. After 10 minutes, the alcohol had begun to take effect in Luchuan's body. As if slowly opening the box, Luchuan, who was still embarrassed to say too much in front of the two, followed with more words at this time. "I see why you two are acting strange today. Why are you two suddenly as good as one another?" Nicole laughed and said, "Because you're good enough. We both like you. That's what heroes do. So we're both heroes for heroes now." Minako also nodded with a red face. Nicole asked Luchuan as she repoured his wine, "Hey, Luchuan, do you think it's possible that in the future you'll move on? Not like Summer, and suddenly like me?" One sentence was like pouring a bucket of ice water on Luchuan's head, directly scaring away a large portion of his alcohol. He immediately looked at Minako and said, "No, never. I'll always love Summer and there's no way anyone will ever take her place in my heart." When Minako heard this, naturally her heart was happy as if she had eaten honey. And Nicole at this time was suddenly knocked over with vinegar. Directly put the bottle of wine in her hand to 180 degrees, to Luchuan in front of the red wine glass poured about to overflow. "I really don't know how Summer fell for you. No emotional intelligence at all. Can't make a girl happy at all." Luchuan said to himself, "Then you still like me." A comment that made both Nicole and Minako laugh. But what Luchuan didn't know was that before he came back, Minako had smeared a little bit of scopolamine on the wine glass in front of him. This amount is not so much that it will make you pass out or make you just tell the truth. It will just open up the conversation. Seeing that Luchuan's state was about right at this time, Minako exchanged a glance with Nicole, meaning that she was ready to cooperate with the act. Minako asked in a serious manner, "Hey, Luchuan, seriously, The whole world is full of curiosity about that iron tower in our great summer country, and so are the two of us. We both guessed for half a day when you hadn't come back yet. So can you sneak in a little bit of news for the two of us? Looking at the difficult expression revealed by Lu Chuan, Minako added, you can't say that you don't know about it. I feel that you are definitely involved in this kind of confidential matter. Nicole was also busy chiming in. That's right. You whisper it to both of us. We'll never tell anyone. Chapter 148 Intelligence added to the fuel. Although Lu Chuan already had some scopolamine in his body at the moment, after all, reason was still occupying the high ground at this time. Even if these two people in front of him were the closest people in this world to him, he couldn't just give away what he knew so easily. After all, this involved the secrets of the great summer state, and was by no means a child's playground. However, looking at these two big beauties in front of him with their big watery eyes wide open, looking at themselves with bated breath, he couldn't bear to spoil the fun at this time. So he said, you're right, I did have a hand in this matter. Nicole snapped the table and said, look, I told you, Lu Chuan must be in the know. How could such a good person not know? Lu Chuan smiled and said, in fact, it's not as mysterious as other countries guessed. It's not any advanced weapon system, defense system. The reason why we built this kind of pylon is to do a test only. Then you guys didn't have to build this thing in a freezing cold place like no man's land. Did you? Minako pressed. Lu Chuan said, you guys think it's as simple as middle school students doing chemical experiments in the lab. This involves a very important area. Of course it has to be done in secret. Nicole pressed. So what are you doing this experiment about? Before Lu Chuan could say anything, Minako gave her a blank look and said, hey, almost on the line, this is our Daxia country's matter. You Eagle Jam country just don't pry. Nicole pouted her lips and said, what Eagle Sauce country? No matter what. I'm also someone who has the blood of the great summer country in my body. A sentence amused Lu Chuan, who then went on to say, I can tell you one thing. This is indeed an experiment. An experiment about energy, if the experiment is successful. As he was saying that, Lu Chuan shook his head because at this time, he suddenly realized that he almost gave away the specifics. What happens when you succeed? Nicole pressed on. Success. If we succeed, it won't be a problem for us humans to go to Mars, or Pluto in the future, right? Of course, everything is just in theory, and we still have a long way to go. Minako stepped on Nicole's foot under the table at this time, meaning to tell her that being able to have such an answer was already safe enough to fool her superiors, and that there was no need to pursue the matter further. Nicole then deliberately put on a spoiled face and said, cut. So this is it. I thought it was such an advanced experiment. No fun. The next morning, Nicole immediately told the Secretary of Defense that she had gotten the news, added to it, and made it up. She said to the Minister of Defense, actually, this matter isn't as serious as we thought. I learned from Lu Chuan that they built this pylon merely to conduct a test. The construction of a pylon of this size must have involved a very important test. Did you learn what weapon system the test was about? No, it's not a weapon system. Lu Chuan said that it's just a test they're doing in the Great Summer Kingdom regarding energy. And through the course of the conversation I had with Lu Chuan, I don't think he's even optimistic about it himself. So I don't think there's any need for our Eagle Sauce Nation to put too much energy into this matter either. Nicole's words immediately made the Minister of Defense much more relaxed. And while relaxed, he didn't forget to praise Nicole. That's good. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your performance. It's worthy of being our Eagle Sauce country's excellent and beautiful intelligence officer. To be able to get such important information from Lu Chuan's mouth on the first day back in Daxia, it seems that I've made a completely correct choice by handing over the Daxia country's intelligence work to you. Nicole said, this is all something I should do, but I suggest that in the future, Mr. Minister should not be so hasty in terms of intelligence. After all, it's already not easy for me to sneak around Lu Chuan, and if I inquire about too many things, it's bound to arouse his suspicion. Of course, I'll pay attention to this aspect in the future. You're the first one from our Eagle Sauce country who can make the infiltration mission so successful. We'll definitely cherish this opportunity as well. Nicole took advantage of the fact that the confused Secretary of Defense was having a good time and thought it would be an opportunity. So he said to him, Mr. Minister, it is not easy for our intelligence officers to carry out their work in the Great Summer Country, and from time to time they feel strapped for cash. So I would like to ask you, Mr. Minister, to think more about it for us, and provide us with more help in terms of funding. The Minister of Defense laughed. Ha ha, I thought it was some kind of problem. You have to remember that money is never a problem for us in the Eagle Sauce Nation. It's just a number. Not long after hanging up the phone, Nicole's men reported to her. Ms. Nicole, I wonder if it could be that our superiors are going to assign us some dangerous mission these days. and we suddenly have an extra zero in our operational funds. Nicole laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. It's just the Secretary of Defense feeling sorry for us intelligence officers. Just think of it as a raise for the Minister of Defense." In the previous years, Craig's intelligence work in the country of Dacia, which had cost countless amounts of money and had also killed an unknown number of intelligence officers, had failed to progress all the way as Nicole was doing now. Therefore, the thing called money was really just a number to him, and as long as he could exchange it for useful information, he wouldn't even think about how much money he had to spend. And Nicole's mind, at this time, was thinking about how this made her kitty even fuller. Meanwhile, Nicole's mind was already working out the backstory for herself. Of course, that's one of the reasons Nicole asked the Secretary of Defense for money. In this way, both Minako's and Nicole's reports to their own superiors had a lot of water added to them. But it could never be said to be misinformation, even though it was one day when the Great Summer announced this matter to the world. Then both of their superiors would not feel that they had deliberately reported false information. And this news caused both the Sakura and Eagle Jam countries to simultaneously divert their attention from continuing to focus on this matter. Even the spy satellites in space that had been keeping a close eye on the pylon were evacuated to other orbits by this time. As for the Scientific Research Bureau in the Great Summer Country, Lu Chuan and the researchers, they were preparing the data to be used in this test in a tight schedule. And the Skyfire system in space, as well as the mosquito trapping system distributed in the Great Summer Country are all ready. Even on top of that iron tower in no man's land, the mysterious meteorite, which only the Great Xia Kingdom possessed, had been placed at the tip of the tower. Almost all the preparations were in place, just waiting for Lu Chuan to give the order. The countless laser beams from the Skyfire and mosquito trap systems would then shoot at the meteorite at the tip of the tower in a flash. Chapter 149, The Mockery of the Eagle Sauce Country. At the same time, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense slowed down the deployment of the Hive system in space after learning that Dacia's pylons didn't pose much of a threat to them. It was also what gave the Great Summerland time to deploy a movable Skyfire system to the moon. This deployment on the moon was not a difficult mission for the Great Summer State, because whether it's the launching of the rockets, or the moon rover and the laser launcher, all of them are technologies that have matured in Dacia. It's just a matter of getting these things ready in a short period of time and then rocketing this weapon system to the moon. So it took less than a month for all these preparations to be in place, to be on the safe side and not arouse the suspicion of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Before this rocket launch, the Great Summer State also held a special press conference to the whole world. Tell all the reporters that the country of Dacia is about to start a new round of lunar exploration mission, so it is going to launch a number of moon rovers to the moon in the near future. The Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Kingdom is about to laugh his ass off when he sees this news. He pointed to the news on the TV screen and said to the people around him, "What era is it already? These people in the Great Xia country are actually still just focusing on the moon. We already lost interest in that place a few decades ago. It seems that the level of science and technology in the Great Xia country is still not worth mentioning in front of our Eagle Sauce country." Everyone in the audience followed suit, mocking the Great Summer Kingdom for just doing a meaningless thing. But only Hunter didn't think so at this time. The Secretary of Defense looked at his serious expression and asked, "Hunter, what? Do you think this is something that leads us to worry?" Hunter said, "Mr. Minister, this is the critical stage when we are deploying the Hive system on the back of the moon. And the Great Summer launched another moon exploration project at this time. Don't you think it's very strange?" But the Minister of Defense still didn't think so, and still said with a relaxed face, No, Hunter, you're really overthinking it. I can tell you that we now have very excellent intelligence personnel in the Great Xia country. If say the Great Xia country really found out the traces of our Hive system, and wanted to play something on the moon, then we would definitely know it in advance. Hunter nodded when he heard him say that. But he still always felt that there was something fishy about it in his heart. The Great Summer Kingdom had always been uninterested in the moon. Yet at this point in time it suddenly said that it was going to start a moon exploration project, and the thought of it would make his heart very uneasy. The Minister of Defense added, "Recently the whole world has been paying attention to that iron tower built by the Great Summer Country, and I can also tell you today that you don't need to put too much effort into this matter, and that it won't pose any threat to our Eagle Sauce Country." Everyone here was immediately interested. Someone asked, "So, Mr. Minister already knows what this tower of theirs is for?" "Yes, it's thanks to our excellent intelligence officer lurking in the Great Summer Country. She has already told me that Lu Chuan himself said that this iron tower isn't meant to be some kind of weapon system, much less a defense system. It's just an experiment they're doing on energy." Another person mocked, "So that's how it is. I thought that underneath this iron tower were the oil wells that they, the Great Xia Kingdom, were going to extract oil from. I thought that they were close to running out of energy and needed to build such a high iron tower in order to extract the oil." A group of people immediately followed suit. And there was even someone who said, "I've said it before. It's just a building that wastes a lot of steel. It's not something to be afraid of at all." The Secretary of Defense was never long in the tooth. But Hunter had a haymaker's sense of humor at this point. If there was the slightest breeze in the Great Summer Kingdom at this time, he would assume that it was targeting his hive system. He said to the Minister of Defense, "Mr. Minister, since that's the case, I think we should hurry up and speed up the deployment of our hive system. There's no need to rush. Hunter, I expect that in the coming period of time, the moon exploration project alone will be enough for them to be blindly busy with the Great Summer Kingdom. We just need to wait for the deployment of the hive system to be completed in a step-by-step manner, and then shock the world." Hunter was in a hurry because he knew best in his own mind. If the existence of the hive system was discovered by the Great Xia Kingdom within a short period of time, then the hive system at this moment was still completely unscaled, and would be at great risk as it was vulnerable and weak in terms of both defense and attack power. Only by deploying a large number of modules of the hive system in a short period of time to form a potent combat capability would there be no need to worry about being discovered by the Great Xia state. An entire conference room was filled with people who had a relaxed and able look on their faces, believing that the Eagle Sauce Nation was bound to win this time, especially the Minister of Defense, who by this time had even begun to fantasize about what kind of surprised expression would be on the face of Luchuan of the Great Summer Country during the hive system interview. At that time the Eagle Jam Nation will have no more rivals in this world. Only Hunter knew that Luchuan of the Great Summer Country, who could build such a powerful defensive weapon as the Skyfire system, would never easily let anyone surpass him. He looked at the fact that no one here seemed to be taking this matter seriously, and after hesitating for a moment, he added to the Minister of Defense, "Mr. Minister, could you please trouble our intelligence officers in the Great Summer Country to investigate which aspect of the energy test they are doing?" "That's fine. It's just that I think it's a bit of a big deal to have our intelligence officers on such a low-level mission and risk exposing themselves," Hunter whispered to him at this time. "But I'm really worried that the energy experiment they're doing in the Great Summer Kingdom is related to element 115, and once they master that technology, then we..." Even though Hunter said it in a relatively low voice, it was still heard by several people around him, immediately causing them to scoff again. "Ha ha, Mr. Hunter is just too chicken. It's a joke. Our Eagle Jam country has such a high level of science and technology that we can't even realize mass production of element 115, and it would be a fool's errand for them to realize mass production in the Daxia country. They don't even have the ability to develop a quantum collider in Daxia. Does Mr. Hunter think they can produce element 115 with just this one tower?" The Secretary of Defense was even more dismissive. "Mr. Hunter, you have to know that the only element we have is 115. And that should come from some kind of advanced civilization deep in the universe. So I don't think humans can mass-produce this element anytime soon. So you don't need to worry." All the senior personnel of the Eagle Sauce country simply didn't believe that Luchuan would produce element 115 in quantity for the Great Summer Country. However, their guesses were not entirely wrong, because in Luchuan's experiment, there was a little hiccup. 150 targeted communications satellites. Originally, according to Hunter's idea, if one module of the hive system was launched to the moon every day, then after 3 months, the hive system would have formed a certain size. At that point, even if another country found out that they were making this weapon system, they wouldn't have to worry about it. However, the Minister of Defense has slowed down the process of deploying the hive system since he knows that the Great Summer State will not pose a threat to them in a short period of time. So much so that now, more than 2 months later, only a mere dozen or so modules have been deployed on the backside of the moon. However, on the Daxia side, a new round of rocket launches for the moon exploration project has already been prepared. 11 moon rovers carrying this laser launch system, as well as a variety of sensors, had been placed inside the rocket. As Luchuan had expected, after the moon rover had successfully logged onto the moon, the space center of the Daxia country soon made a discovery. On this day, a report with high-resolution images was presented on the desk of the industry at large. Prior to this, there were those in the higher echelons of Daxia who suspected that the craft launched by the Eagle Sauce Nation was going to log on the backside of the moon. Only Luchuan suspected that it was a vehicle that hovered in lunar orbit. And now the high-definition pictures taken by the Space Center confirm Luchuan's idea. But to everyone's surprise, the triangular-shaped craft that they had seen earlier did now coalesce together. After Luchuan saw these pictures, he fell into deep thought. He said to Guangye, "Even with the existing technology of the Eagle Sauce Nation, wanting this kind of vehicle to carry out missions in space for a long period of time is simply impossible. Unless they utilize element 115 in order to keep this kind of vehicle in space for a long period of time. But why are these flying machines gathered together and still tightly packed?" Guangye asked Luchuan. "Since it's just pictures, it's impossible for anyone to immediately guess what the intentions of the Eagle Jam Nation really are. Lu Chuan also stared at these pictures for half a day before he had a bold guess. But at this time no one could have expected that Lu Chuan's bold guess was almost completely right about what the Eagle Jam country was trying to do. He pointed to the edge of this flying object of the picture and said, "If we were to launch a flying vehicle into space, then a circle must be the first choice. But these flying vehicles of the Eagle Jam country are triangular in shape, and as is always known, the stability that triangles have is incomparable to any other shapes. So my guess is that they're going to utilize these one-by-one triangular modules to be like space stations in space, combine them together to form an effective scale." When Guanyi and the few senior personnel present heard Lu Chuan's speculation, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Someone said, "If that's true, then that means they could build a city in space if they wanted to, right?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Theoretically, this is the case, but the vehicles that are sent out into space definitely consume a lot of fuel, and these individual modules themselves also consume a lot of fuel, so unless they do possess a large amount of element 115, this plan is simply impossible." One of Guang's men beside him said to him at this time, "Commander Guang, we can now say that we have the Skyfire system on the surface of the moon as well. Should we take it down before they get too big?" These words made everyone here tense up, because since the beginning, the Great Summer Kingdom had never taken the initiative to move against any country. Guanya had a serious expression on his face, but after some serious thinking, he still shook his head. "Destroying the Night Lord, no. One was a provocation by their Eagle Sauce country. We had no choice but to do it. Now that the other side didn't do it, we have no reason to do it. Not to mention that we have now confirmed that this one triangular module is filled with their staff." The man under his command immediately added, "However, if we let them develop, when they form a scale, I'm afraid that our Skyfire system will no longer be able to pose a threat to it. And at that time, once we attack any of their modules, it will cause them to counterattack en masse. We're on the surface of the moon, but there are only 11 moon rovers carrying laser-emitting devices." Guanya still negated this person's proposal. He said, "Since Lu Chuan developed a successful electromagnetic anti-missile system until now, we in the Eagle Sauce country haven't had any obvious friction. All of the battles are covert battles. If we took the initiative to attack these modules of theirs, it's no different from declaring war. By that time, I'm afraid that the countries that can speak for us won't dare to stand up for us." As he said that, Guanya even turned his gaze towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan knew that Guanya was waiting for his thoughts. Lu Chuan said, "If we wait for them to form a scale, it will indeed be a tricky one for us. What we need now is time. If we wait until we have mastered the technology to be able to mass-produce element 115, then it will only be a matter of time before we can deploy a stronger defense system in space." Guang Ya immediately asked him, "How long will it take before we are now able to conduct the test?" Lu Chuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 months. Give me 2 more months is enough. The deployment of the hardware is now in place, but there is still a lot of data that our research bureau has to calculate. This is the basic guarantee to be able to successfully test." As he was talking, a person from the space center beside Guanya suddenly said, if we let them lose contact with Earth with this module, would that buy time for Lu Chuan's test?" "Lose contact? Doesn't that still do it to them modules?" "No way." Guanya waved his hand. The man went on to say, "We probably don't need to do anything about these manned modules of theirs." The comment immediately captured the curiosity of those in the room, who turned their attention to the senior member of the space center. He pointed to the modules on the picture and said, "The contact these modules have with the Eagle Sauce country right now must be through the relay satellite in lunar orbit. If we can make this satellite of theirs stop working, then these modules must be out of contact with the Eagle Sauce country for a period of time, and at that time, they will definitely not continue to be deployed. After all, no one would ever send their vehicle to a place where they can't even contact it." "You mean have our Skyfire system take down their communications satellites?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "No. Use the Skyfire system. The damage caused by the laser beams is too obvious. We can utilize our microwave rays." Chapter 151, 1 for 1. As soon as he heard Lu Chuan say that he wanted to use the microwave rays on the Skyfire system, question marks were immediately written all over Guanya's face. "But our Skyfire system is deployed in Earth orbit and the effective damage distance of microwave rays is very short. How can it cause damage to their communication satellites in lunar orbit?" Before Lu Chuan could say anything, the people from the space center seemed to immediately understand what Lu Chuan meant. He said, "Calculations. With precise calculations, we can take the satellites of the Skyfire system and send them into orbit around the moon." Lu Chuan nodded and continued, "But to do this, we might have to lose a satellite of the Skyfire system." Everyone here was puzzled, not knowing what Lu Chuan and the people from the space center meant. Lu Chuan explained, The propellants we carry on our Skyfire system satellites are completely impossible to support such a long trip to the moon. But if we can do the precise calculations, we can just activate the propulsion of one of the satellites and let it brush up against the moon. It's that simple? Guan Ye asked. Of course not. There are two prerequisites for doing so. One is that we must first capture the position of the Eagle Sauce Nation's moon-orbiting communications satellite, as well as calculate its trajectory, and the second is to make certain that our precision calculations cannot be wrong, and to ensure that our Skyfire system's satellite, when it brushes up against the moon, is staying within effective range of the microwave rays with this satellite. Everyone understood what it meant now, but at the same time, they realized the complexity of this mission. But such an operation is as unbelievable as that one thread thrown into the eye of a needle a few kilometers away. The people in the room were silent, but there were expressions of doubt and distrust written all over their faces. Guan Ye asked, Lu Chuan, you think this approach, is it realistic? Lu Chuan nodded his head and said, this is the charm of numbers. What seems impossible is completely doable as long as you have enough data. One sentence is like a pill for the industry at large. Another person asked Lu Chuan, if we do this, can we be sure that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom won't find out that we did it? Of course. First of all, the damage caused by our microwave rays will never be visible to them. The Eagle Jam country. From the appearance of the satellite, at that time, they will only think that their communication satellites have malfunctioned on their own. In addition, this satellite of our Skyfire system will not stay in the lunar orbit after it has carried out its mission. It will go straight into the depths of the universe. At that time, no one won't realize that we did it. Guan Ye excitedly tapped the table. Just do it, it's a good deal. We're just wasting a satellite. Thus, Guan Ye immediately ordered the control center on the ground again, and began to mobilize all available monitoring satellites, as well as spy satellites, to begin searching for the Eagle Jam Nation's satellites in the vicinity of the moon's orbit. A satellite weighing less than a ton, with a volume of perhaps a few cubic meters, wandering around in orbit around the moon is not that easy to find. It took the space centers a full week to finally capture this communications satellite from the Eagle Jam Nation, then immediately began calculating the trajectory of this satellite and the speed at which it was traveling. Eventually, after all the data was accurate, the ground control center mobilized an in-orbit satellite of the Skyfire system, aiming directly at this communications satellite of the Eagle Jam country. With a command from Guan Ye, the Space Center crew activated the satellite's propulsion unit. A few days later, the Great Summer State had not confirmed the success of the operation by this time. However, a news story from the Eagle Sauce country, 10,000 miles away, helped Daxia confirm that the operation was a complete success. The news from Eagle Sauce Nation said, according to staff at the Eagle Sauce Nation Space Center, one of our communications satellites deployed in lunar orbit lost contact with ground control a few hours ago, and the exact cause is still under investigation. However, before the Hawksbane Nation announced this to the public, the Secretary of Defense was already like a hot potato at the Space Center, because a satellite wasn't worth much. What was more important to him was that the Hive system had completely lost contact with them in an instant. He immediately summoned the senior staff of the Eagle Jam Nation Space Center and droned them to come up with a solution immediately. Since Deep Blue's deployment of the Hive system was a top-secret mission, many of the people at the Space Center had no knowledge of it at all, so they were very puzzled to see the attitude of the Minister of Defense, thinking that a communications satellite on the moon was just a communication satellite, which would not be used even once in 10 or 8 years, so why would it make the Minister of Defense so anxious? However, the official is a big man, not to mention that the one who gave them the order at this moment is the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country, so these people are neither dare to ask more questions, not to mention dare to refuse. In the meantime, the people at the Space Center are constantly trying to establish a connection with this satellite. At this time, a staff member walked in and walked up to the Minister of Defense and shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Minister, we are unable to establish a connection with this satellite at this time. The Secretary of Defense angrily said, will one of you tell me what to do now? Or will you tell me how long it will take to send a new communications satellite to the moon? No one here dared to answer the question as you looked at me and I looked at you, because they knew by the expression on the face of the Minister of Defense that he must be in a great hurry, but he might not be able to accept the time they were talking about. With a snap, the Secretary of Defense slammed his palm down hard on the desktop and roared, I want a time. One of you idiots can tell me. A man raised his hand shakily and said, Mr. Minister, at the moment we don't know what went wrong with the satellite. Most likely debris from a meteorite in orbit hit the satellite, but it could be months if we want to resend a new one over. What? Are you guys sending snails? Why is it taking so long? The man went on to explain, we need to build a communications satellite out as soon as possible. And even though we're utilizing the original mature technology, the commissioning process, and the launch process will take 2 to 3 months. This answer caused the Minister of Defense to fall into complete despair, not expecting to encounter such a situation with the start of the Hive system. But at this time, someone suddenly said, "Isn't the Great Summer Country recently opening a moon exploration project? They must have communication satellites in the vicinity of the moon. If Mr. Minister is in a hurry, we can ask for help from the Great Xia Country." Hearing this, the Minister of Defense's face flushed red to the base of his neck. Because of this matter, he really didn't have the face to ask for the help of the Great Summer Kingdom once again. What's more, it faced the risk of the Hive system being discovered by Daxia. Chapter 152 Stupid Questions. The face that Night Lord No. One lost in space was the same problem that the Eagle Jam country's defense minister licked his chops to get Daxia to help solve. This time, as soon as he heard someone under his command suggest that he should seek help from the Great Summer again, the Minister of Defense really couldn't open his mouth. But at the same time, he knew in his heart that the Hive system now contained the great living people of the Eagle Jam nation. In space, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from Earth. They could be in danger for 1 more minute for each additional minute they are out of contact. A group of people in the audience were waiting for a response from the Secretary of Defense, only to see him look angrily around the circle of these people. Then said, "Is there any other way to solve this? 2 months I will never accept, because around the moon at the moment there is something very important to our Eagle Sauce country." Everyone was silent because they really couldn't come up with any good solutions either. Most of these men's faces couldn't be seen to be in a hurry, though, as many of them had no idea that there were now men from their Eagle Sauce nation in orbit around the moon. Hunter was also sitting down at this time with a sullen face. After a long hesitation, he said, "If that's not possible, we'll have to use our shuttle to go." Before he could finish, he was immediately interrupted by the Secretary of Defense holding out his hand. Then the Secretary of Defense added to all of them, "All of you go out for a moment. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Hunter." Everyone left before he gestured for Hunter to continue. "It seems we will now have to use the shuttle to go and retrieve our staff within the Hive first. The environment of space is too hostile, and in the event of a loss of contact, our Hive could be at risk at any time in ways we do not foresee. So we can't continue to deploy the Hive system for some time after picking up the staff, either?" Hunter nodded and continued, "Without further delay, I suggest that Mr. Secretary order the Space Center to prepare for the launch mission now and to prepare the communications satellite for the moon at the same time. We've wasted far too much time on this matter." In the end, the Minister of Defense just couldn't open his mouth to ask for help from the Great Summer Kingdom. And most importantly, it wasn't the right time for him to let the world know that the Hive system existed. So he immediately gave orders to the Space Center to, for one thing, start building and deploying communications satellites on the moon immediately. The second one was a secret mission, which was to send a shuttle to the Hive system to retrieve his crew. And he also requested that the crew in the shuttle had to go to the location of the damaged communications satellite to see what had gone wrong with it. It's not exactly a challenging mission for the Eagle Kingdom. After all, it's just a trip to lunar orbit to retrieve a few people. A few days later, the shuttle successfully picked up the personnel inside the Hive and reported to the Secretary of Defense. After investigation, our communications satellite in lunar orbit did not suffer any attack. It should be a problem with the internal components. Getting this news, the Minister of Defense instead felt even more wrong in his heart, and could even be said to be upset, because it was the character of their Eagle Sauce country to like to find trouble. If the personnel who came back reported to him that this satellite had traces of having been attacked, then he could just find a reason to investigate the matter, and could even make something out of nothing in passing to bully another country out of anger. But the lack of any marks on the exterior left him with no place to take his anger in his stomach right now. Hunter, on the other hand, was like a frosted eggplant, wilting and unable to summon up any energy. He had thought that he could raise his eyebrows with the rapid deployment of the Hive system, but right now his work had almost come to a standstill. It could only begin once the moon's communication satellites were deployed and everything could begin. Yet this time of year, the Great Summer Kingdom is aware of what is happening around the moon. It was even clear when the Hawksbane nation sent its own shuttle to pick up the personnel in the Hive. However, these things were only known to a few senior personnel of the Great Xia State, including Lu Chuan, and even the press spokesman of the Great Xia State knew nothing about this matter. Since the Eagle Jam nation announced to the public that their lunar communications satellite had been lost, a number of journalists from around the world had paid attention to the matter. Of course, there was no shortage of people who would immediately wonder if this was the work of the Great Summer. So there was a small hiccup at a press conference in Daxia. This press conference was supposed to be nothing more than some mediocre news to be announced by Daxia. Instead, while the press spokesman was on stage waiting for questions from the reporters on stage, a reporter from the Eagle Sauce country suddenly stood up and asked a highly inopportune question. May I ask if your country of Dacia is concerned about the recent loss of the Eagle Sauce country's lunar communications satellite? The spokesman smiled slightly and said, I think it would be hard not to pay attention to this event. After all, it has captured the attention of the world. There are quite a few people who have speculated that this matter may be related to your country of Dacia. May I ask what you think about this issue? The comment from the Eagle Land reporter immediately cleared the spokesman's face. He said grimly, quite a few people. May I ask you to give me an example of who you mean by quite a few people? I believe that the peace-loving people in this world would not be among this so-called quite a few people. So these people you're talking about should be your Eagle Sauce nation's own guesses, right? One sentence disliked this reporter from the Hawksbane country. After holding his tongue for a while, he asked again. Then you, the Great Summer Kingdom, also have communication satellites near the moon. So why didn't you come to our aid when we, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, were in trouble? This question, not to mention the press secretary, even the journalists from other countries who were present at this time, felt exasperated. Everyone thought that any sane person with a face would not ask such a cheap question. The press spokesman held back the anger in his heart and said, First of all, we didn't receive any request for help from your Eagle Sauce country, and we don't really feel that we have any obligation to help you. And also, with all the secrets of your Eagle Sauce country, hell knows if it's because you're doing something unseemly near the moon. And what if we help out and expose your secrets? This press conference was broadcast live to the world. The spokesman's sentence directly let the Eagle's Nest country this reporter can't get off the stage. Awkwardly standing do not know what to say is good. And 10,000 miles away the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister at this time is also watching the live broadcast. See, their own country's reporter actually asked such a retarded question. He himself is so angry that he can't wait to smash the TV in front of him. Dumbass. Why do we have so many dumbass in the Eagle Jam country? The secrets we have been trying to keep. These dumbass are leaving no stone unturned but leaking those secrets. Chapter 153, Purple Element. After more than a month, the general industry finally waited for Lu Chuan's good news. All the data has been calculated by the Scientific Research Directorate and is ready for testing. On that day, all the staff of the Research Bureau, as well as all the ground control center personnel of the Skyfire and Mosquito Trap systems, were on standby. However, due to the size of the bout, it still didn't manage to escape the dog's nose of Eagle Land. The Eagle Sauce Nation's Space Center observed almost all of Dacia's Skyfire systems converging on the sky above Dacia, and as the satellite photos show, the ground mosquito trapping systems are all activated. When the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation learned of this news, his heart went straight to his throat, and a line of senior personnel, including Hunter, was assembled to discuss the situation, because they don't know what the Great Summerland is trying to do here. Some people were not so nervous at this time, and said to the Minister of Defense, the Skyfire system, despite its great power, should have been aimed at other countries if there were any military actions, but now it is clearly the Great Summer country that has aimed its guns at its own country, so I don't think we need to be worried about this at all. The most nervous at this time was Hunter, because the first thing he suspected was that Lu Chuan of the Great Summer country had not already upgraded the Heavenly Flame system, and they were now testing the power of the upgraded system. If that's the case, then one's own Eagle Jam country will be even more difficult to hold up. The Minister of Defense said, No, we can't use normal thinking to think about the Dacia country. Their Dacia country, Lu Chuan, is simply a magician. I don't know when he will change to a new trick, and every time is to make us unprepared. If we say that they are now carrying out an attack on other countries, I'm not worried about it. But what is going on right now is the thing that scares me the most. The Dacia kingdom has an old saying that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. These top people were having a meeting when a man from the Space Center came right in without knocking. He walked right up to the Minister of Defense and placed a report in front of him. According to the pictures captured by our spy satellites, all of the Great Xia's Skyfire systems, as well as the mosquito trapping systems on the ground, the target they're aiming at is most likely the tower they built in the uninhabited area some time ago. A sentence that made everyone in the room giggle. Before, they all thought that the Great Summer country was just doing a test that they didn't even need to care about energy, but small and cute. Now they all knew that if it was just a simple test, how could it be possible to mobilize the two most powerful weapon systems in the world at the same time? The Minister of Defense was especially shocked at this time, because his first thought was whether the news Nicole had given him earlier could be false. So he immediately got up and went into his office and sat down by the phone. But he didn't make this call to Nicole, but dialed directly to the top brass of Sakura Nation. He knew that the Sakura Kingdom had spies lurking in the Great Summer Kingdom as well. So he wanted to go through the Sakura Kingdom to prove whether or not the information he had gotten from Nicole's mouth was trustworthy. It was only after communicating with Sakura Nation that he finally let go of his inner wariness of Nicole. As Sakura Nation told him that they had gotten the same message, then he was relieved to dial Nicole's number. MS. Nicole, do you know if anything important is going to happen in the Great Summerland? Nicole thought to herself, I'm just enjoying my life in Dacia right now. Who cares if something important happens to him? Still, one has to play dumb in the face of the defense minister's inquiries. After all, this is the Golden Master who provides one with financial support. Mr. Minister, I don't understand what you mean, because I haven't heard anything. Then the Minister of Defense told her that the Great Summer Kingdom had mobilized all of its skyfire systems and mosquito trapping systems at this very moment, and that the target was none other than that tower in No Man's Land. He asked again, are you really sure that this iron tower is a test that the Great Summer Kingdom is going to do about energy? I can be pretty sure of that, because it was Lu Chuan himself who told me after I got him drunk. The Minister of Defense also knew that at this point in time, whatever the Great Summer was trying to do was already on the line, and it was impossible to get Nicole to investigate at this moment in time. So all he could do was to return to the conference room and follow the matter with the senior staff present. At the same time, he ordered the entire Eagle Sauce Nation to a state of war. In a control center of the Great Summer Kingdom, Lu Chuan, Li Shangdong and Guan Ye, as well as quite a few high-ranking personnel were gathered here. As the time on the big screen entered the final countdown, Lu Chuan personally started the test program. It was nighttime at the moment, and the people of the Dacia Kingdom, as well as the people of some of the countries surrounding the Dacia Kingdom, saw hundreds of laser beams appearing in the sky at almost the same time. However, these laser beams only appeared for less than a second and immediately disappeared into the night sky again. Everyone looked up at the sky, wondering what magical thing was happening, and some even wondered if there was a UFO. Everyone in the control center, including Lu Chuan, also witnessed the entire process take place. Even though they knew the power of the heavenly fire system and the mosquito catching system, they were all surprised by it because it was the first time that all of them had been activated at the same time. They also didn't expect to create such a visible mark in the sky. Just as the group was fuming, a report from No Man's Land came in from the control center. Report, all laser beams hit the spire with pinpoint accuracy, but all those present were not yet cheering for this, for they were still waiting for an announcement. 2 minutes later, no word had come in. Lu Chuan turned to the microphone and anxiously asked, the pipeline leading from the tower tipped to the ground. Has any green liquid been found? This green liquid is none other than the element 115 that everyone was waiting for. However, a few seconds later, the control center said, there is no fluid coming out. One sentence made everyone present begin to look at each other, especially the vast industry. Face this time eyebrows were screwed together. No one dared to make a sound, but by this time everyone was wondering in their minds if the experiment had failed. And at this time, only Lu Chuan's face still remained a serious expression, still quietly waiting for news. Probably the only one of these people who still had absolute faith in the matter at the moment was himself. After another moment, a message suddenly came from the control center that made even Lu Chuan begin to frown. Reporting to Prof. Lu, we found it. A purple liquid is coming out of the pipe. Chapter 154, New Elements. Hearing the word purple made everyone, including Lu Chuan, look as if their faces had frozen. If they had heard green, then everyone would have cheered with excitement, because they know that green is the 115th element they are looking forward to. But now, only 2 words came out of their hearts. That is, failure. After freezing for a long time, Guan Ye picked up the phone and spoke. But it was spoken as if the sky had fallen, without the slightest breath of air. Control center, now immediately checked that the skyfire system and mosquito trap system were not damaged during the test. Because before the test, Lu Chuan had said that the risk of this test was extremely high. There was a possibility that the laser beams emitted by the 2 systems would destroy each other. A few minutes later, it was reported, 2 systems were not damaged. Guan Ye let out a long sigh and patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder, both as a comfort and a sign of appreciation. At this moment, although Guan Ye was of the opinion that the experiment had failed, he was well aware of Lu Chuan's dedication to this experiment in recent times. The 2 systems that had cost the Great Summer Nation countless manpower and financial resources to build were unharmed at this time, and this was Lu Chuan's credit. This was because what Lu Chuan had done recently was to make sure that these laser beams were aimed at the top of the pylons while firing through various massive data calculations. If there is the slightest error in timing, in position, then the result is not just a failed test, but the laser beams of the 2 systems will destroy each other's laser-emitting equipment. If that turned out to be the case, it would be truly bad news for the entire Great Summer Kingdom. And Lu Chuan still had a heavy expression on his face at this time. He didn't even realize that Guan Ye had tapped on his shoulder, because his mind was racing at this time. He was thinking about the chemical table of elements and just what element was purple. Potassium permanganate is also purple. Could it be the element copper? Because the element of pure copper is also purple. And silica containing manganese or iron would also be purple. It couldn't be iodine. Could it? Iodine is also purple. And if that's the case, then this experiment would really be a joke. After thinking for half a day, Lu Chuan's mind couldn't come up with a reasonable result because there were just too many elements in this world that could be combined to form the color purple. Everyone who saw the expression on Lu Chuan's face felt at this time that he must be in agony. Li Shengdong comforted Lu Chuan. The site has already arranged for a helicopter to deliver the samples of the test results, and by studying the samples, perhaps we will be able to know the reason for our failure. Everyone knew that the test had failed, but no one dared to say it because they knew how much effort Lu Chuan had put into this test. For the first time, Li Shengdong uttered the word failure. At the same time, those two words felt like they were stabbing everyone in the heart. However, the expression on Lu Chuan's face at this time remained unchanged. In the midst of the stony expression, it seemed to reveal a confidence that shouldn't be there at the moment. After countless people in the Scientific Research Bureau have calculated all the data, the laser beams of the powerful Skyfire system and mosquito catchers system, after bombarding the mysterious meteorite located at the top of the tower, must have produced an element 115 containing even more powerful energy. Even if there had been a miscalculation, it would never have been as simple as just forming the copper element, the iodine element. Lu Chuan turned around and nodded his head with an expression so calm that it was frightening. To all of them, he said, "Excuse me, I'm going to go back to the lab now and wait for the field crew to bring the samples in, and I'm going to analyze them." When he finished, he walked out alone. A few hours later, a military helicopter landed on the tarmac of the research directorate. A researcher in military uniform on the helicopter, holding a metal canister in both hands, went straight to Lu Chuan's lab after getting off the helicopter. Placing this metal canister in front of Lu Chuan, he also said a mind-boggling sentence. "Professor Lu, this purple liquid, I wonder what element it is. It will seem to glow." When Lu Chuan heard this, he was also shocked in his heart. By this time, Lu Chuan and the few staff members of the Scientific Research Bureau around him had put on the highest level of protective clothing in order to be able to test this unknown object, because they don't know if the element will be super toxic or radioactive. The metal canister, as it turned out, had all the unrelated lab personnel leave the room before it was opened, and the door to the lab was closed as well. And at this moment, far away in that control center more than 10 kilometers away, Guan Ye and a group of senior personnel were already discussing the next issue at this time. They are discussing whether the pylon in no man's land should be dismantled because of the failure of the test, and how to explain this farce to the outside world. It has been proposed that this pylon can be preserved as a huge amount of labor has been spent in its construction. But immediately someone else countered, "Absolutely not. If we don't dismantle it, we'll just let this tower rust in no man's land and eventually turn into a pile of iron slag. That's what we've built by consuming huge quantities of steel, and it would be a very objective amount of money to dismantle it." In Lu Chuan's laboratory, he was currently slowly opening the jar containing the purple liquid. After opening it, I saw that the purple liquid seemed to flow as if by itself, and it also gave off an eerie purple light. The researchers present were amazed. The experimenter sucked out a drop of liquid in a test tube, put it into the apparatus for the test, and began to analyze the molecular structure of this liquid. An hour or so later, on the vast industry side, the group was still discussing how to wrap up the failed experiment, but suddenly the door to the conference room was slammed open. Everyone was startled and looked in one direction in unison. It turned out that the person who stumbled in was Lu Chuan, only to see that he hadn't even had time to take off the white coat of the Scientific Research Bureau on his body, holding a stack of A4 papers in his hand and walking straight to the side of Guan Ye. This was exactly the report that Lu Chuan and the others had just tested on this liquid. Due to the rush along the way, Lu Chuan's throat was dry by this time. He didn't care whose water was in the water glass on the table, or if it had been drunk. As soon as he picked it up, he gulped it down in 2 bites. Everyone was shocked by his actions, thinking that he was irritated by the failed experiment. After catching a few breaths of air, Lu Chuan then pointed to the test report thrown on the desktop and said, "Test. The test results are out." Everyone here held their breath. Lu Chuan's next sentence made them almost all want to jump onto the table and dance immediately. "According to our tests, are synthesized a brand new element that contains more than 3 times the energy of element 115. Chapter 155 Extra Long Life Fuel. Many of the people here are in charge of the various programs in this trial. Everyone's mood was also lost to the extreme when they realized just now that the test had failed. Also at the same time all thinking about how to minimize the losses invested in this trial. But at this time, when they heard Lu Chuan say that the result of their test, the element synthesized was 3 times the energy of element 115, everyone's first reaction, apart from excitement, was even a little bit of disbelief in their own ears. Because this is not a success. This is a huge success. This is a success that can make this world recognize the great Summerland again. The test reports thrown on the table were grabbed into everyone's hands by you and me. staring wide-eyed at the various data on them. Guanya watched it twice, from beginning to end, in all seriousness, because he still couldn't believe his eyes when he read it the first time. He rubbed his hands together and read it a second time. It was only after reading it for the second time that he hugged Lu Chuan in a hug. "Kid, I knew it, you're damn sure good." And at this time, there were quite a few people who had expressions written on their faces as if they were a bit sorry for Lu Chuan, because just now they were all complaining in their minds that this failed experiment had cost too much manpower and material resources. The general industry also immediately announced that it was naming this new element the purple element. After calming down, he asked Lu Chuan again, "With our current situation, how many of these elements can be mass-produced?" Lu Chuan did some rough calculations in his head and said to him, "The meteorites that we have left over now, it would be unrealistic to make this element available for civilian use. But if all of them were mass-produced and used for our defense weapon systems, as well as some new ones that could supply us with vehicles in space like the Night Lord's one, it would be completely enough for decades." In other words, from this moment onwards, Lu Chuan's purple elemental could allow the Great Summer Nation to have a flying machine that was the same as, or even surpassed, the Night Lord's one in a short period of time. At this time, the Eagle Jam country in the Hive system, because of the lack of communication satellites, has not yet been able to begin to continue the deployment, but Kena News of the Great Xia country has made the top management of the Eagle Jam country cannot sit still, because the vast industry had no intention of hiding this matter, but instead had a press spokesperson announce the important breakthrough of the Great Summer Nation to the world the next day. The press spokesman said in front of a large number of reporters, "Our country of Daxia, through many efforts, has now mastered a super fuel, which can be used to fly through space for a long time by means of a flying vehicle." Immediately, a reporter asked, "May I ask if the long flight you are talking about is going to have a longer range than Eagle Jam Nation's previous Night Lord I? We don't know much about the Eagle Jam country's Night Lord I, so naturally we don't know how long it can work in space, and in any case, the vehicles we build in the future may not need to be refueled for probably years." In fact, none of the journalists present knew that Night Lord 1 had previously used element 115, much less what it relied on to be able to have the ability to go directly into space. However, these people could also infer through the confident expression on the face of the press spokesperson of the Great Summer country, not to mention that the Eagle Sauce country had now lost the Night Lord 1, even if they still possessed the Night Lord 1 right now. Then the flying machine that the Great Summer country would later manufacture would definitely be on top of the Night Lord 1. A reporter from the Eagle Sauce country asked, "May I ask if the pylons that your country of Daxia built earlier in the No Man's Land were designed to create this new fuel?" The spokesman pondered for a moment and said, "This matter concerns the high-level secrets of our Great Xia country. In fact, even I am not particularly sure whether that iron tower of ours is intended for experimentation or for mass production of this new type of fuel. So please forgive me for not being able to comment on it." "Then isn't it safe to say that you, the Great Summer Kingdom, will be able to stop relying on oil in the future? And also, when will you build out the new flying machine?" "No, at the moment, our kind of fuel is not capable of popularizing civilian use, but it's wrong for military defense use, and we don't have an exact time when we'll develop a new type of vehicle. We just want to tell the world that in the future, we'll have a strong defense capability in space as well." After learning about the operation of the Skyfire system and the mosquito trap system, the Eagle Sauce country's Minister of Defense kept an eye on the news from the Great Summer country. When he saw the live broadcast of this press conference, he instantly felt like there were hundreds of powerful flying machines from the Great Summer Kingdom hovering above his head at all times. Hunter was in the presence of the Secretary of Defense at this time, even to the point of strangling him. All he could think was that his own Minister of Defense in front of him was a stupid guy, and it seemed like every decision he made lately was an opportunity to outdo himself in the Daxia. The opportunity to deploy the Hive system in space for a short period of time was easily possible, but it was also slowed down by a mandatory order from the Secretary of Defense, and the result of the wait was the malfunctioning of the communications satellite, which led to a complete suspension of the deployment mission. The Minister of Defense was frozen in place by this time. He asked Hunter, "Mr. Hunter, I'm wondering how long the Night Lord 1 that we used to carry element 115 can stay in space if it still exists." Hunter gritted his teeth and said, "It may only be a month or two at the most before we have to return to the surface to refill element 115. The Great Summer Kingdom says that the vehicles they build in the future can last for years in space if they are filled with their newly developed super fuel. That means the fuel they're using isn't element 115, right? I think the Great Summer Kingdom has gotten hold of a fuel that is much more powerful than element 115. The Great Summer Kingdom has always been modest, and for them to dare to announce it to the world like this, I can only think that their fuel will be even more powerful than our projections." These words made the Minister of Defense completely slump in his chair. staring at the ceiling like a dead man for a long time, unable to utter a single word. After a long while, he asked, "If our hive system is deployed, do you think we'll still have a fighting chance against the Great Summer Kingdom?" The hive system was the only chance for Hunter to prove himself, so naturally he was positive. He said, "Mr. Minister, looking at the entire Eagle Sauce country, I think the only weapon system that can break bread with the Great Summer country is our Deep Blue Company's hive system, so we are determined not to give up on this system." The Minister of Defense was of course well aware that even if he knew that the hive system was unbeatable in front of the Great Summer, then the deployment mission of this system was now on the line and had to go on. So he immediately ordered the Space Center to speed up the communications satellite deployment mission, and he wanted to start the hive system deployment mission in the shortest possible time. Weapons. This time he asked for a direct increase from 1 satellite to 3, just in case of any mishaps. In addition, at this moment, in Hunter's mind, he had begun to wonder what could be done to give his hive system a major upgrade. Chapter 156, Self-Destruct Mechanism. In fact, if Dacia can't achieve a breakthrough in fuel, it's unlikely to be able to surpass the Eagle Sauce Nation's hive system in space, because the hive system is already powerful enough in every aspect. So racking his brain, both in terms of fuel and weapon systems, Hunter was unable to come up with a suitable way to realize the upgrade of the hive system. However, he eventually came up with a way to maximize the value of the hive system. He said to the Secretary of Defense, "Mr. Secretary, since it doesn't make much sense for us to continue deploying the hive system now, and it doesn't make much sense for combat effectiveness in space, we have to leave ourselves a fallback." The Secretary of Defense frowned and asked, "What do you have in mind?" "I surmise that the Great Summer Kingdom has probably gotten hold of our plans to deploy the hive system by now, and our communications satellite on the moon. I think it's also likely that they destroyed it, so there's probably not much point in us continuing to deploy the hive system as we had previously thought now." Looking at the expression on Hunter's face, the Secretary of Defense had sensed if the guy had thought of a riskier approach. Sure enough, Hunter said to him, "Mr. Secretary, do you know why both man and animal in nature turn away from the hive of the honeybee?" The Secretary of Defense said dismissively, "Because bees sting." Of course, yes, but the more important point is that the bee is an animal that has a spirit of sacrifice in order to be able to protect its hive, and that is that every bee, after it has stung a human being, dies itself, because its stinger has stayed in the human being's body. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Defense froze, as he had realized what Hunter was planning to do. "Are you trying to put a self-destruct device on every module of the hive system?" Hunter shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. All we need to do is to install self-destruct devices to some of these modules, and at the same time strengthen the defense capability of these modules to give it time to get close to the enemy. Then I'm sure this deterrent is enough to make our opponents tremble in fear." Deep Blue actually had very big ambitions at the beginning of the design of the hive system. They even had thoughts of taking advantage of the modularity of the hive system to build a city in space later. So at the very beginning, Hunter had thought about having each type of module have its own function once the hive system was at scale, some of which were responsible for defense. The Minister of Defense thought for a moment, and the melancholy expression on his face finally eased a little. He certainly knew what the advantages of the hive system were, and to him, this suggestion from Hunter was like giving him his last hope. Even the Secretary of Defense had an even more exaggerated idea at the moment. He was already fantasizing about the image of the entire world trembling in fear when the hive system of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom came to scale. He smiled at Hunter and said, "The way you put it is very good, but there is one thing I think could be upgraded." "Upgrade?" Hunter froze, not understanding what he was talking about. The Secretary of Defense went on to say, "The best way to subjugate your adversary in this world is to let them know that you have nuclear weapons." "You mean to say, put a nuclear weapon on the module?" The Minister of Defense nodded and said, "That's right. Our Eagle Sauce country has developed small nuclear weapons a long time ago, and has never had a use for them. And today this approach of yours kind of reminded me of that, and kind of found a use for our small nuclear weapons." Hunter didn't realize that the Secretary of Defense had crazier ideas than he did, because no country in this world has ever dared to propose taking nuclear weapons into space, not to mention the fact that this thing is a threat to any country in the world, and if the slightest thing goes wrong, then this nuclear weapon carrying module is a threat to the entire hive system. Thinking of this, Hunter showed a hint of hesitation, because his idea is the same as the Deep Blue Company, is to use the hive system as the basis, in space to create a city, let this city make their history. But at the same time, he knew that perhaps it was really the only way to make the world fear the hive system. So the two men's ideas clicked. The Secretary of Defense immediately ordered Deep Blue, which was building the modules, to begin retrofitting some of the modules with mini nukes. These days, as the Great Summer announced to the world that the synthesized purple element had become the focus of worldwide attention. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom was naturally super upset about being overshadowed by too much of the limelight. So after it was determined that the Hive system would be retrofitted with a self-destruct device, it also began to reckon with announcing to the public that the Hive system was being deployed. But they certainly wouldn't say anything to anyone about the fact that they would add nukes to the Hive module, or else they would know in their own hearts that it would cause panic in the entire world, and even cause resentment in most countries. Prior to the press conference, Eagle Jam Nation first allowed the media to break some news on this subject to the public. For most of the people, or some countries, at the beginning of the heart do not dare to believe that this thing is true, because this thing is really a little bit unbelievable. After all, in the beginning there were just a few tidbits of information that appeared on the internet, exactly like exaggerated urban legends. However, only some high-ranking people in the Great Xia state who knew the inside story realized it was true when they saw these messages. Guan Ye laughed. The Eagle Sauce Nation can't stand loneliness after all. So even before the Eagle Sauce country held a press conference, they had already started inviting journalists from various countries. As a result, many people also smelled a hint of information that was different from the past, and they all guessed that the Eagle Jam country must have some heavy news to release. By the day the press conference was held, the reporters on the stage had a different look on their faces when they saw the Eagle Sauce Nation's press spokesperson walk onto the stage, as if it was written with the feeling that the old man was the best in the world. Facing a crowded field of journalists from various countries under the stage, the spokesman said, "Today, we, the Eagle Jam Nation, would like to announce an important event to this world. That is, we are going to deploy a set of weapon system called the Hive in space, and we believe that this system can make a contribution to world peace." Everyone's press secretary said this and pretty much stifled a laugh. The broad industry in front of the TV said, "The Eagle Jam country has really played up its chutzpah to the fullest, and contributing to world peace sounds awkward to anyone when it comes from their mouths." At the same time, everyone realized that the gossip that appeared on the internet earlier did not seem to be empty. Chapter 157 From the Sea. A reporter from Daxia asked, "May I ask if the Hive system deployed by your Eagle Sauce country is in response to our Daxia country's recent announcement that we have discovered superfuel?" The spokesman for the Hawksbane Nation contemptuously extended a finger and wagged it in the negative. No. In fact, before your Great Summer Nation announced this matter, our Eagle Sauce Nation had already begun deploying our Hive system in space. We know nothing about your development of superfuel, much less targeting you. One reporter asked. As far as we know, various countries have not detected the existence of your Hive system through satellites in space. Are you deployed deep in space? Not really. In order not to cause panic in other countries, when we deployed the Hive system, we chose the location on the backside of the moon, so other countries weren't able to discover it? That one sentence drew a big question mark on everyone's face. Even the reporters in the room looked at each other. Someone immediately got up and asked, "Since your Hive system is for the sake of peace in this world, why are you afraid that everyone will know about this when you deploy it? Could it be that you are afraid that we will know about it because you will be equipped with weapons of mass destruction on the modules of your Hive system?" It was naturally impossible for the spokesman to admit this matter, but the expression on his face still betrayed him. He hesitated and denied. "No, even if we were to equip powerful weapons in a modular fashion, we would ask that the various nations rest assured as these weapons would never pose a threat to Earth. After all, this weapon system of ours is aimed at space, not Earth. Currently the world has the most powerful firepower in space is the country of Daxia." The spokesman said is not aimed at the country of Daxia, but this sentence as a person can hear and understand. Because aimed at the space, that is aimed at the country of Daxia's Skyfire system. When someone asked about the scale of the future deployment of the Hive system, the spokesman's face was even more peaceful dejected expression. Since the Hive system in our Eagle Sauce Nation is modular, it can theoretically be built as large as we want, so it's possible that we could deploy a city the size of a city in space in the future. The reporters on stage were in an uproar as the statement really shocked everyone, because if say a city of the Eagle Jam Nation floats in space in the future, then it could be a long time for them to have no more rivals in this world. However, in the country of Daxia, Guan Ye was just coldly watching this press conference. He naturally knew in his heart that the Great Summer Kingdom now had a super long-lasting fuel like the purple element, which was the top priority. In the future, it would only be necessary to develop a vehicle that could fight in space, so the Hive system of the Eagle Jam country would naturally be unbeatable in front of the Great Xia country. In the face of the Eagle Sauce country's strength, all the countries in the world are waiting for the response of the Great Summer country. But after a few days had passed, the Great Xia kingdom did not make a single sound, as if it did not care at all. But by this time on the internet, a variety of voices had begun to appear. Some people thought that the Eagle Sauce Nation's powerful weapon system this time might be something that even the Great Xia Nation had never expected. So the Great Xia Nation also chose to remain silent because there was absolutely no weapon in hand that could suppress the hive system. There were others who had a completely different viewpoint on this, believing that over the years, the Great Summer Kingdom had, every time, flashed a killer app when everyone was unprepared. So this time is still also full of confidence in the Great Summer Country. However, after the world had waited for a few days, the Great Summer still hadn't made any noise. But at this time the Yellow Sand Country was a bit pressed. At a press conference in the Yellow Sands Country, a reporter asked if they, the Yellow Sands Country, would panic after the Eagle Sauce Country deployed the beehive system. The Yellow Sand Country's press spokesman smiled blandly and said, "As we all know, if there is nothing in this world that causes the Great Summer Country to panic, then we in the Yellow Sand Country will definitely not panic." A reporter from the Eagle Jam Nation asked, "The hive system is so powerful. Aren't you the least bit alarmed? We recognize that your hive system is powerful enough, but I also don't really believe that your Eagle Jam Nation will contribute anything to the peace of this world. This is something that I think the whole world will agree on. In addition to the fact that the Great Summer Kingdom already possesses the purple element, so I believe that the Great Summer Kingdom will never stand by and do nothing about this matter." "Then does your Yellow Sand Country already know that the Great Summer Country has been working on developing some secret weapon?" The spokesman of the Yellow Sand Country shook his head and said, "No, we don't know, and we don't need to find out, because what I can be very sure of is that the Great Summer Country is the key to making this world peaceful." The reporter from the Eagle Sauce Country could only lower his head in gray when he heard this, and at the same time, this statement also made many reporters on the stage nod their heads in agreement. However, at Daxia's own press conference, even when a reporter mentioned the issue, the spokesman said he had no comment. Unbeknownst to them, Guan Ye and Lu Chuan have already put this matter on the agenda. Lu Chuan's point of view on this plan was, "We have a super fuel like the purple element, and I'm sure the Eagle Sauce Kingdom knows what we'll do with it. So there's not much point in us just setting up a vehicle in space like they did, and I wouldn't even take the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's hive as my own enemy." The industry at large is puzzled by this. Lu Chuan explained again, "We announced to the world that we had mastered the mass production of the purple element, but the current situation is that the Eagle Jam Nation doesn't seem to be overly nervous about this matter. So I reckon that their hive system must have an advantage that they think they have that we can't imagine." Guan Ye said, "But we always have to have our own place in space. We can't just let the Eagle Sauce Nation have a monopoly in space like this." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "That's natural, but I want to use another surprise method." It turned out that even though Lu Chuan knew how powerful the hive system was, he still had a certain amount of confidence in the Skyfire system now. For him, the Eagle Jam Nation's hive system in space was now strong enough. What they needed now was an opponent, one weaker than them. In that case, the Skyfire system was left for them to get high on, so that they would be unsuspecting every time they thought of their hive system in comparison to the Skyfire system. Guan Ye said, "Then don't we have no advantage in space?" Lu Chuan laughed. "The Skyfire system is completely sufficient as a general defense system. So this time, I think we should start from the sea." Chapter 158 New Orders. From the sea? Guan Ye asked. Li Shengdong also anxiously asked at this time. "Now that we are competing with the Eagle Sauce Country in space, why did you kid go back to the sea all of a sudden?" Lu Chuan said, "If we now proceed to build vehicles specifically for use in space, then we will be caught in a vicious circle because the Eagle Jam countries may go to great lengths to overtake us, and they may even deploy nuclear weapons in space." When Lu Chuan said this, everyone probably could not have imagined that Lu Chuan's concern had become a reality. It's just that people like Lu Chuan and Guan Ye didn't expect the Eagle Jam Congress to be so unscrupulous. Guan Ye nodded and said, "You have a few points. So what is your plan?" "We, the Great Xia Kingdom, have enough warships, and if we give these warships the ability to lift off by modifying them, then we can take care of both the sea and space defenses at the same time." After it was determined that the purple element could be mass-produced, some of the senior personnel of the Great Summer Kingdom believed that they would be able to build a vehicle that would surpass the Eagle Sauce Kingdom one in the future. Although this would cost a huge amount of money, it was an absolutely cost-effective deal relative to the defense of the entire Great Xia state. When Guan Ye heard this suggestion from Lu Chuan, he immediately began to think seriously. Li Shengdong also said thoughtfully at this time, "This doesn't seem to be a bad idea. In this way, the money that can be left for our country, that is definitely an astronomical figure. Not to mention other things, just the various metals needed to rebuild the vehicles in space. That is not something that an ordinary country can afford to eat." Seeing that Guan Ye didn't say anything, Lu Chuan continued, "With the defense capabilities that our Skyfire system and Mosquito Catcher's system have now, it's possible that the Hawk Jam Kingdom will pose a threat to us in the future. But when we have a fleet that can go into space, these won't be a problem." Hearing this, the industry at large immediately decided to call a high-level meeting to discuss the matter. In the end, Lu Chuan's proposal passed everyone's agreement without any problems, and it was also decided that Lu Chuan would take the lead, leading the research bureau as well as various industries to carry out the task of remodeling the ships. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce country, after they had announced to the world that they had deployed the Hive system, they had been waiting for Daxia's reaction. Even as their space center was constantly monitoring every move of Daxia's satellites in space, they even hoped that the Great Summer State would respond, even if it meant shooting down one of their satellites, because what they can't stand the most is the Great Summer's indifference, not knowing what big moves are being planned behind the scenes. In particular, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country asks the Space Center every day if the Daxia country has made any moves, but the news you get is always that everything is fine. A few days later, the Eagle Sauce nation's communications satellites finally began to function properly near orbit around the moon, and so the deployment of the Hive system began to frantically catch up with progress. Earlier in the day, the Secretary of Defense had expected to be able to deploy one module of the Hive system per day, so that if they could have a year's worth of time, their Hive system might have the ability to go toe-to-toe with the Skyfire system. But now, at the behest of the Secretary of Defense, the original rate of one module a day has been increased to 3, and it still has to be deployed long enough for a year. That meant that in a little over 3 months, their Hive system would take shape, and in a year, they would have over 1,000 modules of the Hive system. In the view of the Eagle Kingdom, a Hive system of 1,000 modules would make it impossible for any other country in the world to have the ability to defend itself against this kind of strong attack power. Not to mention the fact that some of the modules were equipped with nuke-level self-destruct devices. On the same day, both Minako and Nicole received a mission from their superiors at the same time, and the content of the mission was exactly the same. That was a request for the two of them to find out exactly what kind of tactics, or weapons systems, Daxia would use to counter the Eagle Sauce nation's Hive system. Both men knew that the task was nearly impossible. How many means had Craig used in the past to try to learn about the weapon systems developed by Lu Chuan? And he had never succeeded. Not to mention the fact that these two were now on the verge of treating themselves as if they were from the Great Summer Kingdom. But in order to be able to guarantee Lu Chuan's personal safety, he could only take the order with a hard head. However, when she received this order, it was as if Nicole had lost her backbone all of a sudden, and she reflexively thought of Minako, just dialing Minako's phone. I didn't expect Minako to ask directly, "Did you receive an order from your superiors? How do you know? Did you get orders too?" Minako chuckled. For a long time the top people of our two countries have been in cahoots with each other, and the first thing that came to my mind when I received the order was whether or not you would soon receive the same order as I did. What was actually on the minds of the two men at the moment was not how to fulfill the orders of their superiors, but to think of a way to put this matter off. Nicole asked directly, "We can't just make up a random excuse this time like we did last time. I'm worried they won't believe it so easily this time." Minako said, "I don't care. It doesn't matter even if I don't go on this mission. The key still lies in you. With my understanding of your Eagle Sauce country, if your superiors don't get the information they want from you for a long time, then it's highly likely that they'll take action to assassinate Lu Chuan. Of course I know. That's what I'm anxious about. It doesn't matter to me what the intelligence is. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I'm just worried that there's absolutely no reason to stonewall them, and that my Secretary of Defense is going to give this mission to someone else." Nicole now subconsciously seemed to have somewhat already taken Minako as her big sister, and when she encountered anything, she thought of discussing it with her first, but that's something she probably doesn't even realize yet. Minako, on the other hand, treated this matter with less pressure. After all, she had faced such a cold-blooded opponent as Craig in the past and hadn't allowed him to harm Lu Chuan even a little bit, so Minako now had one goal in mind, and that was for someone to hurt Lu Chuan, and she would do everything in her power to make that person disappear. Nicole asked again, "Should we get Lu Chuan drunk like last time and get some words out of him?" Minako immediately stopped it and said, "Are you crazy? Do you really want to ask Lu Chuan about some secrets of the Great Summer Kingdom from his mouth? I used scopolamine on him once before, and it has already made me uneasy on my conscience. I won't do it this time even if I say anything." Nicole grumbled, "Easy for you to say. You could care less. But if I don't, it's not like you don't know what our Eagle Sauce country is going to use next." Chapter 159, Intelligence in Exchange for Pampering. Nicole said to Minako again, "Of course I don't want to really get any information from Lu Chuan's mouth. I'm not interested in these things, but I'm just making up reasons. I should at least have a direction. If the final result is 100,000 miles different from the reasons I made up, how can Eagle Land trust me in the future?" Minako said, "You don't have to rush. When Craig was still alive, it was almost impossible to get information from Daxia. Your defense minister must know this, although it's already ordered you, but it's not like you need the information right away. I'll help you think about it. Nicole's heart was a little more solid. At least she knew she wasn't alone now. Minako also knew that what Nicole said made sense. By now the whole world probably knew that the Daxia Kingdom would make a move. They just hadn't released any news to the outside world yet. So she decided to find a chance to probe from Lu Chuan's mouth. But she must not get him drunk with both of them like she did last time with Nicole. Otherwise such an act would be too dangerous indeed. One night a few days later, Lu Chuan came back earlier this day probably because he had less work to do. After having dinner, the two of them, Lu Chuan and Minako, were sitting on the sofa and were watching TV. Coincidentally, the TV was showing news about the hive system in the Eagle Jam country at this time. Seeing that this was an opportunity, Minako immediately did a little birdie act and snuggled into Lu Chuan's arms. As she watched the TV, she asked, Lu Chuan, do you think the hive system that the Eagle Jam country deployed in space this time will be a great threat to our Daxia country? Lu Chuan didn't answer the question directly, but smiled and said, I didn't expect you actually care about national affairs. Weren't you always uninterested in these things before? I am not interested in these things. Can be before I know that our great summer country is not much danger. Now the whole world seems to be talking about the Eagle Sauce country deployed hive system. We have no action. I'm not following the anxious stuff. Eagle Sauce country bullied us. We take what to fight back. Not knowing if it was comforting, or if he felt that Minako's words moved him a bit, Lu Chuan subconsciously hugged Minako's shoulders a bit tighter. You don't have to worry. We, the great summer country, will definitely not stand by and watch any country in this world act recklessly in front of us, let alone bully us. Minako immediately sat up and said in a complaining tone, It's all your fault. You researchers, why did you let the Eagle Jam nation surpass us so easily? You should have developed a more powerful weapon system. Minako made Lu Chuan laugh at once. It's the first time I've seen this kind of attitude from you. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Are you that afraid of our great summer kingdom being bullied by them? That's for sure. I'm not just worried about our great summer country being bullied. I'm worried about the brutal and unreasonable Eagle Sauce country. Once they surpass us, they'll bully even the other weaker countries, and those countries would have been able to be sheltered by us. So now the Eagle Sauce country won't be able to bully whichever one they want to bully? Lu Chuan said. See how nervous you are. Don't worry, our great summer country will not let this happen. But now the whole world knows that the Eagle Jam country's hive system is the most powerful weapon system in the world. If we wait for them to finish deploying it, they won't be afraid of our Skyfire system anymore. Lu Chuan asked her in a joking tone, could it be that the Heavenly Fire system, and the mosquito-catching system that we have worked so hard to develop, are so unbearable in your hearts? Of course not. It's just that with so many modules of the Eagle Jam nation's hive system, and being so far out in deep space, it's like it feels like it's encircling the entire planet. So I always feel like if we wait for their hive system to be deployed, they'll be bullying us at any moment. Lu Chuan smiled without saying anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Minako added in a small petulant voice, Hey, Lu Chuan, is there something you're not comfortable telling me? Is it that our great summer country is already developing some advanced, even more powerful weapon system than their hive system right now? After saying that, she brought her fiery red lips close to Lu Chuan's ear and added, Can you tell me quietly? I will definitely keep it a secret for you. How could an ordinary man stand a woman pampering herself like this in front of him? Not to mention a great beauty like Minako who had a body to match her figure and a mold to match her mold. But Lu Chuan's heart is even more clear. This is related to the national level of confidentiality. Is never easy to speak to anyone, including their own loved ones. So Lu Chuan immediately put on a serious look on his face and said, This is not a question you can ask. And even if I know, I can't tell you. Minako again pouted. You just quietly reveal a little bit to me. I am now anxious about the night or about to sleep. While saying that, Minako was still pulling Lu Chuan's arm and flinging it around like a little kid. Seeing such a situation, Lu Chuan knew that if he didn't say anything, it would be almost impossible for him to have a peaceful sleep tonight. So he himself began to consider whether he could tell Minako something that wasn't exactly classified, so that he could put the matter off. Just as she was thinking, Minako followed up with, Just tell me a little bit. Just let me know if our great summer country is developing any advanced weapons right now, so that I'll have peace of mind. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, Advanced weapons? No, this one really doesn't. Minako said in surprise. You're just going to watch the Hawksbane Kingdom leave us far behind? Lu Chuan smiled and said, But I can tell you a little secret. But you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Immediately, Minako nodded frantically, revealing a longing expression as she perked up her ears and waited for what Lu Chuan was going to say. We're not planning to develop any advanced weapon systems this time. And since we've mastered the purple element, we might have to build ships that fly. After saying that, Lu Chuan immediately added, Well, That's all I can say. And you can't ask any more questions. Looking at Minako again, this time with a disappointed expression, she picked up a cushion beside her and smashed it at Lu Chuan. Che, just this. Thought it was how marvelous weapon system. The original is a ship that will fly. People Eagle Sauce Country is not a long time ago have Night Baron one. Wait for you to build out. The Eagle Sauce Country is also surely will not be afraid of us. Lu Chuan could only spread his hands in front of Minako's face, stating that there was nothing I could do if you thought so. However, to Minako, the information in Lu Chuan's sentence would have been completely enough for the two of them, her and Nicole, to use to stall their superiors. Chapter 160, A Broken Ship. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan had left home to go to work at the research bureau. Minako was still sleeping at this time, but Nicole, who couldn't resist the loneliness, woke Minako up with a phone call. Picking up the phone, before Nicole could speak, Minako complained, "Hey, you don't even look at what time it is, whether Lu Chuan is still at home or not. You're calling me. Che, I'm not a little cutie. I ambushed you in front of your house early in the morning, and I only called you after I saw Lu Chuan go out. I am really convinced you. There is a need to be in such a hurry. Your superiors have only given you the task. It's only been 2 days. You are in a hurry like a monkey. Nonsense. You think I'm like you. Every day I can accompany Lu Chuan. Every day I can see his heart is solid. Of course I'm anxious about this matter. If I can't solve it well, Lu Chuan may lose his little life one day." Minako deserved to be sleepy as she got out of bed and opened the door for Nicole. As soon as she came in, Nicole couldn't wait to ask, "How was it? Did you get any useful information from Lu Chuan?" Minako looked at her and smiled a little and said, "I guess it's considered useful information, and I didn't dare ask too much for fear of arousing his suspicions." What? Come on. The way I heard Lu Chuan say it, it should mean that in the future, the Great Summer Kingdom will build battleships that can lift off the ground like your Eagle Sauce Kingdom's Night Lord one did before. A comment that immediately upset Nicole. Although I am still indeed a Hawksbane countryman, but you don't need to hang on to your mouth to say it. How do I sound like cursing? So twisted. Besides, aren't you still a Sakura countryman? Do you see me usually say you? I think of you as a Dacia countryman. Minako covered her mouth as she snickered and apologized. Oh come on. My bad. I won't say that again. It's them Eagle Kingdom. Nicole asked doubtfully again at this time. It's that simple? The Great Summer Kingdom has already mastered the purple element, so is it just going to build a ship like the Night Lord? No? 1. Minako said. Let me think about it. Is definitely not like this. Even if the Great Summer Kingdom only builds airships like the Night Lord, no. 1. Then there will definitely be advantages that we can't imagine exist. Just how can Lu Chuan tell me that much? This one is a secret of the Great Summer Kingdom. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Minako continued to tell her again. But with information like this, I think it's already completely enough to be used to fob off your superiors. And even if the Great Summer Kingdom does build incredibly powerful battleships in the future, at the very least, the direction of the information you've given is correct, isn't it? Yes, that's how I'll report it to the Secretary of Defense. With that, Nicole turned around and was about to leave. Minako was busy stopping her and asked, "What are you doing?" "Of course I'm going back to report this matter to the Minister of Defense." After the report I'll be considered to have completed my mission, and it won't be a relief. Minako gave her a blank look. Are you stupid? Your superior just gave you a mission only 2 days ago, and you're reporting it to him. He'll definitely think that you accomplished it with great ease, and then the next thing you know, you'll be given a new mission, which is bound to be even harder to accomplish than the one you're on now. Nicole came to a realization and gave Minako a thumbs up. Worthy of a veteran intelligence officer. I was in such a hurry too. How could I have forgotten about this? That is, you must have to report it sometime later, and in the meantime wait for them to urge you twice, and then give them the news, so that they will think you have gotten it by 1,000 means, and so that you will be more trustworthy to them. Nicole was like a small child being educated by a teacher, and she nodded frantically while Minako spoke, and at this time, it also made Minako realize that the two major intelligence organizations, Sakura Country and Eagle Sauce Country, had been deeply controlled by the two of them, and she was more than convinced that only in this way could Lu Chuan's personal safety be guaranteed in the future. After 10 days had passed and there had been no news waiting for Nicole, the Eagle Sauce Nation's defense minister really couldn't sit still and began to urge Nicole one after another to complete her mission as soon as possible, because his heart was really anxious. One could even say fearful that the Dacia Congress would coldly light up a killer. It was only after much prodding that Nicole finally relented and told him the news she had gotten. At first the Minister of Defense couldn't believe it either, and he asked, "Nicole, are you really sure that they, the Great Summer Kingdom, are just using the purple element to build the same spaceship as the Night Lord one?" Nicole said, "This should be certain. If I continue to pursue this, It will definitely arouse Lu Chuan's suspicion. To be able to convince the Secretary of Defense, Nicole added a little more fuel to the fire. There has always been a big gap between the battleships of the Great Summer Kingdom and our Eagle Sauce Kingdom that can't be compared to ours. No matter it's the quantity or the quality. So I think that this news is true, and I estimate that even if the Great Summer Kingdom builds the same ship as ours, the Night Lord one, the size and the combat power will definitely not be as powerful as our Night Lord one. The Minister of Defense thought hard about it and felt that what Nicole had said did have some truth to it. Because the whole world knows that the strength of their Eagle Jam nation at sea is unmatched by any nation. So after hanging up the phone, the Secretary of Defense was also finally relieved. Hunter has been worried about this in recent times as well. The Minister of Defense laughed out loud at this time while saying to Hunter, "My dear Mr. Hunter, it seems that we don't need to be nervous anymore. The Great Summer Kingdom doesn't seem to be able to come up with any killer weapons." Hunter didn't understand what the Secretary of Defense meant and asked with a frown. But they already have the purple element. How can they not go and build a more powerful weapon system? The Secretary of Defense said contemptuously. It can't be helped. I think our previous Night Lord one was a ceiling for them that their technology couldn't reach. Even with a super fuel like the purple element, they're just copying a broken ship that isn't nearly as powerful as our previous Night Lord one. Hunter followed this with a big smile. Ha ha, it seems that I was still overthinking it. It's really a waste to put this kind of element in the hands of their Great Summer Kingdom, the Minister of Defense said. Let alone a collection of warships that are the same as our Night Lord one. Even if it's 10 of them, they're nothing more than targets that can't be hit in front of our hive system. But after the Secretary of Defense heard Hunter's words, a greedy thought popped into his mind at this time. That is, he knew that the Eagle Sauce country's element 115 was about to run out due to the deployment of the hive system. So if they could have the purple element of the Great Summer country, then it would be like a tiger adding wings to their Eagle Sauce country. Chapter 161, The Face of Greed. Ever since this greedy idea was planted like a seed in the heart of the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister, he had been scratching his heart and not being able to sleep at night for a few days in a row, always thinking about the purple elements of the Great Summer country. Even the Secretary of Defense couldn't resist letting the Eagle Jam country's media release the news to the outside world. For a while the world's networks were filled with all kinds of news about the Eagle Jam nation wanting to buy the purple element. At a press conference on this day in the Eagle Jam country, a reporter brought up the issue with the spokesman. The spokesperson shamelessly replied, "When we learned that Daxia had developed the purple element, we in the Eagle Sauce Nation were happy for them. But as we all know, our Eagle Sauce Nation's science and technology has always been ahead of the rest of the globe. So we would surely want to have this kind of element as well so that we can provide more help to this world." A reporter asked, "Then what method are you trying to use to get the purple element? Is it through negotiations with the Great Summer Kingdom, or do you intend to buy it?" The spokesman said, "At the moment, this is still only our initial idea of the Eagle Sauce country, and we do not rule out the possibility of using a variety of methods to come to the negotiation with the Daxia country, no matter whether it is a purchase or an exchange. As long as the Daxia country has the will to do so, I think that this will be a deal that will make both sides feel satisfied." Many people present at this time even thought that this speaker was joking, because sober people knew that there was no way that the Great Summer country would ever make any deals with the Eagle Sauce country with the purple element. At this time, a reporter from the Great Summer country suddenly stood up and asked, "Then I would like to ask you, Eagle Sauce country, since you boast of having the most leading technology in the world, but why is it that even we, the Great Summer country, have developed the purple element, but you haven't?" A comment that made the journalists in the audience burst out laughing. The press spokesman on the stage in an instant. His face also reddened to his neck all of a sudden, and he didn't know how to reply in the middle of the day. At the same time in the country of Daxia, the two people who were watching this live broadcast, Guan Ya and Li Shangdong, were so happy that they almost jumped up. Relief? This reporter from our Great Summer country is really relieved to ask questions. Li Shangdong said, "Commander Guang, since they, the Great Xia Kingdom, have already had this idea, I don't think it will take long before they will definitely get in touch with us," Guan Ye said with a disdainful face. "Humph. In fact, this group of bandits has already contacted our top management, only to be vetoed by us outright." Li Shengdong asked curiously, "Commander Guang, I'm curious as to what kind of conditions they will offer us." The conditions are indeed more enticing. They even let us choose for ourselves whether we want money or certain technologies that are exclusive to them. But all of these things are worthless in the face of the purple elemental, so our higher-ups just vetoed it without even thinking about it. The lapdog countries that were in cahoots with them since Eagle Sauce Nation admitted in a press conference that they wanted the purple element have come out to speak for Eagle Sauce Nation at this time. The Sakura Nation in particular, their press spokesperson actually said in public, Only by allowing a powerful country like the Eagle Jam Nation to have the purple element can we create the most value for this world. And quite a few countries were being instructed by the Eagle Sauce country behind this time, and were pressuring the Great Summer country, even demanding that the Great Summer country should share the purple element with this world. And the Great Summer state, faced with these so-called pressures from all sides, replied with just one word: get lost. For this reason, Daxia also engaged in a war of words with a group of journalists when they held a press conference. First, a reporter from the Yellow Sand country asked, "The Great Summer country has recently faced pressure from a number of countries demanding the sharing of the purple element. May I ask how your country views this matter?" The spokesman said with a slight smile, "Thank you for Huangsha country's concern. What I want to say is, how come we, the Great Xia country, have not seen these countries share their unique technology before? Why should we share the purple element when we have it? In addition, on behalf of the whole Great Xia country, I tell all the reporters present that we don't have the slightest bit of pressure in the face of this matter." The reporter from the Eagle Sauce country immediately stood up and asked in a provocative tone, "Since your Great Summer country is not as technologically advanced as our Eagle Sauce country, why don't you provide us with the purple element so that we can make a greater contribution to this world?" The spokesman laughed coldly, and had no intention of answering this shameless question, but faced with so many reporters, he still had to deal with it. The spokesman asked rhetorically, "That's a very good question you have. So let me ask you, since you also know that our Daxia's technology is not as advanced as your Eagle Sauce's, why don't you provide us with your technology, so that we, Daxia, can come and contribute more to this world?" After saying this reporter from the Eagle Sauce country immediately drew a lot of blank stares. It was as if they were all sending him 3 words. Shameless. A question that left the reporter from Eagle Jam country speechless. The spokesperson added, "I believe that the eyes of the vast majority of people in this world are bright enough to see which country in this world is contributing to peace, and which country is constantly provoking wars. And in addition, I would like to tell certain countries that we don't care about your money, and we don't want your science and technology. So wanting to get the purple element from us is just delusional. I advise you to die of this heart earlier." Another person asked, "Then may I ask if you, the Great Summer Kingdom, will provide purple elements with your friendly countries? Until now, the countries that are more friendly with our Great Xia country have not made such unreasonable demands. Perhaps the countries that are friendly with us are countries that respect each other and are more reasonable." One sentence slapped the Eagle Jam Nation in the face like a resounding slap in the face. There was no surprise that after Daxia held a press conference, the Huangsha country was the first to come out in support of Daxia. The press spokesman of the Yellow Sand country declared to the world, "We know the hard-won purple elements of the Great Summer country, and moreover, we will not make unreasonable demands on the Great Summer country." A reporter asked, "Your relationship with the Great Summer Kingdom has always been very good. Will they take the initiative to provide you with the purple element when they have it? After all, your Huangsha Kingdom is the only country other than the Great Summer Kingdom to have the Heavenly Flame system." The spokesman shook his head and said, "There is no need for that. I believe that the Great Summer Kingdom utilizing the purple element will make the peace of this world more lasting. On the contrary, if certain countries also possess the purple element, then that is what will cause this world to panic." A few days down the road, after each country had made its attitude clear, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense also realized that there didn't seem to be much hope in trying to obtain the purple elemental from the hands of the Great Summer Nation. Chapter 162, Mysterious Device on Deck. In this world, the ranking of military power at sea, the Eagle Sauce country and the Great Summer country ranked 1 or 2 respectively. Naturally, these 2 countries had each other's large warships under each other's surveillance. On this day, a report from the Department of Defense was presented on the desk of the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation. Reports indicate that an aircraft carrier from Daxia has returned and has been in Daxia's harbor for several days. The countries in this world that have aircraft carriers generally don't let such super warships sit idle in their ports. And even if the carriers have problems and have to go back to port for repairs, then it's hard to hide them. When the Secretary of Defense saw the report, he just smiled bashfully, because he thought that the Great Summer Kingdom might just be using the carrier to build the same ship as the Night Lord one. Thinking that his hive system was being deployed successfully, he didn't take the matter too seriously. After a while, however, a photo made him nervous. This is a photo taken by the spy satellite of the Eagle Sauce country. The photo shows that this aircraft carrier of the Daxia country, although the power system has not yet been modified, but there are some extra equipment on the deck that do not know what role they play. The Secretary of Defense immediately called in a group of weapons experts to study it. But after half a day's research, I couldn't come up with anything. Hunter held the photo in one hand and scrutinized it with a magnifying glass in the other. But as he was watching, cold sweat suddenly broke out. The Secretary of Defense saw the change in Hunter's expression and couldn't help but follow suit. "Hunter, what did you find out?" Hunter put down the magnifying glass in his hand, and said with two blank eyes, "The equipment on this deck seems to be the same as the laser firing equipment of the Skyfire system of the Great Summer Kingdom." One word immediately alerted everyone in the room, and they all picked up the photo and looked at it again carefully. At the same time, the Minister of Defense ordered his men to bring in the pictures of the Skyfire system satellites that their spy satellites had previously surreptitiously captured. After careful comparison, it turned out that Hunter was right. Dacia had indeed installed laser emitters exactly like the Skyfire system on the deck. Now that got everyone on their toes. Someone suddenly asked at this time, "Why didn't we have such a device installed on Night Lord 1 before?" The Minister of Defense said, "Our Night Lord I was able to enter space by utilizing the powerful power provided by element 115, but despite that, the huge amount of energy to be consumed by a laser launcher is something that our Night Lord I could not provide, which is why we didn't consider installing a laser launcher at that time." Hunter had frozen in place. It seems that the energy that the purple elements of the Great Summer Kingdom can provide far exceeds our imagination. Another asked, "We already know the power of the Skyfire system, so why would just a few laser emitters cause us so much concern?" Hunter said coldly, "The Skyfire system doesn't have the ability to attack at ultra-long distances, and the laser beams emitted will weaken with distance, so the Skyfire system can't threaten our hive system." The Secretary of Defense followed up on Hunter's words, "We don't know how many ships the Dacia state will be modifying at this time. If it's more than one of these ships, they'll only have to navigate within range of the laser emitters in space. Our hive system will be a nullity to it." "But, don't we have a self-destruct module in our hive system?" Hunter shook his head. "It's useless. No matter how powerful such a self-destruct module is, if they sense the power, they will attack our module at a super long range, so that if the module self-destructs, instead of posing a threat to the other side, the range of the self-destruct may even destroy our own hive system if it's too close to the hive system." Everyone fell into silence, because at this moment they suddenly all realized a serious problem at the same time. That is, if a ship like the Great Summer Kingdom entered space, then their hard-constructed hive system might not have the slightest meaning to exist. The hive system that they are so proud of is indeed powerful enough for the Eagle Jam Nation, but even the most powerful system has its own fatal flaws. The disadvantage of the hive system lies in the fact that although it uses element 115 as an energy supply, but due to the number of modules is too large, the Eagle Jam country wants the hive system to function in space for a long time. It has to economize on the use of these energy sources. At the very least, it is not possible to equip with the same laser emitters as the Dacia country. Soon the story reached the ears of the president, the number one man in the Eagle Jam. Needless to say, the president must have been furious about it. This was because before the deployment of the hive system, the Secretary of Defense had sworn to assure him that the hive system would definitely maintain the Eagle Sauce Nation's global supremacy for a long time. However, the current situation was that the hive system had not even been deployed a third of the way, and it could already be determined that there was no threat to Dacia. So the president of the Eagle Jam country immediately called a high-level meeting to discuss what should be done to solve the trouble at hand. At the meeting, the Minister of Finance mocked, "At that time, I was completely disapproving of the deployment of the hive system. This weapon system is the largest investment we have ever made. If we let the public know now that our system will not pose a threat to the Great Summer Kingdom even after it is deployed, I think the public would want to kill us." The president followed, "It's just sad, and I just can't imagine the derision that would be drawn from the public if the taxpayers knew that we were taking their money to deploy such a useless system in space." The senior personnel present turned their eyes in unison to the Minister of Defense at this time, but the Minister of Defense could only keep his head down in ashes at this time. Not saying a word, the president said angrily, Mr. Minister, we didn't invite you to this meeting today for you to be silent. We need you to be able to give a reasonable explanation and a solution to this matter." "Yes, Mr. Minister, at the very least you should let us know whether we should continue to invest in the hive system or not. After all, it's an astronomical amount of money, and we can't just stand by and watch it go down the drain." The two men, the Secretary of the Treasury and the President, were singing in unison, directing all the anger in their hearts at the Secretary of Defense, while at the same time looking as if they were ready to give him the blame for this. Hunter, as a representative of Deep Blue, was attending this meeting at this time and was sitting right next to the Secretary of Defense, watching the Minister of Defense being mobbed by the crowd. It was only natural for him to take the side of the Minister of Defense, because as far as he was concerned, if the Secretary of Defense was removed for this, then their plans for the deployment of the hive system would definitely be put on hold. At that time, his plan to surpass Lu Chuan would only come to naught. Chapter 163: Exchanging Technology for Purple Elements. To help the Secretary of Defense out of his current dilemma, Hunter could only risk interjecting, "Mr. President, in fact, this is something that we may still have a chance to salvage. This statement drew a sideways glance from the Minister of Finance, who had wanted to use this opportunity to oust the Minister of Defense from his position, as he had long looked at the Minister of Defense with disdain since he had indeed burned too much money over the years and had failed to make a difference every time. This is a high-level meeting of the Eagle Sauce Nation, and even though you are a senior R&D officer of Deep Blue, I don't think you are qualified to speak, the finance minister said coldly. But this statement captured the president's curiosity. He asked, "What do you have in mind? Why don't you tell us so we can hear it?" At this time the defense minister's eyes immediately filled with hope again, and he hoped that Hunter's next words would save his life. Hunter said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but although Dacia has added laser emitters to the decks on the carriers, they haven't modified their power systems." Everyone looked puzzled, but at the same time, they realized that this was indeed one of the more fishy things. The president nodded and continued, "So what do you suspect this is about?" Hunter continued, "Dacia's laser emitters are mature technology, and there's no excuse for adding it to the ship, but it's not in the order of modifying a ship." One of them immediately asked, "So you're saying that a ship's remodeling should start with the power system?" "Right. That's right. If you want this behemoth to lift off, the power system is bound to be the top priority, and it's common sense to transform it by starting with the power system first. So I think that even though the Great Summer Kingdom now has a superfuel like the purple element, they shouldn't have yet developed an engine capable of using this fuel." The Minister of Defense also suddenly realized what Hunter wanted to say at this time, and the expression on his face that was still disheveled a moment ago disappeared at this time. He gave Hunter a two-eyed look before following up on Hunter's words. "This might be a chance for us to be able to get our hands on the purple element." Hunter nodded when he heard this, but everyone in the audience was confused, not knowing what these two people were calculating in their minds. The Minister of Finance mocked, "Don't be ridiculous. The purple element is like a national treasure to the Great Summer Kingdom right now. How could they possibly give it to us so easily? We can trade with our engine technology." This statement by the Minister of Defense caused a buzz to begin among those present. People were exchanging words. You and I. Some were nodding their heads that this was an opportunity, while others were shaking their heads that this was simply not possible. The president looked halfway around the room and didn't realize that these people could argue a point. So a tap on the table silenced everyone. He asked the Secretary of Defense, "What makes you so sure that they, the Great Summer State, are willing to trade with us?" The defense minister said seriously, "Mr. President, I don't have 100% guarantee, but I know that our Eagle Sauce country has the best engine technology in the world. And even if the Great Xia country has the purple element to modify their carriers, then they might have to consume several years of research and development for this engine technology alone." The Minister of Finance immediately denied. "Don't you forget that the Great Summer country possesses a genius like Lu Chuan. Hell knows how short of a time they will be able to develop the required engine." Hunt shook his head and said he didn't agree with the finance minister. "Mr. Minister, you may not know. I also admit that Lu Chuan of the Great Summer country is a genius, but an aero engine is not something that can be developed by a single person. And the engine of our Eagle Sauce country is also the blood of countless people over the years. So I'm very much confirming that even if Lu Chuan is able to develop the engine that will bring an aircraft carrier up to the sky, it will definitely be a very long process." Upon hearing Hunter's remark, the Secretary of Defense immediately began to observe the expressions on the faces of those around him. He realized that most of the people in the room at this time seemed to agree with Hunter's idea, so he struck while the iron was hot. Though the president said, "Mr. President, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We should immediately send someone to negotiate this matter with the Great Summer country. If we can get the purple element, then we can immediately have our scientific researchers analyze this element. I think that since even the Great Summer country is able to produce this element, then our Eagle Jam country must be capable of making it as well." Hunter concurred. "The reason we can't synthesize the purple element right now is because we don't even know anything about the molecular structure of this element. If we can get a sample of the purple element, I believe it's highly likely that we can produce this element in quantity, given our Eagle Sauce nation's level of technology." Not just the president, but everyone here knows what a superfuel like the purple element means to a country, and they certainly dream of having it. But at the same time they were worried in their minds that it was a risky deal. The Minister of Finance, who thinks in terms of money and everything, was again the first to dismiss the idea at this time. He said, "You have to know how much manpower and material resources it took to develop our engine technology. If we say that we will just hand over this technology to the Great Summer Kingdom so easily, then how many less detours will they take? And, even if we are able to get some of the purple elements, what should we do if we can't mass produce them when the time comes?" The Minister of Defense was already like a gambler at this time. He couldn't care less because he didn't have much capital left and was only thinking about getting his hands on the purple element first. So he kicked Hunter under the table, signaling for him to speak. Hunt knew, of course, that he was the only scientific researcher in the room, and that he was the only one whose words would be most persuasive to the president. But at the same time, he knew in his heart that if he convinced the president at this point, then from this moment on, he and the Secretary of Defense were on the same rope, tangled up again and again. Hunter finally said to the president, "I would like to believe that our Eagle Sauce country's scientific research strength is far above that of the Great Summer country. And I also believe even more that the purple element that they developed is nothing more than a coincidence, and that as long as we have samples of the purple element, then our Eagle Sauce country will definitely be able to produce a steady stream of this kind of element in large quantities." So, the president immediately agreed to the proposal of the two of them and was ready to send someone to the Great Summer country to negotiate. But none of them realized at this time that they had really underestimated the purple element. Chapter 164, A Good Deal. Before the Eagle Jam country had sent someone to the Great Xia country to discuss exchanging engine technology for purple elements, this had actually been a headache for the Great Xia country as well. Because for Daxia, engine technology has indeed always been a weakness. Unlike the engines used in ordinary flying machines, to take behemoths like aircraft carriers and battleships into the sky, the engines have to put out extremely terrifying amounts of power to make it happen. Although Lu Chuan and the Research Bureau are capable of realizing this goal, even Lu Chuan himself has to admit that this may require a longer research and development process. Even the engine technology of the Eagle Sauce country back then was the result of a collection of an unknown number of outstanding researchers and developers from all over the world, and it was only after a long process of research and development that it came to be what it is today. However, after Daxia mass-produced the purple element, Lu Chuan had begun to lead the Scientific Research Bureau to start attacking this problem, and now all that was needed was patience. On this day, Guanye learned that the Eagle Jam country had sent someone to the Great Xia country, wanting to trade their engine technology for the purple element. At first, the vast industry must have refused inwardly, but after serious consideration, it's hard not to be a little bit tempted. After all, to him, if the Great Summer Kingdom could acquire this technology, then it would be possible to begin work on the modification of the battleships in a short period of time. But at the same time, he also knew that Lu Chuan had already begun to work on overcoming this challenge. So he didn't tell Lu Chuan about this matter first, but first sought out Li Shengdong to discuss this matter. But Li Shengdong also expressed that it was more difficult, because for him, he did not know how to open his mouth to tell Lu Chuan about this matter. But after further consideration, the two decided to tell Lu Chuan about this matter. After all, the interests of the Great Summer Kingdom were most important. Lu Chuan received a notice to come to the office of the vast industry. Looking at Li Shengdong is also there. The expression on the faces of the two people are intriguing. Look. Lu Chuan confused. Guanye glanced at Li Shengdong and felt as if he didn't have the intention to speak first, so he could only ask himself stiffly, "Lu Chuan, how long do you expect it will take to complete the development of the engines used in the battleships if we develop them completely independently?" Lu Chuan thought at this time that these two people were in a hurry and were calling themselves to urge the progress of the research and development, so he smiled and said, "Commander Guang, the development of the engine is not as easy as imagined. I can guarantee that it can definitely be developed, but there is no guarantee on the time. After all, this kind of high-precision R&D project requires countless manpower and financial resources, and even more so, it requires countless trials to summarize the experience." The two men nodded their heads in agreement with Lu Chuan after hearing his words. Li Shengdong said, "That, Lu Chuan, there's something I want to talk to you about." Lu Chuan looked at the two people suspiciously and said that it was probably not a good thing, because he knew Li Shengdong too well. If it was a normal thing, he would have opened his mouth long ago, and it was only in this tone every time he encountered something difficult to talk about. So Lu Chuan, who was still standing, sat down completely solidly, wanting to see what these two people were trying to discuss with themselves. Li Shengdong poured a cup of water for Lu Chuan while saying, "The Eagle Sauce country has sent someone to our Great Xia country to discuss a matter." When he heard the words Eagle Sauce country, Lu Chuan's brows had furrowed. What do we have to discuss with them? Well, it's not even about them wanting our purple elementals. Li Shengdong's words immediately caused Lu Chuan to recoil. How could we possibly agree to share our scientific research with a country like the Eagle Jam country? And besides, what would it mean to the world to let them have the purple element? Before Lu Chuan could finish, Guanye hurriedly explained, "How could we not know about this problem? But we are considering time." "Time? What do you mean?" Li Shengdong told Lu Chuan, "The Eagle Jam country sent someone to talk to us, saying that they wanted to use their engine technology in exchange for some of our purple elements." To the surprise of Guanye and Li Shengdong, when Lu Chuan heard these words, the originally serious expression on his face soothed a bit at this time, as if he was starting to seriously consider something. After a while, Lu Chuan asked, "Commander Guang, how many purple elements do they want?" Guan Ye said. This is strange. The purple element they want isn't too much. They just want 10 liters. We calculate this amount. Even if they use this amount in their hive system, it should just be enough for them to use for 2 months. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Even if we give them 10 liters of purple elements, I don't think they'll use them in the hive system. The two people, Guan Ye and Li Shangdong, had question marks written all over their faces. What, then you mean? There's some kind of trickery behind this in Eagle Land? It shouldn't be a trick either. I think it's an inflated self-confidence on their part. They should be trying to get samples of the purple element from us and want to study it themselves so that they can realize their goal of going for mass production. This statement immediately made Guan Ye tense up, because he could certainly imagine that if the Eagle Jam Nation realized the ability to mass-produce purple elements, then the world would definitely not be peaceful. But Lu Chuan said easily at this time, "This is a good deal. Commander Guang, I think we should grant them this request." As it turned out, Lu Chuan's idea was that even if the Eagle Jam country was given samples of the purple element, then Lu Chuan concluded that they would definitely not be able to realize mass production. Lu Chuan explained, "If you want to realize the mass production of purple elements, you have to have that meteorite unique to our great summer country as a raw material, so even if we give it to them, they won't be able to do it." And to Lu Chuan, the engine technology of the Eagle Jam country, Lu Chuan did not feel that there was anything unattainable. It would just shorten one's development time if one could have this technology, because after this kind of technology arrives, he will definitely still need to improve and upgrade this kind of technology. Guan Ye laughed out loud. If that's the case, then as you said, this is indeed a good deal for our great summer kingdom. Lu Chuan said, "Yes, it's cost effective, and I'm confident that after getting this kind of technology, on top of their foundation, the engine developed by our great summer country will surely catch the eyes of this world." So the vast industry immediately took a shot at the matter, notifying the people negotiating with the Eagle Jam country and agreeing to the Eagle Jam country's offer. On the surface, it appears that senior personnel from both Eagle Sauce and Daxia countries have indicated a very good deal for this negotiation, but it was a few months later that the headaches began for Eagle Jam Nation. Chapter 165 Eagle Sauce country welcomes the purple element in a high-profile way. Soon after, the two countries, Great Summer and Eagle Sauce, announced the deal to the world at the same time. Yet many other countries have a different attitude towards this matter. Most of the Eagle Sauce's lapdog nations have said that the Great Summer has finally made the right choice for once, with some mockery in the mix. It's as if it's assumed that Daxia made this choice out of desperation and in the face of pressure from them. The Daxia didn't make too much of an explanation for this, but just laughed and didn't say anything. And this is the time when the Yellow Sand country is showing great concern about this matter. They stated that allowing the Eagle Jam Nation to have the purple element could later lead to a sinking disaster for the world. And they also expressed great puzzlement at this operation of the Great Summer State. They even sent their own country's defense minister to come to Daxia at the first opportunity to understand the cause of this matter. The whole world is also paying attention to this trip of the Minister of Defense of this Yellow Sand country to the Daxia country. However, throughout the whole process, no matter whether it was Daxia or Huangsha, neither of them announced to the public the topic of this meeting between the defense ministers of the two countries to discuss. It was just that what puzzled everyone was that the Minister of Defense of Huangsha country came to Daxia country with a sad face, and did leave with a smile on his face. Of course, this was because Guan Ye had explained to him the reasons why the Great Summer Kingdom was doing what it was doing. This is a time when Eagle Jam Nation is very high profile. They even sent their country's most advanced fighter jets to escort them when they used military transport planes to pick up the purple elemental from the Great Summer country, while also carrying out this global live broadcast. For this matter, however, the people of the Great Summer country were completely up in arms on the internet. There are a number of people who are not understanding the matter and at the same time are showing a lot of anger. The messages on the internet almost didn't piss off the general industry. It seems that our Daxia country is still a very backward country, actually not even able to develop an engine. I really can't understand the operation of our Great Summer country. It's simply too humiliating. The purple element that we spent so much manpower and resources to research and develop was just provided to the Eagle Sauce country. This is completely finished. With the Eagle Sauce country having the purple element, it won't be long before it will surely leave us far behind in every aspect. The Bureau of Scientific Research is nothing more than that. Never would I have thought that our country of Daxia is still so restricted in terms of engines. On the other hand, the side of the Eagle Sauce country, it was almost as if they were greeting some kind of national treasure when the military transport plane carrying the purple elemental landed, including the president of their country, and a large group of high-ranking personnel all came to the airport to personally greet them. The 10 liters of purple elements were divided into 10 portions, each contained within 10 extremely delicate metal containers. With the whole world watching, it was picked up off the plane by the president of the Eagle Sauce country himself. one can at a time. Such an image was like a hard slap in the face of the entire populace of Dacia. Eagle Jam Nation also arranged for a number of journalists to be on hand to cover the event. At this time a reporter asked the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister, Mr. Minister, may I ask if you think it's a good deal for us to trade our engine technology for the purple elements of the Great Summer Country? The Minister of Defense turned to the camera and said proudly, we, the Eagle Jam Nation, have the most advanced technology in the world, and while engine technology is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for us, these purple elements are very important to us. But with just so few purple elements, how useful can we be? The Minister of Defense laughed coldly and said, no, 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 your thoughts are wrong. These purple elements we traded for are extremely valuable, but we are never going to use it directly as fuel. We are going to use our advanced technology to replicate and mass produce these elements. After all, we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are never going to be constrained by others. The reporter deliberately feigned surprise and asked, then may I ask if the Great Summer Kingdom knew beforehand that we were taking these purple elements to use for research and mass production? If they knew, would they still give it to us? The Secretary of Defense has it written all over his face at this point like the old man is the best in the world. He proudly said to the camera, I'm afraid not, but I think that the Great Summer Kingdom, they are also extremely eager to have our engine technology, and they had no choice but to make such a choice. Since the sample of the purple element has now landed in our Eagle Sauce Kingdom, then I think it's already too late for them to regret. I believe that it won't be long before these purple elements are as much as they want to be for us as much as there is. Seeing these live images, for a time, all the networks, the media in the Great Summer Country, all pushed the Scientific Research Bureau to the forefront of public opinion. Almost all of them are complaining about the incompetence of the Research Directorate. Many people even began to organize themselves and surrounded the entrance of the Research Bureau, asking Lu Chuan to come out and apologize to the people of Dacia. It was as if Lu Chuan had become a sinner of the Great Summer Kingdom at this time. Li Shengdong was worried that Lu Chuan would be affected by this matter, so he comforted him and said, you also have to understand this matter. For a long time now, the contribution you have made to the Great Xia country has made this society and the people have high hopes for you, and they all hope that you can keep on creating miracles, and it's understandable that for a while when they know about this, they can't accept it in their hearts. But I didn't expect Lu Chuan to care about this matter at all. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. After all I've been through before, I'm used to things like this. After all, a lot of things take time to prove. Yes, I'm glad you think that way, and I'm quite convinced that it won't be long before they feel guilty for the way they're treating you now, when you show the world what you've developed. Yet something laughable also happened at this time. When Nicole learned that the Eagle Sauce Country and the Great Summer Country had completed this deal, she unexpectedly came to Lu Chuan's house in a rage and pointed at Lu Chuan's nose and complained, have you guys made a mistake? To give the purple element to a country like the Eagle Jam Country, have you ever considered the consequences? Lu Chuan and Minako were both eating dinner at this time, and when they heard Nicole's words, the chopsticks in both of their hands were fixed in midair as they looked at Nicole dumbfounded. Minako said, aren't you from the Hawksbane country? Isn't this a good thing for you guys? Why are you in such a hurry? It was as if Nicole had suddenly realized at this point that she was still a Hawksbane Nation thing, but still justified. Yeah, I'm from Eagle Jam Country, so I know what their mouths look like. She then pointed at Lu Chuan and said, will you guys show some promise? Knowing that the Eagle Sauce Congress can't do anything good with the purple elemental, you guys actually gave it back to them. Lu Chuan and Minako both cried and laughed, especially Minako. She was afraid at this time that Nicole would be impulsive and say something she shouldn't in front of Lu Chuan. Chapter 166, Nicole's Childish Temperament. Nicole looked at Lu Chuan as if he didn't seem to have the slightest intention of recognizing his mistake, and was actually so angry that she stomped her feet in place. The two of them, Lu Chuan and Minako, cried and laughed, instantly feeling as if they were 10 sinners. Minako was really worried that Nicole would say something in a moment of anger. Then she busily persuaded, it's not like this is Lu Chuan's decision. The Great Summer Kingdom must have its own reasons for doing this. Look at you being angry like a monkey. You're all confused to give such advanced fuel to the Hawksbane Nation. You're aiding and abetting the enemy. After saying that, Nicole actually slammed the door and walked out, leaving the two people messing around in the same place. Lu Chuan sat dumbfounded. Just now, what just happened? Nicole, isn't she from the Eagle Sauce Country? Who knows what kind of nerves this guy has? Suddenly caring about national events, caring even if, actually still speaking for your Great Summer Country. I really didn't expect it. After finishing this sentence, Minako suddenly turned her head around, gave Lu Chuan a blank look, and also complained, right ugh, I also can't figure it out. The purple element was painstakingly developed by the Great Summer Kingdom, And the whole world knows that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom won't be able to do anything good by getting this kind of element, so why do you still want to give it to them? Lu Chuan explained. It's not for them, it's a quid pro quo. It's the Eagle Jam country exchanging their engine technology. But Minako still looked puzzled. I think I heard you say some time ago that you've been developing high-power engine technology recently. What? Is it that you can't develop it anymore? Lu Chuan said. Of course not, but the engine technology is too complicated. If we can exchange this technology from the Eagle Jam country, we will save a lot of time, and time can be money. To Lu Chuan, he naturally didn't care about those people on the internet who deliberately denigrated him and the research bureau. But now, seeing that both Minako and Nicole actually had this same attitude, there was naturally some aggression in their hearts. However, this kind of thing, even if you grow two more mouths, it is not the time to explain to them, only until you have completed the engine upgrade. It is the time to let everyone understand all this. However, Minako certainly understood that both the Great Summer Kingdom and Lu Chuan must have their own reasons for doing so. The reason why she also treats Lu Chuan like this is purely to cater to Nicole in a playful manner. If she acted like an understanding person in front of Lu Chuan at this time, it would instead be a suspicious thing. The next day, just after Lu Chuan left for work, Minako asked Nicole to meet her. As soon as they met, Minako angrily questioned, "Did you take the wrong pills yesterday? Or are you just intermittently crazy? Why are you suddenly on the opposite side of your Eagle Jam country?" I didn't expect Nicole to actually still be angry at this time. Once she heard Minako bring up this matter again, her small mouth pouted and complained. I was originally on the opposite side of the Eagle Sauce country. Besides, as an intelligence officer of the Eagle Sauce country, of course, I know their face the best. They are not doing anything good. I was never expecting that the Great Summer country would actually agree to hand over the purple element to them. Seeing Minako's surprised face, Nicole added, "And you're still talking about me? As an intelligence officer of the Sakura country, you didn't consider yourself as a person of the Great Summer country a long time ago." Minako was busy covering her mouth and looked around and said to her, "You're crazy. In a public place like this, intelligence officers to the left and intelligence officers to the right. Why don't you stand up and shout that we're both still spy chiefs?" But I didn't realize that just as soon as Minako finished speaking, Nicole stood up, one leg still on the chair, and cleared her throat again, as if she was afraid her voice wasn't high enough. Minako was so scared that she was busy pressing her down. "I'm really convinced. I really can't figure out how you became the head of intelligence of your Eagle Jam country with your personality." Nicole smiled and made a face at her, which Minako realized was meant to scare her. Nicole ruffled her hair and said, "It can't be helped. It's hard to give up your natural beauty. Who asked me to look beautiful? Aha, yeah, you're a once-in-a-millennium beauty." Nicole gave her another blank look and said, "It's a pity that Lu Chuan doesn't know what he's talking about, always ignoring me and using his mind on you." Minako sighed and said, "Hey, come on, I always felt like I was his third lover." Nicole immediately frowned and asked, "What, the third lover? How come old mom is suddenly fourth in line? Tell me who the first two were and I'll go break both of their legs right now." Minako laughed and explained, "His first lover was Dasha, the second was the research bureau, and I was third at best." Nicole took a long breath. "Che, scared half to death by you. I thought this Lu Chuan guy was a scum. But you said that Lu Chuan has given himself so much for the Great Summer Kingdom. How could he still allow the purple element to be given to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom?" Minako said, "At first, when I saw this news on TV, I was actually puzzled. But with my understanding of Lu Chuan, this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems to us." "What isn't that simple? The purple elements have all arrived in the Eagle Sauce country. It won't be long before they mass-produce this element and create even more powerful flying machines. When that happens they will be even more rampant in this world and do whatever they want." Minako shook her head at Nicole. "First of all, you have to understand that this matter is definitely not Lu Chuan's decision, but even if it is, I think Lu Chuan would be even more angry than us if he doesn't agree to it, and you can see that right now Lu Chuan doesn't even seem to care about this matter at all. So I reckon that the Great Summer Kingdom must be hiding something about this matter. What can be hidden? Anyway, I think that with Lu Chuan's ability, as long as he is given the time, he will be able to develop a much more powerful engine than the Eagle Jam country. This deal with the Eagle Jam country is simply hitting the mark for them. Look at the dejected face of our defense minister." Minako looked like she suddenly thought of something at this time. She asked Nicole, "You're so opposed to handing over the purple elemental to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Is it hard to believe that you're worried about what danger this matter will bring to Lu Chuan?" "Of course, I know the Eagle Sauce country too well. It's fine if they don't get it. They don't get a taste of it. Now that I've given them a taste of it. Hell, I don't know what kind of overreaching demands my superiors will make in the future." Minako couldn't help but worry at this time as well. because it suddenly occurred to her that since the Great Summer Kingdom dared to hand over the purple element to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom so painfully, it was highly likely that the Great Summer Kingdom had calculated that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom would not be able to mass-produce this element. There's no telling what the Hawksbane Nation will do when they find out they've taken a big loss on this deal. Chapter 167, Unknown Atomic Structure. The Great Summer Kingdom's 10 liters of purple elements took up the volume of just one tiny box. But when Dacia got the engine design drawings and all aspects of data from Eagle Jam, it realized that these original drawings alone weighed tons. This is something that neither the Bureau of Scientific Research nor Lu Chuan, the researchers, expected. Still, the Bureau of Scientific Research carefully analyzed the drawings at the first opportunity. It wasn't until days later that an outrageous problem was discovered. It turns out that the Eagle Jam Nation has moved on these drawings, and a lot of the data is crippled. When Guanye was informed of this news, he was so angry that he couldn't help but bash out expletives. It's disgusting, 1,000 precautions. And Eagle Jam Nation really did move the needle. Even the industry at large hates to send someone to negotiate with the Eagle Jam country right now to cancel this deal. However, after Lu Chuan spent several more days carefully analyzing these drawings, he felt that the impact of this matter was not too great. He said to Guanye, although these drawings are mutilated, and the core data is missing a lot, but on the whole, it is considered to have played a significant role in the research of our own engines. Originally I didn't have the luxury of expecting the Eagle Jam Kingdom to honestly hand over these data. We are upgrading these data anyway. Just give me some time. I will give the Great Summer Kingdom a satisfactory reply. Meanwhile, the Secretary of Defense of the Hawksbane Nation is stealing a march, because it was his idea to do something about those drawings. And seeing as how the purple element was now in his hands, he was just waiting for their own researchers to analyze the element before starting mass production. To this end, the Secretary of Defense has deliberately assembled experts and elites from all aspects of the entire Eagle Sauce Nation to participate in this program. To be on the safe side, he gave 8 liters of those purple elements to the Defense Department and placed them in the most heavily oriented warehouse for safekeeping. Just 2 of the liters were taken out and given to Deep Blue, and the Eagle Jam Nation's own scientific research department for analysis. Hunter was curious about this element as well, so he was in Deep Blue from start to finish for this program. In Deep Blue, there is one of the most advanced substance analyzing instruments in this world. That is to say, general substances can be scanned by this kind of instrument, and all kinds of detailed data can be derived in a very short period of time, including the molecular structure and atomic structure of these substances. As long as we can get this data, then the Eagle Jam Nation can know what substance to use to synthesize and mass produce the purple element. However, when Hunter's men handed him a copy of the data results, the report froze him on the spot. Just one circled by a red marker on this report reads, Atomic Structure, Unknown. His first thought was that something was wrong with the instrument, so at once the men were ordered to overhaul the instrument and to retest it. After several repetitions, the result is still an unknown atomic structure. Hunter knew that if he really couldn't detect which atomic structure this was, then the test report he had in front of him wasn't a report. It was a huge black pot. He certainly couldn't afford to carry this black pot on his own, so he immediately took this test report and flew to the defense minister's office. The Minister of Defense didn't know much about scientific research, but when he saw Hunter's expression and the contents of the red marker on this report, he also immediately realized that this matter was not trivial. The undeterred Minister of Defense immediately dialed another scientific research institution and ordered them to quickly send in a test report on the purple element. When these 2 test reports were placed on his desk at the same time, he was completely dumbfounded, because both reports show an unknown atomic structure. Until the second report came in, the Secretary of Defense had the luxury of hoping that it was just Deep Blue's testing that had gone wrong. Even he was afraid to ask Hunter what the words atomic structure unknown meant. It was only at this time, when it had been determined that the test results were fine, that he trembled and asked Hunter, I want to know, what does it mean that the atomic structure is unknown? And what does it mean for us to mass produce the purple element? Hunter gulped nervously, because he knew his next answer might be too much for the Secretary of Defense to handle. We can only know the basic composition of the purple element if we analyze the complete atomic structure. And if it turns out that the atomic structure is unknown, then we may not be able to. Why? Why would it be an unknown atomic structure? Hunt said, let's just say that within the purple element, it may contain elements that have never been discovered by humans on our planet. One sentence immediately reminded the Minister of Defense of Craig, and of the meteorite that had previously crashed into the territory of the Great Summer. But this time the Secretary of Defense laughed out loud. The sudden laugh made Hunter's heart flutter. He asked, Mr. Minister, could it be that you know why this is? Of course I know. It's all that damn Craig's fault. That stupid Craig, for failing to fulfill my orders. Otherwise the purple element would be unique to our Eagle Sauce Nation. Hunter was confused. He had heard the name Craig before, and knew that he was the head of intelligence for the Great Summer Kingdom. He just didn't know about that previous failed mission of his. The Secretary of Defense shook his head and laughed bitterly. I was so proud of the fact that we had tampered with the raw data of those engines, that it was an empty glove deal, but I didn't realize that the stupid people were actually ourselves. He muttered to himself again as he tore up the 2 test reports in front of him. There's no hope. It's impossible for us to synthesize the purple element because that meteorite is in the hands of the Great Summer Kingdom. Meteorite? What meteorite? The Secretary of Defense told Hunter about the mission that Craig had failed earlier. Hunter was amazed. He didn't think there could be such a magical substance in the world. The 2 people had also just realized at this time that the reason why the Great Summer Kingdom had agreed to the deal so painfully was because the other party had already anticipated that it was impossible for them to synthesize the purple element. The Secretary of Defense was already distraught, and he knew he had backed himself into a corner with the boast he had made in front of the president. What he's going to face is likely to be a swarming attack by the top brass of the Eagle Jam Nation, followed by a step down. But Hunt had an idea at this time, and he asked, Mr. Secretary, the engine data we've tampered with, is it important data? Of course, in my opinion, those numbers mean nothing to the Great Summerland. Hunter's next comment made the Secretary of Defense feel as if there was another turn of events in this matter. If we take the complete data and negotiate with the Great Summer Kingdom, is there any chance we'll get a portion of the meteorite? Chapter 168, Visit of the Eagle Sauce Country. At this point the president of the Eagle Sauce Nation does not know that their entire Eagle Sauce Nation of researchers have determined that they do not have the ability to be able to replicate the purple element as a super fuel, and the Secretary of Defense began to block the news at this time, trying to find a chance to get the meteorite from the Great Summer before the president knew about it. However, he himself knew that he had already punked the Great Xia Kingdom once, so if he were to openly negotiate with it again like he did last time, it would be almost impossible. And that would be self-defeating for himself. So the one thing that he himself eventually came up with that wasn't an option was to meet and talk to the broader industry in person. Hunter proposed, we can invite the Great Summer's vast industry to bring Luchuan to visit our Eagle Sauce Country, during which Mr. Minister can find a chance to talk to him alone about this matter. And I would also like to meet this young man Luchuan. The Minister of Defense hesitated, but still smiled coldly. Your proposal is a bit unrealistic. If we offer an invitation, it would be like a hongmen banquet for the Great Summer Kingdom. They will definitely not come. So a few days later, the world was buzzing about a story. That is, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation might be leading his country's researchers to visit the magic capital of the Great Summer Nation in the next few days. Naturally, the industry at large, including the industry at large, was less than welcoming to the visit of the Eagle Sauce Country. But in order to show the demeanor of a great nation, a press conference was held to welcome the visit. Prior to the visit, the Eagle Sauce Country had already proposed to the Daxia country that it wanted to meet the researchers, including Luchuan. The Great Summer Kingdom immediately and painfully agreed. However, the industry at large knows that this visit by the Eagle Jam State must be a weasel paying homage to a chicken, with no good intentions. On this day, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation arrived in Mordor with his own hordes of researchers and some security personnel. The journalists present at the welcome banquet were expecting to get any important news, or important speeches, from this banquet. However, everyone was greatly disappointed, as the representatives of both countries only exchanged pleasantries, not even mentioning a word about the deal between the two countries some time ago. However, 10 minutes ago, while exchanging pleasantries with Guanye, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense looked around and saw that no one had noticed him, so he said to Guanye, Commander Guang, may I have a few words with you alone? Guanye naturally knew it wouldn't be good, but there was no reason to refuse. So the two went into a conference room alone. Before the Minister of Defense of the Hawksbane country could speak, the vast industry opened its mouth. Mr. Minister, I learned from the news some time ago that you want to mass-produce our purple element. Is it going well? Upon hearing these words, the Minister of Defense's face instantly reddened to the base of his neck. He said awkwardly, it's not going particularly well, and there's probably a lot more research we need to do. Guanye laughed. Well, then I wish you Eagle Sauce Country good luck in your research and development in advance, and you can mass-produce the purple element at an early date. After all, you can utilize this element to make a great contribution to this world. After saying this, before he could squeak, Guanye continued, oh yes, Mr. Minister, if in the future, your country later on masters the technology to mass-produce the purple element, I hope that you can share it with our Great Summer Country, as none of us have mastered the technology that can mass-produce it. Guanye's words were word for word. making the Minister of Defense simply want to immediately find a crack in the ground. In fact, after the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation guessed that the Great Summer Nation was using meteorites to synthesize purple elements, he had always assumed that the Great Summer Nation wouldn't have too many purple elements, but he was completely wrong. This was because before this, Lu Chuan had already created tens of thousands of liters of purple elements using the only meteorite on this planet, and such a quantity was enough for the Great Summer Kingdom to use for decades. And at the moment, these purple elements that have been filled and sealed are lying peacefully in an extremely secret cave in the Great Summer Country, with heavy guards in a few dozen kilometers around. Whenever Guanyin thought of these incomparably precious purple elements, his heart was filled with a sense of confidence. The Eagle Sauce Country's defense minister turned his words around at this time and suddenly said to Guan Yi, "Commander Guang, I actually came to the Great Xia Country this time to apologize to you." Of course, Guan Yi knew what he meant by that, but he still pretended to be ignorant and said, "Really? I wonder what Mr. Minister is apologizing for? I'm sorry, Commander Hero, but after we completed our last transaction, we realized that the engine drawings we gave to the Great Summer Kingdom didn't seem to be complete." Guan Yi's teeth itched with hatred, thinking to himself how brazen a person could do such a thing, but he forced himself to be calm and said, "So it's about this matter. Then may I ask what your Eagle Sauce Country is planning to do now? Is it going to give us those drawings? That's for sure, but until then..." Without waiting for him to finish, Guan Yi interrupted him and asked directly, "That would be much appreciated. May I ask if you brought those drawings with you on this visit?" The Minister of Defense suddenly froze, unsure of what to do, because when he came here, he didn't even think about bringing these drawings. He just thought about how to use these drawings to blackmail the Great Xia State. Seeing that he had nothing to say, Guan Yi suddenly laughed out loud and said in a slightly mocking tone of comfort, "I think Mr. Minister forgot to bring it, but that's okay, because our researchers have already discovered this problem when looking at these drawings and also found it to be harmless, and it won't be a hindrance to our development of the new engine." "What? Did you build your own engine without all the drawings?" Guan Yi nodded and said, "Yes, our researchers have still decided to build brand new engines, stronger power engines, and they have the first models now. I believe they will be built soon, so your country's drawings don't mean much to us." The Minister of National Defense thumped in his heart, because when he heard these words, he knew that the handle he had thought he had on the Great Xia Kingdom no longer existed, and that it was highly likely that this visit to the Great Xia Kingdom was going to be an empty-handed one. He sat paralyzed in his chair like a deflated temper, and asked with two lifeless eyes, "Commander Guang, may I ask about the scientific researcher you are talking about? Is it the young man called Lu Chuan from your country?" Guan Yi nodded and said, "That's right, it's exactly our scientific researcher called Lu Chuan." "What? Does Mr. Minister know him? I've heard that before." Having said that, the Minister of Defense actually already hated Lu Chuan to the bone. If he had the choice, he would even be willing to stand beside Lu Chuan and die with him right now, because he knew that Lu Chuan's existence was the biggest threat to the Eagle Jam Country. Chapter 169, Returning Empty-Handed. A few days earlier, the Eagle Jam Country had just been about to announce a visit to Daxia, and when Nicole had learned about it on the news, she'd had an immediate sense of nervousness. This was because the previous incident of Lu Chuan being attacked in the Yellow Sand Country was still fresh in his mind. She was afraid that the Eagle Jam Nation didn't have good intentions and used this opportunity to be able to get close to Lu Chuan to do things that would threaten his life. So she contacted Minako at the first opportunity and asked Minako if she wanted to offer protection to Lu Chuan. Minako was speechless and said to her, "Are you stupid? Before Lu Chuan was attacked, that was in another country. This time it's your Minister of Defense who came to visit Daxia. Do you need to be protected? It's not like people don't have their own security personnel in Daxia." Nicole had a defiant look on her face. "Che, how can you know as well as I do? How can you know how tricky the Eagle Jam Country is? They have assassinated Lu Chuan so many times before without success. Hell knows if they will just come to harm Lu Chuan this time. You can pull back. Your defense minister is even more stupid. He won't do such a thing. Don't they want to die? Dare to do such a thing in the Great Summer Country? Don't worry, Lu Chuan will never be okay. That doesn't sit well with me either." Minako immediately tensed up and asked her, "What are you doing?" "At the very least, I'm an intelligence officer for the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and I think I'm qualified to have the Minister of Defense take me into their rendezvous, and I'll personally protect Lu Chuan when the time comes." Minako was stunned, and she also now realized that Nicole was now completely because of Lu Chuan, going from the love brain she was before, to the idiot she was now. Otherwise, how is it that a man who was an intelligence officer for the Eagle Sauce Country, or the head of intelligence in the Daxia Country, is now acting like a complete brainless person? So Minako reminded her, "So let me ask you, even if your defense minister agrees to take you with him, then are you afraid that Lu Chuan will not know your true identity?" Ah, yes, so what do you think I should do? After Minako's reminder, Nicole then reacted. Minako was afraid that this brainless guy would do something stupid. So on the day of the Hawksbane country's defense minister's visit, she kept Nicole firmly by her side and didn't allow her to leave by an inch. Originally, the visit of the Eagle Sauce country was to spend 3 days in Dacia, in addition to meeting with the industry at large, but also arranged for visits and exchanges of scientific researchers. However, after the conclusion of the private talks between the Minister of Defense and Guanye, realizing that it was no longer possible for him to obtain the meteorite from the Dacia kingdom, he ended the trip early and embarked on a special plane for his return journey on the same evening. The Secretary of Defense had just announced that he was returning that day, and Hunter, who was accompanying him, was still secretly happy, because he thought the private conversations between the Secretary of Defense and the broader industry had worked and that the objective had been achieved. But when he boarded the return plane, he saw the look on the face of the Secretary of Defense, and he knew he'd been wrong in his prediction. He asked the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, why are we going back so early this time? The Minister of National Defense said without any good humor, why stay here if you don't go? You can stay by yourself if you like the great summer country. No, that's not what I meant to ask. Mr. Minister's negotiations with their hero commander. Before he could finish, he saw the Minister of Defense shaking his head and sighing again. We've come all this way for nothing. There's no way the Great Xia Kingdom will give us meteorites. You mean to say, would the Great Summer Kingdom rather not have our engine technology than give us meteorites? The Minister of Defense smiled bitterly. Not really, we actually lost our negotiating capital when we arrived. The more Hunter listened, the more confused he became, because he was bent on believing that their Eagle Jam country's engine technology was second to none in the world, and that it was impossible for any country to surpass it, and even more so, that it was impossible for any other country in the world, except for theirs, to build an excellent engine without the help of the Eagle Jam country. However, he simply didn't realize that the goal of the Great Summer Kingdom at the moment was not to make the same engine as theirs, but to build an engine that was much more powerful than theirs. The Minister of Defense sighed and said, Guanye told me personally that they no longer need our engine drawings because the engine designed by Lu Chuan already has a prototype and will be more powerful than ours. So I didn't open my mouth to say anything about wanting a meteorite because that would be a self-inflicted insult. The latter part of that statement by the Secretary of Defense didn't even register in Hunter's ears, because the first 2 sentences had frozen him to the spot. In his mind at the moment, he was thinking about the appearance of Lu Chuan that he had seen at the banquet. Other than being a bit sunnier and more handsome than the average person, he simply couldn't tell at the time that this was the national weapon of the Great Summer Kingdom. A young man in his 20s was actually such a rare genius in the world, able to design so many high-tech systems and equipment for the Great Summer Kingdom on his own. At this moment, besides being jealous, Hunter's heart also gave birth to a feeling of worship for Lu Chuan. He even thought at this time that if the Great Summer country possessed this young man, Lu Chuan, then no matter in terms of science and technology or military, it would only be a matter of time before it fully surpassed the Eagle Sauce country in the future, or even crushed the Eagle Sauce country. On the return flight, it's a 10-hour trip back to Eagle Jam country. For the past 10 hours or so, both the Secretary of Defense and Hunter had just sat there quietly without saying a word as if they were possessed. The accompanying researchers had no idea what was going on and didn't dare to ask more questions. However, just as the plane was about to land with 2 hours to go, Hunter got up like a madman and stumbled into the private room the Secretary of Defense had set up on the jet as everyone watched. No one knew what these two were discussing in the room. Just as they disembarked from the plane, both the Secretary of Defense and Hunter's faces were beaming with confident joy. Even the journalists waiting at the airport thought the defense minister's trip to Dacia was very fruitful. The general industry was watching the television footage of the Eagle Jam country's defense minister being interviewed. The Minister of Defense smiled and said, "This time, our trip to the Great Summer country was very rewarding, and I believe that it will be very helpful to the future development of our Eagle Sauce country. And here I would like to say thank you to the Great Summer country." Guanye was baffled. He knew something about the Eagle Jam country's defense minister and knew that he wasn't an actor and wouldn't have acted with such aplomb in this situation. So for him to say such words, he must have an ulterior means or plan in mind at the moment. Chapter 170, Purple Flame. When Deep Blue's Night Lord I was first designed, even the Eagle Jam nation, which claimed to have the most advanced engine technology in the world, had no choice but to add 8 engines to the hull in order to get the behemoth into the air. That's why Night Lord I looked like a hulking lump of iron before it crashed. This is because the vast majority of the sides of the hull are taken up by the engines. The first battleship capable of lifting off the ground that the Great Summer Kingdom was now preparing to build was very different from the Night Lord one. because Lu Chuan's goal was to borrow the powerful energy of the purple element to allow the ship to install the least amount of engines as possible to be the battleship to lift off. That's why the research directorate had determined ahead of time, when designing the engines, that it would never allow the first battleship to have more than 4 engines. This reduces weight and improves overall stability, while saving a lot of space on the battleship itself. But in this way, the difficult problem was even handed over to Lu Chuan and the Research Bureau. This is because the demands on the engines are much higher than those on the Night Lord one. When he learned that the engine drawings of the Eagle Sauce Country were of no practical use to Dacia, Lu Chuan didn't hold any more hope for this pile of waste paper. It's just a reference to a very small portion of that seemingly useful data. Then it's almost from scratch all by research and own development. Fortunately, the Scientific Research Bureau had helped the Space Center to develop a super high-power rocket propulsion system before. So with the previous experience, the development process this time is considered to be half the effort. So only a few months passed before the Scientific Research Directorate came up with the first prototype of an engine that could be tested. Although the Great Xia Kingdom now possessed tens of thousands of liters of purple fuel, due to the unrepeatable nature of meteorites, purple fuel was also treasured to the Great Xia Kingdom. Because of this, the industry at large requested that the Bureau of Scientific Research be able to use only ordinary aviation fuels during the preliminary testing of the engine. This isn't really a problem though, as long as you can accurately calculate the power of the engine when using regular fuel. You can extrapolate the power after using purple fuel. When the engine was first tested, the results surprised everyone. This is because the first prototype developed by the Research Directorate was surprisingly powerful when tested with ordinary aviation fuel. That is to say that the engine designed by Lu Chuan could now already send the battleship to space even without the use of purple fuel, by carrying only 4 such engines on board the battleship. But the downside is that ordinary fuel doesn't sustain the long-term fuel needs of a vehicle going into space. This is exactly why the Eagle Jam Nation dared to let Night Lord 1 go into space only after using Element 115. The first few tests on the engine. After each test, Lu Chuan upgraded the engine. Finally, when Lu Chuan thought the engine had reached perfection, he applied to the general industry to test it using purple fuel. Guanya immediately allocated a liter of purple fuel to Lu Chuan, but it was this liter that was completely enough for the engine to undergo hundreds of tests. Because when purple fuel is used, it has to be hooked up with ordinary fuel before it can be used. Otherwise, if it is used completely, then the powerful energy contained in the purple fuel is like a small nuclear bomb. And if it is not careful, it is not as simple as just destroying the engine. On this day before the start of the test, in addition to Li Shengdong and Guanye, there were quite a number of high-level personnel from the Great Summer Kingdom who came to the scene. At the moment, even Lu Chuan himself was still not sure what the latest engine would be like after using the purple fuel. So there was a lot of anticipation from everyone in the audience, looking forward to seeing the engine perform well enough. After Lu Chuan ordered the staff to fill the tanks with purple fuel, a countdown to ignition began on the big screen at the scene. Everyone held their breath, because they all knew that if the test was successful, then the engine in front of them would be the first step into space for the Great Summer Nation. The countdown on the screen went to the end, and with Lu Chuan's command, the engine immediately spewed out red flames. Immediately after that, the red flame slowly turned into a light blue color. This is because the temperature of the flame emitted by the engine is gradually increasing. The engine power displayed on the screen was climbing at this point. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan explained through the microphone to the senior staff watching on the scene. At the moment we're only using a third of the engine's power. If we were to carry 4 of these engines on the battleship, the values shown on the screen right now would be enough to send our battleship into space. The senior staff at the scene couldn't help but stand up and applaud and cheer enthusiastically when they heard this, because this had signaled that the Dacia nation had the ability to send warships into space. However, at this time something happened that no one including Lu Chuan had expected. Lu Chuan had just ordered to continue increasing the power of the engine. A few seconds later, it suddenly became clear that the flames coming out of the rear of the engine had turned a surprisingly purple color. Just a moment after the purple flame had just appeared, the value of the engine power on the screen immediately turned red. This change made the senior people on the scene tense up, and each of them looked at each other with wide eyes, because most of them assumed at this time that the engine was faulty in testing. But only Lu Chuan and some researchers were excited at this time, because they knew that the red color on the screen at the moment didn't mean warning or danger. Rather, it's because the engine is bursting at the seams at the moment. All of the researchers, including Lu Chuan, had yet to see which engine in this world was capable of spewing out purple flames. Before that, people in this world rated whether an engine was powerful enough or not by whether the flame was blue or white. And purple is a color that no one dares to think about, because purple flames can reach an astonishing 7,000 degrees of heat. Even the bracket that held the engine in place shook with it as it shot out purple flames. Lu Chuan also immediately shut down the entire test system when he saw this. Everyone on the scene cringed. But this time they looked through the glass window of the control room and saw all the researchers inside screaming and hugging with excitement. Everyone wondered what the hell was going on. It wasn't until after Lu Chuan walked out of the control room that he announced to everyone. It can now be confirmed that at present, the engine technology of our Daxia country is already the most advanced and powerful presence in the world. Chapter 171, A Desperate Lead. Hearing Lu Chuan say this, the people present still felt puzzled. Guang Ye walked up and asked, "Why did you suddenly turn off the engine just now? Was there some kind of malfunction?" Lu Chuan had not yet spoken, but the researchers around him had already been unable to hold back their excitement. Quite a few people explained it all in a jumble of words. Purple flames. Our engines can shoot purple flames. 7,000 degrees will allow our engines to achieve unprecedented thrust. We were a big success. I even just saw the brackets holding the engine shaking. Never in a million years would I have thought that purple fuel actually contains such powerful energy. Lu Chuan said to Guang Ye at this time, "Commander Guang, for safety's sake, I stopped the test immediately just now because we also didn't expect that the engine that was filled with purple fuel would be able to burst out with such powerful propulsion." "What you mean is, we've succeeded in our engine development?" Lu Chuan nodded and said with a smile, "It's a success, and it's still a success that completely exceeds expectations. In comparison, the engine in front of us is probably several times stronger than the thrust of the engine on the Eagle Sauce Nation's Night Lord Eye." Guang Ye's own eyes had been reddened when he heard Lu Chuan say these words himself, because for a long time, Daxia has made leaps and bounds in terms of national defense though, and doesn't have to look at the Eagle Sauce country anymore. However, all along the whole country of Daxia's aerospace engine has been restricted by other countries. Even many of the flying machines that Daxia made on its own needed to come from other countries to import engines with enough power to make them work. And today, Daxia can finally get rid of such a dilemma, and can proudly announce to the world that Daxia has the world's most powerful thrust engine from now on. And at this time, Lu Chuan also said to Guang Ye, "With an engine like this, even if we don't have purple elements, or if we run out of them one day, I'm sure our engines are the strongest in the world." If it were anything else, Guang Ye, as a defense minister from a military background, would probably have set the matter as a state secret. But now, Guang Ye felt that it was time to let the Eagle Sauce country, as well as all the people in this world, know that Daxia's engine technology will not be subjected to others in the future, but will lead this world. So he immediately decided to have the press spokesman of the Great Summer State announce this matter to the world, and also specifically requested that the video of the engine test be shown at the site of the press conference, in order to be able to let more people witness this miraculous moment. Before the press conference was held, the vast industry let 103 quietly spread this matter on the internet. A large number of articles appeared on the internet that looked like gossip but were descriptive in nature. And the contents of these articles are all strikingly similar. Without exception, they are all saying that the country of Daxia may have developed the most powerful space engine in the world. Soon these messages were followed by various countries, especially in the Eagle Jam countries. When the Minister of Defense and also the R&D staff at Deep Blue saw the news, the first reaction was to think it was impossible. Hunter also stated disdainfully, "It is by no means possible for any country to develop an engine more powerful than ours in a short period of time, so I think that the Great Summer Kingdom is merely utilizing their purple element to make their engine reach a relatively high power." Even the researchers of the Deep Blue Company agreed that this was the case, feeling that if there was no purple element in the Great Summer Country, then the engines they had developed might not be able to lift off even the smallest of flying machines. However, they didn't yet know how arrogant they were at the moment and how much their faces would be slapped in a few days. A few days later, a press conference in Daxia captured the world's attention. Among the journalists on hand were many who attended with the intention of watching the joke. At first, no video was shown on the site. It was only the press spokesman who announced in front of the camera, "Our country of Daxia has recently developed a brand new engine for aerospace use, and after testing by the Scientific Research Bureau, it can be said that this new engine has reached the world's most advanced level." Immediately a reporter from Eagle Sauce taunted, "May I ask if your engine is capable of lifting your country's smallest airplane into the air?" The speaker wasn't offended by the comment. Instead, he nodded to this reporter and said in an extremely humble manner, "I think there should be no problem, and I know that word of mouth doesn't mean anything. So today we'll be showing this world a video of us testing this engine that day on the spot." Just as he finished speaking, the screen behind the speaker's body lit up. Originally, the lenses in the hands of the reporters on the scene were all pointed at the speaker, and as soon as they saw the screen lit up, they started to focus on the screen in unison. Immediately afterward, the screen began to show footage of Lu Chuan ordering a test of the engine. Though the video content did not at this time indicate that the test was without the purple element, everyone saw the values on the screen skyrocketing, already surpassing the values of the most advanced engines currently available in the Eagle Jam country. As soon as the video demonstration was over, The reporter from the Eagle Sauce country immediately said, "From the video, your Dasha's engine seems to be pretty good, but we would like to know how your engine would have performed if your Dasha hadn't used the purple element." After saying this reporter from the Eagle Sauce country even smiled at his companion beside him, full of mockery and contempt. And at this time the spokesperson didn't even bother to answer his question, but said to everyone, "Here's another video content of the testing process of our engine with the purple element added." A statement that left the Eagle Kingdom and some journalists who were ready to see the joke dumbfounded. The scene followed suit, and everyone realized that the test on the screen just now was just using regular fuel. Even the two people, the Secretary of Defense and Hunter, who were watching the live broadcast together in Eagle Jam at the moment, instantly jumped out of their chairs when they heard the spokesman's words and couldn't believe what their ears were hearing. However, with the video footage of the engine shooting out purple flames, everyone realized that the spokesman was telling the truth, and that this was the engine test with the purple element added, with the screen exploding with values and the sight of the test engine's mounts shaking a little with it. In that instant, both the Eagle Jam Nation's Secretary of Defense and Hunter got goosebumps, and researchers all over the world who were watching this scene realized the same thing. That is, the country of Dasha really owns the most advanced engine technology in the world from this moment on. It's still the kind of lead that's out of reach. Chapter 172, Lu Chuan's First Anger. Engine technology demonstrated in front of the world by Dasha. The purple flames that shot out of the engine's tail were like a sharp blade that plunged into the heart of the Eagle's landing. The reporter who had been looking for a chance to taunt Dasha at the press conference was now bowing his head like a clown. The reporters on stage, after being shocked by the images on the screen, all began to scramble to speak and ask questions. "May I ask if Dasha, with such an advanced engine system, will soon build the same flying machine as Eagle Jam's Night Lord I?" The speaker did not nod or shake his head, just a slight smile. "Then, it might be intended that way. So when will you start manufacturing? Whether or not to make it, and what kind of flying machine to make?" "At the moment, our great summer kingdom is still under consideration," and the Secretary of Defense, who was in the Eagle Jam country at the time, was completely out of his depth. For him, it was as if he and Hunter had seen the end of themselves when they saw the blue flames released from the engines of the Great Summer. The two men were hanging their heads when the Secretary to the Secretary of Defense outside the door knocked on the door of the room and stuck his head in and said, "Mr. Secretary, the President just called and is on line 1 at this hour waiting for you to answer." The phone that was sitting on the table in front of him at the moment was no longer a phone, but a hot potato. He looked at the phone and then at Hunter standing in front of him. The two didn't exchange words, but their eyes said it all. The Secretary of Defense was the one who looked for help, wanting Hunter to tell him right now what he should explain to the President after picking up the phone. But Hunter's eyes were only dodging. The Minister of Defense sighed, knowing that the man standing before him was now shaped like a waist, unable to offer an ounce of help. So all that was left was to reach for the phone. But just as the outstretched hand was about to touch the telephone receiver, Hunter pressed his hand down. "Mr. Minister, please make sure you tell Mr. President that we will never give the Dasha craft a chance to take off." The Secretary of Defense nodded through gritted teeth and picked up the phone. The President's cold voice came over the phone. "Mr. Minister, I just learned that Great Xia has the most advanced engine technology in the world. Of course, I can't blame this on you. It only shows that Great Xia has excellent researchers, but I'd like to ask you to explain why we couldn't develop the purple element." The Secretary of Defense immediately frowned, because before this, he had been asking the researchers not to divulge this matter, fearing that it would reach the President's ears. But it's clear that the President now knows the truth about this. The Minister of Defense explained, "Mr. President, I firmly believe that our Eagle Sauce country's technological level is still unmatched by other countries, including the Great Xia country. It's just that when we exchanged for the purple element, we didn't know ahead of time that their mass production of the purple element relied on a meteorite that was unique to their Great Xia country, so that's where we missed the mark." "But how do you explain it? I just saw on the live feed that the Great Summer Kingdom made their engines surpass ours even without the use of the purple element." The Minister of Defense glanced at Hunter and said to the President, This can only mean that the Great Summer's Lu Chuan is a genius, a rare genius in the world." Hunter nodded to the Secretary of Defense. The Minister of Defense immediately said, "However, Mr. President, I can assure you that even if the Great Summer country has now possessed the most advanced engines in the world, then their flying machines will not have a chance to lift off. What are you going to do?" The President's voice was noticeably strained as he questioned, because he knew that the Minister of Defense had already had many rubbings between him and the Great Summer State before this. Once a certain behavior is out of line, it is highly likely to cause a large-scale conflict or even war between the two countries. But the Minister of Defense laughed a little and said, "Mr. President, don't worry, Even if the flying machines of the Great Summer Country are more advanced, they will never have the chance to lift off. And even if I did something, they will definitely not find out this time. There was a half-dozen moments of silence on the other end of the line, as the president was also torn. On the one hand, he was worried that the Minister of Defense would do something out of the ordinary, and on the other hand, he was even more worried that the Great Summer Country would fully surpass the Eagle Sauce Country in the future. After all, the technology of aero engines largely represents the scientific and technological level of a country. If this time the Great Summer really allowed the country to utilize this engine to build the most advanced flying machine in the world, it would be unconsciously swinging a heavy punch in the face of the Eagle Jam Country in front of the whole world. In the future, other countries in the world will no longer be afraid of their Eagle Sauce Country, and thus turn around to follow the Great Summer Country. So, after weighing the situation within himself, the president said to the Secretary of Defense, "I don't care what you do. I hope you can do what you say you're going to do, and I hope you don't let the Eagle Jam Nation be shamed by it." With that, he hung up the phone. The Minister of Defense also finally had a long-awaited look of relief on his face, because the last thing the president said was already allowing him to remain comfortably seated as Secretary of Defense. Also, it was sort of a tacit admission that he could do what he wanted, as long as he could stop the ascension of the Great Summer Flyer. After hanging up the phone, the Secretary of Defense didn't say anything, but Hunter had seen the answer in his face. The Secretary of Defense just smiled and nodded to Hunter. Hunter then turned and left the office and returned to Deep Blue, because he's on a secret mission that only he and the Secretary of Defense both know about. However, after Dacia ended its press conference, another sound emerged from Eagle Jam that sickened the world. There are quite a few media outlets in Eagle Jam countries that are starting to announce something to the public. That is, Dacia, which utilized the engine technology of the Eagle Jam country to create the current engine. Without the drawings from the Eagle Sauce country, it would never have been possible for the Great Summer Country to develop the current engine that was capable of spewing out purple flames. There were even many people clamoring for Dacia to disclose the technology of these engines to the Eagle Sauce Country and to share Dacia's scientific research results. Lu Chuan wouldn't take any other slander seriously. No matter how unpleasant the words were, he could laugh them off. But in the face of this kind of denigration, Lu Chuan is intolerable. Because for him, he was leading the direction and process of engine development though. But he was more than aware of how much of this was the heart and soul of the researchers of the Great Summer State, and how much effort they had put into it. So, for the first time, he angrily barged into Li Xingdong's office. Chapter 173, Disclosure of Information on Drawings. Originally, Lu Chuan still couldn't discover this matter, because since experiencing this matter of Li Feier, Lu Chuan has lost interest in the news on the internet, and is much less likely to take the initiative to look at these things. He knows that there are too many foolish and ignorant netizens on the internet who will be randomly taken to task by the bad press. That morning, Lu Chuan came to work at the research bureau as usual. Along the way he himself was still immersed in the joy he had recently felt because of the engine he had developed for Dacia. But when he walked into the research bureau, he saw that the word depression seemed to be written on every face. Knowing that going into his lab, he saw that each of his co-workers, who he usually spends time with every day, were also sullen. He finally couldn't resist asking what the hell was going on. People knew his character and knew that he had been slandered by quite a few people before because of what happened to Li Feier, so no one was willing to tell him at first. It was probably because Zhang Shelley was straight-talking. Seeing that no one was willing to talk, she stood up herself and said, "Professor Lu, they are just too despicable." Lu Chuan was still puzzled. What the hell is going on? It was only at this time that the co-workers in the lab began to talk to each other. They, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are just despicable. Disgusting as hell. Shame on you. You already fooled us once, and now you're doing something so nasty. This is simply banditry. It's a blatant attempt to rob us of our R&D. Zhang Shili forced herself to calm down and said to Lu Chuan, "Prof. Lu, when the Eagle Jam country gave us the engine drawings, it was just crippled data. To us there was almost no difference between those drawings and the waste paper, and now we have developed the most advanced engine in the world. But they, the Eagle Jam country, actually said that we were relying on their drawings." The scientific researcher next to us also said, "It's fine to say that we're utilizing their drawings. This was originally a deal and we've admitted our bad luck, but now they're actually demanding that we have to disclose the engine's research and development data to them, and they're also demanding that we share our engine technology with their Eagle Sauce country." Lu Chuan finally heard what was going on. The veins on his brain were bursting with anger at this time. He turned around and rushed to Li Xingdong's office. As soon as he came in, he realized that Li Shengdong's face was also stifled at this time. Like someone who's been wronged, Lu Chuan said to Li Shengdong, "It seems that you also know about this matter. We must respond. More than that, We have to let the world know that we developed the engine by our own efforts. Of course I knew. Who would have thought that the Eagle Jam country was hiding such a trick? It's just shamelessness at its best. After saying that, he immediately dialed the Broad Industries phone, with a belly full of aggression to explain this matter to the Broad Industry. After hearing this, Guanya immediately made a decision. That would be to order the press department of Daxia to make an immediate counterattack against Eagle Jam. And there was another operation that directly made the world look dumbfounded. At the press conference of the Great Xia State, the spokesman said righteously, "There is one thing that we, the Great Xia State, have not wanted to disclose, but now that we are faced with denigration from various countries, I think we have to disclose some information." One sentence caused the reporters on stage to start talking, wondering what was so important, because in the past it was something more significant and still bad. The press spokesman of the Great Summer State would have such a look on his face. Without waiting for a question, the spokesman continued, "Everyone knows that we in Daxia and Eagle Sauce only saw to it that a supposedly fair deal was made." Upon hearing this, several reporters immediately stood up at the same time to scramble for questions. "May I ask if anything went wrong in this transaction? Didn't we say the deal was done before? Didn't the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country even personally come to the Great Summer country later on? Is there something else unknown in this deal?" The spokesman said, "We, the Great Summer country, kept our promise and handed over 10 liters of extremely precious purple elements to the Eagle Sauce country, and I believe that even the Eagle Sauce country can't deny this." Before he finished, a reporter immediately said, "But didn't you, Daxia, also admit that you got the drawings of the Eagle Sauce country's engine?" The spokesman sneered, nodded and said, "That's right, we did receive the drawings from the Eagle Sauce country, but after careful study by our scientific researchers, there are very many important data missing from these drawings." A sentence that drew an outcry from the stage. It was at this time that the world was even more shocked by the press spokesman's remark. "We want to tell the world today that 2 hours from now, we will publicize all the information on the drawings provided to us by the Eagle Sauce Nation on our official website of the Great Summer Nation." After saying that, the spokesman turned away without looking back. This operation really made everyone dumbfounded. Many countries were excited about it, because for some countries with less developed technology, these drawings were simply more precious than gold. Yet others expressed great nervousness, because advanced engine technology is now in the hands of only a few developed countries. Once this technology is made public, although it is missing some data, there is still a possibility that it will be utilized by some belligerent countries. Use these drawings to build your own fighter jets or other flying machines for war. However, 2 hours later, after the Great Summer Kingdom completely publicized these drawings on the internet, the whole world was silent. Countries that were still panicking are now putting their hearts on the line. The countries that were still yearning for it have all turned into disappointment at this time as well, because after they had their own researchers study the drawings, they all realized that they were not the least bit useful. Of course, this time it was still the Yellow Sand country that was the first to stand up and speak for the Great Summer country. At a press conference in the Yellow Sands country, a reporter asked the spokesman this question. The spokesperson of the Yellow Sand country smiled and said, "We have certainly paid attention to this matter, and we have had our scientific researchers meticulously analyze these drawings. So what conclusions have your researchers come to after analyzing it?" The spokesman laughed out loud. "I can't say it's a waste of paper. I can see that the information on these drawings is the result of the high technology of the Eagle Sauce country. But our scientific researchers have come to the conclusion that with drawings like these, it's a struggle to build even the propeller used for a speedboat." A comment that drew laughter from the reporters on stage as well. Someone asked, "So you also believe that Daxia developed the engine entirely on their own, right?" The spokesman nodded and said, "Of course, we believed from the beginning that the Daxia kingdom was capable of such a thing, and we were worried about the Daxia kingdom as a dupe when they were preparing to make this deal with the Eagle Sauce kingdom. And, sure enough, it still didn't elude us." All at once, the news media in every country in the world began to speak out. Those in favor of Daxia are almost universally lopsided in their condemnation of this brigandish behavior by the Eagle Jam nation. The dogged countries of Eagle Jam, on the other hand, all chose to remain silent at this time. Chapter 174 Water Leakage. A few days down the line, the media networks, the official rounds of countries down the line, the people of the world know who is playing mind games in this matter. But time passed day by day. Only the Eagle Jam country has never given an explanation for this matter. This completely pissed off the people of Daxia. Netizens have also begun an internet rant against the underhanded behavior of the Eagle Jam nation. All sorts of posts with nasty words appeared on the internet. Pressured by public opinion, the officials of the Great Summer State finally came forward to give an explanation. An extremely far-fetched explanation. Their press spokesperson explained, It was only after a careful investigation that it was discovered that some of the drawings had gone missing when staff were organizing them. Immediately, a reporter on the stage asked rhetorically, "Since you know that the drawings are incomplete, why do you still want to make a deal with the Great Summer Kingdom?" The press secretary did not feel embarrassed when confronted with this question. Instead, he shamelessly said, "We've always thought that the Scientific Research Bureau of the Great Summer Country has strong scientific research capabilities, so we also feel that a little bit of missing drawings isn't much of a problem for them." Such a reply made even the reporters on stage, who were usually used to seeing shameless villains, feel speechless for a moment. Even many reporters froze, not knowing how to continue asking questions. However, even in the face of such a brutal and unreasonable attitude from the Eagle Jam Nation, Lu Chuan was instead frank in his heart, because for him, he just wants the people of the world to learn a truth and to do justice to the Scientific Research Council. As for this shameless attitude of the Eagle Sauce Nation, he had long since become accustomed to it. Even the press spokesman of the Great Summer State said, "We do not intend to pursue this matter, because we are extremely disappointed with the attitude of the Eagle Sauce State in handling this matter. And we are not surprised by this shameless behavior. The attitude towards this matter, as well as the method of solving this matter, made the people all over the world raise their favorability towards the Great Summer Country quite a bit in a short period of time. In contrast, there is a lot of scorn for the Eagle Jam Nation, and the Great Summer State does not intend to expend too much energy on this matter, because the next step, the goal of the Great Summer Kingdom is to build its own fleet that can enter space." At this moment, in a military harbor in Mordor, an aircraft carrier was already moored. From the time the launch was successfully developed, the Bureau of Scientific Research began work on modifying the carrier. The remodeling work did not require a researcher like Lu Chuan to expend too much energy. The most that has to be consumed is just time. So, after a month or so, 4 brand new engines had been installed on both sides of the carrier, through its own spy satellites. The Eagle Jam Nation is also keeping an eye on the progress of this carrier refit. This is certainly clear in the heart of Daxia. However, just before the modifications were finalized and testing was about to begin, several unexplainable and strange things happened in this military port. This military harbor is home to dozens of warships, large and small, and these days, I don't know what the reason is, but there are always battleships with leaky cabins. If it was just one battleship that had such an accident, it would be fine and wouldn't arouse suspicion. However, these days, it happens almost every day, and each time it wasn't particularly bad. It was just a small hole that would appear in the bottom of the boat and then start seeping water into the cabin. The holes look like both holes from the ship's own rust and corrosion from some kind of liquid. This whole thing is a big headache for the industry at large. Not even the best maintenance people here can offer an explanation for this. In the beginning, Guanya had wondered if there were spy personnel from the Eagle Jam Country here deliberately messing around with the aim of delaying the transformation of that carrier. But after investigation, this was quickly disproved. Because first of all of the soldiers here were from the Great Summer Country itself, and after carefully investigating the identity of each person, it was found that they would never be foreign intelligence agents. There was also the fact that when they found out that one of the leaks in the hold had occurred, there was no one on the ship at all, because it was a battleship that had been moored for a long time and was ready to be scrapped. It was the crew who noticed the ship's hull was slowly sinking before rushing in to check out the discovery. Most importantly, when these photos of the holes in the hull were given to the Scientific Research Directorate, Lu Chuan discovered a shocking detail that all of these holes were caused from the outside in. That is to say, the breaches were not sabotage done by people boarding the ship to do the damage, but sabotage was done underneath the hull, in the water part of the ship. After confirming this matter, Guanya immediately ordered the staff of the Magic City's military harbor to install dozens of underwater cameras underneath every ship, and began to constantly monitor what was happening underwater 24 hours a day. But just as Guanya had just given this order, the underwater camera was just halfway installed. The crew working underwater swam up in a panic. When he removed his mask, he found the man's face white with fear. The man beside him was busy asking him what had happened. The underwater worker stammered, "Snakes. There are snakes. No, it's a dragon. There's a dragon underwater." The words froze everyone in the room. I thought to myself that if you say that there are snakes underwater, no one could possibly believe it, because the harbor of Mordor has never been found to have the shadow of a sea serpent at all. And besides, sea snakes are not a species of this sea at all, let alone having any dragons underwater. Immediately a man asked, "Did you see moray eels underwater? Because some of them look like big sea snakes." The man shook his head frantically. "No, definitely not. I work underwater a lot. I can recognize sea eels, sea snakes or whatever other sea creatures, but this thing is definitely not." This statement made everyone tense up, because they knew that this person's usual job was to work underwater. and even if he saw a large moray eel, even if it was a shark, he wouldn't be scared like this. What in the world did you see? A man anxiously pursued the question. He said, as I was setting up the camera, with the underwater light, I saw something with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters swim past my eyes, and when it was a little farther away, I saw the whole outline, and it was something that looked like a dragon, writhing its body and swimming in the water. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and those who were standing on the shore couldn't help but move their bodies back at this time. Chapter 175, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Although the underwater cameras have not been installed in the same number as before, dozens of them have been installed and are working. So Guanya immediately asked the monitoring room to start uninterrupted monitoring of the footage from the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, a few hours later, a creepy image appeared on the screen. Since this military harbor in Mordor is not far from the mouths of some rivers, the water is not exactly clear. The crew looked through an underwater camera and saw the shadow of an object swimming in the water exactly as the crew member had described. But because it was blurry, it was hard to see exactly what kind of animal it was. Judging by its size and length, this thing could be called a dragon. For to this day no human has ever found a snake or moray eel of such enormous size in the sea. It was more than 10 meters long and swam in the water in a posture that was exactly like a dragon, swaying both from side to side as well as up and down. Word spread quickly through the harbor. For a while, all of the battleship's military and staff in the harbor were on edge. Neither dared to work on the boat nor go near the water. Guan Ye and Lu Chuan looked at the animal on the screen, also fell into deep thought. Li Shangdong said, This thing isn't really a ing dragon, is it? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, Never, dragons cannot exist. I prefer to believe that this is a new species that has never been discovered. But after saying this, Lu Chuan immediately denied himself again. It suddenly occurred to him that new undiscovered species could exist in the world, but it was even more unlikely that they were so large and in the city's harbor. Guan Ye frowned and said, Whether it's a dragon, or from the constant leaks in the hull lately, it looks like this thing is the one doing the damage. Lu Chuan and Li Shangdong nodded along. Li Shangdong said, Should we use explosives to put this thing out first? It's kind of creepy to look at. This harbor is a military port, and is home to all kinds of warships. It's not a problem to say that you want to blow this thing up, even if it's into a bloody mess. But Guan Ye laughed at this time and said, How meaningless that would be. It's better to find a way to get this thing out and catch it alive. I'd like to see what it is. So at the order of Guan Ye, the entire military harbor was completely closed. Dozens of battleships lined up horizontally at the entrances and exits of the harbor. Radars turned on constantly scanning underwater. That way, even a fish entering or leaving this harbor will be monitored. Then a number of large fishing boats were brought into the harbor and began to drop nets and carpet the entire harbor. The harbor isn't that big, and it had been expected that a couple of hours after the nets were dropped, the thing would be caught out of the water. However, multiple large fishing boats have gone back and forth several times to catch it, sweeping the harbor clean, but have not been able to find the thing. In the words of the fishermen on board, we had already caught almost everything alive in this harbor clean with our nets, and it would probably be difficult to catch a small fish weighing half a pound from here now. Such a situation left everyone dumbfounded. Guan Ye questioned the battleships in the harbor if they had noticed anything swimming out, but several captains have said that radar has shown fish coming in and out, but definitely no large animals coming in and out. Lu Chuan was also nervous in his heart at this time, because it had occurred to him by this time that this thing could be some sort of man-made thing. Over the years, the fishermen of the Dasha Kingdom have continuously fished out various surveillance equipment while fishing offshore. All of this equipment is used by some countries in conducting surveillance on the Great Summer. Most of this equipment, though, was in shapes that looked like torpedoes, a far cry from the thing they'd seen on the screen that swam. It was at this time that Guan Ye gave an order. Blow it up for me. I don't believe it can't be done. So, with battleships parked in the harbor, another round of intensive carpet bombing began at the entrance, and the bombardment had just begun when the vast industry in the control center received a report from the captain. Report, unidentified object has appeared on radar, very similar to previous descriptions, and is currently fleeing the harbor at a rapid rate. Guan Ye picked up his walkie-talkie and shouted, Chase and bomb me. At a command, several of the port's carrier planes lifted off and began tracking the creature. But in the end, it was not well prepared. The creature disappeared from the radar just as several fighters lifted off. Everyone was wondering why they had not been able to find this thing before when they had dropped their nets in the harbor and fished all over the place. Started bombing and this thing suddenly showed up? Lu Chuan said at this time, There's only one possibility, and that's that this thing should have been tightly attached to the seabed before. That's why we didn't find it. But by this time the thing had disappeared from the radar again. It was not even certain whether it was now hiding at the bottom of the sea, or had escaped to the far sea. This has left the entire military port at their mercy. Lu Chuan's heart at this time has been inclined to think that this thing is not an animal, but a man-made thing, and is very likely to be the Eagle Sauce country. That's why Lu Chuan suggested to Guanye, we can remove the battleships in the harbor and quietly lay mines with sensing capabilities in the harbor. So once this thing tries to come in again, we'll definitely be able to catch it. Guanye nodded and then gave this order. And at this moment, Guanye could also see that Lu Chuan should suspect that this was the Eagle Sauce country playing a trick. Daxiao's induction torpedoes were extremely advanced and could even select the target they wanted to attack to strike. In other words, it can be set in advance on the torpedo how large an object will pass near the torpedo before the detonation signal is triggered. So the ship deploying the torpedo purposely set the characteristic data of this monster on the torpedo. Once deployed, it was just a matter of waiting for the thing to throw itself into the net and catch it in a jar. A little bit of time passed. The entire harbor has been completely shut down because of this monster. The harbor was dark at night, and even the sea was terribly still. But just at that moment, a loud bang woke up all the sleeping people in the harbor. Guanye rolled out of bed in one fluid motion, grabbing his walkie-talkie before he even had a chance to put on his jacket. Standby ships, all forward to round up. Guanye's order brought the sea to life at once. Several of the standby battleships quickly turned on all their searchlights and began searching the surface for the location of the torpedo explosion. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a captain reported to the general industry, target sighted, has been blown up by us and, to be sure, is not a sea creature. Chapter 176, The Sea Serpent of the Deep Blue Company. 10 minutes later, a pile of this monster was completely salvaged. Looking at this pile of blown apart pieces on the ground confirmed that Lu Chuan's thoughts were correct. It really is a man-made thing. The fragments were arranged in an arrangement that was more than 10 meters long. However, after careful analysis by the researchers present, it was found that although this thing was very long, it wasn't exactly a high-tech gadget, because most of its body is batteries and only a small part of its head has some devices. These devices have cameras, sonar scans, and various other signal-receiving devices. Most notably, there's a suction cup in the head. Laboratory tests of the liquid remaining in the suction cups revealed that this contained a strong acidic liquid. In other words, the hole in the bottom of the ship was caused by the release of a strong acidic liquid after the suction cup was attached. Guanye had wanted the researchers to analyze which country this thing belonged to. Under normal circumstances, researchers are able to analyze the electronics on this thing. But after disassembling this thing, I realized that although there were quite a few electronic components on it, the logos on it had all been polished off. Not to mention the ability to identify the countries in which these originals were produced. However, for everyone, it doesn't take much thought to realize that this stuff is most likely produced in the Eagle Sauce country. Meanwhile, inside a control center of Deep Blue in the Eagle Sauce country, the screen had gone all black. The Secretary of Defense is in the control center right now. He ordered, keep releasing the sea serpent. As it turns out, this thing found in the harbor of Mordor does indeed belong to the Eagle Jam Nation, and is indeed a surveillance device. It all started with that time when the Minister of Defense visited the country of Daxia with his scientific researchers. Just as the plane was about to land, Hunter stormed into the Secretary of Defense's room. He said to the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, I may have a way to make it so that the Great Summer Nation will never be able to build a flying machine to lift off. Already disappointed to the core, the Minister of Defense seemed to see a glimmer of light again when he heard these words. He was busy asking Hunter what he meant by that. Hunt said, Deep Blue developed, years ago, a piece of equipment that enables missions in global waters, which we call the Sea Serpent. Sea Serpent? Yes, an unmanned device that can be controlled remotely via satellite. The Sea Serpent's greatest strength is that it can mimic a creature in the sea, attach itself to the bottom of any ship and release a strong acid. The Secretary of Defense immediately understood what Hunter meant. Knowing that he was trying to use the strong acid released by the Sea Serpent to corrode the bottoms of the ships of the Great Summer Kingdom. But the Sea Serpent also has a fatal flaw. That's because for the Sea Serpent to carry out missions around the globe, it needs to be powerful enough on its own to have sufficient endurance. That's why the Sea Serpent's teeny tiny length is entirely due to the fact that it needs to carry more than enough batteries. This makes it very limited in the equipment it can carry on its own. It was for this reason that the Minister of Defense, when ordering this mission, for the first time only dared to send a single Sea Serpent to the port of Mordor. Because of its excessive size, it was extremely easy to be detected by Daxia's radar. This is what led to the Sea Serpent not being able to completely destroy a battleship at a time. As not enough strong acidic liquid was released, it was able to be remedied instantly each time it was discovered in the Great Summerland. At this moment, on the seabed more than 10 kilometers away from the port of Mordor, there were already dozens of Sea Serpents quietly lurking on standby. With an order from the Minister of Defense, Several sea serpents had begun to swim towards the military port of Mordor. When he eliminated this first sea serpent, Guan Ye thought that the other party, knowing that he had been discovered, would definitely not continue to send this kind of thing to cause trouble in a short period of time. But he still underestimated the thickness of the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister's cheek. The Minister of Defense knew full well that even if the sea serpent was discovered by the Dasha nation, they would surely not be able to find evidence from the sea serpent that it was their Eagle Sauce nation's equipment. Plus, the cost of manufacturing equipment like the sea serpent was extremely low, so he was even more able to send out sea serpents on missions with impunity. This time, his target was none other than the aircraft carriers that were being remodeled by the Great Summer Kingdom, and aimed to directly scrap them, because this time he sent out 10 sea serpents, and these 10 sea serpents, if they managed to sneak into Mordor's harbor, together adsorbed themselves to the bottom of the carrier's ship while releasing strong acid. Then in a very short period of time, the carrier will sink into the sea. The next day, the port of Mordor resumed its normal work and the refitting of the carrier continued. Yet beneath the calm sea surface, 10 sea serpents had silently dived into the harbor. Just when Guan Ye thought there was no more threat, a sharp report came from the control center. Report, the carrier is sinking rapidly. For a moment, everyone in the Magic City harbor panicked, and Li Shangdong was standing beside Guan Ye at this time. He suddenly said, "Crap, Lu Chuan is still on the carrier." But, saying this, it was already visible to the naked eye that the carrier was sinking through the surveillance images on the big screen. When Guan Ye heard Li Shangdong's words, his heart had just one thought at the moment. That is, even if they lose 10 carriers and the ships in the entire harbor, they must save Lu Chuan. The staff on the carrier, when they encountered such a situation, if there was no special order, they would immediately divide everyone into two groups. One group would immediately begin salvage work on the carrier, while the other group would begin searching for trapped people in the shipyard. So, the vast industry immediately ordered, "Stop all repair work on the carrier and all personnel immediately begin searching for trapped people in the hold." At the word of command, a large number of sparks were seen beginning to rise from the deck of the carrier. This is the search and rescue crew using a cutter and cutting through the deck. This is because the rate of water ingress into the cabin at this time of year no longer allowed any search and rescue personnel to enter. Otherwise more people would be trapped inside. Anxious to the vast industry and Li Shangdong, 2 people, this time has also long been unable to sit down. All rushed to the scene will only rescue, but the deck sliced open one by one. The rescued personnel still haven't found Lu Chuan's figure yet. And, at this point, because the more and bigger the cuts in the deck, the faster it would sink the carrier. Because it accelerates the rate of seawater coming into the ship, search and rescue personnel suddenly began to dissuade the general industry at this time. "Commander Hero, the carrier will be completely sunk in less than 3 minutes. The deck is too dangerous. Please stay away immediately." But Guan Ye acted as if he hadn't heard the words, still staring intently at one of the sliced openings. He hoped that all the personnel on the carrier were rescued, and at the same time, inwardly he hoped even more that the next person to be rescued would be Lu Chuan. Chapter 177, Lu Chuan No. 1. At this moment, inside Deep Blue's control center, the big screen didn't just show the sea serpent that was destroying the bottom of the ship. Another screen was also displaying footage of the Eagle Sauce Nation's spy satellite spying on Mordor's harbor. Only the carrier on the screen was more than half submerged at this point. Both the Secretary of Defense and Hunter couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh at the same time. Hunt said, "Mr. Secretary, I can guarantee that in the future we can sink any battleship of the Dasha nation at any time, and they will never be able to get their engines to work." And the Secretary of Defense got even more excited this time, because he saw someone through the zoomed-in satellite image. "That's the vast industry on deck." He laughed out loud and said, "As the senior defense commander of the Great Xia country, at this moment, the carrier is about to sink completely, and he's actually still on the deck." Hunter said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to ask. It must be that Lu Chuan is trapped inside the cabin, and he's given rescue to stay on the deck and not leave. If we destroy this carrier of the Great Summer Kingdom, they will definitely build more. But if we can kill Lu Chuan this time, then no matter how many carriers the Great Summer Kingdom builds in the future, it won't be a threat to us." Meanwhile, as he watched, seawater had begun to gush out of the opening cut in the deck. Brody's men had no choice but to force the two of them, him and Li Shangdong, to leave the carrier. "Just came ashore." This time when I turned around to look at it again, everyone was silent, because the carrier was no longer visible in the sea behind them. The entire ship had completely sunk to the bottom of the sea, and there was still a group of search and rescue personnel floating on the surface who hadn't had time to evacuate and were now swimming towards the shore. The two men, Li Shangdong and Guan Ye, were staring at the carrier's silent position with dead eyes, and blood had glared out of their eyes. Without waiting for Guan Ye's order, The underwater search and rescue personnel had already jumped down once again this time, because at this time, although the carrier has been completely sunk, but because of the huge space of the carrier itself, there must still be a lot of space that has not been invaded by seawater. There may still be trapped people in these spaces, but even then, everyone knew that the search and rescue mission was extremely difficult. This is not like the rescue on the deck just now, once into the underwater, and then one by one to search for trapped people, even if found, then underwater to cut the hull, rescue, but also need to consume a great deal of manpower and material resources. At this time, Li Shengdong asked the people who were rescued, which one of you was the last to discover Lu Chuan just now, and what was his location? Those present looked at each other in disbelief, but only Zhang Xiuli cried at this time. When the rescue started, Professor Lu and I were both inside the cabin, and I pulled him out, but he didn't listen to me and kept pushing me to push me out, and he himself ran in again. Everyone frowned because they couldn't figure out why Lu Chuan would run towards the interior of the cabin if he didn't run out at that critical moment. Li Shengdong asked again, which direction did he run in? Zhang Xiaoli wiped her tears and sobbed. It seems to be the direction of the stern. Li Shengdong looked like he suddenly thought of something at this time. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled to the underwater rescuers, go to the aft engine room immediately and look for survivors. Everyone was puzzled as to what Li Shengdong really meant at this time. Li Shengdong said, I think Lu Chuan must be trapped inside the engine compartment if he's still alive at this time. Why are you so sure? Guan Yak asked anxiously. Because of the recent testing of the engine, we just stored some purple elements in the engine compartment, so I think the reason why this Lu Chuan guy ran in this direction must be because he wanted to salvage them. It was only at this time that those present came to a realization. Guan Ya immediately turned towards the control room, because the control room could see the underwater rescuers operating at this time. Just arrived at the control room, and by this time the screen just showed the rescuers arriving at the engine compartment door position, but strangely enough, the hatch was always open these days because the staff kept coming in and out of the place, but this time the screen showed the hatch in a closed position. The underwater rescuers pounded on the door a few times with a hammer. A few seconds later, the sound of 3 knocks came from inside the door again. Li Shengdong said excitedly, Lu Chuan, it must be this guy. Guan Ye immediately gave the order to begin cutting into the engine compartment. When the rescuers cut a small hole, they put in a tiny camera to watch what was going on inside. The camera had just poked in through this little hole, and the people in the control center immediately cheered. They saw that at this moment, Lu Chuan, alone in the corner of the engine compartment, was shivering while holding the purple elemental. This is because the temperature inside the cabin of the entire carrier will also drop rapidly after it sinks to the bottom of the sea. This idiot, for such a little purple element, he even gave up his life. Let's see if I don't break his dog's legs when he comes up. As Li Shengdong angrily uttered these angry words, tears of excitement had actually flowed from his eyes. More than an hour later, underwater rescuers had cut an opening that would allow a person to enter and exit. The rescuers on the outside immediately sent down another wetsuit. It was only after letting Lu Chuan wear it that he was rescued. Looking at Lu Chuan who was rescued, his lips were frozen purple by this time. But Wyatt was still holding the purple elemental at this time and refused to let go. When Guanyi saw Lu Chuan at this time, he was also furious. Pointing at him, he scolded, Kid, for this thing you don't want to die. What is more important is not clear in your heart. Which knows that Lu Chuan actually shivered at this time and pointed at the purple element and said, I know we still have a lot of purple elements, but this thing is for our great summer country. It is currently unrepeatable. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people from the Research and Development Bureau around him at this time to stop him, Li Shengdong really might have rushed up to give Lu Chuan a big slap, because for Li Shengdong, an hour ago, when he learned that Lu Chuan sank underwater with the aircraft carrier, he was torn as if he had lost his own son. After this experience, Guanyi also had a decision within himself. He decided that the refit mission after that could not take place in the harbor. In addition, he also decided that the first battleship that can enter space in the country of Daxia will be named Lu Chuan No. 1 inch. Chapter 178, The Devils Who. Having successfully rescued Lu Chuan, the already sunken carrier didn't seem that important to everyone anymore. After all, they all knew in their hearts that in comparison, Lu Chuan was the national treasure of the Great Summer Kingdom. As a result, the Great Summer State was not prepared to announce this matter to the public either. But how could the Eagle Sauce country give up this great opportunity to make the Great Summer country lose face? The next day, the Eagle Sauce media issued a kind reminder to Daxia. They announced to the world, our Eagle Sauce nation's satellites, yesterday, photographed a large ship sinking in a harbor in the magic capital of the Great Xia Nation, and we are worried that the Great Xia Nation hasn't found out about this matter by this time, so we kindly remind them. Guan Ye had originally ordered all those involved in the rescue at the harbor that day to keep the incident a secret. But I didn't realize that it hadn't even been 24 hours before Eagle Jam Nation broke the story. The vast industry of hate is gnashing its teeth. And after this news was announced by the Eagle Sauce country, media from all over the world flocked to the Daxia country, waiting for an official explanation. The operation of the Eagle Jam state left the Great Summer State at a loss as to how to explain the matter. Faced with such a situation, Daxia must have held a press conference to explain. But the most difficult thing at this time is the press spokesman, who really doesn't know how to deal with reporters from all over the world this time. Well, before the press conference started, the industry at large gave him some advice. That's one way of saying one thing. This press conference began with a live feed that showed that this one was particularly different from the previous ones, because that's almost half of the journalists in Eagle Jam country right now. Everyone knows that this mother asterisk is here to see the joke. After the spokesman took the stage, he directly said to the reporters on the stage, "Thank you to the reporters from all over the world for their attention to our great summer country. And also thank you to the Eagle Sauce country for the reminder. But we don't need such a reminder. Because how could we ourselves not know when a battleship of such a large size sinks to the bottom of the sea?" The biggest question mark for all the reporters at this press conference was the reason for the sinking of this carrier and whether this was an aircraft carrier that was being remodeled by the Great Summer State. But these are things that Eagle Jam Nation has already informed their country's journalists about ahead of time. So the reporter from the Eagle Sauce country immediately asked, "May I ask if this sunken aircraft carrier is the one that your Great Xia country is transforming with the purple element?" The spokesman didn't even bother to answer his question, just nodded at him and then immediately reached out for another reporter to ask a question. But another reporter from the Eagle Sauce country asked, "So have you now investigated the cause of the sinking of the carrier? Was it your own mistake? Or was it a serious flaw in the engine you developed that caused the accident?" The speaker would have been ready to ignore the Eagle Land journalists before the start of the day. But in the face of such provocative questions, the spokesman finally couldn't help himself. He looked angrily at this reporter with a serious face, then said, "The exact cause? We are still investigating, but what we can be sure of is that this is neither our own mistake, nor even more so the existence of serious loopholes in our engines. We can be very sure that this is a certain country that used extremely dirty tactics to cause the sinking of this aircraft carrier of ours." Everyone in the room, except for the reporters from the Eagle Jam country, expressed great surprise, because such a provocative act of destroying local military equipment is almost the same as a declaration of war. So journalists from various countries scrambled and started asking all sorts of questions. "And have you investigated which country it is? By what means did they sink your carrier? Do you have any guesses as to which country might have done it? If you investigate and find out which country did it, what steps will you take in response?" The press secretary waved his hand, signaling for silence. Then he said coldly, "It's true that we haven't investigated which country is behind this yet, but I believe that even if I don't have to say it, everyone here will be able to guess it. Because all of you should also know which country in this world is the one that least expects to see that the warships of our Great Xia country can enter space." These words made the eyes of everyone in the room gathered to these journalists from the Eagle Sauce country. These reporters at this moment also immediately become pressurized mute. Another reporter asked, "So may I ask if you will continue to remodel the carriers?" "Of course. There won't be any kind of power in this world that can stop us, the Great Summer Kingdom, from letting warships go into space." The speaker then showed photos of the sea serpent taken from the harbor of Mordor on the big screen. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation was particularly nervous at the sight. He immediately asked Hunter, "Are you sure? Wouldn't Daxia really learn that it's our country's equipment through its research on this thing?" Hunter smiled and said, "Mr. Minister, you can completely rest assured that this surveillance equipment, we have already cleared all the evidence that can show that it is made by our Eagle Sauce country in the early stage of the design. All the electronic components on it, they won't even be able to see a single digit, a single character." The Minister of Defense nodded, and then continued, "That's good. But I guess the first country that the Great Summer country can think of should also be us. And as long as there's no evidence, they'll just have to eat this dumb loss." Hunter also said proudly, "More than that, I believe that after this incident, I'm afraid that the Great Xia Kingdom will not dare to continue to remodel their battleships for a short period of time, or else if they remodel them once, we can make their battleships sink once." That being said, the reasoning is the same, but what neither of them had expected was that at this moment, Guan Yi already had a new plan. After this carrier sank, Guan Yi returned to his office and immediately began to think about this problem. When he saw the map of the Great Summer Kingdom hanging on the wall, a seemingly crazy idea appeared in his head. There is a vast desert area in the interior of the Great Summer Kingdom, and in the center of this vast desert, there is a saltwater lake with a volume of hundreds of square kilometers. This saltwater lake is not only unsuitable for human survival due to its harsh environment, but even the surrounding area of the lake is devoid of even flora and fauna. That's why this saltwater lake is known as Devil's Lake. It occurred to Guanya that since you, the Eagle Jam Nation, want to mess up with the sea serpent, I will completely deny you the opportunity to reach me. Modified battleships are capable of liftoff anyway, and they're built wherever they're built. It's just a significant increase in cost relative to the previous program, because then it's not just a simple matter of remodeling a battleship, it's to build sea and air warships directly from scratch at Devil's Lake. Chapter 179, Li Xingdong convincing Minako. After Guanya had this plan in his head, he immediately had the higher-ups start studying the feasibility of this matter. A number of people argued that while the risk was reduced, the cost of having to start building warships in Devil's Lake all over again was just too high. Instead, the industry at large said, yes, if we do this, we are going to have to put a lot more manpower and financial resources into this program, but there are tremendous advantages to doing this. Immediately, someone countered. The advantages that Commander Guang mentioned are merely to enhance the safety factor when we build. Without the black snakes attacking, I think it would be better for us to find a way to solve the harassment that the black snakes are causing us, and this would probably be less costly. However, Guangya's explanation immediately convinced all the top brass in the audience. The disadvantage of this, he argues, is indeed a considerable increase in cost, yet at the same time it has great advantages. This is because the previous vision of the Great Summer State was to retrofit existing warships. The result of such a modification though was a battleship that could be lifted into the air without any problems and also had a decent combat power. Yet the advantage of such a warship remains at sea, because it would be limited by the original appearance and function of the battleship. If a battleship that can lift off is rebuilt, it would allow the Bureau of Scientific Research to redesign it and design a battleship that would benefit from the advantages of space as well as sea combat. This viewpoint of Guanya was immediately supported by everyone, so this plan went through. However, this time Lu Chuan encountered something that gave him a headache. Originally the sinking of the aircraft carrier had caused public concern, but I don't know what kind of person used what means to steal the monitoring screen at that time when the scene rescued Lu Chuan. Even the image of Lu Chuan freezing and shivering when he was rescued was put online. Now Minako was thoroughly annoyed. Before, she never interfered or even asked Lu Chuan about his work, but this time, after seeing this image, he had a big fight with Lu Chuan. Minako pointed at Lu Chuan's nose and said fiercely, "You're just a cutie. Everyone knows to run for their lives, but you don't even want to die for the purple element." Lu Chuan was busy explaining, "The purple element is the most valuable secret of our great summer country." So at that time, surely a lot of people didn't know that there was this thing in the engine compartment, and I was one of the few who knew it. And in that situation, I surely had to rush in to get the purple element out. And besides, isn't there anything wrong with me now? Minako blared at him. "Yes, you're the smart one. It's fine now. If it wasn't, would I be able to see you right now? And should I be burning paper for you on the beach at this very moment?" Fierce Lu Chuan like a child. Lu Chuan scratched his head and said, "Big deal. The big deal is that I won't be so adventurous in the future, right?" But I didn't expect Minako to threaten Lu Chuan at this time. "Later? There is no later. I know you are a scientific researcher. You only need to be responsible for scientific research. It is not necessary to go to the scene. If you dare to participate in this kind of thing again, I will." Lu Chuan had a question mark on his face. "So what do you do?" Minako stomped her foot and said, "I'll just leave you. I don't want to be in fear every day." Lu Chuan was completely dumbfounded because he had been informed of the plans of the vast industry and was recently about to follow the construction team into the desert. This made him even more embarrassed to bring it up with Minako. It would have been fine if Minako alone was like this, but I didn't expect Nicole to get involved at this time. When Nicole learned that Lu Chuan had just had a brush with death, she immediately came to Lu Chuan's house. About to reprimand Lu Chuan, Minako said to her, "There's no need to talk nonsense to this guy anymore. I've already given him a piece of my mind earlier." Nicole asked, "Told you? What did you tell him?" Minako grunted in exasperation. "I told him that if he ever got involved in this mission again, I would leave him." I didn't expect Nicole to suddenly have a look of surprise on her face at this time. She actually smiled and asked Minako, "Really? Really? Are you true to your word?" Lu Chuan was beside him like a little cutie. I don't know what these two are exchanging. Minako, however, suddenly realized that something was wrong, and she gave Nicole a blank look and said, "What? Do you especially want me to leave Lu Chuan?" Nicole nodded her head frantically in no uncertain terms, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Yes, if you leave Lu Chuan, then don't I have something to take advantage of?" It was only at this time that Lu Chuan realized what the two were talking about, and his face turned red like a ripe tomato. Minako took a look at Lu Chuan's blush and grabbed his ear and asked, "What? Is it that you can't wait for me to leave too, so that you can be with Nicole? Luchuan begged for mercy while swearing. I swear, I absolutely did not have such thoughts. How could I let you leave me? But Minako still didn't let go and continued to ask him. Then why are you blushing? Nicole took the opportunity to mess up at this point. Look at his face all red. He must want to be with me. Quick, twist his ear harder. Seeing that Luchuan's ears were about to be wrung out, the ringing of the phone saved him. Once she saw that it was Li Shengdong calling, Minako let go of her hand. When he picked up the phone, Li Shengdong asked Luchuan, "Kid, how's it going? Are you ready to go to Devil's Lake?" Rukawa looked at Minako and then at Nicole, who was getting carried away. Stammering, he said to Li Shengdong, I've got a problem. It's not just going to the desert. What could you possibly have a problem with? Luchuan said. Summer threatened to break up with me if I dared to go. Li Shengdong laughed out loud as he said to Luchuan, "Give the phone to Summer. I'll talk to her personally." After Minako picked up the phone, Li Shengdong purposely lowered his voice and said to her, "Summer, I'll whisper to you a secret that even Luchuan doesn't know right now." Upon hearing this, Minako hurriedly turned her back to Luchuan. Li Shengdong said, "The first battleship that our great summer kingdom is building this time into the desert. Commander Guang has ordered to name this battleship after Luchuan, and it will be called Luchuan No. 1. Neither Luchuan nor Nicole could hear what was being said on the phone. Kagome could all see that the expression on Minako's face at this time was surprisingly excited. He tried to come forward, but just as he stuck his neck out, Minako pushed him over. Li Shengdong continued to say to Minako again, "Summer, you said that this battleship is named after him, so many researchers will be there to participate. Can he not go?" Minako excitedly said into the phone. Of course I have to let Luchuan go. If he doesn't, I'll break his legs." The two of them, Luchuan and Nicole, looked at each other like cuties when they heard Minako say that. They couldn't figure out how Minako, who was just now pressing for her life, suddenly changed her mind at this time. Chapter 180, Hunter's Ghost Idea. After Minako hung up Li Shengdong's phone, Luchuan and Nicole both looked at her dumbfounded, half speechless. "What? Are you too stupid?" Minako asked. Nicole said angrily, How did you defect so quickly? Didn't you just say that you were going to break up with Luchuan if he wanted to go?" Minako chuckled. "Aren't all women fickle?" Luchuan also asked curiously. "What did Director Li say to you on the phone just now? Why did your attitude suddenly take a 360-degree turn?" Minako's eyes had narrowed into slits with a smile by this time. She asked Luchuan, "Do you know the name of the new battleship you're going to build this time?" "What a name. I didn't even think about that with. It's called Luchuan No. 1. Director Li's new battleship this time is going to be named after you." Luchuan didn't feel very excited when he heard the news, but Nicole screamed this time. She shook Minako and asked, "Really? The Great Summer Kingdom is really going to build a battleship in Luchuan's name?" Minako nodded and said, "What are you so blindly happy about?" I'm not happy for Luchuan. I said, why did you suddenly change your attitude so fast? This is a great thing. A supreme honor," Nicole said while shaking Luchuan, almost not giving him a concussion. After a moment to calm down, she asked again, "Then if you go to the desert this time, won't it take you a long time to come back? After all, a battleship of that size must have taken a long time to build." Before Luchuan could say anything, Minako frowned and asked her, "What? You're so reluctant. Just follow Luchuan." Luchuan explained, "Definitely not. We are scientific researchers. We are only responsible for some design issues. The construction should definitely be left to the professionals. I will definitely come back often. After all, there are other things in the research bureau." Looking at the happy appearance of these two people, Luchuan thought to himself, just now thanks to Li Shengdong gave himself a phone call. If not for this phone call, today it is estimated to be able to be worn out by these two people. And this time, there was no intention to hide the news that the Great Summer Kingdom was going to build a battleship at Devil's Lake. Instead, the matter was quickly announced to the world. Because Guanyin knew that even if the Great Xia country didn't announce this matter to the public, the spy satellites of the Eagle Sauce country would find out sooner or later. However, the Great Summer State announced this event under a playful name this time. When the press spokesman announced the matter, the journalists present were all surprised, because they really couldn't figure out why the Great Summer Kingdom would want to go and build a lake in the inland area when there were numerous harbors along the coast. The spokesman explained, "It's probably because we didn't pay enough attention to the modification of the battleships that led to the last accident. So our construction this time around is also experimental in nature." A reporter from the Eagle Jam Nation asked, "Is it that you're worried about building ports along the coast and making another low-level mistake like the last one?" The mockery in the words immediately irritated the speaker's heart. The spokesman sneered and said, "This matter is still under investigation, So whether it was a low-level mistake on our part or an act of sabotage by some unashamed country in this world, we don't know yet. The spokesman's sharp response was both like a pointed answer to the question and a warning to the other side. This statement also immediately caused all of these reporters present to look sideways at the reporter from the Eagle Jam country. After all, everyone has a number in their mind about this. Yet the two people who were most anxious when Eagle Land learned the news were the Secretary of Defense and Hunter. It was so hard for them to use the Sea Serpent this time, and in their hearts, they still thought that they would never let the Great Summer Kingdom's battleships rise into the air. But I didn't expect that not even 2 days later, the plan of the Great Summer Kingdom would make both of their obsessions all come to naught. Hunter said with a bereft face. I didn't realize that the Great Summer Kingdom still kept such a hand. It seems that we won't be able to stop letting their battleships lift off. But the Secretary of Defense is not dead at this point. He asked Hunter, is there any way to drop our Sea Serpent into Devil's Lake? Hunter didn't answer his question right away, but carefully surveyed the map of Devil's Lake. After a while he said to the Secretary of Defense, the solution is not impossible. It just might be risky. No matter how risky it is, if there's a 1% chance of keeping their battleships from lifting off, I'm going to try. Hunter said, Devil's Lake is a large area, so if we take the Sea Serpent into space and drop it into Devil's Lake while it's still nighttime, I think they'll have a hard time finding it. The Minister of Defense thought for a moment and said, then implement it immediately. The sooner the better. And we should drop the Sea Serpent in ahead of time while the Great Summer Kingdom hasn't started building at Devil's Lake yet. So within a few days the Eagle Jam Nation launched its own shuttle into space, which also carried these several sea serpents, ready to drop them into Devil's Lake that very night. 3 o'clock in the morning, Daxia time. Devil's Lake is frighteningly quiet for hundreds of kilometers around. A few hundred kilometers in space directly above the lake, several shuttles with sea serpents from the Eagle Jam Nation were standing by. Upon receiving instructions from the Space Center of the Eagle Jam Nation, these shuttles dropped sea serpents in the direction of Devil's Lake. Hunter and the Secretary of Defense's biggest concern originally was whether the sound created when the sea serpent crashed into Devil's Lake would attract attention. But unexpectedly, what their control center showed was that all the sea serpents had lost contact with their control center when they were still a dozen kilometers above the Devil's Lake. In other words, in a split second, it was as if the sea serpent had evaporated without any semblance of a signal. Despite the control center's constant attempts to re-establish a connection with the sea serpent, there was never any response. Meanwhile, Guan Ye, who had already gone into a dream, was awakened by the sound of a phone call. When he picked up the phone, someone reported to him, Commander Guang, 3 minutes ago, the Skyfire system we deployed at Devil's Lake shot down several positional objects, and judging by the radar data, these objects should be from space. Guan Ye immediately ordered the men from Devil's Lake to go to the crash site to check it out. Half an hour later, photos of the crashed wreckage were sent to the general industry. Guan Ye just laughed in his heart as he looked at the scattered pieces of these sea serpents. I thought to myself that this Eagle Sauce country is still dying for me. Even after we moved to Devil's Lake, we still dare to make small moves. The Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Jam Nation was anxious at this time to know what had happened to Devil's Lake and whether their sea serpent had crashed or had managed to infiltrate it. But the Space Center told him, Mr. Minister, we can only use our spy satellites to view these situations when we wait until daylight in Daxia. Chapter 181, Thinking You're Oppressed. It was still a few hours before dawn in Daxia, and the two men, the Secretary of Defense and Hunter, were like ants on a hot pan, fidgeting in the control center. The Secretary of Defense asked Hunter, has the Sea Serpent ever been in a situation like this before? Hunter said awkwardly, Mr. Minister, the Sea Serpent had never really been used before this. And for a long time I didn't even think it would ever get a mission. Hey! Hearing this, the Minister of Defense could only let out a sigh. In fact, he knew in his heart at this time that the Sea Serpent was probably already in a bad way, only that he was still expecting a miracle waiting for him after dawn, because he really didn't want to see the battleships of the Great Summer Kingdom being able to successfully lift off. A few hours later, it was finally time to get through to dawn in Daxia. The spy satellites of the Eagle Jam Nation had also been in position early. However, when the control center transmitted the pictures taken by the spy satellite, everyone froze. Only the photo shows Devil's Lake still floating with the parachute that the Sea Serpent used to land, but not even a fragment of the Sea Serpent can be seen, and, clearly visible on the parachute, several scorched black holes. Hunter frowned. This hole, it looks like it was burned out by a laser. Could it be? Before he could finish a sentence, a man in the control center immediately pointed to another picture and said, Mosquito catching system. This is a picture of the shore of Devil's Lake taken by their spy satellite. A simple version of a mosquito trapping system appears in the photo. Immediately afterward, they started taking constant pictures of the shores of Devil's Lake with their spy satellites. Then it was realized that around the shores of this Devil's Lake, Daxia had deployed multiple mosquito trapping systems. It turned out that the vast industry had immediately deployed a mosquito trapping system at Devil's Lake just when the idea of building a battleship there had come up. The defense is that the Eagle Jam Congress is messing with sea serpents, but they hadn't expected to shoot down their sea serpent just a few days after deployment. The Secretary of Defense gulped nervously as he looked at the photo of the mosquito trapping system. He asked Hunter, "Is it possible? Your Deep Blue Corporation still has a secret weapon that I don't know about that can stop the Great Summer Kingdom battleships from lifting off?" Hunter shook his head and said, "Mr. Minister, the Deep Blue Company is not as unfathomable as you think, and doesn't have any secret weapons anymore. I am just racking my brain right now, and I can't think of any way to stop the Great Summer Nation from building this first battleship." A statement that completely frustrated the Secretary of Defense. He knew that if the Great Summer Kingdom succeeded in letting warships using the purple element enter space this time, then what awaited him might be stepping down. Because of his many blunders, he has made the top brass of Eagle Jam, including the president, lose patience with him. But Hunter reassured him at this time. "Mr. Secretary, I don't think we need to be too upset right now." When the Secretary of Defense heard this, he stared at Hunter, not understanding what he meant. Hunter continued again. If the Great Summer Kingdom was retrofitting their existing battleships, they should be able to send it into space in no time. But now they're going to have to build a Zhanjiang from the ground up at Devil's Lake. And even if they have the engines and purple elements available now, then I think they'll need more than a year at the very least. The Secretary of Defense nodded. For what Hunter had said about a year or so was like an extension of his life to him. He asked Hunter, "So what are you sure about this year or so that gives us an advantage in Eagle Sauce Country?" However, the reply given by Hunter did not give him much hope. I don't really have too good a solution at the moment, except that what I can think of is that our advantage right now is time. We should rush as early as possible to complete the deployment of our hive system before the Great Xia Kingdom. Only then can we be in a proactive position. The Secretary of Defense suddenly asked Hunter, "How long before our hive system is fully deployed?" Hunter did the math and said, "If we speed things up, I think we could be deployed in 3 months. When he heard Hunter say that, the Secretary of Defense put his hands behind his back and paced the control center. Hunter knew that every time the Secretary of Defense had a major decision to make, it would be like this. So then he didn't bother him and just waited quietly for his reply. The Secretary of Defense was halfway around Hunter's face, and for just a moment, Hunter could visibly feel that the expression on his face was changing all the time. Suddenly, the Secretary of Defense looked up and asked, "Doesn't anyone know what our hive system looks like until now?" Hunter nodded and said, "Of course, our hive system has been on the backside of the moon since it was first deployed." "Mr. Secretary?" The Minister of Defense had a smug look on his face by this time. He said, "Now that the deployment of the hive system is coming to an end, I think it's time for it to shine in front of the world." Hunter showed a moment of hesitation, then nodded through clenched teeth as well, because for such a long time, every time, it was the Great Summer Country that lit up its own advanced weapon system and made the world's eyes shine. Although the Eagle Jam Country was the one that had previously shown the world the Night Lord eye, it had not fooled around enough before it had become a pile of wreckage and the laughingstock of the whole world. That's why the Minister of Defense believes that the Eagle Sauce Nation urgently needs to show its hard power in front of the world right now, or else the limelight will simply be stolen too much by the Great Summer Nation. Hunter was instantly in favor of this idea of his. He then asked the Secretary of Defense, "So what do you think? Is it necessary for us to let the world know that we have our own nuclear force in space? And I believe that this would be a deterrent to the Great Summer State as well." Of course it's necessary. And I think we should leave no stone unturned to show the world the great power of our hive system, and make those countries that no longer fear us scorn us. So, after the two men hit it off, the Secretary of Defense immediately ordered that the lunar orbit in which the hive system had originally operated be relocated to Earth's orbit. Even before doing so, he made another big announcement to the world. That same day, the press spokesman for the Eagle Sauce Nation got in front of the cameras and said, "We in the Eagle Sauce Nation have decided that we are going to send the hive system into Earth orbit right away." This statement immediately made many countries start to get nervous. A reporter immediately asked, "Why are you doing this? Are you trying to carry out a strike against any country?" The spokesman shook his head and said in a serious manner, No. We in the Eagle Sauce Nation are a peace-loving country and would never strike any country without a reason. But why are you suddenly doing this?" I didn't realize that the spokesman's next response would make everyone want to dismantle the true face of their Eagle Sauce Nation on the spot. Chapter 182, Self-Destruct Demonstration. The spokesman said, "Actually, when we were developing the hive system, it was decided that we wanted it to work in near-Earth orbit, and because the hive system is now nearly deployed, it's just being allowed to go back to where it belongs. Not only did this statement fail to convince the journalists on the scene, even the people around the world who were watching the live broadcast scoffed at it at this time. A reporter from the Yellow Sand Country asked, "Then why didn't you build it in Earth orbit in the first place, but secretly on the backside of the moon?" The spokesman was dumbfounded by the question and immediately signaled for another reporter to ask a question, trying to dodge the question. But to my surprise, another reporter stood up and asked, "Are you doing this in response to the fact that we're about to build battleships that can go into space?" Reporter after reporter asked questions that nearly put the press secretary on the spot, so it had to be an early hayride. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the thing that invited their surprise and anger just hadn't happened yet. A few days later, an unusual object could be seen in the sky from almost any corner of the world. The object is none other than the Hive system that the Hawksbane nation has begun orbiting the planet. The Hive system is located hundreds of kilometers above the ground. In the beginning, the modules of the Hive system were still just arranged in a line that people could only see at night. But a few days later, I don't know if it was deliberate on the part of Eagle Jam Nation or if this was supposed to be part of their training. One can often see the Hive system overhead begin to shift and arrange itself into different shapes. Sometimes it's a triangle, sometimes it's a circle, and sometimes the modules suddenly spread out. Even due to the fact that there are numerous of these modules, one is able to see its outline during the daytime when these modules are combined into a whole. For a while, Eagle Jam Nation's Hive system was out of this world. The front pages of almost every country in the world are talking about what it's about. The people of many countries even began to feel that even if the Great Summer Country could allow its own warships to enter space in the future, that probably wouldn't be a match for the Hive system, because the Hive system makes people look, well, just spectacular. But for this matter, from the beginning until now, the Great Summer State has never had any attitude. Even though the people of the Great Xia Country would raise their heads every day to see a buzz and discuss it, the officials of the Great Xia Country had never made any remarks about the Hive system. This has left the Eagles Nation's Secretary of Defense in a state of disbelief, because it was just too abnormal for him. And if Daxia condemned the Eagle Sauce Country every day at this time, then he was a little more solid in his heart. But now Daxia was acting as if nothing had happened. More like his old rival was now completely ignoring him, wondering if he really didn't care, or if he was practicing his whip behind the mountain. Originally, the Secretary of Defense and Hunter had discussed announcing to the public that there were nuclear weapons on the Hive system. But this time the Secretary of Defense had an even more outrageous idea. He felt that just saying with his mouth that his Hive system possessed nuclear weapons was no longer shocking enough, and that it should be displayed directly in front of the world in order to have a sufficient deterrent effect. However, it is not so simple to use nuclear weapons with a single command. However, when the Minister of Defense asked for the order, he did not expect the top to be very forthcoming. The Secretary of Defense then told Hunter to start making preparations for the show immediately. Hunter suggested, "We could detonate a nuclear bomb directly above Daxia to make it more visible to the people of Daxia." But the Minister of Defense thought about it, but said, "No, I don't think that's exciting enough. Letting the people of Daxia see a nuclear explosion is definitely something that should be done. But before we do that, we need to tell the whole world that we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, are going to carry out exercises in space, so that we can attract the attention of a lot more people." Drills? Yes, and we're going to launch a rocket into space ourselves. And when that rocket enters outer space, have the Hive system target that rocket to detonate the bomb. When the Eagle Sauce Country announced this matter to the public, it was natural that it also attracted the attention of the general industry and Lu Chuan, because they also wanted to see how this Eagle Jam Country's Hive system actually stood open to attack in space. By the time the Eagle Sauce Nation said it was time for the exercise, the Daxia Nation's Space Center had even made a point of monitoring it with its own satellites in space. But when the Hawksbane State rocketed into space, expecting the Hawksbane State to strike immediately, nothing happened. The rocket was seen to brush against the Hive system and go straight into outer space further out. It was only a few minutes later that a triangular module of the Hive system was seen to detach itself from the system and fly straight after the rocket. It made everyone look at what was going on. Even on Eagle Land's own live feed, it had been a picture of the universe in blackness. Many people thought if there was something wrong with the maneuvers, why was the picture always on the dark universe and nothing happened? But just when everyone was wondering, a blinding light suddenly appeared from the depths of the universe. The live feed turned a bright white. Even those on Earth looking up at the sky saw the blinding light. Almost at the same time, everyone subconsciously used their hands to block their eyes because the brightness of the light was too high. Huang Ye's brows knitted together as he watched the image. This brightness, could it be? Huang Ye muttered to himself. But Li Shengdong said at this time, "I don't think so. The Eagle Jam Country won't be so shameless. The whole world will condemn them." Huang Ye said, "I know that too. But how did it get so bright?" As he was talking, at this time, Guan Ye suddenly received a report from the Daxia Space Center. The report states that one of Dacia's detection satellites in space, which happened to be not far from the Eagle Jam country's maneuvers, suddenly detected a sharp spike in nuclear radiation after the explosion. Chapter 183, the purpose is to intimidate. Lu Chuan also heard this report at this time, and Li Shangdong, Guan Ye, three people were dumbfounded. Lu Chuan said, "Is the Eagle Jam country crazy? It actually detonated a nuclear bomb in front of the eyes of the whole world?" However, the industry at large by this time was no longer interested in paying attention to what bomb the Eagle Jam nation had detonated. He clearly knew that the nuclear bomb exploded at a location that should be thousands of kilometers above the country of Dacia. That's why his biggest worry at this time is whether the people of Dacia will be affected by the nuclear radiation. He then immediately ordered the Space Center to begin comprehensively monitoring the nuclear radiation situation over the country of Dacia, and at the same time, also ordered the mosquito catcher system and the Skyfire system to enter a state of first-degree alert. He ordered into the phone, "From now on, no aircraft from any country will be allowed to enter the airspace over the Great Summer Country. Once any aircraft, or any other object enters the airspace of the Great Summer Country, immediately warn them, only warn them once, and if they don't return to the airspace they will immediately be destroyed." Lu Chuan and Li Shengdong, two people heard the vast industry said so, also cannot help since out of the goosebumps, because they know that in these moments of tension, the slightest scuffling could start a war. However, in the face of such a situation, as the senior defense commander, Guan Ye, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the order he gave, as it was protecting the safety of all the people of the Great Summer Country. 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. Half an hour passed and still all was quiet. More than an hour later, there were still no reports of anything urgent. It was at this time that Lu Chuan and Li Shingdong's hearts quieted down a little bit. However, Guan Ye asked curiously at this time, "What's going on? Our satellites in space have clearly detected a nuclear explosion above us, but why is there no warning of nuclear radiation yet?" Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, "I don't think the Eagle Jam country has the guts to do that yet." Li Shangdong asked, "Lu Chuan, what do you mean? The bomb that the Eagle Jam country just detonated was not a nuclear bomb?" Lu Chuan shook his head. "No, our satellites have detected nuclear radiation in outer space and just now the brightness is so strong that it should be a nuclear bomb no different. And what I mean when I say that the Eagle Jam country doesn't have the guts to do that yet is that they don't dare to detonate it close to us, probably because of the fear that the nuclear radiation will fall on our country." Guan Ye asked again, "But a nuclear explosion of such power and over us?" Lu Chuan said, "As long as the nuclear bomb is outside the atmosphere and the shockwave from the blast doesn't reach the atmosphere, then the vacuum in the universe will ensure that we won't be harmed by nuclear radiation." It was only then that Guan Ye and Li Shengdong realized what was going on. Still, Guan Ye gritted his teeth and said, "This Eagle Jam country is simply playing with fire, only saying that they are maneuvering, and they even detonated a nuclear bomb right there in space, or in front of the whole world's eyes." Lu Chuan said coldly, "Don't think about it. They know that they can't stop our battleships from going into space in the future. This is showing their muscles like us. It's to tell the world that they are not afraid of us." Yet before any country could make a life of the matter, the populations of various countries were already in a state of panic, because there are a number of experts, scholars, or people in the private sector who have the slightest understanding of nuclear explosions, who have realized that this explosion in space is not simple, and that it is by no means an ordinary bomb. A lot of people have already started to condemn Eagle Jam Nation on the internet, and even the vast majority of people think that Eagle Jam Nation is playing with fire. A few hours later, Eagle Land also finally came forward to explain the incident. Their explanation, however, was not the least bit apologetic, but rather justified. Unlike in the past, their press conference this time, because they had to explain a lot of specialized stuff, was a press conference that the Secretary of Defense had Hunter attend directly to mediate with the reporters present. The press conference had just begun, and journalists from various countries kept asking the same question. That is whether the bombs that were detonated in space in this exercise in Eagle Land were nuclear or not. Hunter had no intention whatsoever of covering this up, and nodded directly. "That's right. The bomb we detonated in space for this maneuver was a nuclear bomb. Did you do this without considering the safety of our humans on Earth?" Hunter looked relieved, even a little disdainful. He said, "Of course there are considerations. We have gone through rigorous calculations before the detonation. The power of the nuclear explosion will not pose any danger to the Earth. Even the people on the Earth can just think of it as a fireworks show." At this time, the reporter from the Great Summer Country stood up and asked a spot-on question. "Then may I ask, space is so big, why did you choose to detonate a nuclear bomb above our country of Dacia? Are you trying to utilize this exercise for the purpose of deterring the people of our country of Dacia?" Hunter shamelessly said, "Of course not. I think the people of Dacia shouldn't panic. Even less should not complain about our Eagle Sauce country. On the contrary, they should be thankful to us. You have to know, a nuclear bomb is not cheap. We let the people of Dacia appreciate this spectacular scene in space. Other countries want to see it, cannot even see it. Even the journalists on stage could not have imagined that the Eagle Jam country could put up such a shameless attitude, which is simply outrageous. The reporter from the Great Summer country was no longer in a good mood by this time either. He asked Hunter again. Then I can understand that this is the location you deliberately chose. Deliberately to let us, the people of Dacia, see your nuclear explosion, right? Hunter said. It's understandable. After all, where your country of Dacia is located is the most densely populated human location in the world. And we chose this location on purpose so that most people would be able to see the nuclear explosion. Hunter saw the displeasure written on the faces of the reporters on stage at this time, and he realized that what he had said might have been overly provocative. So he explained again. I would like to say to you all that a nuclear explosion is not our purpose. Our purpose is to be able to successfully complete the Hive exercise, which is also a test of sorts. And since we are equipped with nuclear weapons on our Hive system, conducting a nuclear explosion is still something that we believe is very necessary. A reporter from the Yellow Sand country stood up and asked, is it true that the modules of your Hive system have been equipped with a large number of nuclear weapons? It is true that we are equipped with some nuclear weapons, but the exact number, which is classified by our Hawksbane nation, I am sorry that I have no comment. However, in fact, even if this reporter from the Yellow Sand country did not ask this question, then everyone by this time already knew that the purpose of this exercise of the Eagle Sauce country was to terrorize some countries, and it seems as if they have now achieved their goal. Chapter 184 Unexpected Fortune. For the vast majority of countries that are not so powerful, they are now aware that a nuclear bomb could fall on their heads at any time. The panic effect that was caused for a while was very satisfying to the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country, especially in the Yellow Sand country. The Minister of Defense was completely flustered at this time, because all along, the Yellow Sand country had thought that with the Skyfire system of the Great Summer country, it was already foolproof, and no country in this world would pose a threat to them. But this time realized that if say one day in the future the Skyhawk Jam nation wanted to attack them with a Hive system, then they might not be big enough to fend off a Hive attack with just the Skyfire system alone. But as the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Kingdom, he had to do something to calm down the people in the face of their panic. So he immediately set out for the Dacia Kingdom and informed his people that he was confident that the Dacia Kingdom would take care of the matter. As soon as he came to the Great Summer Kingdom and met with Guanye, he immediately made a request. That's wanting to buy a mosquito trapping system from the Great Summer, because they had always believed that the Skyfire system was already the most powerful defensive weapon system in the world. The entire Yellow Sand country's top management believed that it was completely sufficient as long as the Skyfire system was deployed. But this time, after seeing the power of the Hawksbane nation's Hive system, it was realized that just having the Skyfire system might not be enough to deal with the threats in space. So now they want to deploy it together with the mosquito trapping system to enhance their Huangsha country's ground-to-air defense capability. And in the face of this request from the Huangsha nation's Minister of Defense, Guanye was left with a difficult look on his face. The Minister of Defense also saw what appeared to be a difficult expression on Guanye's face and asked, Commander Guang, is there a difficulty, or is your country not too willing to sell us the mosquito trapping system? Guanye, however, smiled and said, Mr. Minister, you've got it wrong. We're even willing to sell you the Skyfire system. How could we not be willing to sell you the mosquito catching system? Then why is Commander Hero in such a difficult position? Guanye sighed and explained, I can tell you the truth. The reason I'm in a difficult position is because I know for myself that even if your Huangsha country also deploys the mosquito catcher system, it probably isn't able to defend itself against the attack of the Hive system. The Minister of Defense looked incredulous. How could that be? I've seen the power of the mosquito trap system with my own eyes on previous maneuvers. It's a defensive system designed specifically for threats in the sky. How could it fail to defend against the Hive system's attacks? Guanye said, yes, that's what we thought before. But before we didn't think that the Hawk Jam nation would deploy nuclear weapons in space. It turns out that at the first moment when they learned that the explosion in space was a nuclear explosion, Guanye and Lu Chuan realized this at the same time. While the Skyfire and mosquito trap systems are still extremely powerful defensive weapon systems today, able to withstand most space and ground attacks, however, there is still nothing that can be done about nuclear weapons. It's not a problem that wasn't thought of at the time of the design, because it's an insoluble problem. If, say, the Hawksbane nation were to strike the ground, if it were to utilize any other craft, or any missiles, the mosquito catchers and Skyfire systems would destroy those threats before they could even get close. But nukes are a completely different concept. If a nuclear bomb is launched from space to the ground, it goes without saying that it is powerful. The key is that at this time, even if the mosquito trapping system can destroy it before it hits the ground. Once the nuclear weapon enters the atmosphere at a very high speed, and then destroys it at this time, then the nuclear radiation from the nuclear bomb explosion itself will also cause great damage to the ground. It could even be argued that it produces a wider range of damage than if it were to explode directly on the ground. The Hwansha country's Minister of Defense was completely silent after hearing Guan Ye's explanation. He asked in surprise, "Commander Hero, in that case, is even the mighty Daxia country helpless against the Eagle Jam country's hive system at this time?" Guan Ye said, "It's not that we are powerless against their hive system, it's that even they, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom itself, I'm afraid, are powerless against their hive system. It's an unsolvable dilemma. Nuclear weapons are unsolvable to the whole world. We can withstand its powerful explosive power, but we can't do anything about its nuclear radiation. So, may I ask how the Great Summer State will respond to such problems in the future? I'm afraid we're going to have an even more intense space race with the Hawk Jam Nation in the future. Nuclear weapons, as the most effective deterrent weapons in the world, may never be used by the countries that possess them, but the best way to deal with such a threat is to possess them yourself. So the broad industry has actually made a decision that in a year's time, powerful nuclear weapons will also be fitted on the Luchuan 1, and in order to be able to effectively deal with the threat of the hive system, the vast industry intends to build a powerful space force that belongs to the Great Summer Nation. That is, a whole fleet of space battleships. At that time, a large-scale space battle fleet, together with the mosquito trapping system and sky fire system of the Great Summer Kingdom, would be the most powerful military force in the world. Only in this way can one's opponents dare not act recklessly. For the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Kingdom, he was satisfied knowing such an outcome, because he knew that the Yellow Sand Country and the Great Summer Country had maintained friendly relations for a long time, and as long as the Great Summer Country was not threatened by the Eagle Sauce Country, then even if the Yellow Sand Country didn't have its own national defense force, it would still be safe, and no stupid country would lay hands on them. Still, when the Minister of Defense left Daxia, he decided that he wanted to buy Daxia's mosquito trapping system. The broad industry is very puzzled. Said already explained to you, why do you still want to do this? This is not dry burning money? The Minister of Defense said to him, Commander Guang knows that the mosquito catchers may not be a threat to the hive system. I know it in my heart now, but the people of the Yellow Sands Nation don't know that, and I need to give them peace of mind to be able to do that. Money is just a number to us in the Yellow Sands Nation. And the only way for me to bring back the good news is if our people will no longer be afraid of the threat above their heads. Guan Ye thought to himself, money is human nature. The request of the Yellow Sand Country to purchase the mosquito trapping system was then also granted. However, just after the defense minister of Hwansha country returned to his country and announced to the public the news of purchasing the mosquito trapping system of Daxia country, Daxia country ruthlessly made another fortune for this. Of course, it's not just the money in the pockets of the Yellow Sand State. Because everyone knows that the Yellow Sand Country purchased Daxia's mosquito trapping system to defend against the Eagle Sauce Country's beehive system, and they all agree that the mosquito trapping system is definitely effective. So for a while there were quite a few countries that took money and cried out to request the Great Summer to sell them mosquito trapping systems. Chapter 185 Castrated Version of Mosquito Catching System. When the defense minister of the Yellow Sand Country went back, he announced most of his own people that he had successfully purchased a mosquito trapping system from the Great Xia country to increase the ground-to-air defense force. Soon the world learned the news. Within a few days, Daxia received one request after another from various countries in the world wanting to visit Daxia. At first the top brass of the Great Summer Kingdom didn't understand what was going on, but when he learned that all these people requesting to visit the Great Summer Kingdom wanted to see Guan Ye, he immediately understood what it meant, knowing that they all want to buy mosquito trapping systems. At the beginning of the development of the Skyfire system and the mosquito catching system, the senior management of the Great Summer Kingdom had already made a decision. That is, given the past power of these two systems, they should never be easily sold to any country. For these two systems, if given into the hands of certain militants, could not only be used as defensive weapons, it could at any time exert its own powerful offensive force as well. That's why only the Skyfire system was given to the Yellow Sand Kingdom in the beginning, and it was still only a lease, not a sale. This time, the reason why the mosquito trapping system will be sold directly to the Yellow Sand Country. One reason is that the mosquito trapping system is more focused on the defense power, and there is no need to worry that his attack power will cause harm to other countries. The second reason is much simpler, money. The Great Summer Kingdom's plan this time was originally intended to modify existing warships in order to be able to enter space. But after such a mess from the Eagle Sauce Nation's Sea Serpent, the Great Summer Nation could only build its own space fleet from scratch at Devil's Lake. The cost of trying to realize this plan would then be exponential. That's why when the Minister of Defense of the Yellow Sand Country proposed to buy the mosquito trapping system, the vast industry agreed so painfully. Because even the Great Summer State is in desperate need of money right now. Lots and lots of money. At this moment, faced with the purchase requests from various countries in the world, the senior management of the Great Summer country was instantly in trouble. A part of the population feels that such an advanced defensive weapon system should not be possessed by too many countries in this world. Otherwise it will upset the balance between too many countries in a short period of time. But a large part of the population, including the industry at large, is of the opinion that Dacia should utilize this opportunity to sell mosquito trapping systems in large quantities. Guan Ye's reasoning was simple. He said, if it was half a year ago, we, the Great Summer Kingdom, might not really need to build our own fleet capable of going into space, but now we have to do so because the Eagle Jam Kingdom's hive system is already eyeing us, and we have to have our own forces in space to ensure that the Eagle Jam Kingdom won't make easy moves against us. Someone countered. It's true that you say that, but you have to know that our mosquito trapping system is too powerful, and if too many countries and regions in this world are allowed to have such a defensive weapon, then it will surely cause dissatisfaction in many countries. This person's rebuttal was actually not unreasonable, because even the vast industry actually had this concern in mind. But in the heart of the general industry still know the current situation is more important. He said, yes, I know that it will definitely cause a lot of countries to be dissatisfied, and I can also be sure that the Eagle Sauce Congress will be the first to come forward to express their dissatisfaction. But you have to realize that for the development of the mosquito trap system and the Skyfire system, we have already invested a large amount of research funds, and right now, we want to build our own space fleet, and that's another astronomical investment. So if it's possible to sell our mosquito trap system in large quantities at this time, then we will have a much easier time in terms of funding. However, the day's discussion of this matter at the top level of the Great Summer State did not have a satisfactory outcome. At this time Lu Chuan didn't know about this. Li Shengdong talked about this matter while chatting with Lu Chuan this day. By the influence of the Eagle Sauce country's hive system, now many countries want to buy mosquito trapping system with our country of Dacia. Never thought before it was the Skyfire system out of the limelight. Suddenly our mosquito trapping system has become the meat and potatoes again. Lu Chuan said. But our mosquito trapping system doesn't stop the Eagle Jam Nation's hive system from dropping nukes on the ground, either. That's true, but what these countries have in mind is to be able to put their own people's minds at ease, so they're all eyeing our mosquito catchers. After all, this system of ours is the world's best surface-to-air defense system at the moment. Li Shengdong also told Lu Chuan that this matter was currently being discussed by the senior management of the Great Summer Kingdom and no results had been given yet, the reason being that the power of the mosquito catching system was too powerful. Lu Chuan's eyes turned at this time, and he said to Li Shengdong, this is a good idea. The mosquito catching system is developed by ourselves. We can make it as powerful as we want, and naturally we can also reduce its power. You mean, we remodel the existing mosquito trapping system again? Of course. The top brass is reluctant to sell the mosquito trap system to other countries. Isn't it because they are worried that it is powerful? We can make a castrated version of the mosquito trap system in a very short period of time to make it a more purely defensive system. Li Shengdong immediately told Guan Ye about this matter. Guan Ye laughed his head off and demanded that Lu Chuan come up with a program immediately. Within a few days, Lu Chuan castrated the existing mosquito trapping system. Said castration, in fact, did not reduce the power of the mosquito trapping system laser, but let it only as a pure defense system to use. In other words, Dacia's own mosquito trapping system can strike at any target in the sky, even a bird. The neutered mosquito trap system is only capable of targeting offensive weapon strikes, and is completely inoperable against other flying machines, or other buildings. Guan Ye told Lu Chuan's idea to the senior staff in yet another meeting. The consent of all was soon obtained. However, someone else worriedly asked Guan Ye, if we castrate the mosquito trapping system just like that, will many countries that were willing to buy it lose interest in the mosquito trapping system once they know this? Guan Ye spread his hands and said, that can't be helped. We can't do anything to make anyone happy. However, what was never expected was that after the Great Summer announced this news to the public, the number of countries that had the will to buy the mosquito trapping system before not only didn't decrease, but instead increased. At one time the orders that the Great Summer received from various countries were like snowflakes. The broad industry was directly dumbfounded after a rough calculation of the account. Because just by selling the castrated version of the mosquito trap system to these countries this time around, not only has the cost of the previous development of the Skyfire system and mosquito trap system been recovered, the remaining profit can also fully satisfy the preliminary research and development of space battleships. Although it was not enough to create a sizable fleet, it was already a great relief for the Great Summer Kingdom. Chapter 186, 3 discs. Originally, the construction of Lu Chuan I might have to wait for some time. This is because it requires Lu Chuan to lead the research bureau to perfect a lot of data and design the program before starting to manufacture it. However, this time, since the sale of a large number of mosquito trapping systems to the outside world, the general industry is every day to urge the Research and Development Bureau, so that the Lu Chuan know, one as soon as possible to start manufacturing. Li Shengdong knows that this is the big summer country now has too much money, and it is difficult to spend it. So Li Shengdong's idea was to build the Lu Chuan know, one as fast as possible. The previous plan was that it might take a year, or more than a year, for Lu Chuan 1 to be built. But at this time there were quite a few people who suggested that one could use the existing warship design drawings of the Great Summer Kingdom to replicate a warship on Devil's Lake as fast as possible, and then just refit it. Not only will this greatly reduce the time required to build, it will also cost a lot less and safety will not need to be considered too much. After all, much of what is used is already mature technology and does not need to be tested in various ways. However, this proposal was immediately strongly opposed by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said to Li Shengdong, "The reason why we're building a battleship from scratch is so that this battleship will have enough advantages in space. If we say it's still the same as it was before, or it's the same as Eagle Sauce Nation's Night Lord No. 1, then I think it's simply a waste of and an insult to the purple element." Li Shengdong sighed and said, "I also understand what you said, but you also have to know that this can be equivalent to designing a flying ship from scratch. For any country in the world, this is not a joke. This may consume a lot of time, and may not even be able to succeed in one thing. Of course I know. I even thought that the drawings needed just to redesign the Lu Chuan I might weigh tons. But I still hope that my superiors can trust me. Trust us at the Science and Research Bureau, and that we have the certainty that the Lu Chuan I will be able to go into space within a year's time." Li Shengdong hesitated for a moment, and he asked Lu Chuan again, "Then do you have a prototype of Lu Chuan No. 1's design in your mind right now?" Lu Chuan pulled out the notebook he often carried with him directly in front of him. It was opened and placed in front of Li Shengdong. Li Shengdong frowned as he looked at a sketch drawn on his notebook. What the hell is this thing you're drawing?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This is the prototype I have in mind, and most likely what Lu Chuan No. 1 will be built as well. You call this thing Rukawa 1? Call it a battleship?" It turned out that Lu Chuan's notebook was drawn with a pattern that no one would seem to associate with a battleship, or even with the appearance of a ship. Just this pattern on the notebook. The bottom part looks and feels like a flying machine, but the top part leaves one baffled. This is because there is a huge disc drawn on the front part of the top and 2 slightly smaller discs drawn on the back sides. Li Shengdong pointed at the 3 discs and asked, "What the hell are these 3 discs you drew?" Lu Chuan said, "The large disc in the front is the main control center I conceived, similar to the operation room on the current aircraft carrier, and these 2 discs in the back are the engines, where the engines are located, and can also be used as fuel, and where the weapons are stored." Li Shengdong frowned and said, "The appearance is sci-fi enough. But, what is your reasoning for such a design?" Lu Chuan explained, "The battleships we design in the future that are able to enter space are definitely going to have the ability to be able to fight against the hive system. So I don't think that the ability of this kind of battleship to fight on the surface of the sea would be the most important thing. So that's why it's designed this way. Because this design can be done to completely close off the internal space, making it more suitable for flying in outer space. So why don't you design these 3 discs, instead of a larger internal space, with a flat top? The advantage of this design is that the top of the disc can park our fighters when it's needed to return to the surface to fight, which means it can be used as like an aircraft carrier." This explanation made Li Shengdong realize. He nodded and said, "Not bad. I think your idea is very good. I'll show this design sketch to Commander Guang right now and go get his approval." Unexpectedly, Lu Chuan immediately stopped him and said, "Tell Commander Guang now. This sketch, it was casually drawn while I was sitting on the toilet thinking a few days ago. Isn't it a bit too hasty? I was also thinking of making refinements when I have time. Besides, this is just a mere appearance at the moment." Li Shengdong said, "So have you thought about modifying the appearance of this thing in the past few days? It seems, it's as if nothing comes to mind that needs to be changed at the moment." "Cut. That's not all. That only means that this idea that suddenly popped into your head is the best, and I think it's perfectly set as our goal. Just follow that direction. I trust you." After saying that, before Lu Chuan could explain, Li Shengdong closed his notebook and went to find Guangya. When Guangya looked at Lu Chuan's design, at the first glance, his reaction was exactly the same as Li Shengdong, but after Li Shengdong's patient explanation, he also understood Lu Chuan's intention. Immediately, he said to Li Shengdong, "You go back and tell Lu Chuan that I support his current idea, and you also have to explain to your scientific research bureau that a little later in time is acceptable to us, and I believe that Lu Chuan's Lu Chuan No. 1 that Lu Chuan has designed will be much stronger than their Eagle Sauce Nation's Night Lord No. 1. This time, Lu Chuan got the full support of the industry at large, which was equivalent to getting the support of the entire senior level of the Great Xia state. After determining the design direction of Lu Chuan No. 1. The work of refining the design aspect began immediately. More than 3 months later, thanks to the full support of all aspects of the Great Summer State, after the unremitting efforts of the Scientific Research Bureau, and also after the design drawings of the Lu Chuan 1 were sufficiently perfected, a large and two small, delayed round white objects appeared on Devil's Lake. Of course, the Eagle Sauce Nation hadn't stopped spying on Devil's Lake once they learned that the Daxia Nation would be building their own flying machine on Devil's Lake. Almost every day, several photos taken by spy satellites are presented on the desk of the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation. On this day, seeing the photo on his desktop, the three circles put the Secretary of Defense in a pensive mood, because he couldn't imagine at all what the three round objects were used for. He immediately called Hunter, who stared at the three discs and said, "Could it be? Great Summer Kingdom is building 3 battleships at once?" The Secretary of Defense shook his head and said, "No, absolutely not. According to our spy satellite scans of the submerged portion of Devil's Lake, these 3 objects are interconnected, which means they are one and the same. But it's not shaped like a ship at all. It's more like a radar on an AWACS." Chapter 187, Lu Chuan's first interview. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation speculated again that this object on Devil's Lake could be a dock that the Great Summer Nation would have used before building its battleships. But such speculation was immediately denied. This is because it was discovered through satellite scans that the massive object was not only one piece. It was also unconnected to the shores of Devil's Lake. If it's a dock, then it must be fixed to the shore. But they could clearly see through their spy satellites that the huge object would gently float with the waves of Devil's Lake. If this is really a battleship designed by the Great Summer Kingdom, it's too peculiar and too sci-fi, the Minister of Defense exclaimed. And Hunter's head was full of thoughts at this time about how to stop the construction of the Daxia's battleships. The Secretary of Defense asked him, "Is there anything else we can do to get the Sea Serpent into Devil's Lake? As long as the Sea Serpent can get in, we can stop them from building." Hunter looked at the satellite map and shook his head. "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about this. From the map, Devil's Lake is an inland saltwater lake. There's no river in or out at all. Even if we want to drop the Sea Serpent from elsewhere, we can't get in through the river. Not to mention that the Great Summer Kingdom is already alert this time, and their mosquito trapping system must be on guard at all times against us." The Secretary of Defense thought left and right, and ultimately decided that the only way to find out if this thing was a battleship or not was to have Nicole on an intelligence mission. So he picked up the phone on his own desk and prepared to dial Nicole. But just before the number was pressed, one of the staff under him hurried in. He gasped and said to the Minister of Defense, "Mr. Minister, Great Summerland, the Great Summer Kingdom." They announced the battleships on Devil's Lake. The Secretary of Defense dropped the phone in his hand as soon as he heard it, and the two of them looked at each other half-heartedly in disbelief. What came to the minds of the two men at the same time was, what kind of medicine is the Great Summer Kingdom selling in its gourd this time? Such a secret thing, actually giving it out like this? So immediately turned on the TV. Sure enough, the TV was broadcasting the press conference of the Great Summer Nation live at this time. The display behind the speaker was showing this mysterious object with 3 discs. He pointed at the object and said, "Today, we, the Great Xia Kingdom, are going to show the world the battleship that we are going to build within the next year. A battleship that can go into space as well as fight on the sea. And we, the Great Xia Kingdom, have named this battleship Lu Chuan No. 1. Upon hearing this, both the Secretary of Defense and Hunter froze. "This," said the Secretary of Defense, "what kind of operation is this? Why would they voluntarily publicize this? Shouldn't this be top secret for any country?" Hunter said, "They did it for one reason, I think, and that is that they thought that even if they announced it to the world, they weren't worried about other countries overtaking them." At this time a reporter from the Eagle Sauce country on the stage asked, "May I ask why you, the Great Summer country, suddenly announced this matter? Shouldn't this be a secret belonging to your country?" The spokesman laughed and said, "Classified? We don't think so. I'm afraid that our pictures of the Lu Chuan 1 have been on the desks of I don't know how many countries' defense ministers for a long time now, so we don't think there's anything to hide." A comment that amused those in the room, because they all knew that this was probably the case. When the defense minister of the Eagle Jam country heard this, he was so angry that he threw the photo on his desk on the floor. The spokesman went on, "Instead of letting some countries sneak around and watch with spy satellites, it's better for us to publicize it earlier so that it's easy for you and easy for us." Several journalist colleagues asked the same question. That is, why the shape of Lu Chuan No. 1 is so strange, and completely different from all the previous conventional warships. The spokesman said in a joking tone, "I'm afraid that this question will have to be explained by Lu Chuan himself." because this was designed by Lu Chuan himself, and as is always known, over the years, all of the advanced weapon systems of our great summer country have come from him, so it would be better for him to answer these questions himself. The reporter on stage thought, isn't this just shirking? We can't interview Lu Chuan again. But as he was speaking, he saw the spokesman extend his hand in a gesture and said, we have specially invited Professor Lu Chuan of the Scientific Research Bureau today, and asked him to personally answer some of your questions about Lu Chuan No. 1. The stage was in an uproar because all along, there was no telling how many reporters in this world wanted to interview Lu Chuan. But Lu Chuan, as the most important scientific researcher of Daxia, has always been under the strictest protection, so he has hardly seen him in person at all. This time, they actually met Lu Chuan himself at the press conference. And surely no reporter would be willing to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One by one, they all stood up and vied to be the first to ask a question. In this way the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister and hunter both became more puzzled, thinking that Lu Chuan had been invited to the scene of the conference. Could it be that more secrets of Lu Chuan No. 1 were going to be announced? As it turns out, this is all exactly what the vast karma has in store for us. It was only after discussions between the industry at large and the Science and Research Bureau that the decision was made to hold this press conference to announce some news about Lu Chuan 1, because they knew that Lu Chuan No. 1 was being watched by an unknown number of countries at the moment, and coupled with the incident of the carrier sinking in the harbor of Mordor last time, they had nothing to hide this time. There's too much to hide, and there's no telling which country might pull some little maneuver from behind the scenes that would make it impossible to defend. Directly announcing to the world the existence of Lu Chuan No. 1 might instead be a form of protection for Lu Chuan No. 1. At the site of the press conference, everyone was almost asking the same question at this time, and that was why the appearance of the Lu Chuan 1 was the way it was. Lu Chuan replied, we designed the battleship to look like this in order to be able to make it more favorable for space combat, rather than just having an advantage on the surface. The reporter from the Eagle Jam Nation followed up with, so, then, are you designing this battleship in response to our hive system? Everyone knew that a reporter from Eagle Jam Nation was sure to ask the question, and it was customary for those present to assume that the person being asked this question would think of a different reason to explain it, or to disguise his true purpose. However, what was never expected happened at this time. Lu Chuan's answer directly made everyone dumbfounded. Even Li Shangdong and Guanye, as well as all the people of the Great Xia country, found it unbelievable. Chapter 188, Targeting You. Before letting Lu Chuan come to the press conference, Guanye had also specifically told him to just face the reporter's questions and give some explanation to Lu Chuan No. 1, but never thought Lu Chuan this time in the face of the reporter asked this question, can be said to be directly shocked the world. Only Lu Chuan stood on the stage and hesitated slightly, then directly nodded his head. Yes, we built this Rukawa 1 to target the hive system of the Eagle Jam Nation. These reporters on the stage were all considered people who had seen big scenes. No matter what kind of answer you are faced with, you can do it with ease. However, Lu Chuan's reply still made all of these people dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lu Chuan to dare to say this in front of the whole world, even though it was a truth. But for Eagle Sauce Nation, such a response is simply too disrespectful. For a while, the reporter from the Eagle Sauce country who had just asked a question was speechless, not knowing how to ask a question next. Miles away, the Secretary of Defense and Hunter, who were watching the live feed, both froze in mid-sentence as well. Everyone knew that the words Lu Chuan said were the truth. And even if Lu Chuan didn't say those words, they could all guess the true purpose of the Great Summer Kingdom's construction of Lu Chuan No. 1. However, in the face of such a press conference, there will never be an answer like Lu Chuan, because there is more or less some provocation in such a reply. The one who was most panicked in his heart at this time is the press spokesman of the Great Summerland. After he heard Lu Chuan's answer, he immediately dialed the phone number of Guanye. Commander Guang, isn't Lu Chuan's answer in the face of reporters a bit dangerous? Should I find a reason to replace him? The spokesman had thought that Guanye would ask him to replace Lu Chuan to avoid him saying anything else out of place. But I didn't expect that. Guanye hesitated for a moment, but smiled and said, no need. Lu Chuan, this guy has quite a shadow of me back then, and I also don't think that there is anything wrong with what he said. You guys don't care about him. He can answer how he wants to answer. However, after a while, the reporter from the Eagle Jam country on the stage actually shamelessly said, we Eagle Jam country built the hive system in space for the sake of a more peaceful world. May I ask why you, the Great Xia country, are targeting us? Lu Chuan didn't even look squarely at this reporter when he heard this. He said directly to everyone, I don't think a country that detonates a nuclear bomb in space is looking out for the peace of this world. I think they're just terrorizing some countries and proving that they're capable of bullying some countries. Lu Chuan's words caused those in the audience to nod their heads in support of his point of view. Even the press spokesman standing nearby felt very relieved to hear this. A reporter from Huangsha country stood up at this time and asked, "Professor Liu, we all know that you have developed many advanced defensive weapon systems for Daxia country, and we, Huangsha country, have gained peace as a result of this. May I ask what advantages Lu Chuan know one will have in space after it is completed?" Lu Chuan said, "I think our biggest advantage may be the purple element. The warships we build will not only have a strong firepower advantage on the sea surface, but after entering space, relying on the powerful energy provided by our purple element, we can also realize long-distance voyages, and even voyage to the depths of space. So can the Rukawa I fulfill the function of an aircraft carrier when it's at sea?" Of course, when we designed the Rukawa I, we had already reserved a lot of places where we could carry fighters, and the number of extra fighters that we can carry will be more than any existing carriers in this world. After saying that, Lu Chuan turned around and pointed at Lu Chuan No. One on the screen to continue his explanation. After the completion of our Daxia country's Lu Chuan No. 1, not only can we realize long-distance navigation, we have also assembled powerful laser launchers on Lu Chuan No. 1, and these laser launchers will be more powerful than our existing mosquito trapping system and skyfire system, and will be able to realize that we can strike at the target at ultra-long distances in space. After saying this, Lu Chuan glanced at the reporters on stage and added another sentence. Even if we detect a nuclear bomb flying toward Rukawa 1, we can completely guarantee that we will destroy it outside of the damage range of the bomb and ensure that Rukawa 1 is unharmed. Obviously, Lu Chuan's words were deliberately spoken to the Eagle Jam Nation, and at this point the president of the Eagle Sauce Nation is watching this press conference live. When he heard Lu Chuan speak these words, he could not bear it anymore. He immediately dialed the Secretary of Defense. "Mr. Minister, seeing the press conference of the Great Summer Kingdom, should I say that our hive system has completely lost its deterrent effect in front of Lu Chuan No. 1? The Secretary of Defense said. "Of course not, Mr. President. At the moment we have hundreds of modules in our hive system. Even if we and the Rukawa 1 attack each other, it is impossible for them to destroy us one by one when our hundreds of modules are spread out. Any of our modules that can get close enough to be within the Rukawa 1's effective range will hit the Rukawa 1 hard." There is nothing wrong with what the Secretary of Defense said. He knew that Lu Chuan No. 1 was powerful, but he knew even more that if he really went toe-to-toe with Lu Chuan No. 1, each of the hundreds of modules that the hive system possessed that could be dispersed had the ability to deal a fatal blow, and any of the modules even possessed the ability to directly destroy Lu Chuan No. 1. However, he hadn't thought of one question at this time, and that was the name of this battleship of the Great Summer Kingdom. Why it was called Lu Chuan No. 1 instead of Lu Chuan? Because long before this, when the Great Summer Kingdom was building Lu Chuan No. 1, the industry at large and the high-level personnel had already made a decision that no one was aware of right now, not even including Lu Chuan. That is that what Daxia is building is not a Lu Chuan I at all, and the first fleet named after Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan No. 1 was completed and tested successfully, the Daxia Congress would, in a very short period of time, begin construction of Lu Chuan No. 2 and No. 3, and that's just one fleet named by one Lu Chuan. There would be more fleets lifting off from Daxia into space in the future. At that point, even if the Eagle Jam country's hive system was facing an entire fleet, even if they were carrying 100 nukes, then they would only be used as a fireworks display in space, because their hive systems never even got close enough to reach the fleet. Chapter 189, Sakura Nation doubts Monaco. For now, however, neither the Secretary of Defense nor Hunter, of the Eagle Jam Nation, realized that this problem exists, because for them, they thought that it was already not easy for the Great Xia to successfully build a Lu Chuan No. 1. And they simply could not imagine the future ambitions of the Great Xia. They even thought that a single Lu Chuan No. 1 would take the Great Xia Kingdom a year to build, and even if the Great Xia Kingdom wanted to build a fleet in the future, it would probably be decades later. However, they had definitely underestimated the manufacturing capabilities of the Great Summer. So the president of the Eagle Jam country, after hearing the explanation of the defense minister, could only choose to trust it for the time being, because there was nothing he could do without trusting it now. The hive system had already invested a large amount of money in it, and there was no way he could let the people of Eagle Sauce Nation know at this time that the hive system was no longer a threat to the Great Summer Nation. And on top of that, almost all of Element 115, the only remaining element in Eagle Jam Nation, was used in this program, the hive system. So at the moment the hive system is, arguably, the only hope for the entire Eagle Jam Nation to continue to maintain its dominance. After the press conference in the Great Summer Country, Lu Chuan instantly seemed to become the star of the entire Great Summer Country. The heat has completely surpassed all the first-tier singers and movie stars in a short period of time. The internet is pretty much buzzing about what Lu Chuan said at the launch. Someone posted on the internet, "Talents like Lu Chuan are truly the stars we need in the great summer country." Even at the entrance of the Bureau of Scientific Research, for several days in a row, we're surrounded by reporters from all over the world are all over the place. All want to find the opportunity to be able to interview Lu Chuan. What no one knew was that Lu Chuan was scolded by Li Shengdong as soon as he returned to the Research and Development Bureau after just finishing the press conference. "You brat, do you have any idea what you said at the press conference? And how much trouble you've brought to the Great Summer Kingdom?" Lu Chuan was instead unconvinced. He said to Li Shengdong, "Trouble? What trouble? It's not like I've said anything wrong. Instead I think our real trouble is the hive system that's in space at the moment eyeing our great Xia nation every day. You kid, just wait. It's useless for me to scold you. Just wait for Commander Guang to come. Let's see how he scolds you. You kid is finished. I'm telling you." Cut. I don't feel like I'm saying anything wrong no matter who comes along. What's wrong with being honest? While these two were arm wrestling, Li Shengdong suddenly received a report from the security personnel. Report, Director Li, Commander Guang is here. His convoy just entered the gates of the Research Bureau. When Li Shengdong heard this, he pointed his finger at Lu Chuan's nose. "See what I'm saying? You kid is finished. You'll just wait for how to be cleaned up in a while." With that, he turned and walked away, ready to meet the vast industry at the door. Just walked 2 steps, also turned around and yelled at Lu Chuan, "Goa, what are you waiting for? Don't take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Waiting for Commander Guang to find you? Just go. I'm not afraid." After saying that, he followed Li Shengdong out, just walking to the entrance of the building. I didn't expect Guan Ye to have walked in head-on by this time. Li Shengdong, hard at this time thinking of the vast industry, watched the press conference, full of upset stomach, came to spread fire on Lu Chuan. So as soon as he saw Guan Ye, he must have gone up to greet him with a smile and speak for Lu Chuan. But he didn't expect that when he was about to walk up to greet Guang Dangyi walked straight to Lu Chuan behind him as if he didn't see him, walking to the front and hugging Lu Chuan. He smiled and said, "Good boy. I watched the press conference, and your answer really gave us a long ambition for the great summer nation." Lu Chuan looked embarrassed and said, "No, I'm just being honest." Li Shengdong was petrified on the spot when he saw this scene. When Guan Ye saw that he was fuming, he asked Li Shengdong, "Oh, right, Director Li, did you have something you wanted to say to me just now?" Li Shengdong shook his head like a rattle. "No, Commander Guang, I don't have anything to say. I also praised Lu Chuan just now. I didn't expect you to come so soon." Lu Chuan blankly glanced at him, thinking that what you just praised was really good, and it was close to cursing me out. Guan Ye said to Li Shengdong, "You also watched the press conference, right? I did not expect Lu Chuan. This guy is still a bit of temper. There is the appearance of my younger days." Li Shengdong nodded frantically. "Aha, yes, we should be tougher on the Eagle Sauce country." As soon as Lu Chuan came back, I praised him for half a day and said that we should be like this in the future, and build on our efforts. Lu Chuan stifled a laugh as Li Shengdong glared at him, thinking, the way this is going is completely different from what I had in mind. Meanwhile, in the Sakura country, a secret high-level meeting, several mysterious figures were discussing a matter. As it turns out, for Sakura Nation, they've always been led by the nose by Hawk Jam Nation, and had no say in anything. Now that they saw that there seemed to be an opportunity for them to bend the rules in the growing competition in space between the two countries, Daxia and Eagle Sauce, they began to get excited. At this time a man asked a question to the Minister of Defense of the Sakura Nation. Mr. Minister, why is it that for so long our intelligence officers in the Great Summer State have failed to provide us with favorable information? The Minister of Defense said, previously, our intelligence officers in Daxia had been led by Tojo Yua, and then after Tojo Yua was assassinated, they were led by our newcomer, Minako, who may not have been completely familiar with Daxia, so there was a delay in intelligence. This man immediately dismissed the defense secretary's claim. Mr. Minister, as far as I know, the Minako you are talking about has already successfully lurked by Lu Chuan's side a long time ago, and our very first plan was to bring Lu Chuan back to our Sakura Nation, so that such a talented person could be used for us. But so much time has already passed, and we can't see any progress in Minako's mission. Don't you have any suspicion that she has already betrayed our Sakura Kingdom? The Minister of Defense frowned. In fact, this question had been considered in his mind a long time ago, only he was still unwilling to believe that Minako would do such a thing. Watching the Minister of Defense remain silent, a man who appeared to be above him in rank made a suggestion. I also don't want to believe that our warriors from the Sakura Kingdom would betray us, but after all this time, we've made no progress in our intelligence work, so I think it's time to send someone to the Great Summer Kingdom to investigate this matter. The Minister of Defense immediately said, I can order Minako to return to the country tomorrow to be investigated. but the man waved his hand and said, "No, I still want us to send someone to investigate this matter in secret. And by the way, investigate if Minako has lost her initial heart." Chapter 190, Moonlight Blade. If it was in the past, if the Sakura country wanted to know some information about the Great Summer country, they could even go directly through the Eagle Sauce country's intelligence officers. But now it used to be completely different. The Sakura nation's defense minister also suddenly realized a very serious problem at this time. That is, in the past, when Tojo Yua and Craig were still alive, the intelligence agents on both sides who were lurking in the Dacia country were more active. But ever since these two people died inexplicably, for a long time, the intelligence officers on both sides of the border seemed to have nothing significant happen, and rarely reported back to themselves. It made him think that there was something fishy about such a situation, and from the mouth of Minako's men, he learned that Minako had been with Lu Chuan all along, and the submerged mission was executed very successfully, and even up to now, Lu Chuan didn't notice that Minako was from the Sakura country. This point showed that Lu Chuan already had complete trust in Minako. If that was really the case, then why had Minako not brought Lu Chuan back to the Sakura country for so long? After all this time, even if they were looking for an excuse to travel to Sakura country, then this mission should have been able to succeed a long time ago. Thinking about this, the heart of the Sakura nation's Minister of Defense felt more and more out of place. So, he immediately sent one of his close associates to the Great Xia Kingdom to investigate the matter. This man's name was Tsukuba Blade, and in the earliest days he was considered an equally good intelligence officer as Tojo Hirokazu. The difference was that while Tojo Yua's main mission was to infiltrate and carry out missions in Dacia, Moonblade was at the mercy of the Minister of Defense alone, going on missions around the world from time to time. However, most of the missions carried out by the Moonflower Blade were missions to remove those who had already gone rogue from within, so also arguably the most trusted confidant of the Secretary of Defense. Before he was sent to Dacia, he asked the Minister of Defense, Mr. Minister, is my main mission on this trip to Dacia to investigate our own intelligence officers? The Minister of Defense said, we have so many intelligence officers in the Great Summer country that you can't possibly check them all. You just need to investigate Minako's loyalty to our Sakura country. What do you need me to do if there's a problem with Minako? Minako was once a very trustworthy and excellent intelligence officer in the heart of the Minister of Defense. But he still didn't hesitate to say at this time, if you find something wrong with Minako, you don't need to report it to me. Just get rid of it, and then I'll let you take over our intelligence work in Dacia country. Moonblade nodded once and turned to leave. Since for a long time, both Minako and Nicole had each held great power over the intelligence missions of the Sakura and Hawk Jam countries, and both of their hearts were practically on Lu Chuan, so they definitely had no desire to go on any bull ***** missions. Nicole, in particular, was practically like a rich kid who came to travel and enjoy life in Dacia every day. Because the Eagle Sauce country gave really sufficient funds for the mission, Nicole often stayed in the most upscale 5-star hotel in Magic City. In addition to shopping during the day, is to find Minako gossip, even to the night, are often driving their sports car in and out of the Magic City of the various nightclubs. That afternoon, Nicole, as usual, was feeling a little tired after spending time at the mall, so she was going to find a coffee shop to take a break. Having just sat down at the cafe, Nicole held out her own delicate hands and was admiring the manicure she had just finished. At this time a man suddenly sat down on the opposite seat. Nicole subconsciously glanced at it, then shifted her gaze back to her manicure. Excuse me, please stand away. I don't like sitting at the same table as other people. But after a few seconds of saying this, there was no reaction from this person across the room. Nicole instantly lost her good humor. She looked angrily at the man and said, Hey, do you have any quality? Are you looking at me to pick me up because I'm pretty? And you don't take a piss and look in the mirror. The man, however, was not offended by Nicole's words. Instead, he smiled and said, It seems that the conditions of your Eagle Sauce Nation's intelligence personnel are just fine, and you actually live so nourishingly in the Great Summer Nation. Nicole giggled inside. Her first thought was that the person sitting across from her might be an agent of the Great Summer Kingdom who had discovered her identity and was here to arrest her. So frowning, his hand immediately went into the bag that was sitting next to him, because inside the bag was the dagger she usually used for self-defense. This person on the other side of the room noticed Nicole's move, but didn't stop it. Instead, he nonchalantly picked up the cup of coffee in front of Nicole and took a sip and said, No need to be nervous, I'm not your enemy. You, not an agent of the Great Summer? Moonblade shook his head and continued to take a sip of the coffee in his cup. Nicole didn't let her guard down by this time, but her hand was already drawn out of her bag. Since she looked around her, there were quite a few customers who were making peace with their coffee, so she thought to herself that this person across the street shouldn't do anything dangerous. Who the hell are you and how do you know I'm from Eagle Jam country? Nicole trailed off. I don't just know that you are. Many of your Eagle Sauce country's intelligence officers who are hiding in the Great Summer country. I know all of them, including your Eagle Sauce country's intelligence chief Craig. He is still considered an old acquaintance. Speaking of which, Nicole understood that this person must be an intelligence officer as well, but she couldn't be sure of the exact country. Looking at the other party's attitude, he reckoned that he wouldn't get an answer even if he continued to ask, so he didn't pursue the question any further. Nicole knew that it was actually normal for intelligence officers from various countries to sometimes share information with each other, but times are different nowadays. Nicole is now completely disinterested in intelligence work. She only wants to peacefully be able to live on in the Great Summer country, so she is even less interested in getting to know this person on the opposite side. So Nicole said to him, I'm sorry, I have things to do and I need to leave. And since you know us intelligence officers so well, I'm sure you know how to find me when you have the truth, too. After saying that, Nicole stood up and was about to leave, but Yuehua Blade suddenly said, Ms. Nicole, I would like to know, for a long time, if she has been close to our Sakura country's Ms. Minako, if it is convenient. I would like to know something about Ms. Minako. When she heard this, Nicole's hand, which had just picked up her bag, couldn't help but tighten. She was even more puzzled at this time, thinking that this person was actually an intelligence officer of the Sakura country. But since both Minako and Sakura Nation are Sakura Nation's intelligence officers, why are they prying information from me? Could it be that Sakura Nation is already suspicious of Minako? Chapter 191 Meeting at a Safe House. Intelligence officers are not 9-to-5 jobbers who will simply be fired just because they have lost the trust of their bosses. Nicole knew very well in her heart what results an intelligence officer would face after losing the trust of his superiors, so she was doubly careful at this time, knowing that this person must have been sent by the Sakura Kingdom to investigate Minako, and that if she said anything wrong, both Minako and herself could be plunged into an abyss of doom. She had been ready to turn around and leave, but suddenly felt that this would make the other party even more suspicious of her. So Nicole smiled again and sat down. Minako? Oh, you're talking about that head of intelligence in your Sakura country. I'm not too familiar with her, so why don't you just go to her in person to find out what's going on? Nicole asked the other party, deliberately pretending to be innocent and naive. But she didn't know that the reason why Moonflower Blade asked this was that she had already learned about these situations from some intelligence officers before this, and knew that the two of them, Nicole and Minako, were usually on good terms with each other. In this regard, it was true that Nicole was not as old-fashioned as Moonflower Blade. After all, the two had been in the intelligence business for a completely different period of time. Nicole had been specially recruited as an intelligence officer by the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country because she was good enough on her own terms, so her experience in this area was still lacking. But the Moonflower Blade has been engaged in intelligence missions for the Sakura Kingdom for almost 30 years. For him, he could almost make it so that when the person across from him was talking to him, if he was lying or trying to cover something up, he could tell by the expression on the other person's face. It could be said that at this point, Nicole had already revealed a crack in front of the Moonflower Blade. Moonflower Blade did not show the slightest change because of this. The expression on his face was as if it was carved in stone. It had not changed since he sat here. This made it difficult for Nicole to detect his inner mental activities, which was extremely fatal for intelligence officers, because you won't know when the other person will suddenly turn on you. Yuehua Blade continued to ask, Miss Nicole, I know that your mission to come to the Great Summer Country is the same as Minako's. Both are to get close to Luchuan. But as far as I know, Minako is now very successful in her mission and has been lurking beside Luchuan as his girlfriend. Won't that be a threat to you at this point? Or maybe all along you have been sharing information with Minako? Nicole hurriedly explained. Oh yes, as you know, the intelligence officers of our two countries have always shared information. So after I knew that Minako had succeeded in her infiltration, I didn't deliberately approach Luchuan anymore. Isn't that also a sign of trust to your Sakura country? Besides, if I deliberately approach again, it would be easy to expose Minako instead, right? But didn't you just say that the two of you and Minako weren't familiar with each other? And now how come you're saying that you'll share information? Nicole has one character flaw, and arguably the least fatal flaw for an intelligence officer. And that is the tendency to be impulsive and to let herself be detected. Hearing these words from Moonflower Blade, Nicole instantly lost her good temper. I thought to myself, the two of us, Minako and I, are at least the head of intelligence here? Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? So Nicole said, what kind of person are you in the end? Minako and I are the head of intelligence hidden in Dacia country. If there is anything we will naturally communicate with each other or report directly to our superiors. How can I say anything to you? I just lied to you. How about it? The expression on Lunar Blade's face at this time was instead relaxed. There's no need to be nervous, Ms. Nicole. I'm just getting some information, and I believe that your superiors on both sides are very satisfied with your intelligence work in the Great Summer Country. After saying that, Moonflower Blade stood up. Then with a deep bow to Nicole, he turned to leave. And just as Yuehua Blade's head was lowered to salute Nicole, inadvertently, Nicole noticed a full dozen centimeters long, crescent-shaped scar from the collared neckline of the shirt he was wearing. A few minutes later, Nicole took a careful look around, and only rushed to take out her cell phone to contact Minako after determining that the Moonflower Blade was no longer here. Living without risk for a long time relaxed Minako's mind. Just after picking up Nicole's phone, Minako joked, "Nicole, big beauty, are you looking for someone to go shopping with you again today?" Something's wrong. Those 3 words uttered by Nicole were like an instantaneous awakening of Minako's conditioned reflexes as an intelligence officer. She immediately got serious and asked, "What is it? Is it serious? Just now I was sitting in the cafe. A person suddenly sat in front of me. Listening to the speech should be your Sakura country's intelligence officer, much older than us, has been asking me about your situation." Minako immediately tensed up, knowing that the day had finally come after all. She asked Nicole, "What does this person look like?" "Though look, it's nothing special. You can't even tell anything by throwing it in a pile of people. Even when he just sat down I couldn't tell if he was from the Dasha country, or the Sakura country. Oh, by the way, I just noticed another long scar at the bottom of his neck." As soon as she heard about the scar, Minako's emotions tensed up and she asked, "A scar? Is it crescent-shaped?" "Yes, it's crescent-shaped. Do you recognize it?" Minako said directly to Nicole. "Let's meet immediately now." Nicole agreed and was about to hang up when Minako's voice suddenly came back on the other end of the line. "Don't come to me at home. We'll go where we agreed before." The appointment refers to the place that Minako and Nicole had previously discussed where the two of them would meet or hide in case of any emergency. This place is in a small fishing village by the sea in Mordor. This village is not considered to be cold. Usually there are hundreds of fishermen. Since there wasn't much scenery here, outsiders would rarely come to this village, and at most some fishmongers would just come back to collect the fish, not to mention any tourists. So this could be a secret meeting place for the two of them. Minako bought a small yard as a safe house on the edge of this fishing village. This was done because this was the fastest way to get out of Mordor by boat in case of danger. And before that, Minako had already been in contact with the local snakeheads, ready to go to sea with a single call should the need arise. When Nicole arrived at the small fishing village, she entered the courtyard to find Minako already waiting for her. But before the two could speak, Nicole sensed that this must be something extraordinary, because she had never seen such a tense expression on Minako's face. Chapter 192, Hidden in a Small Fishing Village. As soon as Nicole saw Minako, she anxiously asked her, "What the hell is going on? And what is that guy?" "His name is Moonflower Blade, and he's considered a veteran intelligence officer in the Sakura country." Nicole recoiled in relief at this point. "Then it's one of your Sakura country anyway, and your co-workers no matter what. So what do you have to be nervous about?" Minako sneered and said, "You don't understand. Nothing good can happen in any country where this man shows up. Why? Did he come to trouble you? It should be. Otherwise, as an intelligence officer of the Sakura country, as soon as he came to the Great Summer country, he didn't directly look for me, but instead looked for you to find out the situation. He should have already lost his trust in me." Nicole gave a fierce look and said, "I'll help you kill him." Minako gave her a blank look and said, "Forget about it, let alone you, even if it's me, and both of our men combined. It's not that easy to get rid of this person in Mordor, because there's no way for us to find him. We'll only have to wait for him to come to us. Is it as godly as you say? We're all intelligence officers and killers. It's not like he's grown 3 heads and 6 arms more than we have." Minako shook her head. "I thought you said you saw a long scar at the base of his neck. Do you have any idea how he got it?" "I don't know, but it does look like a pretty scary scar," Minako explained to her. "The Moonflower Blade is different from our normal intelligence officers. We can be considered to serve our respective countries, but he's different. He only serves the Minister of Defense of the Sakura country, and whenever the Minister of Defense wants to do something unseemly, he'll make him appear." It turned out that years ago, the Sakura Kingdom had allowed a group of its own intelligence agents to successfully infiltrate a certain country. But then the Minister of Defense of the Sakura country learned that the country's intelligence officers were no longer trustworthy, or had gotten out of control, so he sent the Moonflower Blade forward to investigate them. As for what happened when Moonblade went to this country, it was no longer known. It's just that when he returned to the Sakura country, he had such an additional scar on his body. Then the Sakura country sent new intelligence officers to this country, and none of the previous officers ever returned. Hearing this, Nicole's cold sweat almost broke out. "You mean, He went to that country single-handedly and alone and took care of all the intelligence officers? Minako nodded. There's a saying circulating among our intelligence officers in the Sakura country that those who are out there performing intelligence work, if they say that they saw the appearance of the moonflower blade one day, then their own lives are already counting down. And Nicole was still defiant at this point. I just don't believe he's that good. Starting tomorrow I'll have my men on guard at all times, and whenever he shows up, he'll just shoot him. You won't be able to find him. He dared to show his face in front of you just so you could tell me he was coming. And the way things are now, we're in the open and he's in the shadows. So you'll have to be doubly careful from now on. I'm not from your Sakura country. Has he eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? And dares to touch the Eagle Sauce country's intelligence personnel? Minako looked at Nicole and said, I also hope he doesn't dare. I hope his goal in coming here this time is just me alone. But I'm worried that he already knows enough about the situation. And if that's the case, then he doesn't care what country you're an intelligence officer from. He won't be soft on anyone who stands in his way. It had always been Nicole's habit to approach Minako for advice on anything. So for a long time in her subconscious, Minako was her light enemy though, and she thought of Minako as if she were her big sister. So she asked Minako, so what should we do now? No, it's not what we should do. It's what I should do. And from now on, you should have no more contact with me. It's the only way to keep you safe. Nicole froze. But, no buts. This matter must not be sloppy. And also, from now on, I won't leave this fishing village for a while so that Lu Chuan won't be in any danger. Then how are you going to explain it to Lu Chuan? Minako laughed a little and said, Lu Chuan, this little cutie, for such a long time now, I've been lying to him that I work for a company, and he's been completely convinced. I'll tell him in a moment that I've had to go on a business trip recently, and I won't be back until some time later. Nicole had always known that Minako was, at the very least, a fighter capable of fighting 3 against 1. Even she was so nervous when she encountered this moonflower blade. So she thought that this moonflower blade must be terrifying to the extreme. At this time Nicole could only listen to this decision of Minako's, as she had no better way to do it. Minako suddenly said in a joking tone, Nicole, at this time, now you should be happy, right? Nicole had a questioning look on her face. Happy? What am I happy about? During the time I've been away, you've had the chance to be with Lu Chuan. Ah. Nicole blared at her and said, what a time to be joking. No, I'm not joking. Didn't you also report to your superiors before? Saying that you're already with Lu Chuan. From now on, after I leave, I want you to be by Lu Chuan's side, so that not only Lu Chuan can be safe, but you can be safe as well. Stop it. How could I possibly take advantage of someone? It's not taking advantage of the situation. It's for the safety of the two of you. Only then will the moonflower blade not be suspicious, much less move you. Nicole thought for a moment and said, you make it sound so simple. Lu Chuan resents my antics and annoyance every time he sees me. How can I be with him? Minako said, you have to promise me one thing. What? You're staying at my house starting tonight and you can't leave. Ah, you're really open-minded. You can actually say such a request. Minako smiled and said, I'm sure Lu Chuan won't do anything. I'll tell Lu Chuan that I gave you the keys to the house when I left because he goes back late at night and needs someone to prepare dinner for him. That's why I did it. And besides, it's not like I'm letting you two sleep in the same bed. Oh, so it wasn't a request for the two of us to sleep together. Minako punched Nicole on the shoulder and said, why are you so disappointed when I said I didn't ask you two to sleep together? Just kidding. It's not like I'm going to take advantage of anyone. After saying that, Minako looked at the sky and dialed Lu Chuan's number. Chapter 193, Dinner for a Rich Lady. Minako told Lu Chuan that she had to travel for a while, and Lu Chuan, the douchebag, actually didn't feel surprised at all, but only expressed her reluctance to Minako. But after Minako told him that she had given Nicole the keys to the house, Lu Chuan was 100 times more reluctant in his heart. No, I'm such a big man. It's hard not to know how to take care of myself. I don't want Nicole to be yakking in my ear every day. Nicole stood next to her at this time and also heard Lu Chuan's words, and was so angry that she went to grab Minako's phone to scold Lu Chuan. However, Minako covered her mouth and no sound could come out at all. After hanging up the phone, Nicole was furious. This dead Lu Chuan. I took good care of him and actually dared to dislike me. Minako suddenly thought of a question at this time, and she asked Nicole, by the way, you know how to cook some simple food, right? Nicole cocked her head for a long moment. Does vegetable salad count? It's the most complicated dish I can make, ever. You call a vegetable salad a vegetable? This leafy vegetable that you wash, toss with salad dressing and serve is the most complicated thing you can make? Nicole looked at Minako with sincere eyes, and nodded. But sometimes I can't get a handle on the amount of salsa. Minako almost exploded in place, thinking to herself, you rich lady, if you leave a 5-star hotel, you won't starve to death. But Minako can't help it. Luchuan, a big living person, also always won't starve to death. After all, the two of them can now give to let the Moonflower Blade see together, in order to ensure their safety. With that, Minako handed Nicole the keys to her house. You must be careful, and if the Moonflower Blade appears, you must be the first to tell me. I'm not a child. Don't worry, I'll ensure Luchuan's safety. It's not just Luchuan, it's yourself. Hearing those words moved Nicole's heart quite a bit. For her, ever since she became an intelligence officer for the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the people she came into contact with on a daily basis were almost always murderous and cold-blooded. Never did he expect that he would come to Daxia on a mission, fall in love with Luchuan, and that he would also befriend Minako, a person with a kind bone in her body. It was also Minako's words that made Nicole make a secret decision in her mind. That was to find a chance to make sure to help her kill Moonblade. Nicole left the small fishing village and didn't go back to the hotel, but went straight to Luchuan's house. In fact, the industry at large is going to arrange for Luchuan to work at Devil's Lake for a period of time. Minako also thought to herself that in order to be able to make Sakura Nation trust herself more, she was also thinking that after Luchuan went to Devil's Lake, she would make a trip back to Sakura Nation to report her mission. But he didn't expect that Luchuan's trip would be postponed because the research bureau needed to do a lot of data algorithmic work in recent times. It was also unexpected that it was precisely at this time that the Moonflower Blade appeared, instantly disrupting all of Minako's plans. It was 9 o'clock in the evening at the moment. Nicole was half lying on the sofa, her legs cozy on the coffee table watching TV and nibbling on chips, waiting for Luchuan to come back. She had previously learned from Minako that Luchuan always came back late from the research bureau, so she wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, she also prepared dinner for Luchuan early. By 11 o'clock, Nicole had fallen asleep on the couch. When the doorbell suddenly rang, Nicole jumped up from the couch with a jolt of energy. She knew it was Luchuan who had returned. After opening the door, Nicole had a smile on her face while Luchuan was embarrassed. I didn't expect Nicole to make an inviting gesture at this time and say, "Thanks for your hard work. Dinner is ready." Luchuan was very surprised, because he had not seen this side of Nicole. Before that, he had always thought that she was a little girl who did not experience the world, but he did not expect that there was actually such a homely side. But Luchuan was dumbfounded when he sat down at the table. He pointed to the empty table and said, "Eat what? Air?" And Nicole was on the phone at this time. When he hung up the phone, he said, "Don't worry, a good meal is not afraid of being late. It will be here soon." "Ah, take out. You're good. Forget it, I'll just cook instant noodles to go. Do you want it? By the way, I'll cook you a bowl too." He was just about to get up and go into the kitchen when Nicole sat back down with another squeeze on her shoulder. "What's the rush? Dinner will be ready in a minute. Soon. Just be patient." Helplessly, Luchuan could only just sit on the dining table and listen to his stomach grumble. This time he missed Minako's presence even more because every time he came back in the evening himself, there was a hot meal on the table that she had cooked by her own hand. After 20 minutes or so, the doorbell rang again. Luchuan was just about to get up and open the door when Nicole said, "No, you sit down. You won't move anything today. Just eat. I promised I wouldn't let you go hungry in the summer." When Nicole opened the door, Luchuan was left only dumbfounded, only to see a hotel waiter pushing a food cart, coming in and giving a polite greeting to both Luchuan and Nicole. "Hello, dinner is ready for you both." When he finished, he lifted the lid on the food cart and began to serve a plate to the two men. Luchuan looked at the assorted Western food on the table, as well as the red wine, and then looked at Nicole. Nicole looked at Luchuan with joy this time, as if she was waiting for praise. Luchuan said, "This, dinner? It's not like I can cook. It's a meal I ordered from a 5-star hotel. We'll just eat like this every night while summer's away." Luchuan covered his face and was completely speechless. Nicole was busy asking, "Why? Don't you like it? Or are you uncomfortable somewhere? Why don't we start tomorrow night and order your own food when you're just before you come back? Then you can have it as soon as you get home." No, I'm satisfied." Luchuan was also really hungry at this time, and was just about to pick up a knife and fork to eat and cut a piece of steak, but was hit by Nicole's hand. "Just hold still for a second. I'm going to take a picture to let Summer know you're getting fed and to let her know I'm not starving you." With a click, Nicole took a picture on her cell phone and sent it to Minako. When Minako received the photo, she saw Luchuan holding a knife and fork in his hand, facing the Western food on the table with a lifeless expression, and almost didn't laugh or back off. I thought to myself, tough luck Luchuan. You're dealing with someone who can't even make a good vegetable salad, so don't ask for so much. After Luchuan easily filled his stomach, Nicole's big watery eyes looked at him and asked, "How is it?" "Satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Just, Can you not come tomorrow night? I'll just make some random noodles and get by on my own. Or I can just stay at the research bureau. Nicole glared at him and said, no. If you don't come back, I'm going to go to the research bureau to find you. Lu Chuan was really afraid that Nicole would go to the research bureau and cause trouble, so he could only nod his head in agreement. Chapter 194, The First Corpse Appears. The two finished their meal and Nicole called for the waitress to come up and clean up. When the waiter came in, the two of them, Nicole and Lu Chuan, were chatting. So Nicole didn't even notice that the waiter who came in at this time was no longer the one who had come to deliver the food earlier. And the waiter was wearing the exact same clothes as the one from earlier. Finished packing up the dishes and was about to push the food cart out the door. At this time the waiter turned to Nicole and said, "Ms. Nicole, I hope you are satisfied with today's service collar." Nicole subconsciously reached for her purse on the table, wanting to get a tip for this waiter. But suddenly it froze. Because the voice that this waiter spoke with was clearly the Moonflower Blade. Nicole turned her head to look, and sure enough, Moonblade was wearing a waiter's outfit at this time, and was looking at her with a smile on her face. Lu Chuan had no idea why Nicole suddenly froze at this time, but the scene in front of him made him feel very awkward, as if the waiter didn't want to leave without getting a tip. So Lu Chuan just busily took out money from his wallet himself and handed it to the waiter. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." With that, he pushed the food cart and turned to leave. Lu Chuan also froze for a moment as he asked Nicole, "How does he know my last name is Lu?" Nicole shook herself at this point and was busy explaining, "Oh, that's probably because I definitely have to leave the diner's name when I order." Lu Chuan also saw that the expression on Nicole's face at this time was a bit strange. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I suddenly remembered I need to make a phone call. So wait for me. I'll go out and make a call." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Chuan to respond, Nicole picked up her cell phone and walked out, purposely shutting the door behind her on her way out. By the time Nicole came downstairs, the hotel delivery car had already left. She immediately dialed Minako's number and told her what had just happened. I thought Minako would be anxious at this time, but it was the complete opposite. Minako said, "Don't worry. What I'm afraid of is that Yuehua Blade doesn't know that you and Lu Chuan are together. He should have made a special effort to investigate, now that he knows that the two of you are together. Instead, it's safe for the two of you, and he shouldn't be able to trouble you in the recent period of time. But what about your side? I'm safe here for the time being at the very least, and he shouldn't be able to find this place for a while. I'm still not sure. Should I send you some defense guys?" Minako smiled and said, "I have thought of this a long time ago. You don't have to worry about it, and I got a few of my men to ambush me today as well, to protect me at all times. It's good that the two of you and Lu Chuan are fine." Hearing Minako say that made Nicole feel slightly more at ease. Nicole called Minako at this time while pretending to take a walk, looking around as she went. But as she passed the downstairs dumpster, she suddenly saw a man's foot peeking out of the dumpster. As an intelligence officer, it was natural for Nicole to be unafraid in the face of corpses, so she approached the dumpster intending to take a closer look. It turned out to be the body of the first waiter who had gone upstairs to bring himself a meal. Minako on the other end of the phone heard that Nicole didn't say anything for more than 10 seconds and asked her busily, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Why don't you say anything?" "I'm fine. It's just that I saw a body. The body of the waiter who just went upstairs to deliver food to Lu Chuan and me." Minako thought for a moment and said to her, "You should have your men come down as soon as possible to get rid of the body, or else it will cause a panic when it's discovered, especially if it causes an investigation on the part of the Daxia Kingdom. It will be a very troublesome thing." It was a good thing it was early in the morning at this time of day and there wasn't much walking around downstairs. It didn't take long for a black sedan to pull up next to the dumpster. This is Nicole who just informed her men to come over and dispose of the body. Two men got out of the car and loaded the body into the trunk in 3 tries, then nodded to Nicole in the distance and drove off. By this time, even though she had hung up the phone, Minako was even more uneasy in her heart. She actually wasn't too worried about Lu Chuan and Nicole at this point, because she knew that if Moonflower Blade had wanted to make a move on the two of them, it would have done so just now. The reason he went to the house was probably to check out who the people around Lu Chuan really were. Now that he saw that it was Nicole who was accompanying Lu Chuan, he should have deepened his suspicions even more. It would be assumed that the information he had gotten from his previous report of accompanying Lu Chuan was all false. So even if Minako was trying to find an explanation from Tsukiyokari Blade right now, it would be hard to defend herself in 100 different ways, and she was even more certain that Moonflower Blade should have already positioned killing herself as his next target of action at this point. Meanwhile, Nicole is back at Lu Chuan's house, looking at Lu Chuan at this time with an awkward face. She was waiting for her. Nicole asked, "What are you blushing about?" Lu Chuan said, "It's already late. Aren't you going back?" That comment made Nicole hammer him to death. Well, are you kicking me out after you've had your fill? It's not. It's really late and it's getting to the point where I need to rest. So what? So I'm waiting for you to leave. Nicole was so angry that she grabbed the cushion on the couch and slammed it hard on Lu Chuan. I said you this two-bit, two-people woman in the back to protect your safety. You do not know even if the old lady just invited you to eat a big meal to drive me away? Then Nicole sat on her butt on the couch and said, I'm not leaving today. And I'm telling you, it's all because Summer explained that she wouldn't let me leave and wanted me to be here to take care of you. Lucian froze, thinking how could Summer possibly tolerate Nicole being alone in a room with herself. Just as she was thinking, Nicole said, What's going on in that little head of yours? Is it possible that you're lusting after my beauty? As she said that, Nicole also deliberately placed her slender legs on the sofa. Lu Chuan frantically shook his head. No, I swear, I never had such thoughts. I was thinking that if you don't leave, I'm going to sleep on this sofa and give you the bedroom to sleep in. Nicole couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Lu Chuan's reddened face. Ha ha, you're so unamused. While saying that, he also stood up to taunt him a sentence. Hey, you can Summer two people are really enough. You say you, dang a senior scientific researcher of the great Summer country. Their own home actually even a spare guest room are not prepared. I used to live in a single dormitory all the time. I'm used to it. This house is still an award from the research bureau. It's not small anymore. Besides, the extra guest rooms are all used by me for storage. Nicole said, You're only home a couple hours a day. Do you need that big of a place for storage? As he was saying this, he opened a room that was originally a guest room by hand. When I opened it, it looked like a scrap collection place, filled with all kinds of books and materials. Chapter 195, Serving Auntie. Seeing the scene in front of her, Nicole shook her head helplessly. In his heart, he thought, hey, I don't know what kind of magic Lu Chuan, this nerd, has, actually letting Minako, this big beauty, follow him with such a dead heart. I don't know what kind of magic Lu Chuan this nerd has. Didn't I also fall? Back in the living room, he watched Lu Chuan stare blankly at the TV, which was just playing a commercial. She knew that this Lu Chuan guy just thought of himself as a vixen, and for fear of being eaten by himself, he didn't even dare to look at himself, so it was thought to tease him a little. He asked Lu Chuan, Where are the summer pajamas? I'm going to wear them after the shower, but I don't have anything with me right now. Lu Chuan's eyes were fixed on the screen and he just pointed his finger at the bedroom. It's in the closet. You can get it yourself. Before Nicole could walk into the bedroom, Lu Chuan added, Can you hurry up? Because after you wash up and go into the bedroom, so I can sleep on the couch earlier. Gotta go. At your service. As she said that, Nicole began to undress before she even walked into the bedroom at this time. Although Lu Chuan's eyes were on the TV at this time, his afterglow was able to see Nicole's undressing position. People could just be out of control at this time, so Lu Chuan subconsciously glanced at Nicole. Only Nicole's back was turned to him at this time, and her upper shoulders were all completely exposed. Frightened, Lu Chuan's gaze didn't dare to linger on her even for a second and hurriedly turned his head away, and on that came Nicole's scoff. Ha ha, you're so funny, so grown up and still acting like a little kid, blushing like a monkey's butt. Nicole finally did go in the bathroom and started showering, but Lu Chuan really couldn't figure out what this rich young lady was up to in the bathroom, while taking a shower while humming a song, even if it is, after taking a shower jingling bam and the inside again a burst of busy work. I do not know how many kinds of cosmetics used in such a while work. All that could be heard was the sound of cosmetic bottles clinking one moment, and then the sound of hands slapping their faces and skin. It took a good 40 to 50 minutes of tossing and turning in the bathroom to get out of it, and came out wrapped in nothing but a pink bath towel. Giving Lu Chuan a blank stare, he hurriedly shifted his eyes again. Luckily, Nicole didn't seem to have the heart to continue in teasing him at this time, and just bounced off back to the bedroom. The bedroom door had just closed, and Lu Chuan let out a long breath. It's finally my turn to take a shower. However, Lu Chuan had just started to take off his shirt and his pants were halfway off when Nicole suddenly opened the door to her room again and walked out. Frightened, Lu Chuan hurriedly picked up a pillow and blocked his key areas. Why are you out again? Che, what's a grown man to be ashamed of? I just came out to get a mask. While Nicole took the mask from her own bag, she didn't forget to smile and look at Lu Chuan, as if she was teasing this red-faced cutie with her eyes. When Lu Chuan was finally done with his shower and lay on the sofa, this time when he looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the night. However, Lu Chuan, who had thought that he would be able to sleep solidly on the sofa at this time, had thought wrong again. Lu Chuan lay down and just closed his eyes not even 2 minutes ago. His cell phone received a message. Lu Chuan, I need a drink of water. Get me a glass of water in here, because I've been lying down and I don't want to go out and get it myself. Unable to do so, Lu Chuan had to be the one to send a cup of water in to this big lady. But when he came back and lay on the couch for just a minute or 20, he got another message on his cell phone. What kind of snacks do you have at your house? I can't sleep and I want a snack. Lu Chuan directly returned 2 words. No. You lied to me. I saw you had potato chips at your house today and I even stole a bag to eat. Oh yeah. Excuse me, I'll take the cucumber flavor. Lu Chuan couldn't wait to find a rope to tie Nicole to the bed at this time, and then find something to gag her. But he knew that she wouldn't stop messaging herself until he satisfied this aunt. So one can only dutifully get up and go get the chips. When he took the chips, he saw a bunch of snacks that Minako usually bought. Lu Chuan's eyes rolled, and he carried all these snacks in at once. Putting this big bag of snacks on Nicole's bed, she said, Auntie, this has everything. What else do you want? Is there enough water left? I'll get you another cup. Can you let me go to bed early? It's almost 3 o'clock now. Nicole blanked him and said, really don't know how to be compassionate. I'm a girl. Besides, I usually live in a 5-star wine hotel, 24 hours a day. What do you want at any time someone to send? I'm not accustomed to it. Besides, you're really good without conscience. I'm the summer sent to take care of you. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood seemed to have reached his throat, but he swallowed it back. I thought to myself, you've had enough of this aunt, talking about taking care of me, having dinner delivered, and tossing me around after dinner until now. But Lu Chuan still rushed to apologize. He didn't want to make this auntie cry in the middle of the night. It would be even harder to coax her at that time. Fine. My fault. It's my fault for not being patient enough. You see what else your old man needs. Feel free to order. I'll be waiting in the parlor. Little one. With that, he turned around and walked out, leaving Nicole to pass a hearty laugh behind him. Probably this is Lu Chuan's innate charm as a man, to be able to make both Minako and Nicole, the 2 intelligence heads who could kill without blushing or skipping a beat, be instantly awakened to that innocence and loveliness of a little girl when they faced him. After tossing and turning all night, Lu Chuan's cell phone's alarm finally ended the night. Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes and saw that it was already dawn. Habitually, he was just about to open his mouth to call out to Summer, but then he realized that it was Nicole sleeping in the bedroom and hurriedly closed his mouth again. Looked at the time on the phone. Lu Chuan counted. This night, to the bedroom aunt a moment is serving tea. A moment is to send water. Their entire is a night as a waiter. The time to fall asleep do not know if there are 3 hours. After getting up, for fear of waking Nicole, he could only tiptoe around and wash up before leaving the house. Just after arriving at the entrance of the research bureau, he happened to meet Li Shengdong, who had also just come in at this time. Li Shengdong had always treated Lu Chuan as his own son, so he usually liked to tease him. Looking at the tired look on Lu Chuan's face, he asked him, Kid, did you go stealing mines at night? Why are the dark circles under your eyes so heavy? Lu Chuan, with a lifeless face, said, Hey, it's hard to say. Isn't Summer traveling these days? Hey, forget it, don't say it. Is your boy hiding someone else in the house while Summer is gone for a few days? Lu Chuan said, I didn't want to hide it, but who knew that when Summer was leaving, she stuffed a living treasure into me, saying that she was taking care of me, and ended up letting me take care of her for a night. Taking care of you? What people? It's the girl I saved earlier, and came to block me in front of our research bureau. That. Li Shengdong could not help but give Lu Chuan a thumbs up, thinking that a man is you. Really enough. Chapter 196, Interrogation of Nicole. It was supposed to be so she wouldn't get into more trouble that Minako had asked Nicole to get her men to dispose of the body of the waiter in the dumpster. But I didn't realize that this incident had still caused them a lot of trouble. Lu Chuan thought about coming to the research bureau to be able to catch up on his sleep in the office since he hadn't slept well all night on the couch at home. But as he was falling asleep, he was shaken awake by Li Shengdong. Lu Chuan, wake up, look at this. Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes and saw that Li Shengdong was holding his cell phone in front of him. Li Shengdong said, It just happened on the news that there was a murder in the neighborhood where you live. One sentence made Lu Chuan immediately get in the spirit, because the first thing that came to his mind was whether something had happened to that living treasure at home. Immediately, he went ahead and picked up his cell phone and dialed Nicole's number. When Nicole sleepily picked up the phone and impatiently asked him what he was doing, Lu Chuan's heart was solid. Oh, it's fine. Go back to sleep. After saying that, he hung up the phone. But when Lu Chuan saw the photo on the cell phone news, his heart thumped. This photo was taken by neighborhood surveillance, and it shows the person who was killed wearing the same waiter who delivered their food yesterday. When Li Shengdong saw that the expression on Lu Chuan's face at this time was not right, he asked him, What? You know this person in the photo? Then Lu Chuan explained to him what happened last night. Li Shengdong suddenly frowned because his first concern was definitely Lu Chuan's safety. Just as the two were talking, Lu Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang, and at a glance, it was Nicole calling. As soon as she got through, Nicole said with a sobbing voice, "Lu Chuan, come back quickly, there are a lot of police coming to the house." As it turns out, the police were called in the early hours of this morning after Nicole's five-star hotel was delayed in seeing the waiter who had gone out to deliver the food return. After checking the delivery records, it was learned that the waiter disappeared after delivering food to this neighborhood where Lu Chuan is located. Originally, Moonflower Blade had snapped this waiter's neck when he got into his car after going downstairs, thinking that the surveillance wouldn't capture this. But what he didn't expect was that the surveillance camera in one of the hidden corners of this neighborhood still captured it all. When the police come to this neighborhood to investigate, surely the first thing they'll do is look at the surveillance. The Moonflower Blade kill shot was soon discovered. However, to top it all off, the police also found a scene on the surveillance that was difficult for them to explain. That is, after Manhwa Blade killed this waiter, he quickly changed into the waiter's clothes and then went to Lu Chuan's house once more. But what's strange is that later, when Nicole came downstairs to make a phone call, she obviously passed by this dumpster and saw the body. But instead of calling the police, she left like it was nothing. And all the footage of the body being taken away later was filmed as well. So at this time the police came to Lu Chuan's house to find both Lu Chuan and Nicole to find out what was going on. In order to ensure Lu Chuan's safety, Li Shengdong had rushed back home with a few security personnel along with Lu Chuan. As soon as he came in, Li Shengdong immediately flashed his identity to the police. As soon as the police took a look at the fact that this was actually Lu Chuan, Professor Lu's home, they naturally inwardly dispelled a lot of their suspicions about Nicole. After all, the research bureau, Lu Chuan, whether it is an individual or this unit, they cannot afford to offend. And Nicole, as an intelligence officer, it's certainly trivial to put on a good show at this time. The police officer asked politely, "Ms. Nicole, we'd like to ask you why you didn't call the police yesterday when you clearly saw the body in the dumpster?" Nicole exclaimed at this time as if she had been momentarily shocked by something for a moment. "Ah, corpses, corpses, I don't know." "Huh, what corpse?" The police officer brought out the photos taken by the surveillance camera and placed them in front of Nicole. Nicole took one look at this picture and tears immediately came to her eyes. Totally looks like a little girl who has been scared out of her wits. She wrapped her arms around Lu Chuan and cried, "How do I know that there is a body in there? I remember when I went downstairs yesterday to make a phone call. I saw the dumpster look like someone had thrown in a big beauty wanting a male, and took a look at it, but it was dark and I couldn't see anything at that time, so I left." After saying that, he drilled headfirst into Lu Chuan's arms and cried, and his tears soaked Lu Chuan's shirt. And Li Shengdong also said at this time, "I know this girl, so I can be sure that this murder is definitely not related to her." The few police officers around him immediately nodded. After all, Li Shengdong's identity, that was the director of the research bureau. At this point in time even their police chief has to be polite when he comes. A police officer immediately explained, "We also believe that Ms. Nicole definitely has nothing to do with this matter. We just came to find Ms. Nicole to find out some information in order to be able to solve the case as early as possible." After saying that, a few policemen turned around and were about to leave. But this time Nicole suddenly sniffled and wiped her eyes before saying, "Wait a minute." Everyone turned to look at Nicole in unison. Nicole said, "I thought of something." The police officer who had just taken the statement immediately spread out his book again, picked up his pen, and waited for Nicole to speak. "Actually, I know the waiter who came to deliver the food yesterday." Li Shengdong immediately tensed up, thinking how could Nicole, this little girl, know the deceased? And Nicole continued at this time, "Because I usually often stay in that hotel. So many waiters look familiar. Yesterday I also specially called this hotel to deliver the meal. And when the waiter came, I subconsciously glanced at him, and knew that he was the one who often delivers meals to my room in the hotel." Lu Chuan nodded to Li Shengdong, meaning that he was able to prove that Nicole wasn't lying. Nicole cocked her head and thought for a moment, then added, "But yesterday, after Lu Chuan and I both finished our meals, the waiter came to collect the cutlery, and when I was about to tip him, I suddenly realized that this waiter wasn't the one who had come to deliver the meal." Lucien followed up on Nicole's words, "Yes, I can attest to that, and I saw her freeze yesterday when she looked at this waiter, and then I paid the tip." At this time everyone present realized that the person Lu Chuan and Nicole saw must be the murderer, and with those two words, the police completely put to rest the last shred of suspicion they had about Nicole. A policeman immediately asked seriously at this time, "So, can you two describe what this person looks like?" Lu Chuan was recalling the appearance of the man he saw last night, but Nicole suddenly said at this time, "I remember. Below this person's neck, there seems to be a scar that looks quite scary." Chapter 197, Another Corpse. Next, the two of them, Lu Chuan and Nicole, made some descriptions of the Moonflower Blade's appearance. The police finished their portrait before leaving. Li Shengdong at this time the first suspicion is that this person is not rushing to Luchuan. Surely the first time to consider the safety of Luchuan. So he said to him, from now on, you can't continue to live at home. It's too dangerous. You have to go back to the Scientific Research Bureau and wait until the murderer is caught. But Nicole at this time suddenly wrapped her arms around Luchuan's arm and said in an aggravated manner, what should I do then? Luchuan has not yet spoken. Li Shengdong directly said, you silly girl. Surely back to the hotel 5-star hotel. Not more comfortable than outside I didn't realize that Nicole had wrapped her arm around Luchuan even more tightly at this time. I want Luchuan to accompany me. I don't dare to go back to the hotel alone. That murderer must know that I'm staying at that hotel. I'm scared. Both Li Shengdong and Luchuan were speechless. Luchuan glanced at Li Shengdong, who spread his hands at him, meaning I can't possibly let an outsider into the research bureau to live, right? And Li Shengdong is now in the heart of Luchuan is 100 conviction. Thought you this guy, 2 women like you. Summer left 2 days actually let the enemy to take care of you. Service, really is not serve not. Luchuan said, or not, or I'd better come back to live. After all, Nicole is a girl, experiencing this kind of thing, staying alone, must be afraid in her heart. Li Shengdong shook his head helplessly. Hey, alright then, all I can do is have security guards on your floor for now to protect you. Luchuan and Li Shengdong wanted to go back to the research bureau at this time, but Nicole still wrapped her arms around Luchuan and wouldn't let go. Luchuan comforted. It's fine. You're definitely safe to stay here. Our security personnel from the research bureau won't let anyone in. Li Shengdong also nodded to Nicole before reluctantly letting go of Luchuan's arm. Back to the research bureau of Luchuan. Li Shengdong in the car to flirt with Luchuan. Your kid line really do not understand how the summer is thinking, knowing that it is their own love rival. Actually rest assured that Nicole to take care of you. Hey, don't mention it. Who knows what she thinks? I also wonder. These two usually get along like sisters. However, Li Shengdong still seriously warned Luchuan. I can warn you kid, don't do anything to apologize for summer. Be careful of me cleaning you up. Luchuan said disdainfully. You are redundantly instructing me. What kind of person am I that you still don't know? But you don't have to worry. Nicole, this little girl, is actually just like an overgrown little child. I definitely won't have any thoughts about her. Li Shengdong actually had doubts in his head at this time. He said, still, you need to be extra careful these days. This murderer is still running towards you for the most part. I see. Speaking of which, Li Shengdong was torn again. But then I can't figure out what's going on if this murderer is really out to hurt you, all the way into your house, and yet he hasn't laid a hand on you? Luchuan recalled and said, I don't think it's necessarily towards me or Nicole. Because this murderer was very close to us last night when he came in to clean up the tableware on the table. And if he wanted to hurt both of us, any knife and fork on the table could have killed us. But he didn't do it. The two of them then wondered if this murderer could have had some personal vendetta against the murdered waiter. But such a thought was quickly pushed back by himself. Because if it was just to kill the waiter, then it was just a matter of killing and leaving. And there was absolutely no need to go back upstairs to clean up the dishes. The two had thought about it for half a day. But they didn't have a clue. After all, this was something that only the police were good at, so they could only pray that the police would catch the murderer sooner. In the meantime, at Luchuan's house, he and Li Shengdong had just left before him, and Nicole immediately told Minako about the police coming. Minako said, in that case, Moonblade's next target must be me. But what way could he have known that you were hiding in that little fishing village, which is so remote that a ghost couldn't find it? Minako sighed. You don't know the power of such veteran intelligence officers. Of course. I also hope that the police in Dasha will find him before he finds me. By the way, I was also trying to make sure he had nowhere to hide. So when the police came, I made a point of telling them about the scar I found on his neck. Minako didn't say anything because she, as an intelligence officer with more experience than Nicole, would always think of both sides of the coin when it came to this kind of thing. She thought for a moment and said, let's hope that the police can find him as soon as possible by utilizing the distinctive feature of the Moonflower Blade. Otherwise, this will only push a murderous demon. What I didn't expect was that Minako's words would soon be fulfilled. The police officer who had just learned about the situation from Nicole went back and immediately released the murderer's portrait, as well as the characteristics of the scar at the base of his neck, on the entire internet in order to be able to solve the case as soon as possible. Lurking in Mordor, Moonblade soon learns through the news that he is wanted. But as an experienced intelligence officer, he wasn't in a hurry, and was even sure that he wouldn't be caught by the police for a long time. And the first thing that came to his mind at this time was that it must have been Minako who revealed herself to the police. So the irritated Tsukiyokari blade speeds up his own pace in tracking down Minako. Through the Sakura Kingdom's previous mastery of its own intelligence officers and the Great Xia Kingdom, it was certainly not difficult for Moonflower Blade to find out information about some of the intelligence officers. So he quickly found a Sakura Nation intelligence officer's hiding place in Mordor. This place is usually only frequented by one of Minako's men. After arriving, Moonblade subjected the intelligence officer to some inhuman torture and interrogation, trying to get Minako's whereabouts out of him. However, it's not that this person doesn't want to talk about it, but they really don't know. So soon, this intelligence officer was turned into a corpse by the Moonflower Blade. A few hours later, when other intelligence officers failed to contact the man and came to his place to look for him, they realized that the man was dead. So the news was quickly reported to Minako. After getting this news, Minako knew that the Moonflower Blade should have already turned on berserk mode. Then she had a plan at this time and issued an order to all her men. Currently all of our intelligence officers in the Dacia country may be in physical danger. The murderer is an old spy who has already betrayed the Sakura country. That is, the assassin that Mordor is looking for at this time. All of you go out at once to look for this person's traces. Many of Minako's men had heard of Moonblade's great name, but not many knew what he looked like. Thus, for a time, all of Sakura Nation's intelligence officers immediately began their pursuit of Moonflower Blade. Chapter 198 Moonflower Blade finds Little Fishing Village. It was probably due to Moonflower Blade's overconfidence. After he realizes that Minako is not accompanying Lu Chuan, he concludes that there must be something wrong with Minako. And without reporting the matter to the Minister of Defense of the Sakura country, he launched an operation on his own, trying to remove Minako. So operating like this kind of gives Minako a chance. Minako also told Nicole that she was about to make a move on Moonblade. Thus, for a time, the Moonflower Blade became the center of attention of the entire Magic City. In addition to the police looking for him, both Minako's and Nicole's men have started hunting him down. Before, Minako was still worried about the safety of both Nicole and Lu Chuan. But now it was no longer necessary at all. Because Li Xingdong had specially arranged for security personnel to monitor the downstairs of Lu Chuan's house 24 hours a day in order to ensure Lu Chuan's safety. Even Lu Chuan is escorted to and from work. What Minako didn't realize, however, was that danger was creeping up on her, because Moonflower Blade still learned one thing from Minako's men before he killed them. That's when Minako has a few of her men travel to a small fishing village to protect herself. And by this time, Moonflower Blade had disguised himself as a fisherman and entered this fishing village. He had one goal at this point, and that was to find the house that was protected. And he would be able to conclude that Minako was in it. Because this fishing village was really small and didn't have many houses. It didn't take long for Moonblade to enter this village before he saw a placed outside standing a few people in suits and wearing sunglasses. It didn't take much thought to realize that this must be Minako's men. The brilliance of the Moonflower Blade was that when he saw these people, he didn't immediately turn around, because if he turned around and left at this time, he would immediately attract the attention of these people. But instead, he walked straight over. Before they had even reached the doorway of this house, these few intelligence officers hadn't even realized that the ragged old man in front of them was the murderous Moonflower Blade, and hadn't been the slightest bit on guard at all. Yuehua Blade had a canvas bag slung over his body at this time, and he naturally reached inside the bag. This action immediately attracted the alertness of several people, and subconsciously and simultaneously put their hands inside their clothes where the pistols were hidden. But I didn't expect Yuehua Blade to just casually take out a cigarette from his bag and light it up at this time. This action also caused several intelligence officers to completely drop their defenses, and the hands of several people who had just touched their guns all took them out again at the same time. And just at this time, as if by magic, Moonflower Blade pulled out a pistol that had been fitted with a silencer from his body with a speed that was hard to observe with the naked eye. But by the time these intelligence officers saw the gun, it was too late. As the silencer made a few dull sounds, the few intelligence officers standing in the doorway, each with an extra bloody hole in their foreheads, collapsed. Then, Moonflower Blade nimbly replaced the pistol with a new magazine and quietly pushed open the gate to the courtyard. Minako hadn't called that many of her men in the first place, and by this time there were actually only the last 3 left in the courtyard. Therefore, the moment Yuehua Blade pushed open the gate, a gate hadn't even stopped before the 3 people in the courtyard had already fallen down in response. The dying intelligence officer never expected that the person who killed him would be such a terrifying gunman. Of course, what was even more unexpected to them was that the other party was the Moonflower Blade of their own Sakura Kingdom. But when Tsukiyokari Blade tiptoed into the room, he didn't find Minako figure. Moonflower Blade immediately frowned, because in the face of such a situation, the experienced man's heart could not be clearer. There are only 2 things that can happen to an intelligence officer who is on a mission and doesn't find a target on the scene that was supposed to be there. One is that he made a mistake in judgment and the target person is not here. The second is that one's target person at the moment, is likely to be somewhere watching one's every move and thinking of oneself as a target. Thinking about this, Moonblade couldn't help but tense up. To him, killing a few ordinary intelligence officers couldn't be easier, as that was simply an opponent that wasn't on the same level as himself. Minako, on the other hand, was different, although Minako was only in her 20s. But in the past, Tsukiyakari Blade had heard of Minako's great name from the mouths of high-ranking personnel. High-ranking personnel described Minako as calm, cold, and arguably sharing his brutal attitude when it comes to missions. Even the Moonflower Blade, who was in the house at this time, no longer dared to stand by the window even by his own body. He was afraid there was a sniper somewhere out there aiming at him. However, he was not wrong in his guess. At that moment, on the roof of another house, Minako was lying on her back on the edge of the eaves, a sniper pressed underneath her, her sights facing the yard. As it turned out, Minako had guessed that the Moonflower Blade would surely find this place soon when she had learned that one of her men had been killed and informed to have someone come to protect her. So he deliberately asked a few of his men to pretend that they were protecting this house, and he himself had actually left early and was waiting for him in another house not far away. A little bit of time passed, and Moonblade was torn in his room. He knew that if he went out at this time, he would probably get a bullet through his head. But if he never went out, then when someone passed by the door, those corpses would surely soon attract the police, and at that time it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Minako, on the other hand, was aiming her scope dead center at the only exit from this house at this time. As soon as the Moonflower Blade showed its head, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Minako never got to see Tsukiyakari Blade come out of the room. She couldn't help but begin to wonder if Moonblade had just died in there. But just at this time, Minako's cell phone suddenly vibrated. The incoming call was an unknown number, but Minako answered it anyway. The caller said, "MS. Minako, could you come out and talk to me?" There was an old, hoarse quality to this voice, and Minako could even hear a hint of sinister flavor in it, because when Minako was just working as an intelligence officer, she had heard the voice of the Moonflower Blade. So reflexively, Minako used her scope and began to scrutinize every window of the period house. He knew that Lunar Blade was trapped inside her at the moment, and that the other party knew he was nearby. Chapter 199 Death of the Moonflower Blade. Then Minako said in an extremely relaxed tone, "It's been a long time, Mr. Moonflower Blade. May I ask why you didn't notify me in advance when you came to the Great Summer Country? I'm sorry, but I've come to Dacia on the orders of the Minister of Salary and Defense to investigate the betrayal of intelligence officers." "Oh really? Then may I ask what the results of Mr. Moonblade's investigation are now?" Yuehua Blade hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "Now that the matter has been investigated and the intelligence officer who betrayed the Sakura Kingdom has been executed by me, so my mission is over." The reason why Tsukiyakari Blade said that was to take a gamble on whether or not Minako was actually aiming at herself at that moment, and secondly, whether or not there was any chance that Minako would let herself go. But Minako's next reply disappointed him. I don't see the Moonflower Blade is coming to investigate things. Instead it's more like it's coming to carry out an indiscriminate massacre of the Sakura Nation's intelligence officers. Just now I've already witnessed you massacre 7 of the Sakura Nation's intelligence officers, but I didn't see you interrogate them. Am I right? Ever since Yuehua Blade became an intelligence officer for the Sakura Kingdom decades ago, he had experienced countless dangerous brushes with death, but he had never felt fear, for all the previous dangers had been nothing more than a victory for the few. And at this moment, although the other party was just Minako alone, he suddenly had a deep sense of fear within him, because he knew that Minako was a good enough intelligence officer to be as cold-blooded as himself. He said to Minako, "If you already knew all about it, why didn't you just shoot me?" Minako sneered, "If I had just killed you outright, you wouldn't have the fear inside you at this moment. I want to see what the famous Moonflower Blade will be like when it faces the juncture of 9 deaths. You dare to humiliate me? I hope you figured out that I'm just humiliating someone who was already trying to kill me." Moonflower Blade's mental defenses had gradually collapsed by this time. After a while, he said to Minako in the house, his body pressed against the wall, "Minako, you have to know that the Minister of Defense has lost his trust in you at this point, and only if I am able to return safely to the Sakura country and personally tell the Minister of Defense that you are trustworthy, will he let you go?" "No, I don't think so, and I think he'll take my word for it if I go back and tell him myself that you're the one who can't be trusted." Moonflower Blade's heart stuttered. He knew that this was a big trouble. He had originally come to the Dacia country to deal with the traitor, but if Minako killed herself and returned to the Sakura country to personally tell the Minister of Defense that she was the traitor, then the Minister of Defense would have no choice but to trust her. After all, at this time, Minako, who was the head of intelligence of the Dacia Kingdom, could be utilized much more than herself. Thinking about this, Moonflower Blade already knew that it might be hard to walk out of here alive today. And just at that moment, Minako suddenly hung up the phone. It turns out that right when Minako saw Moonblade enter this house, she already had a plan in mind, and one that would save her. Before she had even received the call from Tsukiyokari Blade, Minako had already called one of her men and asked him to report the small fishing village where she was hiding to the police. At that moment Minako, who was lying on the roof, had already seen a row of police cars traveling over in the distance. She immediately put away the snipe, wiped off the fingerprints on it, and fled down the path to the beach. Tsukiyokari Blade had no idea what was going on at this time, and redialed Minako's number again, but there was no one answering anymore. He bravely stepped out of the house a little and looked around. He was even more confused, because if Minako was still aiming at him at this point, she should have shot him long ago. However, now that he was finally able to get away, he thought of leaving this place of wrongdoing first, but just as he was heading out the door, he suddenly heard the police outside the door shouting over the loudspeaker for him to surrender. If just now it was still 9 deaths and 1 life, then now it was 10 deaths and no life for the Moonflower Blade. As a Sakura's intelligence officer, you can't be caught by another country's police. Once captured, it would be impossible for him or her to gain the trust of the Sakura nation again and would be hunted down by his or her own intelligence officers. Moonblade, who had already ducked back into the house again, was holding a gun in his hand at this time, his body leaning against the wall breathing heavily. This could be a normal physiological reaction before a person knows they are certain to die. It was because at this time, the Moonflower Blade had already decided on one thing. The policeman outside shouted sentence after sentence, but Moonblade had stopped caring about the voice. He slowly removed the silencer from the wall, then aimed the blackened muzzle at his temple. A shot rang out with it, and immediately the police all rushed in. But by this time the Moonflower Blade in the room had become a corpse. Immediately afterward, the police in Mordor announced that they had solved the case of the killing of the hotel waiter, and Minako got out safely by this time and contacted Nicole at the first opportunity. She told Nicole, "I'm leaving for Sakura country now." Nicole exclaimed, "Why, are you out of your mind? I just learned that Moonflower Blade has committed suicide. Why do you still want to venture back to the Sakura country? They don't trust you anymore." "No, I have to go back. Only if I go back by myself, I can make them trust me from the beginning, and only if I gain their trust, Lu Chuan and I will be able to be safe for a long time. Otherwise, once I lose this identity of Sakura Nation's intelligence officer, I can't get the news of Sakura Nation anymore, and in the future, if they want to kill me or Lu Chuan, it will be a matter of unknown time." Nicole said, "How about, I'll accompany you back to the Cherry Blossom country. Anyways, I'm also from the Eagle Jam country. I can help you prove it." Minako laughed and said, "Of course not. It's already a rather risky thing for me to go back. If they no longer trust me, and you testify against me, this time you will also lose the trust of the Eagle Jam country, and at that time, Lu Chuan's situation will be even more dangerous." Nicole was always still uneasy. After all, she knew that for so long, the bond between the two of them, Minako and Lu Chuan, was still very deep. So she asked, "Then before you leave, do you want to meet Lu Chuan once?" "No, I was lying to him about being on a business trip, and I shouldn't know how to explain myself if I see him at this time." On that day, without even Minako's men knowing, she boarded a flight to Sakura country alone. Chapter 200 Minako returns to Sakura country. At this time, Mordor has announced to the terrified public that the murderer who killed the hotel waiter has died during the arrest process, and there are still several unidentified bodies at the scene, but the exact cause is still under investigation. But at this time the Sakura country for the Magic City happened things still do not know anything. After all, this has only belonged to the Magic City of a criminal case only. Much less will know that the death of this murderer is the Moonflower Blade. A few hours later, Minako was at the exit of the Sakuraguk airport, standing on this land where she was born. At this time, Minako had no more feelings of returning to her homeland as she should, because over the years, as an intelligence officer, she knows how much dirty work her country has done out there. On the contrary, for the Great Summer country, she already thought that the land where Lu Chuan was the direction of her home that could give her a sense of security and belonging. When Minako left the Sakura country a few years ago to go on a mission to the Dacia country, her immediate superior was not the Minister of Defense, but the director of the Sakura country's intelligence agency. But she knew that the intelligence mission for the Great Xia Kingdom at this time had risen to the National Defense Department, or else she wouldn't have sent the Moonflower Blade to the Great Xia Kingdom. So her goal was to go straight to the Secretary of Defense. But before she could do that, she had to go through her former director of intelligence. Then Minako went straight to the Sakura country's intelligence bureau. Like most countries, the headquarters of the intelligence services are not as conspicuous as other departments. but are hidden in a place where even ordinary people would never find them if they walked through the door. Minako arrives at a hotel located in a relatively remote suburb that is home to the Sakura Nation Intelligence Agency. The reason why the Intelligence Bureau was set up here was because this place was nominally a tourist attraction in the Sakura country, but not many people would come here at all since the scenery around it was really run down. Plus there aren't many residents in the neighborhood, so it's a little more secure and hidden. Minako walked right into the lobby of the hotel, but just as he walked in, a man dressed as a waiter greeted him, reaching out to indicate that the hotel was full and there were no extra rooms available. Minako didn't say anything, or even stop, just took off her sunglasses. The man took one look and immediately bent his body to 90 degrees to give Minako a bow, because he had recognized that the one in front of him was once the best of the Intelligence Bureau, the cold-blooded killer under Tojo Yua. Minako. There were quite a few staff members disguised as waiters, or tourist lookalikes in the hotel lobby at this time, and when they saw Minako, they all had surprised expressions on their faces. However, none of them dared to utter a single word around her, and even the sense of oppression on Minako's body made them not even dare to breathe. It was only after Minako entered the elevator that they murmured, "Minako? I didn't see it wrong, did I? That person just now was Minako. Hasn't she always been in Dasha? It must be Minako. I remember her eyes. She now commands all of our intelligence officers in Dasha. Why did she suddenly come back? I heard that she was very successful in lurking in the Great Summer Kingdom, but I've heard that the higher-ups have something against Minako. Could she be back?" This last statement from the last person caused everyone in the room to suck in a breath of cold air, because they knew that if Minako hadn't come back to report on her mission, her presence alone could have caused blood to flow in this hotel. Thinking of this, everyone did not dare to continue talking, but instead stared dead on at the direction where Minako entered the elevator, as it was the direction to the office of the Director of Intelligence. At this time, the matter of sending the Moonflower Blade forward to investigate Minako in the Great Summer Country was known only to the Director of the Intelligence Bureau and the Minister of Defense. When Minako walked into the director's office, the unprepared director looked at Minako dumbfounded for more than 10 seconds without reacting to what was going on. Why are you suddenly back? Minako deliberately relaxed the expression on her face, smiled, sat down in front of the director and said, "Could it be that my coming back to report on the work of Dasha would also make the director feel surprised?" The director knew what Minako was capable of, and if the Moonflower Blade had already flipped with Minako in the Great Summer Kingdom, then it was highly likely that Minako was coming back to take revenge at this time. Even he knew that Minako had the ability to take his own life in an instant here, not to mention that at this point in the office, it was just the two of them sitting opposite each other. So he swallowed nervously, picked up his paper and pen again, and said to Minako as if he were listening to a teacher's lesson, "You have to. What to report? You can say it." Instead, Minako took the piece of paper on the table with her hand and folded 1,000 paper cranes while saying, "Mr. Director, the matter I'm going to report on is rather important, so I think it'd be better if we went to report it to the Minister of National Defense together, as that would save a lot of hassle." The director took a long breath at those words. He said to himself that he shouldn't be in any more danger. Even if this Minako had heavenly abilities, she wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the Ministry of Defense and do anything out of the ordinary to the Minister of Defense. So she agreed to go with her to the Ministry of Defense. On the way to the Ministry of Defense, the director couldn't help but ask Minako in the car, "Why did you come back to report on the mission this time without prior notice?" "Because I just had an incident in the Great Summerland that threatened my life." The director's heart thumped, knowing that this was the Lunar Blade should have already made a move, but it didn't work. Even he knew that Minako was able to return to the Sakura country alive, so it must be that the Moonflower Blade should be in dire straits at this point. But at this time he only dared to play dumb, fearing that at any moment the Minako beside him would stab himself in the heart with a sharp dagger. So he asked, What exactly is the emergency?" The director's nervous expression and tone at this point had long since betrayed himself, but Minako knew that this matter would only be useful if she said it in front of the Minister of Defense, and even if she only asked for the director's trust alone, she would still be in danger in the future in Dasha. So she said, "There's no need to be nervous, Director. I've come back alive. In a moment we'll meet the Minister of Defense and you'll be all clear. It doesn't matter if it's about myself. It's also an important matter concerning our Sakura country's intelligence work in the Great Summer Country." The chief wiped the sweat from his head and nodded, and the driver who was driving in front of them at this time thought it was strange, hearing the conversation between both Minako and the chief in the back. He thought to himself, have these two completely switched over their identities? And who exactly is the chief and who is the henchman? Chapter 201, Nicole's Divine Assist. The Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense didn't know what was going on when he received another report from security that the Director of Intelligence was coming to see him. But the moment he saw the chief walk into his office with Minako, he was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the chief and stared at Minako, half speechless. It was the chief who said at this time, "Mr. Minister, Minako-san has come back with something important to report to you personally." The minister nodded in slight embarrassment, as he had already decided that Minako wouldn't live for a few days before this. Minako's heart of course knew that Tsukiokari Blade had been sent over to investigate herself by someone high up in the Sakura Kingdom. But in the face of the current situation, she knew in her heart that pretending not to know was the best way to resolve this matter. She said to the Minister of Defense, "Mr. Minister, the other day, I encountered a very dangerous matter in the Great Summer Country. A matter that not only threatened my own life, but also concerned the safety of our Sakura Nation's intelligence personnel in the Great Summer Country." Minako's comment blindsided both of them at once. Minako continued, "And several of our current intelligence officers in Dacia have already lost their lives." The Minister of Defense immediately asked, "What, was it because of something? And did you find out who did it?" Minako nodded and glanced again at the nervous chief. "Already found out. The one who did this to us is none other than our Sakura domestic intelligence officer, Moonflower Blade. I don't know if you've heard of this person's name?" The Minister of Defense looked at the chief's sweaty head, and at this time, he could only say awkwardly to Minako, "Moonflower Blade. I've heard of it, but why did he go after you guys?" Minako had already thought of a countermeasure while she was still in Mordor, so she said without hesitation, "One of my men in the Great Xia country was first attacked by the Moonflower Blade, but was only injured, and he reported to me that the purpose of the Moonflower Blade's visit to the Great Xia country this time around was to kill me and take my place in the Great Xia country himself." "What? There's such a thing?" The Minister of Defense's brow had furrowed by this time and growled angrily. This instantly made the chief unable to tell if he was really angry or if he was deliberately acting in front of Minako. Minako continued again, "Yes, at first, Tsukuba Blade said that he was sent by his superiors to carry out a clearance mission, but I didn't believe it, because the two of you should also be clear that I've now managed to infiltrate Lu Chuan's side, and I'm trying to win Lu Chuan's trust in me by any means possible, so it would be absolutely foolish to carry out a clearance mission against me at this point in time." The Secretary of Defense immediately said, "Of course, we would never do such a stupid thing." Then he glared at the chief and said, "Stupid? Was it you who sent Moonblade on such a mission?" The director suddenly froze, thinking to himself, as the Minister of Defense, "You are also really unrighteous, and at a time like this, you actually made me come out and take this blame." But in the face of such questioning from the Minister of Defense, he knew in his heart, of course, that this black pot could only be taken by himself. So he said to Minako, "I sent Lunar Blade there, but I didn't send him on a cleanup mission." Before he could finish speaking, the Minister of Defense angrily rebuked, "Idiot, the Moonflower Blade has always been on clearance missions for our Sakura country. Minako's intelligence work in the Great Summer Country is so excellent. Why do you still want to send the Moonflower Blade there? Could it be that you don't trust Minako?" "No, of course not. I trusted Minako-sama at the time. I just sent him to Oshiage because I wanted him to provide help for Minako-sama." Minako watched quietly as the two men performed in front of her, smiling without saying a word. The Minister of Defense said angrily again, "Rubbish, don't you know that whichever country the Moonflower Blade goes to, our local intelligence personnel will suffer? If it's another country, it's okay to say how important Lu Chuan of the Great Summer Country is to us." Ms. Minako had a hard time lurking by his side, and just like that, she was almost spoiled by you. The chief kept his head down, wiping the sweat from his head with one hand. Minako saw that the two were almost done acting, so she continued, "Mr. Minister, according to what that underling of mine who came back from the dead told me, the Moonflower Blade felt that it was too much work to keep carrying out missions all over the world, so this time, she thought of using this opportunity to get rid of me, so as to take my place, and to be able to live in the Great Summer Country for a long period of time." The two people, the Minister of Defense and the Director, definitely wouldn't believe Minako's words at this time, but in the face of Minako's aggressive aura, they could only pretend to trust him completely, so the Minister of Defense could only convert all the fear in his heart into anger, and spread it all on the director. "Your stupid decision almost cost us a great intelligence officer like Minako." And just then, the phone on the defense minister's desk suddenly rang, and after he picks up the phone, a conversation that completely changes his and the chief's previous suspicions about Minako. Turns out the call was from none other than the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation. The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country said on the phone, "Mr. Minister, according to what my intelligence officers in the Dacia country told me, one of the assassins that you have sent to the Dacia country is in contact with our intelligence officers and is also trying to get rid of some of your intelligence officers through our help. This request has been opposed by our intelligence officers. And I would like to tell you that something like this is not conducive to the intelligence work of our two countries in the Great Summer Country. Please stop this foolish action immediately. The Minister of Defense was alarmed, and by this time had fully believed Minako's words. After all, it had always been the case that the senior staff of the Sakura Nation had only bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes in the face of the Eagle Sauce Nation. After hanging up the phone, he said, in front of the director, what the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam Country had said on the phone. The director was also dumbfounded, as he also didn't expect Moonflower Blade to have such ambitions. And at this time Minako thought, how could the Eagle Jam Country's defense minister know about this? Not to mention that this is still a lie I made up myself. This must be Nicole helping herself behind the scenes. She had guessed correctly. It turns out that when Minako told Nicole that she was going to Sakura Country, she was always uneasy in her mind as well. So they reported this false news to the Eagle Jam defense minister, saying that she had been contacted by Moonwarp Blade and wanted her help in getting rid of Eagle Jam's intelligence agents. Or was it Nicole who suggested that this kind of thing would affect her next intelligence work in Dacia? So she had the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation personally make this call to the Minister of Defense of the Sakura Nation. Chapter 202. Minako was completely trusted. It's safe to say that everything went fairly smoothly, and Minako quickly earned the trust of her superiors. For her superiors, though, there was nothing better for them to do at the moment than choose to continue to trust Minako, because Tsukiokari Blade's suicide was only reported as an ordinary criminal case in Mordor for the time being. Sakura Nation didn't know that he was dead for the time being. The Minister of Defense suddenly asked Minako at this time, Miss Minako, do you know what the current situation of the Moonflower Blade is? Is it still hidden somewhere in the Great Summer Country? Or has it been brought under your control? Minako would definitely not tell them the truth. So she shook her head at this time and said, the situation of the Moonflower Blade. I'm not sure right now, but I know the urgency of the matter. That's why I returned to the Sakura Country to personally report this matter to the two of you. The Minister of Defense immediately said to the Director of Intelligence, you now immediately contact Moonflower Blade and tell him to get his ass back to the Sakura Country. However, when the director ordered his subordinates to contact Moonflower Blade, the reply given by the subordinates was that they could no longer be contacted. And Minako pretended not to know anything at this time. And only after contacting her own men in Dacia, she informed the two of them that Juehua Blade had already committed suicide by fear of crime during the capture operation of the police in Dacia. As soon as the Director of Intelligence heard the news, he felt very sorry for himself. After all, to him, Moonflower Blade was an excellent intelligence officer who hadn't helped him solve problems before. But the Minister of Defense was not taking it seriously at all at this time, and it was even as if he had lost a dog in the face of the news of Moonblade's death. Such a fool. It's better to die early. Fortunately it didn't cause any harm to our Minako-sama. Otherwise we would have completely lost our hope of getting Lu Chuan. Speaking here, the Minister of Defense suddenly asked Minako again, Miss Minako, I wonder how much information you have about the Great Summer Kingdom now. And also, are you sure that you failed to be able to successfully turn Lu Chuan, so that he can be used by our Cherry Blossom Kingdom? That's an unparalleled wizard. Minako hesitated in the face of this question, because she herself knew that even if she was still not in love with Lu Chuan and was still carrying out the mission of the Sakura Country, Lu Chuan's kind of character would never be turned against by any country. So she said, through what I've learned about Lu Chuan over time, he's someone who is extremely loyal to his homeland, and would probably be hard-pressed to be turned against any country. The Minister of Defense gritted his teeth and said, if that's really the case, then we have to find a way to do away with him. We can't get it and we can't let Lu Chuan continue to be used by the Great Xia Country. Without even thinking, Minako said, no, we are determined not to do that. Both the Minister of Defense and the Director of Intelligence looked at Minako suspiciously, wondering why she suddenly reacted so strongly. Minako was busy explaining, although our Sakura Country may not obtain this talent of Lu Chuan in the future, but since I have now successfully lurked by Lu Chuan's side, I believe that through Lu Chuan's trust in me in the future, I will still be able to obtain quite a bit of information from Lu Chuan that will be useful to our Sakura Country. Although the Minister of Defense was nodding, Minako could still see the expression on his face, as if he wasn't that confident in his intelligence work anymore. After all, it had also been a long time since he had provided any useful information to the Sakura Country, so in order for these two to continue trusting her, Minako had to say something she knew at this time, but it wasn't that important. As far as I know, although the Eagle Jam Country now has a powerful hive system, the Great Summer Country will never let the Eagle Jam Country dominate in space forever. And the Lu Chuan one, which is currently being constructed at Devil's Lake by the scientific research team led by Lu Chuan, will definitely be a threat to the Eagle Jam Country's hive system once it lifts off. The Minister of Defense said doubtfully, but the Eagle Sauce Country's hive system, now has nearly 1,000 modules. Even if the Great Summer Country's Luchuan 1 can successfully enter space in a few months, he only has so many battleships after all. Yes, that's what we in the Sakura country think, and I'm sure the Hawk Jam country is thinking the same thing at this very moment. But, from what I know about Luchuan, things are never as simple as we seem to think. You're saying, there could be a powerful weapon system on this Rukawa 1 that we can't imagine? Minako thought for a moment, then shook her head again. I don't know if it's going to be equipped with powerful weapon systems, or if the Great Summer Kingdom will win in terms of numbers in the future. I'm currently investigating this matter as well, and I believe that the results of the investigation will be available before Luchuan No. 1 lifts off. The only purpose of Minako's seemingly painless, seemingly important, yet not so important words was to be able to completely earn her superior's trust in her, so that she could have more time to stay in Dasha with peace of mind. But the Secretary of Defense said something unthinkable at this time. I hope the Great Summer Kingdom can build weapons that crush the hive system so we can have a chance. Minako froze, looking at the Minister of Defense and then at the director, who stood next to her, not daring to say a word more. He said to himself that Sakura Nation had always been the lapdog of Eagle Jam Nation. So how could such words now come out of the mouth of Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense? The Minister of Defense could see Minako's misgivings and explained, I understand what you're thinking. Yes, we in Sakura country have always been like the lapdogs of the Eagle Jam country, at the beck and call of others. But in fact, we've always been trying to figure out how to be able to develop even more powerful weapon systems that can surpass the Eagle Jam country. And this is why we've been wanting to get the Luck Chuan and some of the top people in our Sakura kingdom. Some of our senior personnel believe that this time, the Great Summer Kingdom's Luchuan No. 1 will only be an opportunity for us if it can crush the hive system. Chance? What chance? The Secretary of Defense didn't answer right away, but stood up and paced as if preparing to make a big decision. It was only after a while that he suddenly turned to Minako and said, if we can't get Luchuan, then we hope to be able to steal the design drawings of their Luchuan No. 1 from the hands of the Great Summer Kingdom. And only if we can build a battleship like the Luchuan No. 1 ourselves will we be able to make the Eagle Sauce Kingdom look at us in a favorable light. Minako was even more puzzled in her heart at this time, because she knew that even if the design drawings of Luchuan No. 1 were handed over to Sakura Nation for free right now, there would be no practical significance, because the whole world knew that Great Xia Nation's advantage right now was the superfuel like the purple element, and not a simple battleship or flying machine. So she voiced her concerns to the Secretary of Defense. I didn't expect the Secretary of Defense to order the Director of Intelligence around him out at this time, because he had a secret to tell Minako. Chapter 203, Sakura Country's Greatest Secret. The Director of Intelligence had been keeping his head down in front of the Secretary of Defense, afraid to speak. As soon as he heard that he was actually letting himself out in front of his own men, he froze. Mind that there would be secrets that you could tell your own men, but not yourself? But when he heard the words of the Minister of Defense, he could only obediently turn around and go out. And he also walked to the door and bowed extremely knowingly, closing the door behind him. Minako couldn't figure out why, and looked at the Minister of Defense with a puzzled expression. And next, the Minister of Defense told Minako a heavenly secret of the Sakura country. It turned out that when the Dasha Kingdom found out that the mysterious meteorite had crashed into the territory of the Dasha Kingdom before, the Sakura Kingdom, through its own satellite, also found out about it at the first time. And to top it all off, at the time the satellite split into multiple pieces before it entered the Earth's atmosphere. Since the Cherry Blossom country was not too far away from the Great Summer country, in addition to the several meteorites that had fallen in the Great Summer country, there were also the rest of them, which had also crashed into the territory of the Cherry Blossom country at the same time. What was even more unexpected was that through the analysis of the satellite data of the Sakura country, the total volume of the meteorites that crashed into the Sakura country was even more than all the meteorites found in the Great Xia country. At first the Sakura Kingdom knew that the Great Summer Kingdom valued these meteorites, which is why they asked Tojo Yua, who was still alive at the time, to search for them. But at that time, how could they not have thought that these meteorites were the ones that would contain such powerful energy? Even when Lu Chuan proposed to use these meteorites to do experiments, that is, when that iron tower was being constructed in the no man's land at that time, the top management of the Sakura country already knew that the Great Summer country was going to utilize the meteorites in this certain kind of experiment. It wasn't until later, after the Great Summer announced to the world that the purple element had been mass-produced, that they were quite sure that this super fuel had been created using meteorites. And up until now, even the Eagle Jam country didn't know that they actually possessed a large amount of meteorites in their hands, and once they mastered the method of mass-producing purple elements, they would be able to obtain even more purple elements than the Great Xia country. From beginning to end, only a very few of the Sakura Nation's top brass knew the true circumstances of this matter. including now after telling Minako. There were no more than 5 people in the entire Sakura country who knew about this matter. Minako was shocked, while at the same time, she felt fearful inside. It was because she was worried that the Sakura country was in possession of such a large amount of meteorites, and once it was able to produce purple elements in quantity one day, then it would definitely not be a good thing for this world. She asked, Mr. Minister, then, are we now able to mass produce the purple element? The Minister of Defense sighed and said, the only thing we can be sure of right now is that we know that this meteorite contains unimaginably powerful energy, and we also have the technology to extract the energy out of it. But the energy that our technology puts forth, even though it has already surpassed the energy that many traditional fuels contain, it still can't be comparable to the purple element, and even according to our calculations, it should be hundreds of times worse. That is to say, it's not in the same order of magnitude at all. Hearing those words, Minako's heart was only slightly more solid, but she also quickly realized that the Minister of Defense must have asked something of her since she had told her about this top-secret matter. As expected, at this time, the Minister of Defense stared at Minako with a serious face and said, the only thing we know right now is that Luchuan utilized the powerful energy of the Heavenly Flame system and Mosquito Catcher's system at that time to mass-produce the purple element, and we in the Cherry Blossom country don't have such a powerful technology at the moment, so I hope that after you return to the Great Summer country this time, you must try to find ways to get hold of the energy output of the method of the purple element. Minako, of course, could only nod her head in agreement. That said, the Secretary of Defense has now given her 2 assignments. One is to master the method of mass production of purple elements, and the other is to get the data of the design of Luchuan No. 1. But no matter what the Minister of Defense had in mind at this time, Minako could only use her linguistic talent at this time to tell him that the likelihood of these 2 tasks being able to be accomplished was extremely low. She said, but, as far as I know, when the Great Summer Kingdom wanted to exchange engine drawings from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom at that time, a simple engine drawing alone weighed tons. So how could I possibly be able to get so many drawings? The Minister of Defense, however, shook his head and said, when the Eagle Jam country was developing their own engine, it was a long time ago, that's why they used paper drawings. I believe that the current Disya country would never do that. The data they designed for the Luchuan No. 1 must be right next to Luchuan, that is, in the Scientific Research Bureau where he works every day. But Mr. Minister, even though I am now nominally Luchuan's woman, I have never been inside the Research Bureau since the beginning, and the Research Bureau of the Great Summer country will never be allowed to enter, even if it is a family member of a staff member. The Minister of Defense smiled, then took a flash drive from the drawer of his office desk and placed it in front of Minako. This is one of the latest hacking systems developed by our Sakura nation, and it's an extremely stealthy, safe, and one could even say extremely gentle one. All you need to do is to plug this into Luchuan's laptop, and the hacking system will be automatically transferred into his computer. Minako still shook her head. You may not know, Luchuan is very strict about his work. He does bring his laptop home every day, but the reason why he does so, I can be sure that there must not be any very important information on his computer, because he himself once said that all the data that needs to be kept confidential, he himself will never bring it out of the Research Bureau. The Minister of Defense had a more confident smile on his face this time. This is the brilliance of our hacking system. First of all, this hacking system will never be discovered by anyone, and most importantly, once Luchuan's computer is infected with this virus, when he returns to work at the Scientific Research Bureau with his laptop, the hacking system and the laptop will automatically search for all the data that can be searched for at their Scientific Research Bureau. As long as it's on the same local area network, data within the same LAN, it will all be at a glance in front of our Sakura nation, unable to do anything about it. The words had already been said, so Minako could only reach out and take the flash drive. But in Minako's mind, she had made up her mind that she would never do such a thing. Before leaving, the Minister of Defense made it a point to explain to her again, Minako, you must remember that the purple element is the most important thing, and if we in Sakura Nation are able to produce the purple element in quantity, then you will be the greatest contributor to our country. On the flight back to Dacia, Minako clutched this flash drive in her hand and looked out the window at the clouds. He thought to himself that it wasn't a question of whether he would steal the data from the Research Bureau or not, but that he was determined not to let Sakura Nation get hold of the technology for mass production of the purple element. Chapter 204, Minako and Nicole's Scheme 1. As soon as the flight that Minako was traveling on landed at the Mordor airport, the first thing she did was to dial Luchuan's number first, because at this time for her, the entire Mordor was already safe. And the first thing Luchuan asked as soon as he picked up the phone was, you can finally call me. In the end, when will you come back? What? It's only been a couple days and you can't stand it? Or did you miss me? Luchuan can be said to have little emotional intelligence when it comes to relationships. So he said to Minako, "You can hurry back. Nicole is at home every day and can't be driven away. I haven't eaten properly for days. It's either steak or red wine every night and she can't even boil a pot of water." Minako was instantly enraged. "I'm not going back. So take your time and enjoy the steak Nicole gave you." With that, he hung up the phone. Minako was thinking in her mind that it was a struggle to hear a word from Luchuan's mouth about wanting to be herself. It was just getting dark at this time. So Luchuan hadn't gone home yet. So Minako didn't tell Nicole and went straight back home. Nicole was also surprised to see Minako back once she saw her. She was busy asking her, "How is it? Have you taken care of things in Sakura country? Will there be any worries?" Minako smiled at her and said, "Sort of took care of it, but it was thanks to your help that it went more smoothly for me. I didn't help anything, but when you were in the Sakura country, I was always uneasy in my heart, so I contacted the Eagle Sauce country's Minister of Defense, thinking that I could get him to put some pressure on your Minister of Defense. And anyway, your Sakura country's Minister of Defense is like a little brother in front of our Minister of Defense." Minako nodded and said, "That's right, and because of that, you've been a big help." He believed everything after he got the call. "That's good. I'd been worried you wouldn't make it back." After saying that, Nicole sighed again and said, "Hey, once you're back, my mission is kind of done again, and it's time for me to get the hell out of here again." Minako laughed out loud. "What? And you can't leave?" "What can't leave? I am eager to leave. You don't know. Luchuan this heartless. I serve him so well every day with good food and drink. Every day is a 5-star hotel chef's cuisine. He can be good. All he thinks about is wanting to eat the meals you make. Sometimes even cook instant noodles himself. I'm also really convinced that you're such an adult that you can't even boil water properly." Nicole immediately glared and said, "Who said I can't boil water well? I just can't boil it well sometimes. Not every time." The two talked and laughed again. Especially Nicole, whose heart was sort of relaxed for the time being at this time, because she knew that at the very least, none of them would be in any more danger for a short while. But after a while, Minako told her with a serious look on her face, "When I returned to Sakura country this time, I learned from the defense minister's mouth something that shocked me greatly." As soon as Nicole heard that, she immediately followed suit and tensed up. "What is it?" Minako said. "You do realize that the purple element in Dacia was mass-produced by them using a meteorite found in Dacia, right?" Nicole nodded and said, "Of course I know. When the Great Summer announced this to the world, the intelligence people pretty much knew that they were the ones who created the purple elemental from that iron tower in no man's land. All along, we thought that only the Great Summer Kingdom had discovered this meteorite, but we didn't realize that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom also has such a meteorite in its hands now." Nicole was shocked, and her reaction at the news, and the first thing that came to her mind was exactly the same as Minako's. "Ah, didn't you say that this meteorite just crashed in Dacia? Didn't that Tojo Yuwa of yours even look for this meteorite? Why would Sakura country have it? Whether it's Sakura country or Eagle Jam country that has such a meteorite in their hands, that's not a good thing." Minako said, "Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing as you. It's a good thing that the Sakura country hasn't mastered the technology to be able to mass produce the purple element for the time being, but I'm guessing it's only a matter of time before that happens. Then what should we do now? If we let the Sakura country have the purple element, then the Luchuan no. One that the Great Summer country is currently building will most likely be meaningless." Minako took out the flash drive that the Minister of Defense had given him and said, "And it's not as simple as that. The Minister of Defense also asked me to find a way to get the design data of the Luchuan no. 1. There is a hacking system in this flash drive. As long as it can be plugged into Luchuan's laptop, then the information in the Scientific Research Bureau of the Great Summer country will most likely be stolen by the Cherry Blossom country." And when Nicole saw the flash drive, a sudden plan came to her mind. She picked up the flash drive and asked Minako while carefully examining it, "The hacking system in this flash drive, is it really that powerful?" Minako said, "As far as I know, the senior personnel of the Sakura country have always known their country's weakness, which is that they may not be able to surpass the Great Summer country and the Eagle Sauce country in a short period of time in front of such hard power as the weapon system. So they have always invested a lot of energy in information and communication, as well as in hacking systems, and I think that what the Minister of National Defense said to me about the hacking system in this USB flash drive's power is also highly likely to be true." Nicole, however, suddenly had a smug smile on her face at this time. Minako couldn't see why, so she asked her, "Are you scared out of your wits? Laughing at this time of night?" Nicole said, "Did you know that we have our own military bases in a lot of places in the Eagle Jam country?" "Of course I know. You Eagle Jam countries have quite a few of your own military bases all over the world, especially around the Great Summer country." Nicole's eyes twinkled and she said, I have a person under me who is proficient in the computer area and is now in Dacia, and this guy will often be sent by the Ministry of Defense to various military bases to carry out missions. If I put this hacking system on his laptop." Before she could say anything, Minako immediately understood what Nicole meant. "You mean, let them dogfight?" "Right. Because I know that in every military base in the Eagle Sauce country, there are servers that they connect to the Department of Defense, which is a lot of sensitive, classified information." Minako's face was elated at this time, because she knew in her heart, no matter if the hacking system in this flash drive was really that powerful, as long as she could get this system installed in the military base of the Eagle Sauce country, then for the rest, she would just watch the fun. Nicole smiled and said, "Whatever information Sakura Nation can get from Eagle Jam Nation's servers has nothing to do with us. And if Eagle Jam Nation, if they find out about the invasion, then they'll definitely do everything they can to investigate which country invaded." The two men's ideas clicked. So Minako gave this flash drive to Nicole and told her to get ready to do it. Chapter 205, Minako and Nicole's Scheme 2. On top of that, Minako was thinking about something else at this time. That was that she was really uneasy about the matter of the meteorite that Sakura Nation had in its hands right now. No matter if they could create the purple element in the future, this matter would always be like a ticking time bomb for the Great Summer Nation. Nicole said, "Do you want me to disclose this to the Eagle Jam country so that the Eagle Jam country can put pressure on them?" Minako immediately waved her hand in denial. She said to Nicole, "Your Eagle Jam Nation is even less of a savior. This meteorite placed in the hands of the Sakura Nation may take 3 to 5 years to create the purple element, but once it is obtained by your Eagle Jam Nation, it will most likely be able to create the purple element in a short period of time." Nicole nodded her head in agreement. After all, everyone knew that Eagle Jam Nation's technology was still much more powerful than Sakura Nation's. The two of them had discussed the matter for half a day and hadn't come up with a clear idea about it. So Minako said, "Forget it, this matter can only be put aside for now. Let's settle this matter of the YouTubes first. Maybe if both of them are busy with this matter, the meteorite matter will be put behind them for the time being." The two were talking when Lu Chuan happened to come back at this time. Nicole's eyes were quick at this time, and she immediately put that flash drive on the table into her bag. As soon as Lu Chuan came in, he started complaining to Minako about the inhuman life he had been living for the past 2 days, so angry that Nicole wanted to slap and holler at him. Then Nicole looked at the time on her watch and said with a pout on her little mouth, "Come on, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your world of two." When he finished, he slapped his hand on his bag and gave Minako a wink. Minako immediately understood what it meant, knowing that Nicole was going back to that hacker under her command. And Lu Chuan even said politely at this time, "Why don't, Nicole, you stay for dinner before you leave?" Nicole gave him a blank look and said, "Pretentious, you think I don't know that you've been trying to get me to leave for a long time?" And Minako rushed to say, "It's already late. It's better to let Nicole go back. Besides, didn't you say you've had enough Western steak for the past few days?" Lu Chuan's face brushed red, thinking that these two seemed to be talking about nothing right now, even as if the two of them were now on better terms than Minako and herself. After Nicole left Lu Chuan's house, she went straight back to the hotel she was staying at. There had been a couple of henchmen at the hotel all along, so Nicole contacted her henchman halfway across the room and asked him to notify the hacker henchman to meet her now. By the time Nicole got back to her own room at the hotel, she saw the man already waiting for her in the living room, and he probably thought that Nicole had something important to look for herself. So Nicole saw that the laptop that he often carried around with him was also already in a booted state open on the table at this time. As soon as he saw Nicole, the man immediately stood up and said, "Ms. Nicole, what can I do for you?" Nicole froze for a moment, then gestured for him to sit down. "Just give me a minute, I'll go change." Nicole went into her bedroom and changed into the bathrobe she usually wore at the hotel, then took out the flash drive from her bag and hid it in the most private place on her chest. Back in the living room again, Nicole elegantly reclined on the couch, then inadvertently revealed her long, snow-white legs. This person was still looking at Nicole, but as soon as he saw her legs, he immediately lowered his head again in fear. Nicole deliberately embarrassed him with a question and said, "I want you to hack into the servers of the Research Bureau of the Great Summerland. Can you do it?" This person didn't dare to raise his head and said, It's hard to achieve, almost impossible, because to invade their servers, it's necessary for us to send someone to infiltrate into the Research Bureau in order to do so." And the attempts Mr. Craig had already made before when he was in the Great Summer Country were ended in failure. Nicole nodded, then deliberately looked at the watch on her wrist. "What's the matter? I'm suddenly hungry at this hour and I want you to go get me some food, is that okay?" The man froze, looked at the phone in front of Nicole and said, "Ms. Nicole, you could have had a waiter deliver your meal just by calling." Nicole shook her head and said, "Hey, lately I've been eating these things every day. I'm already tired of eating them. I don't know if it's because I'm homesick. Now I suddenly crave for a burger and fries. There's a fast food restaurant right across the street from this hotel. So please go and buy it back for me and it'll be fine. As the head of intelligence for the Eagle Sauce Kingdom here, Nicole had made such a request to her subordinate. And of course the other party had no reason to refuse. But this person has a habit of keeping his laptop at all times. So he looked at the computer that was open on his desk and froze. Nicole immediately said, "What? Are you unwilling to go and help do this little thing?" No, of course not. I'm going to purchase your fast food right now." After saying that, he turned around and left the room, as if he was still 100% unsure before leaving, staring at his computer again. Seeing the door to the room close, Nicole immediately jumped up from the couch, took out her flash drive and plugged it into this laptop. It was seen that a progress bar immediately began to display on the computer's screen. A little bit of time passed and Nicole glanced down the window of her room to the outside of the hotel. I realized that the man had already bought his meal from the fast food restaurant across the street and walked out with this paper bag in his hand. That means there's 5 minutes at most before this one comes back. Nicole looked at the progress bar on the computer display at this time, suggesting that the installation of this hacking system would take at least 7 more minutes. So Nicole immediately picked up the phone and called the front desk of the hotel. After the waiter picked up the phone, Nicole asked him, "Did you see a man walk in the lobby right now with a fast food paper bag in his hand?" "Yes, there is one. May I ask what you need?" "MS. Nicole, this is the guy I told to get me fast food. You walk up to him right now and ask him if he got a hamburger or a hot dog. And if it's a hamburger, tell him to go right back and get me another hot dog." "Okay, I'll go ask for you." After hanging up the phone, Nicole stared through the window at the hotel below. Sure enough, he saw the man running all the way back to the fast food restaurant. 10 minutes later, the man finally returned with a sweaty head, carrying 2 paper bags. But Nicole had also installed the hacking system on his computer long ago by this time and unplugged the flash drive. Nicole pulled out a hot dog and took a bite, and asked the man a careless question. "You've been staying in Dacia lately, haven't you?" The person immediately replied, "Not really, MS. Nicole. I also just received orders that I might have to go to a certain military base one of these days to help them with some server-related issues." Nicole was already happy inside. She thought to herself, now we'll be able to test whether Sakura Nation's hacking system is the best, or Eagle Jam Nation's firewall. Chapter 206 Hacking. Sakura Nation's defense minister was very confident in this hacking system they had developed. He believed that as long as any device in the world was plugged into this flash drive, then all the data on the server would be theirs for the taking. He was right in thinking that and that the hacking system was indeed very impressive. However, what they didn't expect was that this hacking system was designed in the early stages of its development to target the Great Summer Kingdom, as well as countries that weren't so friendly with them comparatively speaking. And after the design was completed, they felt that the hacking system was again too powerful, and worried that someday the hacking system would be utilized by their opponents to attack their own servers. So they designed another firewall specifically to defend against this hacking system. Coincidentally, one of the engineers involved in designing this firewall system was from the Eagle Jam Nation. Naturally, after these were completed, the firewall technology was used on a number of important servers in the Eagle Jam country, and later the Eagle Jam country also upgraded this firewall system. That is to say, there is anyone in the attack on their servers, not only can be immediately detected for defense, but also be able to find out what kind of equipment is infected with the incoming virus. On this day, the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation suddenly received an urgent report. It's their military bases overseas, multiple top secret level, most important servers all hacked at the same time. The Secretary of Defense immediately panicked, because he knew that the data in these servers was equivalent to being just as important as the Department of Defense servers, which not only contained top secret information, but also a lot of things that their Eagle Sauce country simply couldn't see the light of day. Then the henchman reported to him, "We are currently investigating what kind of people are carrying out attacks on our servers, and with the capabilities of our firewalls, I believe we will be able to find out soon." The Secretary of Defense asked, "Is there any confirmation now that any of our information is missing?" The system suggests that the information within our current server has not been leaked for the time being, but this hacker system is also relatively powerful, and is still under constant attack, so I don't know if it will. The Minister of Defense shouted angrily at his men, "I don't care what methods you losers use, even if it means destroying our servers with your own hands, the information we have here must never be leaked." Meanwhile, some senior personnel in the Eagle Jam country's defense ministry were anxious when they got the news. They know that once the information in these servers is obtained by certain rival countries, it is the equivalent of being stripped of the clothes on one's back, because there is even some information in these materials that is classified to certain countries' secret military operations. The release of this information would make the Eagle Jam Nation a target in a very short period of time. Even the detailed data of some of the highest level equipment of the Eagle Sauce Nation, such as the Night Lord one, the Hive system, and so on, were all in these servers. But the Secretary of Defense has absolutely no time to think about such things now. For him, even if these things leaked out, it was better than the unseemly things they had done leaking out. The Secretary of Defense asked his engineers at this time, "What do you think would be the countries in this world that are currently capable of breaching our firewall?" One of the engineers said, "As far as I know, only Sakura Nation is currently capable of having such a powerful hacking system." But this statement caused those in attendance to express disdain. They all knew that even if they borrowed 2 guts from Sakura Nation, they wouldn't dare to hack on Eagle Jam Nation. The Minister of Defense asked again, "Do you think it could be the Great Summer State that is behind the attack on us?" No one immediately answered the question. Confusion was written on their faces. They all looked at me, wondering why the Minister of Defense would ask that. It was only after a while that someone said, "All along, our Eagle Sauce country has been attacked by hackers from all over the world. But after our investigations, these attacks have never been done by the Great Xia country. So I reckon that the Great Xia country doesn't care to use this kind of tactic to attack other countries." This statement caused several people in the room to all nod in agreement at the same time. And just as the Minister of Defense and these people were discussing it, an engineer suddenly reported, "Report, Mr. Minister. We have found out where the hacking system is." The Secretary of Defense stood up and asked, "Where?" This engineer looked at the people in the audience, swallowed and said, "After our investigation, this hacking system is from the Sakura country." One sentence made everyone's face written with a surprised expression, and for a while no one was willing to believe it at all. The Minister of Defense froze in mid-sentence and even laughed out loud. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Sakura country dare to make a move against us?" The engineer explained. "But through our analysis of the characteristics of this attack, it's exactly the same hacking system that our Eagle Jam country had also helped Sakura country to design. And the characteristics of this kind of hacking system are so obvious that it's absolutely impossible to make a mistake." It was that one sentence that caused the Minister of Defense's brow to furrow. So he immediately contacted the Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense in front of everyone. The direct call between the defense ministers of the 2 countries attracted the attention of everyone present. As soon as the phone was connected, before the Sakura Nation's defense minister could even exchange pleasantries, he directly said angrily, "Have you Sakura Nation eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare you launch a hacking attack on our Eagle Sauce country?" When the other party heard these words, they were shocked. After all, in his mind, it was something that had never occurred to him, nor did he dare to think of doing such a thing. "Mr. Minister, are you guys mistaken? We have always been very friendly. Please believe me, we, Sakura Nation, even if we attacked another country, we would never hit Eagle Jam Nation. But just over an hour ago, we suffered a hacking attack here, and based on our engineer's analysis, we can determine that this hacking system is yours, Sakura Nation." The defense minister of the Sakura country stuttered in his heart, because as soon as he heard those words, he reflexively thought of the flash drive that he had just handed over to Minako. So faced with the strong Eagle Jam country, he could only give a truthful account of the matter. "Please listen to my explanation. Some time ago, we were planning to use this hacking system, but our target was never the Eagle Sauce country, but the Great Summer country, and the hacking system was also handed over to the intelligence officers by me personally." The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation said, "I hope you can investigate the truth of this matter as soon as possible and give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise you are aware of the consequences." Without waiting for the other party to speak again, the Minister of Defense simply hung up the phone, leaving the other party alone with the phone frozen in place. Chapter 207 Reasonable Explanations. In fact, when the two of them, Minako and Nicole, were discussing doing this, they hadn't thought that the Eagle Jam country was able to investigate it, because the two of them simply didn't know that the design of this hacking system, and later the design of the firewall, was a collaboration between engineers from both the Eagle Jam and Sakura countries. Although the Sakura country was of the opinion that only they themselves had mastered such technology, but how could the Eagle Jam country let such technology be used only by the Sakura country so easily? Having just completed the design, the engineers from Eagle Jam returned to Eagle Jam and immediately perfected this technology. That is to say, both countries have mastered this hacking system, the difference being that the Eagle Jam country has a more sophisticated technology. It's just that Sakura Nation has been kept in the dark. So, right now, Minako and Nicole were still completely unaware that both countries had found out about it. When the Minister of Defense of the Sakura country found out, naturally, inwardly he became suspicious of Minako again. After all, this whole thing is too much of a coincidence. so he contacted Minako right away. He wanted to question directly, but he restrained himself from calming down out of suspicion for Minako. He asked, "Minako, the hacking system I gave you, has it been used in Dasha?" Even though she was restraining her urge to lose her temper, Minako still heard something wrong in her tone. She knew the Secretary of Defense would never have asked herself in that tone if nothing had happened. So after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "The hacking system, I've already secretly installed it on top of Lu Chuan's laptop while he was sleeping, but I don't know if he still used the laptop after he returned to the research bureau." "Are you sure? And are you sure that the flash drive is still safely stored at this moment?" "Of course, the flash drive is still in my possession. May I ask Mr. Minister if he has any questions?" After a 10-second pause, the Secretary of Defense couldn't think of anything to question, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Very well, I now order you to destroy this flash drive immediately, to destroy it completely." Minako, of course, was all for it, but after hanging up the phone, Minako got restless. She first told Nicole about it, originally wanting to explain that Nicole should be careful not to reveal this matter, but she didn't expect Nicole to give her an idea at this time. "I think it must be that the hacking system is working here in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Otherwise your superiors would surely not be asking you this, and since that's the case, it would be better for us to be doing the Great Summer Kingdom a favor." Minako thought to herself that this would have been a huge favor to the Great Summer Kingdom, and that this matter was too dangerous, so she wanted to stop there. So she said to Nicole, "Let's just wait and see how your superiors, and my superiors, they react one of these days. It might not end well for either of us." But Nicole suddenly asked Minako, "In the past, when Craig was still alive, do you know that he once carried out a hacking attack on Lu Chuan's research bureau? But it was unsuccessful." "Yes, I'm aware of this, and it seems that the research bureau has upgraded their security system for this reason." Nicole said, "We might as well take this opportunity to simply die to our superiors that you've successfully carried out your mission and then let them off with a smoking gun." "Smoke bomb? What smoke bomb? You're really stupid. You can tell your superiors that the research bureau has not only upgraded their security system, but also their firewall system since that time when they were attacked by Craig. Just say that you didn't just overhear Lu Chuan talking about all of these things, and the rest of it, there's no need for me to teach you anymore, right?" Minako immediately understood what Nicole meant, and she didn't realize that Nicole had quite a lot of ghostly intentions. So, Minako didn't wait for the Minister of Defense to contact her again. She took the initiative to contact the other party herself. "Mr. Minister, something very important has suddenly occurred to me." Upon hearing that Minako had something important to report, the Minister of Defense couldn't wait for his ears to perk up like a rabbit. He hurriedly asked, "What's so important?" Minako said, "It suddenly occurred to me that once before, when I was chatting with Lu Chuan, I heard him talk about the time Craig sent someone to infiltrate the research bureau to try to steal the data on the servers, and after the mission failed, the bureau upgraded their security system, and at the same time it seems that they upgraded the firewalls on their servers as well." MS. Minako, I don't think this is really important information, because any other country that suffered something like this would have upgraded their firewalls right away. Minako explained again. "No, what I heard Lu Chuan say doesn't seem to be that simple. What he seems to mean is that once another intelligence officer tries to attack their servers through hacking, their firewalls seem to automatically divert the attacks they receive elsewhere." The Minister of Defense on the other end of the phone nearly dropped his eyes in shock when he heard this, because that statement had perfectly explained why the servers in the Eagle Jam country had been attacked. It must be that the research bureau had gotten hold of some kind of technology that allowed their hacking to be automatically diverted to the military bases in the Eagle Jam country. He immediately pursued, "MS. Minako, can you be sure that you really heard Lu Chuan speak these words?" "Yes, I can be sure, because all along, Lu Chuan has not been very good at telling me about the research and development of their research bureau's weapon systems, but after all, this kind of thing is the responsibility of the research bureau's security personnel, so I guess Lu Chuan didn't really take it too seriously, and told me about it as an after-dinner talking point." This statement was very convincing to the Secretary of Defense, also due to the fact that when he was reprimanded by the Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation, he was hell-bent on finding out the truth of the matter. So Minako's words were like a sudden life-saving straw for him at this time. He didn't even have the heart to scrutinize this matter to see if it was true or false. He only felt that this reason was reasonable enough to clear the suspicion of their Cherry Blossom Kingdom itself at the moment, and it was already completely enough. So before Minako could finish her sentence, he hung up the phone in excitement and contacted the Minister of Defense of the Eagle's Land immediately after, told the other what he had heard from Minako here. One by one, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation is in a high-level meeting with a group of people at the moment. As soon as he heard this explanation, it was declared on the spot that the incident was probably an oops. but some of those present felt shuddering. Because for some engineers who are well versed in hacking technology, it's simply fantastic that a country that can currently develop this kind of technology for transferring hacking tactics. Chapter 208, Information Spreading Frantically. A few days down the line, thanks to the perfect cooperation between the two people, Minako and Nicole. So a drama between the Eagle Sauce Country and the Sakura Country's dog-eat-dog came to an end without the Great Summer Country having any knowledge of the matter. But Minako wasn't satisfied at this time that things were just going to go away, because after knowing that the Sakura Country possessed meteorites in its hands, it had never been able to let go of this matter, worrying that someday in the future the Sakura Country would really be able to create purple elements like the Great Summer Country. If that day did come, with what she knew about the Sakura Country, there was no telling what crazy things they would do. So he had been thinking of a way to reveal this matter to be able to reveal it to the Great Summer Kingdom. Nicole knew what she was thinking by this time, but neither could think of a good response. Nicole said, "So let's just send an email to the officials of the Great Summerland and tell them about this in a simple and clear way." But this proposal was immediately rejected by Minako. "This doesn't make much sense, and it's also too dangerous for us. It's very likely that the Great Summer Kingdom will find out who sent this email through the internet, and it'll be even more troublesome for us to start investigating this matter at that time. And even if we let the Great Summer Kingdom know about the Sakura Kingdom's meteorite now, there's nothing they can do about it. They can't just send someone to steal it back. So what to do? You're not thinking of going back to Sakura Nation to steal this yourself, are you?" Minako shook her head and said, "How can that be? This thing must be more important than a national treasure to the Sakura Country, let alone stealing it. There's probably no way to find out where it's even hidden." With a twinkle in her eye, Nicole said, "How about, put pressure on Sakura Nation to take it out themselves?" Hearing about putting pressure on the Sakura Country, Minako had probably guessed what Nicole was thinking without having to ask. Because the only country in the world that can put pressure on the Sakura Country and still work is the Hawksbane Country. It's been like Sakura Nation is being choked by Hawk Jam Nation. "What are you going to do?" Minako asked. Nicole said, "My idea is that this thing is something that we definitely can't find if we look for it ourselves. But if we can force this thing to appear, then at that time the two of us won't be the only ones in the world who are hitting on this thing's idea. And it's estimated that quite a number of countries will be eyeing this thing." Minako nodded. Nicole continued again. "I can tell my superiors that I investigated this information while I was doing intelligence work. And at that time my superiors will definitely put pressure on the Sakura Nation, and may even force them to hand this over." Minako hesitated and said, "But if that happens, we'll be facing a new risk." "What's the risk?" "Although the meteorite is currently in the hands of the Sakura Country, they may not be able to create the purple element for the time being due to the limitations of their technological level. But if this thing does come into the hands of the Eagle Sauce Country once it does, the time it takes for them to create the purple element will surely be shortened by a lot." That being said, the two thought about it for half a day and still felt that it was the best response they could think of at the moment. But before letting the Eagle Jam Nation know about it, the two decided to quietly spread the secret first. And it wasn't just spreading it in the sight of the intelligence officers of the Great Summer Country, but through his own men, to intelligence officers all over the world. In this world, every country has no idea how many invisible intelligence networks there are. So once there's some news that gets out that the people, or the higher-ups in this country don't know about yet, that news may have spread through the intelligence network like an electronic signal. And Nicole didn't just simply say that Sakura Nation possessed a mysterious meteorite when she released this information to the public. Instead, the message put out to the public was that the Eagle Jam Nation was willing to pay a high price that no one could refuse, no matter what means anyone used to try to get these meteorites. So, not even a few days later, Nicole had not even taken the initiative to tell her superiors about this matter. This so-called secret has already reached the ears of the Eagle Sauce Country's defense minister. At first, he wasn't too convinced that this was true, but after one phone call, the Secretary of Defense was thoroughly convinced about the matter. Of course, the first thing he asked was definitely Nicole, who was in Dacia. He asked Nicole, "Recently I've received quite a bit of information that the Sakura Country may be preserving the same meteorite as the Great Summer Country. Have you gotten any such information?" Watching the fish take the bait, Nicole wasn't in a hurry. She said to the Minister of Defense, "I also received information about this, but I didn't think it was that true, so I didn't report it, and I'm currently investigating this matter." "Where did you get the information?" Nicole said, "Actually, I've always been in contact with the intelligence officers of the Sakura Country and have cooperated quite a bit, so this information was learned from them." If the Minister of Defense had 5 points of doubt from what he heard from the intelligence officers of other countries, Nicole's words could be said to have immediately convinced him of this matter by 8 points. He immediately asked, "What exactly was the news you got? Tell me in detail." Nicole said, The news I got is that after the Cherry Blossom Country knew that the Great Summer Country was using this meteorite to create the purple element, they thought that since they were so close to the Great Summer Country, there was a possibility that there was a fall in their own territory as well. So they sent out their own secret troops to search for them. And they didn't expect that they would indeed find this kind of meteorite, and it's very likely that the number of meteorites that the Cherry Blossom Country currently possesses is more than that of the Great Summer Country. The words made the defense minister's heart start pounding. He had even begun to fantasize that this meteorite was already in the possession of their Eagle Sauce Nation. After all, in his mind, what a country like Sakura Nation possessed. It wasn't just a matter of words for them to want it in Eagle Jam Nation. And having consumed element 115 himself earlier, he wasn't sure how the hole was going to be filled. So this news to him was like someone suddenly sending a pillow over when he was dozing off. It was so instant. Nicole deliberately added at this time, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Minister, the Sakura Nation's intelligence officer who revealed this information was a member of the secret unit that was involved in searching for the meteorite in Sakura Nation's territory at that time." The Minister of Defense immediately became excited. But at this time he complained, "Nicole, for such important news, you should have told me very early on, instead of waiting for me to take the initiative to ask." Nicole said in an aggravated manner, "Mr. Minister, because this matter is indeed a bit bizarre. I was not too trusting at first, and I had planned to report to you after gathering enough information." "Very well, you continue to gather intelligence in this area and keep me informed of any news. This matter is very important to our Eagle Sauce Nation." Chapter 209 Panic in White Industry. Of course, as this matter spread through intelligence networks around the world, the Great Summer got the news as well. When Guanye found out about this, his first reaction was the same skepticism as that of the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Country, wondering about the authenticity of this information. But he knew that if this matter was true, then it was not to be underestimated for the Great Summer Kingdom. So he immediately called a high-level meeting to start a discussion on this matter. The purpose of the discussion was just one thing, and that was what the Great Summer Kingdom should do once it was determined that the news was true. Although Lu Chuan was only a scientific researcher in the Scientific Research Bureau, he was not considered a high-level person at all in terms of the Great Summer Country. But every time there was a meeting concerning the defense issues of the Daxia country, the broad industry would invite Lu Chuan to come and participate. Because in front of many problems, Lu Chuan, as a professor in the Research Bureau, gave much more useful answers than those at the top. At the meeting, someone brought up, "We resolutely cannot allow the Sakura country to possess this meteorite, because their having it would be equivalent to the Eagle Sauce country possessing it, and the results of that would be unimaginable." Guanye was not the least bit interested in such an answer, because what it said was simply nonsense. Another person said, "Even if they have such a meteorite, it's nothing more than some fuel that can be made more powerful than ordinary fuel, and currently only our Great Xia Kingdom has mastered the technology to make purple elements, so we don't have to worry." Guanye didn't respond to this person either, but suddenly asked Lu Chuan, who was sitting right next to him, "Lu Chuan, what do you think about this?" The few senior personnel present, let's put aside how much power each one had, just in terms of age, on average, they were almost 3 times that of Lu Chuan. So seeing the attitude of the vast industry at this time so favorable to Lu Chuan, naturally there is some dissatisfaction in their hearts. But Lu Chuan wouldn't care about these people's opinions at all. His usual principle was to encounter things and solve them, not to hook up with these people. So he didn't even look at these people around him and directly responded to the words of the vast industry. "For now, it is indeed true that it is free for us, the Great Summer Kingdom, to hold the technology to create the purple element, but theoretically speaking, creating the purple element is thanks to the laser power of our powerful heavenly flame system and mosquito catching system. It is not considered to be any unattainable technology, and now they have already known that we have created the purple element by utilizing these two systems. So I believe that if this is true, then whether it's the Sakura country or the Eagle Jam country, they must also have the ability to create the purple element. It's just a matter of how long it will take." Guanye nodded seriously to Lu Chuan before asking, "If they really have meteorites, how long do you think it will take for them to be able to create the purple element?" Lu Chuan didn't answer immediately, but picked up a pen and calculated on the paper for a while. Then to Guanye, he said, "If they hadn't built a weapon as powerful as the Skyfire system like we did, and instead had just built laser emitters that were powerful enough, then I think they could have had the purple elemental as soon as a year." Before this meeting was held, the vast industry had actually ordered the Space Center to investigate the credibility of this matter. So it was at this time that suddenly someone came in to report to the general industry. "Report, Commander Hero, an urgent report from the Space Center," said the man, placing a report in front of the vast industry. People didn't know what was going on and thought it was if there had been some kind of accident at the Space Center. because at this time, they all noticed that the expression on Guanye's face suddenly became grave as he looked at this report. As it turns out, the report states that by pulling data detected by satellites in the Space Center's database, sure enough, they then realized that on the same day that the meteorite fell in the Great Summer Country, there were also traces of a meteorite falling in the territory of the Cherry Blossom Country. The reason this wasn't noticed before is because the meteorite split apart before it got close to Earth. So the satellite only saw the traces of this meteorite that fell in the country of Dacia, while at the same time another satellite actually saw a meteorite fall into the country of Sakura through another angle. It was just that at the time it was thought that the meteorite had only split up after entering the atmosphere and had all crashed into the territory of Dacia, so there was no serious effort to check the data monitored by other satellites. And what made the expression of the industry at large gloomy was the last sentence on this report. After comparing the data, the number of meteorites that crashed into Sakura's country is several times more than ours. Everyone here looked at Guanye's grave expression and didn't dare to speak. Even Lu Chuan realized at this time that things were definitely going in a bad direction. When Guanye told these people that the Sakura country might have several times as many meteorites as the Great Summer Country, everyone was dumbfounded. Just the purple elements that the Great Summer Kingdom now had stored were already capable of being used for military defense for decades. But the premise is that these purple elements can only be used on relatively important equipment. It was conceivable that once the Cherry Blossom Nation had turned these meteorites into purple elements, then it was very likely that they would vigorously develop their military power, and would even be able to catch up with the Great Summer Nation in a short period of time, not to mention the results of these meteorites falling into the hands of the Eagle Jam Nation. This is a nightmare for Daxia, and in the meantime, what Guanye didn't know was that something more capable of worrying him was happening. That is, the Eagle Sauce Country has sent people to the Sakura Country at this time to find out the truth of this matter. Because after the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Country reported this matter to the President immediately ordered him to personally travel to the Cherry Blossom Country to go and negotiate with their Minister of Defense. When these two defense ministers met in Sakura A, the Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense didn't actually know at this time that the other party already knew about the meteorite. So it's still a smiley face at first. But when two people are alone together in talks, the Eagle Sauce Nation's defense minister asked directly, Mr. Minister, may I ask what your Sakura Nation intends to do with the meteorite in your possession? The Sakura country's Minister of Defense was instantly dumbfounded by this one sentence, and was at a loss as to how to answer. But the expression on his face at the moment had completely betrayed him. If the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Country was still skeptical about this matter before, the expression on the other party's face at this moment had already told him that this matter was true. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense smiled again and said, What? You guys wouldn't have figured out how to solve this kind of important matter yet, right? The other man swallowed nervously and said, Mr. Minister, I don't know what you are talking about. How could we possibly have such a thing? Chapter 210, The Lonely Eagle Sauce Country. That should be the last thing the Secretary of Defense of the Hawkeye Nation wants to hear. But before that, he also expected that this grandson would most likely not recognize this matter. So he didn't show an angry expression on his face. But for the Sakura Nation's defense minister, the fact that the other party spoke slightly louder was enough to make his heart skip a beat. And at this time the Eagle Sauce Country's Minister of Defense didn't say anything. He just looked at him, and then took out a report from the Eagle Sauce Country's Space Center and placed it in front of him. As it turns out, when the Eagle Jam Nation learned of the news, they also immediately had their own space center investigate the matter using satellites in space. The results of the survey were also the same as those of Daxia. The Sakura Country's Minister of Defense cupped this investigation report with both hands, and while looking at it, his hands began to shake uncontrollably. What? Mr. Minister, is it a case of weakness? The Minister of Defense of the Cherry Blossom Country was half speechless, because by this time he already knew in his heart that this matter had been discovered by the Eagle Sauce Country, and he was afraid that the meteorite would no longer stay in his hands for long. After a while, he said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, actually, our Sakura Kingdom's intention was not to hide this matter. Of course I know that, so we in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom certainly won't blame you, but given that our two countries are so friendly with each other, I think you and the Sakura Kingdom would think of cooperating with us. The word cooperation sounded almost no different from Ming Chang to the Sakura Nation's defense minister. He trembled and said, But this meteorite was found by our Sakura country. Of course, but you have to understand in your heart, as far as the level of technology of your Sakura country is concerned, if these meteorites were to be placed in your hands, I'm afraid that it would always be just a meteorite. And only by utilizing the high technology of our Eagle Sauce Country would it be possible to turn it into a purple element. The Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense hesitated for half a day before saying, Mr. Minister, This matter isn't something that can be left up to me alone. Please also give me time. We need to gather our senior management to discuss this matter. The Eagle Sauce country's defense minister raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch and said, "Yes, but I don't have much time. I had planned to fly back to the Eagle Sauce country tonight, so I can only give you 2 hours. Please don't waste too much time on this matter. After all, if you can create the purple element one day earlier, it would be a good thing for you, and our two countries are both good things." The arrogance filled the Sakura nation's Minister of Defense with rage inside, but he didn't dare to show it in the slightest. All that could be done was to stand up and give the other party a bow before turning around and heading out to prepare to gather the higher-ups to discuss the matter. However, the outcome of this meeting of theirs was not a surprise to the Eagle Jam Nation. It was just going through the process. All the people of the Sakura country, even their populace, knew that their entire country dared not mess with the Eagle Sauce country, and that they only had the other side to say what they said and do what they said. And so, after just over an hour had passed, the Sakura country decided to hand over the meteorite they were holding. The Eagle Sauce Nation's Minister of Defense had the idea of returning to Sakura Nation this evening with the meteorite himself, but the other party said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Minister, since the meteorite is very precious to us, we've hidden it in a secret base in a more remote part of our territory, and even if it were to be transported here, it would probably have to wait until tomorrow." The Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation frowned at the sound of that, because for him, only when the meteorite landed in the Eagle Jam country, his heart was solid. And in these dozens of hours to come, he was afraid that something unpredictable would happen here. So he asked, "How soon can these meteorites be transported to our Eagle Sauce country?" The other party looked at the time and said, "The fastest. It may take 40 hours. And we can make sure that these meteorites are transported to the Eagle Jam country without any problems." Although the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country was helpless, he also knew that the other party would never dare to deceive himself. So he nodded and gave the other man another pat on the shoulder, as if comforting a pony boy. "Well, that's good. I believe what you said. And I also believe that in 40 hours I'll be able to see these meteorites with my own eyes in the Eagle Sauce country. And you should be happy that this will be another perfect collaboration between our two countries." These words made the defense minister of the Sakura country hate his teeth, thinking that if the meteorite was given to you, it would be no different than a meatbag beating a dog. He asked again, "Mr. Minister, may I ask if we, the Sakura country, will be able to get half of this after we are able to create the purple element? Of course, after all, the meteorite was provided by your Sakura nation, and we in the Hawk Jam Nation would never be that greedy." That statement didn't reassure the Sakura Nation's Minister of Defense, because up until now, they had only been able to determine that meteorites could create purple elements, and they even knew what kind of means could be utilized to do so. However, both of their countries still didn't really know just how many purple elements could be made from these meteorites. So it was an unknown how much the meteorite would give to their Sakura country when it reached the Eagle Jam country, even after being turned into a purple element. That same day, the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation embarked on a special plane for his return trip, and before he even got back to Eagle Jam country, he made what was probably the dumbest decision he'd ever made in his life. He wanted to announce the good news to the world as soon as he returned to Eagle Sauce. He never misses a chance to make the great summer panic, and it could also be said that he can't resist wanting to show off this thing to the world. A few hours later, he was back in Eagle Jam country, and even before that, the media in various countries had been informed that the defense minister of the Eagle Jam country was going to hold a press conference directly at the airport. So by the time he landed, the airport was filled with media and journalists from all over the world. With this kind of signal, everyone knows that something big must be announced. And some people, such as Guan Ye and Lu Chuan, were at the TV set at this time, waiting for the live broadcast. Guan Ye had actually guessed by this time that this press conference was most likely related to the meteorite in Sakura country. But what all of them did not expect was that the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce country would announce something that would make the whole world extremely panicked in an extremely arrogant manner during the press conference. It was this very thing that caused the vast industry to give a compelling order. Chapter 211: Ambition that panics the world. Airports in Eagle Jam country. By this time the Minister of Defense was surrounded by hundreds of media reporters. He announced directly to the camera, "In 30 or so hours, a transport plane loaded with extremely valuable items will land in our country of Eagle Jam. And from that moment on, the fate of this world will change." Immediately, reporters started asking all sorts of questions. "May I ask what was loaded in the airplane? What country is shipping it? What will change the fate of the world? Is it to raise the power of the Eagle Jam Nation?" The defense minister of the Eagle Jam country did not shy away from answering various questions from the reporters one by one. This immediately put everyone in the room on edge. And just at this time, a reporter from the Sakura country asked in an extremely disgruntled manner, "Mr. Minister, May I ask why these meteorites were transported to your Eagle Jam country when they were found in our Sakura country? This kind of awkward question. If it were someone else, they would definitely not know how to answer it for a while. But the shameless Minister of Defense replied directly, as we all know, Sakura country and us have always been the friendliest countries, and with Sakura country's level of science and technology, it may not be possible to turn the meteorite into a purple element in a short period of time, and can only rely on the scientific and technological strength of our Eagle Sauce country to make this possible in a short period of time. So all the meteorites from our Sakura country will be given to the Hawk Jam country, right? The Minister of Defense replied as if he couldn't hold back his inner excitement. Of course, it would be a waste for such a valuable item to be placed in the Sakura country as nothing more than a rock. After the people of the Cherry Blossom country saw that the Eagle Sauce country's Minister of Defense had treated them with such disrespect in front of the world's media, everyone's hearts were filled with nothing but anger. And at the same time, they all realized how incompetent their country was. Even the defense minister of Sakura Nation at this moment fiercely slammed his fist on the table and said, between our Sakura Nation and the world's first-class countries, we are just short of a genius like Lu Chuan. At this point, the whole world is still just worried that their Eagle Jam Nation will actually get the purple element. And with the next question, the whole world is worried about more than just that. A reporter from the Yellow Sand country asked, if you guys do get the purple element in the future, then what will you do with this super energy to change the world? The Minister of Defense said, currently, our Eagle Sauce Nation's hive system has reached the size of our expected deployment, yet we still feel that this size is not big enough. With the purple element, I think we will make the hive system as many times the size of what it is now, and at that time, every country on Earth will be under the protection of our hive system. This sentence made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. At first, what the Minister of Defense said about changing the destiny of this world, now it seems that they are just trying to change their destiny through a powerful energy source like the purple element and continue to maintain their position as hegemon. If it is true that the expansion of the hive system continues, so that every country is under the surveillance of this superweapon system, then it would be an extremely terrible disaster for the world. They, the Eagle Sauce Nation, could probably crush any country at any time while leaving that country defenseless. This is because the hive system is different from the heavenly fire system of the Great Summer Kingdom. The Skyfire system will only stay in space to strike the ground, but every module of the hive system, with the super fuel like the purple element, can enter the atmosphere like a NEO at any time, and even fight on the ground. By that time, it could be said that every corner of the world, at any time, could be subjected to an invasion of the hive system. The reporter from the Great Summer country finally couldn't hold back at this time. He stood up and asked, can I just say that the reason your Eagle Sauce Nation is doing this is because it has been jealous of our nation's powerful Skyfire system? One sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and all the gazes in unison were directed at this reporter, because no one dares to ask that question on such an occasion. And the question did bring a hint of embarrassment to the face of the Eagle Sauce country's defense minister. But soon, he laughed out loud again, deliberately hiding his embarrassment, and said to the camera, we admit that for the time being, Dasha's Skyfire system and mosquito catching system are powerful, and can be said to surpass each and every one of our Eagle Sauce Nation's weapon systems. But I can very confidently tell the world here that in the future, after our hive system is perfected, Dasha's these two weapon systems will not be worth mentioning in front of our hive system. I can see that the reason why the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Jam country has such a villainous face today. The bottom line is all from the meteorite that landed in their Eagle Jam country more than 30 hours later. It was also because for a long time, the Great Summer's great strides had caused their Eagle Sauce country to lose face in front of the world. It was hard to have bragging rights this time, so the Minister of Defense had no intention of hiding his inner arrogant nature at all. In a secret conference room in the country of Daxia, Guan Ye and a group of senior personnel, as well as Lu Chuan, were also watching the globally broadcasted press conference. After these people saw the attitude of the Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Nation, they all had the same feeling of panic inside. This panic wasn't due to panic about the Eagle Jam Nation perfecting the hive system in the future, but rather the fear that the hive system would be too powerful and they would do whatever they wanted at that time. From Guan Ye's resolute expression, everyone could see that this might be considered an unprecedented challenge to the Great Summer Kingdom. Guan Ye suddenly looked around at the expressions on each face, and then asked, we are determined not to allow this to happen. And what is it that everyone here can do to counter it? A man said, from now on, we should use satellites to monitor every flight from the Sakura country to the Eagle Sauce country. I think they'll definitely use military transport planes to transport meteorites. Immediately, someone else continued, when we check out this one transport plane, we should immediately use our Skyfire system to bring this one down. Guan Ye looked at Lu Chuan at this time, but at this time, I didn't expect Lu Chuan to say something that spoiled everyone's fun. We resolutely cannot use the Skyfire system at this time, because with such a valuable meteorite, the Eagle Jam country will definitely be on our guard the entire time we are transporting it, and the act of attacking with the Skyfire system is just too obvious. Even if we bring this transport down, how are we going to explain it to the world when the time comes? 212. Naval operations. Although no countermeasures had been thought of yet to resolve this matter, Guanya had already ordered the Space Center to start using satellites to monitor all the actions of the Sakura and Hawk Jam countries early on. And this time the satellites aren't just monitoring the movements of airplanes in the air, but also the movements of satellites in space. Sure enough, while Guanya and Lu Chuan and the others were all at a loss, the people from the Space Center sent very important information. According to the Dasha satellite surveillance, the Eagle Sauce country had spared no expense to ensure that this transport plane could successfully land in the Eagle Sauce country. At this time, in a certain military base in the Sakura country, it was already surrounded by heavy troops, and there was also a military transportation plane parked on the airport. Several fighters on the runway were also already in full gear. Needless to say, this was to escort the transports. In addition, several carriers and battleships on the sea of the Eagle Sauce country are all hurriedly running towards the location of the transporter route on the sea at this moment. And most of all, at this moment in space, the Eagle Jam Nation had not only used all of its spy satellites to begin monitoring every move on the route, even Hive 1, which hadn't been fully deployed yet, had assembled between Sakura Nation and Eagle Jam Nation. Judging from this report, it could be said that not even a mosquito could fly in on this current route from Sakura country to Eagle Sauce country. To the vast industry, the power of the Skyfire system was completely enough to take out this transport in a split second, and even the escorting ships and fighters weren't considered opponents. But once they did, the Eagle Sauce country's satellites would be the first to realize that they were under attack by the Great Summer country's Skyfire system, and they would immediately use the Hive system to counterattack. Whether or not it can be beaten is another story. It just might be a disaster for the world, because it heralds an all-out war between two great nations, so the vast industry will never take this step until it is absolutely necessary. The clock hanging on the wall showed that at this time of the year this transport plane from the Sakura country was about to land in the Eagle Jam country in a little over 30 hours. That means that if Guanya wants to do something now, he'll have to act within a few hours. At this time, a high-ranking person next to Guanya suddenly proposed, "We can immediately contact countries that are more friendly with us to condemn this behavior of the Eagle Sauce country, such as the Yellow Sand country." Before he could finish, Guanya waved his hand at him. "We could find dozens, if not hundreds of countries to condemn such behavior by the Eagle Jam Nation right now. But what's the point? We don't have time for that. Cootie." It can all be guessed that Eagle Jam Nation will not pay any attention to the so-called condemnation from the lips of any nation at this point in time. One word brought another moment of silence to those present, and Guanya suddenly pointed at the clock on the wall again and said, "Our biggest enemy right now is not the Eagle Sauce country, much less the Sakura country, but time. We don't have time. As I see it, there is only one plan available to us at the moment, and that's to take down this transport plane. What you guys need to think about right now is how to do it." Obviously, at such a critical moment, no one dared to take this statement from the broad industry, because the consequences to be borne were so heavy that they all knew it in their hearts. Everyone was bowing their heads, not even daring to make eye contact with Guanya, but Lu Chuan was frowning at this time, as if he was having a brainstorming session. After a few minutes, he suddenly said to Guanya, "The Skyfire system definitely can't be used, otherwise the traces of the attack will be too obvious. We can use the mosquito catching system." Someone questioned, "Our mosquito trapping systems attack from the ground, but the laser beams are still also very visible." "Submarines? We can use our submarines to launch an attack right underneath the transports. That way no one will notice." When Lu Chuan said this, Guanya had already gripped the walkie-talkie tightly in his hand, always waiting for an order, because time was really too tight. Everyone in the audience murmured, "When were we already equipped with mosquito trapping systems on our submarines? And why didn't I know that? Is the energy on the submarine capable of firing a laser beam from the mosquito trapping system once? Is it too late to get the submarine going?" Lu Chuan said, "Our submarines have not been equipped with mosquito trapping systems, but we can do the installation right now, because we currently have extra laser emitters with the same power as the mosquito trapping systems. And regarding the energy, we can only choose to install it on a nuclear submarine, which will be able to provide the energy needed for the laser emitters." At this point in time no one believed the plan would work because there were simply too many elements required. After all, there were only 30 or so hours left in the clock at this time. But just at this time, Guanya directly picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Our country's closest nuclear submarine to Mordor, how far away is it? Give me a report within 2 minutes." Then, Guanya continued with a series of orders. Immediately have a sea transport on standby at the port of Mordor, and immediately send a transport mission to the research bureau. After saying that, Guanye stood up and didn't even look at the people around him, but said directly to Lu Chuan, "Take action." Lu Chuan immediately got up and returned to the research bureau. A wave of maneuvering directly made everyone here dumbfounded. They had never seen Guanye give such a hasty order, but none of them dared to do much persuasion at this time. Before he could get out of the conference room, the general industry received a reply. Our closest nuclear submarine to Mordor's harbor is now 200 nautical miles. Guanye immediately ordered, have the nuclear submarine head towards the port of Mordor at the fastest speed possible, and when it reaches the position where it meets up with the sea transports, surface immediately. Without having to ask much, Lu Chuan already knew what the vast industry was thinking. He was now intent on carrying out what Lu Chuan had just proposed. On the way back to the research bureau, Lu Chuan was not idle, and immediately contacted all the scientific researchers related to the mosquito trapping system, and the staff who had been able to install it on the nuclear submarine were put in place. When they returned to the research bureau, as soon as Guanye and Lu Chuan got out of the car, they already saw that all the relevant personnel were already in place, and that one laser launcher is already being prepared for transportation. Originally, the transportation vehicles, the special forces escorting them were already in place, but Guanye frowned and looked at the time on his wrist and said, "It's dozens of kilometers from the port of Magic City. This is too slow." After that, another order was given. Mobilize all available helicopters and come to the Research Directorate for rendezvous. 213. Rehabilitation of nuclear submarines. It didn't take long for the deafening roar of the helicopter's engines to be heard in the air. Immediately afterward, several large transport helicopters had landed at the Research Bureau. Before the dust kicked up by the helicopter's propellers hit the ground, all the crews started boarding. In a matter of minutes, helicopter after helicopter took off for the harbor of Mordor with all the people and equipment. The people in the Magic City had never seen such a spectacle. In broad daylight, large military transport planes actually flew past the downtown area at low altitude just like that. It attracted everyone who looked up to see what was going on. Is something wrong somewhere? Is there some major military operation? Haven't seen so many military transport planes out together. It must have been something really urgent. Otherwise it would never have just flown over like that in such a low downtown area. There were also a number of people who were just guessing, but they did get the point across. There's no need to ask. It must be that our great summer country is going to make a move. The Eagle Jam country is so arrogant. We should have punched the bastard Eagle Jam nation. It's so damn bullying. Let's go. Let's go. Go back and watch the news. Something big is definitely going to happen. And at this time on the helicopter, Lu Chuan and Guanye were sitting together, and Li Shengdong was sitting across from the two. But Li Shengdong had no knowledge of the details of the operation at this time. I wanted to ask Lu Chuan, but I saw that Lu Chuan was now holding a laptop crackling and calculating something like a madman. There is no choice but to ask the industry at large. Commander Hero, I'm sorry, the order was received too hastily, and I don't know what all the details of the operation are yet. But the face of Guanye's expression was grave, this time hard to squeeze out a smile to Li Shengdong. Tapping him on the shoulder again, he pointed at Lu Chuan and said, "There are no details of today's operation because we're running out of time. Our details lie with Lu Chuan." Li Shengdong looked out the window at the other transport helicopter that was parallel to him. The plane was transporting a laser transmitter that had been used as an experiment by the Scientific Research Directorate. He knew that this thing was probably going to be live today, but everyone at this time had not yet thought at all that the laser transmitter was going to be installed on a nuclear submarine and that it would still be operating at sea. It was a 20-minute trip from the port of Magic City, and during those 20 minutes, Guanye had looked at the time on his watch at least 7 or 8 times. Finally, the helicopters landed in the harbor in unison. It was only at this time that he realized that the entire harbor had been completely emptied of all staff by order of the vast industry. Only the special forces stood in formation in the harbor, one with a gun in his hand, and that one transport plane, which can take off and land at sea, is in place. After getting off the helicopter, all of them were almost as baffled as Li Shengdong, but in their hearts, they all knew that the situation was urgent, and no one dared to ask anything more. They just followed Guanye and Lu Chuan and then turned to another transportation plane that was parked on the surface of the sea. After getting on the airplane, Lu Chuan only told everyone his plan at this time. Once they heard that they were going to install the laser emitters on the nuclear submarine in a few hours, it was all completely stupid. Others thought it was a simple installation job that just needed to be done step by step. But Lu Chuan said at this time, "We haven't installed a single screw on a nuclear submarine before. And this plan to add a laser transmitter to a nuclear submarine was decided on almost an hour ago. So each of us has to play to our strengths." Seeing that no one spoke, Guanye said, I don't have time in explaining the importance of this operation to each of you, but I believe that each of you is an elite that can carry out this operation. I don't even know what are the chances of us succeeding in this operation, but I can be very sure that if we fail in this operation today, the next 10 years, 20 years, or even hundreds of years, our great summer kingdom will probably be oppressed by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Everyone on the plane, except for being researchers, staff, special forces, etc. They also have the same identity, that is, they are from the country of Daxia. So the words of the industry at large were undoubtedly in the form of a strong dose of chicken blood, hitting everyone's body. They no longer asked what the details of today's operation would be, because each man had already made the intention of being willing to give his life to accomplish today's mission. Lu Chuan raised the laptop in his hand at this time and showed everyone the plan he had just made on this screen. It turned out that Lu Chuan had drawn a structural diagram for installing a laser transmitter on a nuclear submarine after utilizing such a small amount of time immediately. Lu Chuan pointed at the structure on the screen and asked, "Is there any problem?" Immediately one of the installers said, "No problem. I'll get the job done in the shortest possible time." Lu Chuan nodded and had said to his colleagues from the research bureau, "The problem you have to solve is to connect the laser transmitter to the energy system of the nuclear submarine in the shortest possible time." The men nodded almost simultaneously, and at this time, Li Shengdong suddenly asked, "Lu Chuan, this is a submarine. Even if we manage to install a laser transmitter, have you considered that our laser transmitter is not waterproof?" Before Lu Chuan could say anything, one of Guanye's men beside him said, "Don't worry, Director Li, this problem can be solved." How? How to fix it? After the laser transmitter is installed, we will spray a layer of waterproof adhesive onto the transmitter within a few minutes, and this adhesive substance will not be completely stuck to the transmitter, and when the submarine goes up on a mission, it will immediately tear off this layer of adhesive, and it will never interfere with the operation of the laser transmitter. Another researcher said, "But the laser transmitter we designed before can be used in space as well as on the surface, and when a nuclear submarine enters underwater, it will be under tremendous pressure. Will this cause damage to the transmitter?" Guanye said, "This problem has also been thought of by Lu Chuan, so during this mission, I will order our nuclear submarine to navigate just a few meters below sea level, so that the pressure won't cause damage to the transmitter." Another person said, "If that happens, the submarine's position will be easily detected by the other side's radar machine. Even this depth is visible to the naked eye." Guanye shook his head and said, "You're right. We've prepared for the worst on this mission." It turned out that before carrying out this mission, Guanye had already ordered the three armies of the Great Summer Kingdom to enter a state of first-degree alert. Once failed by the operation, or if their whereabouts are revealed before the operation, then all the mosquito trapping systems and skyfire systems of the Great Summer Kingdom will target the hive systems of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom first at the same time. Chapter 214 Installation completed. When the transporter got to a position more than 100 nautical miles from the harbor of Mordor, it began to hover in preparation for landing on the sea. Everyone looked down through the window, and it turned out that the nuclear submarine was floating on the surface of the sea at this time, and around the submarine, two battleships were parked at the same time. It was later realized that the two warships were not the only ones to escort the nuclear submarine. Rather, underneath the entire Sakura nation's transports flying to the Eagle Sauce nation's route, dozens of Daxia nation's battleships were already gearing up to be ready to deal with something unpredictable that would happen at any time. The transport plane carrying the researchers and the laser transmitter landed on the surface of the sea. Soon several small transport boats sailed by to receive personnel and equipment onto the nuclear submarine. Most of the people on the nuclear submarine, by this time, were unaware of what was going on and what all these people were here to do. After seeing these on board the deck of the nuclear submarine, Lu Chuan led the men to work. Seeing these people holding all kinds of tools in their hands, dismantling and welding the nuclear submarine, the people on the submarine deck didn't dare to ask anything with a bang, because they saw that all these people were brought by the vast karma. The captain saw at this time that Guanye had boarded the submarine and came up and saluted. Then asked, "Commander Guang, may I ask who these people are? It was an emergency, so I didn't have time to tell you too much ahead of time. These people are from the Bureau of Scientific Research and we're going to be retrofitting this submarine with a laser emitter in a few hours." The captain of the boat and those around him froze. And by this time the person in charge of connecting the laser emitter to the energy source on the submarine was already working by this time. They walked between the two men, Guanye and the captain of the boat, and even regarded these men as air. But just as he reached the entrance to the submarine, he was stopped by the submarine's crew with their hands outstretched. Inside the submarine, no one is allowed to enter and visit. This staff member didn't say anything, but turned to look at the industry at large. Guanye said to everyone on the deck at this time, "The scientific researchers working here today have the highest right to act. and all the people on the submarine must provide all the help they can. Even if they have to dismantle this submarine today, you are not allowed to question it. These crew members on the submarine, who may have worked their whole lives, may not be able to see a glimpse of the vast industry with their own eyes. Never would I have thought that someone who was a senior defense commander would personally give orders to himself today. So all of them straightened up and gave a salute to the general industry to show that they received it. One by one, the researchers entered the interior of the submarine and were led by the submarine to where the nuclear reactor was located. But soon the researchers encountered a headache. The nuclear reactor on a nuclear submarine has a powerful energy output, but it has to supply energy to countless units on the submarine at the same time. With the remaining energy, it would be nearly impossible to activate the laser emitters in a short period of time. So the researchers immediately reported the news to the general industry. Lu Chuan and the people on the nuclear submarine also started calculating at this time. Work on the deck to install the laser emitters didn't stop at this time. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan came to a conclusion. To have enough energy to activate the laser emitters, you would have to deactivate the vast majority of the submarine's power draining devices. The captain was the most nervous at this time, because a submarine is different from other ships, which float on the surface of the sea, and even if all the installations are stopped, then the people standing on the deck are not in any danger of losing their lives. However, a submarine operates below the surface of the ocean and relies on oxygen supply, lighting, engines, gyroscopes, and countless other devices to keep it stable. Each of these devices relies on electricity to keep them working properly. Lu Chuan by this time had already written out a large list of devices that needed to consume power on a piece of paper. Take the devices that need to be deactivated to conserve power and put a line through them, one by one. But by this time there were a number of the submarine's crew standing around all gawking, all of whom were in charge of the various installations. So Lu Chuan crossed out a few and immediately caused a commotion. The lighting is firmly off. I need to keep scanning around the submarine or we're blind in it. The gyroscope mustn't be turned off, or else a current will come through and we might do a 180-degree inversion. And with the submarine flipped over, what kind of mission would we be doing? How can the oxygen supply unit be stopped? Are we going to be allowed to die of oxygen deprivation before the mission? One by one the crews on the submarines are making their demands, and all of them did not refute it at this time, for each of them spoke with impeccable reasoning. Lu Chuan and the staff of the Scientific Research Bureau of course knew better than that in their hearts. A nuclear submarine, such a sophisticated big guy. Stop any insignificant device. It is likely that at any time there will be a big problem. So they couldn't think of any reason to refute it for a moment at this time. A bunch of people are frozen in place. Guanya took the notebook in Lu Chuan's hand with one hand at this time. He looked at one of the devices on it that used electricity and began to ask, if we deactivate the oxygen supply, what's the most time we can stay inside the submarine? The skipper said, it won't take more than an hour at the most with the number of people we have now. Without lifting his head, Guanya picked up a pen and crossed out the oxygen supply unit. Then said, personnel in non-essential positions withdraw immediately and go stand by on the escort ships. After that, one by one, the staff in the submarine began to leave, and straight away 2/3 of them were gone. What came next? Guanya didn't ask anything more. Instead, he slapped the notebook heavily on the captain's chest and asked, know what to do? The skipper nodded through clenched teeth as he finished his notebook. Understood. Please rest assured, Commander. All power sources will be first priority for laser emitter use no matter what. 3 hours later, the laser emitters were finally installed. A nuclear submarine, which is supposed to be streamlined in stature, looks extremely out of place with such a contraption mounted on it. But all the staff members finally did the job that everyone was supposed to do. Lu Chuan stood beside the laser transmitter at this time, holding a walkie-talkie and controlling the people inside the submarine, and began to make the final adjustments to the laser transmitter. After some debugging, it was always a relief to find no problems, but just as the researchers involved began to leave the submarine and prepare to dive, Guanya didn't look ready to leave. 215. Tracking of transport aircraft. Lu Chuan and a few other important personnel had entered the submarine's internal control room by this time. The captain was also in the control room at this time ordering the hatch to be closed. But then a crewman reported, Captain, that Commander Hero is coming in too. The two of them, the captain and Lu Chuan, exchanged a glance, then rushed busily to the entrance of the submarine. But when he walked here, he realized that Guanya had already come in, and to the boatman who had just ordered, all right, you can shut it down now. But this crewman looked at the vast industry, then at the captain, and froze in place. Lu Chuan said, Commander Guang, you actually don't have to stay here. The captain of the boat also continued, yes, Commander Hero, don't worry, all the preparations are now in place, just leave it to us next. Instead, Guanya glared at the captain. Cut the crap. I'm going to see with my own eyes how that transport was shot down by you guys today. With that, Guan Ye walked straight towards the control room. The captain then signaled the crew to close the hatch. Then the submarine left to begin its dive. Although the laser transmitter was already protected by a thick layer of waterproof adhesive, the pressure underwater would cause problems with the laser transmitter in case the dive was too deep. So the submarine had been sailing at a depth of about 10 meters underwater. And by this time the submarine's internal control room was in constant contact with the people at the space center. Because at this moment, the satellites in the sky were monitoring every move of that transport plane from Sakura Nation. The nuclear submarine's course at this time of year was also somewhere in the extremely inhospitable waters of the high seas, because the only way to do it is to do it in this position, and it's the least likely to be noticed by anyone. Beyond the initial, in the depths of hundreds of meters below this nuclear submarine, there was in fact another nuclear submarine of the country of Dacia, with the submarine above it, always on a parallel course. It was an order that had been given by the vast industry even before the operation, because once the operation was successful, the Sakura Nation's plane would surely crash into the sea. When the meteorite on the transporter sinks into the ocean, this submarine will immediately begin salvage efforts. After all, these meteorites are only assured in their own hands. Even if they are destroyed, it is still much better than letting these people in the Eagle Jam country salvage them. Meanwhile, on this route from Sakura country to Eagle Sauce country, there were already dozens of battleships, submarines, of the Great Summer country, evenly arranged in a line. One is to escort this submarine and the other is to avoid conflict. I don't know if it was because the Sakura Nation had hidden the meteorite in a location that was too hidden, so after waiting for 2 hours, they didn't see this transport plane set sail. In the control room, at this time, someone wondered, is it possible that we guessed wrong? It's not this transport plane at all? Guan Ye sneered this time and shook his head again. Absolutely can't be wrong. Through our satellite pictures show that this airport originally won't have so many fighters at all. It's when the Eagle Jam country announced that it's going to transport the meteorite. Only then did so many fighters appear here. And, he's a small cherry blossom country. There aren't a few of such advanced fighters in total. All of them came over to escort the flight at this time. It's absolutely can't be wrong. The space inside the submarine was already small, and with such an important mission being carried out this time, so the already closed space added a few more points of depression to everyone's heart. The researchers, who were not quite accustomed to the submarine's internal environment, began to sweat incessantly on their heads at this time, and Lu Chuan didn't have time to be nervous at all as he kept calculating when the submarine should start surfacing after spotting the transporter, when to start shutting down the submarine's internal electrical devices, when the best time to launch would be, and a number of other things. Eventually, based on the vast experience of the submarine's navigators, an optimal position was delineated where the submarine came to a stop. Because it was only about 400 meters deep, the submarine would more easily be able to salvage the meteorite from the transport from the seabed if it shot it down in this position. There had been a moment when the control room suddenly received a report from the space center. The report said that although the transport planes on this airfield in the Sakura country had not yet taken off, a radar early warning plane on the airfield, as well as 2 escorting fighters had just lifted off and were coming in the direction of this route. The control room was instantly quiet, as no one had yet realized what kind of operation Sakurakuni was doing. Suddenly, Guan Ye immediately ordered, have all of our battleships on this route spread out. Immediately. It was only at this time that everyone realized that the AWACS must be flying in front of the transport plane to scout the way, and only when it was found to be safe would the transport plane take off. After Guan Ye gave this order, it was time to look at an electronic map displayed on the screen. The dozens of small points of light that were originally arranged in a horizontal line began to move up and down. And it's all still open and moving, and that red dot of light on the far left represents the Sakura Nation's AWACS. Another hour passed, and during that hour everyone was worried about one thing. That's when this AWACS would suddenly return or shift course. But as a little bit of time passed, it was found that the course of this AWACS remained unchanged, and it was at this time that exciting reports were suddenly received in the control room. The transporter has begun to move. The transports have taken off. The transport is escorted by 6 fighters, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Lu Chuan couldn't help but worry at this time. He said to Guan Ye, Commander Guang, 6 fighters, a relatively large number. I think it would be easier to spot our launch trajectory. Guan Ye looked at the electronic map on the screen and roughly measured it with his finger. We are now 3,500 kilometers away from the transporter. And this kind of fighter from the cherry blossom country, it has a range of 3,000 kilometers at most. And according to our intelligence, they don't have any aerial refueling planes to accompany them. So their fighters will go to the carrier for refueling at around 3,000 kilometers where they will be switched by another fighter. And by that time, The transporter definitely won't have 6 more fighters around. Guan Ye guessed correctly. Directly after the transports and fighters arrived at a distance of 500 or 600 kilometers from the submarine, 4 fighters began to turn around, leaving only 2 to continue the escort. Another 200 kilometers were flown, and by this time the dot map showed 4 more fighters just taking off 200 kilometers behind the transport, and the 2 fighters that were escorting them turned around and began to return. That means that for 20 minutes or so, the transport was flying solo without an escort. Chapter 216, successfully shot down. It was at this time that Guan Ye gave an order. Action. Immediately afterwards, the nuclear submarine began to float. All the people inside the submarine are getting busy. Before the nuclear submarine had fully surfaced, most of the electronic equipment inside had begun to shut down one by one, leaving only the necessary devices running. Just after surfacing to the surface, a few crew members immediately rushed out and tore off the thick layer of waterproof adhesive on the outside of the laser emitter. Soon the laser transmitters began to work with the satellites to lock onto the transporter's position in the sky. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the hot sunlight shining on the empty sea could make the laser beams of the laser emitters even more undetectable. Even if it was slightly cloudy looking at this time of year, the trajectory of the laser beams firing out would be very obvious, so the timing of this action is perfect. The laser emitters had a dead-on lock on the Sakura Nation's transport, and as it continued to move, the emitters on the deck moved in small increments. Because at that moment, on one of the screens in the control room, it showed that the power supply to the laser transmitter had not yet peaked. 70%, 75%, 90%. As the value increased a little bit, everyone was pinching themselves. Can't wait for this time of year to peak in a flash. However, when this value reached 97%, it stopped moving. At this time Guan Ye asked, "Can this value be launched?" Lu Chuan immediately replied, "No, we can't trigger it until the peak. Even if we press the fire button now, the laser emitter won't respond." Didn't wait for the vast industry to question. The captain immediately roared at this time, "All crew members, immediately check the interior of the submarine, and any devices that use electricity, turn them all off for me." 2 teams of crewmen immediately rushed into the interior of the submarine and began to scrutinize it. Some devices that use very little power don't really need to be turned off, such as chargers for small devices, or a small electric fan at the bedside of some boaters. Because these things use so little power, they're not even a drop in the bucket for a laser emitter. But by this time everyone was nearly in a state of frenzy, and inside the submarine, whenever they saw a light still on, or something still plugged into a socket, all of them were unplugged, whether they were turned on or not. The captain looked at the value that was supposed to be going up 1% at a time, and at this time, although it was also going up, it was going up at a rate of 1/10,000th of what it had been before. The monitor showed that the transporter was coming toward the submarine at this time at a very high rate of speed. If they couldn't complete the launch in 8 minutes, then even if the launch was completed in the 9th minute and they were able to shoot down the transport, then there's not enough time to complete the dive and flee the scene either. The submarine would soon be spotted by the fighters following behind. At that point, it's safe to say a war is almost inevitable. Guan Ye was so anxious at this time that he simply wanted to kill someone. The captain could see that if anything went wrong with this mission today, it would be considered light for Guan Ye to shoot himself when he got back. At that moment, the intercom in the captain's hand suddenly received a report from the crew. "Report, can get the power to peak immediately." But, before the skipper could give the order, Guan Ye shouted, "No buts, do it at once." But this boatman continued to report, "But if we do that, our entire submarine will be at great risk of exploding and sinking. Report the cause immediately." The captain yelled into the intercom, "If we shut down the cooling unit of the nuclear reactor now, then we'll have enough power instantly. But once the cooling unit is shut down, within a few minutes, the nuclear reactor is both likely to go out of control." Everyone in the room knew what it meant after shutting down the nuclear reactor cooling units. In the history of mankind, several large-scale nuclear power plant disasters have not been related to problems with cooling units. So at this time everyone was stumped on the spot and no one dared to offer any comments. However, Guan Ye still gritted his teeth at this time and said, "Turn it off for me. Copy that. Executing immediately." Instead of being nervous, this boatman was very calm as he said this. Maybe that's how people are. In a moment of life and death, they may all show an extremely abnormal calmness. He probably also knew that the moment he turned off the cooling unit, death was already inching its way toward everyone inside the submarine. Everyone's life may be in its final countdown. But even so, of all the men in the submarine, not one had a complaint. Everyone is still on standby at their posts. Lu Chuan was staring at the values on the screen this time with a deadpan stare, and with the cooling system turned off. In just a few seconds, the value on the screen, which was originally shown to be red, immediately turned green. Commander Guang. Reaching the peak. Reaching the peak. Lu Chuan shouted excitedly. Guanya's finger had already been on the transmit button by this time. And when he heard Lu Chuan's voice, he pressed the transmit button without hesitation. The laser launcher is not like a missile launch which would have a violent sound and vibration. That's why the entire submarine was still silent after Guanya pressed the launch button. The only difference was that the screen, which had been peaking at 100% just moments ago, had dropped to 0 by this time and started rising again. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting patiently for a report from the Space Center. This time of year a few seconds is an ordeal for them. Suddenly, inside the control room, the sound came first with a hint of electricity. 1 second later, reporting to Commander Hero, the transport plane has been successfully destroyed and will crash into the sea in 10 seconds. Please have the relevant personnel prepare to begin salvage work. The words made everyone inside the submarine squeal with excitement. And the captain rushed like a madman to where the nuclear reactor was at this time. He's going to restart the cooling equipment in the shortest possible time. The reason why we didn't use the walkie-talkie notification just now is because a nuclear reactor isn't like any other ordinary piece of equipment. When deactivated, a single button press will do the trick. But to restart the cooling equipment would require a person to enter the chamber where the nuclear reactor is located. And they would be exposed to a lethal dose of radiation in an instant. Despite the protective clothing, it still doesn't do much good. Faced with such an urgent moment, he, as the captain of the boat, was absolutely unwilling to let his crew take such a risk.